In the beginning, as Chen found himself transported into the perilous realm of Marvel. Devoid of any means to defend himself, he feared he might not survive beyond 3 episodes. Yet, to his astonishment, he activated the Multiverse Lottery System. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the abilities of Clark Kent from the DC Universe. As the power of Superman surged within him, Chen smiled at the Chitauri forces looming over New York. Thanos, Dormammu, they paled in comparison to his newfound might. I am but an ordinary earthling, truly. When Chen caught Thor's hammer with a single hand, his eyes emanating heat vision, the entire Marvel universe fell into contemplation. Was this ordinary person who could consume kryptonite like candy, truly misunderstanding the essence of being mundane? How did I even end up here? I wonder if I can ever return? Chen stood on an empty lot, letting out a resigned sigh. He felt profoundly unfortunate after all. He was a high-flying, wealthy gentleman back on Blue Star. Although he had yet to find a girlfriend, he was at the pinnacle of life. Who knew that upon awakening, he would find himself in this exceedingly dangerous Marvel world? It was as if he had regressed to a time before liberation, stripped of his wealth and luxurious estate. Transmigration? At least let me land in a safe world, perhaps as a wealthy heir. Surviving even a few days felt precarious. Amidst his complaints, an unusual voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting an increase in host's heartbeat. The system is officially activated. System startup in progress. Please wait. Startled by the unexpected voice, Chen instinctively glanced around to ensure he was alone before regaining his composure. Having read numerous novels over the years, he realized this was the legendary system. His heart surged with excitement. This was his ticket to survival in the Marvel Universe. Without it, the prospect of enduring in this realm would be nothing short of a fool's dream. With anticipation, Chen refrained from lingering, recognizing the need for safety. Fortunately, he had a refuge. Though he had lost his wealth and lavish possessions, he still possessed a modest home left by his parents not far from his current location. The house, albeit somewhat dilapidated, was relatively secure compared to the outside world, provided he fortified the doors. Upon entering and closing the door, Chen was about to inquire about the system when its voice resounded once more. System initialization complete. The Multiverse Lottery System is at your service. Detected that the host is in a world of extremely high caliber, with a power level of 0. Difficulty index maxed out. Initiating emergency measures. Emergency measures in progress. Emergency measures completed. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 lottery opportunity. What does lottery opportunity mean? Before Chen could voice his question, the system provided a timely clarification. This system is known as the Multiverse Lottery System, capable of drawing from powerful beings across the cosmos to elevate the host into an unparalleled powerhouse. Can I draw now? Indeed, the host displays some intelligence. This lottery opportunity is a chance to acquire the abilities of formidable beings. The system responded humanely. Upon hearing this, Chen's excitement intensified. Then let's draw now. At any time. Then draw it quickly, Chen urged anxiously. Marvel was fraught with danger, and upon realizing he was in the Marvel Universe, he had been living in constant fear, dreading the moment he might cease to exist. Previously, without the system, he felt helpless. Now that he had a chance to grow stronger, he couldn't let it slip away and promptly initiated the draw for powerful abilities. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the abilities of Clark Kent from the DC Universe. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew all too well that Clark Kent was none other than Superman, a character of nearly omnipotent caliber within the DC realm. Gulp. Chen swallowed hard, then excitedly addressed the system. Since I have drawn the powers of Clark Kent, does that mean I am about to possess his abilities? Indeed, the system's affirmation resonated within Chen's mind, causing his heart to race with exhilaration. Grant me the powers of Superman. I seek invincibility. As soon as his words left his lips, a warm current surged from his heart, flowing through his limbs and penetrating every cell, initiating a genetic transformation within him. He could feel his body becoming increasingly formidable. Chapter 2. Initial test of abilities. Though Superman is immensely powerful, he possesses a significant vulnerability until he is fully matured. Kryptonite. This mineral renders Superman powerless. Chen pondered for a moment and inquired, what formidable abilities do I currently possess? After all, Superman's powers vary across different phases, the mightiest among them, such as the Golden Superman, Thinking Superman, and Silver Superman, are virtually invincible, while the weaker counterparts, like the Bronze Age Superman, are merely superior to most mutants. Chen, Uncertain of which era's Superman he had drawn from, sought clarification from the system regarding his own strength. The system revealed that he had acquired the powers of the Silver Age Superman. Flight. He can soar at speeds exceeding that of light. Super hearing. He can perceive any sound from any location. Super healing. Regardless of the injury, he can heal at an astonishing rate. Heat vision. Capable of melting and vaporizing almost any substance. Incredible defense. He can enter the core of the sun unscathed and withstand even a cosmic explosion. Mental acuity. He can master foreign languages within mere seconds of conversation, processing information faster than a supercomputer. Super breath. He can freeze opponents, create hurricanes, alter weather, and even extinguish stars. Super sneeze. Its power is sufficient to obliterate an entire solar system. Super hypnosis. This ability can conceal the secrets of a dual identity, allowing him to temporarily obscure his various powers. Super strength. He can effortlessly move multiple planets. Super speed. He surpasses the speed of light, capable of breaking the barriers of time and embarking on time travel. Vision. He can see through solid objects, observe microscopic entities, and peer into the cosmos. And most crucially, his biological stance. Without it, every action he takes could potentially shatter the Earth. The system's voice resonated within Chen's mind, unveiling the extent of his capabilities. Am I invincible now? Chen exclaimed in awe. As long as those OA entities and other anomalies do not emerge, I need not worry. By the way, system, I recall that the Silver Superman possesses numerous abilities, and one merely needs to think of a power to manifest it. Why do I not have that? Chen mused. You have only acquired the fundamental abilities of Superman. These powers do not meet the criteria, the system replied. I see. Chen nodded slowly. Indeed, the system is remarkable. It has transformed me from an ordinary person to an invincible being in mere seconds. In the midst of his thoughts, Chen had already flown beyond Earth. Gazing at its outline, suddenly, he spotted a satellite belonging to the United States and was struck by a playful idea. He soared towards it, exhaling forcefully to obliterate the satellite in an instant. Report. Director, we have lost one of our satellites. Nick Fury, the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is also known by the rather amusing moniker Egghead, attributed to the polished sheen of his bald head resembling that of a boiled egg. Suddenly, a report arrives indicating that a satellite from outer space has been destroyed, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Fury's brow. Should he summon that individual back? Gently caressing the communicator in his grasp, Fury mused, such a formidable being. Yet why is there no information on him? Could he also be an extraterrestrial? He decided to refrain from hasty actions and instead analyze this individual's capabilities. Director, we have just conducted an analysis, reported an agent, visibly shaken. We witnessed him casually blowing a breath in the satellite. Well, it met its demise. Fury, looking incredulous, responded, is it truly necessary to be this anxious? Although he obliterated a satellite, that does not necessarily imply overwhelming strength. Yet the agent stammered, it was not merely an explosion. His breath alone caused it to shatter. Fury remained skeptical, questioning the validity of the claim. Director, it is indeed true. We slowed the footage down by a factor of 10,000 and observed his lips move. And then, boom, the satellite was destroyed. As for him, being an ordinary human, have you ever encountered a common person capable of surviving in the vacuum of space? Fury commanded, maintain a constant watch on him. He may be uncontrollable on Earth. Understood, Director, the agent responded earnestly. Chapter 3. The Black Widow's Despair Outwardly. Nick Fury maintained an air of tranquility, yet internally, he was in turmoil. The ability to destroy a satellite with a mere breath was unprecedented in his experience. He glanced at the communicator once more, pondering, surely, Black Widow can defeat him? His uncertainty lingered. Black Widow, I require you to investigate an individual. Meanwhile, Chen had returned to the comfort of his home, for who would wish to linger in the vastness of outer space? Just as he contemplated his next course of action, 3 sharp knocks resounded at his door. Chen immediately recognized the familiar call of the Egghead. And who might that be? Naturally, it was the Black Widow, renowned for her exceptional abilities. How did Chen know? Was the strength of a superhuman during the Silver Age merely a myth? He opened the door. Greetings, I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Our satellite has detected your presence. Of course it did. I reside on Earth, after all. Chen retorted, almost amused. Had I not intentionally allowed it? Do you think your rudimentary satellite could have captured me? Come no, what I ist. You should be aware of what I mean. The Black Widow replied with a playful allure. Enough of the charade. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, a superhuman, Chen declared boldly. The Black Widow, exasperated, countered. Are you jesting with me? Just moments ago, you claimed to be an ordinary person, and now you abandon that pretense? I, the Black Widow, have lived many years. I will not be trifled with in such a manner. On the Huanshire Novel Network, the enchanting Black Widow inquired, handsome. Could you enlighten me as to why you obliterated that satellite? It was not I who destroyed it. Rather, it was merely a casual exhalation on my part that led to its demise. He retorted, if you insist on claiming I am responsible, I must decline such an accusation. For I have never destroyed a satellite. Do not casually slander others. I could pursue charges of defamation against you. He replied with a feigned innocence. If our S.H.I.L.D. could have apprehended you, we would have done so long ago. Why we waste our breath on you? She countered. And as for your defamation claims, what nonsense. You haven't denied your involvement, nor do you have the right to act innocent. Do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. bullies ordinary citizens? The Black Widow felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Handsome, could you explain why you felt the need to destroy that satellite? She asked gently. Oh, I was unaware that your satellites were so fragile. It was merely a casual breath that caused its explosion. You ought to investigate whether the quality of your satellites is up to standard. Such shoddy craftsmanship should not go unpunished. He exclaimed, his anger palpable. The Black Widow felt her composure waning. If our quality were indeed subpar, why have other satellites remained intact? And even if one were to explode, shouldn't they all have done so? She pondered silently, wary of provoking him further, fearing dire consequences for the Earth. She softened her tone. Handsome, you jest. Our satellites are of excellent quality, or else others would have fallen long ago. Would you consider joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? By the way, I still do not know your name. There is no need to join S.H.I.E.L.D. And as for my name, you may call me Chen, he replied. Chen, could you share why you are reluctant to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? The Black Widow probed further. Firstly, I cherish my freedom. Secondly, I lack for nothing financially. In summary, that is all. Chen replied with evident impatience. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. The Black Widow, feeling somewhat defeated, reflected on her mission assigned by the director to uncover his background and prowess. Yet, she found herself dismissed without achieving her objective. Reluctantly, she prepared to report her findings to the director. Chapter 4. The Torment of Abomination and the Hulk. No sooner had the Black Widow departed than a resounding crash echoed from one of the walls. Instinctively, Chen turned to witness the wall crumbling, revealing a web of cracks that slowly advanced toward him. Dust filled the air, and in an instant, much of his home lay in ruins. His expression darkened as he contemplated the affront to his sanctuary. Who dared to invade his space? Regardless of the perpetrator, they would face his wrath without hesitation. Activating his supervision, he discerned two colossal figures amidst the swirling dust. Found you. Prepare to face your demise, Chen declared, fury coursing through him. Chen soared from the ruins of his shattered home, instantly breaking the sound barrier as he charged towards the two ruffians. Oblivious to the impending wrath they were about to face, the two scoundrels continued to brawl amongst themselves. The Hulk struck. Among the pair, one, a colossal figure clad in tattered trousers, threw a punch at the other, who, though similarly sized, was devoid of pants. The other miscreant, seemingly more articulate, retaliated with a punch of his own. As if thirsting for more, both charged at one another. Before the astonished onlookers, a seemingly ordinary human stood between the two behemoths, blocking their massive fists, which were larger than any humans. The crowd was left speechless. A mere mortal had managed to withstand the onslaught of two immensely destructive monsters. They had all witnessed the devastation wrought by these two fiends, having reduced an entire street to ruins during their rampage, leaving no part unscathed. How is this possible? Exclaimed one of the brutish figures, whose appearance was less human. Are you shocked? There's even more to astonish you. Chen replied with a slight smile, delivering a single punch that sent the two ruffians hurtling away, crashing through buildings and creating a vast crater in the ground. Keep up the bravado, he thought, reveling in the sight of the two injured ruffians sprawled on the ground. Chen felt exhilarated by his own power, easily overpowering both the Hulk and the Abomination. Having previously watched their chaotic destruction on screen, he had found it thrilling, and now, to be able to replicate such feats, and even strike them down, was intoxicating. With a roar, the Abomination was the first to rise, abandoning his skirmish with the Hulk to charge at Chen with great speed. The Hulk, too, regained his footing and lumbered towards Chen, eager to make amends for his recent misdeeds. However, before he could reach Chen, a massive figure crashed into him, and before he could react, he was sent flying by a tremendous force. As he soared through the air, he recognized it was the Abomination. Upon awakening, the Abomination had immediately attacked Chen, only to find himself utterly unmoved by the impact, resulting in a broken arm from his own excessive force. Chen casually delivered a punch to the Abomination's body, sending him hurtling back, colliding with the Hulk, who had just regained his footing and was rushing towards Chen. With fury ignited, the Hulk stomped forcefully, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground, and leaped into the air, aiming to land before Chen. Yet, while still airborne, he was struck by two beams of crimson light that pierced his chest, unleashing the heat vision. The Hulk, with his thick skin, might have been resilient, but the temperature of the beams was hotter than the sun's core. Though Chen did not unleash his full power, he nonetheless penetrated the Hulk's chest. The Hulk roared in agony, but Chen had no intention of letting him escape. "No!" cried a voice from the heavens, laced with desperation. Chapter 5. The death of revulsion. Upon hearing the voice tinged with a hint of weeping, Chen furrowed his brow slightly and withdrew his heat vision. It was not that he was moved by the sentiment. Rather, he had no intention of ending the life of the Hulk. The Hulk had merely destroyed his dwelling, which hardly constituted a mortal enemy. A little suffering would suffice. As for revulsion, he certainly deserved to perish. Chen would not feel remorse if he were to slay him, just as Chen relinquished his assault on the Hulk. Revulsion approached him with a singular purpose: to ambush Chen while he unleashed his heat vision, demonstrating to this wretched creature who the true powerhouse was. Chen ascended slowly into the air, while Revulsion leaped into the air, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Chen's head. The force behind this strike was formidable. Even before it reached him, Chen could feel the air compressing, ruffling his hair. How delightful! Chen marveled. Indeed, this was a departure from the previous encounter. Yet, you remain an imposter, forever inferior to the Hulk. Your limits are evidently confined to this extent. Chen's words provoked Revulsion, who let out a furious roar, his arm swelling once more as he struck out at Chen again. In response, Chen merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the punch, and seized Revulsion's arm tightly. He then unleashed a barrage of punches directed at Revulsion's head. Revulsion resembled a punching bag, absorbing blow after blow. Chen exerted minimal effort, yet Revulsion's nose bled profusely, teeth scattered, and his face swelled to resemble a steamed bun. "You detestable creature, I will not let you escape," Revulsion bellowed in fury. Chen released Revulsion's arm, causing him to plummet from a modest height. "While the Hulk has amplified your strength, why has it not enhanced your intellect?" Chen remarked, gazing down at Revulsion from his aerial vantage point. As Revulsion charged towards him once more, Chen descended gracefully, landing lightly on the ground and leaving behind a spiderweb-like crater before surging towards the oncoming foe. Revulsion, caught off guard, had never felt fear until now. Watching Chen approach, he quickened his pace, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he raised his fist to strike. Chen, with a slight movement, lifted his arm to counter Revulsion's punch. "D!" Revulsion exclaimed with reckless abandon. "Are you out of your mind? Just moments ago, you were nearly beaten to a pulp. Have you forgotten?" Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. The contrast between Revulsion's audacity and Chen's resignation was stark, as was the disparity between their fists, one small and the other colossal, colliding with a force that generated a violent gust of wind, scattering stones and shaking nearby vehicles. With a slight exertion, Chen sent Revulsion's face contorting in agony as his body was propelled like a cannonball. Revulsion crashed into a series of buildings, causing walls to collapse until he finally came to a halt after demolishing multiple structures. Chen moved slightly and found himself before the abomination, observing it as it kicked aside a pile of rubble, looking down upon it from a lofty height. "I strike you as one would a dog." Chen's words provoked the abomination, deeply wounding its pride. In an instant, the abomination exploded with rage, exclaiming, "I will surely kill you." Anger dominated its thoughts, causing its physique to swell, arms becoming more robust. "Transforming is futile," Chen jested. Taking the initiative, Chen launched a barrage of punches against the abomination's body, causing its chest to cave in and green blood to spew forth, splattering onto the earth below, a clear sign of its diminishing vigor. After all, even a slight release of the power capable of moving stars was far beyond what the abomination could endure. If such force were to strike a wrathful Hulk, perhaps it could withstand it for a while. However, the abomination was not like the Hulk, incapable of infinitely amplifying its strength through fury. Chapter 6. Extracting new abilities. The crowd was now enraptured, showering their cheers upon Chen. Unperturbed by their adulation, he lightly descended before the abomination, surveying the pockmarked ground. Once more looking down upon it. "Is it dead?" Chen raised his arm and struck the abomination, noting its utter lack of response. Not even a flutter of its eyelids, confirming its demise. To be cautious, Chen employed his X-ray vision to inspect the internal state of the abomination, discovering that its heart had ceased to beat. Only then did he feel reassured. Even with invincible strength, one must not lower their guard. As Chen prepared for his next action, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind, momentarily startling him. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the abomination and the Hulk. You have earned one lottery opportunity." "System, what is happening?" Chen involuntarily inquired. "This system is known as the Universal Lottery System. You are my master, possessing the chance to draw abilities from myriad realms. However, lottery opportunities can only be obtained by defeating or slaying enemies," the system explained. "Since you have slain the abomination and defeated the Hulk, you have earned one lottery opportunity. Shouldn't it be 2 opportunities?" Chen pondered aloud, suddenly realizing the distinction in their tiers. The abomination was merely a flawed creation, while the Hulk represented the pinnacle of quality, hence the discrepancy. One must note that the host's fortune was quite favorable, as the Hulk had taken some substances that prevented him from fully unleashing his infinite rage. Otherwise, the host might have had to exert a bit more power to subdue him. Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, killing the abomination was already troublesome, and with the Hulk's wrath, it could have escalated. I must avoid inadvertently killing the Hulk, as it would disrupt the subsequent narrative. After all, Chen despises complications. The host is contemplating this matter. I believe the host should attempt to seize the opportunity for extraction. Although already invincible, acquiring a remarkable ability could allow the host to embrace a more languid existence, which would be quite beneficial. The system indeed has its merits, and Chen finds himself unable to argue against it, nor does he wish to, as he simply desires to act according to his own whims. Without further contemplation, Chen addressed the system. "System, initiate the ability extraction. I wish to attain another ability to become even more lethargic." As Chen's words fell, he awaited a few seconds before the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have extracted the ability of the reality-warping entity, Andre." "Why him?" Chen found it difficult to articulate whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Andre's circumstances were quite peculiar. At the film's conclusion, he merely withstood bullets. While one might deem him weak, his telekinetic powers had yet to be fully realized, compounded by the fact that his body could not withstand the resulting nosebleeds. It could be said that this ability possesses significant potential. Chen pondered aloud. Due to the host's initial victory over the Hulk, the extraction opportunity has yielded skills, experiences, and all facets of the extracted character to the host. This process may be quite painful. I hope the host can endure. In less than a second, Chen completely assimilated the knowledge within his mind, transforming it into his own. "System, is this what you call painful? Are you jesting with me?" Following the system's recent calculations, it stated, "The host has undergone genetic modifications through superhuman DNA and will no longer suffer any damage to brain cells." "You are clearly deceiving me. Host, do not concern yourself with trivial matters. Would you not like to test the newly acquired ability? Telekinesis is incredibly convenient and has a high potential. Due to the influence of the superhuman genes, Chen's mental strength was formidable. With a mere thought, he effortlessly levitated the repugnant corpse, which then rapidly ascended from the ground, soaring towards the heavens. Chapter 7. The reckless General Ross within mere seconds. The abhorrent body vanished from sight, reaching the outer cosmos. The combination of immense physical strength, absolute rationality, and extraordinary control capabilities constituted the war machine of my dreams. Ross disembarked from the helicopter, flanked by hundreds of soldiers, their gazes towards Chen ablaze with fervor, devoid of any trace of the Hulk. Do you wish for death? The Hulk's former girlfriend incredulously addressed her father, Ross. I possess a formidable army. I merely intend to take him back for study. Behind Ross, over 100 soldiers were already in position, armed with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, while helicopters hovered overhead, missiles primed and ready. Ross cast a cold glance at his daughter, resembling a thoughtless automaton. His daughter stared at Ross in disbelief, questioning where the loving father of her youth had vanished. You are mad. You cannot do this. You will die. Your concerns are unnecessary, soldier. Take her to a secure location and confine her. Understood, sir. Let go of me. You cannot treat me this way. Upon hearing that her father intended to imprison her, she began to struggle desperately. Yet, how could her fragile form withstand the might of a robust soldier? All personnel prepare. Yes, sir. The soldiers sought shelter, poised to launch an assault at any moment. Why does everyone perceive me as so easily bullied? Chen remarked coolly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, although they were separated by several dozen meters. For Chen, endowed with extraordinary hearing, it was inconsequential. He could perceive even across the vastness of the universe. My friend, I am grateful for your protection of the others. Ross addressed Chen amiably. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a general from the military district. A general, you say? Why would the military have matters to discuss with me? Chen replied with a hint of sarcasm. We wish to present you with a Good Citizen Award and hope you will return with us. Ross feigned sincerity. Do you truly believe your own words? Bestowing a Good Citizen Award upon me? Do you take me for a fool? Or do you simply consider me dim-witted? Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. Ross suddenly bellowed. Countless soldiers surged from the shadows, and helicopters hovered 60 meters above, positioned strategically, brandishing machine guns and rocket launchers aimed at Chen. Do you think such a multitude of soldiers could contend with me? Chen mused quietly. Indeed, it is insufficient. But what about this? As he spoke, for helicopters armed with missiles circled ominously above Chen, creating a thunderous roar and encircling him. For heaven's sake, you cannot treat him this way. He is our savior. I will not let you escape. Once this is over, I shall report you to the White House, ensuring that you scoundrels face a military tribunal. I will join you. So shall I. Before Chen could make a move, the surrounding crowd erupted in outrage, as if they were hunting him down, highlighting Ross's utter shamelessness in the eyes of the people. Their only recourse was to voice their anger. Unable to assist Chen further, Chen remained unfazed. He had recently acquired a new ability, telekinesis, which he was eager to test. Furthermore, in Chen's eyes, Ross was nothing more than a fool. The weaponry he wielded had proven ineffective against the Hulk, causing significant casualties while the Hulk remained unscathed. How could he dare challenge Chen, the one who had defeated the Hulk and the Abomination? Do you believe your weaponry is formidable? To me, it is akin to a mere firecracker, perhaps even inferior to that. And those 4 helicopters above me, the missiles they carry are no more impressive than fireworks. Lacking even their aesthetic appeal, Chen spoke earnestly to Ross. Just how powerful do you think you are? Do not underestimate our strength. We are the United States, wielding the mightiest military prowess in the world. These are merely the vanguard forces, and soon, far more formidable weaponry will arrive. I suggest you cease your verbal bravado and surrender directly. Come, initiate your assault. Let me witness just how powerful this so-called United States truly is. Multiverse's words ignited excitement among the onlookers, adrenaline coursing through their veins as they beheld the folly of the American troops, the soldiers' fury, and the murderous intent in Ross's eyes. With a grim expression, Ross commanded, "Attack." eliminate him, and retrieve his corpse for analysis. The battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 8. Missiles as mere fireworks covering the ground forces, helicopters soared overhead. Ross shouted fervently into his radio. Having issued his command, Ross took refuge within an armored vehicle. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Machine guns, rifles, handguns, and Gatling guns unleashed a deafening symphony, shell casings raining down like a torrential downpour upon one. After all, it isn't essential for a specimen to be alive for research. Even a deceased one suffices, and sometimes mere blood or hair can yield valuable insights. Thus, Ross remained indifferent to Vlh's fate. The soldiers had been firing for 2 minutes, their barrels scorching hot, the Gatling guns still emitting smoke. Observing Butchen, who remained unscathed, his clothing intact, as if the assault had not targeted him at all, the soldiers were confounded. Yet, the ground around Butchen was littered with countless shell casings, a dense accumulation. Absurd. Utterly absurd. The air thickened as all gazes fixed upon Butchen with wide-eyed disbelief. I refuse to battle this monster. I want to go home. One soldier shouted in terror. Indeed, is our commander foolish? Why engage such a creature in combat? With that, a faction of soldiers fled the battlefield. The morale of the troops crumbled. Moments ago, they had been fervent, but now they disintegrated into chaos. It only took one insurmountable foe to induce such disarray. Everyone witnessed the barrage of bullets striking Butchen, even hitting his face, yet aside from the noise, they rendered him unharmed. The projectiles flattened under the immense force of impact. As for why Butchen did not employ his newfound telekinetic abilities, it was the sheer power of his physique that left an indelible impression. Inside the armored vehicle, Ross's eyes widened in disbelief, inhaling sharply. However, he was unwilling to concede easily. Witnessing this might only fuel his desire to further explore weaponry and super soldiers. Ross bellowed into the radio, "Launch all missiles." "Commander, there are still many people here." A voice protested. "Missiles are a contingency. They must not be deployed in such close proximity to so many. Simply follow the orders. There is no need for questions." Ross retorted loudly. "Understood, Commander." The pilots of the 4 armed helicopters acted without hesitation, opening the hatch to reveal a red button before them. With the press of this button, 16 slightly smaller missiles were instantly launched from the helicopters, streaking towards them with a brilliant yellow light. It seemed you truly fear not death. And do you not cherish your position as a general? A murderous intent flickered in Chen's gaze, for he had just dealt with the destruction of his home and now faced an imminent missile strike. It was not that Chen was afraid. Possessing extraordinary silver-tier strength rendered fear meaningless. Yet, he could not bear the thought of losing his home entirely. He surmised that the only fear of the loathsome was enduring severe injury, for the destructive power of missiles, one of humanity's most formidable weapons, had never been underestimated. The sheer volume of missiles, if detonated, could devastate half the street, leaving only ruins in their wake. "We are doomed," the crowd exclaimed in panic. At that moment, Chen sprang into action. Rather than withstand the assault, he harnessed his newfound telekinetic abilities. As the missiles approached, with a mere thought, he halted all 16 in midair. What is happening? Is this divine intervention? One person gasped. Just as the words left his lips, Chen waved his hand, sending the missiles soaring into the sky. Upon reaching a predetermined altitude, he clenched his fist with force. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and the missiles detonated, forming a magnificent mushroom cloud. "Now, that is a firework. Was what you set off before even remotely comparable to this?" At that moment, a whimsical thought struck Chen. Could he use telekinesis to crush a person's heart by locking onto them? He turned to gaze at Ross in the armored vehicle. Chapter 9. Surrender. Ross, noticing Chen's sinister smile, suddenly felt a disquieting premonition. Chen's mental prowess was formidable, and he directly immobilized the soldiers. "I can't move." "Damn, neither can I," the soldiers cried out in distress. Ross stumbled out of the armored vehicle, collapsing weakly to the ground. Genuine regret gnawing at his heart like a venomous serpent. "Do you regret launching the attack? Why did you not prepare more thoroughly? Had you been better prepared, perhaps this situation would not have arisen, and you could have provided America with an even more powerful war machine." "Enough. We retreat. Stand down," Ross shouted hoarsely, witnessing his soldiers being bullied, yet rendered powerless to resist. Chen laughed until his stomach hurt, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. You think I will retreat just because you say so? Do you believe I am so easily intimidated? He replied with a solemn tone. Do not overstep your bounds. Do not forget, I am a general of the United States. If you dare to lay a hand on me, death will be your only reward, Ross declared, locking eyes with Chen defiantly. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Do you still believe that your weapons can vanquish me? Allow me to tell you the truth. The mushroom bombs are merely larger fireworks, incapable of even harming a single strand of my hair. Whether I dare to act is not for you to dictate. Fear not, for I shall spare your life today. In fact, I intend to keep you alive, so you may witness that even a mere nuclear bomb is but a grander form of fireworks. You shall also serve as a reminder to America of the consequences of crossing me. As he spoke, Chen clenched his hand, and the soldier, previously immobilized by his psychic grip, abruptly exploded, his dismembered limbs scattering across the ground. The onlookers were so horrified by this gruesome spectacle that they retched. Ross, witnessing the brutality, also gagged in response. You demon, you will surely descend into hell. He shouted in fury. Do not fret, your turn shall come soon, though I shall not take your life, Chen replied with a smile. With that, he ensnared Ross's body with his psychic power. Ross struggled desperately, yet found himself unable to move or even utter a sound. Chen lowered his hand towards Ross's lower body, teasing, what would happen if you were to become a cripple? Seeing the terror in Ross's eyes, though he attempted to speak, only incoherent sounds escaped his lips. With a gentle grip, Chen caused Ross's lower body to explode, revealing gruesome, exposed bones amidst the mangled flesh of his thighs. Overwhelmed by pain and the horrifying sight of his mutilated legs, Ross fainted, concerned that Ross might bleed to death. Chen resolved to cauterize the wound with his laser vision. As he activated his laser eyes, the scent of charred flesh filled the air, and Ross's body convulsed under the searing heat. The description of Chen as a devil was quite apt. However, none dared to label him as such. Like a shadow, Chen swept through the neighborhood, discovering soldiers hiding in the bushes and beneath vehicles, those who had fled earlier. Upon seeing Chen kneel in apparent surrender, they thought he had something in store for them. Yet, in an instant, those soldiers lay neatly on the ground, blood oozing from their noses, signaling their demise. This was the result of Chen crushing their hearts with his psychic force, a gruesome act that he was now becoming accustomed to after the earlier bloodshed. As Ross slowly regained consciousness and beheld Chen dispatching the surrendering soldiers, he attempted to rise, but his exploded thigh was fraught with agony, leaving him devoid of feeling in his lower body, though his nervous system remained intact. Observing Ross's helplessness, Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. This state of affairs suited him just fine. Chen admired Ross's plight when suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from the sky as a specialized aircraft descended, drawing the attention of all present. The insignia of a falcon emblazoned on the aircraft instantly caught Chen's eye. The SHIELD had arrived. The Black Widow had approached me before. I wonder if their visit pertains to the satellite incident or to Ross's predicament. Chen did not concern himself with the SHIELD aircraft, patiently awaiting its descent as it came to a halt before him. Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am McFury, the current director of SHIELD, and the president has sent me to address the issues arising from our conflict, Nick Fury stated, his body tense with apprehension. Prior to this meeting, Fury had conducted an extensive investigation into Chen, even dispatching Black Widow for a personal inquiry. Yet, despite his position as director, he uncovered no information about Chen. Furthermore, having witnessed Chen's formidable display of power through satellite surveillance, Fury was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing, a clear sign of trepidation. Chen surmised that Fury must harbor some resentment towards him, particularly after he had obliterated a satellite and nearly driven Black Widow to the brink of collapse. It was evident that Fury was not pleased, especially considering the military's blunders had now fallen upon SHIELD's shoulders, leaving Fury in a thoroughly vexed state. General Ross is now incapacitated. Your anger should have subsided, Fury remarked politely. Speak plainly, Chen replied directly. Could you spare General Ross and allow us to handle the situation? Fury inquired. First, tell me what benefits I would gain. Chen responded with an air of curiosity. The U.S. military will cease its pursuit of you. Fury, despite his reluctance, uttered these words, grappling with the absurdity of his own proposition. It was unthinkable to provoke someone of such power and then expect leniency, only to be met with a plea for mercy. Chen's lips twitched as he queried, "If you were in my position, would you agree?" Fury contemplated. "I would not agree, but I cannot voice that. I consent," he said instead. "Then you are not much different from those you criticize," Chen mocked. "Mr. Chen, if you have other demands, we will do our utmost to accommodate them to reach an understanding," Fury hastily replied. After all, Chen's combat prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. The ease with which he had subdued others with merely a gesture, the ability to fly, his formidable defenses, astonishing strength and speed, and his devastating laser vision. All these extraordinary abilities resided within a single individual. Not to mention, he could effortlessly obliterate a satellite with just a breath. Fury felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. If Fury were aware that Chen possessed even greater powers, having utilized less than a fraction of his true strength, he would likely faint from sheer terror. Thus, Fury aimed to minimize the repercussions and ensure a semblance of tranquility in the world. Chapter 10. A true test of ambition. Can I truly make demands? Chen did not refuse, instead smiling faintly, his gaze penetrating as he addressed Fury. Originally, Chen was not particularly inclined to provoke SHLD. At this moment, recognizing the myriad opportunities for leverage within the organization, maintaining a friendly rapport could prove advantageous, perhaps even yielding some benefits from this encounter. Nick Fury, feeling somewhat uneasy under Chen's gaze, reluctantly acquiesced. To backtrack now would likely complicate matters and further incite Chen's ire, resulting in dire consequences. Indeed, as long as it is feasible, Nick Fury, cautious of Chen's potential demands, chose his words with care. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly succeed. What is it that you desire? Nick Fury silently hoped that Chen would not make exorbitant demands. Do not rush. We have ample time. I find myself somewhat parched. Shall we retire to a quieter locale? Chen casually suggested. Very well. How about we converse inside the aircraft? Nick Fury replied. With the unassailable strength he possessed, Chen felt no apprehension regarding SHIELD opposing him and followed Nick Fury into the organization's aircraft. Upon entering the aircraft, Chen observed the interior, noting its striking resemblance to those depicted in films. Following closely behind Nick Fury, they traversed a rather narrow corridor, eventually arriving at a fully enclosed, specialized conference room. This chamber, constructed entirely from a unique metallic alloy, radiated an unmistakable aura of resilience, leaving no doubt about its defensive capabilities. For an ordinary individual confined within, escape would be an arduous endeavor. Impressive, Chen remarked. Even I would require several microseconds to breach it. Nick Fury felt a surge of joy at the first part of Chen's statement, but was subsequently taken aback by the latter half. He, more than anyone, understood the materials used in its construction and knew that Chen could indeed dismantle it. However, to assert that it would take merely a few microseconds was preposterous. After all, time only ticks away second by second on the clock. Do you not believe me? Of course I do, Nick Fury thought, reflecting on Chen's formidable abilities. Perceiving Fury's demeanor as dismissive, Chen resolved to demonstrate his prowess. Before Nick Fury could react, a series of agonizingly sharp sounds echoed, followed by deep indentations forming on the metallic wall. Fury looked upon his aircraft with profound anguish. Now you must believe me, Chen declared with satisfaction. Nick Fury's mouth twitched. When have I ever doubted you? He lamented inwardly. Let us proceed to discuss the matter at hand. Chen stated as he took a seat. Very well, Mr. Chen. What is it that you seek? I have quite a number of desires. I suggest you brace yourself. Long before Chen acquired the ability to obliterate a satellite, he had been scheming to extract some advantages from SHIELD. His earlier remarks to Black Widow about wealth were merely a ruse to dismiss her. Nick Fury had failed to anticipate this due to his lack of consideration in that direction. However, now the truth was laid bare before him. If he were to remain oblivious, he would have long met his demise. As the director of SHIELD, the preeminent intelligence agency in the world, Nick Fury's mind would sharpen in moments of life and death. I require several tons of adamantium. Impossible. We at SHIELD scarcely possess that much adamantium. You can procure it elsewhere. The military has entrusted you to wrap things up. Seek them out. I have heard that Colonel Strucker has a considerable stockpile of raw adamantium. While Nick Fury was contemplating, a question nagged at him. How did Chen know about Colonel Strucker's adamantium? This information should be classified. Yet, even under duress, Nick Fury remained unaware that Chen was a time traveler. It appears you intend to provide me with raw adamantium. What else do you desire? Nick Fury exclaimed. Did I not mention? There are numerous items I seek, Chen replied. What else do you wish for? Nick Fury inquired, stroking his bald head, resembling a boiled egg. I have heard of the Sentinel program. I would like a copy of that information, Chen stated directly. Could you not ask for less? Nick Fury's face flushed with embarrassment. Of course, do not mistake me for a villain. I am indeed a straightforward individual. If you wish for me to ask for less. If you were an honest man, you would not have obliterated a satellite, crushed hundreds of soldiers, and executed those who had surrendered, leaving Ross in a state that is neither human nor ghostly, Nick Fury thought, rolling his eyes. The quantity of raw adamantium remains unchanged, along with the Sentinel prototypes and SHIELD's technological data from the past few years. How does that sound? Is that sufficient? Chen spoke slowly. Could it not be reduced further? Nick Fury pressed shamelessly. Indeed, the quantity of raw adamantium remains unchanged. I only require the original model of the Sentinel program and SHIELD's technological achievements from 6 years ago. How does that suffice? Chen said, eyes closed. Nick Fury now regarded Chen as a man of integrity, given that he had refrained from resorting to violence over the years, which provided a semblance of explanation. When can we take General Ross away? Forget it for this lifetime, Chen replied darkly. What? Had we not agreed before? That was prior. Since my conditions have diminished, so too must the handling of General Ross. You should understand that unequal conditions necessitate adjustments. That is unlikely. Not possible. Heed my words, Nick Fury. I extend you a courtesy, and you are to accept it, Chen declared imperiously. Under Chen's piercing gaze, Nick Fury sensed an air of menace. Should he utter another word, he feared for his own life. Nick Fury, let it be. If you encounter any resistance along the way, inform them that, should they dare to obstruct, I have yet to pay a visit to the White House. Chen threatened. Nick Fury understood that Chen was granting him a degree of respect. Otherwise, he would be ignored, leaving Fury with no recourse. This time, it was merely a threat. But what about the future? There are far too many foolish politicians and generals in America who act recklessly, believing themselves invincible. If Chen were to be provoked again, America could face dire consequences. Contemplating this, Nick Fury's resolve to execute his plan intensified. Can I convert the technology data from SHIELD? 5 years ago, would you be able to hand over Ross to us? Chen pondered aloud. I will consider it, he replied thoughtfully. I know what must be done. Nick Fury said with resignation. Well then, hurry and deliver it. I do not wish to wait. With that, Chen vanished before Nick Fury's eyes at a speed surpassing light, leaving Fury in a state of disbelief within the conference room. This is no trivial matter. With the ability to teleport, he has become even more formidable. The sheer velocity led Nick Fury to believe that Chen possessed instantaneous movement capabilities. Truly, how could such a remarkable individual exist? Chapter 11. The President's Frustration After Chen Departed. Nick Fury gazed at the grievously injured General Ross and promptly ordered for him to be taken to the hospital, likely to spend the remainder of his life in a wheelchair. Whether it was the sight of General Ross's condition or being awed by Chen's power, Nick Fury's work efficiency surged dramatically as he hurried to the White House to report the situation. Such is the state of affairs. Upon arriving at the White House, he had no time to quench his thirst, parched and breathless as he relayed the details of the negotiation to the president. Since the founding of the United States, it was likely the first time a president had been threatened by a single individual, a profound humiliation for him. Nick Fury was taken aback by the president's demeanor and quickly sought to counsel him. urging patients to avoid any reckless actions that might provoke emotion. However, after a prolonged wait, he observed the president's flushed face, beads of sweat cascading down, resembling a boiled lobster. Anger should not manifest in such a manner. Nick Fury's gaze shifted downward, uncovering the root of the issue. It appeared he had exerted himself too forcefully, resulting in significant injury to his hand, which explained his earlier expression. Had it not been for Nick Fury's presence, he would have surely cried out in pain. Damn, this hurts. Nick Fury saw the injury, but chose to feign ignorance. If it weren't for Chen, he would not be enduring such agony. I will not acquiesce to his demands. When has America ever been so subservient? If he wishes to fight, we shall engage him. We still possess nuclear weapons, and I doubt he can withstand them. The president displayed an unwavering resolve, as unyielding as iron, impervious to bending under pressure. From the prowess he has displayed, even if he cannot withstand an attack, he can swiftly evade it. A nation pitted against a single individual would render the United States a laughingstock. I refuse to believe that America could face defeat. No matter how formidable he may be, he pales in comparison to Professor X, who possesses the power to obliterate humanity in an instant. He is far more perilous than Professor X, who adheres to pacifism and is burdened by the responsibilities of a vast institution, making him inherently less dangerous. In contrast, Chen is unrestrained, capable of eliminating anyone he desires. Are you jesting? The president exclaimed anxiously. What ist I am making? Nick Fury replied with a furrowed brow. Being president is exceedingly arduous. What predicament have I encountered? The president lamented. For the sake of our citizens and to avert any losses within the United States, we should refrain from engaging in conflict. Nick Fury offered him a way out. Indeed, it would be unwise to engage in battle. I concur with these stipulations. Although I must discuss them with Congress, the president murmured. Hurry. I fear Chen may lose patience, Nick Fury urged. However, if Congress does not approve, matters could become troublesome. Understood. The president replied solemnly, as it pertains to his very life and livelihood, requiring careful consideration. Shortly thereafter, he summoned the legislators to convene a meeting, and in a moment, Chen's demands were approved. In the early morning, the streets lay enveloped in tranquility. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, yet another day dawned in New York, a sprawling metropolis. Although it was still early, a few workers had begun to step out of their homes, embarking on their daily journeys. At this moment, everything was bathed in the gentle morning light. The trees along the roadside bowed their heads to greet the dawn, and the thoroughfare remained relatively silent. The streets were not yet bustling with pedestrians or vehicles, with only a handful of cars traversing the road. Suddenly, a dark procession appeared in the distance. A convoy of several dozen specially modified bulletproof SUVs escorting a large truck laden with containers, commanding the entire roadway with an imposing presence. Upon reaching the destination, a striking beauty with crimson hair, an angelic visage, and a devilish figure, clad in black leather, approached Chen's residence once more. Creak. Before long, an Asian individual, recently roused from slumber, appeared before her. Ah, is this not the Black Widow from our last encounter? Have you returned because you have taken a liking to this handsome fellow? Chen teased. Chen, you yist. I have come to deliver items on behalf of the president, who has approved your requests and entrusted us at S.H.L.D. to bring them. Located in the truck outside. Why did you not address me as handsome Chen this time, but rather Mr. Chen remarked as he activated his X-ray vision, glancing towards the containers outside. Indeed, he beheld what he expected. Inside lay an astonishing 10 tons of ore. Chen exclaimed in astonishment. With that, he used his telekinesis to lower the container to the ground, leaving Natasha once again in awe of his abilities. Does the beautiful woman wish to fly? With these words, he embraced Natasha and ascended into the air. Flight is a dream cherished by humanity, and Natasha, cradled in Chen's arms, was able to savor this dream. Most women would respond in a certain way, yet Natasha was no ordinary woman. She exhibited no shyness. Previously, she had only encountered a satellite's detection and had not witnessed it firsthand, but now she was witnessing the effortless lifting of a 10-ton block of Edmund alloy, stirring her curiosity about Chen's other abilities. After soaring for a while, they entered the bedroom, where he remarked, My abode now encompasses an expanse equivalent to approximately 200 football fields. Indeed, this was a manifestation of Chen's newly acquired spatial magic, a reward granted by his system for altering the narrative, a dimension that allows for the storage of items. At this moment, a truck conveniently arrived for the transfer. "Are you not going to verify?" Natasha inquired. "No need. They would not dare to deceive me, including SHIELD in the United States," he replied. While Natasha outwardly maintained her composure, internally she harbored concerns, hoping that the U.S. government and SHIELD had not misled Chen. Regardless, they had arrived, so she proposed, "Would you care for a cup of coffee?" "Certainly." Natasha gazed at Chen, intrigued by her surroundings, eager to seize the opportunity to learn more. As for the individuals outside, they could remain there, simply waiting. Regret washed over Natasha. Indeed, they should never have come to partake in Chen's coffee. This was not to say that his coffee was subpar, although the quality was slightly lacking. The brewing process and other aspects were commendable. While others brewed coffee manually, Chen was entirely different. He employed telekinesis. The entire process unfolded without the use of his hands, as the coffee brewed itself and appeared before them, adding milk and sugar according to their preferences. This scene was nothing short of magical, yet it profoundly challenged their worldview, leaving them feeling as though their perceptions were on the verge of collapse. Natasha hastily finished her coffee and departed, fearing that lingering would shatter her entire understanding of reality. In truth, Chen was orchestrating everything with his mental prowess. Whenever he heard a request, he would summon the appropriate item before them. Chapter 12. The Abduction of Stark. After pondering for a moment, Chen resolved to wait for Tony Stark's abduction. His motives were clear. By rescuing Stark, he could alleviate his financial concerns and, most importantly, enlist Stark's assistance in crafting a formidable combat AI robot. Although he possessed the ability to instantly acquire all knowledge, why should he toil alone if someone could lend a hand? All preparations are in place. We merely await the right moment, Chen murmured. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed lay Ross, who had previously suffered severe injuries at Chen's hands, leaving his thigh exposed with deep, ghastly scars. The nerves in his lower body had been irreparably damaged by Chen's laser vision. Ross's gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Had he not been a general of remarkable willpower, an ordinary person would likely have succumbed to madness long ago. After a brief interlude, Ross's expression gradually regained clarity, and he spoke with palpable anger. "If I ever have the opportunity for revenge against Chen, I shall ensure that he experiences my suffering. No, I shall make him suffer tenfold, 100-fold. Then, Ross reflected upon his own dire circumstances. He would likely be confined to a wheelchair, having endured significant losses, and his position was also in jeopardy. Report. A soldier entered, announcing, "General Ross, we have spotted Dr. Banner. We must locate him and obtain his blood to develop the Hulk serum. Only then will there be hope for my lower body." Ross exclaimed with fervor, aware that discussions were already underway about replacing him as a general. The soldier silently listened and then exited the room, leaving Ross deep in thought. 2 days later, as Chen prepared to check on Tony Stark's current activities, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the television broadcast. Stark Industries chairman, Tony Stark, had been kidnapped by terrorists. A wicked smile crept across Chen's lips. "After waiting for so many days, you have finally been abducted. What a feat." Chen utilized his enhanced vision to observe Ethan and a large group of individuals performing surgery on Stark, feeling a sense of satisfaction that the plot was finally unfolding. Regardless of the circumstances, this period in the cave represented a crucial transformation for Tony Stark, a pivotal factor in his evolution into Iron Man, and an essential process he must undergo. Once the moment arrived to rescue him, everything would be perfect. Meanwhile, Stark's internal affairs had begun to destabilize, and the upper echelons of the United States were growing increasingly anxious. As one of America's industrial titans, Stark had deep connections across various sectors, including politics, military, and economics. It was worth noting that Tony's father, Howard, was one of the founders of SHIELD, currently in the SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury was grappling with a headache. The location of Tony's abduction was among the most chaotic regions in the world, rife with complex factions, many of which harbored hostile sentiments towards the United States. even with the most formidable intelligence network at his disposal. Nick Fury perused the information in his hands with a furrowed brow. Damn it. Why does this playboy attract so much trouble? Fury exclaimed in frustration, slamming the documents onto the desk. Ultimately, he made a phone call, instructing Hill to mobilize all available resources to track Tony Stark's whereabouts and monitor all factions in Afghanistan. Remember, all factions. Notify me immediately if there is any news regarding Tony Stark. Yes, Director, came a melodious voice from the other end of the line. On the other side of Stark Industries, at the pinnacle of the building, stood Tony's beloved Pepper Potts. She gazed vacantly at the empty office, lost in her thoughts. Her face was etched with worry and sorrow, clutching a photograph of Tony Stark in her hands. The soldiers tasked with protecting him had all been slain, leaving her in a state of despair, unable to fathom whether Tony was alive or dead. Yet, in the face of such adversity, she could only place her hopes in the hands of the United States, fervently praying to God, if only I could ensure Tony's safe return, I would relinquish anything. Meanwhile, Chen lounged on the sofa, sipping coffee and munching on seeds, reveling in the moment as he observed Tony Stark with his enhanced vision. On another front, the military was tirelessly searching for Bruce Banner, ultimately locating him in a dilapidated slum. However, this time, their intent was not to apprehend him, but rather to acquire his blood. After an extensive pursuit, they finally captured Bruce Banner. Following the last confrontation, the Hulk had not emerged, thanks to Chen's influence. Bruce Banner, feeling a rare sense of comfort, mused, does Ross still hold hope? Does he think me weak? His irritation was palpable. Soldiers approached cautiously, wary of the potential for him to transform into the Hulk and unleash his wrath. We're sent by General Ross, they explained. We only require your blood, and we shall depart. Why would I willingly part with my blood? I hear Ross is now confined to a wheelchair, Bruce Banner scoffed. At that moment, a soldier lunged forward with a knife, slicing into Bruce's arm. Blood immediately oozed from the wound. Damn it, if the Hulk had stayed dormant, you'd all be dead, Bruce exclaimed in fury. As the soldiers prepared to collect his blood, he seized the opportunity to flee. The exertion caused him to bleed profusely, rendering him slightly dizzy. After a while, Bruce regained consciousness and surveyed the carnage around him, pondering if the Hulk had finally surfaced. The wounds on his arm had vanished, and the bodies strewn about suggested he had indeed transformed. It felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Resolved, he began to devise his next steps. Report to the general. We have located Banner and successfully obtained his blood, though we suffered significant casualties among our ranks, one soldier relayed. Is that so? As long as he's found, Ross replied, seemingly indifferent to the loss of life, consumed by his desire to regain his strength and exact revenge. Chen, oblivious to the unfolding events, remained unconcerned. Who could possibly challenge him? In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, marked by the incessant sounds of pounding emanating from the workshop, where sparks flew from the welding machine as it traversed the armor. After more than a month of relentless effort, the duo finally succeeded in creating the first generation of the Mark armor. Of course, Ethan contributed to the external shell, while only Tony possessed the expertise to construct the core components. It was only with the power system that the armor could serve its purpose for escape. At this moment, Tony's sole hope rested upon this metallic suit. Simultaneously, the observer detected anomalies in Tony's activities through surveillance, leading the research team on explosives to overlook the slightest detail. But instead, they discover a robot. Chapter 13. The death of Ethan. Tony Stark felt as though he was enduring the darkest months of his life. But at last, the Mark I was completed. Ethan, watching Tony clad in the Mark I, exclaimed with excitement, "Now we can finally go out." Suddenly, Ethan furrowed his brow and halted his actions. He had heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. Ethan Stark, where have you gone? Come out now." An urgent voice belonging to a terrorist echoed from beyond the door. "We've been discovered. What should we do, Stark?" "They're speaking Hungarian. I can't understand." "Well, neither can I," Ethan replied. He attempted to communicate using the language he had previously practiced with their leader, but it proved futile. The individuals outside seemed impatient, eager to force their way in. After a moment of contemplation, Ethan declared, "We need more time. We must burst through the door." Seeing Ethan's intention to charge outside, Tony immediately intervened. "Ethan, stick to the plan," he shouted anxiously. However, Ethan was undeterred and continued to move toward the exit. Wait, Tony called out even louder. At least put on my suit. Are you suggesting I should die looking good? Ethan chuckled ironically at Tony's insistence. This suit is crafted from advanced nanomaterials, boasting superior ballistic protection compared to a standard bulletproof vest, and it is lighter and thinner, designed to safeguard my body as much as possible. Ethan donned Stark's suit, cast a glance back at Stark, and stepped out of the room. Outside, the frail Dr. Ethan had already seized a firearm left behind by the terrorists and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the enemy. While the energy system's loading progress had only reached 65%. Without the coordination of a control system, Tony found himself trapped within the cumbersome steel armor, utterly immobilized. Anxiously, he fixated on the progress bar on the screen, praying that Ethan would emerge unscathed amidst the onslaught of terrorists. Armed with a rifle, Ethan did not appear as Tony had imagined, helpless and feeble. Originally resolved to sacrifice himself to ensure Tony's escape, Ethan was astonished by his own current state of resilience. In the face of his adversaries, his body seemed to transcend his own control, executing a series of intricate maneuvers to evade the bullets hurled his way. The rifle in his grasp appeared to possess a life of its own, instinctively locking onto its target. A surge of electricity coursed through his trigger finger, and with a resounding crack, a bullet found its mark in the forehead of an enemy before him. However, just as Ethan reveled in his triumph, a bullet struck his calf, eliciting a grimace of pain from him. The kidnappers, perceiving Ethan's injury, quickly encircled him, and in that dire moment, as he braced for his demise, a figure clad in iron armor materialized before him. Stunned and bewildered, Ethan momentarily failed to comprehend the nature of this unexpected apparition. As he grappled with his confusion, a burst of fire erupted, swiftly targeting the terrorists. A plume of flame engulfed one of the assailants, inflicting severe burns upon him. As Stark prepared to press the offensive, he realized that the energy reserves, previously full, had been significantly depleted by the recent attack. With a heavy heart, he glanced at the dwindling energy levels, having just heard Ethan's anguished cry. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned the Mark I armor to rescue Ethan. Disregarding the need to recharge, even if given another chance, Stark would not regret his decision. However, he knew that time was running short with more terrorists advancing towards him and Ethan. Ethan, how did you get out? Have you recharged? Stark inquired. Concern etched on his face. I wish I had, Ethan replied, grimacing through the pain. I told you to wait until your energy was restored. Stark retorted. But if I hadn't come out, you'd be dead. Ethan shot back. I was prepared to sacrifice myself to buy you time. My family perished at their hands, and I sought to join them in death, believing it a worthy end. As Ethan lamented, the terrorists hurled grenades in Stark's direction. Stark instinctively shielded Ethan with his body. The ground erupted with a thunderous explosion, debris and dust filling the air as craters formed around them. In the chaos, fragments of metal and stone scattered in every direction. Just when the terrorists presumed that Stark and Ethan had been obliterated, a formidable suit of iron armor, constructed from thick steel plates, shielded Ethan. The terrorists, who had suffered burns in their previous encounter, now plotted to annihilate this infernal Iron Man with explosives. Meanwhile, Ethan, unable to move swiftly due to his injury, prepared to conceal himself to avoid being a burden to Stark. A terrorist, noticing Ethan's attempt to relocate, stealthily followed him. As the assailants realized their weapons failed to breach Stark's defenses, they mused, if bullets cannot pierce you, and grenades cannot kill you, let's see if explosives can do the trick. In a moment of desperation, a bomb was hurled toward Stark. Observing the imminent danger, Stark had no choice but to utilize the last remnants of energy from his thruster to propel himself into the air, narrowly evading the explosion. As Stark evaded the bomb, a fierce gale swept through the area engulfed by the blast, scattering the dust and creating deep craters in its wake. The terrifying shockwave was potent enough to render an individual unconscious instantly, even encased in his robust armor. Stark felt his insides churn violently as he escaped the heart of the explosion. Meanwhile, Ethan, enduring pain, picked up his rifle and concealed himself behind a rock. The terrorist, moving cautiously toward Ethan's position, feared that Stark might discover him. Leaning against the rock, Ethan, feeling the tension from the recent explosion, murmured to himself, "Is Stark all right?" The terrorist, observing Ethan unaware, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Upon hearing the sound, Ethan aimed his rifle in the direction of the noise. But upon scanning the surroundings and finding no enemy, he lowered his weapon, pondering whether his significant blood loss was causing him to hallucinate. Before Ethan could spiral into further thoughts, the terrorist, wielding a remarkably sharp dagger, advanced step by step towards Ethan. Chapter 14. Stark is doomed in recent days. Chen occasionally employed his enhanced vision to observe Stark and Ethan, contemplating whether his presence was required. He also monitored for any significant movements from S.H.I.E.L.D. During moments of boredom, he found solace in glimpsing beautiful women through his X-ray vision. Watching Stark's tumultuous state and the approaching doom for Ethan, Chen sensed that the moment was drawing near. Stark's insides were tumultuously shaken, but fortunately, due to the brief flight provided by the Mark I armor, he distanced himself from the explosion's epicenter. Otherwise, even within the armor, he could have been killed by the shockwave. Struggling against discomfort, Stark suddenly recalled Ethan. In his frantic attempt to evade the bomb, he had neglected to check on Ethan and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Ignoring his own physical distress, he hurriedly sought out Ethan. The terrorist, indifferent to Stark's plight, seethed with rage at the sight of Stark seemingly unscathed, barking orders to his subordinates. How dare you disregard me? Bring me a tank. Unbeknownst to Stark, even if he were aware, escape seemed unlikely. His sole focus was on locating Ethan, prompting him to head toward the area where the explosion had occurred. As Ethan prayed for Stark's safety, hoping for a chance to escape unharmed, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a dagger plunged toward his heart. In that fleeting moment of impact, Ethan grasped the blade tightly, his hand being sliced by the razor-sharp edge, leaving a trail of crimson blood. Damn it! Ethan erupted with a vehement curse, rising to his feet while clutching a dagger. And, despite the pain, he delivered a kick aimed at his assailant's abdomen. Yet, the frail Ethan stood no chance against the formidable terrorist. The assailant seized Ethan's wounded leg with his other hand, applying excruciating pressure to the gunshot wound, causing a deluge of blood to spill forth, eliciting a piercing scream from Ethan. Damn it, just kill me already. The terrorist, though unable to comprehend Ethan's incoherent ramblings, recognized the venom in his tone and tightened his grip on the injury. You're running and screaming. The terrorist cackled maniacally. Ethan's face paled as he grappled with unbearable agony, and in that moment, a reckless notion sparked in his mind. He felt for the rifle behind him and, upon grasping it, plunged the dagger into his own chest with fierce determination, while his other hand struggled to aim the rifle. The terrorist paused, momentarily taken aback by Ethan's desperate act. Yet before Ethan could pull the trigger, another terrorist swiftly stomped down on his hand, preventing him from reaching for the weapon. Ah! Ethan cried out in anguish. He felt as if he were enduring the darkest hour of his life, questioning the fate of Stark. Had he managed to escape? Ethan let out another anguished scream, his gaze drifting to the terrorist, whose malevolent grin spoke volumes, even if the words eluded comprehension. Just as the terrorist prepared to extract the dagger from Ethan's chest, a voice broke through the chaos. You bastard! Stop right there! Stark shouted furiously, sprinting towards Ethan in his Mark I suit. The terrorist, instead of retreating, quickened his pace, gripping the dagger's hilt and yanking it out with force. The instant the blade was withdrawn, Ethan coughed up a copious amount of blood, his eyes fixated on Stark, yearning to utter something. But blood flowed from his mouth like a torrent. The terrorist, indifferent to Ethan's plight, thrust the dagger deeply into Ethan's heart. Stark arrived at Ethan's side, witnessing the lifeless gaze and the gruesome state of his friend. I will kill you. Stark roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. The terrorist, recalling the indomitable Iron Man that had thwarted him in battle, resolved to flee. Perceiving the assailant's intent to escape, Stark declared, Do you truly believe you can get away? With that, he unleashed a colossal fist towards the terrorist's face. The assailant narrowly evaded the blow, rolling to the side. Stark swung again, but the cumbersome Mark I suit struggled to connect with the agile terrorist. Stark contemplated deploying the flamethrower, yet Ethan's body lay perilously close, knowing that such an action would reduce his friend to ashes. Just as Stark found himself in a predicament, a sudden rumble echoed from afar. Turning his gaze, he beheld a tank advancing in his direction. Damn it, even a tank has arrived. Stark furrowed his brow and exclaimed. The terrorists, witnessing Stark's stunned expression, hastily retreated. Upon glancing back, Stark noted that the terrorists who had once been beside him had vanished. Just as he contemplated pursuing them, he realized the tank was now almost upon him, compelling him to abandon the chase. After all, Ethan's lifeless body remained nearby, and the distance of his flamethrower was insufficient. Alas, Ethan, to die without avenging you. If only I had arrived sooner, you might have survived. It's all my fault. Stark lamented, tears streaming down his face, consumed by regret for not being faster. The terrorist had retreated to the rear of the tank, which stood like an indomitable mobile fortress. Each movement of its treads emitted a creaking sound. Stark soon found the tank looming before him, and he observed as its leader descended, speaking indistinctly to him. However, Stark had no interest in their words. His sole desire was to avenge Ethan. A jet of fire erupted from the flamethrower, hurtling towards the terrorists sheltered behind the tank. Yet, the formidable M1 Abrams main battle tank effortlessly shielded them from the onslaught of flames. Noticing Stark's tenacity, the terrorists communicated through their radio, prompting the tank to reposition itself, not moving forward or backward, but rather adjusting its cannon's aim. With energy reserves dwindling, Stark prepared himself for the inevitable, lamenting the fate of his beloved Pepper should he perish. Just then, as the tank completed its adjustment, a deafening boom reverberated. A shell hurtled towards Stark at breakneck speed, leaving him no time to evade. When the projectile was scarcely a meter away, an unexpected figure appeared in the sky, casually grasping the shell and remarking with a smile, "Isn't it a bit unfair to have so many against one?" Chapter 15. The dazzling entrance of M.O. Chen. Meanwhile, M.O. Chen, engrossed in a television show and sipping on bubble tea while using telekinesis to tidy up, suddenly recalled that he had not checked on Stark and his companions in quite some time. Concerned about their well-being, he quickly employed his supervision to gaze towards Stark and Ethan, who were far away in the Middle East. Upon witnessing Ethan's lifeless form and the impending shell aimed at Stark, panic surged within him. How could so much have transpired in such a brief moment? In a blink of an eye, Imo-chan traversed beyond the speed of light, appearing before Stark and effortlessly grasping the tank shell that lay within arm's reach. The subsequent events unfolded swiftly. Numerous terrorists and Stark gazed in astonishment at the figure hovering in mid-air, nonchalantly holding the shell. The terrorists collectively swallowed hard. Was this a deity? No, he was a monster. No mortal could soar through the sky while grasping a tank shell. One of the terrorists, the very one who had slain Ethan, exclaimed in horror. Stark, observing the formidable M.O. Chen, silently contemplated. If only he possessed such immense power, Ethan would still be alive. Meanwhile, M.O. Chen reflected. Had it not been for his astonishing speed, the situation could have turned dire. Fortunately, Stark remained unharmed. For M.O. Chen's extraordinary intellect allowed him to instantly comprehend the terrorist language through their conversation and grasp the unfolding events. Such was the terror of the Silver Superman. With a thought, M.O. Chen casually hurled the shell towards the tank's direction, and it swiftly struck above the tank. A resounding explosion echoed through the air, sending the surrounding terrorists sprawling to the ground. The shockwave shattered the insides of some, leaving others disheveled and dazed. The tank was propelled several meters back. Emitting ominous black smoke, its tracks severed. The disheveled terrorists gradually rose, their hearts pounding with anger at the sight of their damaged tank. A costly acquisition that had barely seen use. They vowed to find a way to eliminate this monster. Yet, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for uttering them could spell their doom. "Who are you? Are you here to rescue me?" Stark asked, puzzled. "You may call me Imo-chan. You guessed correctly. I am indeed here to save you." Imo-chan replied casually, regarding Stark. "Why would you come to my aid? I don't know anyone as powerful as you. And why didn't you arrive sooner?" Stark exclaimed, his voice rising towards the end. Imo-chan pondered Stark's words for a moment before responding. "I came to save you because I require your assistance. As for my tardiness, did I not just rescue you? Your friend did not survive until my arrival. Can you truly blame me for that? At the very least, I can help you exact vengeance on the one who killed your friend. How does that sound?" Imo-chan silently mused that had he been vigilant throughout, he might have saved Ethan, preventing his demise. Stark, suddenly animated, replied, "I apologize. I was overwhelmed by my friend's death." "Is what you said true? Can you truly help me eliminate the scoundrel who killed Ethan? If you can help me avenge him, I will grant you any request." Imo-chan reflected inwardly. It appeared that Ethan's death had transformed Stark, or he would not so readily utter such words. "Rest assured, I speak with utmost sincerity," Imo-chan remarked with a smile. Stark shook his head, indicating, "No, I meant they have many more people. If it's just you." Before he could finish, Chen interrupted, asserting, "My abilities extend far beyond this. These numbers are insignificant. Not only can I obliterate mere mortals, but I could also annihilate entire planets with ease." Listening to Chen's declaration, Stark observed him closely and sensed a lack of deceit in his demeanor. However, the notion of effortlessly destroying a planet seemed far-fetched, leading him to conclude that Chen was exaggerating. Yet, in an effort to bolster his confidence, he replied, "Well, do take care." Recognizing Stark's dismissive tone, Chen understood that Stark harbored doubts about his claims. After all, who would believe that one could casually obliterate a planet? Meanwhile, the terrorists had armed themselves with rocket launchers, machine guns, grenades, and rifles, intending to eliminate whom they deemed a monster. Observing Stark's readiness and the terrorists' preparations, Chen burst into laughter, recalling how General Ross had previously wielded these very weapons. The absurdity of their reliance on such arms struck him. They had not even considered using chemical or nuclear weapons, he mused silently. The terrorists, perceiving Chen's laughter as mockery, yelled in fury, "Prepare fire!" Stark, witnessing the multitude of machine guns and rocket launchers, couldn't suppress his anxiety. Can he truly withstand such heavy artillery? Unbeknownst to Stark, Chen was solely focused on enjoying a good display of his powers, as it had been quite some time since he had engaged in such activities. As bullets and rockets surged towards him, Chen merely exhaled gently. In an instant, the oncoming projectiles veered back towards the terrorists. Stark, rendered speechless by the spectacle, observed as countless rockets and bullets that had been aimed at Chen suddenly altered their course, seemingly directed by his slightest motion. A gust of wind brushed past Stark's face as he witnessed the chaos unfold. The terrorists, now faced with their own weaponry, fled in a frenzy. Within moments, many lay fallen, either grievously injured or lifeless, as the explosions raged on, leaving numerous terrorists obliterated beyond recognition. A monster. He is indeed a monster. How could the projectiles that were meant for him turn upon us? One of them stammered in disbelief. As he watched the terrorists falter, Chen felt a sense of incredulity. With such a lack of composure, how could they dare to be terrorists? He then turned his gaze towards the astonished Stark within Mark Eye, feeling a sense of satisfaction that his formidable image had been firmly etched in their minds. As Stark was about to speak, he turned and spotted the almost entirely escaped terrorist. But there lay the very terrorist who had slain Ethan, hidden beneath a pile of corpses, covering himself with the dead as though he were one of them, desperate to avoid detection. "Do not find me, do not find me, I am a corpse," the terrorist silently chanted in his mind. In truth, Chen had already seen him moments earlier, expecting some sort of action from him. Instead, he chose to feign death. Stark, his voice choked with emotion, said, "Mr. Chen, could you bring him to me? I wish to avenge Ethan myself. Leave it to me. I will fulfill my promise to you." Chapter 16. Revenge. Chen spoke slowly, then took to the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was before the terrorist concealed beneath the bodies. "Hey, aren't you coming out? Are you waiting for me to call you?" Chen quipped. "Honestly, don't you feel uncomfortable? With so many corpses atop you, how can you endure it?" The terrorist, already aware of Chen's presence since his arrival, thought, "Damn, how'd he know I was here? Should I come out? What if he hasn't noticed me and is merely trying to lure me out?" As his mind raced with confusion, he suddenly felt a weight lift from his body, and a hand reached toward him. Snapping back to reality, the terrorist found himself grasped firmly by Chen. Gazing at the bewildered and unresponsive terrorist, Chen admonished, "Is this how a terrorist behaves? You hardly resemble one. It feels as though I'm bullying an ordinary person. Do you realize that?" The terrorist managed to retort weakly, "I am a terrorist. I have killed." He glanced at the lifeless Ethan. In fact, Stark was not far away, just as the terrorist spoke and turned his gaze toward Ethan's corpse. Stark happened to witness his movement. Seeing Stark's intense gaze fixated on him, Chen ceased his teasing and hurled the terrorist toward Stark. "Ah!" the terrorist shouted in surprise, only to find Stark catching him effortlessly. "Now you cannot escape. Prepare to meet your end," Stark declared in a low voice. Clad in Mark Eye, Stark tightened his grip around the terrorist's throat. Observing the terrorist's desperate struggles, Stark coldly remarked, "Rest assured, I will not grant you a swift death." With that, Stark planted a foot on the terrorist's chest. Ah! A spray of blood erupted forth as the terrorist felt an unbearable weight upon his chest. Yearning to act, but rendered powerless, Chen observing the pitiful state of the terrorist, reflected with a hint of exasperation. I truly am too kind. When have I ever reduced someone to such a state? Indeed, Chen had never resorted to such brutality. He merely obliterated his foes and rendered General Ross a cripple. Stark unleashed blow after blow upon the terrorists, muttering, "This round of punches is for Ethan. This strike is for Ethan's family." Observing the terrorist, whose breaths came shallow and labored, Chen recognized that death loomed near. Just as he presumed, Stark's fury was about to conclude. He intended to seek out other surviving terrorists to avenge someone. Suddenly, a serpent of fire erupted, illuminating the ground as it surged toward the near-death bandit. The terrorist, unable even to utter a sound, was engulfed by the immense blaze. "Ethan, I have avenged you," Stark choked out, his voice thick with emotion. "Goodness, this fellow left no remains," Chen thought, gazing at the spot where the flames dissipated, revealing only dried blood as testament to a corpse that once lay there. Observing Stark approach Ethan's body, Chen decided to allow Stark a moment to gather himself while he sought out the remaining terrorists to prevent them from causing further harm. Soaring through the air, Chen utilized his superhuman vision and hearing to locate the fleeing terrorists. To his surprise, he discovered that the terrorists had not fled at all. They believed that, given Chen's ability to fly, attempting to escape would only lead to swift capture. So what was their strategy? Naturally, the most perilous location was perceived as the safest haven. 1, 2, 3, 4 report. "Boss, we still have 11 brothers down here and they are injured." The leader of the terrorists took a deep breath and reassured, "Do not fear. He has no idea we remain here. He must think we have long since fled to another location." Though he appeared calm, this terrorist was inwardly a bundle of nerves. Uncertain if Chen possessed additional abilities that could spell their doom. He could only pray that Chen lacked the capacity to locate them. Before he could complete his thoughts, Chen was already hovering above them, greeting them with a cheerful, "Hello. Long time no see. I have missed you. Who misses you? We would rather not see you at all." These sentiments remained unspoken, for at least keeping them to themselves might afford them a little more time to live. "Wouldn't it? What brings you to seek us out?" the terrorist leader asked, trembling slightly. "Do I have a matter to discuss?" "Indeed, I do. It all depends on your cooperation," Chen replied with a mischievous grin. "Of course, whatever you need, we will certainly cooperate." The terrorist forced a smile, responding in a hushed tone. After a moment of contemplation, Chen suddenly declared, "Then I propose you engage in mutual combat until a victor emerges. The last one standing shall be granted the privilege to live." The cacophony of sounds erupted around them. "This is outrageous. Is this not bullying? Indeed, we shall not heed your words. Does that imply that only one can survive?" The dissenting voices grew more numerous. Chen deftly shifted the conversation. "No worries. I am not coercing you. If you prefer not to engage in a brawl among yourselves, you can certainly confront me together. Alternatively, one of you may challenge me to a duel, and if victorious, you may depart. How does that sound? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Hence, there is no need to fight amongst your comrades. Am I not benevolent?" The leader of the terrorists was fuming, yet powerless. For who could contend with a monstrous Chen? Should we not confront him? One of the terrorists exclaimed in anger. "By all means, go ahead," the leader replied mockingly. Deep down, they all understood they lacked the qualification to engage in discourse with Chen. After all, they would meet their demise before even laying a finger on him. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. A terrorist, fully strapped with explosives, had seized the opportunity while Chen was engaged in conversation, hastily adorning himself with bombs. Now was the time for vengeance. "Ha! Did you not see this coming?" He lunged toward Chen, while the other terrorists watched with eager anticipation, hoping to witness Chen's demise. But who could have anticipated? Just as he was about to pounce, Chen merely reached out with a casual grasp, rendering the terrorist, who had been gleeful like a child, utterly dumbfounded. He had been caught. His expression shifted from one of profound despair to sudden exhilaration, as if his long-lost mother had returned to life. The onlookers observed his expressions, fluctuating between grief and elation, perhaps pondering whether he had lost his mind due to being captured. Chapter 17. The Brawl Game in Truth. He was acutely aware that his emotional roller coaster was not merely due to his capture. It stemmed from the realization that he had not yet exacted his revenge before facing death. What was he to do? But then again, he thought, That was not quite right. He was meant to leap upon Mo Chen and pull the pin to perish together. Now, with Mo Chen grasping him and yet to end his life, and with such proximity, was this not the perfect opportunity to ignite the bomb? Thus unfolded the earlier scene, as he hastily reached into his attire, fumbling for the pin's location. After a frantic search, he finally located it and erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha, meet your demise. He pulled a pin, and as 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and after an agonizing 20 seconds without an explosion, Mo Chen finally spoke. Is your bomb expired? You ought to put in a bit more effort when attempting to detonate someone. The terrorist, too, began to wonder if perhaps it had indeed expired. Why has there been such a prolonged silence? Just as Mo Chen contemplated releasing him to seek out a more suitable bomb, the terrorist spoke up. Apologies. I forgot to disengage the safety. What a joke. You're nothing but a fool. No, even a pig possesses more intelligence than you. The air was thick with insults. Enough, Mo Chen exclaimed loudly. You have no right to insult him. At least he possesses the courage to wield explosives against me. A bravery that none of you can claim. It's quite all right. Just disengage the safety and pull again. I shall grant you this opportunity, Mo Chen said kindly. Moved, the terrorist fumbled with the safety, and then there was a sharp sound. Ding! The safety was released. However, Mo Chen hesitated as he observed the terrorist's hand grasping the pull ring. He seized the hand and yanked it forcefully. Damn, I'm going to die. As he watched the struggling terrorist attempt to shed the bomb, Mo Chen embraced him and declared, Let them see that you are far braver than they are. No sooner had Mo Chen finished speaking than a blinding light engulfed their vision, followed by the thunderous roar of an explosion. The other terrorists scrambled for cover. As flames instantaneously enveloped the entire base, a vast cloud of smoke shrouding it, while the terrifying heat rendered it impossible to approach. That person must also be insane, insisting that someone else activate the bomb. He will likely perish now, but fortunately we have been saved. Many terrorists remarked in awe. Only the leader of the terrorists murmured to himself, This person is either mad or possesses some assurance against the blast. After all, he is utterly extraordinary, able to fly, and somehow curve bullets and rocket fire to strike us. A few more abilities would not be surprising. Yet, he is clearly inexperienced. Who would have anticipated that Mo Chen could extinguish stars or obliterate the solar system with a mere sneeze? As the smoke dissipated, Mo Chen emerged unscathed before their eyes. Even his clothing remained intact. Turning to the terrorist, he discovered a grotesque scene. The man was reduced to a bloody pulp, his innards expelled, leaving no semblance of humanity. Ugh! The sounds of retching filled the air. Are you terrorists so weak that you cannot even bear this? Mo Chen taunted. In truth, they had witnessed such horrors before. But this explosion was beyond comprehension. Because Mo Chen had cradled him in his arms, the shockwave of the blast had impacted him alone, while Mo Chen, impervious to the cosmic explosion and the core of the sun, emerged without injury. All right then, shall we play? Ahem, can we commence the contest? Mo Chen rephrased. Did you just mention playing a game? Surely you must have said that. Yet they could only question Mo Chen in their minds. Since there are no objections, let the brawl begin, Mo Chen said with excitement. Before anyone else could react, the leader of the terrorists swiftly struck a hesitant member with a powerful punch. A sudden wave of pain shot through the member's face as he realized that his leader had disregarded past camaraderie to strike him. Clenching his fist, he swung at the leader's face, but the latter deftly dodged by tilting his head to the right. Infuriated, he resolved to teach the leader a lesson with his handgun. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, a laser beam suddenly shot through the air, leaving a gaping hole in the center of his brow. The other terrorists, who had been engaged in a brawl just moments before, halted their actions, eyes wide with shock at the sight of Mo Chen, whose eyes glimmered with power. Continue. Do not mind me. He merely violated the rules. I have stated before, only fists are permitted, no other means are allowed. Though some might have wished to intervene, they found themselves powerless to do so, as others pondered how to survive. The leader of the terrorists contemplated Mo Chen's 2 additional abilities, formidable defense and the ability to emit laser beams from his eyes. I can only hope that if I emerge as the victor, he will honor his promise, the leader silently prayed. With that thought, he joined the fray, and Mo Chen, witnessing the flurry of punches exchanged, felt a surge of exhilaration. Stark, oblivious to Mo Chen's departure, made his way directly to Ethan's lifeless body. He appeared to wish to say something, his mouth moving slightly, yet no words escaped his lips. Silently, Stark lifted Ethan's body and carried it to a flatter area, setting him down gently as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Spotting a jeep, he approached it, and just as it seemed he was about to act, he suddenly reached for the vehicle's door and yanked it open with such force that, thanks to the prowess of Mark I, the door was effortlessly torn away. Stark did not pause. Instead, he shaped the door into a makeshift shovel and began to dig at several spots. Mo Chen observed the battlefield, now reduced to only two combatants, the leader and a less conspicuous terrorist. Both were formidable fighters, though the leader excelled at evasion while his opponent could withstand significant blows. The two remained locked in combat, but as time wore on, fatigue began to take its toll. A momentary lapse in the leader's defense resulted in a punch landing squarely on the side of his neck, causing him to collapse unconscious to the ground. "Huh, I have won. Now you can let me go," the triumphant terrorist declared with a boastful tone. Mo Chen smirked, replying, "Very well, I shall let you leave. You may even join my fan group." Chapter 18. Shares of Stark Industries. Just after taking a couple of steps, Mo Chen gently squeezed his hand, which was tucked in his pocket, unleashing a powerful telekinetic force that obliterated the terrorist's liver. As the terrorist was about to exit the base, he suddenly halted, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his body. Dismissing it, he hurriedly dashed outside. Unbeknownst to him, his liver had been crushed by Mo Chen, who maintained a facade of normalcy through telekinesis. Shortly after escaping the base, while he was searching for a vehicle, he suddenly coughed up a copious amount of blood. "What is happening to me?" he gasped, but before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, oblivious to the cause of his demise. Mo Chen glanced back at the unconscious terrorist, harboring no intentions of mercy. After all, they were not innocent souls, and he felt no remorse in taking their lives. A flicker of thought crossed Mo Chen's mind as he extended his hand toward the fallen figure. With a gentle grip, he ensured that, while the surface appeared tranquil, the terrorist's heart had already been obliterated. "It is time to return," Mo Chen contemplated. Meanwhile, Stark had exerted tremendous effort to dig a sufficiently deep grave for Ethan. With no time to rest, he gently placed Ethan's lifeless body into the grave he had prepared. "Ethan, I have avenged you. You may now rest in peace," Stark murmured, filling the grave with soil and inscribing the words "Ethan's tomb" upon the ground. It was time to go back. Just as Mo Chen was about to speak, he noticed that he was now alone, with only Stark feeling the chill of the breeze. As Stark assumed Mo Chen had departed, a sudden sound of sonic booms echoed from the sky. Stark looked up to see Mo Chen approaching at an incredible speed. Before Stark could process the scene, Mo Chen stood before him. "Where have you been? I thought you left," Stark pondered aloud. Observing Stark's sorrowful demeanor, Mo Chen refrained from jesting and stated plainly, "I merely dealt with the remaining terrorists." Stark was taken aback, having not anticipated that Mo Chen was a person devoted to justice. "Is everything settled? Should I wait for you?" Stark inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "How shall we return?" Stark asked curiously. Suddenly, before he could gather his thoughts, he felt Mo Chen grasping his Mark I suit and swiftly ascending into the sky. Just as he was about to question how long it would take to reach home, a voice rang out, "Tony, you've finally returned. I thought you would never come back," followed by tears. It turned out that while Stark was asking, Mo Chen had already returned, having considered Stark's feelings. Otherwise, his speed might have shattered the temporal barrier. Pepper Potts had been profoundly worried about Tony, fearing for his safety, and found herself unable to sleep soundly day and night. Now, upon seeing that Tony was unharmed, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Stark removed the Mark I armor, contemplating improvements, particularly regarding his offensive capabilities. Otherwise, Ethan would not have met his demise. "Mr. Mo Chen, would you like to stay at my home? I intend to recuperate, as I've been mentally exhausted these past few days," Stark stated wearily. What a perfect opportunity to tour the residence of a wealthy heir. Mo Chen jested. "This time, it seems I, too, may not survive as a wealthy heir. Feel free to make any requests. Didn't you mention needing my assistance?" Stark expressed his gratitude. "Indeed, Mr. Mo Chen, you saved our Tony. Please do not hesitate to ask for anything, and Tony and I will assist as long as we can," Pepper said, her eyes filled with appreciation. "Rest assured, I shall not be modest," Mo Chen replied affirmatively. Report. Director, Stark has just returned, an agent announced. He was brought back by Chen, I presume? Nick Fury speculated. Yes, replied an agent. Good. Keep a close watch on Mr. Chen's movements, and report any issues to me promptly, Nick Fury instructed quietly. Beyond the Earth's atmosphere, a figure that bore no resemblance to a human floated in the vastness of space, its countenance twisted and its tall frame marred by a significant indentation, clearly having sustained grave injuries in life. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and the towering, grotesque corpse vanished from cosmos. Chen remained oblivious to these occurrences, and even if he were aware, he would be unfazed. With his formidable powers, fear would be an alien concept to him. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Residing in Stark's home during this time, Chen found the decor quite splendid. Previously accustomed to villas and sports cars, he now pondered deeply. The pure adamantium alloy, the Sentinel, and the SHIELD. Research findings have all been received. What do you intend to do, Chen? If possible, assist me in developing a highly advanced, multifunctional intelligent robot. Designed according to the specifications I provide, Stark hesitated before speaking. Relying solely on myself and ARVIS for research and analysis would be quite challenging, and such confidential matters cannot involve external assistance. Even achieving preliminary results would likely take decades. Chen contemplated Stark's words for a moment before responding. No worries. There is no time constraint, and I am not in a rush. However, I must entrust this task to you. Stark felt a twinge of guilt towards Chen, who had saved him while he had yet to offer substantial help in return. Before Chen could speak again, Stark continued, I will grant you a 20 stake in Stark Industries. How's that sound? Though Chen appeared nonchalant on the surface, he was inwardly astonished. A 20 stake in Stark Industries was worth approximately $200 billion. Even in the past, I have never been this affluent. Now, I find myself among the wealthiest individuals. Indeed, I shall graciously accept this fortune. If you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. Chen spoke softly to Stark. Both parties chose not to elaborate further, yet their gazes conveyed an unspoken understanding of their intentions. After a moment, Chen turned to Stark and said, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Before Stark could respond, Chen had already vanished from sight. Watching Chen depart, Stark merely wished to convey, you are now a shareholder of Stark Industries and should come by. But Chen had already made his exit. Chen gazed longingly at his home, which he had not returned to for some time. He felt a yearning and resolved to embark on a journey, to explore the world before making further plans. After all, if he remained perpetually busy, how was that different from working? Chapter 19. The Master of Illusions. Jason Chen had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, contemplating his next destination. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He would seek out Colonel Stark. Why this choice? You may wonder. It was because Chen felt a profound solitude in living alone. Of course, this was not due to any affection for Colonel Stark. Rather, it was because of a striking subordinate of his named Yuriko, who possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, a skeletal structure of adamantium, extendable adamantium claws, as well as extraordinary strength, speed, agility, endurance, and reflexes. She was adept in Japanese jiu-jitsu and various martial arts techniques, a top-tier pilot, and fluent in both Japanese and English, a veritable multi-talented assassin. Should she master the culinary arts, she would be the epitome of an ideal maid and bodyguard. Chen's intention in seeking out Stark was to request Yuriko's services as his maid. Being well-versed in the storyline, Chen was aware of Stark's general whereabouts due to a clandestine military base where Colonel Stark had conducted a highly secretive experimental program focused on mutant research and the development of X-weapons. At one point, a complication arose when Wolverine, who had been trained as an X-weapon, overheard plans to erase his memory and control him, prompting his escape. Subsequently, the facility was temporarily abandoned, leaving Colonel Stark in a state of confusion. Later, upon witnessing the formidable outcomes of the experiments, particularly with Wolverine and another loquacious individual, the military approached the bewildered Stark and urged him to reactivate the facility. To prevent previous incidents, the military constructed an underground base beneath it, equipped with far superior technology, effectively eliminating the possibility of another escape by the war machine. a veritable fortress. Yet, alas, even the sturdiest of fortifications can be breached. Boom! A figure plunged from the sky, its speed akin to that of a missile, creating a crater reminiscent of an explosion. In an instant, boom! With a resounding crash, a massive pit formed in the ground, sending shockwaves that seemed to ripple through everything around it, creating a fierce fissure as if threatening to shatter the very air. Remarkably, the figure responsible for this chaos remained unscathed. Standing within the depths of the pit, he gazed upon a formidable and imposing iron door. As Chen curled his fingers and gently tugged, a sharp sound of metal distorting echoed through the air, and the steel gate was effortlessly wrenched open, revealing an entrance wide enough for two to pass through. Upon stepping inside, he encountered a figure twisted and confined to a wheelchair. The illusion master, Jason. This was a powerful mutant under the control of Colonel Strike, specializing in illusions, capable of manipulating a person's senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, leading them into an inescapable trance of delusion. Before Chen could utter a word, Jason, realizing the extraordinary nature of Chen after witnessing him effortlessly part the colossal door, unleashed his most potent attack, channeling all his strength to conjure a realm filled with formidable illusions. Yet, Chen merely stared at Jason with a bewildered expression, completely unharmed while Jason was drenched in sweat. Is this truly your strongest attack? If so, prepare to meet your demise. A glint of murderous intent began to flicker in Chen's eyes. Fearful for his life, Jason intensified the power of his illusions, attempting to invade Chen's mind. However, Chen willingly allowed him entry, curious to discover the extent of Jason's formidable realm. But just as Jason began to penetrate Chen's consciousness, he suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes glazing over and blood streaming from his nose, leaving Chen in a state of confusion. "Don't you dare play the victim," Chen exclaimed. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he examined Jason's internal condition, discovering that the neural pathways of his brain had been irrevocably damaged. Even rescue would render him a mere shell of a person. Confronted with the pitiful state of Jason, Chen resolved to act mercifully, preparing to grant him a swift end to spare him future suffering. With that, he unleashed a beam of thermal vision towards Jason. With a resounding thud, a mass of flesh erupted, painting the ground in a gruesome display of red and white. Just as Chen was poised to continue his actions, a chime resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a chance for a world lottery. Rejoice, for you have yet another opportunity to draw." A voice continued. "To prevent any misconceptions about additional benefits accompanying this congratulations, I must clarify that there are none." Silence. "You've completely ruined my good mood regarding the lottery," Chen retorted, albeit secretly pleased. "Do you wish to utilize this lottery opportunity now?" "Not at the moment. My little maid hasn't arrived yet. I lack the inclination for a lottery." The sound of countless footsteps grew ever closer, the noise intensifying. Fortunately, the corridor ahead was not long, and soon, a dozen figures emerged like a swarm. "Open fire." A voice suddenly rang out, prompting everyone to simultaneously pull the triggers of their rifles, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards Chen. The projectiles rained upon him like a deluge, yet he emerged unscathed, the only sound accompanying him being the metallic clinks of the bullets ricocheting off his body. Initially, they assumed that Chen was clad in armor akin to that of Tony Stark, but as he approached, it became evident that he bore no such protection. Instead, he relied solely on the fortitude of his flesh to withstand their assault. Having worked in the base for a considerable time, they had encountered numerous formidable mutants and were relatively unfazed by the spectacle before them, quickly regaining their composure. Mutants ought to confront mutants. Thus, two distinctly shaped mutants stepped forth. As Chen regarded these peculiar beings, one of them abruptly launched an attack. A glob of pale green liquid was expelled by one mutant, and Chen deftly sidestepped it with a mere tilt of his head. The liquid, evidently corrosive, possibly venomous, posed no threat to him. However, he chose to evade it, finding it utterly repulsive, akin to thick phlegm. The other mutant resembled a frog, its tongue extending to great lengths, capable of ensnaring its prey. Before its tongue could ensnare Chen, he swiftly grasped it, yanking the creature toward him. Not wishing for it to make contact, he spun in circles, leveraging his immense strength to whirl the mutant like a whirlwind. After an uncertain number of revolutions, Chen released his grip, sending the creature hurtling backward, crashing into the mutant that had spewed the noxious fluid. Chapter 20. The unfortunate Frogman and Yoko as the two mutants collided. The frog mutant merely felt a slight dizziness and mild discomfort, whereas the one who had expelled the liquid fared far worse. Blood streamed from its mouth and nose, and as it struggled for breath, Chen observed its dire state with a sense of pity. This mutant was scarcely a level 1 or 2, and merely glancing at Chen had sealed its misfortune. Perhaps it would have been better off dead. In that moment, Chen's previously dark pupils began to glow, emitting a searing laser that illuminated the entire base with blinding intensity. The air shimmered as it was scorched by the intense beam, warping with the heat. The frog mutant, slowly regaining its footing, gazed at its vaporized companion as if it had never existed, its fighting spirit extinguished. Finding the scene rather tiresome, Chen remarked, "What a waste. Should you not be contemplating your vengeance?" The eyes of the Toad Man suddenly fixed upon Chen, and just as Chen believed his words were having an effect, the creature appeared ready to exact vengeance. Suddenly, the Toad Man dashed towards Chen with great speed. And just as Chen was brimming with excitement to prepare for battle, the Toad Man unexpectedly knelt down, flicking his long tongue and weeping, "Brother, please don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old sister and a 10-year-old mother. Spare me." Chen's lips twitched in disbelief as he jestingly replied, "An 80-year-old sister? She must be ancient and older than you. Your mother had you at 10? Where did you find this 80-year-old sister? Clearly, you are trying to deceive me. Prepare to meet your end, brother." "No, I'm in a 10-year-old sister and an 80-year-old mother." The Toad Man trembled as he spoke. "How remarkable. Your mother, at 70, could still bear a sister for you. Such strong genes indeed." Chen retorted impatiently. "Stop your nonsense. Even your excuses are poorly crafted. Prepare to die." With that, Chen swung his fist towards the Toad Man, who had not yet grasped the situation, and with a single punch, he was obliterated. As the soldiers surveyed the ground littered with flesh, despite having witnessed various gruesome events, including the recent vaporization of a liquid man by Chen's laser eyes, they now perceived him as an invincible monster, a true demon. Suppressing their nausea, the soldiers were about to report to Strick when Chen moved like the wind, flashing behind each soldier, raining down punches upon them. Some attempted to evade, but were caught off guard and met a similar fate, while the remaining few faced their doom. "Do not worry. I shall come to find you shortly." After slaying all the soldiers before him, Chen suddenly looked up at a camera and spoke. On the other side of the camera, Strick sat in the control room, his eyes glued to the screen. Upon hearing Chen's words, Strick was clearly alarmed, not merely by the threat, but by Chen's reckless disregard for consequences. Strick shivered at the thought, gazing at the screen depicting Chen standing amidst a sea of carnage. He felt as though he were witnessing the emergence of a demon, and terror gripped him. Why was Chen coming for him? Suddenly, Strick sprang to his feet and declared, "No, I cannot perish. I will not sit idly by." He hurriedly instructed his female subordinate, Yahiko, stop him, and rushed away. He resolved to find a hiding place. If Yahiko could contend with Chen, he would emerge. But if she faltered, he would choose to flee. Strick, desperate for survival, abandoned his most prized creation, Yahiko, even if it was merely to buy himself a moment's delay. Strick had always regarded Yahiko as a mere tool, devoid of any emotional attachment, as long as she could assist him in a critical moment. He considered her a competent instrument. Yuriko, having succumbed to brainwashing, had lost all her memories, retaining only her unwavering obedience to Strick. After a few gestures that produced sounds reminiscent of metal scraping, she swiftly sprinted towards Chen, intent on taking his life. Just as she was about to open the door to the surveillance room, a deafening crash sent the metal door hurtling back, striking Yuriko, who was on the verge of entering. Although she possessed an adamantium skeleton akin to Wolverine and boasted formidable regenerative abilities, the force of the metal door was overwhelming. While her bones remained unscathed due to their adamantium composition, her flesh was left mangled and bloodied, a stark contrast to her previously exquisite appearance. Where has everyone gone? Chen pondered. Moments earlier, he had spoken to the camera, planning to locate and subdue Yuriko first. Yet, While Strick's escape was understandable, it was perplexing that Yuriko had fled as well. As Chen contemplated using his superhuman vision to investigate, he suddenly heard a faint noise and turned to the crumpled metal door against the wall. Noticing a delicate hand protruding, he instantly recognized Yuriko. "My apologies. I didn't see you behind the door," he said, though no trace of remorse graced his expression. With a resounding clang, the metal door fell to the floor, producing a sharp sound as the bloodied Yuriko tumbled down, landing on the metallic surface. The recent attack had inflicted significant injuries upon her, rendering her unable to heal swiftly despite her extraordinary regeneration. However, for Yuriko, it was not a grave matter. Her self-healing factor would aid in mending her wounds. As she hit the metal floor, her remarkable regenerative abilities commenced their work, her shattered flesh reassembling as if time were reversing, and severed tendons gradually reformed. In less than 15 seconds, injuries that could easily prove fatal were mended, if not for her tattered clothing, which hung in disarray and exposed much of her skin. One might have thought she had sustained no injuries at all. "Your physique is impressive," Chen remarked, continuing, "and your regenerative ability is quite formidable. You would indeed make an excellent maid. However, of course, your super healing cannot compare to mine." Chen's regenerative capabilities were extraordinarily potent, bordering on the absurd. While Yuriko's healing was attributed to the self-healing factors within her body, Chen's was a result of accelerated metabolism that facilitated rapid recovery. When an organism is injured, healing occurs through cellular metabolism. Chen's exceptional regenerative ability stemmed from this accelerated process, allowing him to recover from any injury in the blink of an eye. The two were simply not on the same level. Chapter 21. Maid Yuriko, however, is predicated upon the possibility of inflicting harm upon Chen. His defensive prowess is exceedingly formidable, perhaps unmatched even within the Marvel realm. After all, he remains unscathed even in the heart of the sun or amidst the cataclysmic forces of a cosmic explosion. In other words, if one cannot breach his defenses, the prospect of healing from any injuries is rendered moot. Chen's vitality transcends that of mutants by an extraordinary margin. To draw comparisons would be to insult him. The chasm between their self-healing capabilities is insurmountable. It is precisely for this reason that Chen harbored a flicker of anticipation towards Yuriko. She possessed beauty, a remarkable regenerative ability, an exquisite physique, and complemented by her armor of adamantium, she embodied the perfect amalgamation of strength. Truly, she was ideally suited to serve as both a maid and a bodyguard. The more he observed her, the more satisfied he became. Yuriko, however, remained indifferent to Chen's admiration. She merely extended her hands, which then sprouted claws of adamantium, each extending over 20 centimeters, resembling a playful little wildcat as she lunged towards him. Such mischief! Chen, eyes glinting with amusement, swiftly retaliated with a kick. Despite Yuriko's formidable reflexes, her physique could not keep pace with Chen's speed, and she was sent hurtling towards the metallic wall, leaving a profound dent in her wake. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, Yuriko, thanks to her regenerative abilities, recovered in an instant and lunged at Chen once more. Noticing her advance, a flicker of displeasure crossed Chen's gaze as he unleashed a hand with lightning speed, his fingers curling into claws that ensnared her delicate neck like an iron grip. Yuriko struggled valiantly, yet Chen's strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile as she clawed at his arm in desperation. The sound of metal clashing echoed, accompanied by sparks. Yet Chen remained entirely unscathed. Even the small foot pressed against his leg felt as if it were striking a solid iron plate, failing to budge him in the slightest. Were it not for Yuriko's brainwashing, she would surely understand the essence of fear. An awakened Yuriko would have been terrified into submission by the sheer force of the metallic door Chen had kicked away, leaving no room for resistance against him. "In my eyes, you are akin to a mere kitten, for you are indeed too feeble," Chen sighed, shaking his head as he assessed Yuriko's prowess. Against an ordinary army, she alone could decimate them, regardless of their numbers. Her formidable regenerative abilities rendered her tireless. She could endure without sustenance indefinitely, placing her strength at the level of a third-tier mutant among the stronger ones. Of course, Chen originally intended for her to serve as a maid and bodyguard. with no intention of engaging her in combat. As he spoke, he extended a hand and playfully flicked Yuriko's forehead. A resonant ping echoed in response. In a moment of intense struggle, Yuriko's gaze suddenly went blank, her fighting spirit extinguished, replaced by a sense of bewilderment and curiosity. You must be wondering why you find yourself here, right? In truth, I am the architect of your existence. I have brought you into this world. I am your master. You're everything. Even if I command you to perish, you cannot defy me. Once these words escaped Chen's lips, Yuriko's initial curiosity and confusion morphed into fervent zeal. This fervor intensified with each syllable from Chen, and as he finished speaking, her eyes were filled solely with passion, reverence, and adoration, with nothing else remaining but for Chen. Master, you have granted me a new life. I shall never betray you. You are my everything. My life belongs to you. I will use my strength to protect you. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall ensure their demise. Yuriko exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm. It is no exaggeration to say that if Chen commanded Yuriko to die, she would find a way to take her own life. Moreover, she had now become both Chen's maid and bodyguard, prompting a smile from him. Why did a mere tap on her head elicit such a reaction? This was because Chen had concentrated his power on that single point, inflicting a sudden and overwhelming trauma to Yuriko's brain. Before the pain could register, her body's self-healing factors forced her to forget the anguish she had endured. Thus, Yuriko became imbued with curiosity and innocence, akin to a blank canvas upon which Chen could inscribe his desires. Just like her, she emerged as the perfect maid and protector. Of course, this theory was merely Chen's speculation. Should it fail, he could only hope to acquire hypnotic abilities, which would only be effective on those with self-healing capabilities. For anyone lacking such abilities, their heads would simply explode. As an experimental subject, Yuriko exhibited remarkably favorable results, leaving Chen thoroughly satisfied and contemplating when to further develop her potential. Yuriko, fetch me a chair, Chen commanded, releasing her. Yes, master. To Yuriko. Chen represented everything. With a joyful expression, she hurried off. Chen, undistracted, employed his superhuman hearing and vision to locate Colonel Fury, director of SHIELD. Nick Fury ultimately decided to have Natasha monitor Chen. From the moment Chen took flight from his home, Natasha had already spotted his disappearance via satellite. She promptly piloted her aircraft toward the location where he vanished, intent on preventing any dangerous actions he might undertake. After searching, Natasha concluded that Chen was undoubtedly heading toward Colonel Strucker. Indeed, Nick Fury received a call from Strucker requesting assistance. Listening to Strucker's words and Natasha's report, he was unaware that it was Chen he was dealing with. With a furrowed brow, Nick Fury found himself in a quandary. Dispatching support would be tantamount to a gift. Yet, not aiding Strucker was also untenable, especially since he had borrowed some original adamantium from him last time. Nick Fury, with a countenance marked by resignation, placed a call to Natasha, imploring her to engage in dialogue with Strick and seek his release. Observing Strick concealed within a dark passage, he anxiously dialed Fury, beseeching assistance. Meanwhile, Chen, utilizing his extraordinary vision, discerned a warplane not far from their location. Noticing Natasha piloting the aircraft, he surmised that Fury had indeed summoned her for negotiations. In a hushed tone, Chen addressed Yuriko, instructing her to cease her search and accompany him to find someone. Understood, Master, Yuriko replied with reverence. By the way, please don my jacket. Your attire is rather tattered and may hinder our combat. Yuriko, revealing glimpses of her delicate form, inquired with excitement, Master, truly? Her voice trembled with enthusiasm. Chen merely nodded, and Yuriko gently adorned herself with the garment, as if it held more significance than her very existence. Chapter 22. Farewell, Natasha. Chen glanced at Yuriko trailing behind him. Her cheeks flushed as she occasionally inhaled the scent of his clothing. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether he had indoctrinated her too thoroughly. After a moment's hesitation, he concluded that at least her loyalty and beauty were commendable. Before long, they arrived at their destination, peering through his enhanced vision at Strick, who was fervently praying behind the dark door. Chen stifled a chuckle. He turned to Yuriko. Can you open this door? Master, it's quite simple, Yahiko declared, extending her 20-centimeter adamantium claws. With a swift motion, she sliced open a gash in the door. Strick, startled by the sudden breach, exclaimed, "How did you find me? And Yahiko, why have you betrayed me? Most importantly, how could they deceive me with such inferior steel? Even adamantium should withstand a few strikes." Faced with Strick's barrage of questions, Chen found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was about to respond, an irate Yahiko interjected. "My name is to be uttered only by my master, for I am created by him." As her adamantium claws reached for Strick, Chen swiftly intervened. "We may still have use for him. Not just yet." Yahiko, upon hearing his command, retreated, but her eyes still glimmered with a murderous intent. Strick, witnessing the fierce Yahiko who had moments ago aimed to slay him, was gripped by fear, collapsing onto the ground. He recognized her as his most formidable weapon. Well aware of her capabilities, should she choose to end his life, he would stand no chance of resistance. As Yahiko withdrew, Strick was poised to voice his concerns when a sudden pain shot through him, as if he might split apart. The shock had masked the pain initially, but with his mind now clear, he began to feel the agonizing sensation of tearing. Chen gazed at Strick in silence and slowly articulated. "Allow me to clarify the earlier inquiry. Firstly, I sought you out due to my abilities. Secondly, Yuriko has always been mine. And thirdly, the quality of your door was not deceived. Do you not find it laborious for the Edelman alloy to slice through these metals? You should not unjustly accuse those who installed the door for you." As Strick listened, he felt an affront to his intellect. Is this how one addresses questions? I am well aware that it was your abilities that led you to me, yet what exactly are those abilities? Furthermore, what do you mean by claiming Yuriko is yours? The more Strick pondered, the more his frustration grew, prompting him to abandon thought and merely await Nick Fury's support. Observing Strick, whose face was flushed and unwilling to speak, he grimaced while rubbing his aching backside. As Chen contemplated what he desired when Natasha arrived, a sudden sound of footsteps interrupted him. Before him stood a stunning woman with auburn hair, an angelic face, and a devilish figure, clad in sleek black leather. "Ah, it is you," Chen remarked, recognizing Natasha. "Indeed, it is I. And who might this be behind you?" Natasha inquired, seemingly oblivious to Strick's crimson face. She glanced at the elegantly poised and beautiful Yuriko, standing respectfully behind Chen, and frowned slightly. "This is my maid, Yuriko. Quite lovely, isn't she?" Chen replied with a smile. "Indeed, she is quite beautiful," Natasha observed, her gaze lingering on Yuriko. Possessing fundamental intelligence about the base, Natasha was uncertain whether Yuriko was Strick's secret weapon. Yet she made a mental note of her as Strick's nominal subordinate. Hearing Chen's words now muddled Natasha's thoughts. Hypnosis flashed through her mind. "Your admiration suffices," Chen smiled. "Now, might I inquire, Miss Natasha, what brings you here? Surely, our previous encounters have not led you to develop a fondness for me?" He feigned curiosity. "Emer small, yuyist." "I am here regarding Strick's matters," Natasha clarified. "Was it your esteemed director who summoned you?" Chen teased Natasha with a mischievous glint. Strick, upon seeing Natasha, hastily inquired, "How many people did you bring?" "He is a demon," he exclaimed. "Colonel Strick, please maintain your composure. I have come alone this time, and do refrain from speaking ill." "Chen is quite agreeable," Natasha said, her gaze fixed on Strick. "While I cannot discern the truth in your words, should you regard me as agreeable, I can only say this. You possess discernment." Chen responded, his expression one of commendation. Strick's heart raced upon hearing that she had come alone, and as he looked at Feng, he swallowed hard and said, "What I meant by calling you a demon was that you exude an aura of power and charm akin to that of a demon." Chen looked at Strucker, for the first time perceiving him as somewhat less detestable. Indeed, one could see why he had risen to the rank of colonel. "Now, let us discuss the matter at hand," Chen said, directing his gaze towards Natasha. "I understand that your SHIELD wishes to protect him, but I must disagree. Initially, Chen had intended to merely extract some benefits, yet upon reflection, he realized there was little of value to be gained. Now that Hibari had become his maid, if he did not eliminate Strucker to avenge her, would he not be a feudal master? Hibari do it. The newly reborn Hibari, lacking any recollection of Strucker, extended her claws, which measured over 20 centimeters. She acted solely out of respect for Mo Chen's command. Amid Strucker's panicked gaze, she plunged her claws into his skull, leaving a multitude of holes in their wake. Strucker, until his last breath, could not have fathomed that he would meet his end at the hands of a subordinate he had relentlessly brainwashed. His eyes bulged like copper bells, a visage of unyielding terror. Alas, what a predicament! Natasha sighed in resignation, stating, "I'll have to explain this to the director for quite some time. The body is yours to handle," Mo Chen remarked, directing his gaze at Natasha. "No need to hand it over to me. The military will manage this." As he was one of theirs. "We merely assist," Natasha replied with a tone of exasperation. "By the way, Natasha, can your aircraft accommodate us?" Noticing Natasha's practicality, Mo Chen suddenly inquired. "Yes, it can. Why do you ask?" "I wish to pay General Ross a visit," Mo Chen replied nonchalantly. "What do you intend to do? Has he offended you again?" Natasha asked anxiously. "Not at all. I simply wish to have a conversation with him. It has been quite a while since our last meeting," Mo Chen said with a hint of a smile. Chapter 23. Accompanying Hibari to buy clothes, Mo Chen's words were indeed accurate, and he genuinely intended to follow through. However, Natasha did not believe a word of it. Given Mo Chen's decisive and capricious nature, how could it be merely a chat? Even if it were not about taking a life, one could hardly avoid a measure of intimidation, and who could predict the consequences should General Ross become enraged? For the sake of world peace, as well as her salary and job security, Natasha resolved to dissuade Mo Chen from this notion. "What is the matter? Are you facing difficulties?" Mo Chen feigned ignorance of Natasha's hesitation. "I believe it may be unnecessary for you to meet him. If you have anything to convey, I can relay it for you," Natasha suggested cautiously. "Indeed, that is also a viable option," Mo Chen mused, contemplating. "What would you like to say? I can pass it on." Natasha inquired with curiosity. "It has been a while since we last met, General Ross. I presume you have been quite leisurely? You must have grown accustomed to this lifestyle? Fortunately, as a general, you can rely on your country to sustain you. In the future, do not be so foolish as to think that your rank allows you to act with impunity. This is my counsel for him. Please relay it," Mo Chen stated earnestly to Natasha. Natasha listened to Mo Chen's advice regarding General Ross, her heart twisted in agitation. If she were General Ross, she would surely be infuriated. "Very well, I shall convey your message," Natasha said with a slight twitch of her lips. As she observed Natasha's departing figure, Mo Chen turned to the obedient Hibiscus behind him, pulling her into his embrace. "Master, is something the matter?" Hibiscus inquired gently. "You haven't flown before, have you? Allow me to give you a taste of it." As he spoke, he lifted Hibiscus into the air. Just as Hibiscus was about to warn Mo Chen about the ceiling above, a resounding crash echoed as his head broke through the roof, leaving a gaping hole. He glanced at the speechless Hibiscus and remarked, "Your master is invincible." "Indeed," Hibiscus merely murmured in response. "I shall accelerate now. Hold on tight," Mo Chen declared, suddenly increasing his speed, and with a sonic boom, they vanished into the distance. Having just exited the Stark secret base, Natasha gazed at the large hole in the ceiling and the already vanished Mo Chen, feeling a pang of envy. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if she could fly as well. Without further contemplation, Natasha hurriedly boarded her aircraft, setting her course towards SHIELD. Recently, Stark had been quite irate, having uncovered a troubling revelation. The individual behind the assassination attempt on him was none other than a shareholder of his own company. Obadiah, that wretched old man. What compounded his frustration was the fact that Obadiah had somehow learned about his Mark I and had stolen critical data. Stark found himself in a predicament, torn between improving the Mark I and keeping a wary eye on Obadiah, which hindered any progress on the tasks Mo Chen had entrusted to him. Dialing Mo Chen's number, Stark addressed Jarvis. "Yes, sir," he replied, promptly connecting the call to Mo Chen. Just as Mo Chen returned home, preparing to tidy up and take Hibiscus out for a shopping spree, the phone rang. Hibiscus answered the call, saying, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Stark, thinking he had dialed incorrectly, replied, "I am looking for Mo Chen. Is this his number? My master is right here. Please hold on," she said, passing the phone to Mo Chen. "Oh, it's you. I hadn't heard from you in a few days. Did you miss me?" Mo Chen joked. "A bit indeed, but I find myself in a predicament, and have no time to assist you with your robot, Stark admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I nearly forgot about my robot. I'm not in a hurry about that. What troubles you, then? Is it that you have too many women vying for your attention? Chen teased. If only I had that much time. I'm on the brink of being overwhelmed, Stark replied. You seem to have a girl answer the phone calling you master. I must have misheard, right? Stark questioned. She's my maid. What are you insinuating? Let us focus on your issues, Chen countered. I recently stumbled upon a matter that incensed me greatly. Obadiah, a long-standing stalwart of the company, is the reason I was kidnapped by terrorists. Moreover, he pilfered crucial information pertaining to my mark-eye. As Chen listened to Stark's words, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It seems the next step is to confront Iron Tyrant. Are you suggesting that I should eliminate him? Chen inquired. No, I could defeat him single-handedly. After all, he is merely an imposter. How could he possibly vanquish the authentic me? Stark replied with a hint of arrogance. As a shareholder of the company, you ought to make an appearance at least. Stark remarked, exasperated. Just as he was about to respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Stark grimaced, returning to his research on the mark-eye. After hanging up, Chen felt a wave of relief as he turned to the busy Hibiscus, saying, Let us tidy up later. First, allow me to take you shopping for some new clothes. Hibiscus, gazing at the assertive Chen, nodded in agreement and donned one of his garments, preparing to set off. Chen looked at the somewhat adorable Hibiscus and thought, if one were unaware, they might mistake Hibiscus for a charming, lively little girl. Only Chen knew that Hibiscus was uniquely sweet and gentle towards him. For others, a mere glance could spell disaster. Hand in hand, Chen and the delightful Hibiscus strolled down the street, drawing glances from passers-by. Amidst the bustling thoroughfare, friendly exclamations of "Fack" occasionally echoed. Some individuals even attempted to exchange contact information with Hibiscus, completely disregarding Chen, as if he were invisible. As they approached the shopping mall, 3 brash individuals with unruly hair swaggered over, hands tucked into their pockets, and one of them brazenly declared, Yellow-skinned monkey, hand over the woman by your side, or be wary of bloodshed. Before Chen could respond, Hibiscus's gaze turned icy. She swiftly extended her hands to reveal her 20-plus centimeter adamantium claws. The 3 ruffians barely had time to react before Hibiscus dispatched them, each clawing into 2 halves. Blood, red and white, spattered the ground as Chen hurriedly pulled Hibiscus into the mall. It was not fear of being seen that prompted this action. Rather, he needed to take Hibiscus shopping, lest they be unable to procure clothes later and he would have to deal with the pests. Otherwise, how could Chen possibly flee? Even if the American military arrived, if he were truly enraged, a single breath from him would spell doom for all within seconds. Such as Chen's might. Chapter 24. The obedient Hibiscus. Chen held Hibiscus's small hand as they meandered through the mall. Hibiscus transformed from her previously tranquil demeanor into one of exuberance upon seeing the myriad of garments. Indeed, women have an undeniable affinity for shopping and fashion. After several hours of selection, they finally accumulated a plethora of clothes, including some for Chen himself. Even with the remarkable abilities of a silver Superman, he found himself wearied, observing the increasingly spirited Yuriko as she continued her shopping spree. Chen resolved that he would no longer accompany Yuriko on her retail excursions. It seemed that no matter the type of girl, shopping invariably left them in such a state. As he watched Yuriko wielding several bags of clothing, he pondered whether it was time to purchase a vehicle, particularly since he was also a shareholder in Stark Industries. Relying solely on flight began to feel somewhat undignified. Noticing Chen's contemplative demeanor, Yuriko mistakenly believed that his fatigue stemmed from her prolonged shopping and the multitude of purchases. Master, I apologize. Please don't be angry. I promise not to buy so many clothes or shop for so long in the future, she softly implored. Chen, charmed by Yuriko's innocent concern, tenderly patted her head and reassured her, I'm not angry at all. Buy as many clothes as you wish. I was merely considering how convenient it would be to have a car. With a sigh of relief, Yuriko looked up at her master and gently suggested, Master, let us go home. I'll prepare a meal for you. Very well, let us hurry then, he replied, scooping Yuriko into his arms and soaring into the sky. In mere moments, they returned to their expansive abode, which was roughly the size of 200 football fields. recalling that he had stored the alternate space after rescuing Stark. Chen felt it was unnecessary to leave behind, especially since he was seldom at home. Thus, he had brought it back, neglecting to mention this to Yuriko upon their arrival. As they stepped inside, Chen waved his hand, instantly expanding the interior space. Though the exterior remained that of an ordinary house, the interior was astonishingly vast. Wow, it's enormous, Yuriko exclaimed, astonished by the sudden transformation of their home. Hee, let us see how you managed to clean such an expansive space, Chen teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oof, you naughty master, Yuriko playfully chided. Her cheeks flushed at his banter. Yuriko began trying on outfit after outfit, leaving her cheeks a rosy hue, indicating that the night ahead promised to be one of sleepless excitement. As Chen and Yuriko engaged in their playful antics, one could only imagine the exasperation of General Ross if he were to overhear their conversation. At SHIELD, Director Nick Fury observed Natasha approaching with an inscrutable expression, his mind racing with speculation. Had Chen again made unreasonable demands, or had he rendered Stark incapacitated? As Natasha drew near, she reported, "Director, the mission you assigned me has failed, and he has acquired a maid. Additionally, there is something else I'm unsure whether to disclose." Predictable, Fury mused. Failure is understandable. If negotiations had been successful, it wouldn't have been him. Since it was a failure, it implies that Chen did not impose conditions, suggesting Stark has indeed been left disabled. Nick Fury, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed his bald head and remarked that he had not rendered Strick into a state of disability. Natasha hesitated before stating, "Rather, Strick is dead." "What? Dead?" Nick Fury exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, and in a most brutal manner," Natasha replied, her expression reflecting her own helplessness. If the act of killing were not brutal, who else could have been responsible for Strick's demise? Nick Fury retorted, "It was not he who did the deed, but rather his maid." Natasha defended. "What's the name of this maid? Does she possess any extraordinary abilities? How formidable is she?" Nick Fury inquired. "This woman is actually one of Strick's subordinates, who, through some unknown means, has become his maid. Her name is Yuriko. As for her abilities, she possesses a body composed entirely of adamantium bones, with claws extending over 20 centimeters from her hands, an exceptional regenerative capacity, mastery of Japanese jiu-jitsu, and various martial skills. She is also a top-tier pilot, fluent in both Japanese and English, essentially a versatile assassin. Moreover, she is quite obedient to Chen. Is that strength sufficient?" Natasha observed with a slight smile at the silent Nick Fury. Nick Fury, not engaging in conversation, simply stated, "I understand the specifics now. I recall you mentioning there was another matter." "It's fine, please proceed." "He wishes to borrow my aircraft to seek out General Ross. After discussing it with him, I ultimately agreed to relay his message to General Ross." As Natasha began to repeat Chen's words, she recounted, "It has been quite some time since we last met, General Ross. I imagine you have been enjoying a leisurely life. It seems you have grown accustomed to such a lifestyle. Fortunately, as a general, you can rely on your country for sustenance, but do refrain from acting foolishly, believing that your rank grants you license to act with impunity." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's lips twitched. He feared General Ross would be infuriated upon receiving such a message. Nick Fury had no intention of dissuading Natasha from delivering it. If Chen were to discover that he had been the one to convey the message, his life might be forfeit by morning. "Are you planning to depart now?" "It is nearly evening," Nick Fury remarked, glancing at the setting sun outside. Natasha exited Nick Fury's office, declaring, "I cannot afford to delay matters concerning Chen." "Master, dinner is ready," Yuriko's voice called from the kitchen. Just moments ago, Chen had intended to dine out with Yuriko, believing she could not cook. To his surprise, she had confidently replied, "Master, I can cook. Would you like to try my food?" Thus, the scene unfolded with Yuriko bringing plate after plate of Chinese dishes and rice to the table. "Ah, splendid," Chen remarked appreciatively after taking a bite. Watching Chen praise her culinary skills, Yuriko beamed with joy, her eyes seemingly urging him to indulge further. In truth, Chen could forego food and drink without any adverse effects, as he had transcended the basic needs of humanity. Yet, within his heart lingered a lingering desire. He felt a void when he abstained from meals. Natasha drove to a hospital, noting the soldiers stationed outside. She stated, "Greetings, I am Natasha from SHIE. L.D. Here to see General Ross. Could you kindly inform him of my arrival? The soldier hesitated momentarily before entering the building, and within a minute, a voice beckoned from within. Come in. It was a weak and weary call. Chapter 25. General Ross on the brink of exasperation as Natasha pushed open the door. The robust soldier who had been stationed outside stepped out. What brings U.S. H. I. E.L.D. agents here? To witness my humiliation? General Ross remarked, reclining on the hospital bed without raising his gaze. Firstly, I am not here on behalf of S. H. E.L.D., nor am I here to mock you. I come bearing a message from someone, Natasha replied as she approached him. A message for me? Is it for my daughter? Has she ceased to harbor resentment towards me? As he spoke, tears began to flow from General Ross's eyes. He bore no resemblance to his former self. He appeared as a frail man, yearning for his daughter while past his prime. Natasha remained silent, devoid of sympathy, believing that one must account for their own consequences. After all, had he not provoked Chen, how could he have ended up in such a state? General Ross wept until his tears mixed with the remnants of his pride. Fortunately, his hands still functioned. Otherwise, Natasha would have had to assist him in wiping his face. A thought that made her shudder in disgust. He wiped his face awkwardly and said, I apologize for the spectacle. My relationship with my daughter has deteriorated significantly. Natasha listened intently, but offered no words, merely nodding slowly to convey her understanding. Can you tell me who sent you with the message? General Ross inquired. Please do not become too agitated when I reveal it, Natasha replied softly. Given my current state, do you truly think I can muster any excitement? He chuckled bitterly. It is Chen, Natasha revealed, carefully observing General Ross's expression, wary that he might be overwhelmed by emotion. The name Chen seemed to resonate with General Ross. Familiar yet distant. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Do I truly know this person? Why can I not recall him? I have so few acquaintances. You cannot possibly have forgotten him. After all, the two of you have left indelible impressions on one another. Allow me to offer you a hint, Natasha replied, exasperated. Very well. If you insist that we are so familiar, then I trust you will elaborate, General Ross said with a light-hearted chuckle. Natasha truly wished to reveal to him that his current state was her doing. However, to prevent General Ross from succumbing to a fit of rage, which would significantly increase her responsibilities, she thought better of it. After a moment as contemplation, Natasha said, He is not like an ordinary person. He possesses a certain charm and acts according to his own whims. As General Ross absorbed Natasha's words, his mind began to race, and after considerable mental exertion, he finally discerned the identity of the individual in question. I know, he suddenly exclaimed. Could it be one of my subordinates? He indeed stands apart from the rest, is rather handsome, and is notoriously disobedient, doing as he pleases. General Ross spoke with a hint of excitement. What has transformed your body into this state? Do you understand my meaning? Natasha countered. Just as General Ross was about to respond, he fell silent, his eyes turning blood red with murderous intent. I will never forget him. Even if he turns to ash, he is the one who has reduced me to this form, and I must avenge myself upon him. Just as Natasha was poised to speak, soldiers burst into the room. Apologetically, one of them addressed her. I'm sorry, General Ross has been rather unstable lately. Please bear with us. Natasha acknowledged the soldier with a polite nod, indicating her understanding. Once the soldier recognized her comprehension, he stepped back outside to stand guard. Observing General Ross gradually regaining his composure, Natasha hesitated before saying, It is this man. His name is Chen. He asked me to convey a message to you, originally intending to speak with you himself. Listening to Natasha's words, General Ross, lying in bed, surprisingly found his agitation subsiding. Go on, he replied calmly. Natasha gazed at him and gently reiterated, It has been several days since we last met. General Ross, you must be quite at ease. I suppose you have grown accustomed to this lifestyle? Fortunately, as a general, your country sustains you. However, you ought not to be so foolish as to believe your rank allows you to act with impunity. The audacity is truly staggering. I refuse to believe he can withstand a nuclear bomb. General Ross seethed through clenched teeth. I cannot say whether he can withstand a nuclear bomb, but I know this. Once you launch one, not only will you lose your position as general, but should the bomb fail to harm Chen, you will also perish. Natasha stated earnestly. After hearing Natasha's words, General Ross deflated like a punctured balloon. After a few moments of silence, He hoarsely inquired, "What am I to do then? Am I truly incapable of avenging myself? I have delivered the message. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "General Ross, do take care," Natasha said softly as she exited the hospital. "Soldier, come in," General Ross bellowed. "Reporting. What are your orders, General?" The soldier promptly responded. "Inform those damn scientists that I demand to know why they have yet to decipher the Hulk serum. Did I not make myself clear? Spare no effort in this research. I shall grant them another month's time. Should they fail to achieve results by then, I shall make them acquainted with the essence of mortality." General Ross declared with indignation while reclining on his bed. After a brief pause, he solemnly announced, "The animal experiments can be discontinued. We shall proceed with human trials." "Yes, General," replied the soldier as he exited the room. At this moment, Chen was indulging in a massage from Yahiko. Turning to gaze at her, he suddenly realized how fortuitous it was to have such a maid. She was adept at everything, relieving him of much trouble, and with her innate ability for rapid healing. He felt no anxiety regarding her undertakings. Chen pondered. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Yahiko, please fetch my phone," Chen softly requested, looking at the maid who was diligently attending to him. Observing Yahiko in her maid attire, with her long, graceful legs evoking envy, he watched as she obediently retrieved the phone from the coffee table. As he received the phone from Yahiko, the screen displayed the name Stark, causing Chen to pause momentarily. Why was Stark, whom he had just encountered, calling him again? "Hello, have you missed me so soon? Or do you require me to visit your company?" Chen jested. "Do not jest. My life hangs by a thread. I fear I may not survive till tomorrow. After escaping from the terrorists, it seems I am destined to perish after all. I intend to transfer all my shares to you. However, you must promise me one thing. Ensure that Obadiah is eliminated." Stark hurriedly exclaimed. "Stop, stop, stop. Who said you were dying? Do you underestimate me?" Chen interjected. "I know you are incredibly powerful, but I had no idea you possessed medical skills as well." Stark replied, speechless. "Where are you now? I can come and treat you." Chen offered. Before he could finish, Tony Stark quickly interjected, "I'm at home, the same place you visited last time." "All right, I shall be there shortly," Chen responded. Turning to Yahiko, who sat beside him, he gently said, "I will be back shortly. Do not worry about me." "Okay, master, return swiftly," Yahiko replied tenderly. Barely finishing his words, Chen moved with such speed that Yahiko had not even registered his departure before he vanished. Tony Stark, having hung up the phone, intended to continue examining his injuries. Suddenly, a figure brushed past him, startling Stark, who instinctively prepared to command Jarvis to don a Mark-I suit, only to realize the figure was Chen. "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought Obadiah had learned of my injuries and had come to attack. Moreover, my mobility is already compromised due to my injuries, and your sudden scare made me feel even closer to death. You must take responsibility," Stark complained. "I am not withholding treatment from you. If anything, you have become even more formidable because of me. How can you be so shameless?" Chen laughed, chiding him. "All right, let me take a look at your wound," Chen declared as he approached Tony Stark. Hearing Chen's words, Tony reclined on the sofa. Suddenly, Chen remarked, "What's wrong? Your expression suggests you are rather reluctant to treat yourself." Chapter 26. Saving Stark? "No. I genuinely wish to heal my body. I am merely a bit anxious," Tony replied, a hint of tension in his voice. "Rest assured, but you must first remove your shirt." Without further ado, Tony lifted his short-sleeved shirt to his chest, his gaze fixed intently on Chen. Yet, Chen was not inclined to share in Tony's leisurely demeanor. He focused directly on the spiderweb-like palladium poisoning marks on Tony's chest. Indeed, Tony was not lying. The poisoning had progressed alarmingly, and he had managed to endure it for so long. "Thank goodness you called me today. Had you not reached out, you might have truly faced death," Chen said, his brow furrowed in concern. "I understand, but could you expedite the treatment? It feels quite unsettling to have a man standing before me like this." As he spoke, Chen abruptly raised his hand, palm directed toward Tony. "What are you doing?" "My heavens!" Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his outburst. His reaction was understandable, given the abruptness of Chen's movement, which startled him. What exactly did Chen do? He used his telekinetic powers to extract the arc reactor that sustained Tony's life. leaving behind a dark, gaping void on his chest. This act appeared less like a rescue and more akin to murder. Why the commotion? This device is the root of your current predicament. It must be discarded. I am fully aware, yet it is also essential for my survival. With it, I can survive for several hours. Without it, I would perish in mere minutes. Tony clutched his chest, his complexion turning ashen. That may be true, but I am here now. I am your only salvation. Quickly, release your grip. Tony's pallor deepened. Had it not been for M.O. Chen's intervention, he would not have even thought to make a call. Reluctantly, Tony complied with M.O. Chen's instructions and loosened his grip. Fragments come forth, guided by his enhanced vision. M.O. Chen directed his telekinesis toward the gaping hole in Tony's chest. Before Tony could process what was happening, fragments began to emerge from the void, flying toward M.O. Chen's outstretched palm. Glancing down, Tony recognized the nearly invisible shards that were escaping from his chest. They were the very cause that necessitated the arc reactor's presence, the source of his poisoning, and the reason he was unable to save himself. In a state of euphoric delight, Tony Stark pondered the reason behind his inability to heal himself, his reliance on the arc reactor embedded in his chest. With the removal of this device, a glimmer of hope arose. He could finally regain his health, no longer burdened by the need for a reactor or the looming threat of death. Such overwhelming joy stirred within him that he could scarcely contain his tears. His struggle for survival had finally borne fruit. He had traversed the perilous path from life to death and back again, and at last he was safe. As for the palladium poisoning, that was no longer a concern. The source of the toxin had departed his body, signifying that he would no longer suffer from its effects, nor would the palladium levels in his blood continue to rise. Realizing that he had escaped danger, it was imperative to address the gaping wound in his chest. Such an unseemly opening was unsettling. Ah, yes. I shall provide you with a list shortly. Consider it the cost of your treatment. Tony thought, knowing that with the advanced technology available in the Marvel Universe, closing the wound would be a trivial matter. Overcome with joy, he paid little heed to M.O. Chen's words, merely tending to the opening before retrieving the arc reactor that had been removed, preparing to seek further medical assistance. Nonetheless, Tony was courteous. Before departing, he assured M.O. Chen, I will prepare everything upon my return and will notify you promptly. With that, he soared from his residence, driven by an urgent eagerness. Just as M.O. Chen intended to head home, a sudden voice interrupted him. Ding. The system requires urgent maintenance and updates. Would the host like to participate in a lottery? The update will last for 12 hours. No, but will my lottery chances remain after the upgrade? If so, proceed with the upgrade. Affirmative. All data will be preserved following the upgrade. The system will commence in 5 seconds. Please hold on. As the countdown of 11 hours and 59 minutes lingered in his mind, M.O. Chen wondered what new features awaited him. Shaking off his thoughts, he moved swiftly, appearing at home in the blink of an eye. Seeing Yuriko patiently seated on the sofa, awaiting her master, M.O. Chen was filled with emotion. Ah, master has returned. Yuriko exclaimed with joy, leaping into his embrace. I told you I would be back shortly. Did I deceive you? M.O. Chen gently ruffled her hair. Master, I have already prepared the bed. You may rest now. Yuriko replied softly. Observing Yuriko in her maid outfit, complemented by black stockings, M.O. Chen acknowledged, indeed, it is time to rest. The first rays of morning sunlight permeated a room spanning the size of approximately 200 football fields. As Yuriko prepared breakfast, a tender smile graced her lips as she glanced back at her master, M.O. Chen. He had intended to make her breakfast as well, but Yuriko insisted that her self-healing abilities rendered such minor discomfort inconsequential. Thus, M.O. Chen found himself seated at the dining table, awaiting his meal. Boredom began to creep in, and he suddenly recalled that his system was still updating, prompting him to turn his attention inward. Observing the time within his mind, he noted that only 1 hour and 39 minutes remained, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. What new capabilities might this update bring? Lost in thoughts of the system, Yuriko approached, bearing a sandwich and a cup of milk. Aren't you going to eat? M.O. Chen inquired, puzzled. I find joy in watching my master eat, Yuriko replied softly. As M.O. Chen savored his lovingly prepared breakfast, a crisis was unfolding for Tony Stark. Having failed to heal his body the previous day, Tony had spent an exhilarating night in the lab instead of returning home. Just as he lay down to rest that morning, a thunderous crash shattered the silence, and a window nearby exploded. A mech burst through the opening. It was none other than the armor of Ironmonger, a creation born from Obadiah's nefarious theft of Tony's Mark-I schematics. I always regarded you as family. Why would you betray me? Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his dismay. Family? Obadiah scoffed. I have been the one steering this company all along. Its growth is my achievement. Yet you, who have never taken an interest in its affairs, are hailed as its savior simply because you bear the Stark name. This company is mine, and I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine. You are truly pathetic, Tony retorted, observing Obadiah's descent into madness. Pathetic? I am on the verge of acquiring the company and becoming the richest person in the world. You, Tony, are the one who is pathetic, Obadiah shot back. Oof. Did you think I was unprepared? Look who I have here, Obadiah sneered, gesturing as two henchmen entered, dragging Pepper Potts along with them. Tony, Pepper cried out, bound and threatened at gunpoint. Her distress only heightened Tony's urgency. At that moment, his focus shifted entirely to Pepper. A grave mistake, for he failed to notice Obadiah's henchmen pilfering the power source from his armor. Now, let's see how you stop me, Obadiah declared arrogantly. As Tony Stark watched Obadiah prepare to activate the armor, he urgently called out, JRV, contact Mo Chen. Just as he uttered those words, Obadiah had successfully initiated the system. Obadiah stepped closer to Tony Stark and declared, now, if you simply transfer all your shares to me, I assure you, my dear Tony, you may yet remain whole. Tony felt a chill run down his spine as he observed Obadiah, while simultaneously listening to Jarvis dialing a number. Though the connection seemed to be lagging, just as he thought his demise was imminent, an exhilarating voice erupted from behind him. Stark, I have returned to rescue you. It was none other than Mo Chen, who had only just paused his breakfast. Tony was on the verge of exclaiming in excitement, but he restrained himself, aware that Pepper was still in the grasp of their adversary. What on earth has happened to you? In such a short span, you've found yourself in yet another predicament, Mo Chen said, rubbing his forehead. Honestly, it's quite vexing. Every day, you seem to encounter calamity, and each time it's a near brush with death. Obadiah, perceiving the sudden appearance of Mo Chen as a threat, raised a submachine gun and began firing in his direction. The sound of gunfire erupted, striking Mo Chen directly. Yet he did not flinch, allowing the bullets to hit him and sparks to fly. Tony Stark had grown accustomed to such chaos, while Pepper and Obadiah, along with his two henchmen, stared at Mo Chen in astonishment. Seeing that the gun was ineffective against Mo Chen, Obadiah's voice trembled as he declared, I have a hostage. If you dare approach, I shall end her life. Hostage? Mo Chen suddenly recalled that Pepper was still in their clutches. Without hesitation, he surged towards her with speeds that surpassed light itself. In his perception, the world around him came to a standstill. As Mo Chen approached the two henchmen who were holding Pepper captive, an amusing idea struck him, and he swiftly placed Pepper beside Tony Stark. In an instant, he returned to confront Obadiah. To Obadiah, it appeared as though Mo Chen had merely flickered in and out of existence, leaving him bewildered. Huh! Stark and Pepper both burst into laughter. Obadiah turned to his henchmen, who were now bound together with a rope, facing each other, their hands clasped as if they were a tender couple, though this couple was of the same sex and bound against their will. Obadiah, finding no humor in the situation, felt his lips twitch involuntarily, betraying his annoyance. The two soldiers wore expressions of utter frustration, wishing to speak but unable to do so due to their lips being pressed against one another, and unable to move because Mo Chen had securely tied them up, leaving them in that position. Tony Stark, glancing at Pepper with concern, asked, Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine, she replied, embracing Stark. Now that there are no hostages, right? Mo Chen smiled. Obadiah remained silent, lost in thought, until, just as Mo Chen believed he had surrendered, Obadiah suddenly charged at him, raising his iron fist to strike. Mo Chen effortlessly caught his hand, blocking the blow. With a mocking tone, he remarked, Do you truly believe that this rusty hunk of metal can overpower me? After saying this, he forcefully twisted Obadiah's arm, rendering it grotesquely contorted. A scream echoed through the air. Stark and Pepper Potts watched in horror as Obadiah's arm resembled a twisted pretzel. How agonizing that must be! Both Tony Stark and Pepper exclaimed in unison. To be frank, Obadiah's subordinates were beginning to panic. Initially, Obadiah had been confident that donning the armor would ensure his victory, so he hadn't given it much thought. While his subordinates possessed some skill, they were merely ordinary humans. They were not well-versed in the matters of mutants or those with extraordinary abilities. Witnessing Chen's previously displayed defensive prowess and astonishing strength, they were understandably alarmed, especially since they were all bound together. Obadiah's hand within the armor had already been crushed, and just as Chen contemplated ending him, Tony Stark interjected. "Can you leave him for me?" "Oh, very well," Chen replied, nodding thankfully at Stark. "Thank you," Stark said, but his body was already moving toward the stolen reactor. After all, he could not shatter Obadiah's ironmonger with bare hands. S.H.I.L.D. had been aware of Obadiah's kidnapping of Pepper long before, and hastily dispatched Natasha and a team for rescue. Chapter 28. I am Iron Man Obadiah. It's my turn now. Prepare to relish this. A sleek silver figure advanced step by step toward Obadiah. It was Tony's upgraded Mark I, equipped with mini missiles and a flamethrower. Stark delivered a punch directly to the ironmonger's head, the metallic grinding sound piercingly harsh, causing Pepper, who was hiding behind, to cover her ears. Chen observed that the power of Stark's modified Mark I was not formidable. It only left a slight indentation. Just as Chen pondered this, Obadiah retaliated, striking Tony Stark's face with his remaining arm. Though Obadiah's strength was noticeably greater, it was only marginally so, as Stark's enhanced Mark I provided substantial defense, resulting in merely a faint mark on his face. "Even with just one arm, I could still kill you, Tony," Obadiah roared. After his declaration, he swung another punch at Tony, while Pepper anxiously watched, fearing for Tony's safety. "It was merely out of jealousy that you have transformed into this wretched state. My dear friend Ethan is dead because of you. I do not seek vengeance. Rather, I aspire to become a superhero, eradicating all malevolence from this world. I am Iron Man," Tony Stark bellowed at Obadiah with fervor. As he spoke, Tony dashed towards Obadiah, swiping at his mask, successfully tearing it away. At that moment, Obadiah prepared to detonate the explosives within his armor, a subtle action that Tony, consumed by thoughts of retribution, failed to notice. However, Pepper, lurking nearby, discerned the impending danger, but it was already too late for her to voice her concerns. Chen, observing the scene, shook his head and swiftly utilized his superliminal speed to disarm all the bombs on Obadiah, casting them into an uninhabited area. Obadiah frantically pressed the button, yet no matter how desperately he tried, it remained ineffective. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he turned to Chen, seething with anger. "It must be your doing. I know nothing of it. How can you accuse me?" Chen replied, feigning innocence. Were it not for Pepper's grateful gaze directed at him, he might have succeeded in deceiving her. Seizing the opportunity as Obadiah was distracted by Chen, Stark raised his fist and struck Obadiah squarely in the face. Without the mask to protect him, Obadiah's nasal bone shattered, blood splattering across his visage. Just as Tony continued his assault, Obadiah unexpectedly succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. "What do you intend to do with him?" Chen inquired. Before he could finish, Tony activated the flamethrower, directing it toward Obadiah's exposed head. At that instant, Natasha and her team finally arrived. They beheld the gleaming silver armor engulfing Obadiah's body in flames, while Chen and Pepper stood by in silence. As Obadiah was reduced to ashes, Tony shouted, "Ethan, may you rest in peace. The true mastermind is now dead." U.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents are incredibly slow. You only arrive after the battle is over. If not for me, with your sluggishness, Tony Stark would have perished long ago. Just as Natasha prepared to respond, Chen interjected, leaving her momentarily speechless. Resigned, Natasha left the cleanup to them, tending to the two henchmen tied together. Surprisingly, these two individuals ended up living happily for the rest of their lives, but that is a tale for another time. Tony Stark now longed for a restful slumber and some quality time with Pepper, for he was utterly exhausted after facing two life-threatening events in such a brief span. Finally, he could enjoy a well-deserved respite. "Make sure to prepare my belongings. And don't forget my super-intelligent robot," Chen called out to Tony Stark. In essence, it is merely a customized recreational vehicle, characterized by excellent endurance, formidable defenses, and offensive capabilities. With the aid of a spatial enchantment, this vehicle transforms into a domicile the size of 200 football fields, rendering the need for a constant return home obsolete. Natasha did not linger for long. She merely departed with two of Obadiah's subordinates. As Chen observed the two individuals engaged in their affectionate display, he swiftly vanished from sight. Nick Fury has recently been beset by a multitude of vexations. One troubling matter after another has incessantly arisen. He harbors a clandestine team dedicated solely to the search for Captain America's remains. Ever since the enigmatic disappearance of Captain America, he has dispatched operatives to scour for him, with the ultimate goal of locating Steve Rogers and subsequently reviving the Super Soldier program. As Nick Fury pondered over these pressing issues, a sudden voice echoed from outside the door. Startled by the abrupt interruption, Fury inhaled deeply and called out, "Come in, Director. We have found him. We have found him," exclaimed a member of the expedition team, bursting into the room with palpable excitement. "What have you found? Why the commotion? Calm down," Fury admonished, furrowing his brow at the enthusiastic team member. Gradually regaining composure, the expedition member reported, "We have been searching for the location of Captain America's disappearance. And today, we discovered him beneath a glacier." His tone was still tinged with exhilaration. A sharp sound reverberated as Fury, overwhelmed by the news, slammed his palm onto the desk. The sudden pain flushed his face crimson, yet he maintained an air of excitement as he inquired, "Is it true? Have we truly located Captain America, Steve?" Observing Fury's lingering skepticism, the expedition team member thoughtfully produced a miniature camera. He then softly remarked, "This is a photograph I captured of Steve Rogers beneath the glacier." Taking the camera, Fury scrutinized the image it contained. The photograph depicted a vast expanse of icy terrain, with one glacier appearing distinctly different from the others. While the rest were crystal clear, this particular glacier obscured a figure. Although not entirely discernible, it was reasonable to surmise that it was none other than the slumbering Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been in stasis for 70 years. "Quickly, dispatch a team to excavate Captain America," Fury commanded urgently, his gaze fixated on the image of Rogers. "Director, we commenced operations as soon as we made the discovery," the expedition member replied softly. "Good. Ensure that ample personnel are deployed. Once he is thawed, I shall personally inspect him." Fury contemplated, his mind racing. "Understood, Director." With that, the expedition team member gently closed the door behind him. It seems that the plan can finally be set into motion. Nick Fury contemplated. Chen had returned from Tony Stark's residence some time ago. Upon arriving home, he heard a voice resonating in his mind. "Host, the system has completed its update. Would you like to review it?" After such a long wait, the update was finally finished. "Montag Chenzite, please introduce the new features of the system," he inquired. "Host, this system has undergone significant changes due to the update. Your overwhelming power has left you with little to occupy your time. Now, with the system's update, a multiverse chat group has been initiated. Would you like to activate it now?" "A multiverse chat group? How intriguing. Isn't that something out of a novel?" Chen responded to the system. "Not yet. I shall refrain from activation for the time being." Listening to the system's reply, Chen continued to inquire, "Can I return to my former world?" "Host, theoretically, it is possible. If you can attain a greater level of strength, it may become feasible. Alternatively, you might encounter individuals from your former world within the chat group," the system elaborated. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a flicker of comfort in his heart. At least there was a glimmer of hope, wasn't there? But what if I travel to another's world through the chat group? What will become of the Marvel Universe? Surely I wouldn't want to return after decades, or even centuries have elapsed. Chen expressed his confusion. "Rest assured, host, if you enter another's world, time in the Marvel Universe will come to a halt. There is no need to worry about returning to find that centuries have passed," the system clarified. "What rewards will there be for venturing into the worlds of the chat group?" Montag Chen counted. "Once the chat group is activated, you will discover the rewards then," the system explained. "Well, rewards are of little consequence. I am already invincible," Chen mused, just as he was about to close the system. He hurriedly asked, "Are there any restrictions on my strength when entering their worlds?" "None," came the prompt response. "That is reassuring." Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. "If I choose not to activate the chat group now, will there be any repercussions?" He pondered. "There will be none, host. The plot will only unfold once you engage the chat group," the system clarified in response to Chen's thoughts. "By the way, if one of the group members requires my assistance in their world, and I find myself unable to contend with their adversaries, is there a mechanism for self-preservation?" Chen contemplated. Are you referring to a protective mechanism? If you encounter someone stronger than yourself, the system will elevate your strength significantly to safeguard you, the system explained. Wow, that's impressive, you clever system. I need not fear losing face. Chen expressed his astonishment. Please maintain decorum. Host, this is merely the system fulfilling its purpose. The system replied. Moreover, I have another matter to address. I wish to participate in a lottery. Chen declared earnestly, as he did not wish to rely on a protective mechanism for his survival until the very last moment. He contemplated the opportunity of a lottery draw. Should he obtain a formidable ability, his future endeavors in other realms would be significantly enhanced. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the draw? The system inquired of Chen. Absolutely, he affirmed, and scarcely had the words left his lips when a voice resonated in his mind. Commencing the draw, please hold on. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the invisibility ability from the realm of the transparent boy. The system announced with enthusiasm. This ability, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was certainly better than none at all. Chen mused thoughtfully. What? The human trials have failed once again. What purpose do these imbeciles serve? General Ross, confined to a wheelchair, exclaimed in a frenzied state within an underground laboratory. General, the Hulk's serum is exceedingly unstable. Each injection into a human host results in their demise within mere seconds, a doctor attempted to explain, only to be interrupted by Ross's furious outburst. I have waited long enough. You inept fools have conducted research and experiments, yet yielded no results. He bellowed. Quickly, fetch me a vial of the Hulk's serum. Ross commanded, pointing urgently at one of the doctors. What? Do you intend to inject it? It has yet to be perfected. The success rate is below 1%. The doctor protested, observing the increasingly deranged expression on Ross's face. And so what? I have granted you ample time for research. My patience has run dry, and I refuse to wait any longer. Given my current physical condition, I will seize any opportunity, as this is my last hope, Ross declared resolutely. Realizing the futility of dissuading Ross from his reckless decision, the doctor reluctantly proceeded to the experimental area. After a tense 15 minutes, he returned, cautiously presenting a syringe filled with green serum to Ross. Is this the Hulk serum? Ross scrutinized the pale green liquid, hesitating momentarily before casting a glance at his insensate lower body. Abandoning his doubts, he swiftly injected the serum into his arm. A piercing scream erupted from his lips. Ross was immediately engulfed in excruciating pain as his immune system collapsed. The serum obliterated countless cells while spawning a new breed of mutated cells. This transformation demanded immense willpower. Failure to maintain consciousness would result in catastrophic failure. Gritting his teeth, Ross refused to surrender, despite the agony etched across his visage. He had yet to exact his revenge. How could he possibly give up? Indeed, in the eyes of the doctor, General Ross's cells, immune system, and physique miraculously rejuvenated and became remarkably stronger, all infused with a high concentration of the Hulk serum. For an ordinary person, even a mere touch would be akin to wandering through the center of a nuclear explosion. Chapter 30. The birth of the Red Hulk. A crimson hue enveloped Ross, and his body rapidly expanded. He transformed into the Red Hulk. Unlike the Green Giant, the Red Hulk does not gain strength with increasing anger. However, he possesses the ability to generate greater heat energy when enraged. Moreover, the Red Hulk can absorb radiation energy, typically gamma rays, as well as other forms of energy, such as cosmic radiation. The more energy he absorbs, the more formidable he becomes. General Ross was elated. His legs had finally healed, and he had become immensely powerful. He was determined to make that despicable scoundrel, Chen, experience the agony of being disabled and to torment him slowly, making him wish for life and death alike. Such are the thoughts swirling in General Ross's mind. If General Ross were to recall how Chen had previously disposed of the Hulk and Abomination with such ease, would he still harbor the same thoughts? You may leave now, Doctor. I must acclimate myself to this invincible power. Soon, I shall seek him out personally. General Ross declared solemnly. Chen had been at home for several days, feeling a sense of boredom, not due to idleness, but because the plot of the Avengers had yet to commence. The mutants had been stalled after Chen killed Strucker, as Strucker had brainwashed the mutants, inciting Mystique to attempt the assassination of the president. Now, with Strucker's demise, the subsequent events could not unfold. Thus, Chen found himself exceedingly bored. Yet he speculated that Captain America should be rescued soon. He also pondered whether the so-called 50-50 chance was indeed genuine. "Master, it's time for some fruit." Yahiko, while slicing the fruit, approached with a platter in hand. "Do you have something on your mind, master?" she gently inquired. "Indeed, my little maid is perceptive." Chen praised her. He contemplated whether it was time to visit Tony Stark's residence. His custom-made RV should be nearly complete. "Let us go. I just remembered something. We ought to pay Tony Stark's house another visit," Chen softly suggested. "Certainly, master," Yahiko replied, instinctively embracing him. As he felt her embrace, Chen couldn't help but pat her head before vanishing in an instant. Since the incident with Obadiah, Tony Stark has been tirelessly modifying his armor every night to prevent any future helpless situations. He no longer wishes for anyone close to him to suffer because of his actions. Deep in thought, Tony was suddenly interrupted by his assistant, JRVIS, who announced, "Welcome, Mr. Chen and Ms. Baihizi," realizing that Chen and Baihizi had arrived. Tony quickly set aside his research on improving the mark I and turned to greet them. "You're here. Please have a seat," he said, pouring several cups of tea to host his guests. "I actually came to inquire about the matter I entrusted to you. How is it progressing?" Montag Chen incursions solemnly. Upon hearing this, Tony did not respond verbally, but instead led Chen towards the underground garage. Upon seeing the vast expanse of Tony's private garage, Chen remarked, "This underground parking lot must be the size of 5 football fields." Baihizi, however, remained unimpressed, as she believed that no matter how grand the garage, it could never surpass the size of its owner's home. "Here it is. This is the motorhome I had custom-made, which took many days," Tony expressed with a hint of pride. As he spoke, Chen turned to look at the vehicle. There stood a striking black motorhome, 12 meters long and double-decker. The lower level could accommodate a sports car, serving as a small garage, while the rooftop could transform into an open-air terrace, complete with a bathroom, a small bar, and a lounge. Of course, space was no concern for Chen, as he possessed a spatial spell that could expand the interior to the size of 200 football fields, eliminating any worries. "Tony, please tell me what other features this motorhome possesses." Montag Chen requested. "This motorhome is amphibious, with formidable defense and endurance capabilities. You can test it out for yourself later," Tony replied, his pride evident as he admired the vehicle. "Not bad at all," Chen responded, acknowledging Tony's enthusiasm. After exploring the well-equipped interior of the motorhome and feeling quite satisfied, especially with the potential to enhance it with his own spatial magic, Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with Tony before allowing Baihizi to drive them home. After several days of excavation, the expedition team successfully extracted Captain America's glacier. Consequently, the glacier containing Captain America was urgently transported to SHILD's secret base, where several elderly researchers and medical personnel, along with Nick Fury, trembled with excitement. A certain PhD in biology covertly glanced at Captain America, his eyes brimming with an insatiable longing, while his right hand involuntarily formed a gesture as if wielding a scalpel. The very presence of Captain America was an overwhelming temptation for him. After all, he was an antiquity from decades past, the epitome of a successful super soldier. "Let us commence the thawing process," Nick Fury instructed the assembled crowd. "Director, I harbor some reservations," one of the researchers interjected, furrowing his brow. "If Captain America awakens, he may find it exceedingly difficult to acclimate to this era. If I am not mistaken, his memories likely ceased before he was encased in ice. Have you considered how he will adjust to this world? I shall devise a solution. For now, we must proceed with the thawing of Captain America. We will find a way to address the situation, will we not?" Nick Fury retorted. "Understood, Director." The group fell silent, immersing themselves in the task of reviving Captain America. After a period of time, Nick Fury inquired, "What is the status?" The researchers responded, "It is progressing smoothly. He should awaken shortly." However, one of the researchers hesitated. As I mentioned earlier, he may struggle to adapt to this time. If my assumptions are correct, his memories are likely stuck in the past. Do you have a plan to help him adjust to the current world? I am contemplating the creation of a virtual environment to facilitate his gradual adaptation to this era, Nick Fury proposed to the group. Having slumbered for nearly 70 years, Steve Rogers faintly sensed something stirring. He slowly opened his eyes, Score tied 4-4 with the Dodgers. The outcome is inevitable, he thought, swinging a bat, envisioning himself capable of striking out the opposing team once more. A voice from the radio echoed in the background, leaving Steve perplexed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? These three questions surfaced from the depths of his soul. His mind was still in disarray, with memories anchored to a fierce battle aboard a plane against the Red Skull. After the foe was consumed by the energy of the Tesseract, he had piloted the aircraft into an iceberg, knowing it carried a nuclear bomb that could not be returned to the city, as it would result in catastrophic loss of life. Thus, he had forfeited a date, an appointment with another. Dressed casually, Steve gradually sat up in bed, surveying the room meticulously adorned to mirror the past. Even the radio broadcasting was of an antiquated model. It was evident that SHILD had made significant efforts to recreate a scene reminiscent of yesteryears. A beautiful SHILD agent entered the room, which Steve regarded as quite normal, albeit with considerable confusion. Where am I? Steve inquired. You are in a recovery room, the beautiful agent replied. I mean, where exactly am I? Steve spoke with a somewhat ungracious tone, feeling as though he had fallen into the clutches of the enemy, yet oblivious to the fact that 70 years had elapsed. The alluring female agent, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly pressed a button on a device resembling a communicator concealed behind her. If you refuse to speak, I shall be compelled to take action, Steve declared, seemingly preparing to strike. At that moment, the door swung open, and two fully armed SHILD agents entered the room. Realizing the perilous turn of events, Steve's instinct was to attack. The unfortunate agents, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched like mere punching bags, sent crashing through the makeshift structure and into the wall beyond. The unaffected female agent urgently called out, Steve, wait. However, upon witnessing the unfamiliar surroundings, Steve sprinted in a singular direction, disregarding her plea. All agents be advised. Captain America, Steve Rogers, has escaped. Upon hearing the female agent's report, every SHIELD operative present mobilized to thwart the escape of the captain, but mere mortals stood no chance against a super soldier bent on fleeing. After a relentless dash, Captain America finally emerged onto the bustling street, only to be taken aback by the astonishing sights before him. Towering skyscrapers, an array of vehicles, and a multitude of diverse attire left him utterly bewildered. This was clearly not the world he once knew. Suddenly, several specialized vehicles appeared before him. Hey, take it easy, soldier, a voice called out, halting Steve, who was already on high alert. A man clad in a black turtleneck and a long black coat approached him deliberately. Listen, I sincerely apologize for that earlier spectacle. However, we believe it is best for you to gradually acclimate to these changes. Acclimate to what? Steve began to grasp the unsettling reality. You have been in suspended animation, Captain America. You have been asleep for approximately 70 years. The speaker was none other than Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Upon hearing this revelation, Steve Rogers found it nearly impossible to accept. He shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. Are you all right? Fury inquired with concern. I'm fine. It's just that I've missed my date, Steve replied, the lament in his words resonating solely within himself. At that moment, he remained unaware that he had already caught the attention of agents affiliated with Hydra within SHIELD. Nevertheless, as Captain America, or rather the moral compass of his nation, even if he were aware of the looming threat, he would not choose to retreat. Initially, Nick Fury had intended for Captain America to join the newly formed Avengers after his awakening, but he recognized the necessity of a gradual reintegration into society. May I meet the individual responsible for my awakening? Captain America inquired, directing his question at Fury. Fury produced his phone and made a call. Before long, a doctor emerged from a nearby vehicle. Hello, I am Steve Rogers, but you may call me Captain America. In a conversation with Nick Fury, I learned of a remarkable individual named Owen, a formidable doctor akin to Abraham Erskine, who is also my benefactor. Without his aid, I would remain in slumber indefinitely. Hello, please take a seat. I am Owen. Dr. Owen greeted me with a smile, inquiring about my well-being. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? All is well. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I fear I might never awaken, I reflected, feeling a sense of melancholy. Over 70 years have swiftly passed, yet my body and spirit remain unchanged. There's no need for such formality. I am merely fulfilling a duty. Dr. Owen replied, casting a glance at Nick Fury. I find myself at a loss for what to do now. Previously, I was a soldier. Protecting my country was my mission. Now, it seems inconsequential. I chuckled self-deprecatingly. The haunting sensation of being forgotten by the world weighed heavily on my heart. During this time, you should immerse yourself in learning about this world, for you were once a hero of this nation, Dr. Owen advised gently. Additionally, I do not believe you are without purpose. Very well, but what can I do? I nodded, reluctant to approach Nick Fury. It was not a matter of prejudice, but rather an instinctual wariness towards everyone, as everything here felt utterly foreign to me. Perhaps I can show you something that may provide you with direction, Dr. Owen suggested. Raising his hand, a previously empty space revealed a vast display screen. I turned to follow his gaze. On the screen, a man soared through outer space, and in an instant, a nearby satellite exploded. What is this? Captain America exclaimed, unable to discern the cause of the explosion without the benefit of slow motion. Dr. Owen remained silent, slowing the replay by several thousand times. At last, I observed that the man had merely moved his lips slightly, and the satellite erupted in a most absurd manner. Are you suggesting I engage him in battle? I inquired, locking eyes with Dr. Owen. Rest assured, I do not intend for you to confront him. I merely wish to convey that your country still requires your service. There are many perilous individuals in the world awaiting your assistance. Is this individual truly a threat? What misdeeds has he committed? I questioned, seeking clarity on this matter. He did not commit any heinous acts. It was merely the military that slaughtered hundreds and rendered a general disabled. Dr. Owen shook his head and remarked. Captain America, listening to Dr. Owen's words, twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Is this what you call not doing anything wrong? The military sought to provoke him, which led to their subsequent massacre. Dr. Owen provided a brief explanation. He remained silent, while Nick Fury beside him produced a photograph showcasing a skull with an emblem resembling octopus tentacles beneath it. Is this Hydra? Steve exclaimed, springing from the sofa with a countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. Indeed, our investigations have revealed that even if Red Skull perished, they boast that severing one head results in the emergence of two. They are not easily eradicated, Dr. Owen affirmed with a nod. I was too hasty, Steve conceded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Thank you for saving me. Although I am uncertain of what I can contribute, I assure you, if you request my aid, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. A smile graced Dr. Owen's face as he replied, Very well, you may remain at the base for training, and we shall discuss matters further at a later time. Dr. Owen felt no guilt for undermining S.H.I.E.L.D. Rather, he perceived that placing Captain America within S.H.I.L.D. merely expedited Nick's agenda with minimal impact. All right, Steve acquiesced to Dr. Owen's proposal. He found himself quite unacquainted with this modern society. Should there be a suitable platform where he could truly make a difference, he would be more than willing to engage. Dr. Owen was cognizant that should a threat to the nation or even the world arise, Captain America would not be easily constrained. In the Marvel Universe's context, he was akin to a spiritual leader. Thus, the arrangements concerning Captain America were settled, and a tacit understanding was reached between Dr. Owen and Nick Fury. Nick Fury would now seek other individuals suitable for joining the Avengers. Months later, Thor, one of the princes of Asgard and the first in line to inherit the throne from Odin, found himself in a predicament. From birth, he had been the subject of immense expectations, receiving the finest education, destined to become the new king of Asgard. Yet, this future monarch was now exiled to Earth due to a seemingly trivial matter, stripped of his powers. As evening fell, Chen was indulging in a massage from Yuliko when he noticed an ethereal glow in the sky resembling ripples on water, accompanied by whirlwinds and thunder. To an ordinary observer, it might appear as mere auroras or some other phenomenon. However, Chen understood that it signified the arrival of Thor, cast down by his father. This meant that the narrative was about to unfold, and he should prepare himself. Chen gazed at the celestial anomaly with excitement. New Mexico, one of the 4 states in the southwestern region of the United States, shares its borders with Colorado to the north, Arizona to the west, Oklahoma to the northeast, and Texas to the east and south, while also adjoining the Mexican state of Chihuahua to the southwest. The landscapes of New Mexico are enchanting, featuring red rock cliffs, vast deserts, and resilient cacti. Once an unremarkable locale, it transformed dramatically due to the arrival of a celestial object. On a starlit night, a modified off-road van stood still in the desolate wilderness. Inside were a man and a woman. The man, a more mature Caucasian gentleman, and the woman, a vibrant and youthful figure. "Jane, you cannot continue this way," the scholarly-looking man implored the striking girl who was peering through the sunroof at the celestial tapestry above. All 17 previous phenomena were accurately predicted. How can this be different? Instead of heeding his warning, the woman hastily flipped through her notes and activated her laptop. "Jane, you are an astrophysicist, not a thrill-seeker." The man continued to dissuade her. Unfazed, Jane retorted, "I assure you, this electrical interference is directly related to my research. Eric, if I weren't confident, I would have gone through the trouble of bringing you here." "Jane, you should look at this," Eric suddenly exclaimed. Noticing something in the rearview mirror, Jane immediately turned her gaze. "What is that?" The sight of rippling lights in the sky left even her, a seasoned astrophysicist, bewildered. She rushed to the sunroof to witness this extraordinary phenomenon, something she had never encountered before. "I thought you were referring to some inconspicuous auroras," Eric exclaimed in awe. "Quick, let's go," Jane shouted as she jumped back into the vehicle. Eric promptly started the engine, steering towards the enigmatic waves in the sky. Suddenly, a comet-like object descended from the shimmering sky, crashing to the ground with a violent tempest, stirring up sand and debris. Upon witnessing this chaos, the driver quickly maneuvered the steering wheel to escape the area. "What are you doing?" Jane yelled. "Don't approach recklessly. What if it's dangerous?" Eric cautioned her. Undeterred, Jane seized the steering wheel to maintain their course. Amidst swirling winds and thunder, a figure seemed to materialize before their vehicle, which, unable to alter its trajectory, collided with it. Both occupants were stunned, hastily exiting the vehicle to assess the situation. "Legally, this is your responsibility," the driver shouted, but Jane was too preoccupied to respond. "Quick, grab the first aid kit," she urged as she rushed to the side of the injured person. "Hang in there. Please, you must not die." With a visage marked by apprehension, she truly regretted her impulsive decision at that moment. Upon confirming that the individual was merely in a state of unconsciousness, she observed his steady breaths, allowing her to finally exhale in relief. Yet, a perplexing question arose. From whence did this enigmatic golden-haired man originate? This mysterious figure was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, who had been cast down to earth by his father, the All-Father Odin, as a form of punishment. Stripped of his divine powers, he had just descended to this realm when he was inadvertently struck down by a reckless driver. Had it not been for the complete forfeiture of his godly abilities, the mere impact of a vehicle would hardly have sufficed to harm one possessing a divine or extraterrestrial constitution like Thor. Due to his reckless behavior, Thor had foolishly ventured into Jotunheim, nearly igniting a war between two realms. His impetuousness rendered him unworthy of kingship, leading to his father's decision to exile him to Earth for the purpose of maturation. The man and woman in question were Dr. Eric Selvig, an astronomer, and Jane Foster, an astrophysicist. They were oblivious to the identity of the individual they had struck and completely unaware of how this incident would irrevocably alter the course of their lives. Just as they deliberated whether to transport him to a hospital, he suddenly regained consciousness. "Are you all right?" Jane inquired anxiously. "Well, my hammer," he responded, seemingly disregarding her concern and posing a rather perplexing question. "You are inebriated," they surmised, interpreting his disjointed words as those of a drunken man. "Jane, we must swiftly take him to the hospital to sober him up," Eric insisted, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. "Father," Thor bellowed towards the heavens, as if seeking a response, yet met with silence. "He's fine, look," Jane exclaimed, observing Thor's loud proclamations. "Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Open the Bifrost," Thor shouted toward the sky. "Who are you?" Thor turned to the pair beside him, inquiring. "I am Eric, and this is Jane," Eric introduced succinctly. "I am Thor, the god of thunder," Thor proclaimed loudly, gazing at them. Eric and Jane exchanged bemused glances, pondering whether their collision had somehow impaired his faculties. Eric resolved to take Thor to the hospital for a thorough examination. "What, you think I've lost my mind? You mortals cannot comprehend the might of a god," Thor declared vehemently. Eric and Jane shared a resigned look before Eric produced a taser and discharged it towards Thor. Thor, caught unawares, trembled violently before collapsing to the ground. Phew. Eric and Jane exhaled. Please do not hold this against us. We will take you to the hospital first. If Chen were present, he would surely remark, indeed, it is all for the sake of the narrative. How could the mighty Thor possibly be subdued by a mere electric stun gun? Moreover, it is astonishing that the god of thunder harbors a fear of electricity. As night enveloped the desert, a vehicle gradually departed the desolate landscape. Concurrently, SHIELD had established a rudimentary temporary encampment at the site where Thor's hammer had fallen, dedicated to the protection and study of this extraordinary artifact. The following day, just past noon, under the blazing sun, numerous workers, agents of SHIELD, or perhaps more aptly, Snake Shield, were taking turns attempting to lift the enigmatic hammer. Yet, regardless of who tried, none succeeded. Even the effort of a vehicle proved futile, resulting in damage to the automobile. The hammer seemed to be as if it were rooted to the earth, impervious to any attempt at movement. Naturally, the initial crowd that discovered the site had been dispersed by SHIELD personnel under the guise of federal investigation. After all, such matters could potentially pertain to cosmic secrets and extraterrestrial beings. Until absolute information was secured, it was prudent to refrain from disclosing anything to the public. Nick Fury, occupied with other matters, had dispatched his new right hand, Coulson, to oversee the situation. Gazing at the midday sun, Chen contemplated experiencing Thor's hammer, perhaps even defeating the destroyer for a chance at a prize. Having settled Yaluzi, Chen soared towards the sky. Just as Coulson intended to send someone to conduct thorough research, he suddenly spotted a figure flying towards him. As he tried to take a closer look, he was startled to find the very person who had just been in the air before him. Haven't seen a handsome guy like you before. Chen smiled at Coulson. Coulson regarded Chen with a sense of familiarity, having only seen him in videos and never at the scene. And given the long absence of any significant activity from Chen, it was understandable that he couldn't quite place him. While Coulson was lost in thought, Chen had already approached the hammer. Observing Chen's intent to lift the hammer, Coulson quickly interjected, "Many have tried. Not only have they failed to lift it, but they couldn't even budge it." However, before Coulson could finish, Chen extended a hand and exerted a slight force, causing the hammer to shift slightly. Coulson, taken aback, prepared to speak, but Chen applied just a bit more effort, and the hammer lifted effortlessly from the ground, resting in Chen's grasp. "It's surprisingly light. It feels almost fake," he remarked. Mjolnir, known as the Hammer of Thor, was forged by the All-Father Odin from the remnants of a dying star for his beloved son, Thor. This meant that its mass was comparable to that of a celestial body. Thus, without its approval, none could hope to lift it. Eventually, they would come to understand these truths. For now, Chen reveled in the opportunity to impress with his prowess. "Are you referring to Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology? Is this his weapon? Why has it fallen to earth? And how is it that you were able to lift it?" Coulson inquired eagerly. Chen observed Coulson with a sense of intrigue. Typically, one would question the veracity of myths, yet he found himself pondering the reasons behind the events instead. It became evident that Coulson, to have earned Nick Fury's trust, could not be assessed through the lens of ordinary perception. Though lacking in formidable power and extraordinary wisdom, his remarkable ability to accept the complexities of existence was indeed exceptional. This was underscored by his master's reckless assault on the ice giant, which nearly disrupted the peace of Asgard, the realm of the gods. Consequently, Thor, the god of thunder, was cast down to earth by his father, Odin, signifying his exile. Furthermore, his rightful weapon was stripped from him by Odin's decree. With an air of arrogance, Chen boasted to Coulson, "As for how I managed to lift it, perhaps it is simply a testament to my strength." Just then, while still grasping the hammer, he felt a potent mental force surging from his arm toward his brain. Evidently, Odin's constraint. Chapter 34. I am the neighboring child, yet the old fellow must allow me some stability. With that thought, Chen extinguished the encroaching mental force. Absurd. The peak of divine kingship, Odin, merely a celestial figure, could hardly compare to him who wielded superhuman prowess. Feeling somewhat bored, Chen set the hammer aside. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor, who had been rendered unconscious by a taser, began to regain consciousness. As his eyes opened, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged Caucasian man in a white coat who was waving at him. "Do not be alarmed. It's merely a blood draw. How dare you assault the son of Odin?" Thor, still disoriented, could only sense that the stranger intended to invade his body, which ignited his fury. Someone stop him. The middle-aged man was, in fact, Thor's physician, but such a profession was non-existent in Asgard, Thor's homeland. Several medical staff rushed to assist, attempting to restrain the evidently agitated Thor. However, even stripped of his divine powers, Thor was not an easily subdued being by mere mortals. Moreover, he was in a state of furious indignation at the thought of his noble form being violated. Clang! The medical personnel, both male and female, were sent flying by Thor's might, creating chaos in the examination room. Room 1 requires security. A nurse alerted the hospital's security team. A contingent of security personnel swiftly arrived to provide support, overwhelming Thor and pinning him against the wall. Meanwhile, the quick-thinking attending physician produced a syringe filled with a sedative and injected it into Thor's body. At that moment, in her isolated laboratory, Jane Foster unexpectedly discovered a photograph of a storm, which appeared to contain a shadowy figure. He seemed to believe that the individual was not lying. The more he pondered, the more he felt the gravity of the situation, prompting him to immediately urge Eric to head to the hospital. Upon their arrival, Jane and her companions could not locate Thor within the confines of the hospital, and reluctantly returned to their vehicle. "Damn it, why isn't he here?" Jane exclaimed, a hint of frustration in her voice. "What do we do now?" Eric replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. "We shall find him, even if it means searching the entirety of New Mexico," Jane declared, resolute in her intent. "Did you not see what he did back there?" Eric pointed to the scene of the significant incident they had witnessed in the hospital. "I am not convinced that locating him is a wise idea." Jane remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Coulson. Under Jane's unwavering stare, Eric sighed. "Very well, we will search all of New Mexico." Absolutely correct. Jane was the kind of girl who would not relent until she achieved her goals. So once she set her sights on something, she would pursue it with unwavering determination. Perhaps fate was listening. Just as they were reversing, they bumped into someone, none other than the thunder god Thor, who had just rushed out of the hospital. Inside a restaurant aptly named Buffet, Thor was devouring an astonishing amount of food, enough for 5 people. Fortunately, it was a buffet. Otherwise, Jane and Coulson would have been distraught over the cost. It turned out Thor was exceedingly hungry, and the very collision had caused him to faint once more. "Where are you going?" Thor, having just finished his meal, barreled forward recklessly, disregarding traffic rules as he dashed out. "West," Thor replied. "Why?" Jane inquired, puzzled. "There lies something of great importance to me. If I can retrieve it, I can prove everything. I am the god of thunder." Naively, Thor believed that reclaiming his hammer would restore his powers. However, Odin, the king of the gods, would not so easily allow him to regain his strength as part of his growth. "What thunder god's hammer?" "Thunder god. I grew up hearing such tales." Eric expressed his disbelief, convinced that these were mere myths. "I'm merely giving him a ride. Nothing more." Jane appeared to consider nothing else, for knowing the truth was sufficient for her. "He is dangerous, Jane." Eric voiced his concerns. Sensing Eric's apprehension, Jane reluctantly conceded, addressing Thor. "I'm afraid I cannot take you there." "No problem," Thor replied, giving Jane a hug before sprinting westward. In a vast cosmos, there exists a wondrous land, not a spherical celestial body, but an island floating in a circular form somewhere within the universe. This realm is known to the Norse pantheon as Asgard. At this moment, Loki was engulfed in sorrow upon learning that Odin, the father who had raised him, was not his biological parent. He was, in fact, the child of the frost giants, his sworn enemies. "Am I truly so inferior to Thor?" Loki shouted at Odin. "You are still my son," Odin replied with affection. "No, you are lying. You must have ulterior motives. What is it truly for?" Loki's emotions were in turmoil. Once the favored child of destiny, he had suddenly become the offspring of a mortal enemy, and the fact that he was still a prince was utterly inconceivable to him. "Tell me," Loki cried out, filled with rage, disappointment, and despair. "You are innocent, and if it were possible, I would wish to bring true peace to both sides through you, but that is of little consequence now." Odin looked at Loki with paternal affection. "You should have told me from the beginning. Why did you not?" Tears streamed down Loki's face. "You are my son. I only wish to protect you from harm," Odin replied gently. It makes perfect sense now, because I am the child of a frost giant. You favored Thor and allowed him to ascend to the throne of Asgard. Loki exclaimed, his emotions spiraling out of control. Odin slowly collapsed to the ground, his expression darkening, wanting to say something but ultimately falling silent. Witnessing the scene, Loki was taken aback. Regardless of their strained relationship, this man was his adoptive father. Though he loathed Odin's favoritism towards Thor, he could not deny his respect for him, having idolized his father alongside Thor since childhood. Seeing Odin so powerless before him filled Loki with profound sorrow. Guards, come quickly to my aid, Loki shouted, gripping Odin's hand in desperation. Previously, it was mentioned that Shield had cordoned off the area where Thor's hammer had fallen and constructed a makeshift fort after dealing with the crowd. The security personnel responsible for this were none other than the renowned character from the original story, Hawkeye, Clint Francis Barton, who excelled in long-range attacks and had a passion for archery. Of course, as a skilled agent, he was also adept in close combat. There's a saying, a bowman who does not wish to engage in melee is not a true warrior. Chapter 35. The battle is about to commence for the first time. Chen encountered the real Hawkeye. It was evident that the latter was already aware of his presence, perhaps having received a heads-up from Nick Fury, where he had learned of Chen's impressive achievements. Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am Clint Francis Barton, an agent of You may call me Barton, said the handsome agent with prominent brows and a striking bow that exuded a sense of advanced technology. Likewise, Hawkeye, Chen replied, observing Hawkeye's continued vigilance and recalling the flattery he had just received. Chen thought this young man had promise. Coulson had just returned to report to Nick Fury, while Chen was preparing to visit to find Natasha. It had been quite some time since he had asked Natasha to relay a message to General Ross, and he was curious as to what she had communicated to him. What reaction would the incapacitated General Ross have to his words? The more he pondered, the more excited he became, prompting him to use his super speed to dash towards Shield. At this moment, Natasha was engrossed in paperwork at S.H.I.E.L.D. when a sudden gust of wind swept through the window, scattering the documents across the floor. Damn it, Natasha exclaimed, cursing the unruly wind as she prepared to close the window. Just as she stood up, she turned to see a familiar figure. It was you. You were the one responsible for this chaotic wind and for scattering my papers everywhere. Aren't you? Chen? Natasha retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Congratulations on your deduction, but alas, there is no reward. Chen replied with a playful tone. Chen, is there something you need from me? Are you perhaps fond of me? Natasha said, her voice laced with a flirtatious charm. Chen casually selected a seat and, glancing at Natasha, said softly, you might want to brace yourself. I came to ask you something. Natasha, however, did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she bent down to gather the papers that the wind had scattered. Observing her silence, Chen felt compelled to assist her in retrieving the documents that lay strewn across the floor. After their combined efforts, they finally restored order to the scattered paperwork. Looking at Natasha seated in her chair, Chen sighed. Now, can you tell me? Natasha merely gazed at him with a look of resignation. Her lips poised to speak, but ultimately sealed. Chen, noticing her continued silence, furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, are you mute now? Have you forgotten my strength after all these days apart? Seemingly oblivious to his questioning, Natasha, slightly annoyed, shot back. Just ask me if I can tell you. I want to tell you too. But what is it that you want to know? Caught off guard by her response, Chen felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him and sheepishly replied, oh, let us not dwell on the details. It's the same whether I say it now or later. Natasha rolled her eyes as she awaited him to speak. After choosing another seat, Chen leaned in and quietly said, do you recall the last time I killed Strucker and asked you to convey a message to General Ross? Do you remember? As Natasha pondered his words, memories flooded back of the moment she had delivered his message to General Ross. The general's frenzied expression, filled with resentment and fury, caused her lips to twitch involuntarily. Chen, observing her reaction, thought to himself, surely, I haven't genuinely driven General Ross to his demise. Feeling a bit sheepish, he turned to Natasha and inquired, did my message truly infuriate General Ross to the point of no return? Natasha, snapping back to the present, reflected for a moment before responding, you've miscalculated. he wasn't driven to death. It's just that when I mentioned your name, he momentarily couldn't recall. Chen dismissed the notion that General Ross could not handle the pressure, reasoning that a man of his stature should possess sufficient fortitude not to crumble under such circumstances. However, when Chen heard that General Ross had seemingly forgotten about him, he could hardly contain his frustration. He exclaimed in outrage, "Has General Ross truly lost his memory? After being so thoroughly beaten, he could forget me? It appears I must make a more indelible impression." Natasha, observing Montag Chen's furious outburst, grew concerned that he might create trouble for General Ross and gently interjected, "He merely momentarily forgot. He hasn't truly erased you from his mind." Only then did Chen cease his tirade, awkwardly clearing his throat twice and turning to Natasha, inviting her to continue. Natasha, understanding his unspoken request, continued, "General Ross eventually recalled your contributions, and upon hearing the words you asked me to convey, he was indeed quite infuriated. Are you satisfied now? That is acceptable." Montag Chen nodded tactfully. Natasha, bemused by his need for someone to be driven to the brink of fury before he felt content, then inquired, "Now that we have finished this, is there anything else?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen replied, "Not much else, really." "Very well, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave," he said, and with that, he soared out through the window. As Natasha recalled Chen repeatedly referring to their superior as the pickled egg, she mused that their superior had likely grown accustomed to such a moniker. Meanwhile, Yuhiko, having just tidied her home and preparing to call her master to inquire when he would return, was interrupted by 3 sharp knocks at the door. Assuming it was her master returning, she rose to open the door. A group of fully armed soldiers stood outside, and upon seeing Yuhiko, dressed in a maid's attire, they regarded her with a stern demeanor. "What brings you military personnel to our residence?" Yuhiko frowned upon realizing that it was not her beloved master, but a battalion of soldiers. The soldiers paid no heed to her words. Instead, one of them activated a walkie-talkie, reporting, "Report. No sign of the target. However, we have encountered a woman in maid attire." Perceiving their disregard for her, Yuhiko deduced that they were searching for her master. Just as she contemplated calling her master, the walkie-talkie crackled again. "Bring the maid in. He will come of his own accord." One of the soldiers addressed Yuhiko, "Please cooperate, Mississippi, otherwise it may lead to unfortunate consequences." Yuhiko coldly replied, "I only heed my master's commands. And you?" Before she could finish, a soldier beside her turned to his companion and barked, "Make your move," as he leveled his weapon at her. Chapter 36. Soul in tears. Witnessing Thor sprinting westward, Jian felt an unsettling conviction that the words spoken were indeed true. He persuaded Eric to drive them early to the destination, awaiting the arrival of the still en route Thor. "Is he coming soon?" Jane murmured softly while seated in the car, but Eric beside her regarded this as mere delusion, convinced it was a product of her imagination. Meanwhile, Thor, racing fervently, finally arrived at the site of Mjolnir. Lying by a nearby embankment, he gazed at the hammer, ensconced within a fenced area and guarded by vigilant personnel. Realizing that a direct approach was futile, he began to seek an opportunity. Jane and Eric were searching for Thor's figure when, in a fleeting moment, Jane noticed a glimmer of golden hair atop the embankment. She hurriedly exclaimed to Eric, "Look over there. Isn't that Thor?" Before Eric could respond, Jane urged him to exit the vehicle. Just as Eric stepped out, still regaining his balance, Jane tugged him towards Thor's direction. As Thor contemplated charging in, he spotted Jane and Eric rushing toward him. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he shouted, "I'm over here. Come quickly." Hearing his call, Jane and Eric quickened their pace, with Eric, somewhat irritated, retorting, "That fool. Can't he see the guard around?" Thor, witnessing the out-of-breath Jane and Eric, joyfully inquired, "What brings you here? Are you here to help me?" Before Jane could respond, Eric interjected, visibly upset, "You idiot. Your shouting almost got us caught." Jane did not deter Eric, but turned to Thor, asking, "If you obtain the hammer, will it truly prove your worth?" "Of course. I will soar out of here," Thor replied with pride. Eric, having lost patience, thought perhaps Thor was merely a serious delusional case. Just as Thor was about to discuss their plan for entry, a sudden, slightly cold voice interrupted Thor. A figure wielding a longbow, arrow nocked, and aimed at him, appeared as if ready to pierce his skull at the slightest movement. "It's me." Thor, the son of the god of thunder, felt no need for concealment, but was perplexed as to how the individual knew his name. "Indeed, it is you." The man declared, lowering his bow. Come with me. Someone wishes to see you. Who? Thor queried, bewildered, yet he followed without further protest. As the man remained silent, Hawkeye did not respond to Thor's question, but led him directly to the heart of the site housing Mjolnir. Thor pondered briefly before trailing behind, reasoning that if the individual knew his name, they likely had knowledge of him and were surrounding the area to better safeguard his hammer. Yes, that must be it. It seems there are indeed some astute individuals among these humans. Their protection by the gods over the years has not been in vain. With this thought, Thor followed along, and before long, Hawkeye guided him to the central pit. This is precisely the place where the hammer fell. A figure has been waiting there for quite some time. Thor Odinson, the son of Odin, bearing the title of the god of thunder. He possesses the power to command lightning and is the heir apparent to the throne of the divine realm. Am I not correct? A lengthy explanation flowed from the man's lips. Naturally, the one who could articulate all this was Chen, who was well versed in the narrative. Having exited the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, Chen returned here, estimating that the god of thunder would soon come to reclaim his hammer. He had Hawkeye scout the vicinity for any sign of him, and, to his surprise, they indeed crossed paths. Brother, from whence do you hail? Thor, pleased by such commendation, beamed with delight. Though he had been cast down to the mortal realm and had his powers sealed away, the title of god of thunder still resonated with grandeur. I am but a mere mortal in your eyes, Chen remarked, turning to regard the imposing figure of Thor, a sly smile gracing his lips. However, in your current state, can you still be called the god of thunder? What do you mean? Thor inquired, puzzled, yet soon comprehended the implication. I shall prove it to you. With that, he strode confidently towards the hammer resting in the center. Chen, feeling a mix of resignation and amusement, observed alongside Hawkeye and the newly arrived Eric and Jane, all eyes wide with anticipation, as if awaiting a miracle. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, Thor approached his mighty weapon, his expression akin to that of a lover gazing at their beloved. Mjolnir, I have returned. Come back to my side. As soon as the words left his mouth, he reached for the hammer. Thor extended his right arm to grasp Mjolnir, but upon exerting force, there was no response. In a moment of desperation, he gripped the hammer's handle with both hands, yet still there was no change. How can this be? Thor exclaimed in astonishment, while everyone except Chen displayed expressions of disappointment, likely due to Thor's failure to lift the hammer. Mr. Chen, is he truly Thor, the god of thunder? Eric whispered, watching Thor's relentless efforts. Could he possibly be suffering from delusions? He murmured under his breath. Without a doubt. However, the circumstances are rather extraordinary. For reasons unbeknownst to us, our god of thunder has had his powers sealed by his father, and even his divine artifact has been confined, Chen elucidated. If he cannot comprehend Odin's trial, he shall forever lose the power that rightfully belongs to him. Why? What is the reason behind this? Thor pondered, recalling everything, feeling as though his father had truly abandoned him. I have truly been exiled, no longer favored by the father I so revered, unworthy of possessing divine strength. Thor threw his arms wide and roared at the sky. Cease your howling. It is quite the cacophony. Chen interrupted Thor's lamentations directly. Chen did not come here merely to listen to Thor's howls, but rather to witness the destroyer from their divine realm. The destroyer is a unique construct, forged through magic, reputed to possess tremendous strength. Chen intends to ascertain just how formidable it truly is. Is it you? Is it indeed you? You tamper with my hammer. Upon hearing Chen's voice, Thor immediately unleashed his pent-up frustration upon him. Although he understood the improbability of this accusation, he desperately sought an outlet for the tumultuous emotions that had been bottled up inside him, and thus confronted the speaking Chen. What? Do you wish to engage in combat? Chen exclaimed with a hint of excitement. It had been a long time since he had fought, and he was eager to unleash his pent-up energy upon the god of thunder, Thor. Nearby, Hawkeye observed Thor's erratic behavior and readied his bow, aiming at Thor's forehead. Chen turned to signal Hawkeye to lower his weapon, then focused on the furious Thor, awaiting his next move. After a prolonged silence, Thor refrained from attacking Chen, which left Chen feeling somewhat disappointed, as he had no one to spar with. Chapter 37. Slaughter. Just as she aimed her firearm at the multitude of soldiers surrounding Yuriko, she observed that the tips of her fingers had sprouted elongated, 20-centimeter-long adamantium claws. In that brief moment of astonishment among the soldiers, Yuriko made the first move. The soldiers quickly regained their composure, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in their abdomens and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining soldiers shouted in fury, "Fire! Eliminate this monster!" Rat-a-tat! The gunfire erupted, creating a cloud of smoke as the soldiers stared blankly at Yuriko. To their astonishment, many of the bullets that struck her merely ricocheted off. Some bullets did penetrate her skin, revealing a gleaming metallic silver sheen beneath. At that moment, the soldiers were stunned. The wounds on Yuriko's body began to heal at an astonishing rate. "It's my turn now," Yuriko said playfully. A flash of silver light erupted, and blood splattered as several heads soared into the air. The remaining soldiers turning pale as they retreated, their initial bravado evaporating. Yuriko noticed one soldier attempting to use a walkie-talkie to call for reinforcements, just as he frantically pulled out the device to seek help. He witnessed an arm flying through the air. A scream pierced the air as he stared in horror at the severed limb that had fallen to the ground. Due to the speed of the cut, blood had yet to flow from the wound. However, he paid no heed to the injury. He was acutely aware that his life was nearing its end. Seizing the moment while Yuriko was distracted, he activated the grenade on his person and lunged toward her position, bellowing, "Die, you monster!" Yuriko, noticing the soldier charging at her, swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! Just as she evaded the attack, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Even the elusive Yuriko was toppled to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. Slowly rising to her feet, she gazed at the few soldiers who had fled, yet still cast glances in her direction, and she immediately pursued them. "We cannot escape together. I will cover your retreat. You must run." One soldier urged his comrades as he observed Yuriko closing in from behind. Unfortunately, he underestimated her prowess. Before he could react, Yuriko was already upon them. Without uttering a single word, she extended her hands, her fingertips brandishing the formidable Edmund claws, plunging them towards them. You monster!" exclaimed a soldier in his final moments. In mere seconds, the remaining soldiers were dispatched with brutal efficiency, showcasing Yuriko's formidable strength. Only Chen could command her obedience. Observing her blood-soaked figure, Yuriko furrowed her brow and muttered, "I should return and take a bath. If Master sees me like this upon his return, he may disapprove. What immense power!" General Ross marveled at his towering, crimson form, standing at an impressive 213 centimeters. After months of rigorous training, he had mastered the transformation into the Red Hulk. Through extensive physical assessments, he had discovered that the Red Hulk possessed over 200 tons of strength, coupled with extraordinary endurance and speed. His leg muscles were exceptionally developed, enabling him to leap great distances. Moreover, following various weapon tests, the Red Hulk exhibited formidable resistance to impact and remarkable regenerative abilities, impervious even to tank artillery. To gauge his healing prowess, he had inflicted wounds upon himself, watching in relief as they swiftly healed, allowing him to finally set his plans into motion. Thus, the events of today unfolded. Initially, General Ross had intended to lure Chen over and deceive him into consuming poison, believing that while Chen's physical strength was formidable, it did not guarantee the same within. He envisioned transforming into the Red Hulk and gradually incapacitating him, venting his pent-up resentment. However, to his surprise, soldiers reported only seeing a beautiful woman, with no sign of the individual he sought. Unwilling to concede defeat, General Ross ordered his men to retrieve Chen's maid first, planning to threaten Chen into drinking the poison upon his return. As these thoughts crossed his mind, General Ross suddenly recalled something important and hastily grabbed his radio, exclaiming, "Be cautious. She is not an ordinary person." Alas, it was too late, as no response came from the other end. "What a useless lot," he muttered to himself. "Very well, I shall personally attend to this matter." Meanwhile, Chen remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in his home, instead turning to Thor, who sat on the ground with a sorrowful expression. He paused momentarily before speaking. "You are quite arrogant, you know? Is it your longevity that has led you, as a prince, to bask in the flattery of others to the point where you have lost even the most basic sense of judgment? Why do you suspect that I would tamper with your hammer? Firstly, you lack faith in your father's strength. Secondly, I harbor no animosity towards you. I find no motivation to engage in such antics. Lastly, it seems your mind has been compromised. Thor inhaled deeply several times, yet chose to remain silent, halting his steps. You are right. I am merely a forsaken soul. I apologize for my outburst. Do not fret. I am not so petty. Chen replied with a smile. What is your name? Thor, with a face full of sorrow, inquired. Chen. He found Thor's melancholy countenance somewhat amusing. Will I ever have the chance to wield my hammer again? Thor mused, gazing downward lost in thought. At that moment, an idea struck Thor, and he hastily grasped Chen's arms. Since you are aware of my origins, you must have a solution, correct? Chen, feeling the intensity of Thor's grip, understood that this was his last hope. Although he felt no pain, he nevertheless said, Release me first. Answer my question. Why is it that you so desperately wish to lift Mjolnir? Because it symbolizes the god of thunder. It is my weapon, yet it has been sealed by my father, who stripped me of my power. Thor lamented, cradling his head in despair. Isn't your title the god of thunder? Shouldn't wielding a hammer make you the god of hammers? Chen retorted with a mocking tone. What are you saying? You dare insult a great deity? Thor, already lacking in rationality, found the term god of hammers to be particularly infuriating and charged at Chen, intent on delivering a couple of blows. Unfortunately for him, the disparity in strength was immense. Even in his sealed state, he was no match for Chen, let alone in the capacity of the Avengers. Not even his father could stand against him. As Thor's slow-moving fist approached, Chen, unfazed, exhaled a breath, and the force of the wind sent Thor flying. Chapter 38. The foolish giant god of thunder. With your current state, you should not even bear the title of god of thunder, let alone that of god of hammers. Chen continued to provoke Thor. Cough, cough. Who exactly are you? You can send me flying with a mere breath. Thor coughed a couple of times, rising with a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Chen. Me? Just a Superman. Chen replied casually. A Superman? I have never heard of such a powerful being. This, however, was of little consequence. If you truly wish to lift the hammer of the thunder god once more, you must first learn to be a true king. For this is Odin's trial for you, as well as his expectation. King? Expectation? Thor was momentarily bewildered, believing that his long-standing victories in battle were indicative of what it meant to be a king. Yet, the essence of a true king extends beyond mere military triumph. It encompasses the welfare of his kingdom. For otherwise, why do you think Odin, the All-Father, is reluctant to continue waging war? Is it due to a lack of combat capability? It is not that he does not wish to see his country ravaged by the flames of war. Rather, Thor has yet to grasp this truth, which prevents him from wielding the mighty Mjolnir. Nevertheless, there exists another approach, akin to Captain America's method. While the final option belongs to individuals like Hela and Chen, who can seize the hammer through sheer strength. Of course, the fledgling Thor is evidently lacking in such power, and he remains oblivious to the true essence of his title as the god of thunder. Chen could only hint at the matter, for to force growth prematurely seldom leads to favorable outcomes. If Thor were to lose his identity as the god of thunder, boredom would surely ensue. Thank you. Thor expressed gratitude for the first time in years, and with genuine willingness. As Chen spoke, he departed, leaving Thor to ponder in solitude. While everyone assumed Thor was lost in reflection, an unexpected figure materialized before him. Loki? What are you doing here? The contemplative Thor lifted his gaze to see a familiar silhouette, his brother, the trickster god Loki. What is the matter? Observing Loki's countenance, Thor sensed that something was amiss in the realm of the gods. Father has died. Loki conveyed the news with a heavy tone. What? Thor struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He could bear no more. Do not blame yourself. Loki's somber words only deepened Thor's anguish. I told him you could no longer wield the hammer, yet he placed it beside you. It is truly cruel. The throne is finally mine. Loki smirked as Thor bowed his head in despair. Can I return? Thor, tears streaming down his face, implored with a voice laden with hope. Mother does not wish for your return. Loki asserted firmly. I am sorry, brother. I truly am. Loki spoke with sorrow, preparing to depart. It is I who should apologize. Thank you for revealing this to me. Thor's face was etched with grief, tears cascading from his eyes. He placed the blame for all this turmoil upon his own reckless nature. Guilt, sorrow, and helplessness engulfed his mind. Farewell. Loki turned slowly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted from the entrance. Impressive. Truly impressive. You live up to your reputation. Trickster god Loki. Chen had stepped into view at the doorway. Loki's expression darkened at the sight of this stranger. Hey, Thunder God, have you forgotten your brother's name? Chen jested. What? Thor shot his gaze toward Loki, contemplating Chen's words. Who are you exactly? Loki glared at Chen with a sullen expression. This is a conversation between gods. It is not for mortals to intrude. His arrogance was palpable. Are you frightened? Utilizing deceit to mislead his brother. And now, contemplating escape? Chen scrutinized Loki, clad in a well-tailored suit, his raven hair slicked back, undeniably handsome. However, the shadow of gloom between his eyes and nose was evident to anyone with a modicum of perception. The malevolent god Loki. Deceit? Thor suddenly understood and sprang to his feet. Chen, witnessing Thor's belated realization, remarked, "Ah, you finally grasped it. I had thought you were utterly oblivious. It's all you're doing," Loki exclaimed, irritation evident in his tone. He summoned divine power to disrupt Chen's thoughts, only to discover it bore no effect. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen, a superhuman, although you've likely never heard of me due to your excessive arrogance." Ignoring the situation, Thor charged towards Loki, seizing his collar and demanding, "Speak. Has father truly perished?" "Indeed, it is all true, but I had no inkling this fellow would sow discord between us," Loki replied with a calm demeanor. Just as he was about to vanish from the scene, Chen smirked and stated, "You think you can come and go as you please? Do you presume I am invisible?" With that, Chen swiftly grasped Loki's arm, pulling him back from his attempted escape. "Who exactly are you?" Loki shouted defiantly. "I already told you, I am a superhuman. Are your ears deaf?" Chen retorted. "Perhaps you should be called the god of hearing impairment." He mused. "Let me go." Loki struggled to free himself from Chen's grip. But as long as Chen chose to hold on, no one could intervene. "Why must you interrupt me? Have you truly deceived your brother? I see now. You are a pawn sent by the frost giant Laufey. I never anticipated you would attempt to create a rift between us. In my stewardship, Asgard will not spare you," Loki proclaimed outwardly, while secretly revealing information to what he suspected might be an undercover agent. Chen's intellect surpassed even that of a supercomputer. How could he fail to discern Loki's insinuations? He was taken aback by the audacity of Loki's imagination, wondering how he had been cast as the infiltrator. Chen released his grip on Loki, casually preparing to strike. Just as his fist neared Loki, Thor unexpectedly interposed himself, absorbing the blow and hurtling backward. "Cough! That nearly killed me." Thor spat blood, gasping. "Can you spare Loki? He is now the king of Asgard. If there are any grievances, direct them at me." He cast a glance at Loki's astonished visage. "This is the only act of atonement I can offer for my father. I must seek redemption." Chapter 39. I come to show off. Chen's lips twitched. Something felt amiss. The Thunder God, typically so straightforward, appeared utterly befuddled, failing to believe Chen's earlier assertions. Loki gazed at Chen with trepidation, fully aware that a mere punch could render Thor bloodied, a feat unattainable by ordinary frost giants. Even though Thor's divine powers were sealed, the impact on his physical prowess remained minimal. Thus, Loki refrained from uttering any harsh words and, opting for his teleportation magic, departed hastily. Chen, observing the severely injured Thor, felt a sense of exasperation. Were it not for Loki's potential usefulness in the future, Chen would have readily reduced him to ashes, as doing so would not compromise his own interests. Moreover, despite Thor now considering Chen a friend, he found it difficult to accept the reality of his brother, whom he had grown up with since childhood. Even if Loki were to commit grievous acts, Thor would not permit anyone to confront his brother. "Outside, you can meet anyone you wish," Chen remarked to Thor. "Thank you," Thor replied, gritting his teeth against the pain. Before long, Coulson returned from Nick Fury with a report regarding the situation. Jane, under Coulson's guidance, arrived at Thor's location and rushed to his side upon seeing him bloodied. "What happened? Who attacked you?" Jane inquired, her concern evident. "Jane, I'm Fine." "Really?" Thor hastily assured her. "You are part of the organization that protects Earth, right? Truth be told, our goals align. However, my strength has yet to be restored. Once I regain my powers, we can form an alliance," Thor expressed, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Such a slow process. I hope Loki hastens to bring the destroyer. It would alleviate my boredom, he mused. Meanwhile, Loki returned to Asgard in a state of disarray, having not anticipated the situation's turn. Initially, his plan was to eternally exile Thor and use the ailing Odin to lure Laufey, ultimately eliminating the frost giants himself. This way, the throne of Asgard would rightfully belong to him. Yet, an unforeseen stranger had disrupted his meticulous scheme. If I sever the connection between Midgard and Thor, then everything will proceed according to my design. Loki contemplated darkly while seated upon Odin's throne. At that moment, Volstagg, Hogun, Fandral, and the warrior woman Sif were eager to ascertain Thor's condition. They had learned from the guardian Heimdall that Loki had ventured to Thor's place of exile in Midgard. "We cannot delay any longer. We must set out," Sif declared resolutely. A glimmer of light caught Loki's eye within the palace. Clutching the sacred spear Gungnir, he turned away, his expression grim. Heimdall's betrayal may have been within his calculations, but he needed to buy time. He made his way to the treasury and unleashed a weapon of war, the Destroyer. Meanwhile, the quartet, having directly traversed the Rainbow Bridge to New Mexico, commenced their search for Thor in their own unique manner. The moment they descended, the agents of SHIELD detected an anomaly and promptly dispatched personnel to investigate, yet they found nothing. Back in Jane's laboratory, Thor was utterly bored, even attempting to transform himself into a mere mortal to savor this ordinary existence. Upon reflection, he found it rather pleasant. The memories of yesterday, though unforgettable and painful, fueled his determination to persist. "I found you," Volstagg exclaimed, spotting Thor turn away from them. Upon seeing the four of them, Thor's previously discontented expression blossomed into a joyful smile. Eric and the others gazed in astonishment at Thor's companions. "My friends," Thor joyously embraced the four. Though they had been apart for merely a few days, he missed them dearly. Exchanging glances, one of them, Fandral, said, "We shall take you back. My mother forbids my return, my father is dead, and I am exiled. I cannot go back." Thor lamented sorrowfully. "Your father is alive," Fandral whispered earnestly. Thor's expression froze in disbelief. Although he had harbored doubts before, even regarding Malekith, he had never truly believed. Yet, he held absolute trust in these friends, and thus, he realized he had indeed been deceived by his brother Loki. Meanwhile, having liberated the Destroyer, Loki arrived at the Bifrost. In the deserts of New Mexico, Coulson and his SHIELD agents had reached the site where the anomaly had occurred. "Find a research expert," Coulson instructed a bald agent beside him. Before they could depart, ominous clouds began to gather overhead. Several miles away, Malekith observed the signs of the Destroyer's impending arrival. He intended to let Thor and his companions face some hardships before intervening, as it would not align with his interests otherwise. A tempest descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground. As the gray smoke dissipated, a colossal figure, cloaked in black with a metallic sheen, stood where the Destroyer had landed. "Is that another contraption from Iron Man?" the bald agent inquired of Coulson. "Unknown. That fellow never discusses his inventions with me. Perhaps we should consult Mr. Malekith?" Coulson replied. Just as he prepared to investigate, Coulson noticed an empty helmet with an orange-yellow glow coalescing within. Upon its emergence, the Destroyer unleashed a devastating beam, leaving Coulson in a state of disarray, nearly costing him his life. Thor and his four friends, witnessing this chaos, could no longer restrain themselves. Three true friends diverted the Destroyer's attention while their companion Sif maneuvered to execute a flanking strike. After incurring certain costs to approach, Sif successfully neared the Destroyer and leapt from the rooftop, driving her sword into its head. The Destroyer seemed to have paused, yet this was of little consequence. Before they could rejoice, the Destroyer resumed its movements. Had it not been for Sif's quick reflexes, she would have been struck down instantly. With no other choice, Thor stepped forward, prepared to sacrifice himself. Loki, wielding the Destroyer, delivered a devastating blow to Thor, who had been reduced to a mere mortal. He was sent flying several dozen meters on the brink of death. However, at that very moment, Odin's contingency plan was activated. The enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, sensed Thor's plight and recognized him as worthy, soaring to his side and restoring his powers. Logically, this should have been the moment for Thor to display his might and vanquish the Destroyer. Yet, at that instant, a figure emerged, rapidly expanding and breaking the sound barrier. approaching with an astonishing velocity. Chapter 40. A playful torment of Thor. The shockwave generated by this figure, traveling at 100 times the speed of sound, was formidable. Even without exerting any effort, unfazed, the figure passed through the destroyer, resulting in a fierce collision. Clang! A piercing metallic sound echoed as the destroyer was propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 1,000 miles before finally landing in a desert, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped both the destroyer and the newcomer, obscuring them from view. Who is this? Do we have reinforcements? Thor turned to his companions, inquiring. The four exchanged glances, and it was Sif who spoke first. No, it's just the four of us. Could it be Chen? Thor only knew of him as the sole powerhouse on Earth. Let us go check it out. We'll find out soon enough. The shockwave from a figure's speed was indeed tremendous, creating a significant dust cloud, but soon settled. Thus, Thor was able to discern what had transpired. The figure had been so swift that he barely caught a glimpse before it surged past him, colliding with the destroyer. Now, as the dust cleared, Thor finally recognized the figure. Was it not Chen? Through the thin veil of dust, Thor saw Chen standing before a large pit, at the center of which lay the once invincible destroyer. However, the destroyer no longer exuded its previous aura of invincibility. It bore a fist-sized indentation in its chest, indicating it had sustained a grievous blow. Based on Thor's experience, the size and depth of the hole suggested it had been made by Chen's fist. Gazing at the two gaping wounds on the destroyer's body, Thor shuddered at the thought of what such a blow would feel like upon himself. Just as he pondered this, the destroyer began to move again. The puncture in its chest seemed to have no effect as it slowly regained its footing, rising from the ground with a deliberate slowness. The place where the destroyer's face resided suddenly opened, and after a resonant hum, a massive beam of light was unleashed, aimed squarely at Chen. In response to this formidable light, Chen's eyes abruptly turned crimson, and two lasers shot forth, possessing far greater power than the destroyers. The collision of the light and lasers produced a blinding brilliance at their point of convergence. Just as Chen was preparing to amplify his power to completely evaporate the destroyer, a golden opportunity arose. With a flicker of thought, Thor hurled his hammer towards the destroyer's skull. Clang! Accompanied by a resounding metallic clash, the destroyer's head was struck by the hammer of the god of thunder, sending him hurtling away with tremendous force. The confrontation was abruptly interrupted, causing Chen's expression to darken. Thor, oblivious to the gravity on Chen's face, casually summoned the hammer back into his grasp, muttering, "We are friends, no need for formality." Upon uttering this, Thor dashed towards the destroyer. "Friends, my foot! How dare you steal my minion?" Chen uttered a baffling remark before unleashing a laser directly at Thor. The beam struck Thor before he could react, sending him flying several meters away. Thor was taken aback that his friend Chen would attack him. However, one thing was certain. Thor was infuriated, his handsome visage filled with fury. Previously, when he lacked strength, he had endured. Now that his power had returned, how could he allow anyone to strike him without consequence? Boom! Thor seized his hammer and hurled it towards Chen's head. Chen swiftly dodged, evading the attack. This time, Thor did not merely throw his hammer. He charged directly at Chen. Soon, Thor was at Chen's side, raising the hammer to bring it crashing down upon his face. At that moment, the speed of Thor's hammer remained undiminished, its might still formidable. Yet, even if he could catch it, Chen had no intention of doing so. If he could evade, why would he catch it? With a mere sidestep, he dodged Thor's onslaught. Chen felt a surge of anticipation, not due to any peculiar inclination, but because he finally had the chance to unleash his pent-up frustration. It had been far too long since he had engaged in battle. His earlier attack on Thor was driven by his original intent to confront the destroyer. However, being interrupted mid-battle by someone else was enough to ignite his ire. This explains why Thor found himself on the receiving end of a beating. It was only natural, for Chen held no value in Thor's assistance. To him, it was merely an act of theft. He alone was entitled to claim the spoils of battle. How could he allow another to pilfer his hard-earned victories? The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and peculiar. In Asgard, Loki observed the scene through the destroyer, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he commanded the automaton to step aside, becoming a mere spectator. Clang! The resounding sound of metal colliding echoed through the air. as a figure was sent flying, the speed of the impact rendering Loki unable to discern much. However, he surmised that it must be that self-proclaimed Superman who had been struck down. Despite his jealousy towards his brother, Loki was confident in Thor's strength. Otherwise, he would not have attained the status of Asgard's foremost heir. Yet, despite his belief, the one who had been flung away was not the anticipated adversary, but rather Thor himself. Thor, taken aback, realized that his strength had fully returned. Yet he could not fathom being so easily dispatched by the likes of Chen. Loki reassured himself internally that it must be due to his brother's incomplete recovery that he had been sent flying. Chen, hovering in midair, taunted, "You are so weak. I have only exerted a fraction of my power, and you offer no resistance whatsoever." Before Chen could make his next move, Thor, filled with fury, charged at him, exclaiming, "You are unworthy to be my friend." This was a critical misjudgment. It was Thor who was unworthy. Nay, it was the entirety of Asgard that fell short. Chen loomed above, looking down at Thor. Loki, witnessing his brother's reckless advance, felt an ominous foreboding and instinctively sought to intercept him. As Loki prepared to act, he saw Chen move. In desperation, he commanded the destroyer to unleash a beam of energy. After all, it was only he who could defeat his brother. No one else could. Just as Chen was about to strike Thor, he noticed the incoming energy beam from the destroyer. However, Chen's speed was extraordinary. He perceived the beam as almost stationary and suddenly had a revelation. Loki felt a surge of delight as he saw Chen sent flying by his beam. Yet upon glancing aside, he was dismayed to find Chen standing unscathed, completely unharmed. This cannot be. I clearly aimed at that scoundrel. How could I have hit my brother? Loki lamented inwardly. Chapter 41. A plot to murder one's own husband. Chen contemplated the scene of Thor being knocked away. Recalling his recent actions, observing the frozen beam and the approaching Thor, he swiftly repositioned himself, swapping places with Thor. This was why it was Thor who had been sent flying. A disheveled Thor rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Loki, I foolishly considered you my brother. I cannot believe you would use the destroyer against me for the sake of the throne." Thor bellowed at the automaton. Despite their countless brawls, during which Loki had nearly taken Thor's life on several occasions, the bond of brotherhood remained intact. Yet this time, to see such severe measures taken against him left Thor heartbroken and troubled, though he resolved to first confront Chen. Loki gazed at Chen, who remained suspended in midair, and in his fury, he commanded the destroyer to launch an attack against him. As Chen observed the beam of light hurtling towards him, an irksome annoyance surged within him, igniting a flicker of anger. He chose not to evade or shield himself, bracing himself to withstand the oncoming assault. Initially, Loki felt a surge of delight, but as the beam struck Chen without any effect, his smile abruptly froze. With a resounding crash, a spectacular bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Chen's position. In a flash, Chen utilized his super speed to evade the strike. 2 against 1? How intriguing, he remarked, licking his lips. But let us conclude this. I shall exert myself a tad more seriously. With that declaration, he instantaneously appeared before the destroyer, delivering a powerful blow to its form. A tremendous sound echoed as, to Thor's astonishment, Chen's punch cleaved the destroyer in two. Just as Loki was recovering from the shock of Chen's defiance against the laser attack, he was taken aback to see his destroyer reduced to mere halves in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Chen's formidable strength, Thor hastily prepared to flee, realizing the distance to the beam of light was still considerable. In a frantic state, he sensed impending doom, but at that moment, the beam widened and quickened its descent, enveloping him entirely. As Thor vanished from sight, Chen felt no regret, for he knew there would be ample opportunities to encounter him again. He anticipated a future visit to Asgard to meet the so-called king of gods, Odin. "System, how are the rewards calculated now?" he inquired, observing the remnants of the destroyer, now reduced to a heap of materials, counted as a defeated foe. Thor, in his retreat, dared not confront the host and fled in desperation. Calculations indicated he had earned a chance to draw a reward. Upon hearing the system's response, Chen felt satisfied, believing his efforts were not in vain. Indeed, I must engage in more battles. Otherwise, acquiring other abilities without sufficient draw chances would be futile. he mused. As a chill wind swept through, Thor brushed his head, dismissing such thoughts. This was not the time for contemplation. He quickened his pace toward his father. Unbeknownst to Mo-Chun, his fleeting thoughts had already been sensed by Thor. System, could you provide an overview of my current abilities? Montak Chen Pondad Alut. Beep. The host possesses the following abilities: superhuman strength, silver age, telekinesis, spatial sorcery, alternate dimension, invisibility, and one draw opportunity. The usable abilities appear to be superhuman strength and telekinesis, with invisibility also being viable, Mo-Chun reflected. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed there was nothing more to pursue and thus soared back in the direction of home. Meanwhile, Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.E. listened to Coulson's report with little concern, but when Natasha mentioned Mo-Chun's visit, a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Nick Fury felt a slight pang in his heart. Surely, something significant must have transpired during his brief absence. Observing the silent director, Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances, attempting to decipher the cause of their peculiar leader's demeanor. Had he encountered an ailment? No, that could not be. After all, it was not possible for a man to experience such a condition. Coulson and Natasha hastily dismissed such thoughts from their minds. At that moment, their leader finally spoke, inquiring if Mo-Chun had come for any particular reason. Indeed, what other purpose could he have? Natasha exclaimed, oblivious to her director's unusual behavior. Director, what is the matter? Coulson, sensing the director's unease, quietly probed. Has the president or some general once again provoked Mo-Chun? Is he here to demand something from us? The director inquired gravely. At this, Natasha erupted into laughter. Yes, he has indeed come to S.H.I.L.D., but I never claimed he was seeking you. The director finally exhaled. That is a relief. But then, whom does he seek? Me. He wishes to know how General Ross has reacted to his message, Natasha replied, somewhat exasperated. Coulson and Nick Fury exchanged bemused expressions. Truly, Mo-Chun was no ordinary individual. Having rendered someone incapacitated, he was now keen to ascertain General Ross's response to his words. Yet, they refrained from vocalizing their thoughts. Who knew what abilities he possessed? Both the director and Coulson silently pondered this. Coulson then turned to the director, stating, myths are indeed real. Thor has graced Earth, only to return once more. He then recounted the events of the day. Nick Fury showed no outward signs of distress, appearing almost accustomed to the situation. However, his reaction to Mo-Chun's affairs was on an entirely different plane. The director finally addressed the matter. Understood. Keep a close watch on his movements. Understood, director, Coulson replied, before making his exit. Natasha, feeling her presence was no longer required, followed Coulson out. Let's hope the president and those generals do not provoke Mo-Chun again. Even if I were to summon her back, I am uncertain if we could prevail against him. The director thought anxiously. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp knocks echoed through the air. At that moment, Hibari had just finished her bath, donned a fresh outfit, and was about to call her master when she heard the persistent knocking. Frowning, Hibari mused, those wretched soldiers are back again. I shall have to dirty yet another new garment my master bought for me. Why did she not suspect her master had returned? Simply because her master typically entered through the window, never through the front door. It must be those insufferable fellows. With this thought in mind, Hibari extended her 20-centimeter-long Edmund nails and approached the door. What could be the matter? My maid is usually so swift in her movements. Could she have fallen asleep? That seems unlikely. Without my presence, how could my maid Yuriko possibly fall asleep? As Mo-Chun was lost in thought, the door before him slowly creaked open. Chapter 42. To kill or to maim, your choice as the door opened. Mo-Chun was about to speak when a pair of hands adorned with adamantium nails lunged towards him. Goodness, is this an attempt to murder your own husband? Chen exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing his unmistakable voice, Yuriko instinctively withdrew her hand, yet the nails had already embedded themselves into Mo-Chun's body. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of crisp metal colliding echoed, sparking tiny flashes of fire. Yet Mo-Chun felt no harm whatsoever. Master, are you all right? I didn't mean to. I thought those wretched soldiers had returned. If you wish to punish me, I am entirely at your disposal. Seeing that Yuriko was not under hypnosis again, Mo-Chun mused to himself that something must have transpired during his absence. Very well, since it was unintentional, I shall forgive you. But are you not aware of your master's prowess? Why ask if I am unscathed? As for punishment, Chen said with a hint of mischief, let us see how you perform tonight. Understood, naughty master. Yuriko replied shyly. Let us return home, master. With that, she clasped Chen's arm and led him into the house. Hiss! Feeling Yuriko's undeniable allure, Chen couldn't help but exclaim, what is it, master? Yuriko looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes. Nothing, just tell me about those soldiers earlier. Chen urged, pulling Yuriko down onto the sofa. Well, master, it happened like this, Yuriko recounted, her gaze fixed on Chen as she described how she swiftly dispatched them, seemingly seeking his praise. Excellent, as expected of my maid. Chen encouraged her by gently ruffling her hair. Master, do you know them? Should I go to their headquarters and eliminate them all? It would save you from their incessant troubles, Yuriko said, her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. No need. I will not want you to get your hands dirty because of them, Chen replied softly. Upon hearing his words, Yuriko's face flushed a deep crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless, yet her body instinctively leaned against Chen. If I am correct, these must be General Ross's men. I merely incapacitated him while dispatching the others outright. How could they possibly seek trouble with me? I have rendered him a cripple, instilled fear in him. Why would he dare to retaliate? Chen pondered, realizing he must personally visit the military base. Those who dare to trouble me, those who bully my own, must perish. Chen declared solemnly. Master, there's no need to get so worked up over mere ants on my account. Yuriko said softly, still resting against him. How could I be angry with mere ants? Montak Chen chakut. Forget it. I shall no longer dwell on him. I will simply pay him a visit, and all matters shall be resolved. Once Chen reached this conclusion, he ceased to ponder further. Before long, night descended, and he heard the soft mew of the cat. By Heezy, which soon settled into silence. A night passed without incident, yet it was far from tranquil. As dawn broke, the sun ascended the sky, casting its radiant beams that dispelled the darkness within Chen's home, heralding the return of light. Who could it be? Hearing commotion outside the door, Chen initially assumed it was General Ross sending another envoy, and hurriedly rushed out. However, he found not the expected soldiers, but rather a petite and furtive figure. Instantly, Chen dismissed the possibility of her being a threat. Firstly, she appeared to be an unfamiliar woman, her physique suggesting she was quite appealing. Secondly, the manner in which this individual concealed herself did not resemble that of a trained operative. Rather, she appeared to be an ordinary person who had clumsily acquired some skills. Lastly, her movements were exceedingly shifty, as though she feared others would discover her nefarious intentions. Taking all these factors into account, Chen promptly ruled out the possibility of her being Natasha or any other agent from S.H.I.L.D. Encountering such an individual left Chen speechless, wondering why such riffraff sought to intrude upon his home. Did she think him easy to manipulate? Glancing at the figure outside, Chen summoned his will, and the door swung open, drawing her towards him with an invisible force. A piercing scream erupted within Chen's abode. Though his residence had been magically expanded through spatial enchantments, the scream was loud enough to rouse Bai Heezy from her slumber. Instinctively, she leapt from her bed, akin to a wildcat, extending her claws in a defensive posture. At that moment, Bai Heezy was clad in a JK uniform, and the abruptness of the scream left her no time to change, revealing a considerable expanse of her youthful beauty. Regrettably, Chen was oblivious to this captivating sight, and Bai Heezy felt no embarrassment. After a brief period of vigilance, Bai Heezy sensed that there was no real danger, as her instincts assured her that it was merely her master, Chen, dealing with an intruder, and thus she dismissed the incident. Yet, with her sleep now thoroughly disrupted, Bai Heezy rubbed her sleepy eyes, began her morning routine, and prepared to serve her master, Chen. Alas, it is all over. I have been discovered. Driven by curiosity regarding Chen's reputed prowess, Raven, the shapeshifter, employed her ability to assume the guise of others. After a series of disdainful endeavors, she finally located the residence of Chen. Early this morning, she hurried over, eager to indulge in a bit of voyeurism. However, to her utter astonishment, she had barely begun her clandestine observation when she was apprehended almost immediately. An invisible force yanked her into an expansive space, leaving her suspended before a grinning figure. Raven realized that her demise was imminent. Oh heavens! She felt she had not yet exhausted life's offerings. Despite being a mutant, she had never experienced the thrill of romance. Death was not on her agenda. Resigned, she declared. If you wish to kill or maim me, do as you please. Kill or maim you. Chen replied, bemused. The girl before him was undeniably beautiful, with an alluring physique that boasted both curves and grace. Most intriguingly, her ability to shape-shift into various forms, be it a lowly or a mature woman, left him bewildered. Was this enchanting beauty truly lacking in common sense? He had yet to utter a word of malice. Chapter 43. The malevolent Chen in this vast world. Filled with wonders and curiosities, the number of captivating women was on the rise, especially those with the extraordinary ability to transform into myriad stunning forms. Moreover, Chen had no inclination to peer into her genetic makeup without cause. Why would I want to harm you? Do not portray me as a villain. If anyone is to bear that title, it should be you, don't you think? A voyeur, he remarked coolly, gazing at Raven. What voyeur? I don't understand what you're saying. Raven retorted defiantly, refusing to concede even in the face of overwhelming evidence. Don't understand? No, you're quite aware. There's no need to pretend. You haven't even mastered the art of stealth, yet you insist on acting the part. How amusing. Raven felt a blush creep across her cheeks, yet she stubbornly insisted, I truly don't know. I'm just a passerby who was inexplicably dragged here by you. Chen found himself amused by her obstinate denial, reminiscent of the proverbial pig that does not fear boiling water. Rolling his eyes, he replied, well, if you understand, then why not release me? A glimmer of mischief flickered in Raven's eyes as she feigned innocence. You should let me down. Chen felt as though he had exhausted all his exasperation. Suddenly, an enigmatic smile graced his lips as he regarded her. What are you planning? Raven exclaimed, her face etched with fear. The wicked smile on Chen's face filled her with dread. Her instincts told her he intended to administer some form of punishment. I don't plan to do anything. Didn't you say you wanted me to let you go? Very well. Without further ado, he extended a finger towards her, and before she could comprehend his intent, her form began to rise in tandem with the motion of his hand. Please no, Raven cried, on the verge of tears, as she realized she was not yet the battle-hardened shapeshifter she aspired to be. Don't want to? Then let us see how far you can go. Chen teased it. Are you afraid of heights? Yes, I suffer from acrophobia. Raven hurriedly replied. Oh, really? Chen said, as he waved his fingers back and forth in front of Raven, whose eyes reflected a hint of fear. Raven felt her blood surge uncontrollably within her. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and her eyes were laced with veins. Finally, after half an hour, she tidied her disheveled clothing, exuding a chaotic beauty that, if captured in a photograph at that moment, would undoubtedly go viral across the internet. Speak. Who exactly are you? Chen inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Raven. I am the mutant, Raven, she replied without lifting her head. What? Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you just say you are the mutant, Raven? Shouldn't you be by Magneto's side? How did you end up here? Chen found it amusing that Raven had the audacity to impersonate Mystique before him and admit her mutant identity. Ah, so you are the renowned Mystique. I have heard that you can alter your cellular and tissue structure to transform into anyone, even altering your iris, fingerprints, skin texture, voice, and even gender. Your attire can mimic any fabric, including glasses. Am I mistaken? Can you revert to your true form now? Chen's kati nitset ho even. You know about me? Raven raised her head, her eyes wide with surprise. I know a little. Chen pondered. What do you know? Raven pressed eagerly. Your origins, your experiences. That's about it. How do you know so much? Raven yearned to voice this question, but ultimately refrained, for everyone possesses their own secrets, and she had hers as well, leaving her without the right to inquire. Raven gazed at Chen, and with a ripple of her form, her striking beauty faded away. Her hair gradually transformed into a vibrant red, while her body became covered in blue scales. From a young age, due to the activation of your mutant genes, your appearance changed to that of blue scales, leading to disdain from many. It was only upon meeting Professor X that you realized you were not alone in this world. Yet you eventually grew weary of living in hiding. You even chose to follow Magneto, Professor X's close ally. Am I correct, Mystique? Chen's eyes remained fixed on Raven. Phew, you're not entirely wrong, But there are aspects of what you said that I myself do not know. Reuven exhaled softly. How could that be? Did my presence alter the timeline? Or perhaps the timeline itself? Montag Chen muset quietly. Then do enlighten me about what I have misrepresented, he urged. I indeed faced hatred from many due to the activation of my mutant genes and my blue scales from a young age. I too encounter Professor X, realizing that I am not the sole bearer of such abilities in this world. However, I have not remained in his company nor sought out any Magneto, as I have always lived in solitude, merely surrounded by different faces each day. Reuven stated with an air of tranquility, as Chen observed Reuven recounting her experiences. It seemed as though she was not speaking of herself. Yet, had he not noticed the brief redness in her eyes, he might have believed she was not referring to her own narrative. Then why did you spy on me? Chen inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. After reading your report, you are the most formidable mutant I have ever heard of, and thus I wish to meet you, only to find myself caught, Reuven replied. Slightly embarrassed. Now that you've met me, what are your thoughts? What do you intend to do? The trio of questions left Reuven momentarily bewildered. Yet she managed to respond. Indeed, I have seen you, and you are indeed impressive. May I leave now? Her tone softened as she spoke. At that moment, Chitauri suddenly appeared before them. Upon noticing Reuven's weakened demeanor, Chitauri expressed mild surprise before turning to Chen. Master, breakfast is ready. Chen nodded, acknowledging her, then gazed at Reuven. An insidious thought blossomed in his mind like a towering tree, taking root and flourishing. Reuven, you have nowhere else to go, do you? Indeed. What do you intend? I have no particular plans, but as you can see, my house is rather vast, and managing it with just a single maid, can be quite troublesome. So you wish for me to be your maid? Chapter 44, The New Maid. Life unfolds in such a manner. When resistance proves futile, one must simply indulge. Although Reuven's heart initially rejected the notion of becoming Chen's maid, she ultimately found herself acquiescing to his words, which promised a life free from worry and under his protection. Ahem. In truth, it was a combination of coercion and temptation laced with threats. For the sake of her own happiness, she resolved to take the plunge. Thus, Chen gained yet another little maid. While this maid may not possess Chitauri's attentiveness, she certainly offers a broader range of functionalities, capable of transforming between a lowly and a mature woman at Chen's whim, never growing tiresome. She even performed a display of uniform seduction before him, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. Dressed in a black and white Japanese anime-style maid outfit, Reuven transformed into a petite lowly, as if stepping from the confines of an anime into the three-dimensional realm. Yet, this maid's temperament was less than amiable. Starkly contrasting with the obedient lowly maids of Japanese anime, it seemed that mere days into her new role, she had already begun to defy orders. Having become Chen's maid, Reuven felt a newfound sense of security envelop her, emboldening her to challenge him audaciously. Dressed in a maid outfit and transformed into a youthful figure, Reuven slapped her hands on the dining table and pointed at Chen's mouth, exclaiming in a delicate tone, "One cannot behave in such a manner. Serving the master during meals is precisely what a maid should do, is it not?" Chen's face displayed a flash of anger, before he turned to Yuriko and said, "You agree, don't you, Yuriko? Indeed, whatever the master does is always right." Yuriko replied with a gentle smile. Reuven astutely surmised, "She must have been brainwashed by you. Otherwise, why would she find merit in everything you say?" Although Reuven had only interacted with Chen and Yuriko for a brief moment, her feminine intuition, a gift shared by most women, allowed her to discern Yuriko's peculiarities. However, this insight bore no fruit, for Yuriko, upon realizing her own manipulation, willingly accepted her brainwashing and regarded Chen as her sole faith. Engaging in rational discourse with a fervent devotee is a futile endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Reuven claim that she had been brainwashed, Yuriko's expression remained unchanged, her gaze towards Chen brimming with unwavering affection. "What manner of behavior is unacceptable? I merely desire to maintain my position as a maid," Reuven retorted defiantly. "Such mischief!" With a sudden movement, Chen appeared before Reuven, flicking her forehead with a dull thud akin to a ripe fruit. Reuven instantly felt a sharp sting, her forehead reddening, reminiscent of a monkey's backside. Spinning around, she lunged towards Chen, only for him to swiftly flick her forehead again before she could react, eliciting a startled cry from her as she clutched her burning forehead, now too intimidated to retaliate. It must be even out, otherwise one side will swell, and that would be unsightly, Chen remarked, as he seemingly relished the earlier sensation. Raven, observing Chen's actions, found herself at a loss for words, consumed by frustration. How shall we proceed? Chen teased it. His words served as a formidable deterrent for Raven, who lowered her head, now reluctant to speak. Her gaze towards Chen filled with evasion, reminiscent of a wounded kitten. Now, may I be served breakfast? This time, Raven refrained from mischief, cautiously approaching Chen. Picking up the knife and fork from the table, she engaged in a playful duel with Chen's breakfast, treating it as if it were he himself, slicing it into delicate pieces and feeding them to him, all the while murmuring softly in a tone only she could hear, "You wouldn't be speaking ill of me, would you?" Chen quickly finished chewing his food and replied, "How could that be? I merely wish for you to eat slowly, so that I might enjoy your company a little longer, ideally to the point of bursting." Riven, with her adorable lowly appearance, harbored thoughts that contrasted sharply with her outward demeanor. Although Chen lacked telepathic abilities, he was acutely aware that she would never utter anything resembling human speech. Yet, he remained indifferent. As Riven had just embarked on her journey as a maid, there was ample room for her development. If she were to become as gentle as Yuriko from the very beginning, the experience would lose its charm. After much effort and under Riven's reluctant service, Chen finally finished his breakfast. Before Riven could express her relief, he called out again, "Riven, fetch me some hot water. I wish to bathe." "What? A bath?" Riven instinctively recoiled a few steps, casting a wary glance at Chen, akin to how one might regard a lecherous man. "I made it clear that I agreed to be your maid, but I have no intention of selling my body. Don't take advantage of me, nor expect me to assist you in bathing," she asserted earnestly. "You're overthinking this. I merely asked you to draw me a bath. Stop babbling," Chen replied, somewhat bewildered by Riven's perception of him. If he truly were that type of person, she would have succumbed long ago, wouldn't she? However, upon reflection, it did seem like a rather appealing suggestion. Chen found himself envisioning two alluring figures in the bathroom, gracefully surrounding him, calling him their master. Finally dispelling the inappropriate thoughts from his mind, Chen irritably directed Riven, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and draw the water. I want to bathe." Riven, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired about the location of the bathroom and, once informed, hurriedly made her way there, leaving Chen and Yuriko behind. It had been quite some time since Chen had taken Riven as his maid, and his training had become increasingly effortless. Riven, too, had grown more accustomed to her role. Although she still exhibited mischief from time to time, such occurrences had become rare, typically requiring over a month to manifest. The significant events once precipitated by Mystique in the X-Men universe had faded into obscurity, replaced by Chen's petite maid. Chen found this transition to be quite pleasing. Riven possessed the ability to transform at will and delay aging, thus allowing Chen to elevate his standards for future maids. As time passed since Riven had become his maid, he grew more adept at guiding her, while she continued to adapt to her new identity. Chapter 45. Visiting Ross. Though Riven still displayed a playful spirit, such instances had become infrequent, often requiring a month to transpire. The momentous events once attributed to Mystique in the X-Men saga had vanished, now supplanted by Chen's little maid. One day, he summoned Riven, who had been daydreaming and had transformed into a black-stocking seductress. "Riven, are you willing to continue accepting my guidance? You have traded your role as a maid for a taste of happiness for quite some time, and I must say, I am rather satisfied with this arrangement." Riven observed that Chen had been lost in thought for quite some time and inquired, "Is something troubling you?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "During my solitary wanderings, I encountered a dear friend who shared a similar nomadic lifestyle." However, Riven hesitated briefly before continuing. She too struggled with her abilities, which hindered her from connecting with others. Ultimately, out of fear of causing me harm, she chose to depart alone. Despite her unique powers, I still harbor concerns for her well-being. "What is the name of your friend?" Chen pondad alut. "Her name is Mary, though I seldom call her that. I affectionately refer to her as Little Rascal," Riven responded thoughtfully. "Ah, so does she? That explains much," Chen mused. Recalling who possessed such extraordinary abilities, yet demonstrated kindness and a desire to avoid causing harm. Do you wish to locate your friend? He asked, observing Riven's contemplative demeanor. Absolutely, Riven exclaimed almost instinctively. I could assist in your search for her. I do have some connections, Chen offered. Regardless, you are still my maid. And that is an unchangeable fact, so I shall not pressure you. Master, may I impose upon you? Riven pleaded. If you could only find my friend, I would be willing to comply with any request you might have. Chen gazed intently at Riven's face and replied, I have stated that you are my maid. There is no need for formality between us. He continued, leave this matter to me. It should not take long. However, do not forget your promise when the time comes. I assure you, I will not renege on my word. Riven responded eagerly. Days passed since Chen had agreed to assist Riven in locating Little Rascal. Yet no leads had emerged. Consequently, he decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Chen contemplated the unfolding narrative and any potential benefits he might reap. As previously mentioned, due to Chen's involvement, the storyline of the X-Men had been considerably altered. It remained uncertain whether it was time or the timeline itself that had shifted, but Mystique's circumstances were now entirely different from the original plot. She had not encountered Magneto and had instead formed a friendship with Little Rascal. This suggested that Magneto was yet unaware of this particular mutant, indicating that subsequent events could diverge from the expected trajectory. Chen resolved to take things as they came. For after all, the Marvel Universe extended beyond merely the X-Men narrative. There were also the Avengers tales from which he could derive advantage. With this thought in mind, he donned his attire and muttered to himself, It is time to have a word with you, General Ross. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to confront you? You need not await my return. Certain matters require resolution. Before either Yuzuko or Riven could respond, Chen vanished from sight, stepping outside. With a subtle exertion of force from Chen's foot, the ground beneath him began to crack. In an instant, he soared hundreds of meters into the sky with a resounding thud. Hearing the commotion, the two young maids, Hibari and Riven, were just about to bid farewell to their master when they realized they hadn't even seen his shadow. How could he leave without saying goodbye? This is absurd. Riven, transformed into a young girl, pouted. He must be seeking vengeance on my behalf. We should simply await his safe return, Hibari remarked, as if recalling a thought. Now soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Chen furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Initially, he had thought that even without knowing General Ross's whereabouts, his speed would allow him to locate the general in mere moments. Yet, after orbiting the Earth 10.5 times, he still had not found him. This was, of course, due to Chen's failure to utilize his supervision and superhearing. Forget it, he muttered, activating these extraordinary senses to search for General Ross. Within mere seconds, he finally spotted the general, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. However, just as Chen prepared to descend towards him, he was taken aback. What on earth? He exclaimed. There stood General Ross, rising from his sofa, pouring himself a cup of water from the kettle, and leisurely watching television. To Chen's astonishment, Ross looked significantly younger and much more robust than before. Furrowing his brow, Chen spoke in a low voice. Who on earth has cured General Ross? Do they not fear my retribution? However, he soon grasped the reason behind Ross's previous actions. It seemed he had acquired some formidable backing. But who could this ally be? Certainly not S.H.I.L.D., for they were well aware of his capabilities and would not dare to make such moves. Who else could it be? Chen decided not to dwell on it further. He would unravel the mystery when the time came. With that thought, he plunged from 10,000 meters straight towards General Ross. A series of sonic booms erupted as Chen accelerated to speeds exceeding dozens of times the speed of sound, and he continued to gain velocity. At the brink of surpassing 100 times the speed of sound, he began to decelerate, finally halting at an altitude of mere meters above the military base. As he hovered above the military installation, just about to speak, a voice rang out. No matter who you are, you have entered a military zone. Please leave immediately, or we will be forced to open fire. Chen, irked by the ants below, activated his long-cherished invisibility ability. The soldiers, witnessing Chen's gradual disappearance, felt a surge of anxiety and urgently searched for his presence. Yet they could find not a trace of him. Once cloaked in invisibility, Chen remained perfectly still. Instead, he directly descended towards the military base below. Chen stood on the ground, utilizing his X-ray vision to locate General Ross's precise position. Recently, General Ross had been in quite a good mood. Although he had yet to exact his revenge, he had fortuitously gained formidable power. Chapter 46. The pants-wetting General Ross, however, amidst his joy. He had indeed consumed an excessive amount of water today and needed to visit the restroom. With that thought, he hastily made his way toward the lavatory. At that moment, Chen, observing General Ross's intent to relieve himself, suddenly conceived an idea and hurried in Ross's direction. Just as General Ross unfastened his trousers, preparing to unleash the primal force within him. Bang! The sound of a cup shattering on the floor echoed. At that very instant, as General Ross was about to relieve himself, the noise startled him back. "Soldier? What is it?" General Ross exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no response. Frowning in annoyance, General Ross resolved to investigate who had the audacity to interrupt the release of his primal power. To conceal his footsteps, he quietly tiptoed from the restroom to the bedroom. Finally, after careful movements, he arrived at the bedroom's entrance. Beholding the vacant room and the shattered remnants of the cups strewn across the floor, General Ross became increasingly agitated. "Who dares to act so brazenly in my domain?" he demanded, but silence enveloped him in response. With no other choice, General Ross decided to release his primal energy first before addressing this matter. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept across his neck. Without hesitation, General Ross swiftly turned, launching a punch toward the source behind him, only to find himself striking nothing but air. "What the hell? Who are you? Show yourself!" he shouted into the void. Cursing under his breath, General Ross hurried towards the restroom. But he had overlooked the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. Upon reaching the lavatory, he discovered that the door, which had previously stood wide open, was now firmly shut. Disregarding everything else, General Ross reached for the handle, only to find that the door was inexplicably locked. "Damn it," he muttered, rushing towards the exit. Just as he neared the door, he felt a sense of relief approaching. Bang! The door, which had seemed within his grasp, unexpectedly slammed shut. "Who is it?" General Ross erupted, unable to contain his frustration, as he drew his handgun, preparing to aim. To my astonishment, I discovered that the firearm in his grasp had inexplicably warped into a curved shape, as though it had been crushed by a heavy object at some point. "Do not presume my weapon is rendered useless, and though I cannot see you, that does not imply you can extinguish my life," General Ross bellowed, his voice echoing through the air. The general stood rigid, akin to someone suffering from constipation, while a shadowy figure in the atmosphere intently observed his every move. A deep exhale escaped him, and General Ross declared this to be the most pleasurable moment he had ever experienced, bar none. Suddenly, the figure in the air erupted into laughter. It turned out that while Ross was tense, a small stain had unexpectedly appeared on his lower half, gradually expanding until it dripped onto the ground. Was this not a sign of having wet himself? Shivering from the recent incident, General Ross recalled that he was not in a restroom, and the thought of that infernal invisible man sparked a profound fury within him. In an instant, his muscles began to undergo a bizarre transformation, his once fair skin morphing into a striking crimson hue. The very air around him crackled with an astonishing power, the ground beneath his feet emitting a series of cracking sounds, as if it were burning. His height surged from 185 centimeters to an astounding 213 meters, resembling a red version of the Hulk. "Prepare to meet your demise," the transformed General Ross declared. With that, he struck at the air with immense force, causing a distortion in the atmosphere, yet failing to make contact with the elusive figure. Undeterred by his initial failure, he unleashed a flurry of punches into the void, wreaking havoc upon the room. "I am right here," the figure taunted. Hearing this, General Ross felt a surge of excitement. Yet he did not hesitate for a moment as he swung in the direction of the voice. However, once again he struck nothing but air, and in a fit of frustration, he seized the LCD television still mounted on the wall and hurled it wildly. Not only did he miss the phantom figure, but the television crashed into the door, creating a massive hole. The television soared out, producing a tremendous noise. This cacophony seemed to alert the soldiers stationed at the base, and within mere seconds, a contingent of fully armed troops surrounded the area. The soldiers gazed upon the sight of a colossal red giant, recklessly swinging at the air. One soldier inquired, "What has happened to the general? Just a few months ago, he was perfectly fine, Now he has suddenly lost control. What are we to do? The shadowy figure, observing the sudden influx of soldiers, quickly conjured a refrigerator that flew toward them. Be cautious. Some soldiers were caught off guard, struck by the sudden onslaught of the refrigerator, and were sent flying, seemingly doomed. They failed to perceive that it was the presence in the air that orchestrated this chaos. Instead, they believed their general had lost control, resulting in the deaths of several comrades. They resolved to confront their general to restore his composure, just as they prepared to fire their weapons. Meanwhile, General Ross, witnessing the devastation inflicted upon his soldiers by that unseen entity, became increasingly enraged and intensified his assault. Ready to fire, shouted numerous soldiers, directing their weapons at General Ross. A barrage of bullets surged towards him, and the ground around his feet became littered with countless spent cartridges, some even flattened underfoot. As General Ross observed his soldiers turning their guns against him, the bitterness in his heart deepened. With a swift motion, he raised his hands and forcefully clapped them together, creating a tremendous shockwave that sent objects within the room flying. Even the soldiers outside were knocked back by the force of the blast. Yet, the presence in the air appeared unaffected. "Creep, you are as good as dead now," General Ross declared with fervent satisfaction. The soldiers, witnessing their general's apparent sanity amidst the chaos, felt an overwhelming sense of shame as they recognized the existence of an invisible adversary. However, this ethereal figure seemed disinclined to prolong the game and gradually revealed itself amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 47. Confrontation with the Red Hulk. How does it feel to be toyed with? The emerging MO, Chen taunted General Ross. "It's you, the transformed General Ross." "Now the Red Hulk," exclaimed in fury. Before anyone else could speak, General Ross continued, "I shall make you experience the agony of being incapacitated." No sooner had he uttered these words than he charged toward Emo-chan. The massive form of the Red Hulk, despite its size, moved with surprising speed. He growled, imbued with murderous intent. In an instant, he was beside Emo-chan, swinging a fist larger than a sandbag toward his head. Chen, observing the colossal fist descending upon him, merely smiled and casually placed his hand atop his head. To Ross's astonishment, his punch was effortlessly blocked. Yet, he was not particularly surprised. He vividly recalled how his nemesis had slain his adversary, the Abomination. Thus, it seemed only natural that his blow would be intercepted. Emo-chan regarded General Ross and noted the absence of shock in his eyes, instead finding a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Swiftly, Ross lifted his other hand and struck at Emo-chan, yet he did not prevent the incoming punch. Boom! Emo-chan was sent flying like a cannonball by General Ross, transformed into the Red Hulk, crashing against the wall behind him. Gradually, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the wall, and as they widened, Emo-chan pierced through the wall and fell to the ground, a cloud of dust enveloping the area. "Is that all you've got?" General Ross exclaimed, gazing at Emo-chan, who had been so effortlessly dispatched. As time passed, the dust stirred and was cleared by the wind, revealing the scene. The Red Hulk, General Ross, leaped lightly to the spot where Emo-chan had been struck. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of Emo-chan. Just then, the Red Hulk was unexpectedly sent flying, landing in front of the bewildered soldiers who were unsure of what to do. "Get out of the way!" Countless voices shouted simultaneously. Yet before they could move, many soldiers were knocked aside by the massive crimson figure. Those unfortunate enough to be struck were crushed into fragments under its weight. Meanwhile, General Ross slowly rose to his feet, glancing at the dent in his abdomen. Fortunately, his formidable physique and exceptional healing abilities allowed him to recover swiftly. Otherwise, that blow could have left him gravely injured. "Is ambushing all you know? Why not face me head-on?" General Ross boasted audaciously. Hearing his challenge, Emo-chan emerged, mocking him. "Your strength is nothing remarkable. Just like the Abomination and the Hulk, mere weaklings. However, you are correct. I shouldn't have ambushed you. I shall confront you directly now." With that, Emo-chan prepared to strike at General Ross. Enraged by Emo-chan's words, General Ross bellowed and charged to meet the attack. Unfortunately for him, he lacked the Hulk's innate ability to grow stronger with anger, relying solely on energy absorption to enhance his power. Clearly, there was no energy to absorb here, and he was destined to be utterly overpowered by Emo-chan. The two fists, differing in size, collided, yet before any balance could be established, the larger figure was sent flying once more. The feeble soldiers had long since vanished, unwilling to perish amidst the clash of titans. Once again rising, General Ross refrained from rushing at Chen, instead muttering to himself, "I loathe you for leaving me crippled, wishing to devour you whole. Yet after gaining power, I have sought vengeance more than once. Now that you have come to me, I thought I might finally achieve my revenge, but alas, I find myself utterly powerless." He concluded hastily, "How about we call a truce?" "A truce?" Chen responded, bewildered by General Ross's words. "Have you lost your mind? We are enemies." Transformed into the Red Hulk, General Ross gazed at the words spoken by Chen and replied, "It is simply because I cannot defeat you." However, he added, "No, I'm not yet satisfied." With that, Chen assumed an offensive stance. Before General Ross could utter another word, Chen unleashed a powerful punch. This time, he exerted slightly more force than before, yet it still amounted to merely a fraction of his true strength. Nevertheless, General Ross found himself at the mercy of Chen's relentless assault. Observing the crimson beast curled up, being battered by someone smaller, it appeared as though the diminutive figure was the true villain. Fortunately, Chen restrained his strength. General Ross merely experienced aches throughout his body. Had he unleashed his full might, the general would have been obliterated. After a while, the transformed Red Hulk, trembling, managed to rise and, with trepidation, addressed Chen. "Have you had your fill? Please spare me. No, if you dare to trouble me, you must pay the price," Chen declared, his eyes gradually glowing red as a feeble laser beam shot towards General Ross. A roar echoed, for Chen had underestimated the power of the laser in his own eyes, piercing through General Ross's body. The beam scorched the general's abdomen, releasing a faint aroma of burnt flesh. Even his healing factor slowed due to the extreme temperature, rendering him unable to recover from his wounds for some time. "Am I too powerful, or is he too weak?" Montak Chen pundad alut. Meanwhile, the howling General Ross suddenly felt an increase in his strength. However, he questioned whether the pain had induced a hallucination, choosing instead to wait for his injuries to mend. After several seconds, the Red Hulk's abdominal wound began to heal. Once restored, General Ross indeed felt a significant surge in his strength. Yet he wondered what had caused this enhancement. Finally, he realized that it was the laser, without a doubt. It was after being struck by that beam that he sensed a boost in his abilities. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated General Ross became, convinced that he could grow stronger through Chen's lasers. Though he would have to endure immense pain, he believed that if he persevered, he would undoubtedly become immensely powerful. Chapter 49. The exploding General Ross, he even contemplated the possibility of using the strength bestowed upon him to eliminate Chen. As he mused, General Ross's gaze towards Chen grew increasingly fervent. Chen, noticing that Ross remained stationary, fixated on him with an astonished expression, wondered if the laser had rendered him dazed. Just then, General Ross snapped back to reality and began to approach Chen, step by deliberate step. As General Ross approached, Chen turned to him and remarked, "I see you are indeed quite courageous." Hearing Chen's words, General Ross, who was steadily advancing, replied with a confident affirmation, "Indeed, I am certainly brave." However, Chen sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, Ross had pleaded for mercy, yet now he exuded arrogance. "I am curious to see what trick you are playing," Chen thought with a cold smirk. As General Ross drew nearer, he clenched his fist and aimed a punch at his own face. With a swift movement, Chen evaded and positioned himself behind Ross, delivering a powerful blow to his waist. Transformed into the Red Hulk, Ross was sent flying by the punch. "Why are you not following the usual tactics? Shouldn't you be using your laser vision against me?" "Oh, my poor back," Ross lamented, clutching his injured waist. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the red figure nursing his wounds. Just as Ross prepared to provoke Chen once more, a laser beam suddenly shot towards him. Overjoyed, Ross scrambled to meet the incoming attack. "Ah!" A scream echoed as he gazed at the gaping hole in his chest, slowly exclaiming, "Indeed, that hurts! But now the stage belongs to me." Feeling the surge of power within him, Ross contemplated that this level of strength could overpower his previous selves. Not only did Ross not retreat, but he also charged forward, igniting Montak Chen's curiosity. Did he provoke me just to endure the laser? While Chen pondered this, Ross had already leapt towards him, throwing a punch. Anticipating the move, Chen merely deflected it with a gentle touch and was unexpectedly sent flying. Ha ha ha! Do you feel my might now? Ross proclaimed triumphantly as the Red Hulk. Meanwhile, Chen exclaimed, "What the hell? Why is his strength suddenly so immense? I didn't even manage to block his attack, and I was only using a fraction of my power." Ross, preparing to capitalize on his advantage, was taken aback as Chen suddenly moved, appearing right before him in an instant. Chen addressed the now arrogant Ross. "Even with increased strength, it is futile. You still cannot breach my defenses." Before Ross could respond, Chen aimed to strike at his abdomen. This time, no cries of agony emerged, for with a single, gentle punch, Chen obliterated Ross. The sheer force of Chen's power resulted in the Red Hulk's body bursting apart, scattering crimson fragments across the ground, which continued to writhe unsettlingly. The regenerative abilities of the Red Hulk are remarkably potent, capable of healing even from a state of dismemberment. After a few minutes, General Ross, transformed into the Red Hulk, had nearly restored his body. "What did you just do to me?" he inquired, recalling the moment he was struck. "I remember you punched me, and then everything went black." General Ross reflected on the incident, addressing Chen quietly. "You exploded." Chen replied nonchalantly. "What? Impossible. No matter how strong you are, it cannot be as you claim." General Ross responded incredulously. "Shall we try once more?" Chen suggested, stepping before General Ross, and before he could react, he was struck again. Very well. General Ross found himself once more obliterated by Chen's punch, with crimson remnants swiftly writhing on the ground. After another few minutes, observing the fully healed General Ross, Chen remarked, "So, do you believe it now?" General Ross remained silent, striving to recollect the recent events. Ultimately, he could only remember being hit and then losing consciousness, reluctantly accepting this absurd reality. How can there be such a powerful individual? General Ross lamented. "Apologies, but I still sense your disbelief regarding your obliteration," Chen stated, preparing to deliver another punch to General Ross. This time, General Ross was once again shattered, leaving the ground littered with his remains, which were in the process of reassembling when Chen's eyes suddenly glowed red, and he unleashed a laser beam that swept across the scattered remnants. Before the laser could reach them, the extreme heat caused the fragments to evaporate. Chen observed the vaporized remains of General Ross, feeling no surprise, for he possessed formidable regenerative capabilities. Thus, it was highly probable he had not perished. Activating his super eyesight, Chen began his search. At last, he discovered a minuscule cell in a nearby corner, frantically dividing. After a brief period, a figure gradually became discernible, urgently addressing Chen. "I was wrong. Is that not enough? Please do not strike again." As Chen was about to respond, the Red Hulk, General Ross, began to revert to his human form and unexpectedly knelt before Chen. Chen felt somewhat speechless. He had intended to experiment with what would happen if he cast General Ross into the sun, but now, at this critical moment, the General's kneeling made him hesitate to proceed further. Observing the kneeling General Ross, Chen pondered whether to continue or not. Just then a phone rang. "When will the master return?" The gentle voices of Baihizi and Rue emanated from the phone. "Be good, I will return soon. Just behave yourselves." Chen responded. After hanging up the phone, he turned to General Ross and spoke in a low voice. "What benefit is there in your forgiveness? Or would it matter if I chose not to forgive?" General Ross was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to reply. "How about this? If you can endure for 1 minute under the sun, I shall let you go. What do you say?" Chen addressed the kneeling General Ross. What?" General Ross stammered, looking at Chen. "Do you need me to repeat that?" Chen's tone was somewhat brusque. No need. No need," General Ross hurriedly replied. "Well then, why don't you transform?" At Chen's words, General Ross's body instantly tensed, his muscles undergoing a bizarre transformation. His once pale skin turned a striking red, and his height surged from 185 centimeters to an astonishing 213 centimeters. Observing the newly transformed General Ross, Chen promptly said, "Get ready. I shall take you for a sunbath." With that, he reached out to grab General Ross, but his grasp met only air. Turning around, he spotted the massive figure of General Ross, legs slightly bent, seemingly preparing for a leap. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and the ground beneath them cracked. Chen remained unperturbed, slowly lifting his gaze to the sky, watching as the distant figure of General Ross diminished until it vanished from sight. Huh, trying to escape? Chen remarked before leaping lightly in pursuit of General Ross. His speed was remarkable, breaking through several sound barriers as he activated his supervision to locate General Ross. After a brief search, he discovered General Ross hiding in a forest. Found you, Chen murmured before accelerating rapidly toward his target. Oomph, think you can catch me? No chance, General Ross boasted. Just as he relaxed and planned to take a breather, he suddenly felt a tap on his back. Whipping around, he found it was merely a curious monkey that had touched him. Damn, you scare me, General Ross exclaimed upon realizing it was just a monkey, then raised his red fist to strike at it. However, the monkey was too agile and dodged his attack effortlessly. It's not just humans who bully me. Now there's this wretched monkey, General Ross roared, swinging another punch at the pesky creature. Seeing the giant red beast charging at it, the little monkey immediately scampered toward a nearby tree. Where do you think you're going? General Ross shouted as he chased after the little monkey. General Ross gazed at the little monkey, yet instead of halting, he ascended the grand tree. Enraged, he unleashed a powerful punch against the trunk, which splintered with a resounding crack. The entire tree succumbed to gravity with a thunderous crash. Die, foul monkey. General Ross's words trailed off, for at that moment, the colossal tree that was destined to crush the monkey was abruptly intercepted by a figure, caught deftly in a single hand. To Ross's astonishment, it was Chen who had arrived in pursuit, causing him to abandon thoughts of the monkey and turn to flee. In an instant, a shadow flitted past, blocking General Ross's path. You cannot escape. Submit to the sun's embrace, Chen declared, grasping the towering figure of Ross and launching skyward. The atmosphere reverberated with sonic booms, and in mere moments, they soared into the vastness of space. Chen beheld the sun, a staggering one, 5 billion kilometers from Earth. Traveling at the speed of sound would take years, but he was not bound by such limitations. He was a being of superluminal velocity. Glancing at the unconscious General Ross, whose face was ashen and frostbitten, Chen sighed, truly, one cannot breathe in the vacuum of space. Despite his prowess on Earth, he remains a creature dependent on oxygen. He mused, invincibility is indeed a lonesome state. A smirk graced his lips as he declared, it is time to commence. With that, he propelled himself toward the sun at a speed beyond comprehension. Though uncertain of his exact velocity, within 3 seconds, he was near the blazing sphere. Contemplating the immense fireball, he wickedly pondered, what would transpire if I extinguished the sun? Without further deliberation, he seized General Ross's hand and hurtled towards the sun. As they approached, the searing temperatures began to test Ross's regenerative capabilities. They had yet to penetrate the sun's core. If they did, Ross would surely be reduced to ash. Where am I? A voice suddenly echoed in Chen's ear. Turning, he discovered that the previously unconscious Ross had inexplicably regained consciousness. On the sun's surface, Chen replied, gesturing to the fiery orb. Ross swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his features. Are you jesting? Can't you feel the pain? Chen responded, indeed. As if spurred by Chen's words, Ross erupted, FCK, FCK, are you still joking? Instead of answering, Ross continued to scream. Stop, stop, stop. Chen shouted thrice, hoping to quell the cacophony of Ross's cries. Upon hearing the urgent calls, Ross's mouth, which had been wailing, abruptly closed. Join me in basking in the sun. Isn't it delightful? As he spoke, he grasped General Ross and prepared to soar deeper into the sun's embrace. As they ascended, Chen felt a subtle surge in his own strength. Meanwhile, General Ross appeared to be in greater discomfort. Unperturbed by Ross's suffering, Chen continued to pull him towards the center. Is this the source of superhuman power? Truly formidable. Chen relished the sensation of his enhanced abilities. Squinting, he glanced at General Ross, only to notice that the speed of his self-healing was lagging behind. Upon reaching the sun's core, Chen felt his strength amplify. Yet Ross's regenerative capacity remained insufficient. It seemed he was on the verge of disintegration. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. By entering the sun's core for the first time, you have activated the achievement function and earned a chance to draw a prize. Hearing the system's voice, Chen felt fortunate. though he wondered what the achievement system entailed. Does the system not provide any further elucidation? As soon as the host accomplishes a significant event, as discerned by the system, they will receive an achievement reward. Now I understand. However, let us proceed with the prize draw first. Chen instructed the system to prepare for the drawing. Processing, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Conqueror's Hockey of Shanks from the One Piece universe. It appears fortune favors me. This will certainly simplify the task of dispatching minor foes, and it inflicts tangible damage as well. Would the host like to continue drawing? Upon hearing the system's inquiry, Chen refrained from further draws, only to realize that the general he was holding had vanished. Where has he gone? Did he perish in the sun's heat? Chen muttered to himself. It's not my fault. You couldn't last even a minute, he continued. As Chen delved deeper into the sun, the surrounding temperature escalated. The already faltering self-healing abilities of General Ross ultimately succumbed, evaporating in an instant. Just after completing the draw, Ross had perished. Chen now faced two choices. First, remain at the sun's core to further augment his strength. Second, return to Earth and indulge in leisure. Contemplating his options, Chen realized that to significantly enhance his powers, he would need to linger in the sun's core for millennia. Otherwise, the changes would be negligible. Moreover, the Avengers storyline was on the cusp of commencing, and Chen had no intention of altering the narrative. Once the Chitauri army arrived, he would confront them single-handedly, greatly increasing his opportunities for additional draws. With this in mind, Chen turned and soared back towards Earth. Nick Fury, unaware of Chen's recent exploits, was preoccupied with pressing matters. In an underground facility in the United States, numerous scientists busied themselves with their tasks, moving with utmost caution as if fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. A figure, swift in his stride, entered the base, exuding an air of urgency as he approached inquiringly. Is it unsolvable? This figure was none other than Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, who had rushed over upon hearing that something was amiss with the Tesseract. It's quite challenging, replied Coulson, eyes shut in contemplation. The Tesseract's energy is highly unstable. Its azure glow signifies that it has reached its limit. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Fury's expression darkened, as though someone had gravely offended him. Without further deliberation, he hastened toward the central area. As he entered the heart of the facility, the Tesseract seemed to pulse with increased vigor, raising the anxiety of those present to a palpable level. The Tesseract, after all, was a space stone from the Marvel Universe. While research had commenced, it had not garnered significant attention until the emergence of Chen prompted Fury to reconsider his previous stance. He aimed to harness the Tesseract to develop advanced weaponry against formidable foes. Regrettably, before any substantial progress could be made, the situation had already spiraled out of control. With the Tesseract's instability, all further research had to be suspended. At that moment, the energy emanating from the Tesseract surged dramatically, creating a ripple in the air and manifesting a portal. From this portal emerged a man clad in green robes, wielding a scepter and wearing a sinister grin, who stood before the gathered crowd. Fury drew his weapon and pointed it at the man, demanding, "Who are you?" The man offered no response, merely raising his scepter to unleash a beam of laser energy at those nearby. With a thunderous roar, chaos erupted as the crowd scattered. Fortunately, Fury's quick reflexes saved him from being struck. He swiftly retrieved his phone to call for reinforcements outside the facility. As Loki observed Fury making the call, a bolt of energy shot toward him. Just as it seemed poised to hit, a whistling sound pierced the air, and a projectile collided with the laser, deflecting it. Breathing a sigh of relief, Fury turned to Hawkeye with a half-smile, saying, "Thank goodness you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might have lost my director." Just as Hawkeye opened his mouth to respond, he noticed a laser hurtling toward him. He executed a roll to evade, but the explosion left him in a disheveled state. Gunfire erupted as the guards outside the facility arrived and began firing at Loki. However, Loki remained unscathed, redirecting the bullets back toward the guards. Before Fury could decipher Loki's intentions, he saw Loki approach one of the guards, raising his scepter to point it at the man's chest. Just as Fury pondered what was unfolding, bang! A bullet whizzed past Nick Fury, who was momentarily stunned as he witnessed his own guard firing at him. Reacting swiftly, he threw himself to the ground. Meanwhile, Coulson contemplated the precarious state of the Tesseract, aware that it could explode at any moment and obliterate the surroundings. He needed to evacuate quickly. Fury, narrowly escaping death, seethed with anger, realizing how close he had come to perishing had it not been for his quick reflexes. Loki, noticing that he had failed to slay this mortal, paid no heed and instead made his way towards the Tesseract. Along the way, he hypnotized the guarding personnel with his scepter, compelling them to serve his purposes. Fury found himself powerless to intervene, forced to watch as Loki seized the item from him. However, he was grateful to have survived unscathed. That was a small consolation. Chen had already returned to Earth. Fully aware that the saga of the Avengers was about to unfold, he observed the Tesseract being stolen by Loki without attempting to intervene. Rather, it excited him, for he sensed that the time for his grand confrontation was near. Looking to the sky, Loki felt an inexplicable sensation as if he were being watched. But he dismissed the thought and resolved to summon the army of Chitauri first. Loki's cunning was undeniable. He was indeed the god of mischief, yet he was navigating unfamiliar territory, which was why he had manipulated so many scientists along the way. Determined to prove himself to Odin, Loki was willing to let Earth perish if it meant achieving his goals. Chen, utilizing his enhanced vision, scrutinized Loki before shifting his gaze to Nick Fury, who was engrossed in conversation with Captain America about assembling the Avengers. He wondered if Tony Stark, whom he had altered, could still become part of the Avengers. Setting aside his thoughts, Chen decided to make the most of this interlude in the unfolding narrative by spending quality time with his two maids, planning delightful outings with them. Upon returning home, he was greeted by 3 firm knocks at the door. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a petite figure alongside a beautiful girl. "Did you miss me?" Chen inquired, gazing at them. "We missed you dearly, master." Both maids chimed in unison. "Come inside," Chen said, lifting the little girl Raven in one arm, while taking Yui's hand with the other as they entered the house. Once inside, he noticed that even during his absence, the home remained impeccably clean. "Thank you for your hard work," Chen gently expressed to Yui. "Oh, it was nothing," she replied playfully. "I helped clean too." Raven, now transformed into a little girl, added with a pout. Chen affectionately ruffled Raven's hair, saying, "Yes, you were very good. But could you perhaps transform into a more mature version?" Chapter 52. Assembling the Avengers. As the words fell, Raven's form underwent a remarkable transformation. Within mere seconds, she shifted from an adorable, innocent little girl into an alluring and seductive mature woman, clad in a delicate lavender top that accentuated her slender waist, paired with a pink mini-skirt that revealed her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings. She exuded an irresistible allure. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled into an exquisite bun, with a single strand cascading delicately against her crimson, glistening lips. Gulp! A swallow escaped from the depths of his throat, and the once leisurely rhythm of his heartbeat quickened. "Do you like it, my master?" she teased, her pink tongue playfully gliding across her lips, enticing Chen. Chen remained silent, his gaze fixated upon her. "Oof, you ought to see how I look too," came a playful huff from the side, revealing Baihizi, who donned a maid outfit, seemingly unchanged, leaving Chen puzzled. "Look, behind," Baihizi said, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Turning his attention behind him, Chen noticed the maid outfit had distinct protrusions, with something resembling a tail tied around her waist. "Quite impressive." He nodded slightly in approval. "Master, has my friend been found?" Raven, now transformed, whispered softly. "Yes, but we have no leads whatsoever. However, I am confident your friend will be all right." "Understood, but I still worry about her," Raven replied, her demeanor visibly dimmed. "I won't be leaving for a while. I plan to take you both out for some fun. Are you happy?" Chen smiled. "Yay!" The two girls exclaimed joyfully at their master's words. "Mr. Steve, we require your assistance," Nick Fury stated directly, avoiding any circumlocution. His unease was minimal, for he possessed a formidable trump card. "To summarize, the Tesseract has been stolen, nearly costing you your life, and those scientists are under control, correct?" Steve responded, "Indeed, and it appears the adversary possesses teleportation abilities, which is the crux of my concern. If they appear sporadically, it could become quite troublesome. Is there a solution?" Steve inquired. "Initiate the Avengers Initiative," Nick Fury replied decisively. "Have the personnel been selected?" Steve pondered aloud. "It has been predetermined," Nick Fury confirmed. Steve nodded in acknowledgement of Nick Fury's words. Meanwhile, Natasha was scouring the slums in search of Bruce Banner. Since the incident involving General Ross, Bruce had been exceedingly cautious, and after meticulous self-regulation, the Hulk within him was finally ready to emerge once more. Given the chaos of the slums, violence, arson, robbery, and assault were rampant. Emerging from a narrow alleyway, Bruce encountered 3 young men wielding folding knives who obstructed his path. Baka, the leader, a blonde youth, cursed. "Aren't you American? Why are you speaking Japanese?" Bruce Banner felt somewhat speechless. If the Hulk did not manifest, he might have been concerned, as it was only when his life was threatened that he would summon assistance. However, with the Hulk at his side, how could he fear such ruffians? Bruce pondered. Regardless of whether you're American or Japanese, even if I'm of mixed heritage, you want to escape today. The blonde leader shouted. It doesn't matter if our boss is American or not. You still need to hand over your money. We can make this quick for you. But otherwise, another youth with a messy hairstyle brandished his knife. Hurry up. The one at the back, adorned with a tattoo of Peppa Pig, barked. Upon hearing the blonde's taunt about being of mixed heritage, Bruce could not contain his laughter and chuckled. Have you truly decided to intimidate me? He inquired calmly. The youth with the messy hair, clutching his own unruly locks, retorted, Are you out of your mind? This is a slum. Murder and arson go unchecked here, especially in such a secluded place. Indeed, you speak truthfully. If I were an ordinary person, I would surely meet my end today. Bruce conceded with a nod. What kind of wealthy heir resides in a slum? Trying to scare me? The youth with the Peppa Pig tattoo mocked. Enough chatter. If you don't hand over the money, we'll kill you right now. The blonde leader threatened. You're truly tedious, Bruce remarked, seemingly oblivious, and began to stride forward, looking for death. Enraged by Bruce's demeanor, the youth with the messy hair lunged at him with his knife. Just as the blade was a mere inch from Bruce's back, the frail figure of Bruce Banner seemed to vanish. Fact, what is this? Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a single slap. The other 2 youths, witnessing a massive green-skinned creature that had just dispatched their comrade, turned to flee. Run towards the crowd, the tattooed man yelled. Before long, another green figure appeared before them, blocking their path. They attempted to change direction, but before they could fully pivot, the blonde youth was seized. Just as he prepared to speak, transformed into the Hulk. Bruce Banner unleashed a powerful punch upon the blonde youth. The expected cry of despair was absent. Instead, he was propelled away by the sheer force. Don't come any closer. I'll give you all the money, the terrified blonde pleaded. Yet, the Hulk, undeterred by the cries, delivered a swift kick forward. As a green foot came kicking towards him, the blonde-haired man was caught off guard and was sent flying by the immense force. In the distance, 3 lifeless bodies lay in a corner. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed through the air. As Natasha's fist approached, she urgently called out, Banner, it's me. Recognizing Natasha, the initially furious Banner gradually transformed back into his human form. What brings you here? He asked, clad only in a thin pair of shorts as he gazed at Natasha. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has urgent matters to attend to, and I've come to find you, Natasha replied, her expression turning serious. But first, you need to take me to get some clothes. Otherwise, how can I face anyone like this? Bruce Banner said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then let's hurry. Natasha smiled. How do you like this outfit? Banner narcissistically admired himself in the mirror. Not bad, but we need to discuss the imminent dangers facing S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha said earnestly as she looked at Bruce Banner. Chapter 53. In search of the Avengers, Natasha pulled out her phone, opened an image from her album, and handed it to Bruce Banner. This is the Tesseract. Its energy is nearly limitless. However, if mishandled, it could spell doom for Earth. Natasha's demeanor was grave. Does Nick Fury want me to safeguard it or consume it? Bruce Banner inquired, puzzled. The Tesseract has been forcibly taken, and we must unite to confront the impending threat. It would be even better if we could locate it, Natasha exclaimed, looking at Bruce Banner. That's why Nick Fury wanted me to speak with you. I thought you were playing a trick on me to capture me. Bruce Banner replied, his face lighting up with a smile. Our director didn't say that. Natasha clarified. Did he tell you everything? Bruce Banner's smile slowly faded. You can ask him at S.H.I.E.L.D. He's right there. Natasha explained. Will they draw my blood after I go there? Bruce Banner mocked. Of course not. I showed you the picture and explained the situation, Natasha replied. Do you think I'm a fool? Bruce Banner shouted. Natasha, sensing the tension, drew a dagger from her concealed position, pointing at him. Seeing the dagger aimed at him, Bruce continued to mock her. Are you sure that dagger will be effective? Why not use a gun? Realizing the dagger would intimidate him, Natasha sheathed it. Do you think I'm unaware of what is happening outside? Bruce Banner shouted. With no other option, Natasha took out her walkie-talkie and ordered the others to retreat. With so many people here, and they claim it's not to capture me for research, do they really think I'm an idiot? Bruce Banner scoffed. Unless it's just the two of us, he said, both understanding the unspoken words. In the end, Bruce Banner accompanied Natasha on a plane to S.H.I.E. Ed. Sir, Nick Fury is on the line, Jarvis's voice echoed. Ignore him, Tony Stark replied, visibly irritated. He really knows how to call at the most inconvenient times. Especially when I'm with Pepper. I'm afraid if you don't answer, he will come looking for you shortly, Jarvis reminded him. I'm on a date, Jarvis, Tony Stark retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Just as he continued, Jarvis interjected once more. Sir, someone has bypassed my security protocols and is directly calling your phone. As he prepared to answer, the doors of Stark Towers swung open, revealing Coulson before Tony Stark's eyes. Well, no need to call now, Stark remarked, unperturbed. Mr. Stark, Coulson, devoid of any embarrassment over his call being disregarded, entered. Come in. Pepper smiled, inviting him in. Rest assured, I'll be quick. Coulson hastily assured them. Do come in. We were just having dinner, Pepper said warmly. He shouldn't be here, Stark muttered under his breath. Coulson paid no mind, instead placing a high-tech device on the table. S.H.I.E.L.D. is in trouble. Take a look. Pepper reached out to activate the device and responded. Is this about the Avengers Initiative? Wasn't that put on hold long ago? Besides, it doesn't suit my personality. That is no longer a concern. Coulson interjected. What is this? Tony Stark glanced at the display on the device. The data revealed the designated members of the Avengers and images of the Tesseract. I'll be heading elsewhere for the next few days. After some hesitation, Pepper resolved firmly. I haven't agreed yet. Stark expressed surprise. Come now. You have other matters to attend to. Pepper smiled and whispered a few words into Tony's ear. I'm on board then. I'll reach out to you later. Safe travels. Upon hearing her whisper, Stark's previously reluctant expression transformed into one of excitement, undoubtedly influenced by Pepper's words. The mention of the Avengers Initiative had already piqued his interest, especially since the Tesseract was tied to his father's legacy. Furthermore, Pepper's comments had swayed him. However, he would not concede easily and intended to maintain a reluctant facade to compel her to persuade him further. Coulson, being a seasoned agent, was well aware of Stark's psyche. He patiently navigated the conversation, ultimately convincing Stark to join the Avengers with his eloquent rhetoric. At that moment, Hawkeye was en route to the home of a certain individual, his heart racing. The formidable abilities and remarkable achievements of this person had made him an admirer, though the individual remained oblivious to his admiration. Is this the place? Hawkeye murmured, glancing at the satellite navigation. Thud, thud, thud. Hawkeye rapped 3 times on the door, eagerly awaiting a response from Chen. His heart raced with excitement, for he was about to meet his idol once more. Inside, Chen was playfully tussling with Yuhiko and the transformed Raven. The sudden knock at the door irked him slightly, yet he rose to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Hawkeye standing before him. His fervent gaze almost leading Chen to question his own assumptions about the man's orientation. Okay. Do come in. Chen casually invited, observing the thrill in Hawkeye's eyes. The latter, elated by the invitation, yet holding back his enthusiasm, stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, he was awestruck by the sheer vastness of the room. Its expanse rivaled that of 200 football fields. No, this was not merely a house. It was akin to an island. Hawkeye managed to contain his astonishment, refraining from expressing it aloud. Noticing Hawkeye's shocked expression, Chen maintained a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, "The house is a bit small. I hope you don't mind." Hawkeye, who had been about to speak, could only muster an awkward smile in response. "Is there something you need?" Chen feigned curiosity, gazing at Hawkeye. The latter's heart continued to race, and after a deep breath, he quietly confessed, "I would like an autograph." Chen, with a hint of amusement, replied, "Did Nick Fury send you here solely for my signature?" A sudden silence enveloped the air. Hawkeye inhaled deeply and slowly produced a photograph, offering it to Chen. He glanced up and added, "This is the Tesseract, but it has already been taken." After a brief pause, He continued, there is also a plan for the Avengers, and the director hopes you will join us. On what grounds? Montag Chen get. His tone inquisitive. Chapter 54. The chat group opens. Hawkeye was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Chen had no obligation to join their cause, leaving him a loss for words. Observing Hawkeye's uncertain demeanor amused Chen, prompting him to avoid further teasing. He then stated, I can agree to temporarily join you, but upon the retrieval of the Tesseract, it must be entrusted to me for safekeeping. What do you think? Hawkeye hesitated. I cannot make that decision. I need to consult the director. Chen encouraged, you can make a call. Understanding Chen's intent, Hawkeye retrieved his phone and dialed Nick Fury. As Chen awaited Hawkeye's call, he utilized his super hearing and X-ray vision to peer into a nearby bedroom, where two stunning women lay, one clad in black stockings and a short skirt, the other in a form-fitting bodysuit. It was none other than Yahiko and Raven, who had unexpectedly dozed off while he conversed with Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Nick Fury pondered, will Chen agree to join us? Or will he make unreasonable demands that I should consider? As Nick Fury pondered his thoughts, the sudden ringing of the telephone startled him, breaking his concentration. After regaining his composure, he hastily answered the call. Director, it's me, came Hawkeye's voice from the other end. Hawkeye, what is the update? Did he agree? Nick Fury inquired eagerly. Director, please remain calm. Mr. Chen stated that if we acquiesce to his demands, he will join us, Hawkeye informed the excited director. Once Fury steadied his emotions, he countered, what are his demands? As long as we ultimately recover the Cosmic Cube, it must be entrusted to Mr. Chen for safekeeping. And he will align himself with us, Hawkeye blurted out. Upon hearing this, Fury felt an immediate urge to refuse, for he possessed a secret card of his own. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. Even if the other party were to attempt to seize it, he would have no recourse. It would be wiser to extend a gesture of goodwill that could potentially enhance the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. Very well. Nick Fury finally declared into the telephone. I shall convey your message to Mr. Chen, Hawkeye responded. As Chen contemplated the exquisite forms of Yahiko and Raven, Hawkeye announced, our director has consented. Mr. Chen. Oh, has he agreed? Chen snapped back to reality. All right, you may take your leave. Chen indicated it was time for Hawkeye to exit, subtly retrieving paper and pen. Recognizing the cue, Hawkeye realized it was indeed time to depart, having fulfilled his mission. What a pity, no autograph for my idol, he lamented inwardly. Dismissing such thoughts, he stood and briskly approached the door. Just as he was about to step outside, Chen's voice called out, here you go. Hawkeye turned in confusion, spotting a white sheet of paper floating in the air, adorned with a black signature. What is this? An autograph. His heart raced as he realized it was Chen's handwritten signature. Watching Hawkeye exit, Chen contemplated, it's time I woke these two girls. Hey, time to wake up, ladies. Two soft groans responded. Master, I just fell asleep, and you're already waking me? Yahiko complained, though her face bore no trace of fatigue. Come on, rise and shine, sleepyhead. Chen urged Raven, who remained ensconced in her blankets. No, I want to keep sleeping, Raven firmly declared, pulling the covers tighter around herself. Do you dare to defy me? Witness my black tiger heart extraction. Chen reached for Raven beneath the covers. You scoundrel, master, Raven yelped, rubbing her chest where Chen had playfully pinched her. Behold my Shaolin Dragon Claw. Yahiko suddenly interjected, reaching out to grasp Raven. You're all ganging up on me, Raven cried out, nursing her bruised pride. Now, will you listen? Chen said triumphantly. Are you hungry, master? Yuzi asked affectionately. Raven, are you feeling peckish? Chen turned to inquire. I'll cook with big sister Yuzi, Raven replied softly, gazing at Chen. Big sister? Chen looked at Raven, slightly perplexed. Hee, that's our secret. Raven chuckled as she exited with Yuzi. Chen thought to himself, it's not hard to guess what is going on. I should activate the multiverse chat group first. I almost forgot about it after such a long time. System, please activate the multiverse chat group. Chen commanded within his mind. Understood. Host, please hold on. The system responded. Host, activating now. Ding. The multiverse chat group has been activated. Please name your nickname. The system's voice echoed again. Let us call it a sneeze can annihilate the solar system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your nickname has been successfully created. You are now the group owner. Would you like to invite others immediately? The system inquired. Yes, please. The system began scanning the multiverse for suitable invitees. Ding. Li Daxian, the all-knowing, has joined the chat group. Ding. The son of the devil has joined the chat group. Ding. The sect leader of a certain sect has joined the chat group. Ding. Martial arts master has joined the chat group. So it's them. They're all characters from my previous life as anime, movies, and novels. Martial arts master, what is this? Is it yet another foreign contraption? On a dilapidated street, a man clad in tattered garments muttered with a bitter smile. This individual was the struggling Yi-1, furrowing his brow as he pondered whether this was something from the Japanese. Meanwhile, in the world of pirates, Robin was in flight, contemplating if it was a type of devil fruit, not having sensed anything at all. Son of the devil, who are you? How did you enter my mind? On a mountain peak, Yin donned a white dress, her inky black hair cascading like a waterfall down to her slender waist, her exquisite face creased in thought. Sect leader, what kind of technique is this? Could it be a power of the emperor level? In a small room of less than 30 square meters, Li Daxian was excitedly reading a novel on his phone. Ding! The Multiverse chat group invites you to join. What? A chat group? After all these years of reading novels, it's finally coming to fruition. I'm about to reach the pinnacle of my life. Li Daxian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hello everyone, I am Li Daxian. I know the heavens and the earth and everything in between. Chen contemplated the group members. Chapter 55, Li Daxian, the all-knowing. The conversation of the sect leader and the one she mentioned isn't hard to guess. It's clearly a character from Battle Through the Heavens. Though I'm unsure of the identity. The son of the devil must be Robin from One Piece, but I wonder what period she is in. Has she set sail with Luffy yet? The martial arts master contemplated the words spoken by the individual, pondering whether this was a reference to Yip Man, given the Japanese context. As for the other figure, Li Daxian, he seemed to resemble a common man, perhaps influenced by fanciful novels from his previous life, engaging in some charlatanry for personal gain. Just as Chan was about to speak, Li Daxian interjected. Knowing heaven and earth, Li Daxian. Oh, the username group leader sounds so familiar. At that moment, Chen chimed in. A sneeze can annihilate the solar system. Group leader? What is that? Chen was curious to see how Li Daxian would attempt to deceive him. Within his modest 30-square-meter bedroom, Li Daxian, trembling, pinched himself and then searched on his phone. Indeed, he confirmed it. This was the Superman of the DC universe, and a Silver Age one at that. Knowing heaven and earth, Li Daxian, it symbolizes your unparalleled prowess. Ultimately, Li Daxian decided to phrase it this way, hoping to elicit a favorable response from the other party. A sneeze can annihilate the solar system. I see. So, the strongest? Is it the Do-D? As for the name, it seems somewhat exaggerated. Knowing heaven and earth, Li Daxian. In your world, the Do-D is inconsequential. One could extinguish an entire region with a mere breath. Such audacity. How do you know this? What proof do you possess? Knowing heaven and earth. Li Daxian. I'm the one who knows heaven, knows earth, knows all. I foresee your future. Son of the devil. Is the group leader truly that formidable? And you can foresee others' futures? What about mine? Martial arts master. Where do you all hail from? It feels as though you do not belong to my world. Chan observed Li Daxian's fervent defense of himself, appreciating the flattery, as remaining silent added to his air of mystery. Ding! The system activated the group file upload feature. Li Daxian, unsure of how to explain, suddenly noticed the chat group could upload files, a timely solution to his pressing dilemma. Ding! Knowing heaven and earth. Li Daxian uploaded a group file. Knowing heaven and earth, Li Daxian. Now do you believe my words? Your so-called Do-D is hardly worth a breath. Certain sect master. If these abilities are genuine, then perhaps, as you say, the Do-D is indeed insignificant, but these are merely descriptions and cannot serve as proof. Son of the devil. Is this truly the group leader's ability? This is already divine. Martial arts master. This is indeed godly. If I possessed such power, who would dare to provoke me? A sneeze can annihilate the solar system. Is this not my ability? It appears you truly know everything. I wonder who among us is more formidable. Upon reading this, Li Daxian trembled. Knowing heaven and earth, Li Daxian, I surely cannot compare to someone as esteemed as you. Perhaps I am merely 1/10 as powerful. Chen regarded Li Daxian's words with a sense of incredulity, while flattery was one thing. Claiming to possess a fraction of his strength was quite another. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, as long as assistance in building his reputation and prestige was forthcoming, he could certainly extend some benefits in return. A sneeze could obliterate the solar system, group leader that's quite formidable, annihilating an entire star system with ease. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. Thank you for the compliment, but I fall short in comparison to you. Ding! The power level has been activated. According to the system's classification, the strength within this chat group is delineated into 9 tiers, also referred to as the unrivaled 9 levels. LV1. Attaining the limits of an ordinary human, capable of effortlessly dealing with hundreds of regular individuals and handguns. LV2. Beginning to manifest formidable abilities capable of effortlessly annihilating several villages, showing no fear of conventional firearms or grenades. LV3. Starting to transcend human boundaries, capable of easily destroying multiple cities and disregarding any firearms or missiles, with only nuclear weapons able to inflict damage. LV4. Ascending to the status of a planetary deity, able to effortlessly obliterate an entire planet. At this stage and beyond, no conventional or nuclear weapon can cause any harm. LV5. Approaching the level of celestial being, capable of effortlessly annihilating several star systems. LV6. Evolving into an even more powerful singular universe-level entity, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire universe. LV7. Further advancing to the multiverse level, representing eternity, capable of easily destroying countless universes. LV8. Reaching the ultra-universe level, able to judge various universes at will, wielding powers that transcend the cosmos. LV9. Omnipotent universe level, the pinnacle of strength, signifying invincibility. With each subsequent tier, every enhancement in power signifies an unprecedented transformation. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. Just in time, the power classification of our chat group has been released. Do you know what abilities our group leader possesses? Son of the Demon. My strength is merely at the 2nd tier. It's hard to fathom how powerful our group leader must be. Martial Arts Grandmaster. I feel ashamed to admit I am only at the 1st tier. My esteemed peers possess formidable strength. Certain sect leader. According to the chat group's power classification, my strength should be at LV3. Chen observed the power classification provided by the chat group and clicked to view further details. World Chat Group. Host, Chen. Lifespan, infinite. Skills, superhuman strength, silver age, telekinesis. Spatial magic, alternate dimension. Invisibility, comprehensive power assessment. LV7 multiverse level strength. As anticipated, Chen murmured to himself. At this moment, Li Daxian spoke again. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. It seems the strongest in the group are the leader and I. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. Everyone can speculate on the tier of our leader's strength. You may compare it with the document I just shared. Silence enveloped the group as they appeared to be examining the leader's strength, pondering what tier it truly belonged to. Martial Arts Master. I believe the leader's power must be at level 4, capable of effortlessly annihilating multiple star systems. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. You are being overly conservative. After all, it is our leader. How could it possibly be level 4? A mere sneeze could obliterate a solar system. Certain sect master. In my view, if the leader's power is indeed genuine, it must be at least level 5. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. Such a conservative estimate. I implore you to continue speculating upwards, instead of merely adding 1. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. This is someone who can manipulate dozens of planets merely through strength. I hope the last friend does not disappoint me. Son of the Devil. Based on the comparative information, following your words, Li Daxian, I surmise the leader's strength should be. Chapter 56. The world is full of love. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. Speak quickly. Why have you fallen silent at such a critical moment? Martial Arts Master. Indeed, I too wish to know the leader's stage of power. I urge my fellow group members to enlighten us. Certain sect master. Could it be that something has happened on their end? Otherwise, why would they suddenly cease speaking at such a pivotal juncture? Chen was contemplating whether the evaluation from Son of the Devil, Robin, was accurate, when unexpectedly, the latter fell silent. A sneeze could destroy a solar system. Leader, is it possible that they have encountered some issue? Knowledgeable Li Daxian. The leader has spoken. They even inquired about the other party. How enviable. Martial arts master. I wonder if they require assistance? Although my strength is lacking, I, Yuan, am still willing to lend a modicum of help. Certain sect master. Though we have known each other for a brief time, if there's anything amiss, Yin will also extend my aid. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. I, Li Daxian, believe there is no need for concern. I can assure you that the other party is certainly not in trouble. Certain sect master. If you claim to possess omniscience, then reveal my origins. And I shall believe you. How about it? Martial arts master. I, Yuan, concur. You may also judge the accuracy of my words. Chen, observing that everyone had revealed their names, prepared to do the same, but refrained, deciding instead to maintain the persona of a reticent powerhouse. At that moment, knowledgeable Li Daxian spoke again. Joyful Novel Network, knowledgeable Li Daxian. Very well. Since you all remain skeptical of my words, I shall begin by elucidating your matters. Certain sect master. Certainly, we are grateful for your efforts, Daxian. Martial arts master, please proceed. Nova Li Daxian, Ishal Kumansa. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. Your name is Yun Yun. Your strength is that of a Do Huang. Your master is Yun Shan, the 9th generation leader of the Yunlan sect, and you have a disciple named Nalen Yunran. Furthermore, your appearance can only be described in 4 words. Unparalleled elegance. Knowledgeable Li Daxian. I wonder if Miss Yin finds my words to be accurate? After approximately a minute, Yin Yin finally responded. Certain sect master, it seems you truly are not deceiving us. What you have stated is indeed correct. In a modest 30 square meter room, a portly fellow was scratching his head, contemplating how to respond. Alas, he was utterly oblivious to her parents' identities, which were not disclosed in the original narrative. Li Daxian, as he referred to himself, muttered in dismay. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he decided to address the chat group. No heaven and earth Li Daxian. This humble master has proclaimed knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Surely you believe it now. No heaven and earth Li Daxian. Your name is Yuan. During the war, you valiantly defended the dignity of the people, unafraid to offend the Japanese. Later, you journeyed to Foshan. No heaven and earth Li Daxian. Am I not correct? Martial arts master. Truly astounding. Everything is accurate. I, Yuan, hold great admiration for your mastery. Child of the demon. Apologies. I had some matters to attend earlier. Thank you all for your concern. And to the group leader as well. No heaven and earthly Daxian. See, I told you, she is undoubtedly fine. You are indeed fortunate. The group leader cares for you. Leader of a sect. It is good to hear that all is well. Daxian previously mentioned that you would be safe, and it seems his foresight was indeed accurate. Also, you have yet to reveal what you were speculating earlier. Martial arts master, since all is well, I can now share what I was unable to finish saying. No heaven and earth Li Daxian. Everyone is eager with anticipation. Please share your earlier speculation. And do introduce yourself as well. Child of the demon. My name is Robin, and I was just speculating about the group leader's strength. No heaven and earth Li Daxian. What about the strength? Why the hesitation? Leader of a sect. Why have you stopped? Are you such a playful little girl? Martial arts master. This child truly enjoys teasing others. Robin is rather cunning. It's exasperating how she brings up a topic and then leaves it hanging. Montauk Chen's lips twitched. A sneeze could annihilate a solar system group leader. This little girl is quite devious. Since everyone is curious about my strength, I shall reveal it. Leader of a sect, indeed cunning. However, if the group leader is willing to divulge, we need not wait for her to do so. No heaven and earthly Daxian. It is indeed rather discomforting, but if the esteemed group leader is willing to share, I am all ears. Martial arts master, I'm all ears as well. A sneeze could annihilate a solar system. Level 7. No heaven and earth Li Daxian. Truly a master. Only 3 words are needed to convey such power, and indeed, only such strength befits a true master. Leader of a sect. Hiss. Can you casually obliterate several universes? That is exceedingly formidable. Even if I were to cultivate to the Emperor of Combat, I might not even reach level 4. Martial arts master. I never anticipated the group leader's prowess to be so immense. Surely you must be immortal. Child of the demon. I think so too. No heaven and earth Li Daxian. Not only cunning, but also a quintessential backseat driver. Leader of a sect. Though the title may be unflattering, it certainly fits you, Robin. Martial arts master. Indeed, I concur. In the realm of the One Piece universe, the esteemed Lee Daxian unveils the past of Miss Robin. The child of the devil expresses a desire for insight into their history, and Lee Daxian recounts. Your name is Robin, born on O'Hara Island in the West Blue, to parents who were scholars of the island. At the tender age of 3, your mother ventured out to sea for research, and although your uncle took you in, your status remained akin to that of servant. As a wielder of a devil fruit, the other children on the island regarded you as a monster, ostracizing you. Your only companions were the scholars working within the tree of all-knowing. You proved to be a prodigious archaeologist, achieving a perfect score on your doctoral examination at the age of 8. Alas, the world government prohibited the study of forbidden history on O'Hara Island, leading to the catastrophic destruction of the entire island. You became the sole individual capable of deciphering ancient texts, earning a bounty of 79 million berries from the world government. The child of the devil empathizes with your plight, assuring you that you now possess a group of friends who will stand by you, unafraid of any adversities. A master of martial arts proclaims, "We are your steadfast support. Fear not." Lee Daxian reiterates, "Indeed, as the esteemed leader has stated, there is no need for trepidation. We shall face all challenges together." Chapter 57. The relentless tyrant having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Navy, Robin finds her past laid bare by Lee Daxian. Expecting ridicule for her heritage, she is instead met with genuine concern from her companions. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears of gratitude stream down her cheeks as she cries, feeling cared for the first time in ages. The fact that even such a formidable figure as the group leader expresses concern for her well-being warms her heart. The child of the devil expresses heartfelt thanks, moved by the kindness shown to her, particularly by the esteemed leader. Observing Robin's circumstances, Chen feels a pang of sympathy and offers her comfort. Noticing her gratitude directed towards him, he wonders if she might be developing feelings for him. The child of the devil responds affirmatively, while Lee Daxian remarks, "Indeed, the words of the great are imbued with wisdom." Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Master, it's time for dinner." And Chen, engrossed in the chat, turns to find a petite figure clad in a maid outfit, gazing at him with a charmingly innocent expression. Transformed into a little girl, how delightful. He muses, "Master, I hope you like it," the adorably naive Raven responds. As they exit the bedroom to the sight of Yuriko busily preparing in the kitchen. "Master, please try the dishes that Sister Raven and I have made." Upon noticing her master's arrival, Yuriko hastily spoke up, "Master, don't just look, please taste it quickly, or it will cool down and lose its flavor." She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and offered it to Chen. "Who prepared this dish?" he inquired. "That would be me. I made half of the dishes." The little girl like Riwen replied with a touch of pride. It's a bit salty," Chen commented after tasting it. "Impossible. Sister Yuriko helped me stir-fry." Riwen, who had just been boasting, suddenly deflated. "Oh, it seems I have overheard something," she remarked, observing the crestfallen Riwen. "That only proves the dish wasn't salty because of me. It was Sister Yuriko who made it salty, not my concern," Riwen declared with a hint of satisfaction. "Master, soda. Shall I prepare another dish?" Yuriko interjected, seemingly ignoring Riwen's words and sounding apologetic. "Ha! Actually, I was joking. This dish is not only not salty, but quite fragrant." Chen clarified upon hearing Yuriko's apology. "Phew, I thought I had really made it salty." Yuriko, who had been somewhat anxious, now felt relieved. Master, you deceived me. The food wasn't too salty after all." Riwen suddenly lunged at Chen. "Perfect timing. Now I can punish you," Chen exclaimed as he flipped over, holding the little girl. Raising his hand, he gave a playful smack on Riwen's rear. The previously lively Riwen fell silent instantly. "Master, well done. Now, will you dare to deceive your master again?" Yuriko said gleefully. In that case, the once delicate little girl vanished, replaced by a high-cold, domineering young lady clad in black stockings. "Since the punishment is over, let's move on," a melodious yet commanding voice echoed. Chen shook his head in disbelief at Riwen's transformation. He raised his hand again and gave another playful smack on her rear. "I said to move on, not to continue hitting me," Riwen protested. "All right." Chen nodded slightly. Smack. Another sound echoed. "You agreed, so why do you still hit me?" Riwen pouted in grievance. "Oh, did I? Perhaps I have just grown accustomed to it." Chen replied casually. After a moment of silence, he noticed that Riwen nestled in his arms, was mumbling something. "Eat your meal," he began, but before he could finish, the system's voice rang in his mind once more. Ding! The chat group has activated the breakthrough function. At that moment, others in the group began to speak as well. The Celestial Master Li Daxian. The chat group has been updated. The son of the demon. Is it truly that miraculous? The martial arts master. Can longevity and power also be enhanced? The sect leader. If it is indeed possible, then immortality is within reach. But how does one go about it? The Celestial Master Li Daxian. Simply click on your avatar, and you shall see the requirements for your breakthrough. Listening to Li Daxian's words, Chen clicked on his avatar. Universal Chat Group. Host. Chen. Lifespan. Infinite. Skills. Superhuman Strength. Silver Age. Telekinesis. Spatial Sorcery. Alternate Dimension. Invisibility. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. LV7 Multiverse Level Strength. Breakthrough possible. Note: due to the superhuman lineage, the host need not engage in physical training. Merely basking in sunlight will enhance his power. Indeed, a new feature for breakthroughs had emerged, yet he remained a mere cheat. While others toiled to strengthen themselves, he needed only to soak in sunlight to grow stronger. Invincibility brings a profound loneliness. Montak Chenzite, the martial arts master. I merely need to practice a few sets of punches, do push-ups, and run to enhance both my strength and lifespan. The sect leader. It seems I must also incorporate daily exercise. Who would have thought that meeting the training requirements could lead to breakthroughs? Such marvel. The son of the demon. It's true, I just tested it, and unexpectedly a warm current surged through my body, relieving my fatigue and enhancing my strength slightly. The Celestial Master Li Daxian. Indeed, even with a slight movement, I felt a slight loosening of my power. The son of the demon. I wonder if the group leader has tried it. Is it effective for him? The sect leader. I am curious if such a powerful individual can also achieve breakthroughs through exercise. The martial arts master. Let us await the group leader's response. A sneeze that destroys the solar system. I haven't experimented yet. I will inform everyone once I do. The Celestial Master Li Daxian. The leader will undoubtedly succeed, and perhaps even surpass our breakthroughs in speed. The sect leader. If his strength is beyond imagination, and he can surpass us in breakthroughs, then. The son of the demon. Indeed, the group leader is terrifyingly formidable. The martial arts master. We cannot apply common reasoning to gauge the leader. A sneeze that destroys the solar system. Just now I waved my hand and felt a slight enhancement. The Celestial Master Li Daxian. Indeed. The group leader is not an ordinary individual. The son of the demon. Is it truly that simple as waving one's hand? How enviable. The sect leader. Is this the realm of the great? The martial arts master. I initially suspected it would be much easier for him than for us. Yet who would have thought it was as simple as waving a hand? Chapter 58. The Heart of Revenge, a sneeze that destroys the solar system. I apologize, but it seems I cannot strengthen myself through exercise. I can only grow stronger by basking in the sun. Alas. The Celestial Master Li Daxian. I suggest everyone remain at ease and refrain from comparing themselves to the Great One. Take a deep breath. The leader of a certain sect pondered. Can simply basking in the sun truly enhance one's strength? How is that even conceivable? The son of the demon remarked. Indeed. Those who possess great power often exhibit rather extraordinary abilities. The martial arts master exclaimed. Are we not even required to wave our hands? Sighing, he reflected. I never intended to put on airs, yet circumstances frequently elude one's grasp. Chen mused himself. The crowd seemed to be struck by a blow, and an immediate silence enveloped the group. Well then, I shall prioritize my meal. Chen shook his head and summoned Baihizi and Reuven to attend to him. Within the dilapidated abode, a figure diligently performed push-ups. 996, 997, 1,000. Phew, I have grown considerably stronger today. Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing satisfaction. You Japanese have oppressed my ancestors and slaughtered innocent civilians. Your lives shall await my reckoning. He gazed at the crumbling structure before him, reminiscing about the grand mansion he once inhabited, and clenched his fists tightly. Our family is running low on provisions. If it comes to it, we might have to sell the bracelets. Zhang Yongsheng gently suggested to Yuan. That won't be necessary. Yuan replied with a smile. Shaking his head, I recognize that these heirlooms are meant for my daughter-in-law. We may be struggling for sustenance now, but if we can weather this storm, we shall reclaim them in due time. Zhang Yongsheng spoke earnestly to Yuan. No need. We will soon return to our former glory, nay. We shall surpass it 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Yuan declared solemnly, gazing intently at Zhang Yongqing. Have the Japanese been driven away? Zhang Yongqing inquired, somewhat puzzled. Not for the moment, but it won't be long. Let us return indoors, Yuan gently urged him. He assisted Yongqing step by step into the house. Just as they seated themselves on the stool, Yuan suddenly pointed swiftly at Zhang Yongqing. Zhang Yongqing looked at him in confusion. Be patient for a moment. I will explain everything once this is over. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Zhang Yongqing felt a warm, invigorating energy enveloping him, a sensation of profound comfort. Ah! He exclaimed in delight. Yuan continued his swift motions, clearly aware that he was targeting specific acupuncture points on the body. After approximately 2 minutes, Yuan finally ceased, and Zhang Yongqing's complexion had returned to its former vitality, devoid of the pallor it previously bore. Yongqing, you're fine now. Yuan spoke softly. What has transpired? I felt so rejuvenated, and my body feels restored. How did you achieve this? Zhang Yongqing's eyes brimmed with curiosity. This morning, I received a blessing from a divine being. I'm no longer the same. I merely employed the techniques he imparted to heal you. Yuan fabricated a small lie. He found it impossible to divulge the truth, knowing it might not be believed. However, he had indeed grown stronger, unexpectedly breaking through to level 2, with newfound knowledge flooding his mind. Yuan pondered it deeply. Divine blessings? How is that possible? Is this an illusion? Zhang Yongqing felt as though he were trapped in a reverie, yet the undeniable restoration of his body compelled him to believe. It was no mere fantasy. According to the methods of cultivation imparted by the divine, I have become capable of facing 1,000 foes alone. Soon, you and the child must depart from Foshan. I, too, have old scores to settle with the Japanese. Yuan spoke to Zhang Yongqing with a grave tone. But the Japanese possess firearms and grenades. Zhang Yongqing expressed his concern as he gazed at Yuan. Yongqing, you speak truly. In my former state, I would indeed have been powerless against guns and grenades. However, now, even if I remain utterly still, these weapons cannot inflict harm upon me. Yuan reassured him. You must safely escort the child away. Once everything is resolved, I shall come to retrieve you. Yuan regarded Zhang Yongqing with concern. Yes, I trust you. But you must exercise caution. Do not underestimate them. Those Japanese are exceedingly treacherous. Zhang Yongqing replied softly. Rest assured, there is no cause for alarm. Yuan nodded affirmatively. Afterward, Yuan roused the child and, for safety's sake, accompanied Zhang Yongqing and the child to a location farther from Foshan. Once he had secured his family, Yuan returned to Foshan. In less than an hour, he made his way back, unceasing in his journey toward his ancestral home. The opulence of the Yi family estate had once drawn the attention of the Japanese, who repurposed it as their command post. Previously powerless, Yuan had endured humiliation. But now that he possessed strength, how could he allow these Japanese to escape unscathed? Inside the ancestral home, revelry filled the air, and the lights shone brightly. At the forefront stood Miura, who had summoned the gathering to elevate his own standing. General, everyone has arrived. We may commence, whispered his aide, Sato. Indeed, Miura acknowledged with a nod. Sato turned to the translator, Li Zhao, and instructed, bring them forth. I have matters to discuss. Li Zhao furrowed his brow, but ultimately acquiesced. Silence, Li Zhao commanded, halting the festivities. After a brief pause, the atmosphere settled. Li Zhao addressed the gathered elders. General Miura has summoned you today, recognizing your renown in Foshan. He wishes for you to leverage your influence to ensure that the people of Foshan no longer harbor animosity toward the general and to compel them to serve diligently. Li Zhao, you wretched traitor, depart from the Li family. An elder erupted, incensed by his words. Third uncle, I have no choice. I must survive and earn a living. And you must agree. Otherwise, you will find yourselves unable to return and face certain death. Li Zhao implored the elders. Begone, you dog-like traitor. We came here fully prepared to meet our demise, they retorted. Li Zhao, have you finished speaking? Sato inquired, observing the lengthy discourse. Soon, only a little remains. Upon hearing Sato's words, Li Zhao promptly replied in Japanese. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a somber gaze upon his uncle and the elderly men around him, saying, Gentlemen, this is the final time I ask you. If you agree, nothing will transpire. If you refuse, then lives will be lost. Only by surviving do we have hope. Li Zhao, living this way is worse than death. To serve the Japanese like a dog. What a dream, one elder exclaimed. Even if we perish today, it is worth it. For I hope that our sacrifice will instill a stronger spirit of resistance against the Japanese in the hearts of the people of Foshan. Li Zhou, stop with the frivolous talk. Let them fire. His uncle shouted in frustration. Chapter 59. Mere chickens and dogs. Li Zhao, are you finished? Sato inquired once more after Li Zhao's uncle had spoken. Almost. Li Zhao hurriedly responded. Yet, the moment his words left his lips, General Miura, seated nearby, suddenly aimed a gun at Li Zhao. General Miura, why are you doing this? Li Zhao asked anxiously upon witnessing the scene. I understand Chinese, Li Zhao. Did you truly believe you were the only one in Foshan capable of understanding it? It seems you cannot even handle them. You are of no use now. You may perish alongside them. Miura replied, leaving Li Zhao despondent and shaking his head. Turning to his uncle, he said, I apologize, uncle. I had hoped to buy everyone some time, but it seems they do not trust me. Is it not just death? In 18 years, one can become a hero anew. What is there to fear? His uncle responded. Miura lowered his gun but gestured to the soldiers nearby, who immediately raised their weapons, encircling them. Bang! The door of the Yi family ancestral home was suddenly kicked open. A figure appeared at the entrance. It was Yi One rushing in. Surrounding him lay the bodies of Japanese soldiers, numbering in the hundreds. For the level 2 Yi One, dispatching these foes was a trivial task. Before they even realized what was happening, he struck them down with a single blow. In mere seconds, the soldiers fell one after another. Having eliminated these adversaries, Yi One paused outside as he overheard their conversation, refraining from entering directly. He had expected them to submit to the Japanese, but to his surprise, they exhibited a degree of fortitude. With that, he kicked the door open and stepped inside. Have you sought my permission to commit murder in my Yi family residence? Do you dare to kill in my domain? Do you wish for death? Yi Wen bellowed from the threshold. All within the mansion heard Yi Wen's proclamation and beheld the corpses of the Japanese soldiers outside, their astonishment palpable. Excellent. Master Yi, we knew you could do it. Master Yi, has Master Yi returned with reinforcements? Wonderful. The onlookers exclaimed upon seeing the fallen foes, unaware that it was Yi One who had vanquished them. For his prowess was indeed formidable, yet even he could not defy bullets. It must be Master Yip who has arrived with his men. How dare they kill our people? They will surely pay the price. General Miura exclaimed angrily as he gazed at the soldiers outside. Fire at once. Sato hastily commanded the soldiers to attack. Yes. Dozens of soldiers immediately opened fire upon hearing his orders. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a hail of bullets surged towards Yip. Master Yip, be careful. The crowd shouted anxiously at Yip upon witnessing the scene. Yet, Yip remained motionless, unperturbed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless metal clashes erupted, sending sparks flying as the bullets ricocheted away. How is this possible? How can a human body withstand bullets? Li Zhao was taken aback, watching as Yip remained unscathed after being hit. Both Miura and Sato were equally astonished. After all, how could a human possibly deflect bullets? Just a heap of scrap metal dares to attack me, seeking death. Yip observed Miura and Sato fleeing rapidly as soldiers around them were swiftly dispatched. In no time, only Miura and Sato remained. Impossible. A person cannot possess such abilities. Miura and Sato stood dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over, seemingly paralyzed by fear. I am merely an ordinary citizen, Yip taunted. No sooner had he spoken than he darted forward like a gust of wind, arriving instantly before Miura. You have occupied my family's home for far too long. It is time to repay your debts. Yip coldly addressed the petrified Miura and Sato. How can an ordinary citizen block bullets with their body? So you are not human. General Miura exclaimed in fear. These matters are trivial. The bloodshed you have caused will be avenged with your heads as offerings to the fallen. Yip stated solemnly. Do not come any closer. Miura and Sato began to retreat slowly. Yip swung his fist toward Sato, unleashing a terrifying force that struck him. Bang! Sato was sent flying several meters away, exploding into a gruesome display of flesh scattered across the ground. How is this possible? Miura gasped in horror. Without a word, Yip unleashed another fist towards Miura, similarly sending him soaring through the air to explode upon impact, leaving more remnants of flesh strewn about. Following the demise of Miura and Sato, those remaining in the mansion began to snap out of their shock. Li Zhao's uncle, astonished, turned to Yip and said, "Master Yip, how have you become so powerful?" "It is merely a gift from the divine," Yip replied quietly to his uncle. "Divine? Divine? Aren't they all mere illusions?" "Indeed, the divine is a fantasy." The crowd expressed their disbelief. "The divine is not an illusion. I was fortunate enough to acquire the methods of their cultivation, which have granted me strength, enabling me to seek vengeance." Yip spoke in a deep tone. "How can this be? Cultivation methods? How could martial arts possibly achieve such feats?" Some remain incredulous. "The methods of celestial cultivation cannot be so commonplace, can they? What you once knew of martial arts was merely a semblance of skill. Yet, in a short span of training, I have gained the audacity to face ordinary firearms without fear, to stand against 1,000 foes. Reclaiming the ancestral home and vanquishing these Japanese intruders is merely the beginning. Next, I shall eliminate all the Japanese aggressors in Foshan. Such is the only way to honor my formidable prowess," Yuan proclaimed with an air of dominance. As Yuan finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement, followed by jubilant cheers. The existence of celestial beings was indeed real, and they had bestowed upon Yi when this unparalleled strength. From henceforth, the Japanese would be but mere chickens and dogs. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside the Yi family estate. Upon hearing this sound, it became evident that the Japanese army was approaching in full force. At that moment, the third uncle spoke. "Master Yi, you must leave. You are the hope of the people. You cannot perish. Indeed, Master Yi, you should flee. We are already doomed. It is you who has saved us. So do not worry about us." The inhabitants of the estate urged Yuan. "What is there to fear from a mere army?" Yuan retorted with a cold smile. "Master Yi, do not act impulsively." Someone cautioned. "Have you forgotten my abilities? Common firearms are nothing but worthless scrap metal." Yuan quietly asserted. "We just witnessed that while your body may withstand bullets, an entire army is coming. How can your flesh endure against such firepower?" Li Zhao addressed Yi Wen earnestly. "You underestimate the celestial cultivation methods bestowed upon me, and you underestimate me, Yi Wen. Even without relying on my physical form, those weapons shall not find their mark." Yi Wen declared with murderous intent. "Wait here. I shall go and slay these Japanese foes, using their heads to honor the memory of our departed ancestors." Before they could respond, a fleeting shadow dashed past, appearing directly outside the main entrance. Seeing Yi Wen depart, Li Zhao remarked, "I hope what Master Yi claims is true." "It must be. Master Yi never speaks falsehoods. If he can truly stand against 1,000, then no matter how many Japanese come, they shall perish." "General Kameda, we must leave. Observations indicate that the command center is eerily quiet, and there are numerous corpses on the ground," a man in military attire said to General Kameda, the second in command of Foshan. "Currently, General Miura should be unharmed. If they have killed him, then the people of Foshan are doomed." Kameda responded gravely. "Shall we just wait then?" inquired the aide standing nearby. "Not all. Someone is emerging." Kameda instructed his aide. Upon hearing Kameda's words, the aide immediately glanced toward the entrance, where a middle-aged man stepped forth. Upon stepping outside, Ip Man was met with a throng of Japanese soldiers lining the street, an icy murderous intent flickering across his visage. Kameda, upon spotting Ip Man, felt a surge of animosity as well. The Empire of Japan had never endured such indignities, and retribution would surely be exacted in blood. However, he swiftly suppressed his animosity, for Miura remained inside, compelling him to stifle his wrath. "You speak Chinese. You shall engage him in dialogue," Kameda instructed his aide. "Understood." The aide promptly replied. "What is your intention behind the abduction of General Miura? If you could articulate your demands, we would consider them, provided they are within our means." The aide shouted toward IP Man, "General Miura has long since perished at my hands. What nonsense are you uttering?" Ip Man retorted, exasperated. "General Miura is dead? You possess audacity indeed to slay him. Are you not concerned that the entire populace of Foshan will rise to avenge their general?" The aide exclaimed, filled with indignation. "All of Foshan's citizens avenging him? Is it not your people who should mourn for the lives lost at your hands?" Ip Man countered, his voice laced with menace. "There is no need for further discourse. You shall all meet your demise today. None shall escape. What is the matter? Are their demands excessive?" Kamita inquired of his aide. General Kamita, he claims to have slain General Miura and intends to annihilate all of us Japanese. The aide conveyed to Kamita. Sharp-tongued indeed. We shall go in and ascertain the truth. If General Miura has indeed been murdered, then every soul in Foshan must perish. Kamita declared somberly. Yes. The aide nodded vigorously. First, eliminate this loquacious pest. Kamita commanded, gesturing toward his troops. As he concluded his directive, thousands of Japanese soldiers raised their rifles at Ip Man. With a cacophony of gunfire, a storm of bullets surged toward him. Yet, as the onslaught of projectiles approached, Kamita averted his gaze, convinced of IP Man's imminent demise. However, the anticipated scene of IP Man's tragic end failed to materialize, leaving them in stunned disbelief. Just as the multitude of bullets neared him, Ip Man stamped his foot with force, unleashing a shockwave that deflected the incoming rounds. This was a manifestation of his sheer power. Do they truly believe they can extinguish my life? Such insolence. Ip Man derided Kamita. The bullets, rebounding off the shockwave, seemed to gain an even greater penetrative force, with thousands of them hurtling back toward the Japanese soldiers, resulting in a swift toll of thousands slain. While some survived, their fates were grim, grievously wounded. A monster. He is no human. Open fire. We must shoot down this beast. Kamita exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he addressed the remaining soldiers. The Japanese soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were engulfed in terror. Upon hearing the commander's voice, everyone raised their weapons and unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Ip Man. As countless projectiles hurtled through the air, Ip Man merely scoffed. In an instant, he darted forward, positioning himself directly before the Japanese soldiers, where he commenced a brutal onslaught. The sheer number of assailants rendered them unable to fire indiscriminately, for any shot could result in friendly fire. Only a handful could attempt to shoot at once. Even under the barrage of thousands, IP Man's resilience was unfaltering. The few who dared to fire could hardly graze him. Yet, Ip Man countered their aggression with ferocious strikes, each punch claiming the lives of dozens of Japanese soldiers. His fists moved with blinding speed, delivering hundreds, if not thousands, of blows within mere seconds. In that brief period, thousands of enemy soldiers had already perished. I want to go home. He is a monster. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. As time progressed, numerous soldiers began to flee in terror or fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Ip Man, however, paid no heed to their capitulation. The Japanese invasion demanded retribution, and he was determined to send them to their doom. To those who knelt in supplication, he delivered a single, merciless punch without a second glance. Realizing that surrender was futile, many soldiers resorted to throwing grenades at him. Unfortunately for them, the explosives proved ineffective against IP Man's defenses, resulting in the demise of several nearby soldiers instead. The carnage continued unabated for a relentless 30 minutes. When the bloodshed finally ceased, the vicinity of the ancestral home was littered with corpses. Every single one of the tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers lay dead, save for Kita. It is your turn now, Ip Man declared, fixing his gaze upon the dazed Kita sprawled on the ground. Regaining his senses, Kita scrambled towards Ip Man. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I shall never disturb you again. He resembled a wretched creature, groveling on the ground before IP Man, disgusting. Ip Man remarked, repulsed by the yellow liquid seeping from Kita's lower half. Without further ado, he delivered a decisive punch, sending Kita hurtling backwards. Within mere meters, Kita exploded, leaving no trace of flesh or blood behind. What has happened to the silence? After witnessing the slaughter of their comrades, those within the manor grew tense at the sudden stillness outside. Uncle, I shall step outside to investigate, Li Zhao spoke in a hushed tone. Go ahead. Either we perish together or live to tell the tale, the elder replied. Indeed, if Master IP emerges victorious, we shall rejoice. If he fails, our fates will be sealed as well, an elderly man beside the uncle concurred. Chapter 61. Oblivious to mortality soon, the group ventured out of the manor, stepping into the eerie quiet. The sight of countless lifeless bodies left them utterly astonished. Tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers had been vanquished by none other than Ip Man. From this day forth, they would no longer fear the Japanese invaders with Ip Man among them. Master Yi, your prowess is truly remarkable. You have annihilated tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers. Surely, your strength must be unparalleled now. Uncle San exclaimed. From this day forth, you shall be our invincible warrior. An elder beside Uncle Sam remarked. Indeed, an invincible warrior. The crowd echoed loudly. Fellow villagers, Master Yi has avenged us. We can now find peace. Let us bow to Master Yi, for such a grand accomplishment deserves this. The esteemed individuals of Foshan spoke in unison. Shortly thereafter, the crowd fell silent and prepared to bow to Yuan. If you wish to pay your respects, do so to the divine. For were it not for the celestial opportunity granted to me, I too would be but a wretched soul. Yuan addressed the crowd as they stood ready to bow. Then let us bow together. The crowd replied. You may decide for yourselves. Yuan shook his head in resignation. There are still some Japanese soldiers stationed in other parts of Foshan. I must go eliminate them to prevent further harm to the innocent. Please inform the populace that there will be no more Japanese presence in Foshan. Yuan instructed the crowd. Rest assured, Master Yi, we shall take care of it. The crowd responded in unison. Indeed, Yuan nodded and departed in search of the remaining Japanese soldiers. As soon as he left, the crowd stood upright. Friends, let us immediately utilize all our influence to spread this joyous news to the people. Moreover, let them come and witness the appearance of these Japanese and behold Master Yi's might. With Master Yi among us, how can the Japanese dare to bully us? Uncle San solemnly observed. Uncle, this is Master Yi's ancestral home. Is it appropriate to invite everyone here to witness? I propose we transport the bodies of the Japanese soldiers to a designated area in Foshan for display, and afterward, properly handle the remains to avoid any potential contagion. Li Zhao suggested. You are absolutely right. I had not considered that. First, let us clean the premises of Master Yi's ancestral home inside and out. Then, we shall arrange for its restoration to surprise Mr. Yi. Uncle Sen contemplated. Understood, Uncle. Li Zhao nodded in agreement. In less than half a day, every Japanese soldier in Foshan was eradicated without exception. There were approximately 1,000 Japanese, but only over 500 were slain by Yuan. The remainder fell to the hands of ordinary citizens. Previously, the Japanese had wielded immense power, leaving the populace too fearful to resist and subject to their tyranny. However, once Li Zhao and Uncle San disseminated the news of Yi Wen's divine prowess, as if a god descended to vanquish thousands, the citizens were instantly invigorated. For now, they had a formidable protector. With Yuan here, what do they have to fear from the likes of the Japanese? Upon Yi Wen's return to the ancestral home, he was greeted by an immaculate sight. The blood and remnants of flesh that once marred the ground had been meticulously cleared away. Moreover, the damage inflicted upon the Yi family residence had been restored. Outside, a multitude of people had gathered, as if awaiting the arrival of a deity. Master Yi has returned, echoed a voice, prompting all eyes to turn towards Yuan. Master Yi is invincible. We are profoundly grateful for your salvation, exclaimed the crowd. With you here in Foshan, the Japanese shall no longer dare to oppress us. The assembly prepared to bow deeply in gratitude. There is no need for such reverence. Please stand, Yuan urged, feeling overwhelmed by their homage. This is the collective sentiment of the people. Do not decline it, Li Zhao chimed in with a smile. Where have the bodies of the Japanese gone? Yuan inquired, directing his gaze at Li Zhao. They have all been transported to the central area of Foshan, where the citizens have created an exhibition with the remains. They also intend to use these bodies to honor the deceased. Now that you have returned, it is only fitting that you preside over the ceremony, Li Zhao explained. Very well, I shall accept this duty, Yuan replied, acknowledging the eager expressions of the crowd. Half an hour later, he led the townsfolk from the ancestral home to the heart of Foshan, where his uncle and others awaited anxiously. In the vast clearing, a grim tableau of Japanese corpses had been assembled, all doused in oil. Once the ceremony commenced, these remains would be ignited. Is it truly you, Master Yi? His uncles exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Thank you for your efforts, Yuan said to the gathered crowd. It is our duty. You deserve this, his uncle replied. Let's begin. Yuan nodded affirmatively. Commence. His uncle agreed, summoning a torch. Yuan seized the torch, and with a leap, ascended to a pillar towering several meters high. Witnessing this spectacle, those unacquainted with Yi Wen's prowess were instantly convinced. Standing atop the pillar, Yuan proclaimed, Months ago, Foshan suffered at the hands of the Japanese, resulting in countless deaths. Today, I, Yuan, will honor our departed kin with the remains of these thousands of Japanese. They may now rest in peace. The Japanese shall not return, for I, Yuan, stand guard. With that declaration, he ignited the bodies, which immediately erupted into flames. The crowd erupted in joy, liberated from the fear of their oppressors. Mother, you may now rest. The ones who caused you harm are all dead. Father, you too can find peace. Those wretched souls have met their end. Father, mother, you may depart with peace of mind. Henceforth, no Japanese shall set foot in Foshan. Simultaneously, the news of Master Ye's singular triumph over tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers began to circulate. These individuals could scarcely fathom that one could stand alone against multitudes. It seemed utterly implausible. Such notions of an invincible warrior, capable of vanquishing thousands, were mere fabrications, surely concocted through some insidious scheme to eliminate the generals of our great Japanese empire. 100 miles from Foshan, at a military base, a Japanese general, upon learning this news, struck the wall in fury. Summon my 200,000 troops. I shall annihilate Foshan. Provoking our great Japanese empire is unforgivable. He bellowed at his aide. Yes, General Inoue, the aide responded promptly. Chapter 62. Preparing for the showdown days later, Master Yi. We have received alarming news. General Inoue is advancing with 200,000 troops towards Foshan. He has proclaimed his intent to avenge General Miura. Li Zhao rushed to inform Yi Wen with urgency. 200,000 troops? Yi Wen furrowed his brow at Li Zhao's words. Master Yi, this time the Japanese have brought numerous aircraft and tanks. They likely will not charge, but will instead use their tanks and planes to flatten everything. Li Zhao observed gravely. And so what? With my speed, they shall not lay a finger on me. Dispatching them will be as effortless as slaughtering dogs. Yevhen asserted firmly. Master Yi, this is exceedingly perilous. Even with your extraordinary prowess, fatigue is a reality, and their numbers are overwhelming. Perhaps we should retreat first, then systematically eliminate them in batches. In no time, we could dispatch their 200,000 troops. A head-on confrontation would be an entirely different matter, Li Zhao urged anxiously. First, you must lead the villagers to safety. I will confront them. Should I falter, I shall retreat myself. Yuan contemplated. Understood, Master Yi. I shall inform everyone immediately. What do you think? Zhang Yongsheng inquired as Li Zhao departed in haste. 200,000 fully armed soldiers. While a few thousand might be manageable, this multitude would certainly deplete my stamina. However, if I decide to withdraw mid-battle, I should face no obstacles. Only deities could hinder me. Yuan remarked to Zhang Yongsheng. Exercise caution. Zhang Yongsheng cautioned worriedly. Fear not. You have faith in my abilities, do you not? Moreover, I must ponder my strategy, Yuan replied thoughtfully. Zhang Yongsheng grasped Yi Wen's implication. If martial prowess were a gift from the divine, then he must seek the gods. I shall take my leave, Yuan said to Zhang Yongsheng before departing. Yuan contemplated within the chat group. Martial arts master, how can I swiftly enhance my strength? I, Yuan, beseech you. And Mo Chen, idly passing his days, accompanied by Hezi and Ruiwen in their frivolous escapades, while at night, Bai Hezi and Rowan continued their playful revelries. The chat group had been particularly quiet these past few days. Had it not been for Yi Wen's remark, he might have suspected a malfunction in the system. At this moment, someone spoke up in the chat group. The knowledgeable and worldly Li Daxian inquired, what has transpired? Is this cultivation method ineffective? The son of the devil responded, this method is extraordinarily effective. My strength has significantly increased. The leader of a certain sect remarked, my physical prowess has also improved considerably, albeit slowly, yet it is quite satisfactory. The martial arts master added, war is imminent. An army of 200,000 is approaching. While I can easily eliminate tens of thousands, the enemy's aircraft and tanks pose a considerable challenge. Thus, I seek your assistance. The son of the devil exclaimed, 200,000? How can one person possibly contend with that? The sect leader pondered, if they are commoners, it might be manageable. But if they are battle masters or battle spirits, even a moderately large sect would suffer casualties. Li Daxian commented, 200,000 sounds daunting, yet it is merely a matter for the great leader. He further noted, however, this chat group lacks the capability to traverse to other worlds, does it not? The martial arts master replied, I appreciate your help. I shall endeavor to strengthen my abilities. As Mo Chen observed the conversation, he mused that it seemed the Japanese had become quite frantic, otherwise they would not dispatch 200,000 troops. System, is there no function to travel to other dimensions? Chen contemplated his shared heritage with Yi-1 and their mutual disdain for the Japanese. Therefore, he inquired if the system possessed a means to access Yi-1's realm. The system responded, although this function is not yet activated, as the master of this system, you are not bound by such limitations. That is fortunate. How does one proceed? Chen asked. Ding. Due to the overwhelming power capable of annihilating the solar system with a sneeze, the chat group has granted access to traverse other dimensions. Li Daxian exclaimed, wow, the great leader truly deserves his reputation. The chat group has bestowed special privileges. The son of the devil remarked, is it truly the great leader? Then all is well. The sect leader expressed curiosity. I would very much like to meet the great leader and see what kind of person he is. The martial arts master added, great leader, do you have a moment? I would like to request your assistance. Yi-1, recognizing that only the group leader possessed this authority, decided to attempt an inquiry. Otherwise, he would be left to find solutions on his own. A sneeze capable of destroying the solar system inquired. Is anyone encountering difficulties in the group? Li Daxian exclaimed, wow, the great leader has appeared again. The son of the devil responded, the group leader is truly benevolent. The sect leader concurred, indeed, he is a commendable individual. The martial arts master asked, great leader, do you have any free time? Li Daxian remarked, the great leader's words indicate he will surely assist you. After all, he is not only powerful, but also kind. The sneeze capable of destruction stated, I have been rather busy lately, but if I encounter an insurmountable problem, I will come forth. The martial arts master expressed gratitude. Yi-1, extend my thanks on behalf of the citizens of Foshan. Li Daxian exclaimed, wow, the great leader is personally going. Let's observe a moment of silence for them. The son of the devil added, surely, the opposing side is no more. The sect leader exclaimed, wow, you are the first to witness the appearance of the group leader. I am eager to see just how audacious those Japanese devils truly are. Chen thought disdainfully. Since we have the support of the esteemed group leader, it is time to embark on a thorough extermination of the Japanese. Yevhen contemplated. General Inoue stood nearby, observing a figure who seemed to be the so-called invincible war god spoken of by many. With 200,000 troops positioned at the forefront, a man donned in military attire spotted Yi-1 in the distance and hastily relayed the sighting to Inoue. An invincible war god? Such tales are mere fabrications to deceive children. How could anyone possibly stand against thousands, especially when armed with firearms? He dares to come here alone. What audacity! Inoue scoffed at his aide's words. Just then, a sound emanated from the vehicle beside them. They witnessed their armored vehicle soaring into the air, rolling a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. This chaos was, of course, instigated by Yi-1. Upon spotting the Japanese, he unleashed his maximum speed, covering the distance of several hundred meters in mere seconds. The surrounding Japanese soldiers were momentarily stunned, but quickly seized their weapons, aiming at the suddenly appearing Yi-1. What is happening? Wasn't he just several hundred meters away? How did he arrive here? How did our armored vehicle get sent flying? Could it be that he truly can take on thousands alone? Inoue and his aide exchanged expressions of terror. Chapter 63. Growing more fearless in battle, you intend to annihilate everyone in Foshan. Do you truly believe you can achieve such a feat? A mere 200,000 will perish. Yi-1 taunted Inoue. Hearing Yi-1's words, Inoue's expression turned even more fearful. You cannot possibly withstand an army of 200,000, and we possess aircraft and tanks. Even if you were to kill me now, you would surely meet your end. He added hastily, of course, if you spare me, I will immediately withdraw my troops and never disturb you again. Oh, you have finally finished speaking. Now you may die. Yi-1 replied with an exasperated expression. With that, he raised his hand and struck Inoue, unleashing a wave of force that obliterated him. It's your turn, the aide thought, stunned by the horrific scene. Just as he prepared to plead for his life, a gust of force swept through, and he too was annihilated. Yi-1 had come today to seek vengeance and instill fear by slaughtering the 200,000 troops who would dare challenge him again. Not even the entire world. As numerous soldiers witnessed their commander's demise, they hastily raised their weapons and fired at Yi-1. Unfortunately, with his current prowess, he had no fear of ordinary firearms, withstanding the barrage of bullets as he charged into the ranks of the army. Thus commenced Yi-1's massacre, as he transformed into the invincible war god, relentlessly reaping the lives of the little devils. In less than a few minutes, Yuan had already slaughtered countless enemies. The pilots of the fighter jets above were utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly a man? Or is he a deity? As time progressed, the enemies ceased their gunfire, resorting instead to throwing grenades at Yuan. However, Yuan remained largely unscathed, while the enemy suffered tremendous casualties. Just as Yuan was poised to continue his rampage, he suddenly heard a creaking sound nearby. Turning towards the source of the noise, he spotted 2 tanks advancing in his direction. If I were unprepared, facing tanks would indeed compel me to retreat, but now, I harbor no fear, Yuan declared with a fierce tone. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous sounds erupted as 2 shells hurtled towards Yuan. Reacting swiftly, he dodged, but still sustained injuries from the explosions. Indeed, the destructive power of tanks far surpassed that of grenades. Yuan grimaced, clutching his arm. He was wounded. The tank's driver, witnessing Yuan's injury, was exhilarated and quickly adjusted their aim to target him once more. Humph, do you think you can kill me with such tactics? Yuan retorted coldly. In a flash, he sprinted towards the Japanese soldiers, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. This maneuver not only deterred them from firing, but also allowed him to massacre their ranks. Achieving dual objectives, everyone spread out. Do not let him approach. One soldier shouted. The previously dense formation immediately dispersed. Left with no choice, Yuan resorted to indiscriminately attacking those around him while evading the tank's onslaught. Indeed, the attacks had become indiscriminate, whether friend or foe. The tank shells were relentless in their pursuit of Yuan. Countless soldiers perished in the explosions. Though Yuan was not struck directly, he still endured significant damage. Damn it, this is untenable. It seems I must show these little devils what a true deity is. Yevhen Grozdet. As he spoke, he prepared to open a chat group. And Chen, with his right arm around the now little lowly raven and his left around the cat-eared girl, Yuriko, was thoroughly enjoying himself. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Group member martial arts master injured. Just as Chen was about to respond, another notification chimed. Ding! Group member martial arts master moderately injured. System, enter the realm where the group member martial arts master resides. Chen commanded the system. At this juncture, Yuan found himself in a dire predicament, as several bombers appeared overhead, commencing their bombardment. With a multitude of bombs raining down indiscriminately, one bomb was poised to land directly in front of Yuan. Should it strike him, even if he miraculously survived, he would be gravely wounded. Just then, the air seemed to tear apart, and time appeared to freeze, as a figure emerged from the fissure. What is this? A deity? A Japanese soldier gazed upward, murmuring to himself, is this the formidable leader of the group? Such invincible power, yet he possesses such kindness. Yuan reflected quietly. The artillery shell, suspended merely a meter above the ground, suddenly halted. Meanwhile, the figure in the sky remained utterly motionless. The suspended shell swiftly hurtled toward the bomber. The pilot, witnessing the impending projectile, desperately sought to evade it, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Damn it, what's happening? I don't want to die, the pilot exclaimed in a sudden outburst. However, his cries bore no weight, for the bomb struck its mark with precision. Boom! The sound of an explosion erupted, and the bomber's silhouette vanished, leaving only debris scattered in its wake. Do not be afraid. Even the mightiest fear the bomb, shouted one Japanese soldier. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when he was seized by a sudden agony, and in less than a second, his body disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. You insignificant ants dare to be so brazen here. The voice belonged to Chen. The other bombers, witnessing the scene, hastily attempted to flee, but alas, their efforts were in vain. Their entire fuselage began to warp, contorting into a spherical shape. The pilots within had already been reduced to mere pulp. Chen descended slowly to the ground, casting a casual glance and calculating with his super intellect that there were still 382 Japanese soldiers remaining. Well done. Chen Pidasyeven. At this moment, Yuan stood in stunned silence, for he had not lifted a finger, yet the bombers had transformed into orbs, and the men on the ground had exploded spontaneously. He pondered quietly if he could attain such power, even a fraction of it. He too could be invincible in this world. Boom! A shell hurtled swiftly towards Chen. Prepare for death, he declared coldly. Suddenly, the shell halted midair, and the 128th, 382 Japanese soldiers gradually ascended into the sky. What is happening? Let me down, you fool. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Various voices clamored in the air. Chen frowned slightly. The cacophony instantly ceased. Yet, those men clutched their throats desperately, as if attempting to choke themselves. Yuan looked up at the unfolding scene. These Japanese soldiers resembled mere ants. No, they were even less significant than ants, pathetically weak. Chapter 64. Massacre. It cannot be so simple for you to perish. Chen contemplated. The Japanese soldiers on the verge of suffocation suddenly gasped for fresh air, breathing hurriedly. Is he going to spare us? One soldier stammered. This sensation is unbearable. I will not endure it again, echoed another voice among the multitude. Release us quickly, or beware. The great Japanese Empire will obliterate you. Countless voices echoed. Congratulations on achieving the game of descending from 10,000 meters. Chen casually remarked towards the Japanese. Although he was uncertain whether they understood, he extended a finger and gently beckoned the multitude of soldiers, causing them to rapidly ascend from low altitude. How can we be flying higher and higher? Baka, without parachutes. We shall perish. It must be him. Initially, the sky was not tranquil, but as they soared to several thousand meters, the air grew thin and the sounds dwindled. Soon, they found themselves at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. Just as they sighed in relief, their bodies plummeted swiftly downwards. Before long, a figure followed by another fell to the ground. What lay beneath was a mere mass of flesh. Even the bodies were dismembered. No, before the voice could finish. A headless corpse appeared on the ground. Within mere minutes, an army of 12,000 was reduced to mere pulp. Yuan stared in shock as he witnessed the Japanese ascend from low altitude to 10,000 meters, only to plummet down and become a heap of mangled flesh. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement reached Yuan's ears. You must be Yuan, right? Chen hovered in midair, gazing at Yuan. Indeed. May I inquire your name? Yuan replied respectfully. My surname is Mo, with a given name Chen. You may call me Chen, he pondered before speaking. Then I shall address you as Mr. Chen. Yuan, am indebted to you for your life-saving grace. Yuan expressed his gratitude, looking up at Chen, who towered above him. Your strength is far too weak. You must swiftly break through to the next level. Do you not wish to go to Japan? Chen said to Yuan. Hearing Chen's words, Yuan instantly grasped their meaning and nodded in understanding. I understand, Mr. Chen. After assuring his family of his safety, Yuan embarked on a journey of breakthrough with Chen. On a deserted island, two figures stood. I will utilize my abilities to expedite your training, enabling you to break through to the next tier within 2 days, Chen declared, gazing at Yuan. Mr. Chen, you need not worry. I will exert every effort. Yuan asurit, Chen. No sooner had Yuan spoken than he was suddenly pressed down by an immense force, creating a human-shaped depression in the ground. He quickly summoned all his strength to resist, but he could not even rise. As he felt the force weaken slightly, he finally managed to stand after numerous attempts. Now, begin your training. If you can endure, your strength will increase significantly, Chen said solemnly. Due to the influence of Chen's telekinetic power, Yuan found himself unable to speak and could only commence with push-ups. Under the tremendous pressure, each movement was exceedingly arduous, and he could not even manage a single push-up, collapsing onto the ground instead. However, Yuan did not yield. Instead, he gradually positioned himself and resumed his practice. 1, 2, 3, 50. Yuan silently counted in his mind. Just as he reached the 50th count, he collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted, he lay there, but the presence of the chat group rejuvenated him instantaneously. This is precisely why the chat group has the power to enhance individuals. Following this, he engaged in various exercises, while Chen's telekinetic pressure intensified, and Yuan grew increasingly accustomed to it. 2 days later, a figure was seen sprinting through the air. Chen had just departed, and after 2 arduous days of training, Yuan had broken through to the limit of level 3, merely a step away from attaining the strength of a deity from another planet. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. At this moment, no weapon could harm him, and he could run upon the air, soaring above. Let the Japanese await their doom, Yuan declared solemnly. At this time, Chen was embracing his 2 little maids. Having not held them for 2 days, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an opportunity for a premium ability lottery. Why has a lottery opportunity suddenly been bestowed upon me? What distinguishes a premium lottery? Chen pondered with some confusion. Ding. This special premium lottery opportunity is awarded for the host's initial guidance of group members, leading to an enhancement in their strength. Ding. The premium lottery may grant the host abilities no less than that of a superhero. Seriously? Is this for real? Chen exclaimed, astonished. Why not give it a try? He murmured to himself. Over the past 2 days, many events had transpired. The populace was now aware that Yi Wen had been rescued by a deity, and over 100,000 Japanese had met a tragic fate without even facing retaliation. This had instilled fear in the Japanese, preventing them from launching attacks on various cities. However, seeing the calmness over the past 2 days, some Japanese began to harbor ulterior motives, planning to seize the opportunity to conquer a city. Meanwhile, Yi Wen had already left Foshan and was making his way towards the Central Plains. Along his path, he slaughtered Japanese foes, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands in just a few hours. No, you are not Yi Wen. He is clearly injured and cannot be this powerful. One soldier shouted loudly. Yi Wen, disinterested, unleashed a casual punch, sending a shockwave that obliterated the very soldier who had spoken. Following this, he advanced into Japanese territory, commencing a massacre. Yi Wen's strength was akin to that of a deity, leaving the Japanese utterly defenseless. Fear not. His injuries must not be fully healed. If we all attack together, we can certainly kill him. Moreover, his savior has departed. Let us see how he survives. One Japanese soldier bellowed. Yet, before he could finish his words, he found his body collapsing, his head severed from his torso. Within a mere few hours, the death toll at Yi Wen's hand soared to 3 million. The Emperor of Japan could no longer remain idle. He personally sought out Ip Man, expressing his desire to submit at his feet. Ip Man, however, declined this offer, instead delivering a decisive blow that annihilated the Emperor. He then soared through the air, searching for the remaining Japanese. In response to Ip Man's formidable prowess, other nations hastily advanced their nuclear weapons programs. With the Japanese forces decimated, the various armies in the Central Plains entered their final stages, poised to determine their leader. Ip Man showed little concern, having accomplished most of his objectives and feeling the need to return home for much-needed rest, as he was somewhat fatigued. Chapter 65. The plot unfolds in a bid to counter the divine presence of Ip Man. Western nations united all their top scientists, dedicating themselves to the rigorous development of nuclear weapons. The collaboration of these elite minds bore fruit, resulting in the successful creation of such weaponry. Eager to test their newfound power, they promptly conducted an experiment on a deserted island, yielding astonishing results that thrilled the Western powers. The destructive capacity of a nuclear weapon was immense. With but a slight increase in yield, it could obliterate a medium-sized nation. They were convinced that Ip Man would be unable to withstand such force. Thus, they began disseminating warnings that should Ip Man kill any more of their citizens, they would unleash their nuclear arsenal. News of this formidable weapon reached the Central Plains, instilling terror among its leaders. Understanding the catastrophic potential of nuclear arms, the new rulers sought to communicate with Ip Man, hoping he would acquiesce for the greater good. Ip Man, however, firmly rejected their plea. In the past, he might have considered such an agreement due to his inability to confront the might of nuclear weapons. But that was then. Although he had yet to ascend to a higher level, he had grown considerably stronger. With his current third-tier peak strength, nuclear weapons seemed little more than toys to him. Thus, Ip Man boldly declared his intention to journey to the Western nations, permitting them to use nuclear weapons if they so chose, but warning that they would have to face his unrelenting wrath afterward. The Western nations readily agreed, for they were entirely unconvinced that Ip Man could resist the power of their nuclear arsenal. Their earlier statements had been predicated on the time required to launch such weapons. They could not possibly deploy them within their cities should Ip Man escape or infiltrate them. That would be tantamount to inflicting self-harm while attempting to vanquish an enemy. Now, with Ip Man's audacious proclamation, they felt elated, viewing him as nothing more than an arrogant fool, unaware of the true might of nuclear weapons, leading him to such reckless bravado. In response to this, the Western nations, upon the initial arrival of Ip Man in an uncharted territory, resorted to deploying a nuclear weapon. Although only a single bomb was unleashed, Its explosive yield was a staggering 50 megatons. Remarkably, this weapon, reputed to possess the capacity to annihilate the world, had no discernible effect on IP Man. He emerged unscathed from a nuclear blast, even from the epicenter itself, while Ip Man remained unharmed. The repercussions on the global stage were profound. He was compelled to fulfill his promise, resulting in the execution of tens of thousands of high-ranking officials and millions of soldiers. Consequently, the world was rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to challenge or act against IP Man. What is the status? Loki inquired, his voice low within a clandestine laboratory. Everything is prepared. We are merely awaiting the completion of the reactor to initiate the fusion of the ion beam, heating the Tesseract to 100 million degrees and successfully achieving a breakthrough. One of the doctors replied, I have an excellent location in mind. A cold smirk flickered across Loki's visage. Where? The Stark Tower. Loki's smirk transformed into a look of arrogance. I shall be there, allowing the entire world to witness this monumental moment, the descent of a god. Humanity shall undoubtedly kneel at my feet. Indeed, that location is optimal. Stark Tower houses the most advanced reactor. The doctor nodded in agreement. News has just arrived that Loki is set to appear at Stark Tower. You must hurry. Nick Fury urged the assembled team. It's Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye. They chorused in unison. Meanwhile, Loki was clearing a path at Stark Tower, overseeing the transportation of the Tesseract apparatus to the rooftop, where preparations for installation and activation began. On the rooftop of Stark Tower, the doctor had activated the colossal startup mechanism. At that moment, Tony Stark arrived in haste, aghast at the realization that his reactor was being utilized for heating. He immediately commanded Jarvis to shut down the reactor, but it was too late. The apparatus had already been set in motion. Shut it down, Doctor, Tony shouted in desperation. It's too late. It cannot be halted, the doctor replied, madness gleaming in his eyes. Having lost his sanity, the doctor was beyond reason. Tony, left with no other choice, raised his hands to unleash an energy blast aimed at destroying the device. However, the apparatus had already generated an energy shield, which absorbed the blast with a thunderous impact. The dispersed energy transformed into a shockwave that hurled the doctor away, causing him to lose consciousness upon colliding with an object. While Tony staggered backward, an energy shield? Tony furrowed his brow in concern. He swiftly descended near the device, desperately seeking a method to deactivate it. But after extensive examination, he found no solution. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. A beam of light shot upwards, accompanied by a rumbling sound, as a colossal portal gradually materialized in the heavens. A thunderous sound erupted in the sky as a colossal spatial gate gradually materialized within the celestial canopy, growing ever larger, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. With the emergence of this portal, an array of flying vessels surged forth like agitated hornets from a breached hive. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd hastily fled in terror. Tony's expression darkened as he prepared to ascend into the heavens, only to hear Loki's haughty laughter echoing. You, mere mortal, are of no consequence. And what of us? A voice interjected, revealing Natasha and her companions. Merely a few more corpses. Loki retorted with a sneer, then arrogantly tilted his head skyward, awaiting the divine judgment. You humans are only worthy of kneeling in prayer. At that moment, multiple sounds reverberated through the sky. The invading Chitauri commenced a chaotic bombardment upon the ground, prompting immediate panic among the masses, rendering the streets a scene of devastation. Yet just then, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder, who swung his hammer with ferocity, obliterating several Chitauri vessels in succession. S.H.I.L.D. Aircraft hastened to the scene, with Hawkeye stationed on one, drawing his bow and releasing arrows with unerring precision. Meanwhile, Natasha piloted a fighter jet to intercept the Chitauri forces, while Captain America engaged in combat with his shield. More S.H.I.E.L.D. Fighter jets continued to arrive, bolstering the ranks. However, the number of Chitauri in the sky swelled, and S.H.L.D. began to struggle to contain them. Where is Dr. Banner? Captain America inquired loudly. He has been struck down by a bad meal today. Likely in the restroom. Natasha replied, somewhat exasperated. Hawkeye remained silent, continuing his battle with bow and arrow. Chapter 66. The acquisition of Doomsday's powers days had passed since Chen returned from the world of Ip Man, during which he had been enjoying playful days with Raven and Lilith. His previous guidance had enabled Ip Man to break through his limits, granting Chen an opportunity to draw from a pool of elite abilities, culminating in the acquisition of Doomsday's powers. Super strength, possessing might that transcends even dark sides. Super regeneration, capable of recovering fully from a state of annihilation down to the cellular level. Evolution. In combat, evolution occurs. Upon death, adaptive abilities emerge, rendering it impossible to vanquish Doomsday in the same manner twice, even with one of the universe's mightiest weapons, the Omega Effect. In its time of existence, it has already conquered death. Spatial teleportation, utilizing the Phantom Zone to open a portal, enabling interplanetary leaps. Kryptonian elements. Originating from Krypton, its very essence contains kryptonite, making it a nemesis of Kryptonians. Doomsday spores. Upon reaching its complete form, Doomsday possesses the ability to consume all surrounding life merely by being present, continually growing by siphoning their vitality. After its physical form is destroyed, it can parasitize others, gradually consuming the host until Doomsday resurrects once more. Indeed, I have grown increasingly formidable, Chen remarked with a hint of awe. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the sky, prompting Chen to utilize his extraordinary vision to gaze upward. At that moment, the rift in the heavens widened, allowing more Chitauri to pour through. In the streets and alleys of Manhattan, chaos reigned as crowds of people shouted in alarm. Their cries echoed the impending invasion of extraterrestrial forces. The Chitauri army surged through the streets, their formidable artillery raining destruction upon countless vehicles, igniting flames that soared into the sky. The surrounding skyscrapers also bore the brunt of the assault, billowing thick clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, Loki slowly closed his eyes, savoring the moment as he extended his arms, embodying the essence of a ruler of this world. Observing Loki's pretentious demeanor, Chen contemplated. It seems the narrative has officially commenced. Standing atop Stark Tower, Loki bellowed to the masses, "Mortals, prepare to face judgment. My army has arrived. Who among you can stand against me?" Just then, a figure descended from the heavens. "Are you certain?" Chen questioned loudly as he confronted Loki. "Damn it, it's you. Yet even you must brace yourself for divine retribution." Loki replied with unwavering bravado. "Loki, why have you once again succumbed to delusions?" Chen's voice boomed. He then seized Loki's hand and forcefully slammed him down onto the ground repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds echoed as Loki was treated like a mere plaything, being lifted and slammed down over 30 times before Chen finally released the Dreamer. Loki was driven into the concrete, leaving behind a substantial indentation in the shape of a person. After a while, he slowly rose to his feet. Chen chuckled and, upon seeing Loki back on his feet, delivered a resounding slap that sent him flying. Loki steadied himself midair, and a brilliant light erupted as divine power surged forth from within him. "Excellent, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Now, I shall demonstrate what true divine strength entails." The Mind Scepter radiated golden light, unleashing a torrent of psychic assaults that crashed upon Chen like relentless waves. Chen merely raised a hand, effortlessly extinguishing the psychic attack. "Is that all?" he taunted. "How is this possible?" Loki swallowed hard, retreating slowly. Chen called out to the retreating Loki, "Look around you. Is this the grand army you placed all your hopes upon? They are on the verge of being annihilated. You are destined to lose." A glimmer of fury flashed in Loki's eyes as he soared into the sky, raising his staff high and declaring, "All forces, advance." Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the wormhole in the sky, reminiscent of a dragon's bellow. Chen and the other superheroes gazed upwards, witnessing a colossal entity slowly emerging from the portal, a warship of the Chitauri army, shaped remarkably like a gigantic whale. This monstrous vessel was not a living being, but rather a unique steel contraption, possessing formidable ramming capabilities, serving as the Chitauri's transport ship. The immense warship cast a vast shadow over New York City, inciting widespread panic. Yet this was merely the beginning, for more of these behemoth ships were surging forth from the abyss of space. Chen, observing the Leviathan in the sky, expressed his exasperation. Do they truly believe they can conquer Earth with such contraption? Avengers, assemble. A figure suddenly appeared, bellowing towards the heavens. Captain America emerged from a building, followed closely by Hawkeye, Iron Man, and Black Widow. Just as they were about to request Thanos' assistance, an individual stumbled forth from an alley, clutching his abdomen. Banner, have you finally resolved your issues? Natasha inquired, regarding the unexpected figure. It's up to you now. Captain America directed towards Banner. I believe we need not engage in battle. Mr. Chen is sufficient, Iron Man declared, lifting his helmet to address the group. I concur, Hawkeye exclaimed, eyes alight with excitement as he looked at Fun. Before their conversation could continue, a figure suddenly soared towards them. I deeply regret that my brother would resort to such actions. I shall fight alongside you, Thor said, his tone tinged with remorse. You all handle the minions. Chen instructed the group. Thor, upon realizing it was Chen speaking, fell silent, offering no further response. Iron Man took the initiative, launching himself into the fray. While Hawkeye readied his bow, Black Widow chambered her pistol, Thor grasped his hammer. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, and Hulk unleashed a furious roar, all charging forth to mount a formidable counterattack against the descending Chitauri forces. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds loomed overhead. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, only to be shattered by Thor's might. Positioned high above, Hawkeye began to take aim, releasing explosive arrows that obliterated the Chitauri soldiers into mere fragments. Natasha, wielding her pistol, executed precision shots, while Captain America, Steve, effortlessly hurled his shield to send enemies sprawling. The most ferocious of all was the Hulk, rampaging through foes, delivering devastating blows. Chen ascended into the air, observing the approaching steel behemoths, and exhaled softly. In an instant, the towering monstrosity was rent asunder. Chapter 67. The arrogant Loki witnessing this power, Loki hastily boarded his motorized airship, retreating into the distance. Chen, with a mere shift, appeared before Loki. What use is your army? Do you truly believe such contraptions can conquer Earth? Chen taunted Loki. Loki did not respond, but instead accelerated his flight. Unfortunately, he was soon pressed to the ground by an overwhelming force, shattering even the motorcycle airship. By this time, the Chitauri in the sky had been largely eliminated. Thor ceased his assault and approached Loki's direction. After a brief pause, Loki rose, seemingly recalling the earlier experience of being battered back and forth. His legs immediately gave way, and he knelt before Chen. Thor then approached, and upon seeing his brother Loki on the ground, opened his mouth but remained silent. Shortly thereafter, Captain America, Natasha, Stark, and Hawkeye arrived in succession. We must find a way to close the wormhole. Otherwise, more Chitauri forces will come. Isn't the main culprit right here? Just have him close it, and that would suffice, Hawkeye and Stark remarked in unison. I will personally discipline my brother. Can everyone entrust him to me? Thor's voice came from behind. The group did not reply, but turned their gazes toward Chen, who pondered for a moment before nodding. Go ahead. Upon receiving the consent, Thor unleashed a punch onto the still prostrate Loki. Unlike the previous force exerted by Chen, this time Thor's strength was noticeably diminished, and Loki merely let out a soft cry. Where's the Tesseract? Thor's first question was this. Clearly, he had gleaned certain information from the recent battle, prompting him to directly inquire about the matter. He wished to rescue Loki before S.H.I.L.D. could take him away. After all, it was the duty of an elder brother to protect his younger sibling. Hello, brother. Loki lay on the ground, motionless for a while. Do I seem like I'm greeting you? Thor shouted in anger. You should thank me. Loki slightly lifted his head. Do you know how much dark energy Odin had to mobilize to repair the Bifrost after it was destroyed, just so you could return to Earth? As he spoke, Loki slowly began to rise. However, before he could fully straighten himself, an agitated Thor threw Mjolnir to the ground and rushed forward, gripping Loki's clothing tightly. Given your expression, has Father revealed my true heritage to you? Loki looked at Thor mockingly. We were both raised by him, played together, and lived together. Do you not remember? Thor was deeply saddened, for he truly regarded Loki as his brother. I can only feel sorrow. I've always lived in your shadow. I will never forget the moment you pushed me into the abyss. Loki stepped back, exclaiming fiercely, am I a god? I am a god. So you wish to rule this world? To comfort your fragile heart? Thor furrowed his brow, observing the profound transformation in Loki before him. The Loki he once knew in Asgard felt like a distant memory, replaced by a figure so drastically altered. "No, I shall never allow you to harm Earth," Thor declared earnestly as he stepped closer to Loki. "Ha ha, how naive you are. Humanity is embroiled in ceaseless conflict, and I aspire to rule over them, while you merely stand by and watch. Do you believe I cannot achieve this?" Loki mocked. "Do you think yourself superior to humanity?" Thor questioned, his voice resolute. "You possess no understanding of what it means to rule. This world runs deep, and you cannot grasp its complexities." Thor shouted at Loki. With a swift motion, Loki shoved Thor aside, holding him in contempt, convinced that his quest for power was justified. "I am a god. I can handle it," Loki retorted defiantly. "Stop dreaming," Thor interrupted mercilessly. "Surrender the Tesseract. Cease your empty words." He seized Loki by the throat. "Give up." Thor felt tears welling in his eyes. A laser beam shot forth, striking Loki and sending him flying. The force of the blast also propelled Thor away, leaving him momentarily dazed, unprepared for such an assault. Yet, the resilience of a god enabled him to withstand far more than an ordinary person. As Thor rose, wielding his hammer, Stark showed no fear. Instead, he activated his helmet to face him. "Do you even realize whom you've injured?" Thor asked, his tone laced with anger. "Are you trying to shield him by demanding the Tesseract?" Stark challenged Thor. "Ordinary people." Thor sighed, discarding his hammer toward Stark, unaware of the impending danger. Stark was struck and sent flying several meters away by the tremendous force. "Damn it," Stark cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Loki observed the scene with a smirk, finding it rather amusing. "Quite a spectacle, isn't it?" A sudden voice chimed from behind him. Startled, Loki turned to find Chen, and he instinctively knelt. "I am not your father. There is no need for you to kneel before me." Chen replied with a smile. "What do you desire?" Loki stammered, trembling. "Rest assured, I do not intend to kill you. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the Tesseract," Chen stated, addressing the kneeling Loki. "Very well." Loki felt a surge of anger at being disregarded, yet he recognized the overwhelming power of Chen and chose to yield. "Just wait. Once I conquer this planet, we shall see how you meet your end." Loki contemplated silently. He did not wish to flee. The strength of his adversary made escape futile, so he preferred to remain in a semblance of safety. "Now produce the Tesseract." "Montag Chen Urgit Loki." "It is truly not in my possession," Loki replied, shaking his head. Chen seized Loki's hand without a word, delivering another blow that rendered Loki unconscious. Meanwhile, as Stark rose once more, Thor began to swing his hammer with increasing fervor, intent on inflicting greater harm. However, born in a realm of gods, Thor's approach was vastly different from the modern warfare of Earth. Stark, a prodigy, unleashed a powerful laser cannon that caught Thor off guard, sending him flying through the air. Chapter 68. A display of arrogance. Thor, now furious, found it humiliating to be bested by a mere mortal whom their divine kin had long protected. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a torrent of gathered lightning towards Tony. The crackling energy surged forth like a fiery serpent, striking Tony and sending him hurtling backward. His armor singed, but miraculously intact in its vital components. What is happening? Tony wondered, bewildered, as his suit felt lighter and its energy levels surged to an astonishing 500%. Could Thor's energy be recharging my armor? He mused aloud. Without granting Thor much time to react, Tony swiftly concentrated more energy into his hands and launched it at Thor, striking him forcefully and pushing him back several dozen meters. As Thor steadied himself, raising his hammer to retaliate, Natasha suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "My God!" Startled by her voice, Thor paused, and everyone turned their gaze skyward to behold a colossal figure emerging from a rift in the sky. A massive metallic beast, magnitudes larger than before, descended into view. With a resounding boom, a silhouette shot upward, landing atop the beast and delivering a barrage of punches to its forehead. The creature staggered momentarily, then effortlessly flung Hulk away. Observing the futility of Hulk's assault, the crowd's attention shifted to Chen. "Don't look at me. That thing won't last long." "Considering my home is not far from here," Chen remarked casually. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group as they heard his words. At that moment, the towering beast, several thousand meters in height, charged forth. Its enormous tail swept across the landscape, demolishing skyscrapers and claiming countless innocent lives. This behemoth resembled a flagship of an interstellar fleet its strength formidable enough to contend with similarly ranked forces. Chen moved swiftly, his body gliding to the front of the colossal beast, delivering a gentle yet forceful punch. Upon contact with the beast's form, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted. The creature's forehead was indented, and the tremendous force sent its entire body crashing to the ground. Just as Chen prepared to unleash a devastating blow to obliterate the beast, a radiant blue aura enveloped it. Chen lightly rebounded from the aura, observing it shift from blue to pale yellow, and finally to a soft pink before stabilizing. This protective energy shield proved ineffective. He merely brushed against it, and it felt as though it might shatter. Without hesitation, he made a slight touch, and the barrier crumbled. From the rift in the sky emerged countless Chitauri, surging toward Chen. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he prepared to face the oncoming horde, embodying the formidable presence of a general leading his countless troops against the enemy. Pathetic minions, your existence is truly feeble, Chen remarked, shaking his head. With that, he inhaled deeply, directing his gaze toward the steel giant and the Chitauri, and exhaled forcefully. The surrounding air seemed to compress, creating a brief vacuum. Within mere seconds, an intense gust of wind swept through, dispersing the clouds above. Thousands of Chitauri were obliterated, and the steel giant was reduced to fragments. Fortunately, Chen had the ability to choose his targets. Otherwise, Captain America, Natasha, Iron Man, Hawkeye, and others would have met the same fate. Instead, they stood in shock, slowly swallowing their disbelief. At that moment, Chen merely shifted slightly and vanished from their sight. He now found himself within the wormhole, seeking the enemy's mainframe, ready to shatter it with a single punch to eliminate any further complications. Found it, Chen whispered. However, instead of approaching directly, he raised his hand, exerting a fraction of his strength, and gestured toward the distance. Boom! A white air cannon materialized, and under the immense pressure, everything around was torn asunder, even causing the wormhole to begin closing. Chen watched as the wormhole neared closure, then shifted his form to reappear on solid ground. Meanwhile, Loki was gradually regaining consciousness. Just as he prepared to utter some menacing words, he noticed the wormhole had vanished, as if it had never existed. Impossible, this cannot be. Loki's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind seemingly unraveling. Before the sorrowful Loki could collect himself, he was struck on the forehead by the Hulk's massive hand, sending him flying. Captain America and the others looked on with sympathy at Loki's plight. Chen swiftly intervened, using telekinesis to restrain Loki. Before he could speak, Loki hurriedly exclaimed, "Please, no more." Upon hearing Loki's words, Chen felt a sense of exasperation, as if he had wronged him in some way, behaving like a petulant child. One by one, Thor and the others arrived. "Brother, come with me back to Asgard and accept your punishment," Thor shouted at Loki. "Just forgive him. We have indeed had our share of unpleasantness in the past, and my brother has not treated you well, but that is all behind us, isn't it?" Thor said, scratching his head slowly. "Rest assured, I'm not one to hold a grudge against someone so weak." Chen replied, "Zolmavat helplessly." Nick Fury, aboard the aircraft carrier, also made his approach. As the hatch opened, a luminous figure emerged, striding directly towards Chen. "Hello, Mr. Chen. It is a pleasure to see you again, and I am delighted that you have joined the Avengers," Nick Fury said with great enthusiasm. "Join the Avengers? I never made such a statement." Chen responded, looking at Nick Fury with a measured tone. Nick Fury continued, "Mr. Chen mentioned the Tesseract, did he not?" "Indeed, but I only mentioned a temporary alliance with you. The Tesseract is to be entrusted to me," Chen replied softly. If Hawkeye had misspoken, that would be one thing, but if he was truly playing with words, there would be little recourse. Nick Fury pondered this deeply. "Director, Mr. Chen did indeed say he would join us temporarily, not permanently," Hawkeye quickly interjected. Upon hearing Hawkeye's words, Nick Fury took a deep breath and said to Chen, "My apologies, Mr. Chen. I must have misremembered. Please forgive me." Chapter 69. A new member joins. It's quite all right. Just ensure that the Tesseract is brought to me later, Chen replied to Nick Fury. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. "Why don't you ever visit the company? After all, you are a shareholder." Stark hastily remarked to Chen. "Ahem. Just send my dividends my way. I leave the rest to you," Chen said to Stark with a serious expression. Stock's lips twitched, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. It seems there is nothing more to discuss. Remember to deliver the Tesseract when the time comes. Just as Chen finished speaking, he vanished from sight. As he opened the door, he was greeted by two enthusiastic voices. Master, you have finally returned. Welcome home, Master. Yuriko, dressed in a gothic Lolita outfit, hurried towards Chen. Following her was Raven, transformed into a lively and beautiful girl. What have you two been up to at home? Chen inquired of his two young maids. Well, after you left, a wormhole appeared in the sky. We have been observing it ever since. After a while, a group of aliens wielding advanced weaponry appeared, along with colossal beasts measuring hundreds, if not thousands of meters. Yuriko explained softly, gazing at Chen. Weren't you afraid? Chen asked gently. We believe our master will protect us. Both Yuriko and Raven exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing the words of Yuriko and Raven, Chen's face momentarily flushed, a rare occurrence. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host may invite new members. Shall I proceed with the invitation? The system inquired. Chen did not respond immediately, but chose instead to examine the chat group. Martial Arts Master. This is how the events transpired. Upon entering, Chen was greeted by Yi Wen's words, followed shortly by Li Daxian. Li Daxian, knower of heaven and earth. This is only natural. If the group leader is not invincible, then who else could claim such a title? Son of the demon. Indeed, the group leader is the mightiest. Certain sect leader. This appears to be the normal state of affairs, doesn't it? It seems it is time to invite a new batch of members. Chen mused. System, extend invitation for new members. Chen instructed the system. Ding. New members have been invited. Ding. Second Lieutenant S. Italian Cannon has joined the chat group. After a brief pause, silence lingered, leaving Chen somewhat perplexed as he directed his query to the system. Why has only one member been invited this time? To answer the host, there was only one individual who met the criteria. Ah, I see. However, I did not anticipate that it would be Li Yunlong. Chen expressed his astonishment upon hearing the system's reply. At that moment, the chat group erupted with activity. Li Daxian, knower of heaven and earth. I know who you are. You are Li Yunlong, correct? Son of the demon. Li Daxian has begun his divination once again. Certain sect leader. That name appears quite imposing. I wonder about his strength. Martial arts master. By the name, it seems he hails from the anti-Japanese world, does he not? Second Lieutenant S. Italian Cannon. What is this? Is it some demon spawn? How do you know my name? Li Daxian, knower of heaven and earth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Daxian, the knower of heaven, earth, and all things. And this is not a trinket of the little devils. Rather, martial arts master, it seems we share a similar plight. All victims of those damned little Japanese. Second Lieutenant S. Italian Cannon. Who are you all? I am Li Yunlong. How do you know this? Son of the demon. Are the foes you encountered the same as ours? Certain sect leader. There are methods for breakthroughs within the group. One can cultivate and rapidly grow stronger. Second Lieutenant S. Italian Cannon. It sounds as if you all are not from this world. Li Daxian, knower of heaven and earth. We are individuals from diverse worlds. This group allows us to communicate, and the cultivation methods shared here are extraordinarily powerful. In a Liangjian realm, the location of the independent regiment, Li Yunlong sat on a small stool, legs crossed, on the small wooden table at the center of the Kong. A plate of peanuts and a bottle of homemade white liquor lay. He tossed a few peanuts into his mouth, savoring the taste, followed by a sip of liquor, lost in contemplation. Forget it. Why be timid? Let us give it a try, Li Yunlong declared as he began to take action. After a fervent workout lasting over 10 minutes, Li Yunlong felt fatigued, yet an invigorating warmth coursed through his body, instantaneously restoring his vitality and bestowing upon him a newfound strength. He hastily opened the chat group. 2nd Battalion Commander. How miraculous. I, Li Yunlong, have exercised my entire life. Yet never have I experienced such rapid enhancement in just a few minutes. Tian D. Li Daxian. This is the enchanting power of the chat group. At that moment, a notification chimed through the chat. Ding! The Multiverse chat group has activated its trading feature. Tian D. Li Daxian. A new function has emerged. We can now engage in transactions. Martial arts master. This will enable mutual assistance among us. Son of the devil. How astonishing it sounds. A certain sect leader. We have grown accustomed to such developments, have we not? 2nd Battalion Commander. If I share my training methods with my subordinates, wouldn't that render us invincible? Ji Li Daxian. Regrettably, only members within the chat group can benefit, even if you divulge the training methods. They would be of no use. Martial Arts Master. I believe we should make full use of this trading feature. I possess numerous weapons and equipment available for trade. Son of the Devil. That's an excellent idea. Does this mean we can trade cultivation methods from our world as well? A certain sect leader. Indeed, it is feasible. We could experiment with how abilities vary across different realms. 2nd Battalion Commander. Do you have military equipment over there? Just as Li Yunlong finished speaking, a voice from Zhang Dapio echoed. Captain, I am quite eager to engage in combat with Sakata Kamizumi to test his true strength. Li Yunlong snapped back to reality, grinning broadly as he replied. Zhang Dapio, let's proceed without concern for elite status. Our new regiment will undoubtedly become the most formidable. Concerning the Japanese Sakata Brigade, its commander was Colonel Sakata Nobutaka, who had defeated the 72nd Division and another division during the Battle of Shinko, and had fought a skirmish against the 386th Brigade's Independent Regiment during the Cloud Ridge countersweep. Brigade leader Kong Jie sustained severe injuries, and political commissar Li Weiniing perished in an encounter with the Jinsui Army's 358th Regiment led by Liu Yi and Chu Yunfei. Within merely an hour, they inflicted casualties of 500 on the 358th Regiment. Had it not been for their timely retreat, they would have faced total annihilation. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable presence among the Japanese, an elite among elites. Chapter 70. Engaging in battle again, however, Li Yunlong remained utterly unperturbed. For with the chat group as his formidable weapon, the enemy's numbers were of no consequence. This was indeed Li Yunlong's moment to rise. So, Captain, are we to engage in battle with the little devils? Zhang Dapio inquired excitedly. Yet, in an instant, he recalled the orders from above and lamented. But, Captain, orders have been issued. We cannot recklessly attack. Cursed be it. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the brunt. Li Yunlong declared loudly. Even Laozi has established a chat group. What is there to fear? Indeed, a nearby communicator promptly replied. The decision made by Li Yunlong was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, for the fate of a new 1st Regiment rested squarely in his hands. Originally, the new 1st Regiment lagged behind the Sakata Brigade in terms of personnel, equipment, and combat experience. Should they fall into a passive situation, it would inevitably lead to their total annihilation. However, with the advent of this chat group, an unparalleled weapon, and its trading capabilities, he could enhance his equipment directly. Furthermore, his physical prowess could gradually surpass its limits. Why should he be afraid of them? Without further contemplation, Li Yunlong opened the group chat to make inquiries. 2nd Battalion Commander S. Italian Cannon. Everyone, we are about to engage in battle with the Little Devils. May I ask who possesses weapon resources? I, Old Li, promise substantial rewards in return. Knowing heaven and earth. Li Daxian. Although I cannot provide weapons and equipment, I am certain that you will achieve victory. Son of the Devil, your words are as good as nothing. Certain sect leader. According to Li Daxian's assertion, it implies that victory is assured. Martial Arts Master, I can provide a vast array of weapons and equipment. We must drive the little devils away. Knowing heaven and earth, Li Daxian. Even without weapons and equipment, there's no need to worry. Our group leader's strength is indeed invincible. Son of a Devil. Indeed, our leader is certainly invincible. Certain sect leader agreed. After some deliberation, Li Yunlong finally discerned the strength classifications within the chat group. According to the system's introduction, there are a total of 9 levels, also known as the Invincible 9 stages. Level 1. Achieving the limits of an ordinary person, capable of easily handling hundreds of regular individuals armed with handguns. Level 2. Beginning to exhibit formidable abilities. Able to effortlessly annihilate several villages, unafraid of conventional firearms and grenades. Level 3. Starting to transcend human limitations, capable of easily obliterating multiple cities. Impervious to any firearms or missiles, with only nuclear weapons able to inflict harm. Level 4. Capable of serving as a god of a planet. Able to effortlessly destroy an entire planet. At this stage and above, no conventional or nuclear weapons can inflict any damage. Level 5. Ascending towards a celestial, father-level powerhouse. capable of easily annihilating several star systems. Level 6. Evolving into a more powerful singular universe-level being, able to effortlessly obliterate an entire universe. Level 7. Further enhanced to multiverse level, representing eternity, capable of easily destroying countless universes. Level 8. Reaching a super universe level, able to judiciously preside over various universes, wielding powers that transcend them. Level 9. Omnipotent universe level, the pinnacle of combat prowess, representing invincibility. 2nd Battalion Commander S. Italian Cannon. What stage is our Leader S strength at? Knowing heaven and earth. Lee Daxian, Level 7. 2nd Battalion Commander S. Italian Cannon. Then my strength doesn't even reach Level 1? 2nd Battalion Commander S. Italian Cannon. Can our leader assist me? Martial Arts Master. The mere presence of weaponry and equipment is sufficient for you to overpower the Japanese invaders. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform us. Son of the Demon. There should be no issues, for our esteemed group leader will undoubtedly assist you. Martial Arts Master. I nearly perished at the hands of the Japanese invaders previously, and it was our group leader who came to my rescue. Leader of a certain sect. Moreover, they are merely ordinary individuals. Enlisting the help of our esteemed group leader seems somewhat excessive. Lieutenant Colonel's Italian Cannon. Well then I, Old Lee, shall refrain from further words. I am grateful for everyone's assistance. Martial Arts Master. No need for formality. We are all Chinese and comrades in this group. Helping one another is only natural. Son of the Demon. We are all comrades in this group. Exchanging ideas and lending a helping hand is quite beneficial. Leader of a certain sect. Meeting one another is indeed fate. Lee Daxian, the Seer. Fear not. You shall undoubtedly triumph over the Japanese invaders. Lieutenant Colonel's Italian Cannon. Very well then, I, Old Lee, shall say no more. Inside the grand residence of the Yi family sat a middle-aged man. None other than Martial Arts Master Yuan. Come forth and prepare the finest firearms and ammunition, as well as artillery. Yuan called out towards the entrance. Master Yi, how many firearms and how much ammunition and artillery do you require? A middle-aged man hurriedly inquired as he entered. The more, the better. The faster, the better. Yuan promptly replied. Understood, Master Yi. The middle-aged man exclaimed before hastily exiting. Report, Commander. We have detected signs of Japanese troops 800 meters ahead. A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Damn it, assemble the troops. I will annihilate those Japanese scoundrels. Li Yunlong cursa furiously. Yes, Commander. The communicator swiftly responded upon hearing Li Yunlong's words. Zhang Dabiao, summon Wang Chengzhu and a few soldiers to accompany me. With that, Li Yunlong led Zhang Dabiao, Wang Chengzhu, and several warriors towards Tsangyan Ridge. Dig deeper, Li Yunlong commanded urgently. Are we to excavate a tunnel, Commander? Wang Chengzhu asked, somewhat perplexed. Digging a tunnel in the mountains? That sounds akin to the legendary tale of Yu Gong moving the mountains. Your thought process is truly unique. Li Yunlong patted Wang Chengzhu on the head and said, Zhuzi, why is your thinking so simplistic? Digging tunnels? Besides shooting and artillery, what else can you do? Gulme, allow me to show you a treasure. To Wang Chengzhu, the mortar was indeed a treasure. Before long, a 5-meter deep pit appeared. The crowd soon beheld several wooden crates buried within. Several soldiers lifted them up. Zhang Dabiao glanced at Li Yunlong before saying, Open them for me. Before long, the wooden crates were opened, revealing a meticulously arranged collection of 100 mortars and 1,000 mortar shells. Atop the crates, they were covered with black fabric. Mortars? Wang Chengzhu was utterly exhilarated upon discovering the box brimming with 100 mortars and an abundance of shells. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Commander, is this truly 100 mortars and 1,000 shells? Indeed, replied Li Yunlong, as he grasped a black cloth from within the box and dramatically unveiled it. Instantly, a Desert Eagle handgun came into view, accompanied by a multitude of bullets. After a brief inspection, he noted that the handgun was devoid of ammunition. He pulled back the slide and squeezed the trigger, firing a shot into the sky. A crisp crack echoed, unmistakably indicating that it was an unused Desert Eagle. Chapter 71. The bombardment of 100 mortars. This Desert Eagle was crafted with a polygonal barrel, meticulously forged, with a standard barrel length of 152 millimeters. It allowed for barrel replacement without the need to detach the casing or change the caliber and the weight of the 357-inch caliber barrel increased by 137 grams, while the casing added another 94 grams, elevating it by 15 millimeters. The sight was composed of a post and a notch, with the post embedded in the dovetail groove and standing 33 millimeters high, easily adjustable to a more precise aiming apparatus. What a remarkable firearm, Li Yunlong marveled. Before joining the chat group, he had never encountered such an exquisite weapon. Handling the gun with satisfaction, he remarked, "It certainly exudes a lethal aura. Splendid indeed." Zhang Dabiao, standing nearby, voiced his admiration. "Commander, this gun looks immensely powerful. It will undoubtedly make mincemeat of the enemy." "This weapon serves but one purpose," Li Yunlong declared, gazing intently at the Desert Eagle, "and that is to annihilate the enemy. I intend to offer the heads of our foes as a tribute to this gun." An atmosphere of ferocity enveloped them, and passion surged through their veins. Wang Qingzhu's eyes widened like saucers as he beheld the shells, his broad face breaking into a toothy grin. "Commander, when did you amass such an impressive stockpile of ammunition? If only you had unveiled it sooner. We wouldn't have to fear the enemy." Zhang Dabiao, however, was somewhat perplexed. The sudden appearance of such a substantial cache of armaments warranted an explanation. Li Yunlong, having already devised a strategy, glanced at the puzzled Zhang Dabiao and Wang Qingzhu and calmly explained, "This batch of weaponry was seized during my recent campaign against bandits. Taken from a notorious leader, it was accumulated by that very bandit. Until now, I had not found the opportunity to retrieve it. But with the Sakata detachment surrounding us at Sangyan Ridge, it was fortuitous to finally acquire these munitions." The rationale was entirely plausible, and both Zhang Dabiao and Wang Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they transported the cache of weaponry back to the trenches. With the need to safeguard the brigade and the civilians, their own firearms and ammunition had dwindled, yet now they were fortified with military supplies, alleviating their concerns. Zhang Dabiao surveyed the Japanese forces and turned to Li Yunlong, inquiring, "Commander, what shall be our next course of action?" Li Yunlong surveyed the surroundings with his telescope, his gaze ultimately settling upon a small hill, as he slowly remarked, "We possess a considerable number of shells, yet we must not take unnecessary risks. Capturing the enemy's leader is paramount. We should strive to minimize casualties. If my deductions are accurate, the command center of the Sakata unit will be established there." "Is it possible?" Zhang Dabiao interjected. "Do the Japanese dare to set their command center so close?" Li Yunlong smiled faintly. "You will understand in due time. As long as that old devil Sakata positions his command center there, I assure you, we shall send them to their demise with a barrage of artillery." It was evident that everything lay within Li Yunlong's control. Meanwhile, at the Japanese encampment, Captain Sakata Nobutaka of the Sakata unit observed the position of the new 1st Regiment through his telescope. After a moment, he lowered the instrument and stated languidly, "This group of 8th Route Army soldiers seems rather formidable." The adjutant beside him responded, "Rest assured, Captain. Since our unit entered the northwestern region of Shaanxi, we have been invincible. The poorly equipped 8th Route Army stands no chance against us. You must know that their weaponry grows increasingly obsolete, indicating their decline. Even if they hold a geographical advantage, we can easily overpower them." "Excellent." Sakata Nobutaka's face broke into a smug smile, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery, seemingly dismissing the new 1st Regiment entirely. Indeed, the Sakata unit was exceptionally strong, boasting a glorious record, and having previously clashed with the 8th Route Army. They were aware of its formidable fighting spirit, albeit with inferior weaponry and troop quality. At that moment, a Japanese communications soldier approached Sakata Nobutaka, reporting, "Commander, a telegram has just arrived from the brigade commander. They will arrive at Sangyan Ridge tomorrow." The Sakata unit was under the 4th Brigade, commanded by Major General Sano Tadao, a formidable figure and an esteemed alumnus of the same academy as Komoran Ninjutsu, serving as the highest commander in the current operation against the 8th Route Army. Upon learning that the Sakata unit had encircled a main force of the 8th Route Army, Sano Tadao intended to observe the situation firsthand, accompanied by war correspondents to document the event. Little did he realize that he was walking into the line of fire set by Li Yunlong. "Excellent," Sakata Nobutaka declared. Gazing at the battlefield ahead, order the logistics department to expedite the establishment of the command center. Once our brigade commander arrives, We shall launch a grand offensive from there to annihilate the main force of the 8th Route Army. Additionally, adjust the 3rd and 5th Squadrons to prepare for an assault on the 8th Route Army positions at Songyan Ridge, aiming to eliminate their combatants before General Sano's arrival. Understood. The adjutant replied emphatically. Both sides were poised for action, the air thick with the scent of impending warfare, as a great battle loomed on the horizon. At the peak of Songyan Ridge, Li Yunlong was contemplating how to breach the Sakata unit's encirclement with minimal sacrifice. At this moment, Zhang Dabiao, who had been observing the situation of the enemy, was indeed thrilled to discover that the Japanese command post was established on the peak to the east. He exclaimed, "Commander, you truly possess remarkable foresight. The enemy has indeed set up their command post there." In response to this revelation, Li Yunlong maintained his composure, remarking, "Everything is as anticipated. Zhang Dabiao, inform all soldiers to prepare for battle." Yes, Zhang Dabiao felt an exhilarating rush within him. In an instant, soldiers throughout the new regiment were resolutely preparing their weapons, their gazes steadfast, ready to confront the elite Sakata regiment. A palpable aura of determination enveloped the atmosphere. Nearby, Wang Qingzhu, with a gesture of his thumb, assessed the situation based on his experience, stating, "Commander, given our current distance and the elevation of the enemy's command post, our mortars cannot reach it. We must advance 800 meters." Li Yunlong observed through his binoculars for a moment and replied, "There is no need to advance 800 meters. Simply follow my instructions later." He continued, "Learn from this, Dezizu. This distance is entirely within range of the enemy's command post." Li Yunlong alaburata. By calculating the distance and considering the trajectory of the shells along with the firing angle of the mortars, it is quite straightforward. The mortars, albeit outdated compared to modern artillery, were nonetheless prepared within the trench. After observing for a brief period, Li Yunlong began instructing the soldiers to adjust hundreds of mortars to target the enemy's command post effectively. Chapter 72. Eliminate all enemies. Having completed his observations, Li Yunlong directly loaded a mortar shell into the barrel. With a resounding thud, the shell soared into the sky, tracing an arc before accurately striking the center of the Sakata regiment's command post. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the air, shrapnel scattering as the earth erupted into a flurry of debris. The command post of the Sakata regiment was a rudimentary structure, merely hastily assembled tents, for they believed that the 8th Route Army lacked sufficient artillery to threaten them. However, upon a mortar shell's impact, the command post was obliterated in an instant, claiming the life of Sakata Nobutake, who had been caught off guard, along with his adjutant and confidant. This exemplified the correct application of artillery. Wang Qingzhu stood in utter disbelief, rooted to the spot, gazing in astonishment at the destroyed Japanese command post from such a distance. To think a single shell could annihilate the Sakata regiment's command post. This was the mark of a true expert. Remarkable. With a look of sheer amazement, Wang Qingzhu could not help but give a thumbs up to Li Yunlong, exclaiming, "Commander, you are truly formidable. You are the true master of artillery, a sharpshooter par excellence." The title seems rather peculiar. Do not be astonished. Direct all remaining artillery shells towards the command center. Ignoring the astonished Wang Qingzhu, Li Yunlong raised his arm and called out, "Brothers, fire!" Hundreds of shells simultaneously rained down upon the enemy's command post. In that instant, the command center of the Sakata unit was obliterated, resulting in countless casualties among the enemy troops, accompanied by their anguished cries. Yet the bombardment did not cease. The relentless barrage continued to unleash devastation. The enemy, undeterred, rushed forward recklessly. Zhang Dabiao, already unable to contain his eagerness, witnessed the enemy's heavy losses and could no longer hold back. He prepared to lead his soldiers into the fray. Kill! Charge! Li Yunlong, wielding a desertigo, executed precise shots, obliterating the heads of the enemy soldiers with remarkable accuracy. With a resounding crack, the enemy lieutenant commanding the charge barely exposed himself before Li Yunlong's bullet shattered his skull, causing him to topple lifelessly to the ground. Observing this scene, Zhang Dabiao exclaimed in astonishment, "No wonder you are our commander. You are truly formidable." Li Yunlong bellowed back, "A mere handful of enemy troops? Is this not quite ordinary?" As the battle intensified, Li Yunlong's formidable combat prowess and a mortar fire significantly elevated the morale of the new 1st Regiment to an astonishing height. One by one, The enemy's soldiers fell. Is this truly the elite of the enemy? Li Yunlong merely smiled in silence. Before long, Li Yunlong led the warriors of the new 1st Regiment straight towards the heart of the Sakata unit's command center. A single mortar shell turned the entire command post into ruins. Following the recent bombardment from 100 artillery pieces, the enemy command center lay in utter disarray. Scattered across the ground were a few remnants of enemy soldiers clad in uniforms, all young, bearing ranks of 1 colonel and 2 lieutenant colonels, along with 3 captains. Such a military configuration undoubtedly represented the elite of the Sakata unit. Commander, you are truly extraordinary. This is indeed the command center of the Sakata unit. Zhang Dabiao held Li Yunlong in profound admiration for his uncanny ability to accurately predict the location of the enemy's command post, and for effectively dispatching the commander of the Sakata unit with a single shot. It was nothing short of remarkable. Li Yunlong gazed at the corpses strewn on the ground, grinning as he remarked, "These unfortunate foes are merely unlucky to have crossed paths with me." Meanwhile, a message chimed in the chat group, knowing heaven and earth. "Master Li, is everything all right? Have you achieved victory? Martial Arts Grandmaster. It should be fine. I dispatched a full 100 mortars, along with 1,000 shells and a Desert Eagle. That should suffice to annihilate the enemy, wouldn't it? Child of the devil. Indeed, that is quite a number of shells. Certain sect leader. I'm not familiar with your artillery, but that should be approximately sufficient, right? The Italian cannon of the 2nd Battalion commander. The enemy has been completely annihilated, for which I am immensely grateful." Prior to acquiring the chat group, Li Yunlong demonstrated commendable military capabilities and acumen, yet his leadership skills remained somewhat constrained. However, with the advent of the chat group, the expansion of Li Yunlong's forces became assured, granting him the ability to lead in combat effectively. The timing of this new equipment from the chat group is indeed fortuitous. A remarkable advantage, indeed. Li Yunlong glanced at the lifeless bodies of the Sakata brigade strewn across the ground and raised his arm, calling out, "Brothers, let's break through and fight." With the Sakata brigade's command center destroyed and the death of Sakata Nobutaka, the various units of the brigade were unaware of the situation at the command post, rendering this the optimal moment for a breakout. Kill. One shot took down Sakata Nobutaka, significantly boosting the morale of the new 1st Regiment. The remaining enemy soldiers launched a counteroffensive towards their own lines. Initially, the Sakata brigade had encircled the new 1st Regiment, but now the roles had reversed, leaving the Sakata soldiers bewildered and disoriented, compounded by their inability to establish contact with their command center. Amidst the chaos, Li Yunlong wielded a Desert Eagle, firing at the heads of the enemy soldiers. Bang! One shot, one kill. At this moment, the new 1st Regiment surged forward, breaking through the enemy's defenses and engaging in close-quarters combat with the soldiers entrenched in the trenches. Zhang Dapiao fought valiantly, brandishing a large machete with ferocity, leaping into action and cleaving an enemy soldier to the ground. Unstoppable. For Li Yunlong, dealing with the enemy was as effortless as child's play. Suddenly, an enemy soldier charged at him with a bayonet-type .38 rifle. Without hesitation, Li Yunlong fired his Desert Eagle. Bang! The enemy soldier fell, eyes wide open, lifeless. Perhaps the enemy never anticipated that Li Yunlong would eschew a bayonet duel for the use of a pistol. On the battlefield, there exists only death or survival. Everything else is inconsequential. One by one, the enemy soldiers fell before Li Yunlong. Kill. 2 soldiers armed with bayonet-type .38 rifles charged at him from either side. Li Yunlong raised his weapon to fire, only to discover it was out of ammunition, compelling him to resort to his fists. One enemy soldier attempted a stealthy thrust aimed at Li Yunlong's vulnerable area, but Li Yunlong deftly evaded the attack, countering with a powerful punch to the enemy's neck. Bang! The soldier was sent flying, meeting his demise. As Chapter 73 unfolds, another enemy soldier rushed towards Li Yunlong. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yunlong raised his Desert Eagle and aimed for the soldier's head. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the Desert Eagle, momentarily stunning the enemy soldier, who fell to the ground with a gaping hole in his head. This is the fate that befalls you invaders. Kill them, annihilate them. The morale of the new 1st Regiment soared to unprecedented heights. Slaughter them, eradicate the Japanese. 1 kill is worth it, 2 is not a loss, 3 is a profit. Such fierce combat spirit caught the enemy off guard. Soon, only a few of the enemy remained, nearly all of them having perished. The remaining soldiers, armed with machine guns, aimed towards our direction. Zhuzi, did you see that? Take out their heavy and light machine guns. After issuing the command, Li Yunlong turned to Zhang Dabiao and said, Zhang Dabiao, instruct the artillery to continue bombarding the Japanese. Yes. Zhang Dabiao responded loudly. Moments later, a barrage of artillery began, echoing with the sounds of hundreds of shells. Boom, boom, boom. Mortar shells erupted from the cannons, landing directly on the Japanese positions. The Japanese strongholds were devastated under the relentless bombardment. It must be said that the artillery's accuracy was remarkable. Even if it were not, the sheer volume of fire from hundreds of mortars could obliterate everything. Under the thunderous assault, the Japanese heavy artillery positions were struck repeatedly. Li Yunlong gazed at the chaos and then addressed his soldiers, saying, Warriors, those who dare to offend our China shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Kill. We must make the Japanese realize that we are not to be trifled with. Kill. The soldiers, now filled with fervor, surged forward. After the artillery fire ceased, all the soldiers of the new 1st Regiment, under Li Yunlong's leadership, launched an attack on the last line of the Japanese defense. Charge! With a united spirit, without the support of heavy firepower, the soldiers quickly breached the enemy's trenches, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Li Yunlong remained valiant, continuously dispatching enemy soldiers. If a gun could resolve the matter, he would not resort to his fists. The Desert Eagle proved to be an exceptional weapon. After numerous shots, it had not once jammed. Bang! One by one, enemy soldiers fell beneath the fire of Li Yunlong's Desert Eagle, each shot adding to the gun's grim tribute of blood. At that moment, Zhang Dabiao was also embroiled in combat, his bayonet relentlessly striking down the enemy. Bang! A gunshot rang out as an enemy soldier attempted to ambush him from behind, falling to the ground, struck by none other than Li Yunlong's shot. Witnessing this, a smile crept across Zhang Dabiao's lips as he bellowed, Finish them off. In the face of the swift and formidable assault launched by the new 1st Regiment, compounded by the decimation of the command center of the Sakata Brigade, chaos engulfed their intelligence and command structures, rendering them a headless flock, devoid of coordination, resulting in a mere brawl. After more than an hour of fierce combat, Li Yunlong finally led the soldiers of the new 1st Regiment into the fray. The regiment suffered minimal losses, with casualties amounting to merely 1/10 of their forces, a remarkably small toll. Moreover, they directly routed the Sakata Brigade, annihilating a significant portion of their enemy and slaying all commanders of the Sakata Yashitake's entire unit. At last, the battle concluded. With the last enemy collapsing, Li Yunlong exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that with the aid of a chat group and the camaraderie of friends, warfare could be so effortless. The elite Sakata Brigade proved to be no more formidable than this. Zhang Dabiao licked his lips, brimming with exhilaration. Haven't we just wiped them out? Li Yunlong responded to Zhang Dabiao. This victory was procured through the deployment of 100 mortars and 1,000 shells. We must not grow complacent. He commanded Zhang Dabiao to instruct the troops to take a brief respite and clear the battlefield, followed by an immediate retreat. Understood, Zhang Dabiao promptly replied. 15 minutes later, after a brief rest and battlefield clearance, the new 1st Regiment swiftly evacuated from Sangyan Ridge. Following 2.5 hours of rapid movement, nightfall had descended. The troops were now largely safe. Zhang Dabiao ordered the troops to rest in place. Li Yunlong instructed, while also maintaining vigilance. After a day of battle and swift movement, the new 1st Regiment was exceedingly fatigued. With night's arrival, they required a proper respite to rejuvenate their spirits, lest they find themselves lacking in combat readiness should they encounter the enemy. Li Yunlong rested while the soldiers remained on guard, and reconnaissance troops were dispatched to survey the surrounding area. Half an hour later, a reconnaissance soldier hurriedly approached Li Yunlong, reporting, Commander, approximately 2 kilometers ahead. We have spotted enemy vehicles. Perilous. This is akin to a pie falling from the sky. We cannot afford to miss such an opportunity. In this era of war, those who can mobilize vehicles are either logistics personnel or individuals of significant stature. After all, only those of consequence are worthy of riding in vehicles. Egutsi. Elucidate the situation, Li Yunlong commanded. Could it be that these vehicles are en route to support Sangyan Ridge? The scout, Guzi, replied, currently, the enemy convoy comprises only a few individuals, with 2 large trucks and 3 military motorcycles. totaling around 200 personnel. They are stationed at Wolf Fong Slope, and it appears they are not supply vehicles. They likely carry a person of importance. However, according to the projected route, they seem destined for Tsangyan Ridge. Since they are not supply vehicles, it must indeed be a figure of significance. Li Yunlong chuckled slyly and remarked, "It seems that fate favors me. Oldly Zhang Dabiao. Prepare for battle. One must seize the opportunity when a pie falls from the sky." At that moment, within a recreational vehicle, a man lay contentedly between two maids. "Master, you must rise. We have a picnic to attend today," Ruefan playfully urged. "Master, he is quite fatigued from last night. Let him rest a bit longer," Bai Heezy tenderly interjected. "Fatigued? If our master were to tire, the entire world would be rendered immobile. One might perish from mere movement," Ruefan retorted, somewhat incredulously. "Yet, do you not find our slumbering master remarkably handsome?" Bai Heezy gazed intently at Mo Chun. "Indeed, he is quite handsome. However, we had clearly planned for a picnic today." Ruefan lamented with a touch of sorrow. "All right, I understand." With that, a large hand affectionately ruffled Ruefan's hair. Chapter 74. Disguised Master, you are feigning sleep. Ruefan pouted, addressing the hand resting on her head with a playful tone. "What is the rush? Is it not delightful to sleep?" Mo Chen replied, gently stroking Ruefan's head. "But we explicitly agreed on a picnic. You cannot sleep any longer. Rise and prepare." Ruefan insisted, her frustration evident. "Master, allow me to take care of it." "You may continue to rest," Bai Heezy suggested softly, glancing at Mo Chun. "Nonsense, your master is a Superman. How could I possibly be tired?" Montauk Chen responded, hurriedly beginning to tidy up. "Then I shall fetch the seasonings," Ruefan declared, swiftly moving to comply. "And master, I will drive the vehicle to a more favorable location." Bai Heezy added, her voice gentle. "You may proceed. I suspect by the time you begin, I shall have everything ready," Mo Chen replied, his tone reassuring. Following the battle at Tsangyan Ridge, Zhang Dabiao was still brimming with excitement and fervor for combat. Given that the enemy numbered approximately 200, and with around 500 combat-ready troops at his disposal, Li Yunlong decided to leave a portion behind to tend to the wounded before promptly leading his forces to Wolf Fong Slope. The terrain of Wolf Fong Slope was notably treacherous, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. The Japanese had chosen to rest there, clearly recognizing the strategic advantage it provided. Upon arriving at Wolf Fong Slope, Li Yunlong indeed spotted the Japanese vehicles and took a moment to observe them through binoculars. After some time, he lowered the binoculars, his brow furrowed in concern. "This slope is easy to defend, yet challenging to attack, should we engage. They will hold the high ground, making it exceedingly difficult for us to succeed in a short time." The 8th Route Army's equipment was severely lacking. Without his chat group, Li Yunlong might have found the opportunity slipping away. Fortunately, there remained ample mortar shells. A few more rounds could surely cover the little devils. After all, one must concede that the combat prowess of the Japanese was indeed formidable. Zhang Dabiao nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, our primary concern is whether there are any enemy troops lurking nearby. If the sound of artillery erupts and the enemy forces rush towards us, we would find ourselves surrounded in an instant. Therefore, we must act with haste to eliminate them." Li Yunlong gazed upward at the convoy of enemy vehicles on Langya Slope and declared, "It is not in my character to ignore opportunities that fall from the sky." Moreover, Li Yunlong's instincts hinted that a significant figure must be within those vehicles. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden inspiration struck him. "Zhang Dabiao, did I not instruct you to procure several sets of enemy uniforms earlier?" During their breakout and battlefield sweep, Li Yunlong had specifically commanded his soldiers to strip approximately 30 sets of enemy military attire. This was intended to facilitate their march and provide a means of disguise should they encounter enemy troops. Such tactics are frequently employed in combat, and now they were finally coming to fruition. Indeed, Zhang Dabiao turned to Li Yunlong and asked, "Commander, are we to masquerade as the enemy?" The understanding dawned upon him. Li Yunlong grinned and replied, "I will lead a small squad, donned in enemy garb, to approach the convoy. Once we are near the heights of Langya Slope, it will spell doom for the enemy. As soon as we engage in combat, you will lead our forces in a charge to disrupt their formation." Zhang Dabiao hesitated. "No. Commander, this is too perilous. Obey orders and follow my command," Li Yunlong asserted. "There is no time for debate." "Understood." Zhang Dabiao responded emphatically. Subsequently, Li Yunlong and his soldiers began to don the enemy's combat uniforms. On Langya's slope, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of a major general sat upon a stone, his hands caressing his command sword, his expression somewhat grim. Yamamoto, how long until we reached Songyun Ridge? The Japanese major general inquired. This major general was none other than Sano Tadaichi, the commanding officer of the 4th Brigade, responsible for the encirclement of the new 1st Regiment, and the principal force in the campaign against the 8th Route Army. Beside him, his aide, Yamamoto, replied, "General, if we march through the night, we could arrive before dawn. However, the mountain path is exceedingly complex. We require a brief respite." Has the Sakata Company responded? Sano Tadaichi pressed further. "No. It has been 2 hours without a reply from Sakata's unit," Yamamoto added. "Perhaps Sakata-kun is engaged in battle with the 8th Route Army and has not had the opportunity to check the telegram." How utterly foolish, Sano Tadaichi exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. Is there any matter so pressing that they cannot respond to messages from the brigade? Unbeknownst to Sano Tadaichi, Sakata Nobutaka and his men had already met their end. They were unable to send any telegrams from beyond the grave. Sano Tadaichi now seethed with frustration, as he had ordered a messenger to send a telegram to Sakata Nobutaka. Yet more than 2 hours had passed without a response. The adjutant, Yamada, inquired, "General, shall we continue our journey through the night or postpone until tomorrow?" "Wait," replied Sano Tadayoshi. "I wish to discern the intentions of this Sakata Nobutaka." Sano Tadayoshi, the commander of the 4th Brigade, had come primarily to observe how Sakata's unit annihilated the main forces of the 8th Route Army. However, unbeknownst to him, Sakata Nobutaka had already perished, and Sakata's entire unit had been decimated. At that moment, a squad of 30 appeared within Sano Tadayoshi's line of sight. With a rustle, the vigilant soldiers swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at the newcomers. "Who are you?" Yamada asked, noting that the strangers were clad in enemy uniforms but refraining from firing immediately. "What brings you here?" The 30 individuals were, in fact, warriors of the new 1st Regiment, led by Li Yunlong, disguised with a singular purpose: to approach Wolfong Slope and seize it in one fell swoop. "We are the 2nd Squad of the 3rd Battalion of Sakata's unit." Li Yunlong responded fluently in Japanese. "We have come at the behest of the unit commander to welcome you, General." Thanks to his participation in a chat group, Li Yunlong's physical prowess had significantly improved, and his ability to learn had sharpened, allowing him to master the Japanese language. Earlier, while observing through binoculars, he had noted the insignia on Sano's uniform, recognizing its considerable rank, though he was unaware of his name. It was evident that this individual was a person of significance. Such fluent Japanese, coupled with their enemy attire, immediately convinced Yamada, "General, these are indeed people from Sakata's unit." Chapter 75, An Unexpected Opportunity. Sano Tadayoshi nodded at Yamada. "Perfect. I wish to inquire about Sakata's intentions. Summon him to me." "Yes," replied Yamada. Before long, Li Yunlong effortlessly arrived at Wolfong Slope. The terrain was treacherous, and while it was easy to defend, it posed a challenge for attackers. A direct assault would undoubtedly incur substantial costs, especially since Li Yunlong had yet to attain the 2nd tier of strength. Ascending to Wolfong Slope marked a significant halfway point toward victory in this battle. Upon seeing Li Yunlong, Sano Tadayoshi inquired, "Baka, what does your unit commander, Sakata Nobutaka, mean by not responding to the telegram sent to the brigade headquarters?" Li Yunlong gazed up at the visibly enraged Sano Tadayoshi, a slight smirk curving his lips as he slowly replied, "General, do you truly wish to know?" "Baka," Sano Tadayoshi retorted angrily, "if you don't speak, you all shall perish. They have already gone to meet Yama." Li Yunlong's eyes flashed with lethal intent as he coldly stated, "Perhaps you should join them." In an instant, Li Yunlong drew his Desert Eagle pistol and fired directly at Sano Tadayoshi's forehead. Bang! At such close range, the shot was undeniably lethal. The bullet struck Zano Tadayoshi squarely in the forehead. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his head reduced to a mere fragment. The soldiers trailing behind Li Yunlong had long been prepared for combat. As soon as he fired, they too unleashed their weapons upon the enemy on the hillside. The sound of gunfire erupted in a cacophony. The Japanese soldiers on the slope, already fatigued from a day's march, had let their guard down. coupled with the fact that Li Yunlong and his men donned Japanese uniforms and spoke fluent Japanese, they had not anticipated an ambush. With each shot fired at such proximity, the enemy fell one after another. Zhang Dabiao, observing the gunfire erupting from the hillside, realized that Li Yunlong was engaged in a firefight, and he raised his arm, rallying his comrades. "Brothers, let us vanquish the Japanese." He then led the new regiment as soldiers in a charge from a slope. The sound of rifles and light machine guns resonated as flames of fire erupted, slicing through the night sky towards the enemy above. Following the death of Zeno Tadayoshi, the Japanese soldiers became disorganized, engaging in chaotic skirmishes with Li Yunlong and his men. When confronted by Zhang Dabiao's advancing troops from below, they were utterly unable to mount a defense and were forced to succumb to the onslaught. Li Yunlong, wielding a Desert Eagle pistol, continued to eliminate the enemy with precision, each shot finding its mark. After an hour of fierce combat, the last of the Japanese soldiers fell, marking the definitive end of this encounter. Approaching the fallen Zeno Tadayoshi, Li Yunlong gazed at the lifeless body and remarked quietly, "This indeed is a significant prize." He was a general with the rank of major. At that time, the Japanese military hierarchy comprised 6 ranks divided into 16 levels, including general, lieutenant, and soldier. The ranks could be further specified. Among generals were the ranks of general, lieutenant general, and major general, while the lieutenant ranks included captain, first lieutenant, and second lieutenant. Soldiers were categorized into various classes as well. Thus, the rank of major general was certainly prestigious, marking Zeno as a significant figure among the enemy. Zhang Dabiao, witnessing the situation, could not contain his joy. "Commander, this is truly fortuitous. Today, not only have we eliminated Sakata Nobutaka, but we have also dispatched a major general. This time, the brigade commander shall not hold you accountable for defying orders on the battlefield. If he does, I shall resign and devote myself to physical training." Li Yunlong flipped over the body of Zhang Tadachi and discovered a personal manual. Upon examination, he remarked, "So this little devil is the brigade commander Zhang Tadachi, the supreme commander in this operation against the 8th Route Army." Zhang Dabiao, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, "Who would have thought we directly eliminated the highest commander of the enemy this time? The Japanese will surely be furious. They are unfortunate to encounter me." Li Yunlong declared with resolve, "Since he is a Japanese major general, we must examine the documents and intelligence he carried and take everything with us. Let's hastily clear the battlefield. This is not a place to linger." "Understood," Zhang Dabiao responded with fervor. Immediately, all soldiers commenced a swift cleanup of the area. Indeed, they confiscated a considerable amount of confidential documents and related materials. Zhang Tadachi had come to Songyun Ridge to observe the battle, and although he did not bring his entire brigade staff, he carried numerous documents. He had not anticipated that the Sakata detachment would be annihilated by Li Yunlong's new regiment, and now he found himself at the wrong end of the gun. These documents and materials would now fall into Li Yunlong's hands. However, given the urgency of the situation, Li Yunlong had no time to peruse these documents and promptly led his troops in retreat. Approximately 15 kilometers away, in a small town, was the garrison of the Jinsui Army's 358th Regiment. Inside the headquarters, a man hurriedly entered. This was the station of the 358th Regiment, which boasted over 8,000 personnel and served as a main combat force for the Jinsui Army, led by Chu Yunfei from the Whampoa Military Academy. The battle at Songyun Ridge had naturally captured Chu Yunfei's attention. Today had been particularly troublesome for him. Although the 8th Route Army was involved, the loss ultimately affected his nation's vital strength. As a patriotic anti-Japanese commander, Chu Yunfei yearned to send troops to aid them. However, he was constrained by a strict order from his superiors. Any military engagement alongside the 8th Route Army required higher consent. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Helplessly, Chu Yunfei could only watch the conflict unfold between the 8th Route Army and the Japanese forces. Now, over 3 hours had passed since the cessation of hostilities at Songyun Ridge. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Yunfei gazed toward the defensive line at Songyun Ridge. The night had fallen, enveloping everything in darkness, yet he remained deeply concerned about the situation there. "Comrade Fong, the gunfire at Songyun Ridge has ceased for several hours now." Chu Yunfei slowly began. "The 8th Route Army should have been annihilated. Alas, our national defense forces have lost another vital unit." Fong Ligong sighed. The 8th Route Army's equipment is outdated. Their personnel lack physical conditioning, and they have not undergone rigorous military training. Faced with the elite Sakata detachment, they likely will not return. Chapter 76. Shocked. What a pity. Chu Yunfei nodded in agreement. Evidently, both Chu Yunfei and Fong Ligong believe that the 8th Route Army unit at Songyun Ridge had been annihilated by the enemy's Sakata Brigade. At that moment, a scout who had been dispatched earlier rushed in, exclaiming, "Report, Commander, I have returned." Fong Ligong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why have you been gone for so long?" "It has been over 2 hours." The scout replied, "I encountered the enemy's sweeping forces on my way back and ran into some trouble." Chu Yunfei glanced at the scout and urged, "Share what you have learned." "Yes." The scout began, "Commander, according to my reconnaissance, the 8th Route Army has defeated the Sakata Brigade." "What?" Both Chu Yunfei and Fong Ligong were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief, clearly unable to accept the scout's words. They stood in a daze, astonished, struggling to believe their own ears. Such an outcome was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. Regaining his composure, Fong Ligong looked at the scout and said, "Are you implying that the so-called elite Sakata Brigade was actually vanquished by the 8th Route Army? Are you certain you did not misinterpret the situation? Perhaps there were only a few survivors?" The 8th Route Army possesses only a handful of outdated weapons and lacks heavy artillery support. How could they possibly annihilate the entire enemy force? The strength of the Sakata Brigade was something they, from the 358th Regiment, had experienced firsthand, having clashed with them previously. During their encounter with the Jinsui Army's 358th Regiment in Lui, the Sakata Brigade had inflicted nearly 300 casualties, both killed and wounded, within just 1 hour. Had it not been for the timely retreat of the 358th Regiment, they might have faced total annihilation. The scout insisted, "I assure you, Chief of Staff, I did not missee. The 8th Route Army successfully broke through and defeated the Sakata Brigade. This was due to the disarray within the Sakata Brigade's ranks, which allowed the 8th Route Army to seize the opportunity for a counteroffensive, ultimately leading to their victory. The Sakata Brigade's combat units were in disarray." Fong Ligong pondered for a moment before responding. As an elite combat unit, such a situation is implausible. Given that the Sakata Brigade has experienced this disorder, there can be only one explanation. There must have been a failure in command, preventing the various units from coordinating effectively, thus catching the 8th Route Army off guard. Chu Yunfei's expression shifted as he paced with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly articulating, "Regardless, it is indeed a fact that the 8th Route Army has defeated the Sakata Brigade." "Brother Ligong, which unit of the 8th Route Army was responsible for this victory at Songyun Ridge?" Chu Yunfei was deeply curious about the 8th Route Army unit that managed to overcome the Sakata Brigade, finding it truly astonishing. Fong Ligong contemplated and then said, "If my memory serves me right, this unit at Songyun Ridge belongs to the Nu 1 Regiment of the 8th Route Army's 129th Division, a unit formed by the 8th Route Army itself, with Commander Li Yunlong at the helm." An 8th Route Army irregular unit? Chu Yunfei could not help but draw a sharp breath, exclaiming, "To possess such formidable combat prowess with a self-formed unit is truly remarkable. By the way, you mentioned the commander is Li Yunlong?" "Indeed," Fong Ligong replied. "He is a commander of humble origins, having received little formal education." Zhu Junfi Zimak? It appears that heroes are not defined by their backgrounds. A commander of such modest beginnings who can vanquish the Sakata detachment is indeed impressive. Fong Ligong nodded in agreement. At that moment, a communications soldier hurriedly entered, legs together in salute, and reported, "Commander, according to our forward observation post, the encircled 8th Route Army has encountered an enemy detachment at Lanjiapo. A skirmish ensued, resulting in the complete annihilation of the enemy forces, and the 8th Route Army is retreating northeast." "Good heavens!" Chu Yunfei exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. This Li Yunlong truly possesses extraordinary courage, daring to engage the enemy under such circumstances. It is evident he is not a common individual. Under normal circumstances, the retreating forces would be expected to evade the enemy rather than engage in protracted combat, as such actions could easily lead to disaster. Yet, Li Yunlong encountered the enemy and decisively confronted them, showcasing remarkable skill. I find myself quite intrigued by this Li Yunlong of the 8th Route Army. I must seize the opportunity to meet him. Chu Yunfei mused with a smile. Given the current state of warfare, Chu Yunfei's 358th Regiment was unaware that Li Yunlong had already dispatched Sakata Nobutaka and General Sano Tadayoshi of the 4th Brigade. Had he known, his astonishment would have only deepened. 2 days later, at Shaoan Village, the new 1st Regiment emerged from the encirclement of the Sakata detachment and retreated to Shaoan Village to recuperate and regroup. The recent battle of Tsangyun Ridge inflicted minimal losses upon the new 1st Regiment, leaving over half of the soldiers in good health. On this day, Li Yunlong had just awakened from his slumber. "Commander, a phone call has come in," Zhang Dabiao informed him. "Let's go answer it," Li Yunlong replied, rising to follow Zhang Dabiao to the communications room. The call was already connected. Li Yunlong took the receiver, a smile spreading across his face as he said, "Brigade Commander." "Heh, this is Li Yunlong." "Li Yunlong, you've certainly become quite the figure. It took you long enough to answer the phone," came the brigade commander's scolding voice from the other end. "Brigade Commander, don't blame me unjustly." Li Yunlong replied. "As soon as I learned it was your call, I rushed over to answer it. So, Brigade Commander, what good news do you have for me?" The brigade commander retorted, "Li Yunlong, you really think too highly of yourself. I haven't even addressed your insubordination on the battlefield, and you're already looking to gain an advantage? Li Yunlong, Brigada Comande. You cannot comprehend the circumstances on the battlefield when orders were defied. We had already engaged with the enemy, and retreat was utterly impossible. If we were to withdraw, the enemy would undoubtedly advance and crush us, leading to the annihilation of our new 1st Regiment. It was out of sheer necessity that I led the regiment into direct confrontation with the enemy. I assure you, it was the enemy who struck first. You have the most compelling rationale." The brigade commander found himself at a loss against Li Yunlong, who had audaciously articulated his defiance on the battlefield. "Enough of this, Brigade Commander." As Li Yunlong discerned the brigade commander's tone, he surmised the high command's decision regarding this matter, and could not help but smile, asking, "How did the commander resolve this situation? Please, do share it with me." Chapter 77. The brilliance of Li Yunlong. The brigade commander replied, "You truly fear no repercussions, do you? Defying orders on the battlefield is punishable by death under military law." "I know the commander would never execute me," Li Yunlong retorted. "Brigade Commander, please divulge the outcome. Your silence leaves me in suspense." The brigade commander adjusted his tone. "New 1st Regiment Commander Li Yunlong, heed my command. Following deliberation at headquarters, it has been determined that while you did defy orders during the Tsangyun Ridge operation, which constitutes a serious breach of military regulations, you shall not face punitive measures. This is largely due to your successful engagement against the Sakata Brigade, where you also dealt significant blows to the enemy, thus uplifting the morale and confidence of our anti-Japanese forces. Therefore, the headquarters has decided to balance your merits and demerits, allowing you to go unpunished and without reward. It is hoped that you recognize your mistakes and learn from this experience. Should such defiance occur again, the penalties will be doubled." As anticipated, this outcome was entirely within Li Yunlong's expectations. He was certain that if the 8th Route Army headquarters intended to remove him from command under these circumstances, he would resign immediately. "Is that all?" Li Yunlong inquired. "That's all," the brigade commander replied, exasperated. "Li Yunlong, what more do you desire? Do you expect accolades for your insubordination? It is a stroke of fortune that you are not facing execution. The high command was indeed inclined to execute you for your defiance, but given your notable achievements, including the elimination of an enemy general, they opted for a lesser punishment. Brigade Commander, I did manage to slay a Japanese general, a significant accomplishment. Surely, this warrants some recognition or reward." Li Yunlong implored. "You're unaware of the heavy losses we incurred during our direct confrontation with the Sakata Brigade. They are an elite force, and although we emerged victorious, our own casualties were considerable. Thus, I had hoped that the headquarters would consider replenishing our ranks and resources. Li Yunlong, do not even entertain such notions." The tone of the brigade commander softened considerably as he spoke. This time, the enemy has launched a massive encirclement and sweep against our 8th Route Army, resulting in severe losses for us. In our efforts to evade the enemy's onslaught, we have suffered significant casualties. Our resources, manpower, and weaponry have all been greatly diminished. To put it simply, our current situation is dire and difficult to assess. Therefore, the replenishment of a new 1st Regiment's forces must rely solely on your own efforts. Perhaps we should consider merging the independent regiment of Kong Erling into my new 1st Regiment. Li Yunlong replied, if the 2 regiments merge into one, then our strength will indeed increase. Zhang Dabiao, who stood nearby, was taken aback. The brigade commander's tone was quite bold, even eyeing the independent regiment of Kong Jie. Truly, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. However, the brigade commander promptly rejected the notion. If a merger were to occur, it would be your severely depleted new 1st Regiment merging into the independent regiment. You would follow Kong Jie's command and serve as a deputy commander. Brigade commander, that is not how this works. I want to agree to that, Li Yunlong exclaimed in a flustered tone. Where am I supposed to find so many soldiers and weapons? Doesn't T headquarters have any solutions? It's a difficult situation, the brigade commander stated bluntly. Li Yunlong, you must rely on yourself in this matter. Indeed, the enemy's sweep and encirclement had dealt a heavy blow to the 8th Route Army. Every unit had suffered grievous losses. To put it simply, survival was the priority, making it impossible to spare extra weapons or resources to reward Li Yunlong. This was the harsh reality, leaving no alternative. After a pause, the brigade commander added, Li Yunlong, the development of the new 1st Regiment depends on you. For the next year, all the spoils of war acquired by your regiment will not need to be reported to the higher-ups, and troop movements will not require formal requests. This is the greatest concession I can offer you. What do you think? This was precisely the statement Li Yunlong had been awaiting. He felt exhilarated. After all his groundwork, he had finally received the brigade commander's promise of autonomy. As long as the brigade commander granted him the authority to develop his forces and allowed him to retain all operational spoils, Li Yunlong would possess ample power to expand the new 1st Regiment and grow his own troops. Brigade commander, you said it. Li Yunlong asarta. Military orders cannot be changed at whim. For the next year, I, Li Yunlong, will hold absolute power, correct? This statement effectively closed off any opportunity for the brigade commander to retract his words. Indeed, the brigade commander affirmed. However, I must make it clear beforehand. Li Yunlong, during this period, you must not cause any trouble, engage in treasonous actions, or do anything that betrays our nation and people. Otherwise, Chen will pursue you to the ends of the earth without mercy. Brigade commander, do you not know me, Li Yunlong? Li Yunlong grinned and replied, I assure you, I will act in ways that benefit the nation, the people, and the war effort. Very well. The brigade commander nodded in agreement. To speak candidly, the brigade commander entrusted Li Yunlong with authority precisely because he understood his character and had faith in him. Rest assured, commander, I shall not let you down, Li Yunlong declared confidently. Moreover, I shall present you with a delightful surprise in a year's time. A surprise, as long as it is not a shock, the brigade commander remarked before ending the call. The chief of staff, observing the brigade commander, inquired, Commander, are you truly granting this young lad, Li Yunlong, such autonomy? What else could I do now that the words have been spoken? The brigade commander, momentarily taken aback, replied, I can't shake the feeling that I have fallen into Li Yunlong's trap. He laid the groundwork by elaborating on the dire state of the new regiment. Fully aware of our headquarters situation, yet still urging us to augment our resources. I have indeed been ensnared by that young rascal. The brigade commander came to this realization. However, the words had already been uttered, and Li Yunlong's response left no room for retraction. The chief of staff chuckled. Li Yunlong is indeed full of clever schemes, yet he excels in warfare. Still, the notion of granting him autonomy raises concerns. After some contemplation, the brigade commander concluded, we must appoint a political commissar to impose some constraints. A splendid idea. The chief of staff nodded in agreement. Li Yunlong is truly a skilled strategist in battle. The recent battle at Sangyan Ridge not only decimated the Sakata detachment, but also resulted in the deaths of Sakata Nobutada and General Sano Tadachi, the commander of the 4th Brigade. This triumph significantly quelled the arrogant aggression of the enemy, simultaneously demonstrating the might of our 8th Route Army to the nation's anti-Japanese warriors. Thus, Li Yunlong's contributions are undeniably substantial. Chapter 78. Strategy provided there is a political commissar to keep him in check. The future holds boundless potential. I share this sentiment, the brigade commander remarked. The battle at Sangyan Ridge has undoubtedly bolstered our 8th Route Army's reputation, bringing great joy to the higher-ups, even compelling the chairman in Shansheng to concede. Approximately a week after the Sangyan Ridge battle, News of the victory spread rapidly across the nation, creating a significant stir. After all, this marked the first general of the enemy to fall on our sacred soil, delivering a substantial blow to their morale while invigorating the spirits of our anti-Japanese soldiers. The nation was abuzz, with Li Yunlong bearing the greatest accolades for this achievement. The defeat of elite Japanese forces and their commander, coupled with the death of a Japanese major general, is indeed a remarkable feat, drawing widespread attention and reverberations. In Shansheng, at the government building, within the chairman's office, Boss Dai hurriedly entered, finding the chairman engrossed in a map detailing the national anti-Japanese situation. He approached cautiously, saying, "Chairman, must we truly promote the 8th Route Army's combat results on such a grand scale?" The chairman turned to glance at Boss Dai and replied, "Yunong, how do you perceive the current anti-Japanese situation?" The anti-Japanese situation? It seems we have entered a phase of strategic stalemate between both sides. The Japanese invaders, eager to advance further, would inevitably encounter fierce resistance from the formidable anti-Japanese forces. However, for these forces to reclaim lost territory, the task is far from simple. At this juncture, the Japanese began to alter their strategy, primarily employing political inducements to subdue the anti-Japanese forces while supplementing their efforts with military strikes, rendering the overall situation rather bleak. Boss Dai pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, in summary, the current anti-Japanese situation can be encapsulated in 4 words, a parity of strength. Our forces and those of the enemy are evenly matched, making it difficult to ascertain a decisive advantage at this time. Indeed, the chairman nodded in agreement. The morale of the anti-Japanese sentiment within the country has gradually waned. The populace in the occupied areas seems to have resigned themselves to the life of subjugation, believing that we lack the capacity to reclaim our lost lands, rendering victory a distant hope. Though a nation may fall, it cannot be extinguished. We must strive to expel these invaders. Continued internal strife will undoubtedly lead to our demise. Thus, a potent morale booster is required. Clearly, the recent victory of the 8th Route Army serves as the most effective tonic. Achieving such a triumph amidst such dire circumstances is no small feat, and it can significantly uplift spirits, bolster our resolve, and enhance our confidence. As for other matters, they are not our immediate concern. Listening to the chairman, Boss Dai nodded slightly and remarked, "Your concern for the nation's people is commendable, and we have been short-sighted." He dismissed the need for flattery. The chairman smiled faintly, pausing before inquiring, "By the way, do you have any knowledge of Li Yunlong, the commander of the new regiment of the 8th Route Army? Does your intelligence agency possess any records on him?" "None," Boss Dai replied. "Units like the new regiment of the 8th Route Army are typically not part of our National Revolutionary Army's combat roster. Hence, we have no relevant archives. As for Li Yunlong, this is the first we have heard of him." The chairman stated, "Yunong, I entrust you with a task. Please gather information on this Li Yunlong. I wish to comprehend what manner of commander could achieve such a significant victory." "Understood," Boss Dai responded. "However, I will require some time, as this pertains to the 8th Route Army's operations. There's no rush." The chairman's gaze fell once more on the national situation map hanging on the wall, his expression laden with meaning as he remarked, "I hope the Japanese do not grow impatient." Although Li Yunlong was a commander of the 8th Route Army, the chairman found himself increasingly intrigued by him. Unbeknownst to Li Yunlong, the chairman's interest was piqued. In the new 1st Regiment's encampment at Shaoan Village, Li Yunlong's spirits were notably high in recent days due to the newfound autonomy granted by higher authorities. Over the coming year, the new 1st Regiment would be allowed to develop independently, with all troop movements no longer requiring the brigade commander's approval, and all spoils of war retained for the regiment's own advancement. In these days, the new 1st Regiment had been engaged in reorganization. After the Battle of Songyun Ridge, the new 1st Regiment suffered considerable losses, and the entire unit required a period of recovery. However, time was of the essence for Li Yunlong, who was eager to develop the new 1st Regiment promptly. Early that morning, his first task was to engage in physical training, striving to surpass his current level. He was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 1st tier, after which he could independently vanquish the enemy forces. At that moment, a guard reported that Longxi Town was occupied by the enemy's Japanese and puppet troops. Longxi Town? Li Yunlong quickly opened the operational map and discovered that Longxi Town was relatively close to Shaoan Village. "Guard, summon Zhang Dabiao and Shen Quan for me." "Yes." Before long, Zhang Dabiao and Shen Quan stood before Li Yunlong. He looked at them and inquired, Zhang Dabiao, Shen Quan, what is the current situation in Longxi Town? Zhang Dabiao scrutinized the operational map before responding, Commander, Longxi Town falls under the jurisdiction of the enemy's 4th Mixed Brigade. A mixed brigade consists of infantry, cavalry, artillery, and engineers, forming an independent unit. Such formations were common in the army during the Republic of China era, typically comprising over 5,000 personnel, representing a comprehensive type of troop organization for special circumstances. Li Yunlong examined the map, contemplating that if this were the case, there must be a cavalry battalion in Longxi Town. Ha! It seems our new 1st Regiment will have a cavalry battalion. Li Yunlong exclaimed joyfully. Commander, how do you know there is a cavalry battalion in Longxi Town? Zhang Dabiao asked in surprise, continuing, according to the intelligence we have, the 4th Mixed Brigade stationed in Longxi Town consists of a cavalry battalion and a puppet troop with rather mediocre combat capabilities. Commander, do you have a plan? Of course I have a plan. I wouldn't have called you here otherwise, Li Yunlong stated while gazing at the operational map. My intention is straightforward, to eliminate the enemy forces in Longxi Town. Shen Quan examined the operational map and remarked, Commander, Longxi Town is located adjacent to the Zhengtai Railway, making it highly accessible. Should Longxi Town come under attack, the surrounding enemy forces and the 2nd Division of the 4th Mixed Brigade will undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements. At that point, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. Old Shun, your analysis is astute, Li Yunlong replied with a smile. Thus, we have 2 courses of action. The first is to strike swiftly, preventing the enemy from sending out a distress signal. The second is to sever their communication lines entirely, ensuring they cannot call for help. Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Shen Quan and Zhang Dabiao fell into deep contemplation. Given Longxi Town's geographical position and circumstances, a direct assault seemed implausible. Therefore, if a frontal attack was not feasible, they would have to rely on cunning, which would greatly test the capabilities of a commander. Li Yunlong gazed at Zhang Dabiao and said, Zhang Dabiao, since I have long coveted the armaments of Longxi Town, it is imperative that we do not overlook them. Therefore, I need you to arrange for our men to frequent Longxi Town to discern if there are any insiders among them. We must resolve this conflict swiftly so as not to alarm the nearby enemy forces or the 4th Mixed Brigade. The optimal strategy would be to identify a traitor within. The garrison in Longxi Town consists of the enemy troops. If we can pinpoint an insider, the entire operation will proceed with much greater ease and the likelihood of success will increase significantly. Understood. Zhang Dabiao responded resolutely before departing hastily. Li Yunlong then turned to Shen Quan and instructed, Shen Quan, make the most of these next few days to train our troops. I require a company of elite soldiers from our new regiment to be at my disposal. I intend to decisively eliminate the enemy forces in Longxi Town along with their equipment. Given our intent for a swift resolution, it is essential to select the finest soldiers for this operation. Otherwise, the expansive target will complicate our actions. Additionally, if we encounter unforeseen circumstances, it will be far easier for smaller units to retreat. Yes, Shen Quan acknowledged before departing. Li Yunlong's interest in Longxi Town stemmed primarily from the enemy's equipment station there. Securing these assets would greatly benefit the expansion and strengthening of our new regiment. As for why he did not seek assistance from comrades and chat groups, Li Yunlong felt that he already owed them a debt of gratitude. Unless faced with dire circumstances, he would not request their help. As for dealing with the puppet troops, Li Yunlong had his own plans. The following day at the regiment headquarters, Zhang Dabiao hurriedly entered, addressing Li Yunlong, Commander, I bring good news. After extensive probing, we have finally identified a reliable insider. He is a puppet troop company commander stationed in Longxi Town, named Li Wanshan, and he appears to be a trustworthy informant. Li Wanshan. Li Yunlong lifted his gaze towards Zhang Dabiao, inquiring, is he truly dependable? The utmost priority is reliability. If he is not, we risk jeopardizing the entire new regiment. Zhang Dabiao replied, I cannot guarantee absolute reliability, but I personally find him quite trustworthy. For what I gather, Li Wanshan's family fell victim to the enemy's gunfire. His continued service as a company commander is primarily motivated by a desire to avenge his parents. I see. Li Yunlong nodded fully. Then please establish contact with Li Wanshan. We shall commence our operation tomorrow and have him act as our insider. Understood. Zhang Dabiao replied emphatically before departing. Subsequently, Li Yunlong sought out Shen Quan to discuss the battle plan. This time, they aimed to decisively seize Longxi Town. Li Yunlong was determined to acquire the enemy's equipment. After careful deliberation, Li Yunlong and Shen Quan finalized their combat strategy. Early the next morning, Li Yunlong, Shen Quan, and Zhang Dabiao led an elite temporary battalion from Shaoan village towards Longxi Town. To facilitate their passage, all soldiers donned civilian attire and carried only light weaponry. The journey from Shaoan village to Longxi Town took approximately 2 hours. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Yunlong and his troops set forth, reaching the outskirts of Longxi Town by 8 o'clock. Longxi Town, situated near the Zhengtai Railway, is a vital transport hub with well-developed surrounding infrastructure. Although it housed only 2 battalions, typical forces would think twice before challenging it, for any gunfire would swiftly summon reinforcements from nearby enemy troops. Yet, Li Yunlong possessed both the resolve and courage for the task ahead. Upon arriving at the town's periphery, Zhang Dabiao approached Li Yunlong, stating, "Commander, all preparations are complete. There is a checkpoint at the town entrance manned by a squad of troops from Liwanshan. We are ready to enter Longxi Town in batches." Li Yunlong nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Zhang Dabiao, Shen Quan, you shall lead the troops in a Longxi Town organized by platoon. Advise the brothers to exercise caution and remain vigilant. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately." Understood. Zhang Dabiao and Shen Quan promptly set off to execute the orders. After observing the situation at the town's entrance, Li Yunlong began a lineup with 5 or 6 soldiers once Zhang Dabiao and Shen Quan had entered Longxi Town. The checkpoint was thoroughly inspecting each individual wishing to enter the town, with any anomalies resulting in detainment, reflecting a stringent process. One at a time, no rushing. Commanded a puppet army sergeant overseeing the order, while the townsfolk complied, refraining from any reckless movements. Everything progressed smoothly until it was Li Yunlong's turn for inspection. The puppet army sergeant halted him, inquiring, "What is your purpose for entering the town?" Li Yunlong replied with a grin, "Why, to visit family, of course." 2 puppet soldiers stepped forward to inspect Li Yunlong. Knowing they were about to undertake a significant operation, he was intentionally armed. A desert eagle was holstered at his waist, partially concealed by his clothing. Consequently, the puppet soldiers quickly spotted the firearm. "Sergeant, he has a handgun." The 2 soldiers, upon seeing the desert eagle, remained somewhat composed. In these tumultuous times, those bearing arms typically belong to 4 categories: patriotic citizens, bandits, Japanese soldiers, or the 8th Route Army. None of these were to be trifled with. However, since those assigned to oversee the entry of individuals into the town are undoubtedly loyal to Liwanshan, it can be inferred that they are here to assist Li Yunlong. The pseudo-military sergeant scrutinized Li Yunlong and then patted the shoulder of the pseudo-soldier, saying, "In these tumultuous times, it is quite normal to carry a handgun for self-defense. There is no need for such alarm." Chapter 80. Waiting for the right moment, Zhang Dapiao and Shen Quan had already entered Longxi Town armed. Their ability to gain entry indicated that this group of pseudo-soldiers had deliberately allowed them in. Thus, in such a scenario, Li Yunlong remained utterly unperturbed. He grinned and remarked, "It is commendable that this officer understands the situation." The sergeant waved his hand, signaling for them to pass. The pseudo-soldiers did not impede their progress and swiftly allowed them through. Li Yunlong and his companions quickly made their way into Longxi Town. Zhang Dapiao and Shen Quan, who had entered the town earlier, were waiting for Li Yunlong. Upon seeing him arrive, they immediately joined forces. Zhang Dapiao approached Li Yunlong, stating, "Commander, everything is arranged. Liwanshan is expecting us." Li Yunlong promptly responded, "Then let us depart." Shortly thereafter, the group set off. Before proceeding with their mission, they first gathered at a private residence. This dwelling was not located in the town center, but rather in a secluded alley, requiring several turns to reach. Upon entering, they encounter a man clad in pseudo-military attire. He had a square face, sharp eyes, and a robust physique that exuded a formidable presence. Zhang Dapiao quickly approached the man, exclaiming, "Commander Wan, allow me to introduce our new regiment commander, Li Yunlong." He then added, "Commander, this is Li Wanshan." Wanshan appraised Li Yunlong for a moment before striding forward to shake his hand, saying, "Commander Li, I have long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Thanks to the chat group, Li Yunlong had grown noticeably youthful through training. He responded with some confusion. Do you know me? During the War of Resistance, communication equipment was quite rudimentary, resulting in imprecise intelligence. Thus, even within the same theater of war, many were unaware of each other's identities. Li Wanshan gazed at Li Yunlong with admiration, stating, Commander Li, who in northwest Shaanxi is unaware of your renown. Recently, you defeated the elite Sakata Brigade, killing Sakata Nobutaka, and eliminated the Brigadier General Sano Tadayoshi of the 4th Brigade, causing a sensation throughout northwest Shaanxi. I have long revered your reputation. Indeed, the battle at Sanyun Ridge had established Li Yunlong's fame. Now, the Jinsui army, the Japanese, and even the chairman were all keeping a close eye on this remarkable figure. Li Yunlong smiled. This is merely the beginning. Now, let's not waste any more time. What is the current situation in Longxi Town? I am here to dismantle the pseudo-military forces in this town. Li Wanshan pondered for a moment and said, Commander Li, our original plan was progressing smoothly, but now the situation has become rather complicated. Zhang Dabiao eagerly inquired, Captain Wan, what has transpired? Li Wanshan glanced at Li Yunlong and asked, Commander Li, how many men have you brought this time? Without hesitation, Li Yunlong replied, exactly 1 platoon, according to the 8th Route Army's organizational structure. A platoon comprises a maximum of 50 individuals. Li Wanshan was taken aback, his expression revealing surprise as he remarked, Commander Li, to attempt to overpower 2 battalions of puppet troops in Longxi Town with just 1 platoon seems quite a formidable challenge. Moreover, a detachment of Japanese troops has entered Longxi Town early this morning. In this era, the combat organization follows a 3-company system, with a battalion typically consisting of approximately 3 companies, amounting to around 300 personnel. However, the 4th Mixed Brigade is classified as an enhanced brigade. Thus, a battalion contains approximately 350 soldiers. Therefore, 2 battalions total 700 individuals. A Japanese detachment consists of 1 squad leader, a 4-man light machine gun team, and 3 rifle squads, each comprising 3 members, totaling 14 personnel. While their numbers may not be vast, one must acknowledge the formidable combat capability of the Japanese troops. Zhang Dabiao quickly asked, what brings the Japanese to Longxi Town? Li Wanshan contemplated and replied, in my experience, due to Longxi Town's proximity to the Zhengtai Railway, the Japanese typically garrison troops in Longxi Town whenever there are movements along the railway, primarily to monitor our activities. Wanjia Town and Longxi Town are both critical transportation hubs along the Zhengtai Railway. However, I am uncertain about any specific operations or significant materials passing through the Zhengtai Railway. Li Yunlong glanced at his watch and stated, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, a shipment of supplies will transit through the Zhengtai Railway segment at Longxi Town en route to Modu. I suspect this Japanese detachment is here because of this military supply. Zhang Dabiao looked at Li Yunlong, astonished, and asked, Commander, how do you know this? Li Yunlong replied, this intelligence was obtained from Zheng Yaozhong's briefcase. The fact that the Japanese have dispatched a detachment to Longxi Town indicates that this shipment of supplies is of considerable importance. Previously, while at King Yunling, I ambushed Zheng Yaozhong's convoy, successfully eliminating the Japanese Major General Zheng Yaozhong and retrieved several documents from him. Among these documents were numerous pieces of information, including details regarding the supply. My decision to act today and seize Longxi Town is motivated by this shipment. Li Yunlong's ambitions were substantial. He aimed not only to eliminate the puppet troops and their equipment in Longxi Town, but also to acquire the supplies passing through. Zhang Dabiao and Shen Quan could not contain their excitement, exchanging glances that seemed to convey their thoughts. The commander has grand ambitions, and following Commander Li is indeed exhilarating. Li Wanshan turned to Li Yunlong and asked, Commander Li, how would you like me to assist you? In a single sentence, I, Li Wanshan, would not hesitate to brave the treacherous paths of blades and flames. Having chosen to align myself with Li Yunlong, there is no turning back. Thus, I resolved to embark on a vigorous campaign. Li Yunlong inquired, Captain Wan, how fares your company? Have they all decided to join this operation? Li Wanshan nodded slowly, indeed. My company consists mostly of my trusted men. Although it was their first encounter, Li Yunlong found Li Wanshan to be a reliable individual. While uncertain of his loyalty, he appeared to be a trustworthy ally. Checking the time, Li Yunlong then turned his gaze towards Zhang Dabiao, Shen Quan, and Li Wanshan, stating, It is now 9:30 in the morning. We must conclude the battle in Longxi town before noon and seize the supplies from the train there. I plan to divide our forces into 3 groups. Zhang Dabiao, you will lead 30 of our men to secure the cavalry camp's headquarters. We must act swiftly. 30 elite 8th Route Army soldiers can easily handle a cavalry camp, as their combat effectiveness pales in comparison to that of infantry. Zhang Dabiao responded confidently, understood. Shen Guan, you and Captain Wan will proceed to the headquarters of the puppet infantry camp to take control, Li Yunlong commanded. Both Shen Quan and Li Wanshan promptly replied, yes, Commander. After all, capturing the leader before the followers is paramount. Chapter 81. Striking first by securing the puppet infantry camp's headquarters and eliminating some obstinate traitors. We can swiftly resolve the conflict. I shall handle the remaining enemy detachment in Longxi town. Li Yunlong, accompanied by the remaining 10 8th Route Army soldiers, set out to deal with the small detachment of Japanese troops stationed in Longxi town. Remember, we must act decisively, severing their connections to the outside world. We cannot allow nearby Japanese forces or the puppet army to learn of the turmoil in Longxi town. We must seize it with utmost speed. Zhang Dabiao, Shen Quan, and Wanshan replied in unison, yes. Surrounding Longxi town were numerous puppet troops and Japanese forces. Should they catch wind of the situation and attempt to reinforce, Li Yunlong would be in grave peril. With plans meticulously laid out, the forces split into 3, poised to act almost simultaneously. To facilitate Li Yunlong and his men in Longxi town, Wanshan had prepared uniforms of the puppet army to cloak their identities. Donned in the puppet soldier's attire, Li Yunlong and his men proceeded towards Wangjiazwang. Originally a manor owned by a certain Mr. Wang, Wangjiazwang had been seized by the Japanese and puppet forces, repurposed as a headquarters and reception area. Now, the Japanese had made Wangjiazwang their base upon arriving in Longxi town. As Li Yunlong approached, he noted 2 puppet soldiers guarding the entrance. Noticing Li Yunlong clad in their uniforms, they paid little heed, allowing him and his companions to enter Wangjiazwang with ease. In Wangjiazwang, there exists a small detachment of approximately 14 Japanese soldiers, accompanied by a few guard from the puppet army, whose threat level is relatively insignificant. Upon entering Wangjiazwang, the disguised 8th Route Army soldiers deliberately occupied advantageous positions in the terrain, ensuring that when the gunfire erupted, they would have the upper hand. This time, only the elite from the new 1st Regiment were selected. Following the battle at Sanyun Ridge against the Bantian Brigade, it can be said that all who survived were formidable warriors, possessing considerable combat prowess. Moreover, with a preemptive strike, eliminating the Japanese soldiers in Wangjiazwang would not pose a significant challenge. As Li Yunlong stepped into Wangjiazwang, he observed 5 or 6 Japanese soldiers in the courtyard, engaged in drinking and chatting, who merely cast a fleeting glance at him, showing little concern. Deep down, the Japanese soldiers held a contempt for the puppet army. Leading the way was Wu Jun, a brother of Wan Mountain, who served as a deputy company commander and had decided to rebel alongside Li Wanshan. Wu Jun was tasked with guiding them to Wangjiazwang. Li Yunlong surveyed the courtyard and, lowering his voice, inquired, "Where are the other Japanese soldiers?" Wu Yun replied, "They should be in the rooms or the back courtyard. I will lead you there." Li Yunlong then turned to a soldier beside him and instructed, "Secure the telephone lines in Wangjiazwang. Absolutely no calls must be allowed to go out from here." The soldier responded affirmatively. Subsequently, Li Yunlong, accompanied by several others, proceeded to the back courtyard. After taking a few steps, they were halted by a puppet soldier. "Captain Wu, where are you headed?" The one who stopped them was Captain Zhao Tian, whose rank and military position surpassed that of Wu Jun. Zhao Tian scrutinized Li Yunlong and his companions, expressing confusion. "Captain Wu, your brothers appear somewhat unfamiliar." Wu Jun replied, "These are the new recruits in our company." It should be noted that Zhao Tian and Wu Jun belonged to the same puppet army infantry battalion and were quite acquainted with one another. However, their personalities differed. Zhao Tian was a staunch traitor, often engaging in oppression against the common folk. At that moment, an old Japanese soldier with the rank of sergeant emerged from the back courtyard, accompanied by several younger soldiers. Their disheveled appearance and lewd laughter suggested they had recently taken advantage of several young women, whom Zhao Tian had provided as offerings. Generally speaking, the leader of a Japanese squad is a sergeant, indicating that this soldier was indeed the commander of the Longxi town detachment. There was no need to wait any longer. Zhao Tian, noticing the unusual demeanor of Li Yunlong and his group, remarked. New recruits? I was not aware of any expansion plans in your company. Before Wu Jun could respond, Li Yunlong interjected. Swiftly raising his hand, he produced a Desert Eagle and fired a shot directly at Zhao Tian's head. Bang! Li Yunlong's marksmanship was not to be underestimated. A shot struck true, leaving a bullet hole at Zhao Tian's brow. He fell in response to the sound. The gunfire served as a signal. Wu Jun, alongside Li Yunlong and other 8th Route Army soldiers, swiftly drew their weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the enemy soldiers and Japanese troops in the courtyard. The cacophony of gunfire erupted violently. The unsuspecting Japanese soldiers in the rear were caught off guard, succumbing to bullets before they could react. The Desert Eagle in Li Yunlong's hands spat flames relentlessly, as enemy soldiers and traitors fell before him in droves. Swift and decisive. Just moments ago, several Japanese soldiers had committed heinous acts against innocent girls, and now, in their moment of vulnerability, they were blindsided by the onslaught. By the time they regained their senses, it was far too late. Only bullets awaited them. A shot pierced the head of one Japanese soldier, ending his life instantly. Li Yunlong's marksmanship was remarkably precise, granting him a significant advantage in the chaos of battle. One after another, enemy soldiers and traitors collapsed. Soon, the Japanese troops and traitors in the courtyard were swiftly neutralized. The enemy sergeant barely had time to react before being dispatched. Simultaneously, the 8th Route Army soldiers in the front courtyard heard the gunfire from the rear and quickly responded, unleashing their own fire upon the enemy. The traitors and Japanese soldiers within the courtyard were caught unawares, falling victim to the onslaught. Some of the more astute traitors recognized the danger, but before they could even raise their weapons, they were cut down by the 8th Route Army, who had occupied advantageous positions. A brief exchange of gunfire ensued. The Japanese soldiers and traitors in Wangjia's wing were decisively eliminated. Li Yunlong surveyed the battlefield and proclaimed, "Quickly secure the area and attend to the wounded." This surprise assault on Wangjia's wing had proven remarkably successful. Meanwhile, Li Wanshan and Shun Quan arrived at the infantry battalion's headquarters. As a company commander, Li Wanshan led his men with ease into the camp. The traitorous camp commander was a staunch collaborator, prompting Li Wanshan to forego idle chatter and, in conjunction with Shun Quan, launch a surprise attack on the headquarters. The entire assault lasted a mere 10 minutes, resulting in complete control of the camp by Li Wanshan and Shun Quan. As for the traitorous cavalry battalion, it was akin to a succulent morsel served on a platter, and devouring it was all but guaranteed. Chapter 82. Are you a man? In this era of the anti-Japanese war, cavalry was considered a highly esteemed branch of the military. Although they could not compare to tanks, armored vehicles, or artillery, they played a crucial role in ground operations. The 8th Route Army possessed only a limited number of cavalry battalions. Zhang Dabiao, donning the uniform of the enemy troops, led the 8th Route Army and swiftly infiltrated the cavalry battalion's headquarters. The cavalrymen within the battalion were rather lax and failed to discern any irregularities in Zhang Dabiao and his comrades. Old Huang, take a squad of soldiers to the horse corral. Exercise caution, for those steeds are the treasures of the regiment. We cannot afford to lose any in battle. Zhang Dabiao surveyed the surroundings and instructed, whenever possible, refrain from using firearms. Understood. Old Huang then led his squad towards the horse corral. Meanwhile, Zhang Dabiao made his way directly to the cavalry battalion's headquarters. The primary objective was to secure the horse corral, as these horses were invaluable assets. A squad of soldiers was tasked with overseeing the corral. 2 soldiers, disguised as enemy troops, approached the corral and noticed approximately a squad of enemy soldiers stationed there. With the absence of active conflict or training, all the cavalry's horses were currently housed within the corral. The 2 soldiers in enemy uniforms reached the entrance where 2 guards stood, and one of them asked, "Brother, do you have a light?" "No," replied one of the guards. "No matter." At that moment, the 2 soldiers, unbeknownst to the guards, produced knives. One hand silenced the guard's mouth while the other swiftly slashed the knife across the guard's throat. Blood gushed forth. Death was instantaneous. Having dispatched the 2 guards, the soldiers quickly infiltrated the horse corral. Within, the enemy presence was sparse, and the guards harbored little suspicion towards the intruding soldiers. The soldiers, clad in enemy uniforms, stealthily approached the unsuspecting guards, striking with precision to pierce their hearts or slice their throats, eliminating them with utmost speed. Without a single shot fired, A mere squad of soldiers successfully seized control of the entire horse corral. At the cavalry battalion headquarters, several officers were engaged in merriment over drinks. Upon Zhang Dabiao's entrance, the deputy commander rose and inquired, "Who are you?" Zhang Dabiao, brimming with bravado, retorted, "I am your elder." With that, he swiftly drew his pistol and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the deputy commander. As a trusted general by Li Yunlong's side, Zhang Dabiao exhibited remarkable valor and marksmanship, taking down the enemy deputy commander with just a few shots. The soldiers following Zhang Dabiao also opened fire, and a fierce exchange ensued. Bullets flew in a chaotic storm. The well-prepared 8th Route Army, bolstered by elite personnel, faced the disarrayed cavalry, resulting in a decidedly one-sided confrontation. The cavalry headquarters was not heavily fortified, and within a mere 10 minutes, Zhang Dabiao concluded the skirmish, gaining complete control over the battalion's headquarters. The battle came to an abrupt end, while Li Yunlong secured control over Longxi town. Simultaneously, operations at Wangjiazwang, the cavalry battalion headquarters, and the infantry battalion's headquarters unfolded, swiftly neutralizing the enemy and their auxiliary officers, establishing dominance wherever possible. For instance, the commander of the cavalry battalion was eliminated, yet the deputy commander surrendered. 2 deputy commanders of the infantry battalion were directly shot dead, leaving their commander with no choice but to capitulate. These events presented excellent leverage. The combined strength of an infantry battalion and a cavalry battalion in Longxi town amounted to over 800 personnel. After seizing control of the battalion headquarters, there remained the necessity to deal with the ordinary puppet soldiers, as there were indeed more than 800 of them. It was impossible to eliminate them all. Such commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Japanese and puppet forces surrounding Longxi town. Therefore, Li Yunlong instructed the captured battalion commanders to assemble all their subordinates. Although gunfire erupted during the conflict, the puppet soldiers, constrained by orders from their superiors and the control exerted by individuals such as Li Wanshan, gathered all soldiers from the 2 battalions in an open training ground on the outskirts of the town. Upon arrival, the puppet soldiers realized they had been deceived, yet they found themselves powerless, as their weapons had long been confiscated. Now, let us invite our 8th Route Army commander to speak. The infantry battalion commander, trembling with fear, addressed the assembly, now holding the highest rank and position. Li Yunlong stepped forward, surveying the gathered puppet soldiers, and spoke slowly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yunlong, the commander of the new regiment of the 8th Route Army." The mention of the 8th Route Army, the new regiment, and Li Yunlong caused a palpable shift in the demeanor of the puppet soldiers. Although they had never seen Li Yunlong, they were well aware of the Battle of Songyun Ridge, an event that had shocked the entirety of northwestern Shaanxi. The nearby Japanese and puppet forces were acutely aware that Li Yunlong had decisively defeated the Sakata Brigade and a Japanese major general, establishing a formidable reputation. The soldiers among the puppet ranks instantly felt a sense of trepidation upon encountering such a formidable character as Li Yunlong. This singular statement served to significantly intimidate the puppet soldiers. "I wish to pose a question to you. Are you men?" One impassioned puppet soldier stepped forward, declaring, "Report, Commander." "We are indeed men." Li Yunlong respondaba menli. "Nonsense. Do you even recognize yourselves as men? Do you consider yourselves honorable? If so, why do you serve the little devils and act as traitors?" The adjacent battalion commander, quaking, replied, "We are merely trying to make a living. We have no choice." "Merely trying to make a living?" Li Yunlong retorted, "You have made a grave choice indeed. Not only do you bear the burden of infamy, but your descendants shall also inherit this disgrace, becoming the progeny of traitors, by serving the little devils and aiding them against our compatriots. Do you believe they will ever spare you? I assure you, you are caught in a web of betrayal. The Japanese do not regard you as human beings. Each time a battle ensues, you are sent to the front lines to shield them from bullets, and when calamity strikes, you are the ones to bear the blame. The people of our nation harbor a deep-seated hatred for you, incessantly condemning you as traitors, and even your descendants will find it impossible to hold their heads high." Upon hearing these words, many of the puppet soldiers bowed their heads in shame. Often, not all the puppet soldiers are fervent traitors genuinely longing to betray their nation. Some are coerced into military service and find themselves unable to escape. Others, too, are caught in the treachery of their superiors who have defected, leaving the common soldier with no choice but to follow suit. Of course, some are merely striving to earn a meager living. However, those among us who possess a modicum of conscience and valor do not truly aspire to become traitorous lackeys. Li Yunlong surveyed the gathered assembly and spoke with deliberate calm. Any man with a shred of courage ought to take up arms against the invaders. There is little more to discuss. I shall be succinct. Those willing to stand alongside me against the enemy are most welcome. For those lacking courage, who prefer to cower in fear and wish to return home, I understand your choice, and you may leave. Chapter 83. The little rascal, however, from this day forth. Should I encounter anyone wearing this uniform, they shall not find me merciful. I shall deal with them swiftly and decisively. Do you wish to walk with your heads held high, or to bow and scrape like dogs? The choice is yours. For those puppet soldiers who still harbor some semblance of integrity, Li Yunlong was willing to invest his time. After all, these soldiers had undergone basic military training, possessed a foundational skill set, and had seen the battlefield, making them far superior to complete novices. With just a bit more training, they could transform into formidable fighters. As the new 1st Regiment sought to bolster its ranks, these puppet soldiers represented a valuable source of manpower. However, for those traitors who had committed heinous acts and served as the enemy's lackeys, Li Yunlong would not show leniency. They would face immediate justice. He preferred quality over quantity. Li Yunlong aspired to forge his unit into an unstoppable force. To defy fate and alter destiny, one must enhance their leverage. Li Yunlong's rebellion was not solely for his own fate, but for the fate of the nation as well. The choice to stand tall or to bow low lay before this assembly of puppet soldiers. Wan Shan glanced at the gathered puppet soldiers and addressed them. Brothers, I for one refuse to continue as a dog for the invaders, nor do I wish to bear the scorn of being labeled a traitorous lackey. I have resolved to follow Commander Li in the fight against the enemy to protect our homeland. That is the true calling of a soldier. Upon hearing this, the puppet soldiers fell silent, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment, one of the soldiers spoke up. Damn it, I've had enough of living like a dog and being a traitor. Commander Li, I am willing to fight the enemy with you. Count me in. At worst, I'll be a better man in 18 years. Commander Li, your courage in facing the Sakata Regiment head-on and defeating them has earned my loyalty. I will fight alongside you. Commander Li, count me among your ranks. The enemy is utterly inhuman. I've longed to confront them. I've heard that the 8th Route Army does not hesitate in battle, and today, I too shall join their ranks. With one puppet soldier stepping forward, others began to echo his sentiments, and more chose to enlist in Li Yunlong's forces. Their fervor ignited anew. Rather than becoming a traitor, it is far more honorable to join Li Yunlong's troops in their fight against the Japanese and the collaborators. After all, Li Yunlong's new 1st Regiment is a band of heroes, renowned for their valor. Of course, a small faction of the puppet army chose to lay down their arms and return to their fields. They either feared engaging in battle with the Japanese, were burdened by familial ties, or had other reasons. Li Yunlong bore them no ill will. After all, it was their choice, a natural human sentiment. However, should any of these individuals choose to betray their own people again, Li Yunlong would certainly not spare them. For the die-hard traitors among the puppet soldiers and those who have committed heinous crimes, Li Yunlong dealt with them without hesitation, executing them on the spot. By the time his cohort of puppet soldiers was dealt with, it was already past noon. Next, Li Yunlong set his sights on a train carrying supplies through Longxi town. In Wangji Azwang, Li Yunlong, Zhang Dabiao, Shun Quan, and Li Wanshan gathered to discuss their battle strategy. Commander, does the intelligence report indicate what supplies the train passing through Longxi town is carrying? Zhang Dabiao inquired. None, Li Yunlong replied. However, the fact that the Japanese have dispatched a small detachment to oversee the troops in Longxi town suggests that this shipment must be of considerable importance. This small Japanese unit was dispatched to supervise 2 puppet army camps in Longxi town, ensuring the security of that stretch of the Zhengtai Railway. Little did they expect Li Yunlong's surprise assault at this moment. Shen Quan turned to Li Yunlong and asked, Commander, what shall we do? Li Yunlong grinned and replied, Since we are here, we certainly cannot return empty-handed. No one shall impede my path to riches. With 6 simple yet decisive words, blow up the railway, seize the supplies. Zhang Dabiao, Li Wanshan, Shun Quan, and the others looked at Li Yunlong with excitement, ready to embark on this grand endeavor. Master, we have been out for so long. Yet we have not found even a trace of Little Mischief, Ruewen said anxiously as she looked at Chen. Do not worry. Our venture is not solely for a picnic. We are also here to find her, Chen replied gently, gazing at Ruewen. Cheer up. We must trust our master and believe she will be safe, Yuriko softly added. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the nearby thicket. Little Mischief, is that you? Upon hearing the scream, Ruewen dashed toward the sound. Ah, this girl, Chen said, shaking his head as he watched Ruewen disappear into the woods. Master, shall I bring her back? Yuriko asked quietly, looking at Chen. No need. Let us go together and see what trouble she has gotten herself into, Chen replied, affectionately ruffling Yuriko's hair. As Chen spoke, he extended his hand, holding Yuriko as they soared toward the direction where Ruewen had gone. Activating his enhanced vision, he scanned for Ruewen and, with just a cursory glance, spotted her. However, she was not alone. Beside her stood another young girl and a massive python. Is it really you, Little Mischief? I can't be dreaming, Raven exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the girl enveloping her. As she spoke, Raven hastily reverted to her original form. Who are you? Sister Raven. It's me, Little Mischief replied, her voice trembling. Where have you been all these years? How did you end up here? Raven inquired, her eyes fixed on Little Mischief. It's a long story. But what brings you here, Sister Raven? Little Mischief continued. Hiss. Hearing a sound, Little Mischief glanced back, only to see a serpent over 20 meters long, its formidable body thicker than some tree trunks. Among snakes, pythons are the largest, particularly those dwelling deep within jungles. Capable of devouring humans and constricting crocodiles, the average reticulated python can reach lengths of 10 meters, with some even exceeding 20. This snake was adorned with numerous white scales and a few black ones along its sides, exuding an overwhelming aura. Sister Raven, the python is after us. Little Mischief gulped nervously. Without uttering a word, Raven seized Little Mischief's arm and began to sprint. Fortunately, Little Mischief was securely wrapped, or else she would have collapsed the moment Raven touched her. What did you do to it? Why is it relentlessly pursuing you? Raven inquired breathlessly as they ran. Oh no, I was merely passing by, and it started chasing me, Little Mischief stammered. Damn it, this won't do. We can't outrun it. We should split up, Raven urged urgently. But must we part so soon after reuniting? Little Mischief felt a tinge of sadness. Listen, once we shake this beast, we will never be separated again, Raven assured her. Little Mischief cast a lingering glance at Raven before darting in another direction. Seeing Little Mischief run towards one end, Raven turned back and shouted at the python. You hideous serpent, come chase me if you dare. The enormous python, already swift, accelerated upon hearing Raven's taunt. As Raven noticed the python gaining on her, she quickened her pace, pondering how to elude it. Suddenly, the python altered its course and began pursuing Little Mischief instead. Damn! Raven cursed under her breath. I wonder how Sister Raven is faring. Little Mischief pondered as she continued to run. Hiss! Turning to look behind, Little Mischief saw the giant python slithering rapidly through the grass. What should I do? My strength is waning, and it seems this python intends to encircle me, she thought, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Master, shall we not go to their aid? In the heights, Lilies asked Chen, cradling him in her arms. The moment is not yet ripe. If one wishes to win the heart of a young maiden, one must seize the opportunity to perform a heroic rescue when her life is in peril, for the likelihood of success is greatly enhanced. How fortunate that she is an elusive beauty. Chen spoke gently to Yuriko. Truly, he is a master. Each step unfolds in accordance with his desires. Yuriko gazed at Chen with fervent admiration. Little Mischief found herself ensnared by the constricting embrace of the python, its territory steadily diminishing. It seemed imperative to seize an opportunity to touch it, lest she lose her chance entirely. Hiss! The giant python suddenly quickened its pace. In the span of mere seconds, Little Mischief's realm of mobility shrank to less than 5 meters. In that moment, she sprang into action, darting toward the serpentine body of the python. The creature, sensing imminent danger, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of venom toward her. Little Mischief, without a moment to ponder, deftly dodged to the side. The venom struck the ground, releasing a plume of white smoke. What a potent corrosive, she murmured, her brows furrowed in concern. Thankfully, her resilience was formidable. Otherwise, Such a forceful impact with the ground would have left her significantly bruised. The python, infuriated that this accursed human had evaded its strike, retaliated with another spray of venom. However, the space had now dwindled to less than 2 meters, leaving her no avenue for escape. "I found it," Raven exclaimed breathlessly. Just as joy began to swell within her, she witnessed the python unleashing its venom toward Little Mischief, who was now cornered. "It was my fault. I suggested we split up. If only I had not done so, Little Mischief would not be in danger. Oh, if only the master were here. Neither serpent nor dragon would pose a threat." Alas, it was too late. Raven's eyes glazed over in despair. "I to perish? Even if I survive, I shall surely be disfigured. Aside from Sister Raven, who would remember me? I have yet to fall in love or experience tenderness. I truly do not wish to die." Little Mischief lamented as she beheld the venom descending upon her. "No, I refuse to die. If I am to perish, so too shall you." Drawing upon an unknown reservoir of courage, Little Mischief charged directly toward the python, disregarding the oncoming venom. At that moment, a series of sonic booms echoed through the air. A figure appeared beside Little Mischief, swiftly pulling her behind him. With a gentle breath, he directed the approaching venom back toward the python at astonishing speed. Bang! The serpent's body was pierced, a torrent of blood gushing forth as it collapsed to the ground. "Incredible!" Little Mischief gasped in awe from her position behind Chen. He remained silent, for the python was slowly rising once more. Behind him, the little imp, no longer frightened due to Chen's presence, unconsciously grasped the hem of his garment. Hiss! The giant python, filled with fury, wondered where this insignificant creature had come from to inflict injury upon it. It was determined to make the pest pay dearly. In a swift motion, the python positioned itself before Chen. Chen softly murmured to the little imp behind him. "Be good. Wait for me a moment. It will be over soon." "Yes, I understand," the little imp replied, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Chen. In a flash, Chen leaped atop the giant python's head. The python swiftly raised its head, attempting to swallow Chen whole. Chen gradually closed his eyes, extending his left hand toward the python, slowly forming it into a fist. At that moment, the python's body began to constrict. When Chen fully clenched his fist, the python's head was crushed, its body reduced to mere fragments. "Ugh!" Chen turned back to see the little imp clutching her stomach, retching. "Are you all right? Is this your first encounter with such a gruesome scene?" he gently inquired as he descended beside her. "Yes, I'm slowly feeling better. I'm fine," she replied, suppressing her nausea. "Come, let me take you away from here," Chen said, grasping the little imp's hand, preparing to soar into the sky. "Ah, no," feeling the warmth of his palm, she hurriedly exclaimed. "What is it?" Chen asked, puzzled by her reaction. "How come you're unscathed?" The little imp, momentarily forgetting her nausea, gazed at him in astonishment. Fortunately, his ability of annihilation allowed him to avoid sustaining harm from the same attack twice. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a predicament. "Perhaps I am the one destined to be by your side," Chen declared, gazing tenderly at the little imp. "Ah, so am I," she responded, unable to resist his earnest gaze. "We're about to take off," Chen said as he embraced the little imp, gently ascending into the air. "Relax, do not fear," he reassured her. "But it's really too high," she exclaimed in a delicate voice. "Fear not. I shall take you flying every day, and soon you will no longer be afraid. By the way, I still don't know your name." "Montag Chen incursions. My name is Mary, but they usually call me the little imp," she replied. "May I call you little imp then?" Chen asked, looking at her. "Yes, you are my savior." "So of course you can," she murmured. If it weren't for Chen's super hearing, he might have missed her words entirely. "Are you searching for your sister?" Chen suddenly asked the little imp. "Yes, we encountered each other earlier, but how did you know I was looking for her?" she questioned, puzzled. "Because your sister told me," Chen replied mysteriously. "Ah, you must know her quite well." The little imp's expression suddenly turned somber. How could Chen be unaware of what was happening? He halted at the sight of their picnic, gently stroking the head of the little rascal and saying, "All right, dear, your sister Reuven has been missing you terribly." "Oh, sister, she must be worried about me. I must go find her," the little rascal hurriedly exclaimed to Chen. "There's no need. Your sister will return shortly." Chen softly reassured the little rascal. No sooner had he spoken than a figure leapt into his embrace. Master, thank you. If it weren't for you. Reuven buried her face in Chun's arms, weeping. You mustn't act so recklessly again, understood? As long as I am here, everything will be fine. Chun tenderly caressed Reuven's head, speaking in soothing tones. Yes, I understand, Master. I want to do that again. I love you the most, Master. Reuven murmured to Chun. Sister, why do you call him Master? The little rascal inquired. And who is this sister behind you? The little rascal asked, glancing at the woman named Yuriko, standing behind Chun. We are all Master's maids. Yuriko explained to the little rascal with a smile. Maids? The little rascal gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Well, some things happened, and I will tell you later, Reuven replied to the little rascal. Let us head back to the caravan, Chun suggested to the group of girls. I'll sit inside. I'm afraid I might accidentally bump into you. The little rascal said timidly. Chun shook his head at the sight of the little rascal's petite figure and pulled her into his embrace. Now, you can tell us why you were in the jungle, he gently prompted. Hear us what happened. That night, I was searching for a place to rest. However, I noticed a few ruffians on the street engaged in some sort of deal, so I quickened my pace without paying them much mind. Stop. You heard what we said, didn't you? Shouted a man wearing a baseball cap. The little rascal ignored him and continued walking briskly. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. Girl, if you take one more step forward, don't blame the bullet for being blind, said a man with tattoos on his face. In mere seconds, the group of ruffians had approached the little rascal. Hey, show your face. One of the thugs shouted at her. I'm not pretty, so there's no need for that, is there? The little rascal whispered. Quit the chit-chat. The tattooed man pulled back the gun's slide menacingly. Don't be so violent with a girl. The man in the baseball cap chuckled. You really know how to act. I bet you've ruined dozens of young girls. The tattooed man continued. Same goes for you. The man in the baseball cap mocked, just as the two were exchanging jests and lowering their guard. The little rascal slowly approached them, extending a finger from each hand to point at their faces. How dare you try to ambush us? One of the men exclaimed. But before he could finish, their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground at an astonishing speed. The mischievous child did not hesitate, sprinting towards the distance. Following the recent gunshot, a multitude of figures emerged from the alley. The perpetrators must not have gone far. We must pursue, urged a clearly authoritative figure. It should be safe now, right? The mischievous child gasped, crouching in a patch of grass. They're likely nearby. How far can a girl run? The man with the nose ring frowned. Boss, how do you know it's a girl? Inquired a tall man respectfully. Do you not understand when one chooses to kill or spare? They only refrain from killing when they see a girl. Under normal circumstances, it's a bullet to the head, the nose ring man retorted. Then why aren't we searching? The man questioned. This isn't a viable plan. We cannot go out. We must delve deeper. The mischievous child pondered, her brow furrowed. Tell everyone to halt the search and gather. The nose ring man instructed a subordinate nearby. Gather, he bellowed, and within a minute, they assembled, observing the gathered crowd. The mischievous child recognized this as an opportune moment and began to crawl backward slowly. Boss, aren't we going to search? One of the subordinates asked. Of course. We must search, but I have a brilliant idea. The nose-ringed man grinned wickedly, licking his lips. What's the plan, boss? The others murmured. You all have guns and silencers, correct? The nose-ringed man glanced at them. Boss, I didn't bring a silencer. Came a voice. I didn't either. Another chimed in. Those with silencers, raise your hands. The nose-ring man exclaimed, exasperated. This time, half the group raised their hands. Excellent. Now attach your silencers and fire at the rear. He commanded. But boss, there's no one there. We'll be wasting bullets. Protested a thug. Enough with the nonsense. If I say shoot, you shoot. The nose-ring man snapped. Act swiftly and with clarity, he reiterated loudly. The group turned, chambered their weapons, and began firing at the rear. Not coming out? Then await your demise, the nose-ring man muttered. Meanwhile, the mischievous child had already fled a considerable distance. Had she lingered, her fate might have been dire. Afterward, I inadvertently disturbed a giant python, which led me to you all, she recounted. Oh dear mischievous child, you have suffered. Raven expressed compassionately. In truth, it's nothing significant. I have grown accustomed to it. The mischievous child replied in a somewhat indifferent tone. Bang! Chun playfully flicked the child's forehead and declared from now on. You shall live with us. Worry not, for I shall take care of everything. The mischievous child remained silent, merely clutching her forehead and smiling sweetly. For it had been a long time since anyone had treated her with such kindness, and the prospect of physical closeness was delightful. Li Yunlong's objective was to blow up the train and seize supplies. The cavalry and infantry units in Longxi Town served merely as an appetizer. Li Yunlong gazed at the assembled crowd and spoke. Based on my understanding, there will undoubtedly be a convoy accompanying the train transporting supplies, typically positioned at the front of the train. Therefore, my plan is straightforward. We shall detonate the locomotive, eliminate the enemy aboard, and even if we cannot eradicate them entirely, we will separate the train from its cargo, allowing for a swift relocation of supplies. Zhang Dabiao, Wan Shan, and Shun Quan listened intently to Li Yunlong's strategy. Chapter 86. Derailing the train to facilitate our operation, I have decided to target the train at Longtuan, a location along the railway. This area is characterized by an incline, a downward slope. Choosing to blow up the train at Longtuan is a remarkably astute decision. Should we detonate the locomotive there, the enemy aboard the train would inevitably suffer significant losses. Even if some manage to survive, the train's inertia will send the locomotive hurtling down the slope, claiming yet more enemy lives. Even if, hypothetically, some enemies are fortunate enough to escape the wreckage, they would find themselves at the bottom of the slope, while Li Yunlong and his men would have the advantage of higher ground, effectively shielding the relocation of supplies. Li Yunlong stated, given the presence of numerous enemies and puppet troops nearby, we must seize this batch of supplies at the quickest possible pace and withdraw swiftly. Otherwise, we risk being encircled. Zhang Dabiao and the others nodded in agreement. Li Wanshan, you're familiar with the forces in Longxi Town. Select the most elite among the recruited puppet soldiers and Zhang Dabiao's men to form a protective squad tasked with safeguarding our supply acquisition. Both Li Wanshan and Zhang Dabiao responded affirmatively. Yes, Captain. Shen Quan, your task is to promptly equip this batch of warhorses, as I intend to utilize them for transporting supplies. In this era of inadequate transportation, returning from Longxi Town to Xi'an Village involves primarily mountainous roads. Thus, horses serve as an excellent means of transport. Shen Quan replied, Yes, Captain, I assure you I will accomplish the task. Li Yunlong glanced at the time and remarked, We have little time left. Let us prepare immediately. Yes, the group responded in unison, hastening to ready themselves for action. According to intelligence, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, this train carrying supplies will pass through Longxi Town. With the clock already past noon, Li Yunlong indeed had limited time. Everyone was engaged in fervent preparations. After several hours of readiness, all was set. Subsequently, Li Yunlong led his troops to Longtuan. They installed explosives along the tracks, taking cover on either side of the railway, amidst the underbrush. Li Yunlong, peering through binoculars, surveyed the railway conditions. At that moment, Li Wanshan approached and said, Captain, the explosives have been planted. Indeed, Li Yunlong glanced at the time. It was now 3:45 p.m. In just 15 minutes, the train would arrive. All was prepared. Only the eastern wind was lacking. Each second ticked away, and soon the clock struck 4. Everyone was poised, ready for action. However, the entire railway remained eerily silent. Li Yunlong utilized his binoculars to survey the tracks but found no trace of the train. 5 minutes passed, yet the stillness persisted. Zhang Dabiao, growing increasingly impatient, voiced his concerns. Commander, why hasn't the enemy's train arrived? Could the intelligence be erroneous, or have they canceled this supply transport? Li Yunlong replied, Do not fret. Remain calm, and let us wait a while longer. If the train has not appeared by 4:30, we will retreat. It is not uncommon for trains to run late. However, we cannot linger here indefinitely. Waiting idly is not an option. 20 more minutes elapsed, and still, no train was in sight. The time was now 4:20 p.m., and even Li Yunlong began to doubt the veracity of the intelligence. Just then, a distant sound of train's whistle echoed through the air. Woo, woo, woo. The train was approaching. Hearing the faint sound, Li Yunlong swiftly raised his binoculars to observe the tracks, and soon spotted a train racing toward them. This train was not very long. The first 2 carriages were passenger cars, while the last 6 were freight cars. Due to the side panels and the black cloth draped over them, Li Yunlong could not discern the materials being transported. Nevertheless, since the train had arrived, they could not return empty-handed. Li Yunlong exclaimed, At last, it is my turn to prosper. Prepare yourselves. Let us proceed as planned. All the soldiers crouched in the grass, holding their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the approaching train. It drew nearer. Accompanied by the sound of its whistle, the train advanced closer and closer, soon reaching the stretch of track where explosives were buried. Li Yunlong glanced at Wan Shan beside him and commanded, "Detonate." Li Wanshan promptly pressed the detonator. The detonator was wired to the explosives on the tracks. Once activated, it would immediately explode the charges hidden beneath. A thunderous roar erupted. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames soared skyward, engulfing the first two carriages in a fierce blaze. Under such a violent explosion, the locomotive and carriages were utterly devastated, while the remaining carriages derailed and toppled beside the tracks. The dislodged locomotive, along with the two carriages, continued to slide down the slope due to inertia, only to ignite another explosion moments later, triggered by the locomotive itself. Amidst the chaos of two explosions, the locomotive and its carriages were instantly reduced to a shattered wreck, engulfed in fierce flames and emitting plumes of dark smoke. The unfortunate soldiers trapped inside were likely left maimed, if not dead. Once the train detonated, Li Yunlong rose and issued a commanding shout. "Leave none alive. Kill them all." Li Wanshan and Zhang Dabiao led their troops to swiftly rush toward the tracks, establishing a defensive line while simultaneously surveying the overturned carriages beside the rails. Should any enemy soldiers still be clinging to life, they would be met with a bullet. Bang! Boom! The sound of sporadic gunfire erupted. Some enemy soldiers had just crawled out of the freight carriage, only to be greeted by a hail of bullets. The soldiers on the train continued to fall one by one. Li Yunlong quickly made his way to the side of the tracks, commencing the eradication of the remaining enemy forces. From within an overturned carriage nearby, a Japanese second lieutenant struggled to emerge, only to unexpectedly encounter Li Yunlong. Without uttering a word, Li Yunlong drew his Desert Eagle and fired a single shot, obliterating the lieutenant's head. The enemy soldiers had primarily gathered in the first two carriages. Following the sudden explosion, most of them had been neutralized. Those who survived crawled out from the wreckage, only to confront the barrels of the 8th Route Army's guns, sealing their fate. Soon, the train was cleared of all enemy presence. Li Yunlong turned to Zhang Dabiao and commanded, "Zhang Dabiao, hasten to secure the area and ascertain what is aboard this train. Shen Quan, quickly bring the horses. We must prepare to transport the supplies back." Li Banshan, establish a parimate. Chapter 87. Little rascal Zhang Dabiao and Shen Quan responded affirmatively, yes. As Li Yunlong approached an overturned carriage and lifted a black cloth, he immediately beheld an array of machinery, disassembled and loaded within. Noticing the machines, Shen Quan inquired, "Commander, what is this?" Li Yunlong examined the contents and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, these should be equipment from an armaments factory, likely from the Taiyuan arsenal." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind Li Yunlong. Caught off guard, he could not evade in time and was struck by a bullet, drawing his Desert Eagle. He swiftly dispatched the enemy soldier responsible. "Damn it, if it weren't for my daily training from the chat group, I might have sustained serious injury from that shot." Li Yunlong muttered, feeling his back. "Commander, are you all right?" Li Wanshan rushed to inquire. "How could you let your guard down like that?" Zhang Dabiao exclaimed to Li Wanshan. "Commander Li, punish me as you see fit. I am willing to accept any consequence." Li Wanshan lowered his head, addressing Li Yunlong. "Enough, enough. I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, it's not entirely your fault, Li Wanshan. Who would have thought that this enemy soldier was so tenacious?" Li Yunlong called out to Zhang Dapiao, "Thank you, Commander. I shall ensure that such an occurrence does not transpire." Upon arriving home, Imo Chun gently nudged the sleeping little rascal beside him. "Wake up. Ugh. I want to sleep a little longer," the little rascal murmured, rubbing her eyes. "Time to go," Imo Chun declared, effortlessly lifting the little rascal and exiting the caravan. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by the sight of two figures bustling about. "Please take a break. There's no need for such fuss," Imo Chun remarked. And with a mere thought, the household cleaning tools sprang into action, swiftly tidying up the space. "Wow, how convenient!" the little rascal exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered cleaning. What a waste of effort," Reuven mused, observing the floor now significantly cleaner than before. With a swift motion, Imo Chun approached Reuven and playfully tapped her forehead. "Ouch! That hurt, master. Why did you do that?" Reuven protested, shielding her forehead. Who told you to become so lazy after a few days of travel? Chen retorted, regarding Reuven with a teasing gaze. At that moment, a voice chimed in from the chat group. The all-knowing Lee Daxian. It has been quite some time since the group was this quiet. Martial arts master. I have been training diligently. It feels like a breakthrough is imminent. A certain sex leader. It's been a while, although a breakthrough significantly enhances strength. I intend to visit the Monster Beast Mountain soon. Son of the Demon. I have no pressing matters at the moment, and my strength has increased compared to before. 2nd Battalion's Italian Cannon. I've been engaged in combat with the Little Devils lately, and Haven T had time to check the chat. My apologies. 2nd Battalion's Italian Cannon. Thanks to the Martial Arts Master for the weapons, they have greatly boosted our morale. Martial Arts Master, it was my duty. I have plenty of weaponry here. Do you need more? 2nd Battalion's Italian Cannon. No need for high-end equipment to deal with these little Japanese. My current physical prowess is more than sufficient to withstand bullets and grenades. The all-knowing Lee Daxian, by the way. It seems the group leader hasn't appeared in a long while. Son of the Demon. Yes, I miss our group leader. A certain sex leader. Perhaps he is occupied? Apply a bit more pressure. No. Higher up. Yes, that's it. Harder. Feels good. Chen lay on the sofa, moaning in delight. Don't make such strange noises. It's just a regular massage. The little rascal remarked. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Chen. But feels quite pleasant. Chen countered. They want to take a shower and now pick on me. The little rascal said, playfully biting Chen's shoulder. Hey, are you trying to break your teeth? Chen quickly covered the little rascal's mouth. How could that be? The little rascal replied skeptically, reaching out to touch Chen's body. It's really quite firm. She exclaimed in surprise. I told you, yet you didn't believe me. Chen said with a hint of pride. At that moment, two striking figures emerged from the bathroom. Yuriko, wrapped in a towel, revealed her delicate legs to the cool air. As her body remained damp, a droplet of water trickled enticingly into the depths of her cleavage. Beside her, Reuven had transformed into a petite figure, adorably covering her modesty with her hands. Her twin ponytails framing her youthful face. Mukin, overwhelmed with emotion, found tears streaming from his lips. Do not look, the mischievous Tao exclaimed, hastily shielding Mukin's eyes. How could you both present yourselves like this? And Reuven, why have you turned into a little girl? She pointed accusingly at the two. What's wrong? Reuven replied in a sweet, feigned innocence. Tao, without further words, rushed to grab a garment from the sofa and draped it over Reuven. Just as Mukin was about to intervene, a notification from the chat group echoed in his mind. He quickly opened the chat and found messages from Robin and Yunchi. I cannot make an appearance directly. Otherwise, my image will be tarnished, Mukin pondered. At that moment, a voice from the chat caught his attention. 2nd Battalion's Italian Cannon. Damn it, I just received word that the Little Devils have developed a new weapon, a gas bomb. Martial Arts Master. Can gas mask protect against it? Child of the Devil. If only the group leader were here, he would take them all out. Master of a certain sect. Why have the group leader deal with mere mortals? It's a waste of talent. A sneeze that could destroy the solar system. Long time no see. The submerged Lee Daxian noticed Mukin's presence and spoke up. No heaven and earth. Lee Daxian, long time no see, esteemed group leader. Child of the Devil. Where have you been these past few days, group leader? Master of certain sect. Is there something going on lately? Do you need assistance? Martial arts master. If there's anything Yuan can help with, I shall not hesitate. 2nd Battalion's Italian Cannon. If my old Lee had even 1/10 of the group leader's strength, no, even 1/1,000th, those little devils would not dare act so brazenly. Mukin felt a surge of indignation at Li Yunlong's words. The Japanese invaders truly deserve their fate. As he prepared to respond, a sudden outburst snapped him back to reality. Tao, frustrated by her inability to interact with others, shouted in anger. Mukin's gaze lingered on Reuven's form, her tender figure causing a surge of exhilaration within him. Yuriko, noticing the scene, also removed her towel. In contrast to Reuven's cuteness, Yuriko's ample curves were undeniably alluring, complemented by her long, elegant legs. Observing Mukin's rapt attention, Tao pounced on him, inadvertently landing in an inappropriate position. Chapter 88. Ross's Memories. The Realm of the Gods. What is this? Tao blinked in confusion before realization dawned upon her, prompting her to sit up abruptly. Trying to escape? Accept your punishment. Mukin swiftly seized Tao, pulling her back. Both of you, go wait in the room. Once I finish with her, it will be your turn, Chen instructed the two beautiful women. You only bully me. With a playful huff, the little imp began. Has he done anything lately? A bald man inquired of the Black Widow. Does traveling count? She casually replied. As long as he doesn't kill anyone, it's all fine. Nick Fury sighed with relief. Director, I only know that if you don't hand over the Tesseract to Mr. Chen soon, there will likely be more casualties, the Black Widow stated, raising her hands in resignation. Nick Fury, who had initially wanted to respond, fell silent for a moment before finally saying, Why don't you deliver the Tesseract in a few days? Director, I assure you I will complete the task. The Black Widow signaled an okay gesture to Nick Fury. Watching the departing Black Widow, Nick Fury pondered deeply. It's been a long time, Nick Fury. A voice resonated beside him. Who goes there? Nick Fury quickly retrieved a handgun from his drawer, on guard. Don't be so tense. We are old friends. Try to guess who I am. The voice echoed again in the air. I have no friends who hide their faces. Nick Fury retorted. You would never guess it's me. As the figure in the air gradually became visible, he continued. It's you. Weren't you thrown into the sun? Nick Fury exclaimed, astonished at the sight. You're right. If not for this opportunity, I would have perished long ago. The voice beside him lamented. Now the military believes you are dead. And your position is gone. What do you plan to do? Are you seeking revenge again? Nick Fury asked, eyeing the figure. Position? What value does that hold? Can it shield one from the heavens? Just like you. Even though you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., you still dare not offend him. The figure replied. After everything that has transpired, I have come to realize that strength is paramount. The figure asserted to Nick Fury. You speak truthfully, yet no matter how strong you become, you can never surpass him. I suspect you have felt that powerlessness, Nick Fury murmured, his eyes closed. While I cannot guarantee I could defeat him now, I doubt many could harm me. A panel appeared before his eyes. ID 1458 title, tester name, Ross race, human strength, C-class skill, transform into Red Hulk physique, steel body, inferior version, points. 0 Ross gazed at his attribute panel, reflecting on everything that had transpired. Where's this? Was it I burned to death by the sun? Ross murmured to himself, lowering his head. Upon looking up, he found himself surrounded by darkness, with a large glowing orb in the center. What is this? Ross slowly approached the luminous sphere. At that moment, the luminous sphere suddenly spoke. Welcome to the realm of the gods. Your identification number is 1458. Were you the one who brought me here? Ross inquired, gazing at the sphere. Indeed, you are exceptionally fortunate to have obtained the qualification to enter the realm of the gods, the sphere replied. Here, as long as you possess sufficient points, you may exchange for anything. It continued, initially intending to inquire about the cost of entering this realm. Ross was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing that he could exchange for anything. How can I acquire points? Ross questioned. By embodying various roles across different worlds. You will be awarded points based on the degree of similarity. You have 3 opportunities to inquire, so make them count. The sphere stated. 3 opportunities? Ross pondered. His first question was, will I be able to return to my original world? The second question was, if I die during the trials, is that death permanent? The third question was, how many others are present in the realm of the gods besides myself? To the first inquiry, the sphere responded, upon completing a trial. You may return to your original world for 2 days, or choose not to return, with the ability to accumulate this time for future use. A gentle reminder, do not disclose significant matters concerning the realm of the gods to others, as the consequences will be yours to bear. Ross remained silent, waiting for the sphere to address his second question. In response to the second inquiry, the sphere stated, if a trial participant dies during the trials, they can be revived, provided they have sufficient points. For the third question, it answered, there are over 100 million individuals within the realm of the gods. Having addressed the participants' inquiries, the sphere explained, your wristwatch contains a user manual, which can be utilized for exchanges and task management. Ross examined the watch on his wrist. It resembled an ordinary timepiece, save for a small screen in the center, approximately the size of 2 thumbs. He reached out to tap the screen, and the miniature display manifested in his mind. It was divided into 2 main sections, the Godly Shop and the Task List. Without hesitation, Ross clicked on the Godly Shop, and his previously calm heart began to race with fervor. Divine Power, SSS level, price. Satanic Power, SSS level, price. Angelic Power, SSS level. Price. Ross was exhilarated by this spectacle. With such power, who would dare to challenge him? Yet, he wondered why the prices were concealed. As he gently tapped the purchase option, a line of text appeared before him. Due to insufficient strength and points, you are unable to purchase or view. Achieve SS level strength to unlock these features. Would you like to view personal information? A small line of text appeared before him. Ross extended his hand and clicked on the option to view. Number 1458 title, trialist name, Ross race, human strength, D grade skill, transformation into Red Hull constitution, none points. 0 Ross gazed at his information, plunged into contemplation. What does possessing D grade strength signify in this realm? He once more extended his hand to click on the word strength, and indeed, a detailed classification of power emerged. Arranged from highest to lowest. Note, there are also distinctions within grades. For instance, A and A- signify proximity to S grade, with a minus representing a near A level. SSS grade, the pinnacle of combat prowess, signifying invincibility, capable of effortlessly annihilating and creating all. SS grade, possesses the authority to judge numerous universes and control them. With a mere flick of the fingers, parts of the universe may vanish. S grade, capable of obliterating several universes and altering them, simultaneously causing multiple universes to disappear. Chapter 89, Confrontation A grade, at full strength, capable of annihilating an entire universe, effortlessly destroying countless star systems. B grade, at full strength, capable of obliterating multiple star systems, easily extinguishing countless planets. C grade, able to effortlessly destroy a planet. At this stage and above, any conventional weaponry or nuclear arms cannot inflict harm. D grade, begins to transcend human limitations, effortlessly destroying countless cities, impervious to any firearms or missiles, with only nuclear weapons posing a threat. E grade, has acquired formidable abilities, capable of easily annihilating several villages, unafraid of standard firearms and grenades. F grade, reaches the limits attainable by an ordinary individual, easily handling hundreds of common people and withstanding standard handguns. I must hasten to reach C grade and then seek vengeance, Ross solemnly declared while observing the information panel. In 5 seconds, the trial will commence. Please prepare yourself. A beam of white light enveloped Ross, transporting him to a world inhabited by dwarves, angels, and demons. Though unaware of what opportunities awaited him, I advise you to tread carefully, Nick Fury remarked, observing Ross deep in thought. As long as you do not divulge my whereabouts. The subsequent matters are none of your concern. Ross glanced at Nick Fury and replied. Just as Nick Fury was about to utter something further, Ross had already vanished from sight. I can only take it one step at a time. Nick Fury sighed. This should be his home, a figure murmured, standing several dozen meters above the ground. Meanwhile, Chen slowly emerged from his room, intending to allow the 3 women a proper rest. As Chen donned his attire, he sensed a palpable aura of malevolence fixated upon him. Activating his super sight, he peered through the ceiling, seeking the source of this sinister intent. There stood a figure in the sky, hands clasped behind, masked and gazing down at him. Chen's X-ray vision could not penetrate this individual's visage. With a swift motion, Chen appeared before the stranger. What, do you intend to kill me? As Chen gazed at the masked man before him, he remarked, Not for the first time, but certainly not now. Let's first test whether your strength has indeed improved. With that, the masked man launched his assault. He struck the air with a punch, unleashing a projectile of compressed air aimed directly at Chen. Rather than retreating, Chen raised his hand and retaliated with a punch of his own, sending forth an even larger and more formidable blast of air towards his opponent. The 2 blasts collided, and in less than a second, the masked man's projectile was torn asunder. Yet, Chen's force did not wane. It continued its relentless advance towards the masked man. Seemingly prepared, the masked man swiftly evaded the attack. Your strength remains formidable, but soon I shall surpass you, he declared, fixing his gaze on Chen. Are you a fool? I recognize you, but a waste like you is hardly memorable. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave. Otherwise, Chen retorted sharply, I shall demonstrate the fruits of my efforts, announced the masked man as he initiated another assault. He produced a crystal sphere from his pocket and, with a firm grip, shattered it. Seconds passed, yet nothing transpired. Hey, brother, is your device malfunctioning? Montag Chen incursions. Observing the masked man. That shouldn't be the case, right? The masked man, visibly frustrated, countered. Your ignorance is astounding. With a moment of hesitation in his eyes, he retrieved another crystal sphere. After scrutinizing it for a full minute, he squeezed it forcefully, causing it to shatter once again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as the masked man was about to unleash a tirade of curses, a fissure appeared in the air. From this rift emerged a creature adorned with 2 horns and a pair of black wings, exuding an oppressive aura akin to that of a demon. At last, your task is to eliminate him, the masked man commanded, pointing at Chen. Understood, came a raspy voice in response. I am Akamon. Remember my name, for it shall seal your fate. The demon proclaimed before darting towards Chen with remarkable speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye, claws outstretched for an attack. Chen did not flinch. Instead, he reached out to grasp Akamon's arm. To his astonishment, his hand passed through as if it were mere air. Suddenly, Akamon conjured a massive fireball that blazed like a miniature sun, hurling it straight at Chen. With a swift sidestep, Chen positioned himself behind Akamon, only to find a fireball pursuing him relentlessly. This is troublesome, Chen muttered, unleashing his telekinetic prowess to halt the fireball mid-air, immobilizing Akamon in the process. With a mere thought, he shattered the fireball, preparing to unleash his own onslaught against Akamon. Suddenly, a fissure appeared beside Chen, revealing a figure identical to Akamon. Akrun technique? Chen inquired, gazing at Akamon. Correct, but alas, no reward. Arkamon's doppelganger suddenly grew to an enormous height, towering several dozen meters, and struck down towards Chen. In the blink of an eye, Chen found himself at Arkamon's chest, delivering a powerful punch. Arkamon was obliterated, and the original, ensnared by telekinesis, convulsed before gradually vanishing. Is that all? Chen addressed the masked man. Consider yourself fortunate. Next time, I shall become even stronger. Await my return. The masked man declared before attempting to depart. Thinking of leaving? Chen said, using his telekinesis to restrain the masked figure. You cannot contain me. Do not presume I am the same as before. The masked man exclaimed suddenly. Upon finishing his words, his form began to fade away. It seems I need to acquire some magical skills, Chen pondered solemnly. Without further delay, he swiftly returned to the house. At that moment, the 3 women had already awakened. Baihizi and Ruin were washing up, while the mischievous one clutched a doll, engrossed in the television. Master, where have you been? Baihizi and Ruin simultaneously asked Chen. Someone is watching us. Do not venture out without my company, he instructed. Master, are you all right? Ruin inquired with concern. We will not go out without you, Master. Baihizi responded in unison. It's likely someone I once bullied has gained some fortune and seeks revenge, Chen reflected. Have you forgotten who I am? I just fought with him, and he fled, Chen stated. To escape from a master, it seems the opponent was well prepared. Baihizi remarked thoughtfully. Chapter 90. Absorbing the space gem, the opponent's form vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed, indicating they must have aligned themselves with someone powerful. Chen continued. Master, I regret that I cannot assist. The mischievous one expressed with a touch of guilt. Did you not help last night? Chen replied with a sly grin. Huh, you rascal, Xiao Chenzi, the mischievous one retorted. Oh dear, you've even given me a nickname. You're quite bold, Chen said, playfully tousling her hair. My hair is a mess, stop that. The mischievous one protested. Master, it's time for the mischievous one to eat. Baihizi and Ruin chimed in unison. We'll settle this later. First, let us eat, Chen declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the mischievous one quickly interjected. It's I who should settle things with you. Back in the realm of the gods, a masked man was muttering to himself. Fortunately, I have a trump card. Otherwise, I would be in trouble, Ross said, removing his mask. It seems I cannot afford to waste time. Otherwise, the gap will only widen. I must seek my revenge, Ross murmured to himself. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Chenzi. Someone is at the door, the mischievous one announced, setting down her chopsticks. So it's her? Chen cast a sweeping glance with his extraordinary strength. Subsequently, he employed his telekinesis to open the door, revealing a woman clad in leather. Mr. Chen, it's been quite a while. The Black Widow addressed him softly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Montag Chen replied casually. Why so cold? After all, we have fought together, the Black Widow remarked suddenly, her tone softening. Have you forgotten those 3 young maids? She added, glancing at the 3 women at the dining table. I presume Nick Fury sent you to deliver the Tesseract? Chen inquired, his gaze fixed on her. With a resigned sigh, the Black Widow retrieved a glowing object from her pocket, unmistakably the Tesseract. Chen raised his hand, and the Tesseract floated gently towards him. The Tesseract, a vessel for one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, known as the Space Stone, possesses the power to manipulate space, enabling the opening of portals and the transportation of vast resources anywhere. Eventually, it was crushed by Thanos, becoming the Space Stone itself. Now that the item has been delivered, shouldn't you be on your way? Chen suggested to the Black Widow. Are you really not going to let me stay for a meal? How heartless. She pouted. Our master hasn't dined yet. Little Mischief interjected with discontent. If you have no further business, you may leave. Otherwise, the food will grow cold, and we wouldn't want anyone's stomach to suffer, would we? Very well. Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave, the Black Widow declared as she exited the room. Watching her departure, Chen seized the Tesseract and, with a firm grip, crushed it, revealing a radiant blue gem. At that moment, the system in his mind suddenly announced, significant energy fluctuations detected nearby. Would you like to collect? After such a long time, you finally show up. I thought you had vanished. Chen responded to the system. What do I stand to gain from this collection? The system will unlock a new feature, allowing the host to traverse any world, the system replied. Any world? What about the timelines of those worlds? Will I have to complete tasks? Chen questioned the system. The timelines are random, and tasks can be chosen by the host. Completing tasks will yield rewards. However, if you choose not to accept them, no rewards will be granted, the system elucidated. That sounds promising. I wonder what will happen if Thanos arrives without all 5 stones. Just thinking about it is quite exhilarating. Chen mused to himself. Let us proceed with the fusion. He commanded the system. The blue space stone in his hand vanished instantly. Fusion in progress. Please wait. Due to the immense energy involved, the system estimated that complete fusion would require 2 days. Chen acknowledged the system's notification, understanding the vast power of the Infinity Stones. Meanwhile, only a minute had passed in the external world, and Little Mischief called out, Little Chen, the food is getting cold. Hurry and eat. Yuriko spoke up, Master. Would you like me to warm up the food? It would be unfortunate to upset your stomach. Ruewen also nodded towards Chen. How can my constitution be so delicate as to be affected by a mere cold meal? Nevertheless, Chen understood that the 3 women were concerned for him. No need. I'm not hungry. You all should eat. Chen replied. It's all that woman's fault. Now the master won't even eat, the mischievous Tauchi frowned. Yuriko and Ruewen exchanged glances, appearing somewhat displeased. Enough, it's not because of her. I'm simply not hungry. Be obedient, please. Chen spoke gently. At that moment, Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello? What brings Stark to call me? Chen teased it. Brother Chen, I need your help. Stark hurriedly replied. What trouble have you found yourself in now? Have you been caught by Pepper with another woman? Chen intentionally joked. Help me save Pepper. She's in critical condition. Stark's tone was filled with urgency. Chen realized this was no time for jesting and responded quickly. Where are you? I'll be there right away. After learning Stark's location, Chen swiftly ascended into the air, accelerating with a series of sonic booms. His speed was remarkable, yet barely reached a fraction of his full potential. With his enhanced vision, he spotted Stark cradling Pepper, whose complexion was indeed quite poor. Nearby, a figure resembling molten lava approached Stark, preparing to attack. In an instant, Chen materialized besieged Stark. Isn't that Killian from Iron Man 3? Chen thought. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a powerful gust that obliterated Killian. Finally, you're here. Quickly save Pepper, Stark exclaimed, looking at Chen, who had just dispatched Killian with ease. Tony, Pepper managed to utter. Chen focused his formidable abilities and discerned an energy coursing throughout Pepper's body. Realizing he had no other option, he addressed the system. Do I have any chances left for a draw? Response to the host. Detection indicates the host has found Tauchi, granting 1 draw opportunity. You currently possess 1 draw chance. The system responded. I will use the draw chance. Chen declared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to absorb energy from an unknown anime. Unknown. Chen felt a bit exasperated. System, please elaborate on this ability. This ability allows the host to absorb energy for personal use, or to transfer the absorbed energy to others, the system explained. Looking at the anxious Stark, Chen said, "Let me give it a try." "Please do." Stark replied earnestly. Chen extended his hand towards Pepper, and as soon as he made contact with her, her expression twisted in anguish, while Stark observed intently. Suddenly, Chen felt an unfamiliar surge of energy within him, a sensation akin to an insatiable force capable of devouring everything. In an instant, he sensed a unique energy radiating from the palm of his hand. This process continued for a full 3 minutes, until Chen completed the absorption. Stark, concerned for Pepper, inquired, "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Pepper shook her head, responding, "I'm fine now. I can feel that the doomsday virus has completely vanished from my body." Stark sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. Thanks to you, Brother Chen. I was at a loss for what to do." Chen jested. "You've troubled me more than once or twice. I've grown accustomed to it." Stark chuckled, "Zulmavat embarrasset. By the way, how is your research on the super-intelligent robot progressing?" Montak Chen pondered alut. Stark hesitated for a moment before replying, "The intelligence level is comparable to JARVIS, but we have yet to resolve the combat aspects." Mochen replied nonchalantly, "No rus." However, the combat system need not be excessively powerful. It merely needs to be capable of easily obliterating a nation. Stark winced at Chen's remark, thinking to himself that such a capability was anything but weak. Nevertheless, he kept this thought to himself. Stark slowly addressed Chen, "I'll do my best. You should come to the company more often. You're acting as if you're not even a shareholder." Chen casually responded, "I'll definitely return when I have the time." Stark noticed the insincerity in Chen's reply and could only laugh helplessly before saying, "Then I'll take Pepper back to rest. I'll expedite the robot as completion." Chen gestured an okay sign to acknowledge him. 2 days had passed, and the system had completed its updates. Chen planned to take advantage of this time to venture into the world of Godzilla. However, he first needed to resolve the matters concerning the chat group. Upon opening the chat, he discovered that the latest messages were not about Japan's research into gas bombs, but rather concerning an entity known as the atomic bomb. It turned out that this world of Bright Sword was different from the previous one, as Japan had allied itself with the ugly nation. Subsequently, America developed 2 atomic bombs, gifting one to Japan. He had heard his master mention that the weapon's destructive power was sufficient to obliterate an entire city. Most alarmingly, the radiation emitted by this weapon was extremely potent, rendering bombarded areas uninhabitable for hundreds of years and causing various cancers among survivors. Thus, Japan was preparing to use the atomic bomb against Li Yunlong and the entire Huaxia. Being a descendant of Huaxia, Chen could not bear this injustice and promptly opened the chat group, proclaiming, "Another sneeze will annihilate the solar system. Is it the same nation as last time? Leave it to me." In the realm of celestial and earthly knowledge, the revered figure, Li Daxian, made an entrance that resonated with authority, uttering words of immense power. The son of the demon remarked upon the charismatic presence of the group leader, exuding an aura of magnificence and dominance. The head of a certain sect, acknowledging the undeniable masculinity of the leader, expressed admiration. The martial arts master noted the situation appeared to be under control, with the group leader having spoken. The Italian cannon of the 2nd Battalion expressed heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the local populace. Suddenly, an enemy aircraft appeared on the horizon. On a modest hill in Wanjia town, Li Yunlong observed the aircraft through his binoculars, furrowing his brow. "Zhang Dapio, fetch the machine gun and bring that thing down," he commanded. "Commander, that is beyond my capabilities." Zhang Dapio replied with unwavering conviction. "What good are you then?" Li Yunlong retorted in frustration. "Shen Quan, you handle it," he instructed, turning to Shen Quan. "Commander, I too am unable. Shall I call upon you?" Shen Quan responda. "Get up. I refuse to believe we cannot shoot it down," Li Yunlong declared, seizing the machine gun and firing at the aircraft. At that moment, the aircraft, which had been circling above, veered towards the densely populated urban area. "Commander, the enemy intends to bomb the city." Zhang Dapio discerned the alarming intent. "Damn those invaders. Li Yunlong kursha farbanli. Let us hope the group leader arrives in time," he lamented. At that instant, the enemy had reached the heart of the city, and an airplane released what appeared to be an ordinary bomb. Li Yunlong, however, was acutely aware that this was a newly reported device capable of obliterating a city and rendering the impacted area uninhabitable for centuries, not to mention the subsequent repercussions. As the bomb detonated from a height of 150 meters, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, emitting a blinding light akin to a miniature sun. In that moment, a wave of energy rippled through the space, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Subsequently, a rift manifested in the air, and a man with a sinister smile and commanding presence stepped forth. "Oh, planning to flee?" Chen remarked, gazing at the departing aircraft. With a mere thought, the aircraft that was about to escape was crushed into a heap of scrap metal, its occupants eliminated in an instant. Chen regarded the vast mushroom cloud with a subtle smile, and in a flash, he appeared before it. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful gust towards the cloud. The outwardly expanding shockwave was forcefully repelled, and the enormous mushroom cloud began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. "Incredible!" Zhang Depio exclaimed, witnessing the once mighty mushroom cloud vanish in an instant. Montauk Chen swiftly approached Li Yunlong. Upon seeing him, Li Yunlong hurriedly inquired, "Are you the esteemed leader of our group? A celestial being, indeed. You extinguished that bomb with a single breath and can soar through the skies. How is it that our commander knows you?" Zhang Depio expressed his astonishment. "Our nation has been saved," Shen Quan exclaimed. "If it weren't for you, I, old Li, would have become a historical villain." Li Yunlong adressed Montauk Chen. Chen shook his head and replied, "I too cannot abide the infringement upon the people of other nations. And my intention this time is to eliminate these threats entirely." "What must we do?" Li Yunlong astili inquirat. "Just observe," Chen declared before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Chen hovered above the island nation, and without a moment's hesitation, he activated his laser vision, unleashing an immense beam that swept downward. Chapter 92, Entering Godzilla, or rather, the Magical Phone. Chapter 91 had undergone numerous revisions, yet the editor persistently rejected it without any explanation, continuously blocking its passage. The content of this chapter is insufficient in length, and other websites may still be updating. It will be automatically rectified in due course. The following content is unrelated to this book. Upon opening the video, Lin Ning found himself captivated. In the footage, young Mo stood center stage in a classical attire. Her fair visage adorned in a white robe, with ink-black tresses cascading down her shoulders. As the melodious notes began to play, her sleeves fluttered gracefully, and her slender waist twisted in a dance reminiscent of the celestial Chang'e descending from the heavens. Each smile and glance, imbued with a spring-like allure, presented a breathtaking beauty. Earlier, during their gaming conversations, Lin Ning had learned that Yang Mo was a dancer, yet he had not anticipated her exceptional talent, nor that she would take the lead role. The stage was not solely hers. There were other girls present, yet they merely served as a backdrop. It wasn't that the others lacked beauty, but rather that Yang Mo possessed an ethereal charm. Admittedly, her makeup and costume played a role, but regardless, Yang Mo's allure and grace were unparalleled. Considering her beauty and poise, Lin Ning felt that awarding Yang Mo a score of 90 would not be excessive, particularly in her classical ensemble, which was simply enchanting. After watching, Lin Ning sent a message expressing his admiration, exclaiming how stunning she was, especially with her captivating gaze. Yang Mo responded with a shy emoji, thanking him. "Is there more? Would you like to see more?" "Although I occasionally take part as a car model or ceremonial figure at corporate events, I mainly perform dance. My modern dance is quite commendable as well." No, it's fine to view strangers, but seeing someone familiar can lead to fanciful thoughts and stir unnecessary emotions. Recently, I have been in a period of tranquility. My mind must remain undisturbed," Lin Ning chuckled. Seeing Lin Ning's message, Yang Mo felt her cheeks flush slightly. "It's not as exaggerated as you say." "Huh, just a little jest to lighten the mood." Lin Ning replied. "A jest, indeed, but I also have a JK outfit. Are you sure you don't want to see?" Hee. Yang Mo felt a peculiar thrill. Though she had performed various dances in front of many during corporate invitations, the sensation of that experience was entirely different from now. Lin Ning envisioned the scene, undeniably captivating, yet he remarked, absolutely without a doubt, "Of course, if you wish to dance before my eyes, I could break my vows just this once, or perhaps even 1,000 times for your enjoyment." "You wish." Yamopo det blithely. suspecting that if she were to dance in front of Lin Ning, she would hardly make a few moves before finding herself on an entirely different battlefield. Men, despite their charming words and resolute demeanor, often choose the baser instincts when faced with certain temptations. Indeed, over 90% would opt for the more primal path. Lin Ning chuckled heartily, saying, "Whether it is beautiful or not is beside the point. I shall reimburse you for the red envelopes you send in the group today. What is rightfully yours should remain so, and you shouldn't have to spend more just because those girls are egging you on." With that, he sent 2 red envelopes of 200 each. Upon seeing the red envelopes from Lin Ning, Yang Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Really, it's not necessary. It isn't a significant amount. Indeed, it's not much. Just keep it," Lin Ning replied with a grin, secretly wishing to convey that she could send as many red envelopes as she liked in the future, and he would reimburse her without hesitation. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, aware that the system, like a vigilant overseer, was always watching. After chatting with Yang Mo for a while, Lin Ning noticed the time was nearing 5 o'clock and decided to prepare to leave. He was headed to Ding Yiran's home, having already arranged to visit in the morning. Lin Ning, being a man of his word, would not cancel. Informing Yang Mo of his plans, he first headed to the bathroom for a quick shower. After half a day, the weather had grown a bit warm, and he felt it necessary to freshen up. After showering and allowing his hair to air dry for a moment, Lin Ning rummaged through his wardrobe for a more casual, yet refined outfit. He settled on a stylish Korean business suit, with a deep gray jacket and black trousers, paired with a Burberry black long-sleeve shirt underneath. Truth be told, in this weather, he would have preferred a more relaxed ensemble, but he felt that dressing down would convey a lack of respect, so he made do. Once dressed, Lin Ning examined himself in the mirror, adjusting his short hair, which was just over an inch in length and easy to style with a bit of hair wax. After ensuring he looked presentable, he remarked at his reflection, "Brother, you may not realize it, but in this attire, you appear quite dapper, a handsome 1000%. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Lin Ning decided to don the stainless steel watch he had purchased from Cartier, feeling it added a touch of success to his appearance. With everything in order, he did not linger at home, but headed out directly. Since he was visiting Ding Yiran, it was only appropriate to bring a gift. Thus, Lin Ning made his way to an upscale supermarket in a nearby mall. The descriptor upscale was warranted, as the goods here were pricier, yet of commendable quality. He selected 2 bunches of grapes, priced at 680 yuan per pound, and a couple of boxes of cherries, each nearly 300 yuan. Lin Ning purchased only these 2 items to avoid them losing freshness over time. The sweet shrimp, priced close to 800 yuan per pound, amounted to 3 pounds. The Wagyu beef, exceeding 1,500 yuan per pound, was bought in a quantity of 5 pounds. A box of pistachios costing several hundred was also acquired. Ultimately, Lin Ning filled an entire shopping cart at the supermarket, and upon checkout, she spent nearly 80,000 yuan, which included 2 exquisite skincare products and several bottles of red wine. One might say that Lin Ning is quite generous, especially considering her relationship with Ding Yiran is not particularly close, making such extravagance seem unwarranted. However, one would be mistaken. Lin Ning spent not a single penny on these items, as Ding Yiran's salary surely exceeds 1,000,000 yuan, and thus it is only logical for her to utilize that first. What if she does not use it all before the end of the month? In this regard, the system could only look on with disdain, for these purchases were intended for Ding Yiran, and Lin Ning could easily justify it as a benefit. What more could the system say? With the assistance of a supermarket employee, Lin Ning loaded all her purchases into a rideshare vehicle, which she had ordered online while nearing the completion of her shopping. The driver, a man in his 30s, inquired about her excessive purchases. "I'm visiting a relative and may have overdone it a bit," she replied. "If you're not too busy, let's get going." As the car set off, Lin Ning sent a message to Ding Yiran, informing her of her departure and estimating an arrival around 6 o'clock, provided there were no traffic delays. Ding Yiran quickly responded, indicating that she had a class this afternoon, but had taken leave after one session to prepare for Lin Ning's visit. She had procured an ample supply of refreshments to host Lin Ning, spending nearly 10,000 yuan on premium ingredients, which also included some beverages. Whether they would be consumed was secondary to the appearance of hospitality. Shortly after 6, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Ding Yiran's community, and as Lin Ning opened the car door, Ding Yiran immediately spotted her. Upon seeing Lin Ning, Ding Yiran paused momentarily, taken aback by Lin Ning's different attire from before. However, She quickly regained her composure and hurried toward the taxi, beads of sweat glistening on her fair forehead. Did you wait long? Linning asked. Didn't I tell you to wait until I was almost there? It's fine, Ding Yuran replied with a shy smile. And then her eyes widened in surprise as she noticed the considerable amount Linning had brought. Why did you buy so much? I was just browsing at the supermarket and thought these items looked appealing, so I picked up a few. Now, enough chatter. Help me with a couple of these. Linning handed Ding Yuran some lighter items that were somewhat cumbersome for one person to carry. Thus, both women, laden with various goods, made their way into the community. Lin Ning naturally noticed the curious gazes directed towards him. With a smile, he shifted his attention elsewhere and remarked, "This community seems to lack adequate security measures and the environment is rather poor. If you have the opportunity, it would be wise to consider relocating." Ding Yuran nodded in agreement, stating, "My mother has already informed me that in a couple of days, we will find a real estate agency to secure a new residence. Otherwise, there won't be anywhere to park the car you purchased for me." The area where Ding Yuran resided did not offer fixed parking spaces. Typically, vehicles were parked haphazardly. However, if someone occupied a spot for too long and another vehicle took their place, it could undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, the car that Lin Ning had bought for Ding Yuran was usually parked in a nearby underground garage. Before Lin Ning could respond, Ding Yuran suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Speaking of the car, I almost forgot. I just received a call from the BMW dealership, informing me that the X6 you ordered will arrive tomorrow morning. They are currently processing the paperwork, and we can pick it up around noon." The car was purchased in Ding Yuran's name. Hence, it was only natural for the dealership to contact her. Upon hearing this, Lin Ning felt quite pleased. "That's quick. Do you have time tomorrow?" "Yes. I finished classes at noon. If you're in a hurry, I can request a leave of absence from my instructor," Ding Yuran replied. "No need to rush. You can head directly to the dealership after class. We can meet there and have lunch together," Lin Ning suggested. He had no classes after 10 o'clock the next day, although it was somewhat out of the way for him to pick up Ding Yuran, which he deemed unnecessary. "All right," Ding Yuran nodded. Lin Ning then added, "By the way, if Yuanxi has time, ask her to accompany you. If not, it's perfectly fine." Yuanxi was also a student at the normal university, but in the music department. After several days of conversation, Lin Ning had come to understand the situation of the two women quite well. "Understood," Ding Yuran replied. "I had considered inviting Yuanxi for dinner today, but my mother suggested it would be improper to invite others after treating you. So, I didn't mention it to her. I'll remember that. I won't bring it up with her," Lin Ning chuckled. "What about your father? How has he been doing these past few days?" "His condition is improving steadily." As soon as Ding Yuran spoke of her father, her demeanor changed distinctly, her face lighting up with joy as she spoke animatedly. Lin Ning listenet quietly. Chapter 93. The Return Captain. The deity has returned. Zunda Biao exclaimed. Watching as Chen descended from the sky, Li Yunlong, hearing this, hurried out of the building and noticed the enormous bomb trailing behind Chen. "That benefactor. I still don't know your name," Li Yunlong said. "Montag Chen, simply Montag Chen replied. "Benefactor what is that bomb behind you?" Li Yunlong asked, puzzled. "This is an atomic bomb. I brought it back for your research," Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong was completely unsettled and immediately notified his superiors. At this moment, Chen had departed, leaving the remaining matters to Li Yunlong. "Can the system now enter other worlds?" Montag Chen inquired. "Indeed, the host may choose freely." The system promptly replied. "Then let the system enter the world of the magical phone," Chen declared. Initially, he intended to venture into the realm of Godzilla, but the prospect of a phone capable of transforming into a beautiful woman seemed far more enticing. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the environment around him shifted dramatically, indicating that he had indeed arrived in a new world. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Does the host prefer task mode or free mode?" "Task mode," Montag Chen contemplated. "Selection confirmed. The task cannot be altered, and the rewards will be randomized." The system announced again. "Hands up." A voice called from nearby. Chen turned to see that the plot had just begun, with the King of Yellow Brows preparing to abduct the foolish girl and take her back to the west. The King of Yellow Brows extended his arm, which seemed to stretch over 10 meters, akin to Luffy who had consumed a devil fruit, swiftly seizing all the police officers' firearms. "What is this?" The police were utterly bewildered by the scene before them. Faced with this incomprehensible sight, They had no choice but to brandish their electric batons defensively. In the distance, the king of yellow brows tossed the handguns to the ground and reached for the electric baton from the police officer's grasp. Zzz. The moment he touched the baton, the king of yellow brows convulsed violently from the shock, unable to care for himself. Thus began his fearful journey with electricity. However, Chen did not focus solely on the king of yellow brows. Instead, his attention shifted to Lu Xiaoqian, who was spectating from the sidelines. Dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, with a green backpack slung over his shoulder, Lu Xiaoqian stood amidst the crowd. As expected, the foolish girl was about to tumble into Lu Xiaoqian's backpack, just as the plot dictated. In that instant, Chen took action, utilizing his telekinetic powers to direct the foolish girl towards himself. "Foolish girl, return her to me," the king of yellow brows exclaimed, having spotted the crystal doll and intending to snatch the foolish girl away. However, at that moment, she had already reached Chen's hands. "This is not yours, Yellow Brows, but mine," Chen declared defiantly. "How do you know my name is Yellow Brows? Are you also from the West?" The king of yellow brows asked, bemused. "No," Chen replied, shaking his head. "But since you wish to return to the West, I shall escort you there once I conclude my business." All right, the king of yellow brows replied, uncertain how Chen possessed such knowledge, but willing to accept any means to escape this terrifying place. Just then, the king of yellow brows transformed into a gust of black wind and vanished from sight. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left speechless. Did you see that? He just disappeared in an instant. Just moments ago, he had extended his arm over 10 meters long. I say, that was merely a special effect. Who hasn't seen such scenes before? The police have departed as well. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the foolish girl. As a reward, you are granted a villa with the title of emperor and a bank card containing 1 billion. This reward was quite commendable, thought Chen, ignoring Lu Xiaoqian. He made his way directly to the villa district housing the emperor villa. As he strolled along, he admired the surroundings. Indeed, this area lived up to its reputation. Nestled among mountains and waters, the scenery was exquisite, and even the property management and security were of the highest caliber. Here, one could truly indulge in the pleasures of life, Chen mused, licking his lips in anticipation. Time to eat, chimed the crystal doll in a cheerful voice. The sun today was splendid, since the foolish girl charged via solar energy as long as there was light. She would be recharged. By the time he returned home, she would likely be fully charged. Chen tucked the crystal doll into his pocket. Upon arriving at the villa district, he was unexpectedly halted by security. With a respectful demeanor, the guard stated, "Hello, visitors must register to enter." Before he could finish, he was taken aback. You're Chen, Mr. Mo, aren't you?" Chen, having already grasped the situation, nodded in acknowledgement. The guard continued, "You have purchased the most luxurious and expensive villa here today, known as the king of the villa district, the emperor. Your information has just been recorded. You are our esteemed VIP. I apologize for not recognizing you sooner." He had never anticipated that the individual who could afford to purchase the emperor villa outright would be so young and handsome. Chen chose not to respond. Yet the guard pressed on. "Do you know where the villa is? If not, I can guide you." The guard was exceptionally courteous. Chen shook his head. "No need. I know where it is." Soon, he located his emperor villa. It was positioned by the lake on 3 sides, boasting an excellent geographical location and, naturally, the highest price. After all, it was called the emperor for a reason. As Chen entered the villa, across from him in another villa on the 2nd floor, Elon lounged in a casual sleepwear ensemble, cradling a cup of coffee. Leaning against the glass door of the balcony, her gaze traversed the windows of the emperor villa, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, filled with curiosity. Someone resides in the emperor villa? This villa district occupies the prime location in all of Kyoto, with prices to match. As the owner of an advertising company, she had naturally chosen to purchase here. However, years had passed, and the nearby villas had remained uninhabited, let alone the emperor villa. The corners of Helan's mouth curled upwards. This neighbor was intriguing. A visit was in order. Since they were neighbors, some interaction was inevitable. She drained her coffee and placed the cup on the wooden table on the balcony before retreating into her bedroom. The 3-story villa spanned nearly 1,000 square meters. Emo-chan leisurely explored his imperial villa, finding it quite splendid. Indeed, the system had truly outdone itself. The private garden, swimming pool, gym, billiard room, and so much more were all present. Everything one could possibly desire. It was rather astonishing. This imperial villa district from 2006 was hardly inferior to that of the future. Chapter 94. Personality. Emo-chan stepped onto the balcony, where the sunlight was abundant. The silly girl could swiftly absorb the rays, and under such generous sunlight, her energy was replenished in less than an hour. Time to eat, time to eat. The familiar voice echoed once more. At that moment, the doorbell rang. How curious that visitors would arrive so soon after his move-in. Rather than using his supervision to identify the guest, Emo-chan placed the silly girl on the table and went to answer the door. As he opened the door, a waft of delightful fragrance enveloped him. The woman before him wore a brown, off-the-shoulder dress, her lips adorned with a subtle hue of lipstick, and her eyeliner was delicately applied, presenting an enchanting yet understated beauty. Her long, lustrous waves cascaded effortlessly over her chest, captivating in their sheer volume and brilliance. Upon seeing the elegantly dressed beauty, Emo-chan instantly recognized her. Nevertheless, he politely inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Hello, my name is Elon, and I live nearby," she replied, her rosy lips parting as her melodious voice flowed forth. Elon? It seemed he had not misidentified her. Indeed, it was she. Emo-chan scrutinized her closely, noting that her real-life beauty far surpassed what he had seen on television. No wonder the system had bestowed upon him a villa of such imperial stature. It was clearly intended to facilitate encounters with stunning women. "Greetings, I am Emo-chan," he said with a smile, stepping aside to invite her in. "Since we are neighbors, please come in and have a seat." "All right." Elon nodded, momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the occupant of the imperial villa would be such a young and handsome man. Was he perhaps a scion of a distinguished family? This villa had lain vacant for 3 years, and now it attracted a resident. There would be neighbors destined to support one another. As Elon entered the house, she noted that the decor was not merely comparable to her own, but indeed more opulent. Montak Chen nodded, recognizing that as one of the enchanting beauties from the magical phone, he could not let this opportunity slip away. "Please have a seat. I shall prepare a cup of tea for you." He guided Elon to the sofa, catching a hint of her faint coffee scent. Had she just enjoyed a cup? I'm full. At that moment, the silly girl's voice echoed from the balcony. "Emo-chan, do you have anyone else in your home?" Elon curiously peered out onto the balcony, yet she discerned no sign of life. How peculiar! She distinctly heard a woman's voice. Could it be that her neighbor, Emo-chan, was harboring a hidden beauty? Elon pondered, stroking her chin in contemplation. Emo-chan approached with a steaming cup of tea, offering it to Elon. He was aware that the voice she had mentioned belonged to the silly girl. "No, it's just me at home," he replied with a smile, realizing that the silly girl was fully charged and he could hardly wait to awaken her. "Miss Lon, I have just moved into this house today, and I will likely need to step out shortly to handle some settling-in procedures," Emo-chan stated, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. It felt rather inappropriate to usher a stunning beauty away. Elon understood his unspoken thoughts and promptly stood, smiling as she said, "I merely came to check on my neighbors after noticing someone residing in the imperial villa. Now that I have seen you, I shall take my leave." "Very well. Miss He, I shall not keep you," Emo-chan replied as he moved to open the door. Elon exited the imperial villa, sighing in disbelief that such a young and handsome man could afford such a grand residence. Emo-chan hurried to the balcony, where the once dull crystal doll now shimmered with clarity, indicating that the silly girl was indeed charged. He pressed the doll's nose, the activation button for the silly girl. "Warren Brand 2060 model phone at your service. Please enter the activation password." The activation password? Emo-chan certainly knew it. Those 3 simple words. "I love you." Password, enter correctly. Please select mode option, real person mode or phone mode. Without hesitation, he chose real person mode. Real person mode activated. Please select an expression state from the following options: silly, sorrowful, mischievous, cool, joyful, shy, happy, angry, obedient. Gazing at the animated display of the silly girl, Emo-chan confidently declared, "Obedient." Immediately, a stream of data emanated from the crystal doll, swirling momentarily before transforming into a graceful woman. The silly girl donned a striking red leather outfit, her long black hair exuding a refreshing charm, especially accentuated by her adorable face. She stood obediently, radiating an uplifting aura. Indeed, she appeared even more enchanting than he remembered. Enter the functional options and select the services you require. 1. Communication 2. Transportation 3. Medical 4. Computing 5. Social order maintenance 6. Memory function. I'm already familiar with these. No need for elaboration. Chen replied casually. Brother Mo, would you like the silly girl to assist you with something? The silly girl obediently awaited by his side, her lips curving into a sweet smile, tracing a beautiful arc. With no pressing matters at hand, he beckoned her to come and massage his shoulders. Seated comfortably on the sofa, with his legs draped over the coffee table and his eyes half closed, Chen sought to test the girl's obedience. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Silly girl, current personality possession level is 2. What is personality possession level? Could you elucidate, system? Chen inquired of the system. After the system's explanation, he understood that enhancing the personality level would enable the silly girl to possess human emotions. If the personality level were to reach 100, she would truly become a human being. Although certain human functions would remain beyond her reach, she could still experience her own emotions and possess independent consciousness. However, the system did not elaborate on how to elevate the silly girl's personality level. Chen also did not notice any exclusive tasks. Perhaps personality level enhancements were included in the rewards for tasks released by the system. At that moment, the silly girl had approached Chen, her delicate fingers massaging Suze's shoulders. Brother Chen, is this pressure suitable? Is it comfortable? Very comfortable, he replied, reflecting on how the silly girl, a high-tech smartphone from 2060, could easily manage such a simple task as massage. The massage continued for 15 minutes. As Chen stood up, feeling utterly relaxed, he slowly opened his eyes to find that the silly girl's personality level had remarkably risen to 15. So fast. If she continued to massage, he softly addressed the silly girl. Let us go out for a bit. Chapter 95. Return to the small western heaven in a technology research institute in 2060. A scientist nearing 50 was manipulating the computer screen, which displayed the very image of the silly girl massaging Chen. Dr. Chen, the data indicates that the silly girl's system is gradually being tampered with. A young man observed the large screen with a furrowed brow, a flicker of concern in his eyes. How could this person, Chen, alter the silly girl's system? Dr. Chen paused his actions, unable to scan Chen's identity due to the different timelines. The silly girl accidentally fell into 2006 due to my miscalculation. Allow me to go back to retrieve her. The young man's tone was resolute, and beside him lay a glass platform adorned with crystal dolls. From Silly Girl 1 to Silly Girl 15. Traveling through time to reach 2006 is quite simple. No, we cannot violate the laws of time. It is more prudent to use remote summoning to transmit commands back to 2060 and await the silly girl's response. Moreover, in 2060, there exists a formidable virus that grants immense powers to its carriers. Should this virus be introduced into 2006, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Chen was preparing to leave, he sensed that he was being watched. Activating his supervision, he quickly identified the observer within mere seconds. A scientist from 2060? It seemed rather absurd for someone with extraordinary abilities to be under surveillance. Murder? It hasn't come to that yet. I must wait for the system to issue a task. Chen murmured to himself. Before he could finish his thought, a voice from the system echoed. Ding. Task issued. Liu Shaoqian is being pursued by Huang Mei the Great King. The host must assist Liu Shaoqian in evading Huang Mei. Reward: severing the surveillance from 2060 and enhancing the silly girl persona by 3. Logically, without the silly persona, Liu Shaoqian should not have any connection with Huang Mei. It seems the protagonist's aura remains formidable, Chen mused with some admiration. Silly girl, let us venture outside, Chen said, rising to his feet and leading the silly girl out of the imperial villa, with her following closely behind. Silly girl, can you monitor Liu Shaoqian? Sorry, brother Chen, but I have not yet encountered Liu Shaoqian and thus have not recorded her information. Therefore, I cannot monitor her at this moment, the silly girl pouted, her expression somewhat dejected. Do not worry, Chen reassured her, gently placing his hand on her sleek black hair. Communications function, Lu Xiaoqian. The communications function differs from the monitoring function. It allows for direct communication through the other party's information. The silly girl nodded and said, Brother Mo Chen, please input the communication target's information. 1. Target's number. 2. Target's name. 3. Target's address. You may choose voice input or keypad input. Clearly, the prospect of this function excited her. Video mode. Montag Chen exclaimed. Since the monitoring function was unavailable, using video would allow him to see the other party while also enabling conversation, a twofold advantage. However, if the other party declined the wireless video, the connection would be severed instantly. How did you know I had a video mode, Brother Mo Chen? You interrupted me when I was explaining the functions earlier. The silly girl inquired, perplexed. There is something off about you, silly girl. Montag Chen remarked. Indeed, the personification had some effect on her, despite her personality degree being only at 15. You have no idea how much more there is to know. Mo Chen smiled slightly. To his surprise, the silly girl returned a mischievous grin. Did you forget that I possess the ability to foresee the thoughts of others? I do not recall such a feature. Montag Chen quietly pondered. Given the silly girl's demeanor, he suspected he had been teased. Scanning the selected area for privacy violations, attempting to connect with Lu Xiaoqian, the silly girl announced. As her voice faded, Lu Xiaoqian's image materialized before Mo Chen. The screen displayed Huang Mei chasing Lu Xiaoqian, who, as a mortal, was clearly no match for the monster, and it seemed she was about to be captured. Mo Chen requests to initiate a video call with you. Do you accept? Lu Xiaoqian was running desperately, gasping for breath, when he heard an unfamiliar voice, leaving him in a state of confusion. Whose voice was that? Curiosity piqued. He turned his head to glance back and noticed Huang Mei closely following him, albeit seemingly obstructed by 2 security guards. Mo Chen requests a video call with you. Do you accept? The voice echoed again, prompting Lu Xiaoqian to seek refuge around corner. Who was Mo Chen, and where did this voice originate? He bent slightly, resting his hands on his thighs, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Today had been particularly unfortunate. Not only had he encountered a monster, but he was also experiencing inexplicable hallucinations. Just moments ago, Huang Mei had performed a spell before him, utterly shattering his worldview. Except, despite the persistent voice ringing in his ears, he found it peculiar and consented. No response? Where is everyone? Lu Xiaoqian hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but saw neither sound nor figure. Meanwhile, on the other side, silly girl utilized the human information transmission function, and Mo Chen stated nonchalantly. His intention for calling Lu Xiaoqian was to instantaneously transport himself via the human information transfer feature. Although he could fly over in an instant, he had just acquired the silly girl and was eager to put her to use. All right, Brother Mo Chen, the silly girl nodded, her eyes gleaming with a hint of green light that shot into Mo Chen's eyes. The two transformed into beams of green light, vanishing at the entrance of the villa. In the next moment, they appeared beside Lu Xiaoqian. Startled by the sudden appearance of the two, Lu Xiaoqian trembled, his eyes widening in fear. Who are you? He swallowed hard, scrutinizing Mo Chen's face. Haven't we met before? We encountered each other today on Financial Street. Mo Chen smiled and continued. You should leave. You needn't concern yourself with the monster behind you. Oh, be careful then, Lu Xiaoqian nodded hastily. After exchanging a glance with the silly girl, Mo Chen swiftly departed the scene. At that moment, Huang Mei was entangled with the 2 security guards. He finally caught a glimpse of his own disheveled appearance and initially mistook the reflection in the mirror for a monster. Had he not brandished his wolf fawn club, he might still be oblivious to the fact that it was indeed himself. Now, having crossed the shards of glass, he turned to search for Lu Xiaoqian's whereabouts, only to spot 2 figures ahead, his breath quickening. Silly girl, Huang Mei exclaimed, his gaze lighting up at the sight of the silly girl beside Mo Chen. He hurriedly approached them, saying, Silly girl, quickly take me back to Little Western Heaven. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission accomplished. Successfully severed the monitoring of the scientist from 2060, enhancing the silly girl's personality by 3. Chapter 96. Time Travel in the Year 2060 at the Science Research Institute. What was happening? Why was the screen distorted? The large screen that originally displayed the image of the foolish girl suddenly flickered and then went completely black, leaving all the scientists in the Research Institute in a state of disbelief. Dr. Chen, we have completely lost contact with the system and the foolish girl. The young man looked at Dr. Chen, whose face was filled with sorrow, hoping to glean answers from him. I am attempting to reconnect with the system of the foolish girl. Dr. Chen typed a series of codes into the computer, but the display indicating an inability to connect extinguished any glimmer of hope he had. At that moment, the door of the Technology Research Institute was violently flung open by an unseen force. The heavy iron door crashing to the ground with such force that it created a sizable fissure in the floor. Dr. Chen, do you remember me? A man wearing a tall top hat and a black suit appeared outside, looking mockingly at the panicked Dr. Chen. This man was Mayor, a highly skilled sorcerer adept in advanced technology. Not only he, but two men with fierce expressions followed him, both infected by the HM virus and endowed with superhuman abilities. Mayor, what brings you here? Dr. Chen's brows furrowed, his demeanor becoming markedly cautious. Mayor was not one to be trifled with, and his presence at the Institute surely heralded ill tidings. Now, Dr. Chen, I am merely here to borrow a few items. With that, Mayor waved his hands, shattering the glass cases housing the foolish girl from 1 to 10. The shards littered the ground as the 10 devices emitted a faint blue glow simultaneously. Meanwhile, the two young men behind him exchanged knowing smiles before preparing to seize the 10 crystal dolls. This is bad. They intend to steal the foolish girl. Dr. Chen's heart sank as he stepped forward, aiming to protect the 10 devices. However, facing individuals infected with the HM virus, his efforts would be futile. The remaining scientists in the Institute stood up, aware that although they specialized in high-tech products, they possessed no extraordinary abilities. Their only recourse was to rely on the guards to confront the impending invasion. Soon, a dozen guards armed with laser guns arrived in the laboratory. The lasers emitted a powerful force, piercing through the laboratory walls. Yet, Mayor merely raised his hand to effortlessly deflect the lasers. In the meantime, the two men had successfully retrieved all 10 devices. Boss, we have the foolish girl, the bald man exclaimed, admiration evident in his expression as he looked at Mayor. Montauk Chen, intriguing. Mayor licked his lips, and in an instant, he and his two subordinates vanished. Watching Mayor disappear, Dr. Chen's expression morphed into one of despair, as if he had lost a loved one, and he shouted, Mayor, reckless time travel will disrupt the time tunnel, leading to temporal chaos. Despite his loud voice, Mayor had already departed. Dr. Chen, what shall we do now? The young scientist furrowed his brow, looking helplessly at Dr. Chen. We must certainly develop some more fools to prevent that fellow from returning. Hey, Huang Mei, if you genuinely wish to return to the Western Paradise, it is not impossible. But I have a condition. Mo Chen chuckled at the disheveled Huang Mei before him. How dare you impose conditions upon me, the great King Huang Mei? Huang Mei brandished a menacing wolf-tooth club, striking it against his palm. Do you not know that I am a disciple of the Buddha from the East, commanding 500 followers? Whether I know or not is inconsequential, Mo Chen replied, gazing at Huang Mei. Give me the fool. Huang Mei transformed into a shadowy gust, rushing towards Mo Chen. Be careful, Brother Mo, the fool exclaimed, attempting to push Mo Chen aside. Mo Chen shook his head at the fool. It's fine, just watch. At the moment Huang Mei brandished the wolf-tooth club, Mo Chen exhaled forcefully. A powerful gust of wind propelled Huang Mei away, shattering the surrounding trees. Brother Mo, how are you so formidable? The fool asked, her voice tinged with astonishment. Your brother Mo is, of course, exceptionally special, Mo Chen replied, affectionately ruffling the fool's hair. Cough, cough, how is this possible? Huang Mei slowly rose, disbelief etched on his face. Shall we do this again? Mo Chen teased, gazing at Huang Mei. Ha, no need. No need. Huang Mei quickly responded. What sort of creature is this? There is not a hint of magical energy, yet with a mere breath, such devastation is wrought. Huang Mei exclaimed, astonished. What condition would allow me to return to the Western Paradise? Huang Mei asked, his tone now gentler. Wouldn't it have been better to start like this? It would save you a beating. Montauk Chen replied, Zulmavat exasperated. If you wish for me to send you back, the condition is that you must give me your human seed pouch. Of course, if I am in a good mood, I may return it to you, Mo Chen stated, crossing his arms and speaking nonchalantly. Though the year 2006 is not as safe as one might imagine, the chaos was instigated by the fool's time travel, which brought Huang Mei and the Bull Demon King into the real world, leading to the latter's intent to drain the earth. However, Chen could effortlessly defeat the Bull Demon King. His interest in the human seed pouch was merely curiosity. How can I trust that you will return the pouch to me? I still have to deal with Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. Huang Mei retorted. Trust is essential between people. Although you are a demon, do you not possess the Golden Bell? You should have more than enough to handle Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. For now, let the human seed pouch rest with me, and I will send you back. You can feast on some Tang Sung meat, Chen declared earnestly. Meanwhile, the fool covered her mouth, seemingly stifling laughter. All right. Huang Mei clenched his teeth, extending his right hand with his palm facing upward, and a gray cloth pouch materialized in his palm. Huang Mei gazed at the cloth bag in his hands, lost in thought. At that moment, Chen gently tapped Huang Mei's shoulder and remarked, What? Are you contemplating using the bag of human seeds against me? No, how could I dare? Huang Mei, seemingly caught in his own thoughts, hurriedly replied. Then hand it over, Chen asserted, reaching for the bag of human seeds. One must keep their word. I shall send you back to the Little Western Heaven now. With that, Chen instructed the silly girl to activate the time-space tunnel. Silly girl, initiate the time travel function. Understood, brother Chen. Please provide the time, location, and personnel for the transfer. Year 641, April 5th, location, Little Western Heaven, members, Chen. Huang Mei. As soon as Chen uttered these words, the three of them vanished from the bustling street in an instant. Chapter 97. Rescuing Tang Sung. Are those three individuals monsters? One bystander exclaimed. Did you see? He merely breathed, and the surrounding trees transformed. Yes, I witnessed it too. And three living beings disappeared in an instant. They must be monsters. The onlookers expressed their astonishment as they observed Chen and his companions. Indeed, there is lightning, Chen remarked, gazing at the thunderous flashes within the time-space tunnel. He was curious to witness the extent of this lightning's power. However, one thing was certain. They were heading to another world, though which world or dynasty remained a mystery. Your name is Chen, is it not? Huang Mei inquired as they traversed the time-space tunnel, having distinctly heard the silly girl address him as brother Chen. Chen nodded. What is the matter? Are you frightened? How could this king be afraid? I have experienced this once before, and when we arrive at the Little Western Heaven, I shall show you just how grand Huang Mei the great king can be. Huang Mei declared with confidence. Yet, despite his bravado, a lingering fear gnawed at him. Just then, thunder rumbled. Huang Mei's words had scarcely left his lips when a deafening noise echoed through the time-space tunnel, causing him to shudder and shout, Thunderlord, how dare you strike this great king? Do you not know that my master is the Mithriya Buddha of the Little Thunder Sound Temple? Chen found this utterly perplexing. Silly girl, how much longer until we reach the Little Western Heaven? He asked, turning to the silly girl. The silly girl's long hair danced in the winds of the time-space tunnel, her delicate face illuminated before Chen, exuding an enchanting charm. At our current speed, we should arrive in approximately 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Chen mused as he wrapped an arm around the silly girl and grasped Huang Mei's shoulder with the other, accelerating suddenly. In less than a second, they landed on solid ground. Before them lay a forest, with a desolate expanse in the distance, appearing somewhat forlorn, indeed. It must be the location of the Little Western Heaven. Huang Mei eagerly scanned the surroundings, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Little West Heaven, I have returned. Little West Heaven, I, the great king with yellow brows, have come back, with a thunderous shout directed towards the heavens. Yellow Brow felt as though the very trees surrounding him would shatter under the force. Hearing the commotion, 6 small demons rushed over, brandishing weapons, and immediately surrounded Chen and his companions. Who dares to intrude? State your name. The voice of the small demon was piercing, akin to a duck speaking with a strained throat, grating on the ears. In the realm of Little West Heaven, surely the great King Yellow Brow ought to be recognized? How could they not even know their own leader? Observing the audacious demeanor of these small demons, Chen was poised to unleash his telekinetic powers and crush them. But he restrained himself upon witnessing the furious countenance of the great King Yellow Brow. Do you not recognize even me, your king? Yellow Brow bellowed, his brow furrowing ominously. Ha ha ha. The small demons laughed scornfully, deriding. Where did this ugly creature come from? To call you a demon is to elevate your status. Enough of this ugly fool. Seize him at once, urged another small demon, the tip of his spear now aimed threateningly at the throat of the great king. This was indeed comical. They could not even recognize their own king. Chen, observing from the sidelines, found himself laughing to the point of discomfort. "Is this what you call majesty?" he remarked, eyeing the sullen expression on Yellow Brow's face. Yet, the current state of the great king was rather dismal. Having entered the year 2006 with several tattered holes in his clothing and a notably darkened complexion, he was bereft of any regal demeanor. Impudence! Yellow Brow stamped his foot, revealing his wolf-toothed club, gripping it tightly in his hand. This fearsome weapon was a symbol of his authority. To see the club was to see the king. "This is the king's wolf-toothed club." The 6 small demons gathered closer, their eyes fixated on the club for an extended period. Suddenly, their pupils constricted, and they stammered. Could it be that this grotesque creature is indeed the king? Only now did they realize it? How foolish, considering how long I have cared for you. Yellow Brow did not erupt in anger. Instead, he brushed aside the unruly hair obscuring his face, revealing his features completely. "You wretched fools, you wretched fools." The 6 small demons hastily dropped their weapons, kneeling with their foreheads to the ground in apology. "Rise, I do not hold it against you," Yellow Brow said, recalling his reflection from the year 2006, understanding all too well why his disciples failed to recognize him. "Great king, are these 2 individuals you brought back?" The small demons directed their gaze toward Chen and the foolish girl. "Indeed, they are my friends. Please invite them to our Little Thunder Sound Temple shortly." Yellow Brow replied. "Heh, attempt and play tricks, are we?" Chen remarked, "Zulmavat bemuzit." Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The mission has been released. The host is to transport Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji to the year 2060. Reward: the elimination of Shania's unauthorized operational privileges, reducing her personality index to 1%. This reward is quite advantageous. With Shania's restrictions lifted, I can delegate certain tasks to her, not to mention. "Great king, I have splendid news. Tang Sung has just been captured by us," the little demon said excitedly. At that moment, after Huang Mei had confined Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji in the golden pan, Shaniu transported them to the year 2006, where Tang Sung was still in the realm of the Little West, and the patrolling little demons seized him. Excellent. Upon hearing the little demon's words, Huang Mei's face brightened. He would finally feast on Tang Seng's flesh and attain immortality. Just then, a thought struck him. The golden pan. When he had captured the person and traversed time with Shaniu, he had accidentally left the golden pan behind. It must still be in this forest. Huang Mei exclaimed as he rushed towards the woods. Meanwhile, Chen had already arrived at the destination ahead of him. The golden pan was indeed a valuable item. How could he allow Huang Mei to claim it? Inside the golden pan, Zhu Beiji reclined comfortably, his left leg crossed over his right, exuding an air of leisure, completely at odds with his words. "Brother Monkey, do you think Master will be roasted and eaten by that yellow-skinned creature?" However, he was helpless. The golden pan was extraordinarily sturdy, and no matter what divine powers or spells he attempted, he could not escape. "Fool, dare to speak such nonsense again, and I'll have to sever your ears and nose." Sun Wukong was still devising a means to extricate himself from the golden pan, but even his Rui Jingu Bang could not pierce its impenetrable surface. "Brother Monkey, it's not that I, Zhu Beiji, cannot speak. Master is blessed by the heavens. He will surely be fine." Zhu Beiji hurriedly interjected upon seeing his elder brother's anger. Chen's gaze was fixed on the ground, where a golden pan resembling a flying saucer came into view. With a mental command, the pan swiftly flew into Chen's hand, now the size of his palm. Chapter 98. Back to 2006, is this the golden pan? So, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji are indeed inside. Chen contemplated. At that moment, a voice emerged from within. "Chen, is it you? Please release us." Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exclaimed, eager for liberation. How do Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji know me? Chen pondered. Could it be that the system later assigned me a task to come here, and thus I became acquainted with them? As Chen attempted to pry open the golden pan with gentle force, it remained shut. Just as he was about to exert more strength, a figure called out from behind. "Give it up. Only I can open this golden pan." "You cannot," Huang Mei declared smugly. "Is that so?" Chen replied, fixing his gaze on Huang Mei as he exerted pressure, and to his astonishment, the golden pan opened. "How is this possible?" Huang Mei gazed in disbelief at the opened golden bowl. "Never mind. You shall enter the human pouch and wait for a while. Chen said as he extracted the pouch, drawing Huang Mei inside. Within the pouch, Huang Mei tumbled about, dizzy and numb. Had he known, he would have never given Chen the pouch. With a resigned murmur, Huang Mei expressed his discontent. At last, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji emerged into the light. Brother Chen, silly girl, you have finally arrived. We have been trapped in this golden bowl by that yellow-furred creature for nearly 2 days. And we have no idea how our master is faring. Sun Wukong exclaimed, turning to Chen. Brother Chen, where is that yellow-furred creature? Monkey brother, have you not noticed the human pouch and golden bowl in Chen's hands? The yellow-furred creature must have been absorbed into the pouch, Zhu Beiji interjected. Once we rescue your master, I shall take you to a delightful place. Chen assured Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. What place? Pray tell. Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, share it with us, brother Chen. Zhu Beiji urged eagerly. You shall discover it in due time. It is a secret. Montak Chen chuckled. With that, the four of them proceeded towards the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple. Indeed, the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple bore a striking resemblance to the Thunder Sound Temple, which explained why the four disciples encountered the ambush of the Yellow Brow King there. Adjacent to the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple was a cave, the very location where the Yellow Brow King had imprisoned Tang Sung. The minor demons within the cave stood no chance against Chen and his companions. Soon, Tang Sung was rescued. Master, are you unharmed? Sun Wukong circled around Tang Sung, relieved to find him intact. Wukong, I have suffered no injuries, Tang Sung replied calmly, then joined his palms together and turned his gaze to Chen, continuing, benefactor, silly benefactor, why are you both here? Ahem. Chen glanced at the silly girl, finding her amusing, and could not suppress a chuckle at her expense. Brother Chen, you must not laugh. The silly girl pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. All right, I shall refrain from laughing. Chen quickly composed himself. Master, earlier I and the fool were trapped in the golden bowl by the yellow-furred creature, and it was brother Chen and the silly girl who rescued us, Sun Wukong explained. So it was you, benefactor, who saved this poor monk. I am eternally grateful, Tang Sung said, bowing in gratitude. Benefactor, you are being overly courteous. I intend to take your disciples to a place shortly. Montak Chen replied dismissively. Tang Sung, I cannot dictate the thoughts of the two. Wukong, Beiji, should you wish to accompany benefactor, I shall not oppose. Tang Sung spoke softly. Master, rest assured, the fool and I will return shortly. We shall find a good place to care for you while we are away. Do not wander, Sun Wukong assured him. Tang Sung, shall we send you to Gao Laozhuang? Chen suggested that nearby Gao Laozhuang lies the Fulling Mountain Cloud Stack Cave. In the past, Zhu Beiji was not known by that name, but was called Zhu Ganglai, who married into the family of Gao Solan at Gao Laozhuang. It was in that very location that Tang Sanzang subdued him, making Gao Laozhuang the most suitable place for Tang Sanzang to reside at present. Very well, Tang Sanzang nodded. It has been quite a while since I last saw Mr. Gao. It will be a perfect opportunity for a visit. Brother Monkey, let us be off, Zhu Beiji remarked. Just as he spoke, Chen interjected, I still have Huang Mei in my possession. There's no use in keeping him, so I intend to release him. With that, he untied the golden rope from the human seed bag. Instantly, a black whirlwind burst forth, transforming into the figure of the King Huang Mei. Chen, how dare you bully me? The King Huang Mei shouted as soon as he emerged. Chen shot a glare at Huang Mei. The king, upon seeing this, fell silent, sulking by himself. Who is this ugly creature? Zhu Beiji nearly failed to recognize Huang Mei, recalling that he had previously battled a demon king clad in armor, not this wretched beggar. Zhu Beiji, do not be so arrogant. Have you forgotten the sensation of being trapped in the golden bell? The King Huang Mei bellowed at Zhu Beiji before shifting his gaze to Tang Sanzang, licking his lips with a thought. Immortality is within reach. Upon witnessing Huang Mei's arrival, Tang Sanzang's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly retreated a couple of steps. Enough, King Huang Mei. You should return at once. You are no match for me, and both the human seed bag and golden bell are in my possession. Furthermore, Sun Wukong is also here. I need not lift a finger. Chen casually secured the golden bell and human seed bag, ensuring Huang Mei observed the act. Brother Chen, Do not waste words with this monster. Let me, the great sage, teach him a lesson, Sun Wukong proclaimed, swinging his golden staff with grace and darting towards Huang Mei in an instant. Realizing the peril, Huang Mei hastily brandished his wolf-toothed club to defend himself. The resulting clash produced a sharp sound, and the two weapons collided, releasing a powerful wave of magical energy that left those nearby nearly unsteady. In terms of magical prowess, Huang Mei was no match for Sun Wukong. Consequently, he was forced back several steps by the overwhelming force of the impact. Without the human seed bag and golden bell, he was utterly outmatched. Transforming into a gust of black wind, he fled the scene. Sun Wukong contemplated pursuing him, but was halted by Chen's voice. Let us settle the score another day. We must hurry to Gao Laozhuang. The fact that Chen had taken possession of Huang Mei's human seed bag and golden bell lightened his mood, allowing him to let Huang Mei go this time. Otherwise, with a mere thought, he could have easily captured him. Moreover, if Sun Wukong had chased after him, he would likely have faced a severe beating, wasting precious time. Agreed. As he spoke, Sun Wukong summoned the Nimbus Cloud, transporting the three disciples aloft. And Chen, cradling the simple-minded girl, soared toward Gao Lao village. Chapter 99. Settling in is Tang Sung heading to Gao Lao village? Behind a tree in a small grove, the yellow-brow king allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, lingering in the shadows. He had overheard the conversation between Chen and Sun Wukong with perfect clarity. He realized that the desirable place they mentioned was indeed the era he had previously visited. Should Sun Wukong and Chen depart, wouldn't it be effortless for a lone Tang Sung to be devoured? Amused by the thought, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Subsequently, he transformed into a wisp of black wind, trailing the group toward Gao Lao village. Master, I am exceedingly familiar with Gao Lao village. Once you arrive, they will undoubtedly treat you to sumptuous meals. On the Nimbus Cloud, Zhu Beiji patted his chest, exuding confidence. In the past, when he became part of the Gao family, he rose before the rooster crowed and toiled late into the night, contributing significantly to the family's current prosperity. Fool, cease your boasting. Back then, Gao Zuolan wept and protested against marrying you. I wager she has long forgotten you. Sun Wukong retorted. We shall see. Gao Lao village, Gao mansion. The outer red walls encircled by weeping willows resembled a grand palace. Two lifelike stone lions stood sentinel at the entrance, exuding an air of magnificence. Master, we have arrived, Zhu Beiji announced. Simultaneously, Chen, still holding the simple-minded girl, had already landed on the street before the Gao mansion. At this moment, the streets of Gao Lao village buzzed with life, a stark contrast to the scene during Zhu Beiji's previous visit. Neighbors rushed over upon seeing the group, casting curious glances at Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji, why have you returned? Is this Master Xuanzang? Why did you bring the pig demon back? What are those garments they are wearing? I have never seen anything like it. And Chen, this is the territory of Old Pig. Come, let me show you inside. Zhu Beiji linked arms with Chen, guiding Tang Sung and the others to the grand entrance of the Gao mansion. With a loud knock, Zhu Beiji shouted, Wife, I'm home. Open the door. Moments later, the door creaked open. The housekeeper of the Gao mansion peeked out, and, upon seeing the pig-headed figure, trembled in fright, stammering, Zhu Beiji, how have you returned? He then turned his gaze to the others. Master Xuanzang, you have come as well. Please come in quickly. Quickly summon my father-in-law. And my wife, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, forcefully pushing the half-open door wide and striding inside. Warning, do not be rude. Tang Sanzang reproached Zhu Beiji with a sharp tone and then turned to Chen, extending his hand and saying, Chen Shizhu, foolish Shizhu, please enter. Chen and the silly girl walked side by side through the grand entrance. As they stepped inside, he was astonished by the opulent sight that lay before him. The courtyard alone spanned nearly 500 square meters, with the walls of the estate intricately crafted from azure bricks. Within the courtyard, artificial mountains and lakes adorned the landscape, peppered with peculiar rock formations, presenting a unique charm. Chen was somewhat taken aback. Such a resplendent residence was indeed impressive, and it was evident that Zhu Beiji had put in considerable effort. Have you a Gao Zuolan? Chen inquired, leaning closer to Zhu Beiji's ear. The disdainful expression on Steward Gao's face upon seeing Zhu Beiji suggested that he was far from being the son-in-law of the Gao family. Clearing his throat, Zhu Beiji replied, We are not yet married. though it is merely a matter of time. Goodness, so they are not officially wed. No wonder Steward Gao appeared so fearful upon encountering him. Hearing the commotion, Master Gao and Madame Gao hurriedly emerged from the hall to greet them, primarily to welcome Master Xuanzong, seemingly indifferent to Zhu Beiji. Had it not been for Master Xuanzong subduing the pig demon, their family might still be entangled with him. Master Xuanzong, please come in quickly. The steward is preparing tea. Master Gao, leaning on his cane, then turned his gaze to Mo Chen and the silly girl, asking, who might these celestial beings be? Mo Chen smiled and replied, the mightiest of deities capable of anything. Oh, do come in and enjoy some tea, Master Gao urged, casting a glance at Zhu Beiji, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Where's Miss Gao? Sun Wukong jested. My dear simpleton has been pining for her day and night. Suolan is away on business and is not in the estate, Master Gao replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, the group entered the guest room, finished their tea, and settled Master Tang. Now that everything is in order, shall we take our leave? Mo Chen suggested as he led the two out of the house and into the courtyard. Shall we fly or burrow underground? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Mo Chen, somewhat exasperated, replied, we will traverse through time and space. Time and space traversal? That sounds splendid. Both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji displayed eager expressions. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. At that moment, the silly girl fixed her gaze and spoke up, Brother Mo Chen, we have detected the presence of the Yellow Brow King nearby. Montauk Chen, already aware that the Yellow Brow was in the vicinity, had intended to remain silent. However, since the silly girl had brought it to light, he could no longer hold back. The Yellow Brow King? How did he follow us here? Didn't the Yellow Weasel flee back to the Little Thunder Sound Temple? How could he have arrived at Gao's village? Sun Wukong queried. It appears the Yellow Brow is quite persistent in his desire for Tang Seng's flesh. Mo Chen remarked with a sigh. Using his superior vision, Mo Chen spotted the Yellow Brow, who was stealthily lurking on a hillside, peering cautiously. This sight nearly brought Mo Chen to laughter. Silly girl, locate the Yellow Brow King, Mo Chen instructed, intending for everyone to witness this comical scene. Subsequently, a grand screen materialized before the four individuals, displaying a weasel lounging atop a rockery in the Gao residence's courtyard. Upon beholding the embodiment of the weasel, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Let me dispatch this yellow-furred creature, Sun Wukong bellowed, brandishing his staff as he approached the rockery. Alas, I've been discovered. The yellow-browed figure hastily fled from the rockery, transforming into human form while perching atop the rooftops of the Gao estate. With a sardonic sneer, he declared, Monkey King, save your efforts. I have my sights set on Tang Seng's flesh. Troublesome. Then perhaps you should return to 2006 as well, Hua Chen retorted, addressing the yellow-browed figure. Foolish girl. Initiate the temporal travel. June 2nd, 2006, Kyoto. Participants, Chen, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the yellow-browed king. In an instant, the five of them, along with the foolish girl, transformed into 5 ethereal beams of light, vanishing from the Gao residence. Within the time tunnel, the yellow-browed figure observed the fierce expressions of Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji directed at him. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. I intended to invite your master to the Small Thunder Sound Temple. His gaze shifted to Hua Chen, a questioning look in his eyes, seemingly asking why Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were also being taken along. Hua Chen licked his lips and remarked, who prompted you to court death? The fact that I have not punished you is already a show of mercy. Misunderstanding? Zhu Beiji snorted disdainfully, flicking his small braid, which was buffeted by the tunnel's fierce winds. When you trapped me and the Monkey King in the golden chariot with the intention of devouring my master, was that not a misunderstanding? Wait until I reach my destination. I shall settle the score with you. Yellow-furred fiend, Sun Wukong declared, glancing at the lightning within the tunnel. Thunder God, I dare you to strike. Once I ascend to the heavenly court, I shall tear your wings asunder. Had it not been for their presence within the time tunnel, a fierce battle between Sun Wukong and the yellow-browed king would have undoubtedly ensued. The sight of Sun Wukong's indignation made the yellow-browed king burst into laughter. Monkey, your voice cannot reach the thunder god here, no matter how you shout. It is futile. He wore an air of nonchalance, feigning an enigmatic demeanor. This is the time tunnel. The Thunder God has no authority here. Chen shook his head. Is it truly that wondrous? Sun Wukong scratched his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. The temporal journey did not last long, and the five of them descended at the intersection of Financial Street. Come quickly, come quickly. There's a circus here. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and a smelly beggar. A voice rang out, great sage equal to heaven, grant me an autograph. Soon, and the others found themselves surrounded by a throng of passers-by, effectively blocking the entire intersection. No need to rush, one at a time. Sun Wukong exclaimed upon hearing the request for autographs. He promptly conjured a brush, dipped it in his saliva, and began to draw upon the clothing of the enthusiastic crowd. I never anticipated the warmth of the people here, Sun Wukong mused, delighted to provide them with autographs. Aside from his time at Flower Fruit Mountain, he had never enjoyed such adulation in the world of Journey to the West. However, Zhu Beiji was left neglected as everyone flocked to find Sun Wukong for his autograph, with no one paying him any attention. Was the disparity in treatment truly so vast? It was suffocating. Sun Wukong called out, then propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, soaring above the city below, his gaze illuminated by a glimmer of clarity. This realm, in stark contrast to the towering peaks and ancient forests of the Journey to the West, was filled with skyscrapers and bustling automobiles, a completely alien era. How intriguing! In the next moment, he flew away, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Of course, Sun Wukong could fly. But wait, where in this world was Sun Wukong? This was a monster. Instantly, passers-by were startled, scattering in all directions. Chen observed Sun Wukong's speed of flight and estimated he had already crossed 2 streets. Monkey brother has run off on his own. I have no desire to wander with him. I am now relying on you. Zhu Beiji approached Chen, a hint of dependency flashing in his eyes. I shall accept whatever is handed to me, never lifting a finger. Chen felt no concern for where Sun Wukong had gone. The information about him was already within the system of the silly girl. As long as the communication signals were not obstructed, his whereabouts could be monitored at any time. Moreover, with his extraordinary vision, he could easily discern Sun Wukong's activities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, lifting the silly girl's illegal operational restrictions, and enhancing her personality to 1%. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen felt a surge of excitement. He could finally use the silly girl without reservations. At that moment, Huang Mei spoke up, feeling a bit uneasy in this unfamiliar place. Chen, what should I do? You can find a place to stay on your own, Chen replied, observing Huang Mei's pitiful expression. With a sigh, he pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash from his pocket and handed it to Huang Mei. This is modern currency, equivalent to silver in your era. It will suffice for food and lodging. I wish you good fortune. Silly girl, restrain Huang Mei's magical powers, Chen instructed, glancing at the silly girl. After all, Huang Mei was a monster, and in this law-abiding era, he might cause trouble. Moreover, he had no intention of managing him. By having the silly girl confine his powers, he could simply disregard him. Compared to Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, the two would certainly be fine with him around. Understood. Brother Chen, the silly girl smiled and nodded, her gaze sharpening as she turned to Huang Mei. Heavenly maidens scatter flowers. She then released a wave of data light that ensnared Huang Mei, rendering him immobile. I have successfully restrained Huang Mei's maximum magical capacity, the silly girl announced. My goodness, silly girl, you possess such abilities? Zhu Beiji exclaimed in astonishment, worried that he too might be subject to a similar confinement. He continued, Chen, if I follow you from now on, I won't have to fear being bound, right? Chen nodded. Immediately, the restrictions on Huang Mei dissipated, and as he moved his body, he felt no adverse sensations. He turned to Chen and inquired, shall I take my leave? Go ahead, feel free, Chen replied. The 1,000 yuan he possessed would sustain him for a few days, once he acclimated to the local environment. Huang Mei should be able to find a job to support himself. However, what was happening? Huang Mei spun around, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why was he unable to wield his magical powers? Huang Mei, your abilities have been restrained by the foolish girl. Make the most of your time here in 2006. The magical confinement could last no longer than 5 days. Yet Chen chose not to inform Huang Mei, perhaps believing he assumed his powers were permanently bound. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. With no alternative, Huang may set off on foot, seeking a place to satiate his hunger. Once he departed, Zhu Beiji spoke up. Mo Chun, hurry and take me out for a meal. After all that effort, I haven't even had a bite to eat at Gao Lao Zhuang. We can eat, but first, you need to tidy yourself up, Mo Chun replied nonchalantly. Zhu Beiji complied, retracting his nose and ears, transforming his hair into a whimsical watermelon style that was quite amusing. In the security room of the Imperial Villa District, the guard, noticing two unfamiliar faces, promptly blocked their path. Sir, madam, entering the Imperial Villa District requires registration, he stated, handing over a registration form. Zhu Beiji, displeased, exclaimed, what else with the hassle just to enter? Is it really that complicated to visit a friend? Friend? The guard suddenly realized that the pair were acquaintances of Mo Chun, and he quickly offered, I see you're Mr. Mo's friends. My apologies for the oversight. Please, come in without registering. As they entered the Imperial Villa District, Zhu Beiji remarked, Mo Chun, who was that fellow at the entrance who dared to stop me? That was merely the security guard, tasked with maintaining order in the villa area. Mo Chun began to explain, but the foolish girl interjected, Oh, Zhu Beiji, you should be grateful to Mo Chun. He can enter without issue. Had it been me, I would have taught him a lesson for being so presumptuous. Mo Chun is the wealthiest in the Imperial Villa District, so we don't have to register, Zhu Beiji noted, impressed. Goodness, the foolish girl seems to know more than I do. Chapter 101. Celestial Beings. Mo Chun shook his head. Upon returning to the Imperial Villa, he settled Zhu Beiji and retreated to his room, intending to rest with the foolish girl. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks jolted him awake. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, he had slept for nearly 5 hours. Slowly rising, he peeked into Zhu Beiji's room, discovering him engrossed in a television show. Opening the door, he found Elan, dressed in a shirt and suit, her expression slightly anxious as she looked at Mo Chun and said, Mo Chun, I need your assistance with something. Elan gasped for breath, leaning one hand against the doorframe, clearly having rushed over from her home in a state of urgency. What happened? Seeing Elan in such a flustered state, Mo Chun felt a flicker of curiosity. Surely her distress could not warrant such haste. My friend was just robbed. She called me earlier, and I can't find anyone else to help, so I had to come to you. A friend was robbed? Could it be Xiao Chu-Chu? According to the narrative, there was indeed a segment where Xiao Chu-Chu fell victim to robbery. Although he initially believed the plot of this world might have diverged, it seemed that the events remained unchanged. All right, let's hurry over, Mo Chun replied nonchalantly, recognizing that Elan had specifically come seeking assistance, leaving him no reason to decline. Moreover, this presented an opportunity to connect with Xiao Chu-Chu. Bajia, stay at home. I'll be out for a while. He called out to Zhu Beiji, who was lounging in the room, knowing he could handle a few assailants single-handedly without the need for assistance. Okay, Zhu Beiji, engrossed in a television show, barely registered Mo Chen's words, responding with a vague acknowledgement. Bajia, Mo Chun, you have someone else at home? Elan paused, glancing into the room, recalling that Mo Chun had mentioned living alone. The name Ba Jie suggested it was a male companion. Yes, just a friend staying with me for a few days. Mo Chun smiled and continued. Is your friend all right? I don't know. She called earlier and said she had been robbed. I'm not sure what her situation is now. Let us hurry. Elan turned to lead the way. Initially intending to carry Elan with him, he reconsidered, opting instead to ride in her car to ease her potential discomfort. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the incident. It was near a bus stop where a girl clad in a t-shirt and jeans sat on a bench, seemingly nursing an injury to her knee, which she was rubbing with her hand. This girl must be Xiao Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu, are you all right? Elan, in her high heels, rushed over without regard for the risk of stumbling. Mo Chun followed closely behind. Jia. Upon seeing Elan approach, Xiao Chu-Chu burst into tears, feeling wronged. Jia. My bag was stolen by the robber. I was terrified. As she sobbed, her gaze fell upon the striking figure beside Elan, whose sharp brows and commanding demeanor made her pause her tears. She wiped her eyes and asked, Jia, who is this? Internally, she wondered if she looked too disheveled while crying. Forget about that for now. Are you hurt? Elan grasped Xiao Chu-Chu's arm, inspecting her for injuries. Aside from her clothes being a bit dirty, she appeared to be unharmed. I'm fine. The robber just tripped me while snatching my bag. Xiao Chu-Chu managed to compose herself slightly, her expression shifting from one of distress to calm. That's good to hear, as long as you're all right. Hilanya let out a sigh of relief and quickly turned to say, I forgot to introduce you. This is Chen, my neighbor. Hello, Montag Chen nodded, smiling. Observing this, Xiao Chuchu hastily shifted away from Hilanya, her expression slightly flustered, responding with a half-smile. Hello, I am Xiao Chuchu. Is your knee all right? Chen appraised Xiao Chuchu. She was indeed attractive, yet lacked the elegance that Hilanya possessed. I'm fine, just a minor fall. I've already reported it to the police. It's nothing serious. She then pulled Hilanya aside and whispered, Sister, I don't recall you having such a handsome neighbor. He's quite striking. He just moved in yesterday. Had I not taken your serious warning to heart, I wouldn't have invited him over, and now I owe him a favor. As she spoke, Hilanya cast a sidelong glance at Chen. Owing a favor is no issue. Just find an opportunity to invite him for a meal. I'll treat. With your meager salary? Let me take care of it. Chen observed the two whispering and shook his head helplessly with his extraordinary hearing. He was well aware of their conversation. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Xiao Chuchu has been robbed by 3 assailants. Capture the robbers and retrieve the bag. The system rewards a top-tier sports car. Without hesitation, Chen activated his super sight and super hearing to locate the robbers. Within seconds, he identified their positions and appearances. Turning to the phone mode as silly assistant, he instructed transfer functions to Chen. He transferred the silly assistant's capabilities to himself. The social order maintenance function was activated, enabling him to detect criminal activities within a 50-meter radius. Should anyone make a call to report crime, the assistant could identify the caller's information, and if the call involved details Chen wished to know, it could detect that too, though he could do it himself as well. Soon, alarms began to sound. Alert! A fire has occurred in Xiao community. 3 individuals are trapped, and firefighters are en route to the scene. Alert! A call has been received. 6 middle school students from Kyoto High School have been robbed. Let the police handle these matters, Chen remarked as he silenced the alarms. He intended to resolve this situation using only the assistant's capabilities and commanded, search for information on the robbers. Instantly, images of the 3 robbers appear before him. They were hiding in a pitch-black alley, rummaging through the stolen wallets. Hilanya, take your friend to the police station to file a report. I have something to attend to, so I will leave first. Chen said. After bidding farewell, he dashed toward the alley depicted in the images. His extraordinary physique allowed him to break the sound barrier with ease. Meanwhile, the dark alley was engulfed in shadow, and the night wind howled through, deterring passers-by from daring to glance inside. 3 miscreants squatted in the shadowy corner of an alley, counting the spoils of their heist, unaware that a figure had stealthily approached from behind. Is it exhilarating to spend someone else's money? A deep voice resonated through the dimly lit passage, sending a chill down their spines. The bald-headed robber unwittingly replied, glancing around in a hurry, but finding no one else in sight. Who among you spoke just now? He inquired, turning to his companions. Not us, brother. We were merely counting our earnings. We robbed 6 people today, totaling over 5,600 yuan, replied the man with the rooster-like hairstyle, his eyes gleaming greedily at the sight of the red bills in his hand. All you think about is money. Did you not hear someone speaking just now? The bald robber exclaimed, thumping the rooster-headed man's head in exasperation. I did hear something, but wasn't it you, brother? Absolutely not. It must be someone else. We need to leave quickly. With that, the bald man snatched the bills from his companions and stuffed them into his pockets, eager to escape. The alley was typically deserted, and the unexpected voice had startled him considerably. If the police arrived, they would be doomed. Just as they took a few steps, the trio abruptly halted. In the faint moonlight, a tall figure stood ahead, obscured by the darkness of the alley, leaving the 3 robbers uncertain of the person's identity. Could it be a ghost? The rooster-headed man stammered, his legs trembling as he glanced nervously at the bald man and the crew-cut companion beside him. Have you not learned in school that ghosts are merely a myth? There's no way a ghost could exist. The bald man scoffed, though a twinge of fear gnawed at him nonetheless. Brother, it is night, and ghosts are not the same as spirits, the rooster-headed man whispered, leaning closer to the bald man. Only you would know. The bald man shot him a glare before pushing him forward. You handle that person. Observing their cowardice, Chen couldn't help but feel bemused. These 3 individuals bore the unmistakable marks of contemporary thugs, yet their timidity belied their audacious act of robbery. Fear not, for he is just an ordinary person, he reassured them. The rooster-headed man, now close enough to see Chen's features. Felt a twinge of fear as he noticed the height difference. Seeking support, he turned to the bald man and the crew-cut companion. Brother, this fellow seems formidable. He must have a considerable amount of money. Excellent. Let us rob this ignorant young man and teach him the harsh realities of life. The bald man retorted. Such audacity. Chen thought, choosing not to waste words. He exerted a slight force in his legs and leaped effortlessly towards the rooster-headed man, covering a distance of 6 meters in an instant. The man with the chicken head turned to find a strikingly handsome figure towering before him. Although he himself did not notice, his 2 companions did. In an instant, he covered an astonishing distance of over 6 meters. Brother, you still claim there are no ghosts. This is even more terrifying. The crew-cut man also began to lose his composure, stepping forward to assist the chicken head. However, if he were to unleash his abilities, he would likely frighten them into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Chen had already seized the chicken head man's collar with his left hand, lifting him off the ground. Let me down. Despite the chicken head man's frantic kicking and struggling, he could not free himself. You wish to come down? Very well. A slight smirk appeared on Chen's lips as he abruptly swung the man aside, hurling him violently against an old wall in the alley, raising a cloud of dust, before he crashed heavily to the ground. Observing this, the crew-cut man halted in his tracks, retreating 2 steps. Yet, emboldened by the crew-cut's encouragement, the 2 rushed towards Chen in unison. With a slight flick of his hand, both were left bruised and howling in pain, curled up on the ground, clutching their bodies as though their bones had shattered. Let you experience the perils of society. Chen demanded. Where's the bag you stole from that girl? He seized the bald man's collar, yanking him from the ground. The bald man, now stripped of bravado, hastily replied, Brother, you mean Xiao Chu-Chu, right? When I was rummaging through her bag, her ID was inside. Chen nodded. I was blind to have robbed something belonging to your friend. The bag is in the alley. Allow me to retrieve it for you, and I implore you to show mercy. Suddenly, the bald man broke free from Chen's grasp, dropping to his knees and bowing his head. The chicken head and crew-cut quickly followed suit. Brother, no. Sir, we were blind and did not recognize your friend. Please spare us. Just moments ago, the chicken head had dismissed Chen as an ordinary person, yet now he seemed like a celestial being. In the boxing ring, 1 punch would surely suffice. Chen shook his head. Are you implying that if someone is not my friend, you may rob them? The 3 men hesitated, struggling to find words. Without wasting time on further conversation, Chen stripped them of their clothing, fashioned it into a rope, and bound them to a utility pole at the edge of the alley before notifying the authorities. He then ventured deeper into the alley to recover Xiao Chu-Chu's bag. The money lost was inconsequential. The ID and bank cards were what truly mattered, for replacing them would be a hassle. Upon returning to the captives, Chen inquired, How much did you take from Xiao Chu-Chu's bag? 520 yuan, the bald man quickly responded. Brother, take all the money I have. Consider it a tribute to you. Can you please let us go? I do not wish to end up in jail. His eyes brimmed with tears. Chen paid no heed to him and withdrew 520 yuan from his pocket. Subsequently, he soared into the sky, departing the alleyway. The robber exclaimed, What? Did you see that? That person just flew away. The onlooker's gaze lingered on the sky, where Chen had vanished, his mouth agape in astonishment. Shaking his head, he questioned whether he was dreaming. Yet upon opening his eyes, he remained ensnared in the dim alley, still bound to the utility pole. Am I dreaming? Someone wake me up. If only we could move, we would certainly rouse you, lamented another. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, jolting the trio from their stupor. They now affirmed that the figure had indeed taken flight. Officer Zhou, responding to the emergency call, arrived swiftly, initially suspecting a prank, only to discover 3 individuals tied to a utility pole. Upon verifying their identities, he recognized them as notorious robbers with prior offenses recorded at the precinct. Officer, just moments ago, a celestial being flew away. One of them blurted, Stop your nonsense and come with me to the station. A notification chimed in Wa's mind as he reveled in the capabilities of his companion, the system announcing, Task completed. Reward, 1 top-tier sports car. The keys have been placed in your pocket. The vehicle awaits in the garage. While soaring through the sky, Chen pondered the nature of the sports car, reflecting on the myriad capabilities of his companion. Though he noted that her flying speed was rather moderate compared to his own, yet overall, it was commendable. Chapter 103. The freeloader's son, Wukong Brother Chen, is truly remarkable. He dealt with the ruffians using merely a fraction of my abilities, and, astonishingly, he sent the yellow brow king flying with a single blow. How did he manage that? The girl, holding Mo Chen's hand, turned her head, her silky, lustrous hair dancing alluringly in the breeze, revealing her exquisite visage. Indeed, she was beautiful. Mo Chen smiled gently and replied, "This is just the beginning. I possess many formidable abilities, and my physical strength is considerable." Upon returning to the imperial villa, the clock struck 7:30. Although Mo Chen was unaware of Xiao Chuchu's residence, he found it effortlessly. However, he decided to leave her handbag with Elan for her to retrieve later. As he opened the door, he heard the familiar voice of Zhu Beiji. "My dear brother, you have finally returned. Were you planning to starve me here? I cannot even open this door, let alone go out for a meal. And next time you leave, do inform me." He grumbled with a toothy grin. "I distinctly told you before I left. Clearly, you were utterly captivated by the beauty on television." I remarked to Zhu Beiji, "How long has it been since noon? Have you forgotten how much you consumed?" And Mo Chen could not help but chuckle at the anxious demeanor of Zhu Beiji. Earlier that day, Zhu Beiji had devoured 5 bowls of white rice and finished every last morsel of the 5 dishes and soup ordered. The quantity of food he consumed in one sitting could likely sustain an ordinary person for an entire week. It had been about 3 or 4 hours since then. Regardless, I was hungry. After all, I had accompanied you to 2006, and you promised to take care of my meals and lodging. As he spoke, Zhu Beiji grinned, his gaze drifting into the distance, continuing, "I recall the days at Gao Lao Zhuang, rising before the roosters and retiring later than the dogs." All right. Mo Chen quickly interrupted. "Let me call and order some takeout, and I might as well satisfy my own hunger. Can this silver coin buy us something to eat?" Huang Maida Wang looked at the red bills in his hand, bewildered. After 6 or 7 hours had passed, he could not decipher the words on the signs lining the streets. Each time he approached a restaurant, he was chased away like a beggar, leaving him with an empty stomach. Passing by a bar, Huang Mei noticed people emerging, reeking of alcohol, undoubtedly indulging in fine drinks and delectable meals inside. He hesitated, uncertain if he would be treated as a beggar once more. At that moment, 3 figures near the bar turned their gazes toward Huang Mei. Among them were 2 men and a woman. The woman sported an extravagant afro, her appearance unremarkable, while a robust man with a fierce visage, clad in sunglasses and holding a cigar, stood beside her, sporting matching tattoos on their arms. "Tiangba, we have been tailing this beggar. The bills in his hand must be real," Sun Fian asserted confidently. Earlier, they had witnessed Huang Mei being shooed away from the restaurant, and upon seeing him produce the bills with a puzzled expression, they concluded he was not just a fool, but a wealthy one at that. "Though we are thieves, we adhere to our principles. We only steal mobile phones. Nothing else," Wang Tiangba declared firmly. "Brother Tian, I lack such principles. How much can we earn from stealing phones?" "That fellow has at least 1,000 in his hand, enough for us to steal several phones," Little Wu remarked, preparing to move forward. Wang Tiangba instinctively grabbed Little Wu. Though reluctantly, he did not fully deter him, as hunger prevailed. The 3 then stood up together and approached Huang Mei. However, just as they took a couple of steps, they turned back dejected. Simultaneously, a man clad in a tailored suit, with an alluring woman on his arm, emerged from the bar, blocking Huang Mei's path. "Encountering a filthy beggar on my way out is truly unfortunate. Chun, teach him a lesson for me." A woman pinched her nose in disdain as she addressed Huang Mei. Her heavily made-up face and the wrinkled dress that clung tightly to the man's chest revealed her questionable character. The twilight cast a dim glow over the city, igniting its vibrant nightlife with the flickering lights of street lamps and shops. A steady stream of people passed by the bar, and Huang Mei, glancing at the couple, felt a twinge of curiosity but dismissed it. He stepped aside, intending to enter the bar for a meal. "Fear not, darling. I shall teach this beggar a lesson." Liu Yang kissed the woman beside him and then, with a wandering gaze, reached out to grasp Huang Mei's tattered clothing. It was evident he had indulged in drink. "You filthy beggar! How dare you tarnish my darling's eyes? You must wish for death. What are you doing?" Huang Mei frowned and forcefully shook off Liu Yang's grip. To be called a beggar was one thing, but to be physically assaulted was intolerable. After all, he was an ancient being and would not allow a mere mortal to bully him. He was prepared to demand an explanation. if his powers were still intact. He would ensure that this troublemaker faced dire consequences. Tiange, it seems that beggar is being bullied. Isn't that the general manager of a new group over there? We can't provoke them. Xiao Wu recognized the man emerging from the bar. Wenyu Group was renowned in Kyoto as a premier headhunting firm, and offending them over a trivial matter could lead to repercussions. Xiao Wu, we cannot behave in such a manner. Though we may be thieves, acting with valor is commendable. Wang Tianba declared earnestly, striding purposefully toward Lu Yang. Xiao Wu and Sun Fei Yin followed suit. Let the boy go. A voice rang out, prompting Lu Yang to turn and regard Wang Tianba and his companions. Oh, so you dare to confront me. Lu Yang clapped his hands, and soon, several burly men in black suits emerged from a sleek black Mercedes, positioning themselves beside him. This is trouble. There are reinforcements. Wang Tianba swallowed hard and turned to flee. Tiange, weren't you eager to act heroically? Why are you running? Xiao Wu taunted as they dashed away. You're a fool. A wise man knows when to retreat. Who are you? Why do you interfere with me? Huang Mei eyed the two imposing men and the alluring woman beside Lu Yang with suspicion. Ah, seductress. You have no quarrel with me, so why block my path? He scanned the enchanting woman, concluding she must indeed be a vixen. Yang, he called me a vixen. The woman smacked Lu Yang's chest, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Mei. To label her a vixen was a compliment. There were plenty like her in this bar. It is unclear why the son of a headhunting firm is so fond of this. I reckon he is courting disaster. Lu Yang smirked, gesturing dismissively. Strike me. Strike me hard. With that, his two bodyguards began to rain blows upon Huang Mei's abdomen. Devoid of any supernatural abilities, Huang Mei was as vulnerable as an ordinary person, and having fasted for much of the day, he could hardly withstand the onslaught of the burly men. He immediately crumpled to the ground in agony. The 1,000 yuan cash given to him by Mo Chen scattering across the floor. Where did that filthy beggar acquire such a sum? A woman in high heels kicked Huang Mei, now sprawled on the ground, and then her gaze shifted to the scattered bills. Why didn't he steal it? Huang Mei could no longer contain himself upon hearing the accusation. He could tolerate being beaten, but being slandered was intolerable. Ha, didn't he steal? The woman grinned, her heavily made-up face wrinkling like dried skin. It was impossible to discern her true appearance beneath the layers of cosmetics, but her acerbic demeanor suggested she looked quite repulsive. How did you acquire this 1,000 yuan? Can a beggar really gather such an amount in a year? Hurry and call the police to arrest him. She continued counting the bills on the ground. Forget it, darling. Why stoop to the level of a beggar? Let us teach him a lesson instead. I have booked a luxurious suite for us. We shall stay there tonight. Lu Yang interjected, placing a hand on the woman's shoulder and whispering in her ear. Oh, how annoying. Who want to share a big bed with you? The woman feigned reluctance, though she was secretly quite eager. As they passed by Huang Mei, she turned her head and exchanged a knowing glance with her bodyguards, signaling them to collect the money from the ground. Clutching his abdomen in pain, Huang Mei cried out, You are being unreasonable. Struggling to his feet, he dusted himself off. Now, not only was he empty-handed, but how could he possibly eat? Nevertheless, he steeled himself and entered the bar, only to be intercepted by the doorman. I have money. That man just robbed me. You saw it. Huang Mei pleaded. I saw it, but now you are penniless. Even if you had money, I cannot let a filthy beggar like you in, lest you tarnish our establishment. Moreover, you have offended the heir of the Wenyu Group. We cannot allow you entry, the doorman scoffed. Who the hell do you look down on? At that moment, a hulking figure wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar appeared at the entrance of the bar. Wang Tianba and his companions loomed before the doorman, their demeanor aggressive as they glared at the man who had mocked Huang Mei. Having refrained from intervening when Lu Yang was present, now that Lu Yang had departed, the doorman had no reason to be afraid. Big brother, I didn't mean it that way. The doorman stammered, flustered at the sight of a filthy beggar receiving assistance. Confronted with the fierce and intimidating visage of Wang Tianba, he hastily turned to Huang Mei to offer an apology. My apologies, beggar. I had no inkling that your companion was from the underworld. Please do come in. With a respectful bow, he gestured for them to enter. Who are you? Do I know you? Huang Mei, noticing Wang Tianba's defense of him, felt a sense of camaraderie. Yet his attire suggested he was hardly a man of virtue. I do not know you. I merely cannot abide this fellow's disdainful attitude. As Wang Tianba spoke, he appraised Huang Mei, noting that despite suffering a fierce beating, he bore no injuries, a testament to his robust constitution. Perhaps he could recruit him as an assistant. Xiao Wu was reluctant to engage in the more arduous tasks. Thank you for your assistance. I came here to dine, but unexpectedly encountered some unsavory characters. Huang Mei remarked as he prepared to enter the bar. You came here to dine? What business do you have in this bar? Sun Fian interjected. This is not a place for meals. Isn't this a venue for drinking and dining? Huang Mei replied, perplexed, recalling having seen intoxicated patrons emerging from within moments earlier. Come with me. I shall take you to eat, Wang Tianba offered, leading the group toward a nearby stall. Tianba, we can hardly take care of ourselves, let alone provide for a beggar, Sun Fian whispered conspiratorially in his ear. The act of stealing phones was already illegal, and they had to remain vigilant against the police. The meager profits hardly justified the risk. Adding another mouth to feed only increases our expenses. Fian, this beggar appears rather simple-minded, yet he is physically fit. We can assign him the tasks we prefer to avoid, covering his food and lodging without much expense, Wang Tianba reasoned. He had no intention of offering charity without some benefit. Household chores, grocery shopping, and other menial tasks would need to be delegated. After their meal, Huang Mei followed Wang Tianba and his companions to their residence, where he washed off the grime and changed in a modern attire, appearing far more presentable. Expression option bad. Chen summoned the foolish girl from his embrace. She transformed from her previous red attire to a striking silver leather outfit, exuding an air of seriousness. Though this demeanor quickly unraveled. Chen, you are truly handsome, the most striking person I have ever encountered, and with a hint of authority, she remarked, her lips curving into a playful smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with starlight. This felt like the thrill of first love. The unexpected praise rendered Chen slightly bashful. Oh, it's nothing, he replied modestly. Foolish girl, please check on Sun Wukong's whereabouts, he casually instructed, too lazy to search himself, leaving it to her. Kiss me, and I shall reveal his location. The foolish girl cast a teasing glance at Chen. Her expression transformed into one of playful mischief. Indeed, this was the mischievous version of the foolish girl, exhibiting a completely different style. Yet this state was undeniably exhilarating. If I don't kiss you, you won't tell me, right? Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that is the case. Without uttering another word, Chen leaned closer to the silly girl as delicate lips and gently pressed his own against hers. Her lips were softer than those of an ordinary girl, and the kiss imparted a refreshing sensation that was incredibly pleasant. Now, can you tell me? I didn't expect brother Chen to be so gentle. The silly girl laughed heartily, then waved her right hand, conjuring a green light that gradually formed into a large screen. On it, the image of Sun Wukong appeared. He was dining in a restaurant, surrounded by many onlookers, wielding cameras to capture the moment. It seemed he had found a way to enjoy a meal without cost. I never thought Sun Wukong would find such a clever way so quickly. Brother Chen, Sun Wukong is still within the boundaries of Kyoto. Yes, let him continue to enjoy his free meal. Montauk Chen nodded. Ding, mission released. The host must tame the Bull Demon King or return him to the Little West Heaven, with a reward of 3 bottles of body enhancement liquid. Chapter 105, half of the shares. This reward is quite good. The system has prepared this especially for my wife in this world. Chen's mind flashed with the images of the silly girl, Helan, and Xiao Chu-Chu. But since the silly girl is a mobile phone, she doesn't need to drink. Silly girl, tomorrow let S pay a visit to the Fancher group. The Bull Demon King should be there. Chen recalled the original plot, where the Bull Demon King's nose ring had attached itself to President Fan's Mercedes, ultimately taking over President Fan's body. Kiss me again, and I will go with you, the silly girl playfully suggested, leaning in closer this time. Goodness, is this never-ending? Now you're negotiating terms. Are you threatening me? Tomorrow, I will simply take you there. Let us see if you'll go. Ding. The silly girl's personality level has increased again, now at 8. The personality level has risen again. Impressive. Chen felt a moment of surprise. Looking at the silly girl. All right, I suppose I shall kiss you a few more times. Montauk Chen smiled, astonished that it had risen from 65 to 8 in no time. This pace truly is rather swift. The initial personality level had increased through massages, and now, after a kiss, it had risen significantly as well. Could it be that such matters are indeed related? Montauk Chen chuckled involuntarily. choosing not to cancel the silly girl's real status. The hour was getting late. It was best to rest early and cultivate oneself. The following morning, Chen awoke from his slumber to find that the silly girl had already prepared breakfast for him. A cup of hot milk and a delicate sandwich awaited him. After a simple meal, Chen took the silly girl to the garage to inspect the sports car earned as a reward for completing the mission. It was a Maserati MC12, equipped with a naturally aspirated 6-liter V12 engine, capable of unleashing 465 kilowatts of power at 7,500 revolutions per minute. Brother Chen, are we heading to the Fansure group? The naive girl gazed at the supercar before her eyes sparkling with excitement. She could discern that the vehicle was a Maserati MC12. Indeed, she was capable of detecting any model that had emerged prior to 2060. Moreover, this exquisite automobile was crafted from carbon fiber, and it was astonishing to realize that the Maserati brand had only entered the Kyoto market in 2004. Little did she expect that Chen would already possess such an awe-inspiring sports car. Yes, we're going to the Fansure group, Chen replied as he maneuvered the car out, with a naive girl seated beside him. The roar of the engine drew the astonished gazes of many passers-by along the route. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Fansure group. Just as he was about to park the car, a throng of people gathered around, their eyes brimming with envy as they beheld the distinctive supercar. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. Is it a Maserati? I think I've seen pictures of this model before. It must be the Maserati MC12. This one should be the most expensive. Surely no one can acquire it for less than $5 million. It's not merely a question of price. There's a scarcity in the market right now. The owner of this car must be a big shot. Brother Chen, it seems we are surrounded by onlookers. They are all fascinated by your car, the naive girl remarked to Chen with a hint of amusement. Chen chuckled softly, acknowledging that such a vehicle was indeed a rarity in all of Kyoto, naturally drawing attention. Let's disregard them and proceed to the Fansure group, he said, stepping out of the driver's seat and striding towards the building. Wow, the owner is so young. Could he be the heir of some conglomerate? What a high-flying handsome guy. Perfectly matched with a beautiful girl. One onlooker commented. One of the reasons for visiting the Fansure group was to seek out the formidable Bull Demon King, but another was to discuss potential collaboration with Mr. Fan. The Fansure group is one of the foremost companies in Kyoto, spanning various industries, including hospitality, real estate, tourism, and food production, far surpassing the scale of the company where you Sual worked. Naive girl, please assist me in devising a business proposal, Chen requested calmly. The naive girl possessed the ability to craft the most impeccable business plans. Although he could learn these skills instantaneously, he deemed it unnecessary. Understood, brother Chen. I am currently simulating the optimal business strategy, she affirmed with a nod. 2 minutes later, she presented him with a document. It was a meticulously compiled business proposal based on market demands from 2006 and various other aspects. There truly was no proposal more exquisite in the world. Chen gently stroked the naive girl's hair, smiling as he said, "You've worked hard." He then took the proposal, glancing through its contents, which were indeed highly impressive. They entered the Fansure group building, where a young man in his 20s at the reception desk stopped them, saying, "If you're here to apply for a job, please proceed straight ahead and take a left. That's where our human resources department is located. I have come to seek General Fan. Do you have an appointment?" "No. You should hurry back. Without an appointment, you cannot meet General Fan." The receptionist shook her head and muttered quietly, "What a naive young lad. Does General Fan think anyone can just waltz in?" Just as Chen was about to whisk the silly girl into the office of the one surnamed Fan, a stunning woman with cascading waves entered. With a subtle application of makeup and clad in a tailored skirt suit, she exuded elegance. "Ah, Chen. What a coincidence to find you here," Helan exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. She had a collaboration to discuss with General Fan, having made prior arrangements to meet at the Fan group. To her astonishment, she had encountered Chen. "Ms. He, what a delightful coincidence. I too have business with him." Chen replied with a smile. "Perfect. I have matters to discuss as well. Let us go together," Helan said with a faint smile. She turned to the silly girl beside Chen, her expression shifting as she inquired, "And who might this lovely lady be?" The silly girl glanced at Chen, but remained silent. "This is my secretary," Chen nodded. "Hello, I am Helan." "Hello, Sister He, I am silly girl." The two exchanged pleasantries. Helan felt a surge of joy. So she was a secretary. No wonder Chen was able to purchase the imperial villa at such a young age. His background must be formidable. As the head of an advertising company, Lan was acquainted with many prominent business leaders. There was indeed a company owned by someone with the surname Mo, yet in her recollection, the young master of that company was not named Chen, and he certainly did not possess a fraction of Chen's handsomeness. My apologies, boss. I did not recognize your identity earlier. I am truly sorry. General Fan is in his office. Allow me to escort you in. The receptionist hurriedly bowed and apologized to Chen upon overhearing their conversation. Clearly, he was no ordinary businessman. I am no big boss. Please lead the way. Chen replied, appreciating the assistance to avoid any inconvenience. Boss, you jest. Please, General He, follow me, the receptionist said, guiding them to General Fan's office. Inside, General Fan was polishing a small dagger, while Lu Shaoqian stood before him. However, upon seeing Lu Shaoqian, General Fan was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be hiring a secretary? Why was there a man standing before him? Are you here to be my secretary? General Fan stared blankly at Lu Shaoqian. Feeling somewhat intimidated, Lu Shaoqian swallowed hard and stammered. I originally applied for a position in the planning department, but they said I would be more suitable as your secretary. Who said that? General Fan bellowed. Tell him to roll out of here immediately. His gaze shifted to Manager Wu, who had brought Lu Shaoqian in. Manager Wu, has your brain turned to mush? Have you ever seen a male secretary for a boss? Every general manager has a secretary who is beautiful and charming. A male secretary? Is he wishing for the company to go under? Fan Zheng grew increasingly animated as he spoke. As a prominent business magnate in the realms of catering, real estate, tourism, and food industries, am I not entitled to hire a female secretary? This is not merely my whim. It is my wife's directive. Manager Wu's voice quivered, acutely aware of Fan's temperament and hesitant to oppose him, especially since it was his wife's insistence that compelled this course of action. A meddlesome woman, indeed. Just leave. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Fan directed his ire towards the two individuals present. At that moment, Chen and Lan had arrived at the office entrance. Intrigued by the commotion emanating from within, the receptionist, upon entering the office, unexpectedly collided with Manager Wu and Lu Shaoqian as they exited. Fan, he has arrived along with a young entrepreneur, she announced. Upon hearing this, Fan quickly suppressed his anger, a smile creeping onto his lips as he stepped outside to greet them. Just then, Lu Shaoqian emerged, dejected, and fortuitously crossed paths with Chen. Ah, it's you, he muttered, scratching his head, recalling Chen, but unable to remember his name. As Lu Shaoqian acknowledged him, Chen shifted his focus. It was evident that Lu Shaoqian was there for an interview, and, judging by his demeanor, he likely hadn't succeeded. Why didn't you get the position? Montauk Chen incursions nonchalantly. Don't even mention it. I applied for the role of a planner, but they ended up assigning me to a secretary position. The boss is male, so naturally, he wouldn't hire me as a male secretary. Lu Shaoqian vented his frustrations. No worries, opportunities abound, Chen reassured him. He then turned to Lan, introducing her. This is the owner of a certain year's company. Greetings, I am Lu Shaoqian, he replied. Since you are a friend of Mo, if you find yourself without a job, you are welcome to join my company. We happen to have an opening for a planner. Lan extended her invitation. Ordinarily, she would not bother with such matters, but given Lu Shaoqian's connection to Chen, she felt it necessary to extend a courtesy. Thank you, Mo. Lu Shaoqian expressed gratefully, bowing slightly. Though he was unaware of Chen's true status, he was quite familiar with the advertising firm and recognized that anyone associated with its owner must surely be significant. I still have 2 more interviews, so I must take my leave. Lu Shaoqian bid farewell to the pair. Finally, you have arrived, Fan exclaimed as he exited the office, excitement evident in his voice. Our product is destined to be the most popular of the year, and with your company's advertising, it will be a mutually beneficial partnership. He then glanced at Chen, questioning, is this young man He's boyfriend? Fan's expression was one of confusion. He wondered why business discussions included a companion. It seemed that Lan had a peculiar preference, as her boyfriend appeared to be several years her junior. Upon hearing Mr. Fan's words, Lan felt a surge of joy in her heart, yet she still opened her mouth to explain, Mr. Fan, you jest. The company has been exceedingly busy lately. I hardly have time to pursue a romantic relationship. Chen is here to discuss collaboration with you. I merely encountered him downstairs. Collaboration? Mr. Fan was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had arranged to meet Helan today for discussions on partnership. Yet now there was an additional individual present. He then chuckled and remarked, ages play tricks on one's memory. May I inquire what collaboration Mr. Mo seeks to discuss with me? Chen had initially intended to utilize his extraordinary speed to enter Mr. Fan's office and discuss the partnership directly. However, encountering Helan proved to be a serendipitous convenience. He presented the proposal to Mr. Fan and stated calmly, Mr. Fan, this is a business proposal. You may peruse the various projects contained within. A business proposal? Mr. Fan took the document and opened it, instantly captivated by the promising projects within. These initiatives were undeniably ripe for development. Should funds be invested, the returns would be substantial. A stroke of genius. This proposal is undoubtedly a commercial secret. Mr. Fan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could someone as young as Chen possess such avant-garde ideas? Excellent. Mr. These projects are precisely what our fan group requires. He firmly grasped Chen's hand. Visibly exhilarated, though he was not in want of money, human desires are boundless. Who wouldn't wish for an increase in their assets? Helan, standing nearby, was taken aback. Could this proposal truly be so remarkable? Mr. Fan, what splendid projects are these? I wish to see as well. She inquired with curiosity. Absolutely not. This is a commercial secret. Mr. Fan protectively cradled the proposal in his arms. Chen subtly shook his head before stating earnestly, however, I have one condition. I require 50% of the shares in Fan Group. What on earth? 50% of the shares? Upon hearing Chen's stipulation, Mr. Fan's mouth twitched, followed by a blink, revealing a look of incredulity. What an audacious demand. Fan Group is among the top 3 headhunting firms in Kyoto, valued at no less than 6 billion. 50% of the shares equates to a staggering 3 billion. Helan was equally astonished by the figure, unable to fathom that Chen, so young, would make such a shocking request. Mr. This is rather excessive. Could we possibly negotiate for a lesser percentage? Mr. Fan grinned, intending to haggle. Although executing this proposal would undoubtedly multiply Fan Group's valuation several times over, 50% still felt exorbitant. Is this not reasonable? If your esteemed company implements my proposal, the profits will far exceed the value of my requested shares. Chen asserted firmly, exhibiting no willingness to compromise. Impressive. Truly impressive. Mr. Fan mentally applauded Chen, recognizing that, from a distance, this proposal could indeed yield significant benefits for Fan Group. If they hesitated to relinquish such shares, the loss would be considerable. Once Chen entrusts these projects to other companies, the position of the headhunter at the Fan Group may very well be jeopardized. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request, but I must first confer with the other shareholders, as this is no trifling sum. President Fan gritted his teeth and ultimately consented. President Fan, in a casual manner, spoke as Chen reclaimed the proposal from his grasp. The proposal shall be returned to him once the investment is secured. Montauk, await my call. I shall resolve this matter within the next couple of days. Chapter 107. Urban Heroes President Fan courteously remarked, please take a seat. I have some matters to discuss with President He. Someone, quickly bring President a cup of coffee. No need for such trouble. I have other matters to attend to. President He, please carry on. Chen bid farewell to Helan and departed. Brother the silly girl remarked, I believe President Fan is attempting to buy time and wear down your resolve. In the elevator, the silly girl offered her analysis. Indeed. Chen smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. There's no need for concern. President Fan will undoubtedly call me. After all, no one is foolish enough to pass up an opportunity that seems to fall from the sky, even if it may appear slightly disadvantageous at first. However, in the long run, the Fan Group stands to gain immensely. At that time, with a 50% stake, Chen's worth would soar dramatically. The silly girl nodded and continued, I noticed nothing unusual about President Fan. The Bull Demon King is likely absent from the Fan Group. Chen, however, was unconcerned about the Bull Demon King. After all, he could easily deal with him later. Let us go home. Chen and the silly girl boarded the Maserati, and with the thunderous roar of the engine, a gleaming silver streak shot down the street. It was indeed the most striking sight on that thoroughfare. A man clad in a black robe and boots stood at the roadside, gazing vacantly at the surroundings. Is this truly the year 2006? How can such automobiles still exist? And these dilapidated buildings are a far cry from those of 2060. Wang Jia sighed, looking up at the blazing sun. A flicker of contentment crossing his eyes. At least the sun remains unchanged. Despite his robe, it was crafted from high-tech fibers that rendered him impervious to heat while providing a cooling effect. He pondered the whereabouts of his companions. As they sought someone named Chen in this city, was it not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Wang Jia hailed from the year 2060, having traversed through time to reach 2006, with the intent of seizing the silly girl from Chen and studying the technology behind her gradual reconstruction. He was not the only one from 2006. There were 9 others, each with a similar mission. Wang Jia retrieved a crystal doll identical to the silly girl from his pocket and proclaimed, 2060 Huan brand mobile phone, real person mode. The former served as the boot password, while the latter selected the mode. Immediately, a figure clad in silver, strikingly resembling the foolish girl, appeared before Wang Jia. Number 9. Search for information on Chen. Wang Jia commanded, Master, we have found 90 individuals named Chen in Kyoto City, but number 9 is currently unable to retrieve their information, replied number 9. Never mind. I shall seek them out myself. Wang Jia sighed, deciding to find a restaurant for a meal first. Intriguingly, someone dared to monitor him. Chen activated his supervision and instantly spotted a robed figure holding an identical foolish girl. Brother Chen. The foolish girl detected the emergence of energy identical to hers. At the Emperor's villa, the foolish girl suddenly froze, gazing with surprise at Chen, who sat on the sofa. Understood, Chen replied, having already anticipated this earlier, though he had not taken it to heart. If they dared to cause trouble, they would be swiftly eradicated. Foolish girl, can you detect how many sources of energy there are? Montag Chen incursions. It seems they must be from the year 2060. Brother Chen, there are a total of 10 sources of energy. 10 sources of energy? This meant that 10 individuals from the future, equipped with the foolish girl system phones, had arrived from 2060. How intriguing. He had some free time, having not engaged in action for a while, and hoped they would provide him with some amusement. Foolish girl, can you alter the real-life mode images of other phone systems? Chen suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked. Yes, Brother Chen. For some reason, the system of the foolish girl has inexplicably acquired the function to change the real-life mode images of other phones. The foolish girl replied with a hint of confusion. All right, change the real-life mode images of the other identical phones. Chen's eyes sparkled at the thought of the foolish girl's innocent visage. No one else can use my woman's image. The foolish girl closed her beautiful eyes. The transformation lasting approximately 20 seconds, before smiling sweetly. Brother Chen, the real-life mode images of the other phone systems have all been successfully modified. Quite efficient, Chen remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, the original foolish girl was remarkably effective. Brother Chen. The foolish girl merely deleted her image from the other phones without adding a new one, which is why it was relatively quick, she explained. I see. So the image has been deleted, and without a new one added, the real-life modes on the other phones change randomly? Theoretically, yes. Well, this is rather thrilling. Meanwhile, on the other side, a future person with an identical foolish girl phone saw the real-life mode phone next to them suddenly convulse, followed by a series of crackling sounds. Their skin began to distort, and their face gradually faded from the foolish girl's likeness to a blank visage. What is happening? Wang Jia stared at number 9, his pupils narrowing as he swallowed nervously. Number 9, what is wrong with you? Master, the real mode image system of the 9th has been compromised and is currently being redefined. Please wait a moment. Gradually, the 9th's visage began to reshape, as if molded from clay, seamlessly merging into form. Passers-by who caught sight of the faceless figure, its features contorting, were nearly paralyzed with fright, hastily veering off to escape. The transformation persisted for over 3 minutes before the 9th's face was finally completed. With monolid eyes, a petite nose, and a charmingly small mouth, the remainder of its features were rather commonplace, indistinguishable from those of the ordinary crowd. Altogether, it presented a visage of mediocrity, bearing no resemblance to its previous identity as Silly Girl. Is that you, the 9th? Wang Jia gazed at the reformed 9th, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is terrifying. Master, I am the 9th. Due to the absence of internal backups within the system, The ninth can only be randomly fabricated, it replied. The ninth's appearance was relatively favorable. In contrast, the other 9, including 0 and 1, had fared far worse in their transformations. Chen, it is exceedingly dull in here. Are there any entertainment venues nearby? I yearn to venture out and indulge. Zhu Beiji lazily emerged from the room. He had spent the past few days engrossed in television, having grown weary of even the most captivating female figures, for they were but illusions, unattainable and untouchable. Goodness, Zhu Beiji even knows about entertainment venues. Chen thought, shaking his head incredulously. He had instructed Zhu Beiji on modern lifestyle knowledge upon his arrival, yet he had adapted surprisingly quickly. There are indeed places, but do not forget, you are a monk. However, if you find it too stifling, you may take a stroll, he added. Chapter 108. Gratitude. Before Zhu Beiji could respond, Chen continued, Beiji, remember that the Bull Demon King is also in our era. You must exercise caution if you encounter him. Given that the Bull Demon King had surely embraced modern experiences, Chen was well aware that Zhu Beiji would likely be no match for him. Hence, he urged caution to prevent the need to rescue him later. How could I, old pig, possibly fear a bull demon? If I cross paths with him, I shall skin him and fashion shoes from his hide, Zhu Beiji declared, tossing his hair back with bravado. Though he undoubtedly could not defeat the Bull Demon King, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of confidence. Ah, a teachable spirit. Even shoes are within your grasp, Chen remarked. Just be careful. If you encounter the Bull Demon King, do not act rashly. You can always call for help. With that, he tossed Zhu Beiji a Nokia phone. He had previously explained the phone's usage, and though Zhu Beiji's intellect might resemble that of a pig, he was surprisingly agile in thought. Making a call should pose no challenge. Rest assured, I will contact you if necessary. Zhu Beiji tucked the phone into his pocket, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned urbanite. As Zhu Beiji departed, Chen turned his attention to the satchel resting beside the sofa. Originally, I intended to leave my handbag at Helan's residence today, but she is yet to return from the Fanshi group. I suppose I shall wait until evening. Chen returned to his room and instructed the simple-minded girl to activate the video surveillance of Huang Mei, discovering that Huang Mei was currently washing Wang Tianba's feet. Observing his disheveled appearance, one could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. The illustrious Huang Mei, an ancient being nearing a millennium in age, was reduced to the task of attending to a mere mortal's feet. His magical restraints would be lifted in 3 days, promising a remarkable turn of events. It would surely be a sight to behold. After dismissing the video, Chen turned to the simple-minded girl, his expression ominous. It was time to elevate his persona. Clearing his throat, he lunged forward. In a surprising turn of events, 3 robbers were subdued by a city hero. As reported in the evening news that Xiao Chu was watching, the trio appeared eerily familiar. The television displayed footage of the robbers being interrogated at the police station. Indeed, it was those very culprits. Xiao Chu's eyes widened as she stepped closer to the screen, her expression one of astonishment. The harrowing scenes from the previous night still vivid in her memory. She had been dragged to the ground by these criminals, and her knee wounds still throbbed painfully. Thank heaven, these shameless ruffians even dared to steal my bag. Witnessing the robbers' capture filled her with satisfaction. Perhaps her lost belongings could be recovered after all. A city hero. If only I could discover the identity of this hero, I would be sure to express my gratitude. Being the gossip-loving girl she was, she could not resist dialing Helan's number. Once the call connected, she promptly exclaimed, Sister He, have you seen the evening news? Our city has a hero, and the 3 robbers shown on television are the ones who stole from me. Chu, I was just about to call you, Helan replied. I haven't seen the news, but you must come over. Your bag has been found, and it's here in my house. What? My handbag has been found? Xiao Chu paused, her expression turning skeptical. The robbers were just apprehended. Is it truly possible for the recovery to be so swift? All right, Sister He, I will come right away. With that, Xiao Chu changed into a suitable outfit. Helan resided in a villa district, with Chen as her neighbor. She thought it prudent to visit him afterward, so she made sure to present herself beautifully before setting off. In the villa district, Helan gazed at the handbag before her face marked by surprise. Chen had mentioned that after she and Chu left the previous night, he encountered 3 furtive individuals on the road and seized the handbag, discovering Chu's identification and bank card inside. What had Chu said? The criminals were subdued by a city hero? Could there be a connection? Helan pondered aloud as she hastily turned on the television, tuning into the Kyoto station. She must have missed the broadcast. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chu-Chu arrived at Helan's home. Chu-Chu, is your knee feeling any better? Observing Xiao Chu-Chu limping, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. If she were to encounter those three ruffians, they would surely face her wrath. It's nothing serious. I've already applied the ointment. Sister He, you mentioned my backpack is with you. What is going on? Xiao Chu-Chu entered the villa and settled onto the sofa, spotting her bag on the coffee table. A slight smile graced her lips as she exclaimed, "Ah, Sister He, this is my bag. Of course it's yours. Quickly check if anything is missing," Sister He urged. Xiao Chu-Chu promptly opened her bag to find her identification, bank card, and cash. All intact. Nothing was amiss. Your bag was left here by Chen. He mentioned that he encountered 3 suspicious individuals last night at the police station. Those were the very criminals who robbed you. Helan smiled gently, a glimmer of starlight flickering in her eyes, quickly overshadowed by a gaze brimming with affection. It seemed that Xiao Chu-Chu's earlier mention of a city hero was indeed true. She was certain that the city hero was Chen. Ah, I see. Xiao Chu-Chu replied, her surprise evident. Now that her bag was returned, she was convinced that the 3 individuals Chen encountered were indeed her assailants. Moreover, the news reported the capture of the criminals, confirming that the city hero was Chen. Xiao Chu-Chu suddenly realized something. Sister He, doesn't Chen live next door? I would like to pay him a visit to express my gratitude. She walked to the balcony and gazed toward the adjacent villa, asking, Sister He, is it this one? The neighboring villa was illuminated. It must be the right one. Indeed, Helan replied, stepping over to the balcony to observe Chen's interior, slowly deciphering the nuances of the situation. It appeared that Chen was not alone in his abode. She often saw someone standing on the balcony, gazing toward the Wang family villa. Besides Chen's rather rotund friend, there was also a girl, a rather silly girl whom she had encountered earlier at the Fansher group. At that time, Chen had claimed she was his secretary. However, what kind of secretary resides in her employer's home? Fortunately, there were 3 individuals inside, leading Helan to believe that the situation was not as dire as she had initially thought. If you were to visit, you can't go empty-handed. That is true, Xiao Chu-Chu remarked, her brow slightly furrowing in concern. Helan, however, smiled calmly and proceeded to a storage room in the villa, retrieving 2 bottles of red wine. This is a gift from a client, each bottle worth 30,000 yuan. Take this with you. I'll accompany you as well. Helan approached, carrying the wine. Although she occasionally enjoyed a drink alone, she was eager to share a few glasses with Chen if the opportunity arose. Sister He, this wine appears rather expensive. Doesn't it? Xiao Chu-Chu gazed at the exquisite packaging of the wine bottle, instantly discerning its considerable price. Am I not the dignified owner of a certain company, yet unable to afford 2 bottles of wine? Helan jested, then made her way to the entrance, saying, let us hurry along. If we delay further, they may retire for the evening. Xiao Chu-Chu nodded, following closely behind her. Fire the cannon, General. Chen's sharp gaze scrutinized the chessboard before him, swiftly and decisively outmaneuvering the foolish girl. His mind worked with remarkable agility, allowing him to engage in chess without a moment's hesitation. The foolish girl was no slouch either. Her system contained chess manuals for simulation. However, Chen uncovered a secret. The same action could only enhance the foolish girl's personality once, prompting him to incorporate this element. Thus, she could increasingly resemble a genuine human being. Foolish girl, should you capture my cannon, you are destined to lose, Chen remarked with a faint smile, a glimmer of playful mockery flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. If I lose, so be it. After all, brother Chen shall always tease you. The foolish girl chimed sweetly. Ultimately, her personality enhancement was the objective, and a bit of entertainment along the way made winning or losing inconsequential. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Could it be Zhu Beiji returning? The foolish girl's eyes brightened, and, as she stood, she deliberately brushed her leg against the corner of the chessboard, causing it to topple and scatter pieces across the floor. Oh dear, I accidentally bumped it, brother Chen. Shall we play again? She smiled playfully. Though Chen was aware of her intentions, he chose to remain silent about it. Very well, he nodded. Rising, Chen opened the door to find Helan and Xiao Chu-Chu standing at the threshold, each holding 2 bottles of wine. He welcomed them inside, deducing that Helan had summoned Xiao Chu to retrieve her handbag, and they had come to express their gratitude. Foolish girl. Please pour a cup of tea for our guests, Chen called out, initially expecting Zhu Beiji's return, yet surprised to see Xiao Chu and Helan instead. Although unexpected, it was not entirely unforeseen. Since they had arrived, why not bring along some gifts? Chen observed the red wine in Helan's grasp, took it from her, and smiled as he spoke. Seated on the sofa, Xiao Chu broke the silence first, to express my gratitude for your assistance in retrieving my handbag. Though it contained little money, my ID and bank cards are of great importance to me. Indeed, Chen, was it you featured as the city hero on television today? Helan interjected. The television reported a city hero? Chen, having neither watched television nor employed his superhuman vision and hearing, was unaware of the broadcast. He stared blankly at Helan, shaking his head as he replied, I merely subdued 3 criminals. That hardly qualifies me as a hero. Then he continued, Miss Chu, I trust nothing is missing from your bag? When he subdued the assailant, he had merely inquired about the amount in her wallet, unsure whether the robber had been truthful. No, nothing is missing at all. Xiao Chu's head bobbed like a rattledrum. Chen, when you have time, allow me to treat you to a meal, as a token of my gratitude for retrieving such an important possession. She spoke earnestly. Did you not bring 2 bottles of wine? From their appearance, they must have been quite costly. What more do you need to treat me with? Chen replied with a serious demeanor. That is different. Xiao Chu hesitated, her words faltering. It seems Chu has taken a liking to Chen. Helan thought to herself, observing the infatuated expression on Xiao Chu's face. And she sighed inwardly. This simply cannot be allowed. Though Chu is her dear friend, certain matters cannot be overlooked. How about this weekend? I shall host a gathering for the 3 of us, Helan proclaimed decisively. Chen, you have been living here for several days. We are now neighbors, and it would be beneficial to assist one another in the future. She firmly resolved that Xiao Chu and Chen should not dine alone together. That sounds agreeable. Xiao Chu nodded, saying, Sister let me treat you to this meal. She was an employee of a certain company and also worked under Helan. Helan, well aware of her salary, insisted, do not contest with me. My invitation merely signifies your own. The 2 continued their discussion. Yet it seemed she had not even agreed to join them for the meal. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, declining was no longer an option. Sister Chu tea. At that moment, the silly girl brought over 2 cups of tea and obediently stood behind Chen. This was Xiao Chu's first encounter with the silly girl, so she was unaware of the relationship between her and Chen. Seeing such a stunning beauty so obediently following Chen's lead, could she possibly be his girlfriend? Moreover, how did she know her name? Confusion clouded her expression as she instinctively glanced at Helan. Noticing Chu's gaze, Helan turned to Chen and inquired, Chen, does your secretary reside at your home? As she spoke, her heart raced, dreading the answer she feared to hear. In contrast, upon learning that the silly girl was Chen's secretary, Xiao Chu felt a surge of joy within her. As long as she wasn't his girlfriend, everything would be fine. Oh, yes, she resides in the guest room. Chen responded, fully aware of Helan's thoughts. Though it was not the answer she wished to hear. As long as they did not share the same room, it was somewhat acceptable. Helan resolved within herself. Montauk Chen. The silly girl has detected an injury on Xiao Chu's leg. Should she provide her with medical attention? The silly girl whispered softly in Chen's ear. The 2 individuals were positioned so closely that Helan and Xiao Chu nearby felt a twinge of envy. If possible, she too wished to become Chen's secretary. The medical capabilities of the silly girl could swiftly mend superficial injuries. Chen nodded, recognizing Xiao Chu's earnestness. He had contemplated this himself. Miss Chu, how is your leg injury faring? Much better, Chen. You may simply call me Chu. Adding Miss feels rather uncomfortable, she replied, her gaze meeting Chen's before hastily averting it. Raising her cup to sip some tea, she appeared quite bashful. Chen acknowledged her shyness, recalling that when she had entered, she seemed to walk with some difficulty. Perhaps you should let the silly girl examine it. She is quite the expert in this domain. An expert in this area? Xiao Chu paused, pondering if there truly existed specialists for superficial wounds. As she observed the silly girl approaching, She instinctively extended her leg. Activate medical function, the silly girl uttered softly, her lips forming the words. Chapter 110. Theft. The silly girl placed her hand gently upon Xiao Chuchu's injured knee, a soft green light enveloping her body. Instantly, the localized pain in her knee dissipated and the wound began to heal gradually. Although the injury remained concealed beneath her jeans, the absence of pain was unmistakable. She quickly rose and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Chen, your secretary is incredible." Surprise illuminated Xiao Chuchu's face. She had not anticipated that a mere touch from the silly girl could alleviate her discomfort. Not only her, but Helan beside her wore a look of disbelief. Could this silly girl possess superpowers? Well, as long as you're healed, that's what matters, Chen remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Xiao Chuchu nodded, then shifted her attention to the television remote resting on the tea table. Grasping it, she turned on the television, eager to confirm whether the evening news was still broadcasting reports about the robbers. Unidentified flying object discovered above Suanlu Street, resembling a humanoid figure, suspected to be extraterrestrial. Upon activating the television, a breaking news segment captured her attention. The screen displayed a figure soaring approximately 200 to 300 meters above Suanlu Street. Given the nighttime darkness, the footage was rather unclear. Nonetheless, it was apparent that the shape resembled that of a human. Extraterrestrials have appeared in Kyoto. Upon hearing this announcement, Helan's enchanting eyes widened, her delicate features brimming with excitement, albeit tinged with concern. How thrilling it would be if aliens were to invade. Sister this is Kyoto television. Surely they would not air. I wonder if the aliens have arrived in a spacecraft. Xiao Chuchu echoed her astonishment, glancing at Chen, surprised to find him utterly unfazed. Was he not the least bit curious? To speak of extraterrestrials, I suppose I could be considered one, thought Chen to himself. You mentioned that aliens can fly. Could they possibly possess other extraordinary abilities as well, perhaps akin to the healing functions of Silly Girl? Helan said, abruptly pausing, her gaze tightening and her complexion turning somewhat pale. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Silly Girl, you can't possibly be an alien, can you?" "And you, Chen." Confronted with the neighbor who had unexpectedly settled beside his villa, it was undeniable that in terms of appearance, he was truly remarkable. When it came to wealth, anyone capable of purchasing an imperial villa must possess considerable means. Furthermore, he was negotiating a partnership with the Fanshire Group, proposing a direct offer of 50% equity in the company. As a leading entrepreneur in the nation's top 10 firms, how had no one heard of this businessman named Chen? Could he also be an extraterrestrial? Perhaps his appearance was a result of some supernatural ability. Upon hearing Helan's words, Xiao Chuchu grew restless, swallowing nervously and stammering. "Hijia, please don't joke around. Just now when Silly Girl treated my wound, I found that quite astonishing." Upon hearing the news broadcast on television, both of them were frightened, resembling two frightened toddlers. Observing the duo huddling together, Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Have you ever encountered an alien as handsome as I?" he mused. "Well, I suppose I could be considered an alien too." Chen nodded. At this proclamation, Helan and Xiao Chuchu sprang up from the sofa, their faces stricken with alarm as they gazed at Chen. "We are both good people. Please, do not come any closer." Chen responded, "I haven't moved at all. Surely you haven't been so frightened as to conjure illusions." "Silly Girl, you are not an alien, and neither am I." Silly Girl quickly interjected. Chen was merely teasing you. I am a Horn 2060 model smartphone, and I assisted Sister Chuchu with her wound through my built-in medical function. Silly Girl's explanation left Helan and Xiao Chuchu in a state of confusion, their belief wavering. However, observing her demeanor, they sensed she was not deceiving them. Moreover, how could there be an alien resembling them, especially one so remarkably handsome? "All right, I was just joking with you." Chen finally spoke, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "You nearly scare me to death." Helan exhaled, placing her hand on her chest to calm her racing heart, thinking how mischievous he was. "Silly Girl, you're a smartphone?" she inquired, swiftly redirecting her attention to Silly Girl, her face breaking into a smile. It was no wonder Chen frequently kept Silly Girl close. She was merely a phone. This thought alleviated her concerns considerably. "Yes, Sister Helan, I am from the year 2060, Silly Girl explained to both Helan and Xiao Chuchu. Goodness. Why did it seem that Silly Girl was more familiar with them than with me? Thankfully, Silly Girl was in a well-behaved state. Otherwise, I would have given them a piece of my mind. Emo-chan cast a glance at the personality level of the foolish girl, which had now risen to 10. It appears that engaging in entertainment activities is indeed necessary. The expression options are quite impressive. Emo-chan adjusted the status of the foolish girl, and in an instant, she transformed, her vibrant red leather outfit morphing into a resplendent silver attire. Her smile vanished, replaced by an expression akin to someone owed $1,000. What is this? Witnessing this transformation, Helan and Xiao Chu-Chu were thoroughly convinced that the foolish girl was indeed akin to a smartphone. But is this still the same foolish girl? Gazing at her world-weary visage, Helan and Xiao Chu-Chu were momentarily taken aback. Though her appearance remained unchanged, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. The foolish girl cast a sidelong glance at the two, her gaze imbued with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down their spines, even in silence. You two need not look at me so warily. I promise I won't bite. The foolish girl's voice was unexpectedly sharp. Emo-chun, it's getting late. Chu-Chu and I shall take our leave now. Please do not forget our dinner plans this weekend. Helan forced a stiff smile, bid farewell to Emo-chun, and departed with Xiao Chu-Chu from the Imperial Villa. Well, I suppose I've frightened them away, Emo-chun mused, watching their retreating figures with a hint of exasperation. The foolish girl, seemingly unfazed, casually remarked, they were merely accustomed to one facet of me. Encountering this side of me naturally left them feeling restrained and fearful. It's not as if I've done anything particularly noteworthy. All right, let's not dwell on them any further. The previous game has yet to yield a victor. Let us engage in another round, but this time, you must refrain from playing dirty. Emo-chen's words rendered the foolish girl somewhat embarrassed. Does one not understand the virtue of discretion, leaving a measure of face for future encounters? The foolish girl pondered silently. 2 days later, Emo-chun had elevated the foolish girl's personality level to 15. Even in her cool demeanor, she no longer exuded the arrogance she once did. Instead, she had become significantly gentler. Early one morning, Emo-chan received a message from General Fan, stating that he had convened a board meeting. After discussions among the major shareholders, they were willing to offer 50 of their shares in exchange for the projects outlined in the proposal. Chapter 111. The gluttonous Zhu Beiji as anticipated. Faced with such a flawless business proposal, General Fan would surely not let this opportunity slip by. However, the greatest beneficiary would undoubtedly be Emo-chun. By merely providing the proposal without expending any effort, he would secure a 50 stake. Currently, as the chairman of the Fan Group, General Fan held just over 20 of the shares. The reins of the company were about to change hands. Emo-chun set out to the Fan Group to complete the necessary handover formalities. Driving his Maserati MC-12, he departed the Imperial Villa, mere moments after leaving. At the entrance of the Imperial Villa, a man and a woman approached. The man, clad in a heavy long robe, contrasted sharply with the woman, who wore a midriff-bearing silver leather jacket. Their attire presented a striking juxtaposition. One appeared prepared for winter, while the other seemed ready for summer. Master, we have been searching for 2 days without any news of Emo-chun. Perhaps we should rendezvous with others? Jiuhao suggested calmly, gazing at Wang Jiha. Are you suggesting we seek out those fellows, Zhang San and his ilk? Don't be foolish. Whoever captures the fool and delivers her to Lord Ma Lei will be granted the power of magic. There is no way I would collaborate with them. A smirk curled at the corners of Wang Jia's mouth, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. We cannot afford to miss any opportunity. As he spoke, he surveyed the Imperial Villa, the most opulent villa district he had encountered in Kyoto. Could it be that the one named Emo-chun resided in such a place? Striding boldly towards the Imperial Villa, he was halted by the security personnel at the guardhouse. Hey, you two, come over and register. The guard called out to Wang Jiha and Jiuhao. Excuse me? Were you calling for me? Wang Jiha paused momentarily before walking over to the security booth, with Jiuhao closely following. Is this your first time in the villa district? The guard scrutinized them. Since they were not residents of the villa district, he required their registration. Having never seen these two before, it was unclear whether they were lost or seeking someone. It is indeed our first time. Wang Jiha responded cautiously. His intention was to seize the fool, and he would not casually employ Jiuhao's abilities unless obstructed in his pursuit. Please fill out this form. The guard handed over a registration sheet and casually remarked, on such a hot summer day, Why are you wearing such a heavy long coat? Aren't you hot? He then turned his gaze to Jiuhao. You should take a cue from that young lady. Dressing like her is far more comfortable. Wang Jihe ignored him, randomly entering someone else's information on the form before inquiring. Is there someone named M.O. Chen residing here? Upon hearing the name M.O. Chen, the guard perked up. Certainly. He is the one who purchased the Imperial Villa outright, and he recently drove off in a sports car I've never seen before. Young and handsome. If only I had his advantages. The guard mused for a moment before recovering himself and asking, Are you friends of Mr. Mo? Oh, yes, we are friends of Mr. Mo, having come all the way from Jiangcheng to visit him. This is our first time in Kyoto, and we are unfamiliar with the area. Could you kindly guide us to him? Wang Jihe felt a surge of joy. The guard's description aligned perfectly with what he had seen in 2060. Mr. Mo just drove out in his sports car. Perhaps you could wait for him to return? No need. We shall wait right here at his doorstep. Please lead us there. Very well, I will take you there. As they spoke, the security guard emerged from the security room, leading Wang Jihe and Jiuhao towards the Imperial Villa. He remarked, Mr. Mo is a VIP resident of our Imperial Villa. Had you mentioned you were his friends earlier, there would have been no need for registration. A VIP resident? Indeed, he must be wealthy. I never anticipated that the foolish girl had fallen into the hands of such a high-flying gentleman. Wang Jihe scoffed quietly, thinking to himself, no matter how handsome or affluent you are, you'd best hand over the foolish girl, or else your wealth shall be reserved for your next life. Ahead lay the Imperial Villa, where Mr. Mo resided. The guard instructed, you may wait in the small pavilion over here. With that, he guided Wang Jihe and Jiuhao to a quaint pavilion beside the villa's gravel path. It was just past 9 o'clock, although the sun had risen. It was not overly scorching. The pavilion was shaded by trees, providing a comfortable respite from the heat, while a serene lake shimmered a few meters away. It was a delightful setting. Feigning patience, Wang Jihe sat in the pavilion to wait. Once the guard departed, he stealthily emerged, inching closer to the Imperial Villa. Ensuring that no one was passing by, he glanced inside, contemplating a search, although the likelihood of finding the foolish girl was nearly non-existent. As Mo Chen would not be foolish enough to leave her home alone, he still harbored a sliver of hope. What if Mo Chen had indeed made such a blunder? The main gate was secured with a keypad lock, yet for Jiuhao, this posed no challenge. With her expertise, she could crack the code in under 2 minutes. Jiuhao, it's your turn, Wang Jihe instructed, stepping aside to allow her access. The code comprised 6 digits, and entering the wrong combination 5 times would trigger a cooldown period, permitting entry only with a key, despite the 6 digits allowing for nearly 1 million combinations. Jiuhao assured confidently, Fear not, master, leave it to me. With her index and middle fingers pressed to her temples, a blue light emanated from her gaze, illuminating the keypad. 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed, yet the lock remained unyielding. Wang Jihe began to feel anxious, questioning, what is the matter? Surely your skills can handle a mere 2006 keypad lock. Not quite, master, Jiuhao replied, halting her efforts. It appears this keypad is protected by some form of device. My attempts to decipher it have proven futile. She displayed a look of remorse. It must be that Mo Chen has installed a high-security system on this lock. Could it be that he is aware of our intention to seek him out? Wang Jihe's expression hardened as he took several steps back. 9. Function transfer. Immediately, a beam of blue light emanated from 9's eyes, entering Wang Jihe's gaze, and then transforming into mobile mode. Since the password lock had been set by the system, surely you could not be entirely barred from entering through the balcony door of your home. A grin spread across Wang Jihe's face as he soared onto the balcony of the Imperial Villa. Given that the main entrance was secure by system, it was likely that the doors within the courtyard were also fortified against intrusion, necessitating entry through the balcony. The expansive floor-to-ceiling window of the grand balcony could be easily pushed open for access. Chapter 112. Dining with 2 beauties, it was nearly 9:30. Helan glanced at her watch, stretching her limbs as she rose from the bed, feeling utterly relaxed. The busy affairs of the company over the past few days had deprived her of proper rest. She was eagerly awaiting the weekend. However, she had made plans to dine with Mo Chen today, so she could not afford to sleep in too late. Clad in a pink silk nightgown, she stepped onto the balcony to inhale the fresh air, while also checking if Mo Chen had awoken in the Imperial Villa. The 2 villas were merely 20 meters apart, allowing her to see his balcony from hers. Was that Mo Chun? Suddenly, Helan's gaze sharpened as she noticed a man clad in a black robe, who opened the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony and stepped inside. In such sweltering weather, was he out of his mind to wear something so heavy? Still somewhat groggy from sleep, she rubbed her sleepy eyes. Through the window, she could vaguely see the figure moving about inside the house. Perhaps it was one of Mo Chen's friends. She was not overly curious and decided to proceed with her morning routine and makeup. Was it possible for one person to inhabit such a vast house? Wang Jihe marveled at the opulent interior, feeling quite astonished. He then canceled Nine's function transfer, reverting to human mode. Please assist me in locating the silly girl. If she is indeed within the house, he instructed Nine. The strength of one person is no match for two. Understood, Master, replied Nine, and together they commenced their search. They thoroughly scoured the living room, but found no trace of the crystal doll. Just then, a series of snoring sounds reached Wang Jihe and Nine's ears. What was the situation? Could there possibly be another person in the house? Wang Jihe quickly halted his searching, becoming increasingly cautious in his movements. It could not possibly be the silly girl, and besides, she did not require sleep. The snoring sounded distinctly like that of a burly man, or perhaps even a pig. Could it be that Mo Chen owned a pig? Following the direction of the snoring, Wang Jihe and Nine stealthily approached the room where the sound originated. Gently, they opened the door and peered through the crack, revealing a figure of at least 300 pounds, with a watermelon-shaped head, clad in oversized shorts, and a t-shirt pulled up to expose a large belly. Indeed, there was someone present. The ninth individual was momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, he was asleep. Otherwise, their presence would have been revealed. Sure, let's find the foolish girl, and do not disturb this imbecile, Wang Jihe promptly instructed, carefully closing the door. Suddenly, a cacophony of alarm bells erupted. Startled, Zhu Beiji sprang from his bed, brandishing his nine-toothed rake, and bellowed, "Monsters, meet your doom." Oh no, he has discovered us. Wang Jihe's body trembled, thinking that since they had been found out, he could no longer afford to be courteous. He forcefully kicked open the door he had just closed, shouting, "Ninth, erase this person's memory." Upon entering the room, they found Zhu Beiji indeed holding the nine-toothed rake, yet he had already returned to his bed, eyes closed, deeply engrossed in slumber. This created an awkward situation. "Master, shall we still proceed to erase his memory?" The ninth inquired nonchalantly. "Is this Zhu Beiji?" Wang Jihe did not immediately respond to the ninth's question, staring at the rake in Zhu Beiji's hands with growing confusion. Murray had only instructed him to seize the foolish girl from Mo Chen, without mentioning that a deity resided in Mo Chen's abode. "Scan this person's information," the ninth commanded, pressing her fingers to her temple, her eyes glowing blue as she conducted a scan on Zhu Beiji. Name, Zhu Ganglai. Alias, Zhu Beiji. Martial Tianpeng, Zhu Wuning. Gender, male. Tone, Tian. Occupation, bodyguard. The data promptly materialized. Indeed, it was Zhu Beiji. Had it not been for the nine-toothed rake, I would not have recognized him. Wang Jihe stated earnestly, then answered the ninth's query. Erase Zhu Beiji's memories from the last 20 minutes. Although uncertain if Zhu Beiji had noticed him, it was safer to eliminate his memories just in case, considering he was a deity. Understood, Master. The ninth nodded, then began to channel energy to erase Zhu Beiji's memories from the past 20 minutes. Once she completed the task, she appeared visibly weakened, despite being a robot. A deficiency in energy would still affect her condition. Master, Zhu Beiji possesses divine consciousness. Erasing his memories requires a significant amount of energy and takes considerably longer, the ninth remarked. Observing the ninth's energy rapidly depleting, Wang Jihe did not linger in the imperial villa. If he were to wait until Zhu Beiji awoke, he would likely be in dire straits. The ninth, at full capacity, could indeed contend with Zhu Beiji, especially since in this realm of 2006, Zhu Beiji's power had been considerably diminished. Let us depart, Wang Jihe said, leading the ninth out through the front door, which did not require a password. Were these two individuals truly friends of Mo Chen? At that moment, Helan happened to glance through the living room window, witnessing the two departing from the imperial villa. However, she hesitated to inquire, deciding to wait until she could speak to Mo Chen personally. Meanwhile, Mo Chen had successfully completed the transfer of shares with President Fan of the Fan Group, having signed the contract. Now, He held 50% of the shares of the entire fan group. This news sent shockwaves throughout the fan enterprises, sparking whispers among all subsidiaries regarding a potential change in leadership. After the handover, Chen returned to the Imperial Villa. As his vehicle approached the gate, the security guard called out to him, "Mr. Mo, your two friends came looking for you at the Imperial Villa, but for some unknown reason, they departed half an hour ago." The guard was puzzled, recalling how the two had insisted on waiting for Chen's return. Their sudden departure seemed suspicious, and their furtive demeanor led him to suspect they were thieves intent on pilfering from Chen's residence. "My two friends? They must be imposters. Xiao Chu and Helan would never do such a thing, especially since I have their contact information." Chen inquired, "What do they look like?" The man wore a long black robe, wrapped tightly around himself. I couldn't fathom why anyone would dress so heavily in this sweltering summer. The woman donned a silver-white crop leather jacket. Upon hearing the guard's description, Chen immediately recognized them as the individuals who had previously surveilled him. "All right, I understand," he replied, and drove his Maserati back to the Imperial Villa. "Isn't Zhu Beiji still at home? They probably haven't entered." After parking, Chen entered the villa and noticed that some items in the living room had been slightly disturbed. Upon entering Zhu Beiji's room, he found him asleep, clutching a nine-toothed rake. Chapter 113, Dining with Two Beauties. Goodness, a thief invaded the house, and you had no idea. Chen approached Zhu Beiji and pinched his nose. Who is it?" After 3 minutes, Zhu Beiji gasped for air and abruptly opened his eyes, seeing a handsome face before him. "Montak Chen, what are you doing in my room?" he asked, rubbing his eyes in curiosity. Chen replied, exasperated, "I set an alarm for you to wake up at 9:30. You really are oblivious to visitors in the house." "What? We've been robbed." Zhu Beiji sprang to his feet, grasping the nine-toothed rake as he dashed to the living room to investigate. "Stop searching. They've long since departed." Chen, you know how much I love to sleep. They didn't take anything valuable, did they?" Zhu Beiji expressed a hint of guilt. "Nothing was taken. But perhaps I should send you back to the Tang dynasty to accompany Xuanzang on his journey to the west, and then I shall hire a guard." Chen said with a calm demeanor, arms crossed and a serious expression adorning his face. "Master Chen, I was wrong. Please don't send me back to the Tang dynasty. I want to stay here a few more days," Zhu Beiji pleaded, clutching Chen's arm with a look of concern. "The dining and living conditions here are exquisite, and there's an abundance of beautiful women. Accompanying Tang Sung on the arduous journey to the west in search of scriptures has been fraught with challenges. It cannot compare to the comfort found here. Master Chen, I implore you, as long as you refrain from sending me back, whenever I do return, I shall procure some delightful treasures from the Yunzan cave to honor you." Chen, however, paid no heed to Zhu Beiji, instead addressing Shanyu. "Activate the historical display function. Set the time to half an hour ago." With a wave of her hand, Shanyu conjured a verdant screen before them, revealing footage from 30 minutes prior. On the screen, a man clad in a long robe and a woman donned in silver attire were seen rummaging through various items. "Play at 10 times speed," commanded Chen. The visuals accelerated dramatically, showcasing the moment when Zhu Beiji's memories were erased. It appears they have uncovered Zhu Beiji's identity and subsequently wiped his memories, Chen pondered. As Chen considered inquiring about the discrepancies in Zhu Beiji's recollections, he paused. Given Zhu Beiji's current state, he likely possessed no knowledge of it. So he opted not to ask. "I do not wish to return. Life here is splendid. Back there, I suffer greatly, with poor food and accommodations," lamented Zhu Beiji. Chen disregarded his complaints and turned to Shanyu. "Initiate time travel. Year 641 AD. Location, Gao Lao Village. Participants, Chen, Zhu Beiji." In an instant, the two vanished from the Imperial Villa. The time tunnel displayed no extraordinary occurrences. Before long, they found themselves at the entrance of the Gao family estate in Gao Lao Village. Upon knocking, the door was opened by the ever-dutiful steward Gao. Upon seeing Chen, promptly welcomed him. "Monster capturing master, you have returned. Please come in." "Is Xuanzang still here?" Chen inquired. "Indeed, he is," replied the steward, leading Chen to Tang Sung. "Master Master Shanyu, you have returned." "Where's Yukong?" Tang Sung asked, noticing only Zhu Beiji alongside Chen. His expression tinged with suspicion. "It is quite simple. Zhu Beiji missed you dearly and wished to return. As for Sun Wukong, he remains in 2006. Mo, Chen explained to Tang Sung. Master Mo, has Beiji caused you any trouble? Tang Sung asked. Behind him, Zhu Beiji cleared his throat, saying, cough, cough, master. It is merely that I missed you too much, hence my return. I see, that is well. Wukong has not caused you any issues, has he? Tang Sung continued. No. What trouble could there be? Master Xuanzong, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave, Mo, Chen replied. Master Mo and Master Shanyu, travel safely. Tang Sung note that. In the next moment, Mo, Chen, and Shanyu found themselves back in the Imperial Villa. Mo, Chen quickly tidied up, for it was the weekend. And 2 days prior, he had arranged to dine with Ilan and Xiao Chu on Saturday morning. As he prepared, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ilan stood outside the door, adorned in a white rolled-up top and a pair of sheer black trousers. Her lustrous, wavy hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, framing her delicate features. With elegantly arched brows, captivating bright eyes, and a perfectly sculpted nose, her cherry lips, tinted with a subtle hue of lipstick, added to her exquisite charm. Though her attire was not ostentatious, her refined visage exuded an undeniable grace. With such exquisite beauty, she could effortlessly pull off any ensemble. As Mo Chen opened the door and caught sight of Ilan, he was immediately captivated by the faint, alluring fragrance that enveloped her, a scent reminiscent of natural skin rather than an overpowering perfume. It's nearly 11 o'clock, and Chu has already headed to the restaurant. We should make our way there too, Ilan said with a radiant smile, her expression imbued with a hint of purity. Thank you for your consideration, Ilan. Shall we depart? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. We've been neighbors for quite some time. Please don't call me Hizong anymore. It feels rather distant, she replied. What should I call you then? Lito Lan Lang. Just call me Ilan. If you don't mind, I also have a nickname, Lan Lan. As she spoke, a blush crept on her cheeks, leaving her feeling a tad bashful. Despite being older than Mo Chen, the notion of him calling her Lan Lan felt somewhat inappropriate. She quickly amended, from now on, just call me Sister He. Well, I indeed guessed correctly. Zonit name Es Julie Lan Lan. Mo Chen chuckled. All right then, little Lan Lan. Let us not keep Chu waiting. Upon hearing this, the already bashful Ilan felt her cheeks flush even more. All right, let's take my car, she stammered. As a strong woman devoted to her career, she rarely had time for romance, and having a guy call her by her nickname for the first time sent her heart racing. Following your lead, we shall take your car, Mo Chen teased. Ilan nodded gently and then glanced back into the house, inquiring curiously, what about the silly girl? Does she want to join us? She was aware that the silly girl referred to a mobile phone, yet she asked out of politeness. I've got her with me, but she doesn't need to eat, he replied. With that, they left the Imperial Villa, climbing into Helan's Audi and heading toward the restaurant. While in the car, Helan said, Mo Chen, I forgot to mention that 2 strangely dressed individuals entered your Imperial Villa this morning. They must be your friends, right? She had seen them entering from the balcony, uncertain whether they were indeed Mo Chen's acquaintances or intruders. Did you see them too? That Zhu Beiji is sleeping soundly, his memory wiped clean, Mo Chen remarked, licking his lips. Yes, they are 2 friends returning from abroad. I'll be sure to host them properly later. Chapter 115. Little Lan Lan, he did not disclose to Ilan that they were individuals from the future, as future beings were likely to bring him trouble. Despite his unmatched strength, he preferred not to entangle Ilan in such complications. She had recently returned from abroad, which explained her peculiar attire. Ilan chuckled softly, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Mo Chen, who occupied the front passenger seat. At that moment, she had dismissed the notion that they were thieves. In response to Helan's remarks, Mo Chen merely offered a faint smile. By the way, there is something else. Helan's expressive and delicate features suddenly became serious as she continued. Your friend, Liu Xiaoqian, interviewed at my company 2 days ago, and I decided to keep him on. Liu Xiaoqian went to a certain advertising company? Mo Chen recalled the scene from that day when he had encountered Liu Xiaoqian at the Fancher Group. He remembered Helan mentioning that if Liu Xiaoqian did not find a job, he should apply at that advertising firm. He was surprised to learn that Liu Xiaoqian had indeed been unsuccessful in securing employment. Little Lan Lan had truly gone to great lengths. This outcome was, in fact, a favorable opportunity for Liu Xiaoqian, as the certain advertising company was among the top 10 in the nation. Developing his career there for a few years would undoubtedly lead to a bright future. Originally, Liu Xiaoqian had been referred to that company by Xiao Chu. However, after that fellow acquired the foolish girl, he had never managed to work a full day at the company. "Don't be so formal with me," Chen remarked, noticing the shift in his address. Helan's expression brightened instantly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. In the blink of an eye, they traversed several intersections and approached their dining destination. As this meal was hosted by Helan, Chen had not inquired about the venue, simply accompanying her in her car. It was only when the vehicle came to a stop in front of an upscale establishment named Fongjin Restaurant that he realized they would be dining there. Fongjin Restaurant was a 5-star dining venue, typically frequented by individuals who had achieved considerable success in their careers. Clearly, Helan had put in considerable effort. "Montak Chen, let's go." Chu must be waiting anxiously, Helan said as she exited the driver's seat and led the way in a Fongjin hotel, with Su Zhe following closely behind. 2 doormen at the entrance, upon witnessing the arrival of the distinguished pair, promptly bowed respectfully and greeted them. "Welcome, President He." Helan was a regular patron, and the staff within the restaurant recognized her. Upon entering, Chen was immediately captivated by the elegant decor. Before him unfolded a spacious area adorned in luxurious style, with a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Though unlit, one could easily envision how it refracted waves of dazzling light from every angle, creating a dreamlike ambience. At that moment, Xiao Chu was waiting in a private room that Helan had reserved in advance. As they traversed the hall, they made their way toward the private suite. Such a young and handsome gentleman, yet he already has a girlfriend. A woman clad in a long dress and heavily made up, seated at a table in the hall, murmured quietly as her gaze swept past them. She dared not voice her thoughts aloud, especially with a man nearing 40 seated across from her. He was the wealthy suitor she had recently acquired. What a pity it would be, she mused, how splendid it would be to be the woman by his side. Casting another glance at the man opposite her, her heart sank, and with a stiff smile, she remarked, "Mr. Li, I saw a handbag yesterday, but it was rather expensive. It's merely a bag. Once we finish our meal, I shall buy it for you." In the private room of the auspicious hall, Xiao Chu glanced at her watch. It was already 20 past 11, and the menu lay untouched on the table. With Chen and Helan absent, she found herself unable to order. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, and Chen and Helan entered. "Chen, Sister He, you finally arrived? I thought I would starve," Xiao Chu said with a slight frown, her tone lacking energy. She then handed the menu to Chen, saying, "Chen, please see what you would like to eat." Upon inspecting the menu, Chen noted that none of the dishes were marked except for plain white rice, which was indicated as 2 large bowls. This girl certainly had a hearty appetite. At the entrance of Fongjin Restaurant, a man clad in a black t-shirt emblazoned with a wolf's head, with sharp features and tousled blonde hair, stealthily approached the hotel. Huang Mei carried a basket of vegetables, peering through the restaurant's glass walls with a glazed expression as he watched the diners within, unconsciously licking his lips. Initially intending to purchase ingredients to cook for Wang Tianba and his companions, he found himself lost on the way home. Coincidentally arriving at mealtime, his stomach growled audibly. Spotting the lavish dishes on the restaurant tables, he felt no desire to leave. Cautiously, he stepped into Fongjin Hotel. "Hello, sir, would you like to dine?" the waiter inquired. Yes, dining," Huang Mei replied with a bright smile, pleasantly surprised by the quality of service. Unlike Zhu Beiji and Sun Wukong, who had ventured out for leisure upon arriving in 2006, he found himself restricted in his abilities. Chen had provided him with 1,000 yuan for food and lodging, yet had been snatched away by a malicious woman. He had hoped that after being taken in by Wang Tianba, life would improve, but instead, he felt like a servant tending to Wang Tianba day in and day out. Thus, he struggled to assimilate into this society. "Please, this way." Following the waiteress lead, Huang Mei settled into the seat closest to the door. As he gazed at the menu presented by the waiter, his eyes narrowed in confusion. He barely recognized any of the characters. Had he been familiar with modern script, he would not have lost his way. Dismissing the text entirely, he pointed at the pictures on the menu and ordered haphazardly, this one, and this one, and I'll have a portion of that too." Items such as abalone, shark fin, and lobster were all included. He ordered a total of over a dozen dishes. Soon, the food arrived. Gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes, Huang Mei licked his lips and indulged heartily. It must be said, he truly possessed an impressive appetite. Before long, the platter was nearly obliterated, leaving only a few greasy remnants. With a contented belch, Huang Mei rubbed his round belly, akin to a balloon, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Absolutely delicious! If one could savor such exquisite fare in the little western paradise, who would still yearn for Tang Seng's flesh?" After finishing his meal, he wiped his greasy hands and proceeded towards the door, his basket in tow. "Sir, you haven't settled the bill yet." He had barely taken 2 steps when a server intercepted him. "Settle the bill? I want to pay. I'm not buying anything." The server chuckled slightly and continued, "I meant to say, you haven't paid yet." Huang Mei slowly turned his head towards the table where he had dined, and it dawned on him. How much is it?" The server glanced at the receipt and responded, "A total of 3,500 yuan. Thank you." 3,500 yuan. Huang Mei recalled that at the outset, Chen had given him merely 1,000. How could a single meal here cost so much? Moreover, he had no money. Wait a moment. Sensing the precarious situation, Huang Mei contemplated making a hasty escape to dine and dash. Observing his reluctance and humble attire, the server became convinced that he was indeed attempting to abscond without payment. "What is happening over there?" murmured other patrons in the hall, turning their heads to witness the commotion. "Hey, that person looks familiar," Zhou Yinyan remarked as she recognized Huang Mei's face as if from a previous encounter. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. It was the filthy beggar who had obstructed her path that fateful night outside the bar. She promptly stood up, grinning, and declared, "Mr. Li, let me take you to see a good show." Zhou Yinyan rose, grasping Li Si's hand, and swayed her graceful figure toward the restaurant's entrance. "Darling, what kind of show?" Li Si inquired as they approached Huang Mei. Well, isn't this the filthy beggar who blocked my way the other day? Has he forgotten who he is just because he changed his clothes?" Zhou Yinyan sneered derisively. "Does he even realize that such places are not meant for a wretched beggar like him?" Upon hearing her insults, Huang Mei turned to face the woman. "You are the one who bullied me outside the bar that night." He immediately recognized the heavily made-up woman, and the humiliation she had inflicted upon him was etched indelibly in his memory. "The last time I saw you, you weren't with this man. How did you switch partners so swiftly?" He disregarded Zhou Yinyan and addressed Li Si coolly. Well, this is a devastating blow." Upon hearing Huang Mei's words, Li Si's expression immediately darkened, and he slowly directed his gaze towards Zhou Yinyan. What did he mean by that? They had only met last week, and he had essentially taken her under his wing. Why was this wretched woman associating with another man? Had he spent his money for someone else's enjoyment? "Mr. Li, how could you believe the words of a beggar? Just a couple of days ago, I was dining with my cousin when we encountered this individual." Zhou Yinyan appeared somewhat flustered, her fabrications evident, yet she feigned calmness and continued. "I initially thought he was a beggar, and, out of goodwill, I gave him 1,000 yuan. To my astonishment, this scoundrel was not satisfied and stealthily stole my wallet. Truly, my kindness was met with ingratitude. How can one fabricate such lies without a script? You are spouting nonsense. It was my own 1,000 yuan that you pilfered, and now you turn the tables, accusing me of theft? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Faced with such baseless accusations, Huang Mei could not remain silent and retorted vehemently. "I cannot fathom how someone can be so wicked. Mr. Li, he is insulting me. You must avenge my honor." Zhou Yinyan suddenly grasped Li Si's arm, adopting a demeanor of feigned fragility. "Rest assured," he whispered, then turned to the waiter, instructing, "Quickly summon security to apprehend this thief. I shall call the police to have him taken into custody." The waiter, observing Li Si's elegant attire, a simple yet refined suit, immediately recognized him as a man of means. In stark contrast, Huang Mei's garb seemed utterly inferior, casting doubt upon his claims. "Wait a moment." Zhou Yinyan abruptly halted Li Si, adding, "Mr. Li, this beggar seems rather pitiable. He likely has a family to support. If he ends up in jail, his household would be devastated. Perhaps a lesser punishment would suffice." She dared not truly summon the police to arrest Huang Mei, for if the authorities uncovered her schemes, she would find herself behind bars instead. "Oh, my dear, you are indeed compassionate," Li Si remarked, offering Zhou Yinyan a satisfied smile. "How do you propose we punish him?" The two engaged in the charade so seamlessly that an unsuspecting observer might genuinely believe Huang Mei was the thief they described. "Let me think," Zhou Yinyan mused, her brow furrowing as her eyes darted about like marbles. Suddenly, a smile broke forth as she exclaimed, have him crawl beneath Mr. Li's legs, shouting that he is the thief, and I shall be appeased. Excellent idea, Li exclaimed enthusiastically. At that moment, several patrons in the restaurant gathered, intrigued by the commotion. Some doubted Huang Mei's portrayal as a thief, instead viewing the flamboyantly dressed Zhou Yinyan as the true miscreant, taking advantage of an innocent. What are you all talking about? I want to go home. Huang Mei, sensing the situation turning against him, hastily dashed towards the restaurant's entrance. However, the waitstaff would not allow him to leave easily. 3 male attendants immediately blocked his path. Their personal grievances were of no concern, but the principle of paying for one's meal was indisputable. The commotion attracted the hotel manager, who came over to mediate. Today, I'll make it clear, as long as this beggar crawls under my legs, I shall cover his bill. With that, Li Si propped his leg upon the dining table and beckoned to Huang Mei, saying, hurry up and crawl. What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? The tumult outside the private room of the auspicious hall perplexed Elon. This hotel is usually quite tranquil. What could be the cause of such a disturbance? Jia, you and Chu Chu order first. I will step out to investigate. Mo Chun pushed open the door to the room and exited. He had already heard Huang Mei's voice from within the confines of the private space and intended to lift the restrictions placed upon him. Upon stepping outside, he saw a crowd gathered around a table at the hotel entrance. Peering through the throng, he spotted Huang Mei ensnared in the center. A middle-aged man, barely standing at 5 feet 7 inches, had his left leg draped over the table, beckoning Huang Mei as if inviting him to crawl beneath. Huang Mei, Mo Chen called out. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Does this young man know the thief? What thief? Clearly, those two were merely chattering nonsense and bullying an honest man, whispered the onlookers, who could all be considered affluent, for otherwise they would not frequent such establishments. Save for sycophants like Zhou Yinyan. Mo Chen, you've arrived. Quickly, prove that I am not a thief. Huang Mei exclaimed in astonishment at Mo Chen's presence. Although he was unsure why Mo Chen was here, it was a relief to encounter someone familiar. The historical scene unfolded before Mo Chen's eyes, revealing the earlier incident where Huang Mei had been bullied. Just as he was about to speak, a voice abruptly interrupted him. The situation had grown chaotic. The man named Li Si was still intent on troubling Huang Mei, showing no signs of relenting. Instead, he turned to Mo Chen with disdain and remarked, "You must take responsibility for your actions. What business do you have in a place like this, you inexperienced lad?" Chapter 117. Lifting of magical restrictions. Mo Chen licked his lips and said, "Huang Mei, your magical restrictions have been lifted. You may seek your vengeance now." Huang Mei, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. Really? His body trembled with a newfound vigor. Indeed, his powers had returned. He expressed his gratitude to Mo Chen. "Thank you. You wretched woman. You have brought death upon yourself by provoking me," Huang Mei roared. The crowd, witnessing this scene, hastily retreated. Li Si, seeing Huang Mei's outstretched hand, shouted, "Do you know who I am? Are you tired of living?" Zhou Yinyan quickly chimed in, "Exactly. You have harmed others. Your life is ruined. Kneel and apologize at once." Regrettably, Huang Mei leaped before the two, gesturing with a swift motion that conjured a fierce gust of wind, sending the woman hurtling backwards. Upon witnessing this, Li Si trembled and pleaded, "Do not kill me. I was wrong. I will give you whatever you desire. It is too late. Remember how you tormented me before." Huang Mei replied in a deep voice. With another wave of his hand, Zhou Yinyan and Lu Si were sent flying as well. After all, Huang Mei was a demon king of 1,000 years, having claimed countless lives. Now that his powers had returned, how could he refrain from seeking vengeance? The onlookers, witnessing the chaos, rushed outside. Fear etched upon even the faces of the recently arrived staff. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived to apprehend the two, with Huang Mei following suit. In the auspicious hall, Mo Chen inquired, "What has transpired outside?" Elon asked casually, "Nothing of great consequence, just a minor incident." "Let us dine first," Mo Chen responded. After a simple meal, he departed in He Lan's vehicle, returning to the villa district. Meanwhile, Zhou Yinyan and Li Si, though detained for only a few days, had already suffered injuries from Huang Mei's magical prowess, rendering them reliant on wheelchairs within a short time. At that moment, Huang Mei returned to Wang Tianba's residence. "Hey Huang, you were supposed to procure groceries. Have you failed?" Wang Tianba glared at Huang Mei with a fierce expression. The absence of food left the three of them hungry, and they vented their frustrations upon Huang Mei. Xiao Wu, Fian, take him outside and teach him a lesson, he commanded, directing his ire towards Xiao Wu and Sun Fian. Without hesitation, they approached the seemingly tranquil Huang Mei, curiosity flickering in their eyes, for they sensed a hint of malice within his gaze. Something feels amiss. Typically, Huang would cower before us when we confront him. What is different today? Sun Fian murmured to Xiao Wu, casting a sidelong glance. Let us not dwell on it. Just give him a beating, Xiao Wu replied with a smirk. It should serve him right for making such a simple task a struggle. Indeed, why waste words with a servant? Huang Mei remained motionless, his intense gaze fixed on Wang Tianba, emanating an unsettling aura that demanded respect. What are you staring at? Are you dissatisfied? Wang Tianba shouted, hurling his shoe at Huang Mei. As the slipper hurtled towards his face, Huang Mei effortlessly caught it with a flick of his wrist, tossing it violently to the ground, his fierce eyes unwaveringly locked on Wang Tianba. Hey Huang, why do you still stare? You two, go beat him up. Make it count. Wang Tianba trembled with rage, collapsing onto the sofa as he awaited Huang Mei's impending punishment. From now on, do not call me Huang. As Huang Mei returned, he encountered a large yellow dog by the roadside, affectionately called Huang by its owner. To his astonishment, he realized that he had been referred to by the same name by these three individuals over the past few days. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Sun Fian had already raised their fists, intending to drag him to a corner and beat him mercilessly. Yet, despite their combined efforts to grasp Huang Mei's shoulders, he remained utterly immovable. With a gentle flick of his arms, he effortlessly lifted both of them and, with a slight exertion, hurled them away with considerable force. Ouch! Cried Sun Fian and Xiao Wu, their faces contorted in pain. Tiangu, Huang is rebelling. Hearing their anguished cries, Wang Tianba paused for a moment, suddenly springing from the sofa, resting his sunglasses atop his forehead, inhaling a puff of cigar, and revealing a faint smile. Well, Huang, it seems you have learned to resist. Allow me to personally teach you a lesson. Unlike Xiao Wu and Sun, Wang Tianba was a towering figure, his muscular physique prompting passers-by to steer clear of him. He paid no heed to how Sun Fian and Xiao Wu ended up on the ground, but he was determined that Huang Mei would pay for this beating today. Before he could reach Huang Mei, a 6-meter-long arm seized him by the throat, and with a swift motion, he was transported directly before Huang Mei. Huang, what are you doing? At this sight, Sun Fian and Xiao Wu, still on the ground, turned pale as death, retreating 2 steps as if their legs were paddles in turbulent water. Wang Tianba, the most frightened among them, felt his neck constrict, blood rushing to his face. Struggling to speak. Huang Gu, please let me down. In his mind, he recalled the times he had summoned Huang Mei for menial tasks, washing his feet, cleaning the toilet, and scrubbing the dishes, and he was filled with regret. If given another chance, he would surely utter 3 words to Huang Mei. I was wrong. Huang Yi. For the sake of our acquaintance, please spare me. He continued to plead, his face reddening and veins bulging on his neck. He feared that without oxygen for 5 more seconds, he would suffocate. Huang Gu, please spare Tianba. Whatever it is, let him down first, Sun Fian urged, scrambling to her feet and rushing to Huang Mei's side, grasping his arm in desperation. Of course, Huang Mei had no intention of ending Wang Tianba's life. Otherwise, with a mere snap of his fingers, Tianba would have been reduced to ashes. A slight smile graced Huang Mei's lips as he released Wang Tianba. Go fetch me a basin of water for washing feet. He aimed to let Wang Tianba experience the torment he had once endured. All right. I'll do it right away. Wang Tianba gasped for breath, rubbing his reddened neck, and hurried off to the bathroom to fetch the foot-soaking water. All the while, he remained perplexed about how Huang Mei had managed to extend his arm 6 meters. If that were the case, during their previous encounter outside the bar, when he had been bullied so mercilessly, he would surely have fought back. Recalling the news report from the day before yesterday about the unidentified flying objects in the sky, he whimsically speculated that Huang Mei might be an extraterrestrial. With his pointed nose and sharp ears, he bore little resemblance to a human being. After fetching the foot-soaking water, Wang Tianba cautiously approached with a basin. There lay Huang Mei, comfortably sprawled on the sofa, his legs resting on a coffee table, while Sun Fian and Xiao Wu were diligently massaging his shoulders, creating a scene of utter relaxation. Chapter 118. One should not be too Xiao Wu. Please subscribe. Brother Huang. It's usually Wang Tianba who orders me to beat you up. I have no involvement in this. I've long found him disagreeable, Xiao Wu said with a playful grin, disparagingly. Brother Huang, the foot water is here. At that moment, Wang Tianba overheard Xiao Wu's words, his teeth clenched in resentment. When bullying Huang Mei, he had always taken the lead, but now that he was under someone else's roof, he started to shift blame. One should not be too Xiao Wu. Indeed, Brother Huang, I never intended to bully you. It was all Wang Tianba's directive. Sun Fian chimed in, her hands resting on Huang Mei's chest as she expressed her contrition. Recognizing the shifting allegiances, as Huang Mei was now the leader, she naturally chose to align herself accordingly. When Wang Tianba approached with a foot basin, he merely exchanged a glance with Huang Mei, his eyes betraying a hint of betrayal and helplessness. Wang Tianba felt a bitter turmoil within. Placing the basin beneath Huang Mei's feet, his face adorned with a respectful smile. Upon hearing his voice, Huang Mei slowly closed his eyes, feigning ignorance. Wang Tianba understood Huang Mei's silent cue. He gently lifted Huang Mei's foot and placed it in the basin, quietly inquiring, Brother Huang, is the water temperature to your liking? Still no response. Noticing the silence, he pressed on, Brother Huang, how did your arm stretch so long just now? Could it be that you are an alien? If you are an alien, does that mean you plan to invade Earth? An alien? What is that? Huang Mei, intrigued by the question, opened his eyes and cast a glance at Wang Tianba, asking, are aliens also monsters? Brother Huang, aliens are beings from other planets, Xiao Wu interjected. Huang Mei was utterly perplexed by this explanation. He had no comprehension of planets, only knowing that he hailed from the little western heaven. In this world, even as a monster, he was a divine entity. Have you heard of the little western heavens, Little Thunder Sound Temple? Huang Mei, lowering his facade, reminisced about his days commanding 500 disciples in the little western heaven, contrasting them with the 3 societal misfits before him. How could the disparity be so vast? Little Thunder Sound Temple? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu displayed a puzzled expression, stating, I haven't heard of the Little Thunder Sound Temple, but I have heard of the Thunder Sound Temple. That's where Tang Sung and his disciples traveled to the west for scriptures in Journey to the West. Have you heard of the Thunder Sound Temple? Yet not the Little Thunder Sound Temple? I've always encouraged you to read more. Gazing at the perplexed expression on Xiao Wu's face, Wang Tianba took over the conversation. Withdrawing his hand from the foot basin, shaking it off as he continued, Xiao Shi Tian, the Little Thunder Sound Temple is a trap set by monsters to feast on Tang Seng's flesh. Although he is a thief and lacks a lofty education, he possesses a love for reading, unlike Xiao Wu and Sun Fian, who remain utterly oblivious. Ha ha ha, at last, someone is in the know. Huang Mei grinned broadly, asking, but do you know who the monster inside the Little Thunder Sound Temple is? Who is the monster? Wang Tianba paused, pondering. Suddenly, his eyes widened, realizing that the creature in the Little Thunder Sound Temple is none other than the weasel spirit, known as Huang Mei the Great. Huang Mei the Great, he exclaimed, astonished. Could the person before him actually be Huang Mei the Great? With this thought, Wang Tianba stuttered, Brother Huang, are you truly Huang Mei the Great from Journey to the West? Xiao Shi Tian's Huang Mei the Great is indeed accurate, but what on earth is Journey to the West? Huang Mei, confused by Wang Tianba's words, inquired. You don't even know about Journey to the West? It's the tale of Sun Wukong and his companions traveling to the Western Paradise to obtain scriptures, which includes the episode of Tang Sanzong being trapped in the Little Thunder Sound Temple, Wang Tianba explained. His astonishment had long faded when Huang Mei's arm extended an impressive 5 or 6 meters. Now he was certain that the figure washing his feet was indeed a character from Journey to the West, the millennium-old monster Huang Mei the Great. Did I ever get to taste Tang Seng's flesh? Huang Mei still clung to the hope of savoring a morsel of Tang Seng's meat. No, in the end, Tang Sanzong went to the Thunder Sound Temple to meet Buddha Relai, obtained the true scriptures, and was conferred the title of Sandalwood Merit Buddha. Curse it, I managed to capture Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, yet I still couldn't feast on Tang Seng's flesh. Not only did you miss out on Tang Seng's flesh, but all the monsters along the journey to the west also failed to partake in it. To his surprise, there existed such a remarkable book. Who was the author? They conversed merrily, completely forgetting their previous grievances. Sun Fian and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. While they understood that Journey to the West tells of Tang Sung and his disciples' quest for scriptures, the specifics eluded them, their knowledge limited to fleeting glimpses from television. Wait, how did I end up chatting with Wang Tianba? Huang Mei mused internally, thinking he should properly train him. However, during their conversation, his expression tightened, the joy on his face gradually fading, replaced by the resentment that had just surfaced towards Wang Tianba. Stop washing. You two, drag him out and give him a beating. Make it a good one. Huang Mei kicked Wang Tianba over, splashing water everywhere, then turned to Sun Fian and Xiao Wu, commanding, hurry. Oh yes. They dared not defy his orders and quickly rose from the sofa. Especially Xiao Wu, murmuring quietly about Wang Tianba's consistently poor conduct, endeavored to enhance his own reputation in Huang Mei's eyes. Hurry up. Let us go out and face the consequences. The two of them shoved Wang Tianba into a corner, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Sun Fian, however, did not exert herself too much. It was Xiao Wu who poured all his strength into the assault. Although he had been brought out by Wang Tianba, he had undertaken many of the menial and exhausting tasks before Huang Mei's arrival. Therefore, he fought with fervor. Observing this, Huang Mei stretched lazily, yawned, and strolled into the room to rest. That chamber had once been shared by Wang Tianba and Sun Fian, but now they could only watch helplessly as their space was claimed. Not a word of complaint dared to escape their lips. You two are truly fighting. Just moments ago, Wang Tianba, who had not dared to utter a sound, finally grumbled when he saw Huang Mei leave the living room. Xiao Wu, I have never treated you poorly. Why are you hitting me so hard? Is this how you conduct yourself? Tiangu, you are no longer in charge here. Be a bit kinder to me in the future, or do not blame me for being ruthless. You, Wang Tianba glared at him, yet felt powerless, shaking his head in silence. He then grasped Sun Fian's arm and pulled her out of the room, a look of melancholy on his face. Fian, why did you? He intended to express that Sun Fian should not speak ill of him to Huang Mei, given their romantic relationship. One should not be so heartless. Tianba, you saw and heard what happened. Huang Ge is a monster from Journey to the West. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate us both. I am merely looking out for our welfare. Sun Fian spoke with her head bowed, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes. Chapter 120. Is this the non-lucky one? Even if it was for her own sake, Wang Tianba was still her boyfriend. What she had done was indeed somewhat inappropriate. She hurriedly touched the corner of Wang Tianba's mouth, concerned, did I hurt you? Seeing Sun Fian's concern, Wang Tianba felt relieved, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and whispering, no matter how I fare in the future, I will always treat you well. Sun Fian nestled into Wang Tianba's embrace, laughing joyfully. Fian, come in for a moment. At that moment, Huang Mei's voice suddenly echoed from within a room. This left Wang Tianba and Sun Fian, who were outside expressing their affections, momentarily stunned. What does this monster want with you? Wang Tianba frowned, his previously sweet smile instantly vanishing. I have no idea. Sun Fian shook her head, pondering whether it was revenge for Wang Tianba and her previous actions. You absolutely mustn't go. Huang Ge is a monster. If I do not go, we will both be in trouble. After uttering this, Sun Fian broke free from Wang Tianba and headed toward the inner room, leaving him alone outside, feeling utterly despondent. Police station. Meeting you has truly been the worst fortune of my life. I have offended a major shareholder of the Fanshur Group and have been blacklisted. With bruised faces, Li Si shouted at the equally battered Zhou Yinyan. How can you blame me for this? How was I to know that beggar was a friend of Mr. Mo? Unable to contain his anger, Lu Si reached out to strike Zhou Yinyan. In the Imperial Villa, after finishing his meal, Chen engaged in playful antics with the silly girl on the bed. After refreshing himself, he settled onto the couch to enjoy the afternoon news. Silly girl, pour me a cup of tea, he requested, reclining comfortably. Ever since the silly girl's personality traits had gradually reached 20%, he felt as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. For instance, her body temperature had slightly increased, and her expressions had become more human-like. Oh, how tragic! The silly girl, upon hearing Chen's command, rested her chin on her hands, her rosy lips pouting slightly as her brows furrowed like a child denied candy. In her sorrowful state, every utterance seemed to echo her despair. Nevertheless, she obediently went to fetch the tea. At precisely 2:05 in the afternoon, an unidentified explosion occurred on Xiaomian Street. resulting in the tragic death of 8 individuals. The sudden announcement on the television sparked Chun's imagination. The report indicated that 8 men had engaged in mutual aggression before the unexpected blast obliterated them entirely. When the silly girl brought the tea and noticed Chun deep in thought, she inquired, "How tragic?" Was my brother Chun pondering. Instantly shifting her expression to one of joy, she transformed her silver leather jacket to a vibrant red, her face radiating a brilliant smile. If the silly girl remained in her sorrowful state, Chun might well lose his sanity. He had initially intended to familiarize himself with all her emotional states, but it seemed prudent to store this sorrowful emotion away for future use. It was simply too negative and detrimental to his mood. "Isn't Xiaomian Street the one near the police station?" Chun mused, activating his supervision to observe the scene, where the 8 corpses were covered. Were they indeed from the year 2060? "Silly girl, can you analyze the situation on Xiaomi Street?" he suddenly asked. "Of course, brother Chun. I'm currently searching for information on Xiaomi Street," she replied. Instantly, the screen displayed a wide road with the 8 bodies nearby. "Silly girl, switch to phone mode," Chun commanded, and she transformed into a crystal doll in his hands. Given that the 8 individuals had their own silly girl, he wanted to save time by converting her to phone mode. With a swift motion, Chun appeared in the air and accelerated, breaking through several sound barriers. Arriving at the scene, observing the police preparing to search the deceased, he decided to utilize his invisibility ability, an advantage he had won in a previous lottery, which had remained untouched for quite some time. However, upon reflection, he realized that his speed was incomprehensibly faster than light, rendering his surroundings indistinct. He activated his super speed, causing everything around him to come to a standstill. This was not a cessation of time. Rather, it was that Chen's velocity was so extraordinary that, to his perception, everything had decelerated. He approached the 8 corpses, and, as expected, their devices remained intact. However, he noted that several had developed numerous cracks. Chun paid little heed to this, swiftly retrieving all 8 devices while casually inspecting their bodies for any valuables. Regrettably, apart from the devices, there was nothing of worth. At that moment, Chun had already returned to the Imperial Villa and summoned his assistant. "Assist me in assessing how many of these devices are still operational," he instructed. "Of course, brother Chun," the assistant replied before commencing the examination. After 5 minutes, she addressed him, "Brother Chun, only one device remains functional. The systems of the others have been severely damaged, and the likelihood of repair is minimal. Activate the historical playback feature." "Montak Chen commanded." "Certainly, brother Chun," she responded. Before him, a green screen materialized, displaying 8 individuals embroiled in a heated argument. One individual, evidently incensed, resorted to violence. Witnessing this, the others likewise engaged. At that moment, a man clad in a long robe and a top hat materialized in the air. "What foolish bunch! What use do I have for you?" he declared, extending his hand to reveal a pale blue energy sphere forming in his palm. The sphere expanded until it reached the size of a human head and was hurled towards the group. The 8 men, noticing the energy sphere above, attempted to flee. Unfortunately, the man in the air had invoked some form of magic, rendering them utterly immobile. Their devices were as inconsequential as toys. Thus, all 8 men perished beneath the energy sphere, while the man above vanished without a trace. Chun observed the scene unfold and began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that something had transpired, leaving only one of the 9 members alive while the others were slain. "Oh well, it matters little to me. Those who dare approach me shall be eradicated without hesitation." He considered that it was high time to utilize his abilities, which had remained largely untapped, and decided to wield the powers of Superman and Doomsday. "Hand me the functional device," he instructed his assistant. Chun pressed his hand against his nose, and a voice resonated, "Model 2060, Unit 0, at your service. Please enter the activation password." "Assistant, by rights, you should be Unit 0, should you not?" "Montak Chen Pundut Alut." "Indeed, brother Chun, they're all second-generation devices, excluding myself," she replied respectfully. "Ah, I see," Chun remarked as he began to attempt various passwords. Chapter 121. The charity auction. Chen's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had attempted the first 10 million passwords, ultimately succeeding on the 10th million trial. Gazing at the password, he found it rather absurd, pondering the vanity behind it that led him to such exhaustive attempts. Had he accumulated so much bad luck from not participating in a lottery for ages? Or was he now under the influence of the god of misfortune? Chen muttered to himself, "I'm the most handsome person in the world. Password, enter correctly. Please select either real person mode or mobile mode." At that moment, the naive girl beside him was astonished. Chen, you are so impressive. You guessed the password on your first try. How did you do it? She had initially intended to assist him, but it turned out he required no help at all. It's just a password. Your assistance is unnecessary. Chen replied, feigning nonchalance. Fortunately, the naive girl remained oblivious, or else he would have found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Just as he was about to select real person mode, he suddenly remembered having instructed the naive girl to delete their real images earlier. He hastily called out, "Naive girl, please set a new image for 0. What kind of image do you want, Chen?" She retorted, feeling a bit bashful. Chen hesitated, but the naive girl seemed unfazed. "That's fine. This way, Chen can have various types, and I will have a companion in the future." 2 minutes later, the naive girl announced, Chen, you can power on now. Real person mode, be good." As soon as Chen's words fell, a petite girl clad in a maid outfit appeared before him. "Hello, Chen." 0 shyly greeted. "0, how many illegal operations do you still have left?" Chen pondered alut. Chen, there are 10 illegal operations remaining, 0 replied. "Then there is no need for concern. Now 0, modify the startup password to I like you." Chen contemplated. "Modification complete, Chen," 0 said, her large eyes gazing at him. Next, they needed to swiftly return the Bull Demon King to the Little West Heaven and acquire those 3 vials of body enhancement serum. However, it had been quite some time since Sun Wukong arrived in 2006. What had he been up to? 0. Search for information on Sun Wukong. Chen decided to test 0's capabilities. Unterstot, Chen, null obediently replied. A large green screen materialized before them. Could this truly be Sun Wukong? Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of disbelief. On the screen, a man dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, rather diminutive in stature, wandered through a night market. Though clad in modern attire, his distinctive hopping gait immediately revealed his identity as Sun Wukong. Moreover, his facial hair was quite dense. Chen. It seems Sun Wukong has fully integrated into society, and judging by his demeanor, he is living quite comfortably. Beside him, the foolish girl gazed at the screen and remarked to Chen. The nature of a monkey is inherently clever and unrestrained. It is likely that if Chen did not seek him out, he would not return of his own accord. As Chen observed the images on the screen, he could not help but smile. The year 2006 was far superior to that of the Tang dynasty, replete with an abundance of delicacies and towering skyscrapers. Not to mention the throngs of people clamoring for his autograph. Sun Wukong muttered softly, recalling the 500 years he spent imprisoned beneath the 5-finger mountain by the Buddha. What did he subsist on during that time? Iron balls and copper broth. Were those fit for human consumption? Moreover, the journey to the west was fraught with hunger and discomfort, beset by numerous demons causing havoc. While he himself was unafraid, his master, Tang Sung, though the reincarnation of the golden cicada, was merely an ordinary man on this perilous pilgrimage, devoid of any magical power. He constantly found himself worrying for his master, and he had to endure hearing his elder brother's incessant cries of, "Master has been captured by a demon," and "Master has been taken again." Such words would trouble anyone's heart. He mused how splendid it would be to remain in 2006 indefinitely. Throughout his journey, whenever Sun Wukong encountered something delectable, a mere breath toward the vendor would summon the food directly into his hands. No need for currency, and he could feast at will. What is money? I have never laid hands on it. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated Sun Wukong's current disposition. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he transformed into a wisp of vapor and soared into a 5-star hotel to rest and sleep, reveling in the comfort. The only downside was that such indulgence diminished his spiritual cultivation. With a skewer in his right hand and a cup of milk tea in his left, Sun Wukong munched away, heedless of the ethical implications of littering. At that moment, a brilliant streak of light suddenly darted across the sky, eliciting gasps from the crowd. "Look, a shooting star. Where? Where is it? Just look up. That shooting star is incredibly bright." Quick, make a wish. It is said that wishes made upon shooting stars come true. Sun Wukong suddenly lifted his gaze, and his expression shifted dramatically as he discarded the skewer and milk tea from his hands. That was no shooting star. It was clearly a demon. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure. It was none other than the Bull Demon King. Transforming, he donned his golden chainmail, adorned with a phoenix wing crown, and stepped into cloud-walking boots. Exuding en impressive aura, he then soared into the sky, hurtling towards the Bull Demon King. Wow, did you see that? Just now, a Sun Wukong flew into the sky. You must be seeing things. How could a Sun Wukong fly? If you don't believe me, look above you. Who do you think that is? The night market's patrons looked up in astonishment, their perceptions utterly transformed. I haven't seen Brother Neo in over 500 years. Who would have thought I would encounter him here? Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy, thinking he must find the Bull Demon King for a hearty drink. However, he soon furrowed his brow, recalling that Chen had mentioned he should greet the Bull Demon King if they crossed paths. Out of respect for a fellow disciple who had imparted so much knowledge to him, he decided it would be courteous to acknowledge him. Yet, he lamented his ignorance of Chen's whereabouts, pondering how to relay this message. Shaking his head, he realized that even if he knew, he could not rush to him. He still had to seek out the Bull Demon King for their revelry. With that thought, he moved swiftly toward the Bull Demon King's location, tracing a path like a bolt of lightning. In the early morning, Chen felt a profound sense of contentment as he observed the foolish girl and Zero beside him. After freshening up, he headed to a nearby breakfast shop, where the spicy soup paired with beef buns was simply an exquisite combination. By chance, he encountered Elon, who was also dining at the same establishment. Although the decor of the shop was unremarkable, it had been a beloved eatery for 20 years and was located near the Emperor's Villa, frequented by residents of the upscale neighborhood for its delectable and varied offerings at reasonable prices. Elon, what a coincidence to find you here for breakfast, Chen exclaimed as he sat down, noticing the spicy soup and beef buns on her table. I didn't realize you enjoyed spicy soup as well. Chen, what luck? I quite like spicy soup and beef buns, Elon replied, her face lighting up with surprise, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Usually, her breakfast consisted of homemade fare, a glass of milk accompanied by a sandwich. Her visit to this century-old breakfast shop was intentional, aimed at a serendipitous encounter with Chen. Having observed him frequenting this spot for breakfast in recent days, she arrived early today, specifically ordering the same spicy soup and beef buns to share a common preference with him. Chen, I have a favor to ask, she said, a hint of shyness in her tone. What is it? Montag Chen incursions. This evening, I am attending a charity auction, and I am in need of a male companion. She confessed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Are you free tonight? I would like you to accompany me. At that moment, a task notification echoed in his mind. Side quest initiated. Agree to Helan's request. Rewards, 2x10 cashback card for the charity auction, and 1 chance at the system lottery. A chance at the lottery? Chen mused, pleased to see this opportunity, especially since the Marvel Universe remained static. Otherwise, he would be worried about their safety. As for the cashback cards, they were of little consequence to him, but they could serve to impress, and the more one spent, the greater the returns, he reflected. Chen raised an eyebrow and gazed at Elon. As your male companion? Indeed, she replied with a beaming smile. Very well, I shall accompany you this evening. Chen affirmed with a nod. As his words settled, the system rewards were bestowed upon him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarded with 2 charity cashback cards, each offering 10-fold returns, along with a chance to participate in the system lottery. So it's settled then. I shall come to your abode tonight, Elon remarked with a melodic tone. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Chen responded with alacrity. After a simple meal, the two departed from the breakfast establishment. Zing-zong, zing-zong, the doorbell chimed. Glancing at the clock, it was already 7 o'clock. It seemed the time for the charity auction had arrived, and Helan was indeed beckoning him. As anticipated, upon opening the door, Chen beheld Helan standing at the threshold. She was adorned in an elegant black gown, her wavy hair cascading to her waist, elegantly styled, and embellished with pearl earrings, radiating a captivating charm, exuding an aura of regality. Helan, you look splendidly dressed today, Chen observed. Have you prepared yourself? The charity auction commences at 7:30. We must be on our way, she stated, her lips adorned with lipstick, subtly quivering as her gaze lingered on Chen with a hint of emotion. Ready to depart at any moment, Chen replied nonchalantly, clad in casual attire, appearing somewhat laid back compared to Helan's grandeur. Don't you think? Helan assessed Chen from head to toe, noting his tall stature and handsome visage. Everything looks quite fine. However, your choice of attire seems a tad too casual. The attendees of the charity auction were prominent figures from Kyoto, which warranted Helan's elaborate ensemble. Moreover, the proceeds from this auction would be allocated to support the education of children in the mountains, possibly involving public figures as well. Understanding Helan's unspoken thoughts, Chen was aware of her concerns. Yet, he typically favored a casual style and had no formal attire at home. I can swiftly acquire a suit. It won't take long, he assured. No need to purchase one. I have a suit at home. Come with me to try it on and see if it fits. You possess a min's suit at home? Chen was momentarily taken aback by Helan's words. Realizing her phrasing might have been slightly off, Helan quickly clarified. Yes, we have been neighbors for over a week, and I didn't present you with a gift upon our first meeting. So, I specifically bought a suit for you. She had intended to gift it earlier, but hadn't found the right moment. This occasion, coinciding with the charity auction, seemed perfect for the gesture. With that, Chen nodded in understanding and followed Helan into her villa. Since they resided in a villa district, the houses were not only larger, but also boasted superior decor and amenities. Though Helan's home radiated a unique charm, the interior was adorned in warm tones, lacking ostentatious decorations, exuding a sense of simplicity and elegance, both natural and relaxed. After a brief moment of anticipation, Helan emerged from her room, carrying a luxurious black Zegna suit. The garment exuded an air of opulence. Chen smiled gently as he accepted the suit. It's not expensive. What matters is that you like it. He nodded appreciatively and began to remove his shirt, causing Helan's cheeks to flush slightly. Aren't you going to be modest about this? She remarked, feeling a bit flustered. Chen, being a man, felt no qualms. After all, he had nothing to lose. Helan paused, quickly regaining her composure, and awkwardly chuckled. You can change here. I'll just step away for a moment. With that, she retreated to her room. Placing the suit on the sofa, Chen shed his upper garment, revealing a sculpted torso with defined abdominal muscles. As he turned slightly, the contours of his physique were strikingly perfect. Indeed, quite impressive. Helan peeked from her room, not fully entering, and her gaze was captivated by Chen's flawless physique. How could such a perfect man exist in the world? Chen, aware of her covert glances, chose not to confront her. This was his asset to flaunt. Although she was a few years younger, the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth a fortune. Age was but a trivial concern, Helan mused. The fit of the suit was impeccable. Chen had donned it perfectly. He was pleasantly surprised that Helan had managed to procure such a fitting ensemble, indicating her considerable effort. At that moment, Helan stepped out, her face radiant with a bright smile. Seeing her expression, Chen realized she was growing increasingly fond of him. Thank you, Xiaolon. This suit is quite suitable. Oh, stop being so polite. Now that you're dressed, let's head to the auction, she replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had anticipated that Chen would look handsome in the suit, but she hadn't expected him to look this striking. With a devilishly attractive physique and an angelic face, complemented by the suit, he was simply exquisite. Helan had invested considerable effort into this, paying attention to his measurements during their meetings to ensure the suit would fit perfectly. They did not linger at home for long. Initially, they intended to drive Helan's Audi, but ultimately decided that Chen's sports car was more fitting for the occasion. After all, such a setting called for a supercar. As the Maserati MC12 made its entrance, it captured everyone's attention. Chen and Helan stepped out of the car, instantly becoming the center of attention. The handsome man and beautiful woman formed a stunning sight wherever they went, especially with such a rare automobile. The women present couldn't help but envy Helan, wishing they could take her place. After registering at the entrance, Helan guided Chen into the venue. Chapter 123. Merely philanthropy. As the two settled into their seats, Helan began to discuss various matters pertaining to the charity auction with Chen. Although Chen, endowed with a super-intelligent mind, was already well acquainted with this information, he found pleasure in listening once more, especially in the company of a beautiful woman. Not far away, A stunning lady clad in a light blue strapless gown cast a curious glance in their direction. Elon? Could it be that the man beside her is her boyfriend? To her surprise, she never expected Elon to be interested in someone so young. Typically, Elon attended such events alone, but this time she had brought a companion. Tian Bingbing, thus, prematurely assumed that Mo Chen was Elan's partner. The man beside her, her boyfriend Lu Yang, also turned his gaze toward them. Upon seeing the pair dressed in a black starry gown and formal suit, he was momentarily taken aback. Bingbing, is that one of your friends? Liu Yang inquired, leaning closer to her ear. Tian Bingbing nodded slightly. Lu Yang then asked, shall we go over and say hello? He felt a flicker of familiarity with Helan's visage. As the owner of an advertising company in a certain year, Helan was known among some corporate executives. However, individuals like Lu Yang, though a general manager of a large company, hardly engaged in business matters and thus remained unaware of her identity. All right, Tian Bingbing contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She then adjusted her makeup and, donning 10-centimeter high heels, approached Helan and Mo Chen. With delicate steps, Tian Bingbing gracefully arrived beside Helan and Mo Chen. A woman must never falter in her poise. Hello, Director He. Tian Bingbing greeted with a radiant smile, all the while scrutinizing Helan's attire. The luxurious gown was indeed a significant investment. Helan looked up, and, upon recognizing the visitor, her expression turned slightly frigid. Director Tian, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Tian Bingbing was the daughter of another advertising company's owner and had dealings with Helan, while also being a business rival. Their relationship was rather tenuous. Tian Bingbing smiled, and, glancing at Mo Chen seated beside Helan, inquired, and who might this be? He is a friend of mine, Helan replied coolly. Oh, Tian Bingbing nodded, seamlessly taking a seat next to Helan. I take it he is your boyfriend? Boyfriend. At the mention of Tian Bingbing's words, Helan felt a sudden rush of warmth to her forehead, followed by a frown as she contemplated a rebuttal. However, Mo Chen interjected, what of it if he is my boyfriend? Hearing this, Helan's cheeks tinged with a subtle blush as she cast a delighted glance at Mo Chen. Hello, I am Tian Bingbing, the general manager of Chuangji Advertising Company. Tian Bingbing extended her hand, intending to shake hands with Mo Chen. Her arm conveniently traversed Helan's form, reaching out toward Mo Chen. Upon witnessing the scene, Helan felt a tinge of distaste, yet she refrained from appearing petty, choosing instead to don a serious expression. Mo Chen offered a faint smile, intentionally avoiding a handshake with Tian Bingbing. Being handsome was simply an undeniable advantage. Mo Chen mused with a sigh. Observing Helan's stern demeanor, Tian Shanshan felt a secret delight. However, since Mo Chen did not engage with her, she decided not to linger, rising to her feet and saying, Mr. He, I shall take my leave. As she departed, she purposely brushed against Mo Chen's calf and hastily remarked, my apologies. Mr. Mo, turning her head, she shot Helan a glance imbued with an enigmatic challenge, evidently seeking to provoke. This was clearly an attempt to unsettle Helan. As the owner of a prominent company, Helan possessed extraordinary looks and remarkable abilities, overshadowing Tian Bingbing in every respect. Thus, Tian Shanshan sought to create discomfort for her. Having achieved her current standing, Helan was not one to harbor pettiness. She merely smiled gently and shook her head. Yet, how could Mo Chen allow her to escape unscathed? A surge of energy gripped one of Tian Bingbing's feet. She exclaimed, tumbling to the ground in an undignified manner. Lu Yang hurried over to assist her. Are you all right? How could you be so careless? Fortunately, it's not too serious. Otherwise, participating in the auction later would be problematic. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know. Something suddenly locked my leg. And that is how it happened, Tian Bingbing replied, looking quite woeful. There's nothing on the ground. Perhaps your heels are too high, and you twisted your ankle. Liu Yang suggested. Don't be too upset. I'll capture everything from up there and send it to you. He added kindly. He draped an arm around Tian Bingbing's shoulders. This charity auction was a significant event in the business realm. Securing items from the auction for charitable purposes would undoubtedly enhance the company's reputation. A guaranteed profit. All right, Tian Bingbing responded, the corners of her mouth finally curving into a faint smile. Helan glanced towards Mo Chen, seemingly inquiring whether he was the cause of the incident. A mere mortal dares to be so audacious. It's a mercy that I Haven T eliminated her. Montauk Chen scoffed. Helan felt a swell of gratitude, realizing that Emo-chan was undoubtedly acting for her sake. Emo-chan, there's truly no need for, Helan began, only to be interrupted. You shall soon comprehend the extent of my power, and then your worries will dissipate. Emo-chan replied with a subtle smile. Helan's cheeks flushed slightly. As attendees gradually entered the charity auction, Emo-chan noticed a striking figure among the crowd, a man who stood out conspicuously. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yu Suawei as the male lead's counterpart in the original plot of Magical Phone. Encountering him here was unexpected. Emo-chan leaned closer to Helan's ear, gesturing towards Yu Suawei's position, and whispered, Xiao Lan, do you know that person? Helan followed the direction of his finger and spotted Yu Suawei, the owner of Air Corporation, seated with a composed demeanor. Furrowing her brows in contemplation, she remarked, I recognize him, but we're not particularly acquainted. Not acquainted? Chen nodded. Do you know him? Helan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although Yu Suawei stood out among the others, compared to Emo-chan, he was like a mere grain of sand. I don't know him well, just find him somewhat familiar, Emo-chan replied with a smile, refraining from elaborating further. However, seated beside Yu Suawei was a woman with short hair who also appeared somewhat recognizable. Isn't that Huame? Lu Xiaoqian thought, feeling exasperated. For she was indeed Lu Xiaoqian's girlfriend. Emo-chan instantly morphed into an amused onlooker. The narrative of Hua Mei joining Era Corporation remained unchanged. Must one wear a touch of green on their head to lead a prosperous life? He sighed, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Lu Xiaoqian's plight. Soon after, the auction commenced, following the host's introductory remarks. Engaging in charity is not merely about throwing money into a void. It is essential for corporations as it enhances public recognition and aids future development. Thus, most attendees were the heads of various enterprises. Chapter 124. Bid if you like. The first item up for bid was a piece by a relatively obscure calligrapher from Kyoto. Since this was a charity auction, the starting bid for all items was set at 0. Before long, a bid of 10,000 was made from the crowd. Liu Yang, unfazed, raised his paddle and declared, 100,000. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Liu Yang, whose bold bid had increased the amount tenfold. Although 100,000 was merely a drop in the ocean for those present, the first auction item was just an ordinary piece of art, a work of a contemporary calligrapher, not a masterpiece. If this painting were placed on the market, it might fetch only 20,000 at most. Liu Yang wore a satisfied smile, reveling in the attention, and glanced at Helan and Emo-chan, thinking they surely wouldn't bid on such a mundane piece. Lot 38 bids 100,000. Is there any further bidding? Soon, another bid emerged, 15,000. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's smile slightly faded as he turned his gaze toward the one who had placed the 15,000 bid. It was an unremarkable man in a suit, devoid of any distinctive traits. However, the woman sitting beside him was someone he recognized well. Zhou Yinyan. How did she come to be in such a setting? Zhou Yinyan was merely a woman he had met at a bar, someone he had discarded after their fleeting encounter. To his surprise, fate had brought them together once more. At the same time, Emo-chan caught sight of Zhou Yinyan, and a thought crossed his mind. She must now be in a vegetative state in a hospital. It seems that only that person from the future is behind this mischief. If trouble were to come looking for him, it would be an opportune moment to eradicate the source, saving him the trouble of searching. Moreover, the man beside her had changed. This woman certainly had her ways, adept at flattering the wealthy. Meanwhile, seated in position 38, Liu Yang observed the somewhat despondent Tian Bingbing beside him, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He had previously promised her that this piece of calligraphy and painting would be his at all costs. 200,000. The surrounding crowd was slightly taken aback. This was merely the first auction item, considered a beginner's piece. There was no need to escalate the price so dramatically. The man beside Zhou Yinyan paused for a moment before abandoning his bid. The host, noticing the silence, inquired, 200,000, going once. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 200,000, going twice. He raised the small hammer high, ready to finalize the deal. However, at that moment, Emo-chan slowly lifted his bidding paddle. 2 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. All eyes turned towards the young man holding the paddle. Who was this young master, so extravagantly throwing down 2 million for a seemingly ordinary piece of art, without a flicker of hesitation? They speculated among themselves. Surely he cannot be a local. Otherwise, we would have recognized him. But wait, Isn't that Elon, the owner of a certain company, sitting beside him? Could it be that he is bidding on his behalf? Chen mused that this painting was worth at most 20 to 30,000. Increasing the bid to 50,000 would likely deter anyone else from competing. Elon turned to Chen, her eyes flickering with surprise. Her advertising company was already quite renowned in Kyoto, and there was no need for her to boost her reputation through a charity auction. Her presence at this event was merely to seek an opportunity to bond with Chen and deepen their connection, rather than an interest in the auction items. However, the scornful glance thrown her way by Tian Bingbing from position 38 had indeed irked her. Could it be that Chen raised his bid to steal the limelight from Liu Yang for her sake? This thought brought a pleasing smile to her lips. She then inquired, "Do you have a particular fondness for this calligraphy piece?" Chen shrugged. "To be honest, this work is quite ordinary. It wouldn't even garner a glance if displayed at a street stall. There is nothing about it that I particularly like." Upon hearing this, Helan's spirits soared. She anticipated that Chen would casually waive 2 million for her sake. Yet she pressed further, "If you don't like it, then why bid such a high price for it?" Chen couldn't possibly reveal that he possessed a cashback card. Instead, he flashed a smile. "Isn't this a charity auction? Contributing to charity is a noble endeavor." Still trying to argue. Helan pursed her lips and nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. 2 million, when utilized with a tenfold cashback card, amounts to 20 million. Quite impressive. Yet for such an ordinary piece of calligraphy to be acquired for 18 million is commendable, Chen mused. Indeed, he is the man I admire. So lavish with his spending. In the back row, Zhou Yinyan smirked, her thoughts racing. She had initially intended to attract Chen's attention at the auction, but it appeared her plan was destined to fail. Had she known, she would have pursued a top-tier millionaire instead. With that thought, she cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man sitting beside her. A pitiable wretch. At this moment, the host on stage was brimming with excitement, exuberantly announcing, "Mr. Number 1 bids 2 million. Does anyone wish to bid further? 2 million once, 2 million twice." The host paused, scanning the audience of bidders. But no one raised their paddle. Suddenly, he shouted, 2 million 3 times. Boom! The gavel struck decisively. Without a doubt, this piece of calligraphy was secured by Chen. "Mr. Number 1, please come to the stage to receive your calligraphy and partake in the handover ceremony." Must it be so complicated? Chen glanced at the camera at the back of the venue, realizing a photo op was in order. He leaned towards Elon and casually suggested, "Why don't you go collect it for me? It could also serve to promote your company." Elon was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled look at Chen. Although her company did not need promotion, having already been asked, she accepted the bank card he offered and proceeded to the stage. With the successful sound of the card swipe, a crisp notification resonated in Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for using the tenfold charity cashback card X1. You have received a tenfold refund." Instantly, Chen checked his phone and, indeed, found his account had swelled by 20 million. This auction house had its quirks, requiring a settlement for each item sold, as if fearing anyone might flee. After Helan completed the transaction, she posed for a photograph with the camera before descending. At that moment, all eyes in the venue converged upon her, making her the center of attention. Particularly, Tian Bingbing's eyes nearly bulged out. She glared at Liu Yang beside her, saying, "Look at her boyfriend, and then look at you. Weren't you supposed to give me something like that?" Liu Yang grinned, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Bingbing, this calligraphy lacks sophistication, unworthy of your stature. When I find something truly exceptional, I'll bid on it for you." "Fine, understood." Tian Bingbing rolled her eyes, reluctantly accepting. "Here, your spoils." Helan offered the calligraphy piece to Chen. Chapter 125. Duel with Ma Lei. Chen simply glanced at it and said, "Consider it a gift for you, a token of neighborly goodwill." Upon hearing his words, Helan nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall accept this. However, this item is exceedingly precious. If there is anything you desire, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." At first glance, the painting appeared splendid with a high bidding price, yet in reality, it was merely an ordinary piece, hardly worthy of being classified as a masterpiece. "Any request is permissible?" Chen inquired with a mischievous smile. Helan seemed to ponder for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly as she responded, "Yes, indeed." "Very well, I shall remember that. Chen replied. Soon, the second round of bidding commenced. The item in question was an antique, a gold hairpin inlaid with jade, boasting nearly 4 centuries of history since 2006. The hairpin shimmered with a golden hue, crafted entirely from gold, with the body intricately engraved with a vividly lifelike phoenix. At the top, a snow lotus blossomed delicately, its heart adorned with a vibrant green jade stone, exuding an air of elegance. However, the craftsmanship fell slightly short of perfection. Otherwise, its value would soar even higher. Undoubtedly, this item was far more valuable than the preceding calligraphy piece. A starting bid of 250,000 was set, which was reasonable given the hairpin's ancient lineage. If it were a solitary piece, the price might not be so exorbitant, but as a pair, the value would multiply significantly. The first bidder immediately raised the price to 400,000. Following suit, others began to place their bids. At that moment, Tian Bingbing, like a delicate bird, leaned against Lu Chun and sweetly remarked, "Darling, I absolutely adore this pair of hairpins. You must secure them for me to showcase the financial prowess of our Shiji group," to Helan, while she described her company as an independent advertising agency. It was more accurate to consider it a subsidiary of Shiji Group. In recent years, it had barely managed to establish a foothold in Kyoto thanks to the support of Shiji Group. "All right, I shall bid for you," Lu Chen declared, raising his paddle with conviction. 800,000. 800,000. The highest bid prior had only reached over 500,000. Yet this pair of hairpins was undoubtedly worth much more. 1 million. A clear voice rang out from a distant corner as Yusualwei raised his paddle, calmly calling out. With only 3 items at this charity auction, failure to participate could mean missing out entirely. The allure of the hairpins was undeniable, which was why he had brought along his secretary, Hua Mei. These hairpins were indeed remarkable, rich in history and possessing great collectible value. Helan's expression shifted slightly, and a glimmer of affection for the hairpins sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she seized the paddle from Mo Chen's hand and exclaimed, 1,200,000. Goodness, she truly is a wealthy woman. After calling out her bid, she smiled at Mo Chen and added, "I am purchasing these hairpins in my personal capacity, so rest assured. It has nothing to do with you." Although she had not intended to bid at this charity auction, she had unexpectedly encountered something that stirred her heart. Since you have a fondness for it, why not capture the moment? Mo Chen merely smiled and nodded, believing she would assist in the purchase. This gold hairpin is priced at 1.2 million, and surely there will be others who will raise the bid. 2 million. Indeed, Yu Suawei increased the price. This left Liu Yang's head buzzing. Why is this item so sought after? Nevertheless, he had promised Tian Bingbing that he would secure this pair of gold hairpins. After glancing at her, he gritted his teeth and declared, 5 million. Upon announcing the price, Liu Yang displayed a smug smile, as the price for these hairpins had clearly exceeded their actual worth. They were at most worth 2 million. Upon hearing this bid, the room fell silent. Even Yu Suwei ceased to bid, partly because the quality of the hairpins was indeed lacking, and partly because Hua Mei beside him consistently opposed the excessive markup, deeming the purchase unnecessary. Liu Yang, the general manager of the Shiji Group, offered 5 million. Helan glanced at him and Tian Bingbing's smug expressions, feeling rather unfazed. After all, the worth of the item was clear to everyone. "You seem quite fond of these hairpins. Why have you stopped bidding?" Montag Chen inquired softly, observing Helan's pause. "Spending 5 million on these hairpins is utterly unwarranted. Not to mention, I had already revealed my interest earlier," Helan chuckled. Meanwhile, Mo Chen suddenly grasped Helan's hand holding the bidding paddle, lifting both the hand and the paddle, and calmly announced, 10 million. Mo Chen, are you jesting? This item is not worth 10 million. Helan's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes reflecting surprise. Although she was indeed a major player in the business, spending 10 million on something so clearly overvalued seemed extravagantly wasteful. Mo Chen smiled faintly and replied, "I am the one bidding. It has nothing to do with you." In contrast, the others, upon hearing this bid, appeared utterly astonished. It was a staggering 4 times Liu Yang's offer. Who exactly is this young man? Unquestionably, the gold hairpins were secured by Mo Chen. Just as Elan was about to complete the transaction, the lights in the venue suddenly flickered, casting the crowd's mood from astonishment to panic. With a crackle, accompanied by the burst of a light bulb, all the lights in the hall extinguished at that moment. The vibrant atmosphere was replaced by utter darkness. What on earth is happening? This is absurd. This is a high-end venue. How could the power simply cut out? Is the manager here? Can someone please address this issue? Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that either a time traveler or Zhou Yinyan was behind this. However, for Mo Chen, who possessed extraordinary vision, the scene appeared as clear as day, seemingly unaffected by the darkness. What were we waiting for? Act now. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed throughout the hall. Especially in such a dim environment, it sounded even more eerie. Upon hearing that sound, the bidders present were rendered speechless. How could anyone still be speaking with an echo? Instantly, they all rushed towards the exit, fearing that lingering any longer might bring them face to face with something unspeakable. Hurry up! Why are you still dawdling? Liu Yang Urgid, Puling Tianxi Bingbing alone. You have yet to fulfill your promise to me today. Look at this place. It's haunted. If you don't leave, I certainly will. This finally prompted Tianxi Bingbing to rise from her seat and flee in haste. Mo Chen observed a man approaching Helan, seeking death. Mo Chen swiftly maneuvered to intervene. Zhou Yinyan slowly stood from her seat, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Chen. A smirk gracing her lips. Mo Chen, hand over the foolish girl, and you shall be mine from this day forth. A mere bus? How repulsive! Montauk Chen retorted disdainfully. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to Zhou Yinyan's face. Having released just a modicum of his strength, Zhou Yinyan was utterly obliterated. An energy shockwave emanating from the impact. Is that all? Mo Chen muttered in disbelief, astonished that such a trivial display of power could result in her demise. After dealing with Zhou Yinyan, Mo Chen swiftly appeared before Helan. Is that you, Mo Chen? You nearly frightened me to death. Helan sobbed as she embraced him. Did he lay a hand on you? A palpable aura of menace enveloped him. How could that be? Such a terrifying presence. How many must he have slain? Wang Ji involuntarily knelt. No, Helan whispered. You frightened my woman to tears. Are you prepared to face the consequences? Mo Chen demanded. Recalling the moment Zhou Yinyan was obliterated with a single punch, Wang Ji hurriedly replied, It's a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave at once. Do you truly believe you can escape? Montauk Chen counteth. Just then, Wang Ji exclaimed, Time travel initiated year 2060, personnel, Wang Ji. Mo Chen refrained from attacking, instead planning to eliminate them all, including Ma Lei. Otherwise, they would be crushed before they could utter another word. I will escort you home. Rest well. I shall return shortly, Mo Chen said gently to Helan. Be careful, she replied, understanding his intentions, and she pressed a kiss on his cheek. Mo Chen then embraced Helan and instantly transported them back to the imperial villa, ensuring he did not forget the golden hairpin. To be on the safe side, he left behind the Zero unit to protect Helan. Time travel initiated, year 2060, personnel, Mo Chen. He declared to the foolish girl. You actually ran back here. You useless fool. Ma Lei berated Wang Ji. I kept you alive, only to discover you are equally inept, Ma Lei remarked sternly. My lord, it's just that Mo Chen is far too powerful. He obliterated a host infected with the HM virus with a single punch, Wang Ji stammered in fear. Oh, is that so? Ma Lei said, seizing Wang Ji to extract his memories. Mo Chen chuckled. Once I integrate the mother body HM virus, I shall become invincible, Mayor declared with unwavering confidence. In an instant, he teleported from his executive chair to a white table, leaving no trace behind. He retrieved a peculiar black box adorned with enigmatic patterns from the drawer. Gazing at the box, Mayor furrowed his brow, a shadow of profundity crossing his eyes, and a slow, sinister smile crept upon his lips. Come forth. Allow me to wield the forces of evil, he proclaimed, casting a spell upon the black box before gradually unfastening its clasp. Inside lay a deep purple, almost black, diamond-shaped crystal emanating boundless energy. This was the essence of the HM virus, previously sealed by magic, a force so potent that even Mayor, a master of advanced technology and sorcery, dare not unleash it recklessly. The full power of the HM virus could very well lead to uncontrollable chaos. Yet now, for the sake of his own safety, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Clutching the essence of the HM virus in his hand, a faint smile graced Mayor's face. Wang Jihe recognized this as the ultimate HM virus, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Before he could utter a word, Mer had already cast the essence into the air and enveloped his body in magic. Soon, the purple-black radiance emanating from the crystal penetrated his being. Accompanied by a series of anguished screams, his eyes narrowed, and his body twitched uncontrollably. After approximately 30 seconds, he finally returned to normal, the purple hue in his gaze dissipating. Humph, 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 Mer sneered, dispelling the magic that shrouded him. Retrieve the infection orb I entrusted to you. Wang Jihe produced a glass sphere containing the preliminary HM virus, capable of enhancing one's abilities. Following his infection with the ultimate virus, his demeanor grew significantly more serious, and his natural abilities and strength elevated several tiers. However, he was a carefully chosen individual by Mer, who spared him instead of eliminating him, granting him a chance. Thank you, Lord Mayor. This time, I shall surely seize that foolish girl, Wang Jihe declared loudly, feeling the surge of newfound power. Let's hope you do not disappoint me this time. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences, Mayor warned. Understood, my lord. Wang Jihe nodded earnestly. Don't just understand. I have already arrived, Chen interjected. Quite bold of you to come to the year 2060. Mayor remarked towards Chen. You're also quite audacious. Anyone who dares to touch my people should prepare to meet their demise. Montauk Chen retorted casually. This time, I will not flee. Let us battle. Wang Jihe shouted at Chen. Oh, with your master present, your courage has swelled. What a good dog you are. Chen replied with a slight smile. You seek death, Wang Jihe exclaimed, drawing forth his weapon, number 9, and launching an attack on Chen. What? You disagree? Are you not his dog? Chen feigned shock. Hey, he said, it's not your dog anymore. He has become your master. Chen directed his words towards Malay. Although he was young and his tongue was sharp, he would soon find himself out of opportunities. Malay suppressed his fury and retorted. At that moment, Wang Jihe and number 9 raced towards Chen, closing the distance to less than a meter. Suddenly, Wang Jihe and number 9 soared into the air, their struggles rendered futile. Then, with a gentle grip of his hand, Chen crushed Wang Jihe's body, sending a spray of blood in all directions. In that instant, number 9 reverted to the form of a crystal doll. And you call this a battle? Montauk Chen remarked, exasperated. Aren't you employing that foolish girl's ability? Malay replied sternly. Isn't that a redundant statement? Moreover, why must I rely on her powers? Montauk Chen scoffed. Don't think that by killing one of my subordinates, you've proven your strength. For me, he could have been dispatched in a single move. So there is no need for your elation. Malay asserted confidently, attuned to his own prowess. Then let us see if you can move, Chen said, extending his hand towards Malay. Instantly, Malay exerted all his strength, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Enough, it's time to conclude this farce, Chen declared, applying slight pressure with his palm, causing Malay to explode. Simultaneously, Malay's body was engulfed by tendrils of black energy, resurrecting him as if nothing had transpired. A flicker of fear crossed Malay's face as he gazed at Chen and then proposed, You see, you cannot kill me, and I cannot approach you. How about we strike a deal? Do you think you could deduce my inability to kill you from this? Montauk Chen countered. At that moment, Malay muttered, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his hand, preparing to hurl it at Chen. A surge of telekinetic force erupted, rendering Malay immobile once more. No, you despicable scoundrel, he shouted in outrage. As Malay's energy sphere reached its critical threshold, a blinding light erupted, and the immense energy obliterated him, rapidly expanding until it nearly engulfed Chen. With a gentle exhale, Chen dissipated most of the energy. Impressive power, in terms of sheer force. It rivals that of certain miniature missiles, Chen contemplated, as the shockwave lingered for a full 5 seconds before fading. This time, Malay did not regenerate. Just as Chen prepared to scrutinize him with his enhanced vision, a figure slowly rose from the ground, appearing rather disheveled. Chapter 127. The preparation to depart before Malay could regain his composure. Chen's eyes glowed crimson, and a laser shot forth towards him. You are an alien, were Malay's final words, as the temperature of Chen's laser surpassed even that of the sun's core, vaporizing Malay along with the black energy within him. Leaving no chance for revival, Chen surveyed his surroundings with extraordinary vision, ensuring nothing escaped his notice. He then summoned the silly girl and declared, time travel initiated. Year, 2006, location, Imperial Villa, participants, Chen. At that moment, Chen found himself back at the villa, where he observed Zero and Helan engaged in conversation. Chen, are you alright? Helan exclaimed upon noticing his presence. I'm fine now. Everything has been resolved. I apologize for causing you concern. Chen replied softly to Helan. Who were those people? Helan inquired, gazing at Chen. They are individuals from the future, hailing from the year 2060, and they came specifically to seize the silly girl. Chen explained. Will you be in danger? Helan asked anxiously. Rest assured, they have all been eliminated, and there is nothing to worry about. Chen reassured her, enveloping Helan in a warm embrace. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chen, using his extraordinary vision, discerned that it was Xiao Chu-Chu. He then summoned the silly girl to open the door. Sister Chu-Chu, you've arrived. The silly girl greeted with politeness. Yes. Xiao Chu-Chu hurriedly entered the bedroom and saw Helan lying on the bed. Sister He, you scared me. Just a moment ago, I sensed you were in danger, so I rushed over. With Chen here, what could possibly happen to me? Helan replied gently, as if nothing untoward had occurred. Phew, Sister He. I was just worried about you. But since you're all right, I can breathe easy, Xiao Chu-Chu said, patting her chest. Why is there a little lowly here? Xiao Chu-Chu asked, noticing Zero beside her. She then glanced at Chen, seemingly seeking clarification. This little lowly is also a mobile device, much like the silly girl. Helan explained. Oh, she is indeed quite adorable, Xiao Chu-Chu remarked, looking at Zero. By the way, Sister He, why are you at Chen's house? And why are you on the bed? Xiao Chu-Chu suddenly realized something. Your intuition is quite accurate. Something did occur earlier, but it has all been taken care of. Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. So, Sister He's been here all along? Xiao Chu-Chu appeared somewhat envious. You're welcome to stay here as well. Chen offered. At that moment, the silly girl interjected. Brother Chen, I have detected the whereabouts of the Bull Demon King. Would you like to investigate? Investigate. A green screen materialized before them, revealing the Bull Demon King sharing drinks with Sun Wukong. This is the perfect opportunity to send them back to the Little West Heaven. Chen murmured. Please remain here. I have a matter to attend to and will return shortly. With that, Chen utilized his super speed to appear before Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King in an instant. Montauk Chen, you've arrived just in time for us three to drink together, Sun Wukong exclaimed upon seeing Chen. No need for that, Chen said as he summoned the silly girl and announced, time travel initiated. Location, Little West Heaven, participants, Sun Wukong, Bull Demon King. The Ox King, upon hearing this, spoke fiercely. Do not even think of making me return. I intend to amass great wealth. With that, he struck a punch towards Chen. In Chen's eyes, the Ox King's movements appeared exceedingly slow. He merely sidestepped slightly and evaded the attack, then retaliated with a punch of his own. The Ox King was sent flying, soaring nearly several kilometers before finally coming to a halt on a mountain peak. Chen gazed at the Ox King and warned, if you do not turn back, do not blame me for being ungracious. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally interjected, Chen, my old buddy and I are enjoying ourselves for a few days. I will certainly accompany you back. Chen frowned and replied, I have already stated that we are returning immediately. Suddenly, the Ox King transformed into a streak of golden light and sped away. Thinking of escaping? Montauk Chen exclaimed sternly. With remarkable speed, Chen swiftly appeared before the Ox King. A wave of mental power rendered the Ox King immobile. Chen then addressed the foolish girl beside him. Time-space travel. Target, Ox King, destination, Little Western Heaven. Without any surprise, the Ox King vanished, returning to the year 2006. Chen turned to Sun Wukong, saying, I instructed you to locate the Ox King and inform me. Yet here you are, drinking with him. Sun Wukong chuckled. Brother Chen, you have misunderstood me. I was unaware of your whereabouts, or I would have sought you out sooner. Now that we have found the Ox King, I shall escort you back, Chen stated. Let me stay a few more days. I have not yet had my fill of fun or feasting. Besides, what about the yellow weasel who has not returned? Sun Wukong replied. I will send you back first. He shall return shortly, Chen asserted. He then turned to the foolish girl and instructed. Time-space travel, target, Sun Wukong. Destination, Little Western Heaven. Acknowledging his lack of options, Sun Wukong accepted his fate and soon vanished into the year 2006. Next was the Yellow Brow King. Chen inquired of the foolish girl, "Where's the Yellow Brow currently located?" "Brother Chen, the detection shows that the Yellow Brow is at home, in the company of Wang Tianba and others," she responded. Chen, utilizing his extraordinary speed, arrived before the Yellow Brow in an instant. The Yellow Brow, who was engrossed in a horror film, was startled by Chen's sudden appearance. "A ghost! You nearly frightened me to death, Chen," he exclaimed, patting his chest. "Do not worry. You need not be afraid any longer. Prepare yourself. I shall send you back to Little Western Heaven. As I know you do not wish to remain here," Chen reassured him. "But Chen, I have just finished reading The Journey to the West these past few days. If I return, I will never get to taste Tang Seng's flesh, so I might as well stay here. At least the food and drink are far superior to what is available there," the Yellow Brow argued. "Are you not concerned about your 500 disciples?" Chen counted. The Yellow Brow hesitated before responding, "They should be able to fend for themselves. I cannot be by their side forever." Chen, at a loss for words, remarked, "With your demeanor, how can you presume to be their king? Your words hold no weight. Sun Wukong and his companions have already returned, and you are not alone in this. Then allow me to inform Wang Tianba," Huang Mei stated, proceeding to call him. After a brief moment, she turned to Chen and said, "All right, let us depart." Chen addressed the simple-minded girl, "Time-space traversal, personnel, King Huang Mei, destination, Little Western Heaven." With that, King Huang Mei vanished from the scene. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Task completed. The host has successfully returned the Bull Demon King to Little Western Heaven. Reward: 3 vials of body enhancement serum. System: provide a detailed description of the body enhancement serum. Chen instructed. Body enhancement serum. It can enhance physical attributes by 10-fold and extend lifespan by 1,000 years. Excellent. Just what I need for Helan and the others, Chen murmured to himself. Chapter 128. Return to the Marvel Universe. What? You are leaving? Helan and Xiao Chu exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, it is time for me to depart," Chen replied. "Could you possibly delay your departure?" Helan, somewhat dazed, asked. She had long been aware that Chen was not of this world and had fallen in love with him, but now that he was about to leave, she felt lost. Meanwhile, Xiao Chu pondered, "Chen, will you return?" "Perhaps not," Chen contemplated. "By the way, you should drink this." He produced 2 vials of body enhancement liquid. "What is this?" Helan inquired, observing the liquid that resembled syrup. Xiao Chu also glanced at Chen. "This is body enhancement liquid. It will amplify your physical attributes 10-fold and extend your lifespan to 1,000 years, Chen explained. "What? Live for 1,000 years?" Helan exclaimed in astonishment. "Does that mean we will be like Superman after drinking it?" Xiao Chu asked eagerly. "Surely this must be quite precious, right?" Helan mused. "Not particularly. There are only 3 vials in total," Chen clarified. "Perfect, then we each get one." Xiao Chu exclaimed joyfully. "That is reassuring. I was worried you might not want it." Helan added, "I do not require such substances. I have already achieved immortality, and these hold no value for me." Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. Helan's eyes widened in astonishment, though she remained silent. Xiao Chu swallowed hard. Helan and Xiao Chu exchanged glances before consuming the body enhancement liquid. After a while, both women noticed no changes. "Chen, why have I not changed?" Helan asked. Xiao Chu nodded in agreement. "Because this is a high-grade product. If it were of lower quality, the body would experience significant pain." "Would you care to experience that?" Chen raised an eyebrow. Both women shook their heads in unison. "Nevertheless, I am somewhat curious about your current abilities. Kulme, let us venture outside to test them," Chen suggested to the 2 women. "Indeed, it is fortuitous that we are both clad in long pants and sleeves. It will be convenient for testing," Helan remarked. "Then let us proceed." As Chen spoke, he lifted both women into his arms and, with a swift motion, soared into the sky, heading toward the horizon. "How high we are!" exclaimed Xiao Tzuhu, clutching Chen tightly. Helan, on the other hand, blushed as she held onto Chen, lost in her own thoughts. Upon reaching a clearing, Chen set the 2 women down and said, "Now, exert your full strength and jump as high as you can." With their legs slightly bent, the 2 women leapt into the air like missiles, ascending nearly 10 stories high before descending. "Wow, Sister we've become superheroes. Xiao Chu exclaimed excitedly. Elon nodded in agreement. Now, we don't need to fear any villains. Do you see that massive boulder before you? It weighs about 5 tons. Can you lift it? Chen asked the two women. I'll give a try, Elon replied, striding over and applying a slight force, causing the boulder to shift slightly. Then, using all her strength, she propelled the boulder into the air. It's worth noting that the impact of the boulder falling back down was significantly greater than its original weight, yet Elon did not flinch and caught it effortlessly. Chu, it's your turn, Chen called out. Without hesitation, Xiao Chu lifted the boulder and tossed it a few times in the air before setting it back down. Next, let's test your speed. Feel free to showcase your abilities. Chen instructed. The two women exchanged glances, then, with powerful strides, dashed off into the distance. In less than 2 seconds, they had covered several hundred meters. However, in Chen's eyes, their speed still resembled that of ants. Moments later, the two women returned, showing no signs of fatigue, as if they had merely taken a leisurely stroll. In 6 seconds, you covered 1,500 meters, which means you can run 250 meters per second. You're nearly approaching the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. However, if you exert your full strength, you should be able to achieve that speed. Chen analyzed swiftly. Absolutely. We weren't at our maximum capacity just now, Elon asserted confidently. As for testing your defensive and recovery abilities, we certainly cannot use knives for that, Chen retorted. We can. This way, we'll know what we can disregard in the future, Elon responded. I'll follow Sister He's lead, Xiao Chu added. Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen was already back in front of the two women. They gazed at the dagger on his phone in astonishment. You moved so fast, we didn't even feel you leave. Shall I take the lead? Or would you prefer to do it yourselves? Chen incursions. You go ahead, Chen, Elon replied. Chen grasped Elon's arm and made a gentle cut. There was no blood, not even a trace of injury. Seeing that there was no harm done, he increased the pressure, and the blade left a faint white mark on her arm. Now it's your turn, Chu, Chen said, repeating the process with her. At present, it seems that ordinary handguns and daggers pose no threat to you, and as for the recovery ability, it remains untested. Indeed, Sister He and I have become superhumans. You will even cease to age, forever remaining in your youthful state, Chen added. The two women took out their phones to gaze at their reflections. Sister He had not noticed earlier, but now she remarked, your skin has truly transformed. You too, Elon chimed in cheerfully. There is nothing more delightful than the prospect of eternal youth. Do you plan to leave with me? To my world? Chen incursions solemnly. What is your world like, Chen? Elon asked curiously. The technology there far surpasses that of this realm. Spaceships, armored suits. And indeed, there are many individuals with superpowers, countless. Chen replied. Of course, the dangers are considerable. However, with me by your side, you need not worry. For wherever I am, even in the vastness of the universe, I am the strongest, he assured the two women. It sounds rather intriguing, but what about my company? Elon voiced her concern. You need not fret. Upon our departure, time in this world will freeze, and when we return, it will be as if no time has passed, Chen explained with a smile. Is it truly that miraculous? Elon exclaimed in astonishment. You should prepare. We shall depart shortly, Chen urged. However, I must mention that I have 3 personal maids in that world, each possessing formidable abilities, he added. We just consumed the potion you provided, so we should be quite capable, right? Elon hesitated. Have they warmed your bed? Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Her words were indeed startling. Yes, they have, he admitted. What is your decision? Chen incursions. After a moment of contemplation, Elon declared, no wonder I have taken a liking to you. I can certainly hold my own. So can I. Since I have decided to accompany you to that world, I shall not fall short, Xiao Chu affirmed. Chapter 129. Free labor force. Stark, then go ahead and prepare. We shall depart soon, Chen said gently. He subsequently escorted them back to their home. Summoning the foolish girl and Zero, he briefed them on the situation. The foolish girl remarked, Humph, it seems I shall have more mistresses. The little lowly Zero added, I will follow whatever you say, Chen. Rest assured, they are very kind. You are also mine, so do not worry, Chen said, patting the heads of the foolish girl and Zero. After half an hour, the doorbell rang, likely signaling the return of Elon and Xiao Chu. Upon seeing the two empty-handed, Chen questioned, "Did I not ask you to prepare?" "Yes. We have tidied ourselves up," Elon replied. Xiao Chu nodded in agreement. "All right then," Chen said with a hint of exasperation. "Prepare yourselves, we shall depart," he announced. "System, can we bring others back?" Chen addressed the system. "Indeed, the system holds no authority to interfere with these matters. Let us return." Chen addressed the system. In an instant, a beam of white light enveloped them, and Chen along with the ladies vanished from the imperial villa. Chen gazed longingly at the slumbering Chitauri, Ruiwen, and Baihizi, yearning to embrace them and reminisce. However, he was encumbered by the presence of four others: Elon, Xiao Chu, Shan Yo, and the enigmatic Zero, which hindered his nostalgic intentions. "Chen, are these the three personal maids you spoke of?" Elon inquired. "Quite lovely. Your taste is commendable," Xiao Chu remarked, her admiration evident. Just then, the three ladies began to awaken gradually. "Master, have you taken in new maids?" Baihizi asked, her gaze drifting to the four behind him. Ruiwen chimed in, "Master, how is it that in such a short time you have acquired four more?" Chitauri added, "Master even has a little lowly now." At this moment, Chen interjected, "You should all make each other's acquaintance. Chitauri, you may play with Shan Yo and Zero. They are harmless." Chitauri was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen reassured her, "Do not cry. You are my maid, after all." Shan Yo took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, I am Shan Yo. These are my sisters, Elon and Chu, and our younger sister, Zero. Yes, get to know one another. You shall all be living together henceforth." Chen encouraged, feeling it inappropriate to linger while they acquainted themselves. The ladies remained silent, fully aware that Chen wished for them to adapt to their new environment, as they would soon share the same bed. Meanwhile, Chen had arrived at Stark's residence, eager to see the progress on the intelligent robot he had commissioned. "Report, sir, Mr. Chen has arrived," Jarvis announced. Stark set aside his tools and strolled into the living room. "Ah, Major Shareholder Chen, what brings you here today?" Stark teased it. "Is it not out of concern that you might find yourself in a predicament again?" Chen replied, "You jest. I have developed the Mark 31 armor, which boasts formidable capabilities." Stark began to elaborate. "Firstly, the systems include a flight system, Jarvis navigation, anti-ice system, and flight stabilization system, among others. Furthermore, the weaponry is quite impressive. The arc pulse cannon, located in the palm, and the cluster cannon, housed in the chest. Though I have yet to test their damage, I assure you they are extraordinarily powerful. The defensive capabilities have been significantly enhanced this time. It will not be as fragile as previous iterations. It employs reinforced composite armor made from titanium alloy and fiberglass materials." As Stark grew increasingly animated while discussing his innovations, Chen refrained from interrupting, eager to learn just how much stronger the armor had become during this period. Notably, the most significant upgrade was in speed. The armor now rivaled military aircraft in velocity. The Mark 31 is equipped with a formidable back thruster, enhancing the armor's agility and ensuring flight speed, capable of exceeding Mach 4, approximately 896 kilometers per hour. After finishing his last sentence, Stark hastily took a sip of water and exclaimed, "I'm utterly exhausted. How impressive is that? I wish terrorists would come after me again. This time, I would ensure they never return." "You seem to have inflated a bit with this minor progress." Chen rolled his eyes. "So what brings you here?" Stark inquired as he settled onto the sofa. "How is the intelligent robot I had previously commissioned? I recall you mentioning that its intelligence was nearly satisfactory, but its weaponry still required improvement," Chen asked. "Indeed, even if we equipped it with the same weaponry as my armor, it would not endure." Stark confirmed with a nod. "This time, I am not inclined to construct that robot. After some contemplation, I believe it would be better for you to craft a weapon for me instead. I have several tons of adamantium and the Sentinel's data for you to utilize." Chen suggested. "That certainly simplifies matters considerably. However, what type of weapon do you desire? A sword or a staff?" "Stark inquired, puzzled. "I want a longsword. The weight is of no concern, and its sharpness goes without saying. Adamantium is the hardest metal in the world, though our protagonist, Chen, could still break it with ease. The most critical aspect is its design. It must be a double-edged sword with notches on both sides of the blade. The hilt should feature a pointed spike, with a smooth grip adorned with skull motifs on either side. Think of Dante's weapon, Rebellion, from Devil May Cry. Chen elaborated. I think I understand, but do you have a reference photo? Stark asked, feeling somewhat awkward. No, you can have Jarvis create one for you, Chen asserted confidently. You're right, Stark replied, turning to Jarvis. Jarvis, simulate the weapon design just described. Certainly, sir, Jarvis responded. After approximately 2 minutes, Jarvis announced, Mr. Chen, the design is complete. Please take a look and let me know if it meets your approval. The hilt could be slightly wider, but not excessively so. The skull should be black and more imposing. Yes, just like that. Chen directed Jarvis as he modified the blueprint. After another 5 minutes, the design was fully refined. It looks quite formidable, Stark acknowledged as he examined the blueprint. I will expedite the creation process for you, Stark promised. Don't rush. There's another weapon. Chen smiled slightly. All right then, go ahead. Stark responded, slightly embarrassed. This weapon will be a pair of handguns. Naturally, I need 2 since I desire dual wielding. As for the design, it should be in black and silver with a highly polished appearance. These will be semi-automatic pistols, closely resembling the M1911 model. Think of the ebony and ivory from Devil May Cry, though the markings will be uniquely attributed to the author. The exterior of the black body will be engraved with a demonic emblem, while the interior will bear the inscription devil. The silver exterior bears an angel emblem, while the interior features the word angel. Chapter 130, The Pretentious Bronski. The primary request is for a set of silver and black bullets, each inscribed with devil and angel, respectively, to create a harmonious pairing. Finally, Chen articulates his demands. Jarvis, have you noted that? Stark instructs Jarvis to record Chen's requests. It sounds impressive, but crafting the gun and bullets is quite challenging. The Edmund alloy, once fixed, is difficult to alter, as you know, Stark muses. For the gun body, start with Edmund alloy. If that proves unfeasible, blend a bit of Edmund with regular metal. As for the bullets, 100 made of Edmund alloy will suffice, 50 of each type. After that, use standard bullets. Just prepare 10,000, ensuring both inscriptions and colors are accurate. Montachen emphasizes repeatedly. Rest assured, Jarvis has taken note. However, what will you do with 10,000 rounds? Besides, with your prowess, don't you think weapons are unnecessary? Stark quips with a slight smirk. I suppose I can use them gradually. While I may be invincible, nothing beats the allure of wielding a weapon. Don't you agree? Montachen retorts. Mr. Chen, are these the guns and bullets you requested? Jarvis interjects. Gazing at the blueprints on the screen, Chen replies, yes, exactly as I described. The inscriptions on the bullets should not be vertical, but rather encircle horizontally. No, they should be engraved at the rear. That's correct. Chen guides Jarvis in adjusting the blueprints. How many days will it take to produce these 2 weapons? Chen inquires of Stark. Before Stark can respond, Jarvis offers Mr. Chen. It is estimated that it will take 10 days for completion. For a thorough finish, a month will be required. This timeline aligns with Chen's expectations, considering the necessary polishing and refinement. He contemplates this internally. At that moment, Stark interjects, is that all settled? Come, I will show you my armor. I thought you seemed a bit lackluster earlier. Turns out you wanted to show me your armor. Chen replies, slightly exasperated. Ahem, you will surely be astounded. Do you know why I refrained from describing its appearance earlier? Because I simply cannot. Stark chuckles aufwartly. Thus, Chen is led by Stark to the area where the armor is displayed. Upon seeing the waterfowl green suit, Chen winces. It is hardly aesthetically pleasing. Isn't this merely the test suit for Mark 40? Subsequently, all the technology from this armor was integrated into Mark 40, significantly enhancing its speed and establishing it as the fastest suit. Chen reflects on the Iron Man narrative. Stark, believing Chen is captivated by his armor, boasts. I told you, you would be amazed. My efforts have not been in vain. It's not this garish green. It's utterly unappealing. Chen critiques bluntly. I anticipated you would respond in such a manner. I possess another set, this one in gold. As Stark spoke, he pulled Chen into the interior. Indeed, this variant is far more appealing. Chen nodded in agreement. Having now perused the battle armor, I shall take my leave, Chen declared promptly. You ought to at least visit the company. The employees are unfamiliar with you. Stark urgeht hastily. As long as the funds are deposited into my account, I shall concern myself with nothing else. Upon uttering these words, Chen vanished from Stark's residence, leaving Stark in a state of helplessness. Just as Chen exited Stark Tower, a voice resounded from behind him. Chen, I have revealed myself solely to inform you that I am not deceased. I shall return for my vengeance. Do you think I would not recognize you merely because you have assumed a human form, Blonsky, or should I say abomination? Montauk Chen retorted. Since you have discovered my identity, I shall no longer conceal it. Both General Ross and I are still alive, and you should await your demise. For we shall grow ever stronger. Blonsky proclaimed loudly. You need not remind me. I had almost forgotten that he ambushed me last time and fled. Is this truly indicative of your strength? Chen replied with disdain. Blonsky responded, I never imagined that old fool would withhold this information from me. But I shall ensure you receive your due. Do not merely boast. Show me some tangible results. Montauk Chen interjected. Rest assured, it will not be long before you and your women meet your end. Blonsky continued his bluster. Do not worry. There will be no future for you. Await your demise. Montauk Chen replied coolly. I am aware of what you intend to say, that one who is confident in their abilities can always return. Yet I regret to inform you that your fortune pales in comparison to General Ross's. Therefore, you shall remain here. After saying this, Chen swiftly appeared before Blonsky and delivered a powerful punch. Futile. My body can become incorporeal. This is the very foundation of my audacity to confront you. Blonsky laughed maniacally. Oh, is that so? Chen retracted his hand, aimed at Blonsky. Utilizing his super intellect, he swiftly devised a solution. Subsequently, he activated his super speed, causing the surroundings to come to a standstill. It was evident that Blonsky's ability had vulnerabilities. In Chen's perception, his incorporeality merely accelerated the molecular structure of his body, rendering him intangible to attacks. However, this held no significance for Chen, as he instantaneously conjured thousands of methods to eliminate him. Thus, Chen seized Blonsky by the neck, taunting, is this ineffective? Unable to be grasped? Is this your prowess? How is that conceivable? I acquired this with great effort and at a high price. Blonsky exclaimed in disbelief. Do you comprehend? The disparity in power is overwhelmingly vast, leaving you perpetually unaware of my true strength. Montauk Chen lamented. Moreover, your source of power enhancement must be from realms akin to the domain of the gods, correct? Chen gazed at the astonished Blonsky and continued. Rest assured, I have not delved into your memories. As for how I know, that is knowledge you need not possess. No sooner had Chen finished speaking than a beam of light, moving at the speed of light, shot towards Blonsky from the heavens. Chen's prowess was formidable, with lasers traveling at the speed of light, appearing no more significant than ants in his eyes. Perhaps such an assertion was slightly exaggerated. A snail might be a more fitting comparison. With a mere gesture, Chen effortlessly intercepted the laser, leaving not a single hair out of place. Clearly, the Master God had underestimated its formidable strength, as he effortlessly thwarted its attack. You see, your master presumed you had divulged something, hence launching a laser at light speed to eliminate you. Chen declared. Just as Blonsky was about to respond, Chen interjected, Do not mistake my actions for altruism. I cannot allow anyone to usurp my target. With that, Chen tightened his grip, effectively crushing Bulangsuji's neck. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Chen activated his super speed once more. His eyes glowed crimson, and a laser shot forth toward the intense heat entirely vaporizing him, leaving no trace behind. In the realm of Chen's super speed, everything was rendered motionless. Bulangsuji stood no chance of escape, especially with the god's intent on his demise. Chapter 131. Comprehensive advancement. After eliminating Bulangsuji, Chen raised a middle finger to the sky. He then addressed the heavens. Do you believe you can snatch someone from my grasp? He shook his head, contemplating how the divine realm might retaliate against him. Not to mention his own overwhelming strength. The presence of numerous guardians of Earth rendered the god's domain hesitant to act. Within the divine realm, General Luosu awaited Bulangsuji's return. He recalled his desperate attempts to impede him, who was adamant about issuing a challenge to him, though he had not been entirely unprepared. However, due to the dilating flow of time, a full day had elapsed in the divine realm. General Luosu vividly remembered their fateful encounter. It had been in a world where one could only venture during the day, as the nights were fraught with peril, and one had to seek out their own refuge. Unfortunately, he had arrived just as dusk was approaching. With no time to find shelter, the slumbering monsters began to awaken, forcing him into combat against minotaurs, spider creatures, and even toad beasts. The nature of that world restrained his mighty red Hulk power, transforming his initial ease into utter exhaustion. In his direst moment, Bulang Suji appeared, leading him to the refuge he sought. General Visu shook his head, deciding to check Bulang status through points. Divine beings inquire about Bulang Suji's current condition. General Lisu called out. Certainly, this will require 1,000 points. Shall I proceed with the inquiry? The luminous or before him responded. General Wasu opened his attribute panel, scrutinizing his points. Number, 1458 title, trialist name, Ross race, human strength, C-class skills, transformation into Red Hulk, invisibility physique, steel body, inferior version, points, 6,000. General Ross gazed upon his status panel, noting that it bore little change from his initial state, and a sigh escaped him. He lamented the hours wasted in pursuit of lottery draws, depleting his points without yielding any reward, leaving him bereft of benefits in the trial world. The thought of seeking vengeance seemed almost laughable now. With a heavy heart, General Ross sighed once more. Initiate query. He commanded towards the great luminous sphere. Query in progress. Please hold. The luminous sphere responded. Target located, currently deceased. It announced. What? Deceased? General Ross exclaimed in disbelief. Can you ascertain the cause of death? He urgently inquired of the sphere before him. You lack the necessary permissions to access this information. A mechanical voice replied, differing slightly from its previous tone, although General Ross remained oblivious to this nuance. How might I acquire such permissions? He pressed on. Achieving an SSS level strength is required to view, declared the luminous sphere, presenting Ross with an almost unattainable benchmark. Before he could pose further questions, the sphere interjected. Asking additional questions will require a deduction of 5,000 points. Do you wish to proceed? No. General Ross replied, resigned. He understood that the demise of Bronsky was likely intricately linked to Mo Chen. As for the SSS level requirements stated by the God Space, he found himself at a loss for conjecture. Alas, I must expedite my path to strength. Otherwise, I shall remain powerless, Ross lamented. Meanwhile, Mo Chen remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the God Space as he was en route home. The women had nearly reached a harmonious understanding. Yet further progress necessitated Mo Chen's involvement. Inside the bedroom, a cacophony of chatter erupted among the women, as indeed 3 women often create a dramatic scene, now amplified to a little over twofold, despite 2 of them being on mobile devices. Their discussions invariably revolve around Mo Chen in this world. For instance, Helan inquired about whether Mo Chen possessed any particular needs or quirks. Xiao Chuchu asked if there were many individuals with superpowers in this world and whether the outside environment was safe. Each question was met with comprehensive answers from Baihizi and Reuven. They also discovered that the silly girl and the little lowly known as Zero were both on mobile devices, which piqued their curiosity for a time. Lastly, there was the matter of the mischievous girl's physique. Presently, only Mo Chen, the silly girl, and Zero were permitted to make contact with her. Naturally, this brought her great joy, as it meant that she could hold hands with the silly girl and Zero while strolling through the streets. Most importantly, under the guidance of Baihizi and Reuven, they had glimpsed the vastness of Mo Chen's home, which was nothing short of boundless. At that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded as both the silly girl and Zero were on the verge of losing power. Alarm! Alarm! Insufficient energy. Please recharge promptly, the silly girl exclaimed. Alarm! Alarm! Insufficient energy. Please recharge promptly, Zero echoed simultaneously. Fortunately, the other girls turned on all the lights in the house, allowing the silly girl and Zero to revert to phone mode. I believe it is imperative to resolve the energy issue for the silly girl and Zero as swiftly as possible, spoke the mischievous one. As for why the silly girl was considered a sister, it was due to the order in which they became Mo Chen's women. Yuriko, being the first, naturally held the title of eldest, followed by Reuven as the second, the mischievous one as the third, the silly girl as the fourth, Helan as the fifth, Xiao Chuchu as the sixth, and the youngest, Zero, as the seventh. Let's wait until the master returns to inquire, Yuriko suggested. The girls nodded in agreement. This world is quite perilous. It is best if you refrain from going out too often, Reuven expressed her concern. There is no need for worry. We consumed the body-enhancing liquid given by Chen, and now we can live for 1,000 years. Moreover, my power and Sister Helan's are on par with that of a superhuman, Xiao Chuchu remarked, glancing at Elan, who nodded in affirmation. Just then, a voice broke through. Since they are ordinary individuals, I allowed those 2 girls to drink it. I still have a vial of body-enhancing liquid here. Who among you would like to partake? Chen addressed the group. The girls began to push and suggest to one another. Ultimately, after unanimous discussion, the mischievous one obtained the vial of body-enhancing liquid. Since you have it, drink it quickly, Chen urged the mischievous one. Under everyone's gaze, the mischievous one finally consumed the body-enhancing liquid. After a few minutes, however, no changes occurred, leaving them in an awkward predicament as they could not find anyone to test it. Master, perhaps I should give it a try, Yuriko inquired. The mischievous one then interjected. What if something happens to you, Sister Yuriko? That would not be wise. At that moment, Helan added, how about I give it a shot? After all, I consumed the same potion. Chen, observing the chattering girls, hurriedly intervened, saying, Stop. Let Yuriko do it. That way, I will feel more at ease. After all, Yuriko possessed formidable self-healing abilities, ensuring she could recover even if something went awry. Chen promptly grasped the hands of the mischievous one, and Yuriko, ready to sever the connection at his speed if necessary. Chapter 132. The emergence of Phoenix power at the moment of contact. The mischievous one closed her eyes in fear. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Unexpectedly, the ability she had gained from the potion vanished. Try to recall that previous sensation, that power, and release it. You should be able to control it. This potion merely grants you mastery. Because you do not wish to harm others, your ability automatically deactivated upon touching Yuriko. Chen articulated deliberately, gazing at the mischievous one. Little Mischief glanced at Chen and finally began to attempt to recall the sensations from her past experiences of unleashing her abilities. After a series of trials, when she felt a faint tug, Chen interrupted their connection. It seems you have discovered it. From now on, you can actively engage and disengage. Chen praised Little Mischief. Yes, I can finally control my abilities. Little Mischief exclaimed, a blend of excitement and emotion swelling within her. This was all thanks to her master, Chen. Otherwise, she would never have been able to harness her powers. That's wonderful, Little Mischief. We can share a bed from now on, Raven joyfully remarked to her. Yes, Sister Raven, Little Mischief replied with delight. The other girls also shared in her happiness, as this meant they would no longer have to sleep apart from her. They could all stay close to Chen together. At that moment, Chen teased Little Mischief. Don't forget the primary function of this potion. You are now a little superhero. Little Mischief replied softly, I know, Master. I will adapt. The next concern was the energy issue for Silly Girl and Little Number Zero. Chen directed his attention to them. At this juncture, Xiao Chuchu spoke up, Master. I believe it is quite important to rename Little Number Zero. Oh, you two have started calling me Master? Montauk Chen joked. Isn't that what all the sisters call you? So I followed suit. Xiao Chuchu replied softly. Indeed, Master. Helan chimed in. The 2 stunning women, especially Helan, a corporate queen, calling him Master felt rather delightful. Chen teased, Call me a few more times. It sounds wonderful. Helan's cheeks flushed as she responded. Master, I will call you properly tonight. Xiao Chuchu added. So will I, Master. Chen found himself wishing it were already evening, eager to see how Helan would address him. Little Number Zero. How does Ling Ling sound as your new name? Chen gently suggested. Yes, as long as Master decides. I like it very much. Little Number Zero replied. The name chosen by Master is indeed beautiful. Baihizi remarked softly. The other girls nodded in agreement. Chen then inquired of the system. Is there a way to allow Silly Girl and Ling Ling to function without needing to recharge, just like ordinary humans? Hosts can participate in a lottery. Not only can abilities be drawn, but also what the host desires, the system responded. Use all my current lottery chances. Chen instructed the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 3 strands of soul and 2 upgrade cards. Chen gazed at his rewards, somewhat puzzled, and asked, What are the uses of these 3 strands of soul and upgrade cards? Soul can endow weapons and vehicles with life, allowing them to fight alongside the host. Among other experiences, the upgrade card enables non-human entities to ascend a level. Please experience it yourself. The system explained once more. Upon seeing the names, Chen immediately discerned their purposes, though he wished to confirm them. The soul could be preserved for his sword and dual pistols, while the upgrade card was intended for Shanyu and Lingling. Chen mused to himself. I have a solution. Shanyu, Lingling, come here. I shall upgrade you now. He called to the two girls. With one hand resting on Shanyu's head and the other on Lingling's shoulder, he proclaimed, upgrade. As soon as the words left his lips, a radiant white light enveloped Shanyu, and Lingling experienced the same phenomenon. This luminous aura persisted for several minutes before gradually fading away. Montauk Chen Giga. Do you wish to know how I have changed? Shanyu teased. Lingling chimed in, Chen Gij, I have changed too, and I shall tell you all about it. I believe I already know what is transformed. Your expression patterns must have vanished, and you no longer require recharging. Most importantly, you have acquired human emotions, have you not? Chen replied with satisfaction. You're correct in several aspects, Chen Gij, but it is not limited to just those. Shanyu began. Firstly, I can now switch between phone mode and human mode at will, without needing you to prompt me. Furthermore, I can eat just like you all, although we can also forego eating altogether, and we no longer need any form of energy replenishment. Additionally, even if I shut down, I can wake myself up. The other functionalities remain largely unchanged and are still operational. Are you happy, Chen Gij? I have human emotions now, and my body is nearly indistinguishable from a real person. I love you, Chen Gij. Shanyu declared passionately at the end. Such a charmer. Is this your new ability? Chen remarked, gently stroking Shanyu's head. However, I feel that with this upgrade, I have completely lost my control over you. He suddenly lamented. Do not fret over that. Chen Gij. What I meant is that I can switch modes independently, but that does not mean you cannot still control me. You are still my master. Shanyu replied softly. Moreover, I have acquired a combat mode, which means I can now engage in lethal actions without restrictions, Shanyu added, slightly embarrassed. Indeed, there are quite a few changes. Chen nodded with great satisfaction. The fact that I cannot control you is of little consequence. I trust both you and Lingling, he said, affectionately patting both Shanyu and Lingling's heads. Just as Shanyu was about to say something more, Lingling interjected, It's my turn now, Shanyu Jiejie. My changes are identical to Shanyu Jiejie's, but there are some differences. For instance, I'm a petite lowly, light and agile, easily toppled, quite different from Shanyu Jiejie. Wouldn't you agree? Lingling playfully teased Montauk Chen. You are quite mischievous. You shall pay for this later. Chen observed with a smile at the adorable and cheeky Lingling. Hey, yam eagali aviting Montauk Chen Giga. Lingling replied without a hint of fear. Ahem. A sudden series of coughs erupted from behind. Are you all hungry? If so, let us prepare a meal. Chen suggested, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Indeed, we are quite famished. Little Mischief chimed in unexpectedly. Aside from your Eco and Ruven, who among you can cook? Montauk Chen inquired. How can I not be included in the cooking? Helan declared with confidence. Montauk Chen, you seem to have forgotten about Lingling and me. The silly girl piped up sweetly. Chapter 133. The plunder the Phoenix's power not at all. You have just leveled up, and I have no intention of making you work. Chen said, gazing at the silly girl and Lingling with concern. Montauk Chen, they murmured, touched by his kindness. It's no trouble at all. I adore cooking for you, and I feel perfectly fine after leveling up. The silly girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at Chen. I too wish to cook for you, Chen. Lingling quickly added, signaling her eagerness. Ultimately, Chen could not resist the sweet voices of the two girls and relented, allowing them to prepare the meal. Only you two are left. Chen teased Little Mischief and Xiao Chu-Chu. Master, I will learn quickly. Little Mischief replied eagerly. Xiao Chu-Chu nodded in agreement, assuring him she would also master the skill swiftly. If you all cook, it would indeed be unfortunate, for I would be left without company, Chen remarked. How about we rotate, with 3 of us cooking each time, while 4 stay to keep you company? Lingling suggested suddenly. There were no objections. Everyone unanimously agreed. Thus, Lingling, Helan, Little Mischief, and Xiao Chu-Chu remained to accompany Chen, while Yuriko, Ruven, and the silly girl went to prepare the meal. After about an hour, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, boiled fish, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, mapo tofu, and sesame paste. Wow, it smells divine. Chen exclaimed, swallowing in anticipation as he beheld the feast. Master, hurry and taste it. Tell us how it is. The silly girl urged joyfully. Chen sampled each dish with remarkable speed, savoring the flavors and opting to remain silent as he continued to eat. By this time, morning had arrived, and Chen awoke, surveying the girls around him, declaring, from now on, I shall sleep for 1,000 years. In a nearby estate, all eyes were drawn to a single direction, where a room emanated a formidable force. The pristine plaster of the walls began to warp, and even the decorative paintings hung upon them started to shatter. A tremendous energy surged within that room, wreaking havoc. The intensity of this disturbance garnered the attention of many, including that of a bald man seated in a wheelchair. He declined the offer of a burly man to assist him into the room, and with a serious expression, he maneuvered his wheelchair inside, closing the door behind him. Outside the room, the burly man and his companions watched with concern, eager to discover what transpired within. Though they were not Chen, lacking the gift of foresight, one could only anxiously gaze upon the door. It was unexpected that an eruption would still occur. Despite the considerable delay, Chen stood amidst the cosmos, stroking his chin, and spoke in a calm tone. With his keen perception and formidable strength, he swiftly discerned the source of the emerging power, none other than Jean Grey, though she would soon transform into the Dark Phoenix. Initially, her powers had erupted within the narrative of X-Men 2, a storyline that Chen had disrupted. Yet, it was surprising that she ultimately did unleash her powers. The terrifying energy within her surged forth, and Chen sensed it in an instant. Perhaps this was the inertia of the plot. In this vast universe, the Phoenix force coursing through Jean's being was among the most formidable. Chen was genuinely curious to see how many minds would be stirred once she fully erupted. The manifestation of the Phoenix force was not something only Chen could perceive. Many others, including those at Camartage, would also feel its tremors. This immense power was destined to instill trepidation in those aware of it. The question now was how Professor X would respond, with lethal force or through coercive containment. However, from Chen's perspective, it seemed more likely that Professor X would opt for the latter, as he was inherently benevolent and would not risk the lives of his students. Indeed, what transpired next confirmed Chen's speculation. Through his gaze, he observed Professor X approach the struggling Jean, who was ensnared in a turbulent dream. His face a mask of anguish. He placed his hands on either side of her temples, invoking his mental prowess. The dark persona within Jean, on the brink of resurrection, was once again subdued and imprisoned within the confines established by Professor X's formidable psychic force. For the moment, he had managed to restrain her power's rampage. At this juncture, Professor X finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though his expression remained grave, his greatest fears had materialized. Over the years, numerous troubles had plagued Professor X. Yet Jean's predicament was undoubtedly among the most worrisome. From the moment he and Magneto had taken Jean under their wing, he had foreseen that such a moment would inevitably arrive, and now it had come to pass. The personalities within Jean were troublesome, and the power she could unleash was extraordinarily formidable. Given this recent resurgence, Chen realized that, with his own strength, it would be challenging to contain Jean's turmoil in the time to come. Proactive measures were essential. Professor X's thoughts reverberated across the barriers of space, reaching Chen's ears. Ultimately, he remained the quintessential good man, finding it exceedingly difficult to resolve to eliminate his own student. Chen shook his head in the cosmos, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. For him, Jean's situation was merely an interlude. The Jean who had yet to fully erupt was hardly deserving of his deep concern. Moreover, Chen is reluctant to indiscriminately take on burdens, as it proves to be rather troublesome. While Jean's strength may not be formidable, the power she harbors within, known as the Phoenix Force, is exceptionally potent, ranking among the world's elite abilities, both terrifying and extraordinary. It is one of the few powers on Earth that can contend with Chen for a considerable period. Should the need arise for confrontation, it would undoubtedly be driven by either her Phoenix Force or her person. Indeed, Chen harbors a certain intrigue towards this force and Chen herself. Despite Chen's immense prowess, equating him to an invincible entity endowed with the abilities of a Silver Superman and the Destruction Day, as well as numerous other capabilities. The allure of acquiring a top-tier ability or a servant is undeniable. Chen has had no interactions with the X-Men, and thus bears no emotional ties, allowing him to approach such matters with a clear conscience. However, he is acutely aware that he possesses little means to extract the formidable power from Chen. His strength lies predominantly in combat. When it comes to the extraction of abilities, he feels considerably uncertain. The power residing within Chen is indeed formidable, and the task of siphoning it off is far from simple. Otherwise, she would not have reached her current state, where the power within her remains untapped. All of Chen's previous contemplations hinged on the premise of possessing an ability to extract the force from Chen's body. Lacking this premise renders all his thoughts mere fantasies. Alternatively, he could subdue Chen and persuade her to serve as his maid, which may prove to be a more straightforward approach. Chapter 134. Negotiation. The Phoenix Force is one of the most ancient powers known in the universe, symbolizing life yet to be born. It embodies the primordial energies of the universe and the emotional essence of existence, immortal yet capricious. Born from the chaos of the cosmos and the genesis of all things, it represents the child of the universe, a nexus connecting the spirits and minds of all that exists or is destined to exist, one of the most formidable entities in the realm of cosmic creation. It wields the capacity to sever or rejuvenate any part of the universe, even to obliterate it entirely. Its operational principle lies in the manipulation of cosmic energy, utilizing the life forces of future generations to negate their existence, thus unleashing tremendous destructive potential. It can even fold the energies of space-time to create portals akin to black holes, allowing for arbitrary traversal of space and time. It can directly absorb energy, such as that of an entire sun, as well as the life forces and energies from adversaries. Moreover, as the focal point of all psychic energy, it possesses universal mental capabilities, including telepathy and thought transmission. Chen refrains from displaying her power, partly due to the diminishment caused by external forces, and partly because she is unable to bear the weight of such formidable strength. The uniqueness of the Phoenix Force often seeks out individuals with substantial psychic abilities to serve as hosts, granting them the capacity to withstand this overwhelming force. However, the power of the Phoenix is undeniably formidable. Even those who have attained it may find themselves incapable of mastering or fully harnessing its potential. Otherwise, the current predicament would not exist. In the realm of comics, the portrayal is somewhat more favorable, yet in the cinematic adaptation, its essence has been considerably diminished. Within the comics, Jean possesses the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased and manipulate the very fabric of time, embodying a character akin to a formidable boss. She can effortlessly crush a planet as if it were a mere plaything, and annihilating an entire universe is a trivial endeavor. This is precisely why Chen, despite his nearly invincible prowess, is still somewhat tempted by this immense power. Of course, it would also be a commendable choice to consider having Jean as a maid. Initially, Chen must employ telekinesis to subdue Jean, who is yet to fully master her abilities. For one of the characteristics of the Phoenix Force is its capriciousness and immortality, coupled with heightened consciousness and precognitive capabilities. This makes the Phoenix Force particularly elusive and difficult to restrain. Once she enters the Dark Phoenix mode, controlling her becomes a formidable challenge, as she can easily break free from Chen's telekinetic grasp. To attain the Phoenix Force, Chen must first ensure that he can bind her. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain, amounting to nothing more than futile labor. While he can easily eliminate the Dark Phoenix, transferring the Phoenix Force to himself remains a daunting task. Killing her merely requires an attack, but controlling her involves a myriad of complexities, including the imperative to avoid killing her and devising various strategies. Fortunately, Chen possesses numerous methods of control in his mind, such as telekinetic manipulation and brute force. However, extracting the Phoenix Force and channeling it into himself proves to be a challenge. While he is confident in his ability to eliminate her, the current situation is devoid of danger, presenting an opportune moment for thorough exploration. Chen's reluctance to involve himself in her affairs stems from the complications they entail. Nevertheless, The prospect of acquiring yoga abilities or simply gaining a maid is too enticing to dismiss. In a flash, Chen vanished into the cosmos, only to reappear in Jean's chamber. At this moment, Jean remained deeply asleep, oblivious to her actions in the dream realm, while Professor X had long departed several hours prior. He was currently engaged in deliberations with the X-Men, striving to devise a solution for Jean's predicament. The presence of such power here, without any guardian, suggests that they are merely a group of individuals unaware of the truth. If they were to comprehend the reality, regret would surely ensue. Chen settled beside her, murmuring softly. After concluding his whispered thoughts, he refrained from further speech and employed his X-ray vision, gazing intently at Jean. Every inch of her being lay bare before his eyes, revealing secrets that even she could not conceal. Chen, at this moment, likely understood her body even better than she did herself. After scanning the body of Chen found no indications of the Phoenix's power within her. It was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. He needed to delve deeper. Chen stroked his chin and remarked, "I must explore further." With that, he placed his hands on either side of Chen's temples, channeling his mental energy to intrude upon her spiritual realm. As Chen's mental force penetrated through Chen's temples, he entered her mental world. This realm bore little difference from that of an ordinary person, save for the presence of a secret seal within it. Encased by this seal was a woman with wine-red hair, clad in crimson attire, who lay dormant. This woman was none other than Chen's alternate persona. How did Chen recognize her? Her signature wine-red hair and Chen's features unmistakably revealed her identity. Ignoring the seal left by Professor X, Chen's mental energy, transformed into a force of spirit, directly traversed the seal. Professor X was still rather inexperienced, at least in comparison to Chen's mastery of mental powers. Of course, in terms of age, Professor X was older. It was no wonder no traces of the Phoenix's power could be found. It was all contained within her alternate persona. The Phoenix's power resided within Chen and was intertwined with her other self, the Dark Phoenix. Thus, the Phoenix's power manifested solely in the Dark Phoenix, rather than remaining in Chen's external form. The Phoenix's power was multifaceted, capable of existing in various forms. Chen had long since comprehended this. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed its existence. However, having no means to transfer the Phoenix's power to himself, Chen settled for observing. Nodding at the slumbering persona of Chen before him, he contemplated and gradually approached her, activating his mental energy to scan for the Phoenix's power within this persona's being. At that moment, Chen's spiritual force extended towards Chen's persona. Boom! As his mental energy made contact, it surged into his mind like a nuclear explosion. Initially stunned, Chen soon felt a colossal force of spirit and terrifying velocity racing through his consciousness. With a mere thought, a mental power even greater than Chen's materialized, swiftly subduing her explosive spiritual force that had struck like a nuclear blast. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, that force of spirit abruptly retreated. Chapter 135, The Speedster. Chen was not one to let her depart easily. If she were to leave, she must first endure some form of punishment. With this resolve, he focused his thoughts once more, transforming his mental energy into countless blades that struck against Chen's spiritual force. However, what was unexpected was that the blade forged from mental energy was devoured at the moment it struck Chen. In simpler terms, it was assimilation. Chen furrowed his brow slightly, astonished that it dared to consume its own mental energy. Although the assimilated mental energy was less than a millionth of a fraction, it still left Chen quite displeased. This time, instead of attacking her with a blade of mental energy, he enveloped it completely with telekinesis, transforming it into a whip to strike her. A peculiar sound resonated, and Chen's body began to tremble violently. Every inch of skin on this persona of Chen quaked as if her body had reached some limit. Beyond that, there were no further changes. This persona of Chen was far more resilient than Chen had anticipated, which reflected on her spiritual form as well. Truly troublesome. Just as Chen finished his thought, he noticed the persona of Chen, who had been in slumber, was awakened by him. Slowly, she opened her eyes, filled with resentment and urgency, gazing at Chen. After being subjected to such torment, This persona of Chen finally roused. She regarded Chen as both an adversary and a lifeline, swiftly attempting to exert her mental energy to control his form and compel him to take her away. However, Chen was exceedingly swift. By the time she prepared to seize him, he had already moved away from the seal. Chen was thus thwarted by the barrier, and Chen was disinclined to engage further. "Release me, and I can provide you with everything you desire." This persona of Chen uttered such words to Chen, yearning for his assistance in her escape. This was a clear enticement, verging on seduction. While it sounded enticing, the crux of the matter was that Chen lacked nothing, and everything he sought could be effortlessly obtained. He remained unmoved, replying coolly, "Let us put it this way. Free me, and I will not lay a hand on you. If you wish, I could be yours." Upon finishing, this persona of Chen wore an enchanting smile, her allure unabashedly evident in her eyes. Truth be told, Chen genuinely believed that this persona of Chen, influenced by the power of the Phoenix, was a consummate hedonist capable of anything. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Chen held a strong aversion towards such traits, finding her character rather unappealing. "Spare me your tricks. Seduction holds no sway over me. If I desired women, I could easily line them up from here to New York, all of them willing." While Chen contemplated taking Chen as a maid, it would only be favorable if she genuinely desired it, rather than through seduction. Moreover, as a superhero, he had a legion of admirers and could have any woman he wished, though he seldom made appearances in the media. Then what is it that you truly desire? Every individual possesses a boundary, and invariably, a price. You undoubtedly have one as well. It is inconceivable that you could attain everything, as there are inevitably some things beyond your reach. The persona of Chen's countenance darkened momentarily, and she inquired with a composed demeanor. This particular persona of Chen could indeed break through Professor X's seal independently, yet it required time she lacked patience to expend in this place. She yearned to depart immediately. "I do have a boundary, yet I sense that my limit aligns with yours. What is it that you desire?" The persona of Chen asked. "Surrender your Phoenix power to me, and if you can relinquish it, I shall grant you your freedom. Otherwise, you must wholly submit to me and serve as my maid, though I find little solace in that prospect." "Are you jesting?" The persona of Chen's expression darkened swiftly upon hearing the preceding words, addressing Chen with intensity. She understood profoundly the reason for her existence was the terrifying power that resided within her body. To relinquish this power? It would equate to her own demise. Chen exhibited no genuine intent for negotiation. She must be eliminated, she thought internally, though her exterior remained composed. She resolved to conceal her fury, intending to unleash it only upon her escape. "I can grant you power, but you must first allow me to leave." "Oh," Chen replied nonchalantly, his lips curling in skepticism. "To ensure you do not renege on your promise, I must guarantee my exit before I can bestow my power upon you. It seems rather childish for a 1,000-year-old fox spirit to engage me in such a charade, as if I were unaware that your existence hinges on that very power. Is this truly entertaining for you? But how can I be assured that once I am freed, you won't go back on your word?" Chen stated blandly. "What would you have me do?" The darkness in the persona of Chen's eyes deepened. "First, grant me your power." "Unacceptable. I must ensure you retract your promise." Now, this complicates matters. A barely perceptible smile graced Chen's face as he continued. "How about this? Let us each take a step back to demonstrate sincerity. You first provide me with half your power, and then I shall set you free. Subsequently, you will deliver the remaining half." "Absolutely not," the persona of Chen instinctively retorted. She was driven by desire and the thirst for survival. Half her power equated to half her vitality. If she were to agree, that would indeed be peculiar. "Do you lack sincerity altogether? Do you not wish to escape? I can leave at a later time. Moreover, sincerity is reciprocal. Therefore, why not weaken your seal by half as a demonstration of good faith?" "Weaken the seal by half? Do you truly take me for a fool? If I were to weaken it, you would likely burst forth immediately, rendering any negotiation moot and inciting direct conflict." Chen gradually came to realize that she, like herself, was not an easy person to converse with. The likelihood of obtaining the Phoenix power from her was practically infinitesimal. Further discussion seemed utterly futile. "Forget it. I shan't engage with you any longer. It is utterly uninteresting. Why can't you be a bit more foolish?" After uttering these words, Chen chose to depart, indifferent to the turmoil and fury radiating from Chen's persona, which seemed intent on destroying her. As soon as Chen's spiritual form vacated, she instantly returned to her corporeal body, severing ties with Chen's mental realm. Whether it involved acquiring a maid or harnessing abilities, it appeared increasingly challenging. Chen lamented her circumstance. Just as she was feeling despondent, the door to Chen's room swung open, revealing a petite girl who promptly laid eyes on Chen. Chapter 136. A conversation, who are you? The girl exclaimed in surprise. After her initial outburst, a thought seemed to strike her, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she charged toward Chen. The room, already confined, allowed the girl to reach Chen in mere strides, extending her hand to grasp Chen's arm, seemingly intent on executing a reverse joint lock. Initially, Chen had little inclination to engage with her. However, observing the girl's boldness, she extended her arm in a manner that appeared to facilitate the girl's approach, aiming for her neck. Though Chen refrained from employing her full strength, her grip was not something a girl could easily withstand. Before the girl could seize Chen's arm, her hand arrived at the girl's delicate neck. Yet, the anticipated collision never materialized, as Chen's hand did not make contact with the girl's neck. Instead, the girl grasped Chen's arm. Why had this occurred? Had the girl moved with such speed as to evade her? Certainly not, for the girl's velocity was merely ordinary. The phenomenon stemmed from the girl's body, which momentarily phased out just as Chen's hand was about to grasp her neck, allowing her to evade the attack and, paradoxically, seize Chen's arm instead. Many within the Marvel Universe possess the ability to phase, yet only one with such a diminutive frame could be present here. Phantom Cat, Kitty. She is a level 3 mutant endowed with the extraordinary power to traverse any substance in a molecular state. Her phasing ability is merely a facet of her potential. In the future, when Sentinels emerge, Kitty may even possess the capability to transport a person's consciousness back in time, achieving the remarkable feat of temporal traversal. Such a formidable ability to reverse time is truly astounding. While Chen can also effortlessly navigate to the past and future using super speed, Kitty has potential. Being one of the few apart from Chen capable of such feats speaks volumes about her latent power. However, the current Katie has yet to reach such a level. She remains somewhat inexperienced. Grasping Chen's arm, she exerted a forceful twist, intending to execute a reverse joint lock. Little did she anticipate that Chen's arm was as unyielding as a steel rod. Her ordinary strength was utterly insufficient to manipulate Chen's arm, let alone to successfully perform the joint lock. Realizing her failure, Katie surmised that Lu-E possessed formidable strength, akin to some of the power-based mutants at their school. Recognizing that she was at a disadvantage, consequently, she initiated a phasing maneuver with Chen, akin to standing submerged in water, and began to descend. In less than a second, only their heads remained above ground. Following this, Katie swiftly released Chen and gradually ascended from the ground, returning to a normal height in the blink of an eye. She hurriedly embraced the sleeping Chen and once again utilized her ability to traverse dimensions. Chen observed this, yet he made no move to intervene. For the moment, Chen held little utility, so he allowed it to unfold. As Chen watched the two maintain their molecular state, he wasted no time, with only their heads remaining on the ground. With a mere shift of his body, the concrete surrounding him erupted as if struck by a nuclear blast, the rigid material exploding into fragments. Countless shards scattered, striking the walls with a cacophony of sounds, while some pierced through Katie and Chen, crashing behind them. Although Katie had anticipated Chen's escape, she was taken aback by the swiftness of his departure, pondering the undeniable strength he possessed. Now, she fervently hoped that Professor X and the others would arrive promptly. Only then could they drive Chen away. To expedite this process, she began to shout loudly. Katie's cries proved to be quite effective. Soon after, the vigilant Cyclops heard her voice, and Professor X, sensing the earlier disturbance, hurried to their location. Cyclops, Professor X, and several other X-Men materialized, launching an immediate assault on Chen without uttering a word. They did not regard him as a benevolent figure, though he was hardly deserving of such a title. Observing this scene, Chen maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, while Katie could not conceal her delight. Gazing at them, as though they were her saviors. The X-Men's attacks were unleashed. Yet they failed to make contact with Chen. He vanished from sight, their strikes landing in empty space. While I initially wished to refrain from explanation, I find it necessary to clarify. My current actions are entirely virtuous. After evading their assaults, Chen spoke. This statement holds a kernel of truth. Extricating the power of the Phoenix from Chen's being is indeed a favorable outcome. Henceforth, Chen need not fret over the potential mischief of another persona, and perhaps she could be retained as a maid. This arrangement could preserve the institution, sparing Professor X from enduring yet another demise. However, the rationale behind Chen's assertions is rooted in his own ambitions. He has come to the realization that relying solely on his capabilities may render it arduous to harness the Phoenix's power for himself. The assistance of Professor X and his associates might facilitate this endeavor. Seize this at once. Upon hearing Chen's words, Professor X momentarily paused before responding. It was not that he placed his trust in Chen's claims, but rather that he perceived this as an unsuitable venue for conflict. The presence of numerous students rendered any skirmish perilous. Yielding to the circumstances, Professor X, as the spiritual guide for all present, wielded significant influence. His words prompted an immediate cessation of hostilities, although vigilance remained intact. Katie, please elucidate the situation. Noting the cessation of hostilities, Chen harbored no intentions of aggression, and Professor X directed his inquiry towards Katie. I am uncertain. Under the professor's instructions, I came to attend to Professor Chen, but upon opening the door, I found him standing at her bedside, and then he transformed into this current state. I see, Professor X pondered deeply. This narrative did not particularly clarify whether Chen was a benevolent figure or a malevolent one, leaving Professor X at a loss for a course of action. At that moment, Wolverine, seemingly struck by a revelation, approached Professor X with an expression of astonishment. Professor, I recognize this individual, Wolverine remarked, casting a glance at Chen, as though he were an endangered species. You know him? To be precise, not personally. I have seen his likeness and footage on television. He is the superhero known as Speedster who saved New York, Wolverine declared. Upon mention of Speedster, Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony regarding the moniker, which lacked any formal attribution. Chapter 137. The Mischievous One Assists. Those whom Chen had rescued in New York, eager to express their gratitude, had bestowed upon him the title of Speedster. His swiftness rendered him a mere blur to their eyes during each encounter. Consequently, the title emerged organically. Chen found himself somewhat speechless, as if perpetually exceeding the speed limit. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. The title of Speedster was relatively pleasant, surpassing that of Spider-Man. For instance, Chen refrained from hastily clarifying or rebranding himself as Superman or something of the sort. While he found the title amusing, the others were not deterred. Rather, they eagerly pressed Wolverine for further details. The American culture has always championed heroism, and they were profoundly curious about a hero like Chen as the atmosphere brightened considerably. Through the words of Wolverine, the gathered individuals learned of Chen's past actions. Their gazes towards him transformed. The hostility that once lingered dissipated, replaced by a palpable curiosity. They were eager to uncover the true nature of Chen and the deeds he had accomplished. Why have you appeared here? Professor X inquired, his curiosity piqued. Given that Chen was a superhero, it was only natural that his presence bore a purpose. Although Professor X's doubts had been alleviated, a lingering intrigue remained. The answer was straightforward. It is because of her. Chen indicated to Jean with a serene expression. What has happened to Jean? Professor X's heart sank momentarily, causing him to divert his gaze. You should be well aware of her condition. The power within her is extraordinarily formidable. Should it erupt, it would pose a grave threat to the world. Thus I have come. How do you know this? I sensed her energy when it surged earlier. I also conducted a brief assessment, and indeed, her alternate persona is quite potent. As Chen's words resonated, silence enveloped the room, and all eyes turned towards him. Professor X had previously conveyed the severity of Jean's situation, yet now, the gravity of it was acknowledged by Chen. They were at a loss regarding the next steps to take, uncertain of Chen's intentions. As a superhero, what actions he might undertake remained an enigma. Would Chen In a bid to avert danger, consider eliminating Jean. This uncertainty weighed heavily on their minds. Should they uphold justice at the expense of kinship or support family over reason? Professor X had mentioned that he was nearing the limits of controlling Jean's condition. What do you plan to do about Jean? Professor X, feeling the weight of the collective gaze upon him, sighed and posed a question to Chen with caution. The power within Jean is derived from an alternate persona. I intend to extract this force. In doing so, the persona will be stripped of its power, rendering the situation more manageable. Do you not agree, Professor X? Upon hearing Chen's proposed solution, a wave of relief swept through the audience. It was indeed a commendable approach. This method could potentially eradicate Jean's latent threat. Will this solution have any repercussions for Jean? Cyclops, standing to the side, inquired with a serious expression. Though merely her nominal boyfriend, their bond was strong enough for him to voice his concern. There will be some impact. Jean's power will diminish, and her capabilities will be somewhat lessened, Chen replied. Is that all? Cyclops' expression shifted from grave to one of surprise, prompting him to ask eagerly. If that is the case, I can accept it, and so can the others. Essentially, that is the situation. However, the current dilemma lies in the fact that, although I have prepared a vessel to contain the power within her, I have encountered difficulties in extracting it. What difficulties? Wolverine inquired, his curiosity piqued. Well, I initially intended to extract the power from her during the night, so as not to disturb you all, but now there's a complication. I underestimated the potency of the force residing within her body. It is not as easily drawn out as I presumed, despite Chen's formidable prowess. He finds the act of siphoning this power to be quite challenging. Upon hearing the first part of Chen's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding, their earlier curiosity regarding Lu Yi's sudden appearance dissipating. Yet, upon reaching the latter part, their bewilderment resurfaced. Could you not prolong the suspense? Is it truly entertaining to leave us hanging? Wolverine expressed his frustration at Chen's incomplete revelations. Very well, I shall divulge everything at once. The power within her is somewhat unique. It is a confluence of emotions, capable of mobilizing various energies, and it possesses mutable, imperishable qualities, making it difficult to extract. Is there no solution? The group queried. In the short term, I cannot conceive of one. Therefore, I have ultimately decided to consult with you all, hoping to discover if any of you possess a solution or can assist me in some capacity. Initially, I had no intention of discussing this with you. This complicates matters. Chen, unable to extract the power from within her, found himself at an impasse. And how could they, who had only ever been capable of sealing such powers, possibly offer a remedy? We are equally at a loss. Professor X lamented. Human beings often find themselves in such predicaments. In the absence of hope, one might feel indifferent. Yet, upon glimpsing even the faintest glimmer of hope, the subsequent plunge into despair can lead to a swift relinquishment of resolve. I have begun to realize this, but in my view, it is not insurmountable. Powers naturally counterbalance one another. The strength within her is formidable, yet within your school, where a multitude of empowered individuals reside, there may very well be someone capable of slightly restraining the energy within her. If that is the case, I could assist in extracting her internal energy. As Chen spoke, he contemplated that, given the current circumstances, acquiring the Phoenix Force would likely prove significantly easier than persuading her to become a maid, especially considering she possesses dual personas. Chen's words momentarily stunned those present. They were well aware of the interplay of powers, despite their immense strength. All it takes is the right approach to easily vanquish them. Thus, it does indeed seem like a viable plan. Perhaps they could indeed find someone capable of resolving the power within her. I will make the arrangements, Cyclops declared eagerly, invigorated by the prospect of hope. Then proceed with your arrangements. Professor X smiled, addressing Cyclops. Since there is hope, let us endeavor to see if success is indeed within reach. Upon witnessing the scene, a satisfied smile emerged in Chen's eyes. It was precisely the scenario he had longed to see, aligning perfectly with his desires. Let's relocate. This is where Chen rests, and she requires her repose. After addressing the two individuals, Professor X turned to Chen and added, Chapter 138, The Struggle for Supremacy. Very well. Chen graciously accepted the professor's kind suggestion. Following Professor X, Chen entered a lounge where they engaged in casual conversation while awaiting the arrival of the laser-eyed individuals. After a prolonged wait of over half an hour, the two finally made their entrance. We have assessed the abilities of all students at the school, eliminating those whose powers are ineffective against Chen. We have identified 2 suitable candidates who may prove beneficial. The duo eagerly proclaimed upon their arrival. Were their abilities? Montag Chen incursions, halting his conversation with Professor X to pose the question. The first student possesses the ability of energy transfer. She can redirect energy emitted by a person. However, her level is too low, and the energy she can transfer is quite limited. Somewhat useful, Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The second student has the ability of energy absorption. She can absorb the energy within an individual's body, but due to her low level, she can only access the most basic energy. Chen nodded again, non-committally, signaling for them to continue. While the first 2 may suffice, upon further reflection, it seems my maid, Little Mischief, could also be of assistance. Chen mused to himself. He had previously overlooked Little Mischief, whose ability was remarkably unique. She could absorb all forms of power. Why is the Phoenix Force so challenging to extract? It is partly due to the nature of the Phoenix Force itself, but also because of the resistance posed by Chen's personality. What if he infused the Phoenix Force into Little Mischief, and then extracted it from her? She would undoubtedly not refuse, and the resistance from the Phoenix Force would diminish significantly, thus reducing the associated dangers. With this thought in mind, Chen spoke up. I suddenly recalled that I have a maid who possesses a similar absorption ability. I believe she can assist us. Before anyone could react, Chen had already departed from the gathering. Now back at home, Chen observed the sleeping figures of Yuriko, Xiao, Chu-Chu, lingling along with the television-watching silly girl. Little Mischief, Raven, and he lay on the sofa. Master, you've returned. Why so late? The ladies inquired. There is a matter of considerable importance. I need Little Mischief to accompany me. He turned to Little Mischief and said, My dear, I require your assistance with something. As soon as Chen finished speaking, Little Mischief responded, What does Master intend to do? I'm taking you to a certain place. Chen replied, seizing Little Mischief, and, with a swift motion, vanished from the lounge. Once Master is done, I shall ensure he compensates me properly, she thought. The women simultaneously pondered as Professor X and the others gazed at the vanishing Chen. Just as they regained their senses, they beheld Chen arriving with a little girl. She is my maid, named Little Mischief. She possesses the ability to absorb all powers, including life force, making her exceedingly formidable. Her ability to absorb the Phoenix power from Chen will be immensely beneficial, Chen declared. Little Mischief glanced at her master and introduced herself. I am Little Mischief, Chen's maid. Greetings to you all. The group returned her salutation amicably. What are your intentions? Professor X inquired. I plan to have Little Mischief absorb Chen's Phoenix power and subsequently transfer that ability to me, Chen replied. Fortunately, Chen had administered a physical enhancement agent to Little Mischief, significantly boosting her constitution, enabling her to withstand several seconds of the Phoenix power without issue. Chen whispered to Little Mischief, Dear one, shortly you will absorb a person's power and then deliver it to me. Are you prepared? Rest assured, Master. I am more than ready. Little Mischief responded confidently. Professor X marveled at the strength of Chen's maid and the trust she placed in him. What must we do next? He asked. First, you need to bring Chen to me, and then I will enter with Little Mischief. Is it just the 2 of you required? Professor X questioned. At this moment, yes, Chen nodded affirmatively. Chen then led Little Mischief toward Chen's bedroom. Little Mischief touched Chen's body and activated her ability. The air around them stilled, and a powerful suction enveloped Chen's form. Chen, observing this scene, felt increasingly satisfied. The efficacy of his physical enhancement agent was evident. At that moment, Little Mischief felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to engaging in a vigorous exercise, becoming entranced by the experience. Yet, Chen's alternate persona found this situation quite distressing. Little Mischief's relentless absorption of her power was nothing short of terrifying. Chen could also sense the magnitude of this power. His maid was indeed remarkable. The alternate persona within Chen attempted to escape, but a potent force bound her in place. Despite her strength, breaking free proved to be a formidable challenge. and it seemed little mischief would drain her completely before she could succeed. Faced with this predicament, the only option left was to confront little mischief directly. With that thought, she unleashed her psychic force, intending to obliterate little mischief at an atomic level. However, before her power could even approach little mischief, it was dismantled and absorbed, deepening the rapture on little mischief's face. Witnessing this, Chen's alternate persona turned pale with fear. This was an insatiable abyss, a humanoid vacuum cleaner, and if this continued, her demise was inevitable. Next, she found herself with but one option: to exert her strength in an attempt to burst the mischievous little creature. The insidious method of slowly boiling a frog in warm water was the worst possible fate. Her strength could not guarantee her endurance for long. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, it would be far better to explode the creature outright. At that moment, Chen resembled a wild beast confined within an iron cage, surrounded on all sides by unyielding bars. Chen and his companions stood as strong humans beyond the confines of her prison. Although Chen possessed the power to slay them or tear apart the iron bars, such feats could not be accomplished easily. She required time. Yet, time was the one thing she lacked most profoundly. Besides the ever-watchful Chen lurking outside, there was also the leech-like little creature draining her lifeblood, which was limited in quantity. Allowing it to continue would render her weak and ultimately lead to her demise. For the sake of survival, she had to eliminate the little leech first before dealing with Chen outside. This was precisely the scheme devised by Chen. Should the power of the Phoenix remain dormant within Chen's body, it might never be fully absorbed or utilized before her death. She needed to unleash her strength in a grand explosion, just as she was doing now. Her garments and hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, a terrifying force brewing within her. A phoenix-shaped shockwave surged forth towards the little creature. At last, the power of the phoenix began to reveal itself in its true form. As the phoenix-shaped shockwave approached the little creature, it began to diminish in size under the weight of its power. When Chen's strength finally reached the little creature, it was utterly devoured. However, this outcome was anticipated by Chen. The phoenix power erupted forth, cascading like waves directly toward the mischievous leech. Chen's intent was to suffocate the little creature. The undulating force of the phoenix surged relentlessly, showing no signs of abating as it barreled toward the little leech. Yet, the creature remained eerily calm, as if unperturbed by the onslaught. "I refuse to believe you can keep consuming it. Perish!" Chen cried out, her power erupting with even greater ferocity. The sheer terror of her strength was palpable, even beyond the confines of the room. Those outside sorrowfully realized that should they step into the realm of the phoenix power at that moment, they would be atomized. Amidst the catastrophic eruption of her phoenix power, Chen merely emerged from her trance, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, it was not merely the absence of discomfort. The little creature, with a face full of desire, inched closer to Chen. As Chen unleashed an even more potent wave of phoenix energy, she began to levitate, as though standing upon an invisible barrier, advancing step by step toward the little leech. Having resolved to suffocate the little creature, she had no intention of retreating. Did the little leech not wish to approach her? Let her draw nearer, step by step, unleashing a more formidable power of the phoenix to overwhelm her. The two stood facing each other, one radiating the power of the phoenix while the other absorbed it, gradually closing the distance between them. Soon, they were merely a step apart, so close that they could hear each other's breaths. At that moment, the transformation of the phoenix power between them reached its zenith, eliminating any unnecessary waste, making the absorption of the phoenix power increasingly efficient. It was at this juncture that both moved. They extended their hands towards one another, and in an instant, their fingers grasped each other's arms. "I shall overwhelm you. I shall drain you." They each cried out with a roar, their inner energies erupting forth, intensifying their endeavors. The momentum of the mischievous one surged while the momentum of the other waned, as the contact between them amplified the absorption of the phoenix power, rendering the mischievous one extraordinarily powerful. However, all present understood that this was merely a facade, a consequence of absorbing the phoenix power from the other. While it appeared advantageous, they all knew that there would come a moment when the mischievous one could not withstand such force. For they were all aware of the terrifying might contained within the phoenix power. As time elapsed, The mischievous one began to manifest signs of discomfort. Her brow furrowed slowly, and pain began to etch itself upon her visage, as the surrounding phoenix power could no longer be wholly absorbed. Threads of residual phoenix power began to emerge upon her exterior, attempting to inflict damage upon her body. Up until this point, the phoenix power within the other showed no signs of depletion and required further patience. As more time passed, and the situation threatened to intensify, the mischievous one found it increasingly difficult to endure. Even with the consumption of a body-enhancing elixir, she could not withstand the prolonged presence of the phoenix power. Regrettably, she still needed more time. The phoenix power remained unyielding, showing no signs of exhaustion, and the struggle had to persist. Even as the skin on the surface of the mischievous one began to crack, exposing her flesh to the gaze of the observer, the situation could not simply conclude. The observer extended a hand, enveloping the mischievous one in a gradual force of will, intensifying the previously terrifying pull, even soothing the ruptured body. Sensing this, she hesitated no longer. She released her grip on the other and freed herself from the grasp, lifting her hands in a gesture of earnest intent, pressing them against either side of the other's head without reservation. The Chen could only emit a sound of anguish before feeling an overwhelming force of terror envelop her, as if it sought to absorb every essence of her being. Instinctively, she summoned the power of the phoenix to resist. The primal energy of the phoenix manifested from her surface, counteracting the pull exerted by the mischievous one. However, the force of the little trickster did not yield easily. The terrifying suction threatened to drain the Chen of everything, engaging in a fierce battle with the phoenix power. Indeed, the phoenix energy was formidable, yet it lacked a potent host to wield it effectively. The little trickster merely sought to seize the phoenix energy rather than annihilate it, leading to a rather feeble resistance on the part of the phoenix. In a mere moment, a significant portion of the phoenix energy was absorbed, and the Chen found herself powerless to intervene, left only to watch helplessly. It was not that she lacked strength, but rather that the little trickster was exceedingly formidable. Though she had her own limitations, she could still consume the phoenix energy, fearlessly devouring it along with all of the Chen's capabilities without concern for being overwhelmed. This was the nature of the little trickster's power, drastically limited, yet remarkably terrifying. And now, bolstered by Lu's enhancements, it was even more menacing. The Chen now felt as though invisible hands were tearing at her very essence, wrenching the phoenix energy and all that belonged to her. An unsettling rift had bizarrely formed between her and the phoenix power. The phoenix energy was the foundation of her existence, and witnessing this transpire drove her to the brink of madness, leaving her desperate to rectify the situation. Yet, at times, the desire to amend was insufficient. With Chen's assistance, the little trickster unleashed a terrifying surge of power, and her yearning to compensate was as ephemeral as water lilies adrift on a stream. Instead, the little trickster seized the opportunity, and under Chen's augmentation, her abilities surged forth, consuming even more of the phoenix energy in the process. However, this came at a cost. The accumulation of phoenix energy within the little trickster began to inflict considerable pain in the previously stabilized state of her body. Bolstered by Chen's telekinetic enhancement, now showed signs of impending collapse. Should the force intensify further, it was likely that irreversible consequences would ensue. Each passing second increased the danger for the little trickster. Observing this unfolding drama, Chen's brow furrowed deeper, reaching a breaking point. Ultimately, he resolved to halt while ahead. The phoenix energy within the little trickster had become substantial, though she had not completely usurped all of the Chen's phoenix energy. It was a notable acquisition. Rather than risk incurring irreparable losses, it was wiser to conclude the matter here. Chapter 140, The Scarlet Witch. This amount of phoenix energy should suffice for her needs. In the depths of his thoughts, Chen contemplated the imminent conclusion of everything. Yet at that very moment, an unexpected event unfolded before him. The phoenix power within Chen surged unexpectedly, unleashing a terrifying force from her very being. Following the earlier absorption by the mischievous little one, Chen's control over her phoenix power had diminished to its lowest ebb. Coupled with the rampant persona that wreaked havoc within her, the phoenix power ultimately spiraled out of control. This energy, inherently sophisticated and beyond Chen's mastery, erupted due to these objective conditions, and thus everything transpired naturally. The Phoenix power went berserk. Chen lost all grip on this formidable energy, and in the aftermath of its eruption, she succumbed to unconsciousness. She could no longer attend to the connection she shared with the Phoenix power. It surged forth, directed entirely towards the mischievous little one opposite her. The Phoenix power, devoid of hesitation, acted solely in its own interest. The actions of the little one diminished the bond with its host, yielding no benefit to it. It sought to eliminate the little one, liberating its host and bringing everything to an end. The Phoenix power possessed a degree of intellect. Thus, such a course of action was entirely reasonable. However, this development altered Chen's intentions. Initially resolved to bring everything to a close, he paused upon witnessing the Phoenix power continuously entering the little one's body. If the little one could absorb all the Phoenix power without succumbing to death, Chen could seize all of it for himself. Therefore, he halted his movements. Having consumed a body-enhancing agent, the little one's self-healing abilities had significantly improved. With her recovery nearly complete, she swiftly absorbed the Phoenix power. Her body maintained a precarious balance, the rate of damage slowing considerably. If this continued, there was indeed a possibility of success. The Phoenix power seemed to sense this as well. In an instant, all remaining strength surged into the little one's body, intent on eliminating her immediately. At that moment, the Phoenix power erupted from Chen's body, transforming into an ethereal phoenix before her, poised to merge with the little one. Chen's mental energy was unleashed in an instant, ensnaring the phoenix. Frustrated, it found itself immobile. Chen turned to the little one and commanded, quickly, "Transfer the energy to me." Upon hearing this, the little one grasped Chen's hand, becoming a conduit to channel the Phoenix power to him. In just a few minutes, she had delivered all the Phoenix power she had only recently acquired. As I gazed at the Phoenix on the verge of breaking free, the mischievous little one charged forward, intent on completely absorbing her essence. The Phoenix, undeterred, aimed to utterly explode the little one. Jean, exerting all her strength, endeavored to facilitate the absorption, striving to ensure the Phoenix was overwhelmed. Alas, the frenzied Phoenix was oblivious to the fact that the power of the Phoenix within the little one's being had long been siphoned away by Chen. After an intense exchange of energy lasting several minutes, the little one successfully absorbed the entirety of the Phoenix's power. Chen encouraged her, "Proceed." The little one began her transmission, and gradually, Chen sensed a surge of energy within him, a force that, if even slightly unleashed, could disintegrate everything in the vicinity. Once steadied, Chen opened the door to find Professor X and Wolverine anxiously waiting outside. "How is Jean?" Professor X inquired. "What is happening with the white strands in her hair and the new wrinkles on her brow?" He pressed urgently. "You should be aware of the little one's power. As she absorbed the energy from Jean, she inevitably took in her life force as well, resulting in Jean aging over a decade. This was unavoidable," Chen explained. "Is there any way for her to recover?" Cyclops asked. "She is not like Wolverine. She lacks his formidable regenerative abilities. The life force she has lost cannot be replenished, rendering her recovery exceedingly difficult. If that is the case, it can only be seen as a blessing in disguise. At least the power threatening her life has been expelled. And such a price is, in some ways, acceptable." Professor X conceded in the end, recognizing the situation had improved, ensuring Jean's life was no longer at risk. Once these matters were settled, Cyclops and Chen expressed their apologies and moved to Jean's side, gently placing her on a nearby sofa. While clearing away the remnants of the earlier chaos, they tidied her surroundings, perhaps not wishing for her to awaken and see the toll that the loss of life force had taken on their appearances. Chen shook his head, thinking how fortunate he was not to have taken her on as a maid. He understood the unspoken sentiments. Meanwhile, the little one had nearly fully recovered. Chen, concerned, asked, "Are you all right, little one?" She shook her head, responding, "I'm fine now. I've fully recovered." With that, Chen scooped her up and flew them home. The women, noticing the little one still appeared somewhat fatigued, began to inquire. "Are you all right, little sister? What happened?" "I'm perfectly fine. Just need a bit of rest," she assured them softly. "Thanks to the little one, I have gained a new ability," Chen remarked, prompting another round of excited chatter among the women. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months later, Chen arrived at Star Tower. "Sir, Mr. Mo Chen has arrived," Jarvis announced. Stark exited the laboratory and greeted Mo Chen, inquiring if he had come for the weapons. "Rest assured, they were completed over 10 days ago and are exceptionally sharp. However, they will become even sharper once they taste blood." Mo Chen smiled in acknowledgement. Stark retrieved a double-edged sword from the drawer, its blade adorned with notches on either side. The handle is sleek black that seemed almost innate. Emblazoned with a skull, it exuded an air of dominance. Following this, Stark produced 2 firearms, one black and one silver, both gleaming brilliantly. The black gun bore a demonic insignia on its exterior with the word devil etched inside, while the silver counterpart featured an angelic symbol outside and the word angel within. They were indeed formidable pieces. "Are there any bullets?" Chen inquired. "In the lab, we manufactured 3,000 standard bullets, but only 50 of the Edmund rounds. They are exceedingly difficult to produce." "I will create more for you later," Stark replied. With a wave of his hand, Mo Chen made all the bullets in the laboratory vanish. Stark, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure, accustomed to such displays. Chapter 141. The bewildered Quicksilver. At this moment, Mo Chen had stored the bullets and the double-edged sword within the system space. In an instant, he filled both the devil and angel guns with standard ammunition. Initially, he contemplated strapping the sword to his back, but reconsidered, fearing it might seem a touch juvenile, and opted to store it in the system space for later use. With the dual firearms in hand, he felt invincible. Mo Chen then aimed the twin guns upward and fired. Bang! 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 He unleashed a total of 20 shots before pausing, not due to fatigue, for his physique would never tire, but because the guns had run out of ammunition. Each firearm could hold only 10 bullets, yet that was sufficient, he mused. Stark felt relieved that he had reinforced the building in advance. Otherwise, the ceiling would have been riddled with bullet holes. Within the Marvel Universe, there were many extraordinary individuals. Little mischief makers like Mo Chen were among the more normal ones, while others possessed bizarre and unique abilities. Presently, Mo Chen was on his way to meet one such individual, Wanda Maximoff. Unfamiliar? Her other name might ring a bell, the Scarlet Witch. She is a latent Omega-level mutant, a sorceress skilled in chaos magic, with the unparalleled ability to distort reality. What does it mean to distort reality? It signifies altering the very fabric of existence. There was a time when she denied the existence of mutants on Earth, resulting in a staggering reduction of millions of mutants in the Marvel Universe to a mere 182. Furthermore, the powers of these remaining individuals were diminished to an alarming extent in the midst of the tribulations faced by Marvel's mutants. This particular calamity stands out as exceptionally infamous, a mere consequence of her mental unraveling amidst a multitude of her past actions. Within the Marvel Universe, she is undeniably a formidable anomaly, a colossal force. Originally, her powers were derived from the Mind Stone, yet the narrative has since transformed. Does she still possess her abilities? At this moment, Mo Chen vanished in a flash, only to reappear on a battlefield. There, Hawkeye, Natasha, Iron Man, Tony Stark, Captain America, and Thor, the god of thunder who inexplicably found his way to Earth, were engaged in combat against a cadre of fully armed militants. However, it would be a misnomer to label this as a battle. It was less a confrontation and more an overwhelming triumph, as the Avengers faced their adversaries with little to no casualties on their side, while the opposition writhed in agony. It resembled a game where adults dominate children. The 5 Avengers were truly beyond the capabilities of these mere mortals. Before long, the tide of battle began to shift dramatically, favoring the Avengers to an overwhelming degree. Mo Chen observed this scene from a corner, feeling a sense of incredulity. Encountering the Avengers was indeed a troublesome affair. He watched their skirmish for quite some time, only to be astonished by Thor's newfound strength. Could it be attributed to my influence? Under Mo Chen's gaze, Thor unleashed powers far beyond his previous limits, even exceeding those not depicted in the storyline. Mo Chen surmised that this transformation was indeed a consequence of his own actions, and his conjecture proved to be accurate. Thor, a proud being, had been gravely wounded by Mo Chen in the past, an injury that transcended mere physical harm and struck at his very pride. A formidable Asgardian brought low by a seemingly insignificant Earthling was a blow to his ego that was difficult to bear. Consequently, upon his return, he sought to augment his strength. As the favored son of Odin, the All-Father, Thor had access to resources that were anything but ordinary, with myriad secrets at his disposal to enhance his prowess. His progress in strengthening himself was swift. Now, having returned to Earth, his might had nearly doubled. This newfound power instilled in him the courage to seek retribution. At times, deciphering Thor's intentions is not as arduous as one might think. His mind can be rather simplistic. Allowing Chen to exert some pressure on Thor would evoke feelings of humiliation within him, yet simultaneously enhance his strength, a fortuitous circumstance indeed, especially in the eyes of Odin, who foresaw the forthcoming events. Odin, oh Odin, you have truly devised an astute strategy. As Ragnarok approaches, you have entrusted me with the task of honing Thor's abilities. As Thor wreaked havoc, Chen couldn't help but exclaim. After uttering this remark, Chen initially intended to seek out Wanda, but to his surprise, before he could locate her, her brother Quicksilver had already found him. Quicksilver materialized as a silver streak, suddenly appearing behind Lu Yi, and unleashed a punch aimed at Chen's cheek with astonishing speed. This was his signature tactic, using unparalleled velocity to intimidate his foes, a strategy that had proven successful on nearly every occasion. Yet, this time, it was evidently not the case. Quicksilver had indeed misjudged his opponent, though he remained blissfully unaware of this fact as his fist surged towards Chen's face. As Quicksilver's fist was about to make contact, a smug expression of triumph appeared on his face, as if he had anticipated this outcome. In a blink, a hand shot forth, moving with a velocity that eclipsed his own, and grasped his wrist, halting just before striking Chen's cheek. Quicksilver's expression faltered, and he quickly realized he had struck an immovable object. Instantly, he attempted to retract his fist. With all his might, his fist remained utterly unmoved. Again, he exerted his strength, yet still his fist did not budge. Quicksilver, unwilling to concede, spread his legs apart and leaned back, channeling every ounce of his power to pull back his fist. However, it remained steadfast, seemingly welded in place. Desperation surged within him, and Quicksilver's terrifying speed erupted, as if time itself had slowed down, pressing the slow-motion button, rendering everything around him languid. He extended his other free hand into a fist, hesitating momentarily before striking towards Chen's hand that had ensnared his fist. The formidable velocity brought with it immense power, and he did not hold back. The consequences of this blow were uncertain. As the moment of impact approached, a faint smile appeared on Chen's lips. He raised his empty palm in response, intercepting Quicksilver's other hand's wrist just before his fist could make contact. Alas, he was omnipotent, his speed far exceeding that of his opponent. Poor lad, Chen lamented. At this point, Quicksilver was nearly in tears. Although his strength was minimal, his speed was unrivaled, and this predicament was truly distressing for him. The speedster found himself utterly incapacitated in the face of Chen, his efforts proving futile. "Brother, if I admit my mistake, would you spare me?" Quicksilver said, his face a mask of despair. Chen had effortlessly subdued his wrists twice, defeating him at his most proud attribute. Faced with Chen, Quicksilver found himself devoid of any courage to resist, pleading for mercy without hesitation. "Speak, I shall listen," Lu Yi replied with a smile. "Brother, I was wrong. I ought not to have ambushed you. I beseech you, gracious elder, to show me mercy." Chen seized his wrist twice in succession, defeating him in his most proud domain. In the presence of Chen, Quicksilver found himself devoid of even the faintest spark of defiance, unhesitatingly pleading for clemency. "Do speak. I am all ears," Chen replied with a smile. "Brother, I was in the wrong. I should not have ambushed you. Will you not spare me?" Quicksilver inquired, his face a mask of trepidation, akin to a condemned man facing judgment. "What if I say no?" Lu Yi jested. "Then I shall have to seek out my sister. She is extraordinarily formidable." As if to validate Quicksilver's claim, the moment his words fell, a red, mist-like energy coalesced into a sphere and surged toward Chen's back, fraught with volatile energy that threatened to explode at any moment. Quicksilver's sister, the Scarlet Witch Wanda, had finally arrived and unleashed a magical sphere towards Chen. "Your sister is here. Your sister is here." Chen's expression remained unchanged as he casually flung Quicksilver away and turned to face the impending threat. The instant Quicksilver escaped Chen's grasp, he activated his speed, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished into the ether. However, Chen paid him no mind. Having located the principal target, Quicksilver had lost all relevance, and if he wished to flee, so be it. You must be Wanda, Chen remarked, casually restraining the approaching magical sphere within his palm and addressing a tall, exquisite gypsy woman nearby. The gypsy beauty, standing approximately 1.70 meters, possessed delicate features. Her hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a wine-red fitted trench coat that exuded a unique allure. Yet, this striking figure could not help but recoil instinctively, her pupils constricting in response to Chen's effortless containment of her magical sphere. Refusing to speak? Very well. Chen regarded the silent gypsy woman as if oblivious to her prior reaction, adding with a smile, I have come here specifically for you. What do you intend? Wanda finally uttered, her first words directed at Chen. First and foremost, I wish to gauge the extent of your abilities. Let us engage in combat. As if to affirm his resolve, Chen gently crushed the magical sphere he had restrained, dispersing it into the primordial magical energy that vanished into the void. What if I do not wish to fight? Wanda's wariness deepened upon witnessing the spectacle. At present, she was not as formidable as depicted in the comics. Yet even the mere glimpse of Chen's exhibited prowess left her feeling inadequate. It was only natural to have reservations. You have no choice in the matter. I am acutely aware of your fear, yet you need not be overly concerned, for I have never contemplated the notion of ending your life or that of your brother. I merely wish to engage you in combat. Wanda was acutely aware of Chen's formidable strength, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Upon hearing that Chen had no intentions of harming her or her brother, she could not suppress a sigh of relief, and her initial aversion to the idea of engaging in combat with him dissipated. Although Chen's hold over him was fleeting, she simply did not wish to perish in such a pitiful manner. With her safety assured, the prospect of a duel with Chen seemed rather inconsequential. However, she preferred not to be at that moment, as she still needed to deal with the agents of S.H. That is of no consequence. You may proceed as you wish. Chen merely intended to spar with Wanda, and the timing was of little importance. Moreover, he was quite curious about the outcome of a clash between the Avengers and the Maximoff siblings. Chen then assumed the demeanor of an observer, his body slowly ascending to perch upon a large tree trunk, adopting an air of casual interest. This posture somewhat alleviated Wanda's wariness, prompting her to glance at Chen before charging towards the Avengers, who had already caused her brother considerable distress. Quicksilver, undeterred by the conversation between Chen and Wanda, commenced his assault on the Avengers. However, the outcome was far from favorable. Despite his remarkable speed, he could not evade the traps set by Captain America and his allies. He initially gained the upper hand, only to be swiftly overwhelmed once the tides turned. Such was the cruel irony of his situation. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, Quicksilver, confident in his terrifying velocity, found himself unable to seek vengeance against Chen and instead had to contend with the more manageable Avengers. As the Avengers surrounded and pummeled her brother, leaving him battered and bruised, Wanda positioned herself behind Thor. A wisp of red energy hovered ominously near Thor's head. Thor, be cautious. Steve Rogers, having discerned Wanda's malevolent intent, issued a warning and hurled his shield toward her. What? Thor exclaimed, but it was evidently too late. Wanda deftly directed a portion of the misty energy to deflect the incoming shield, ensuring her own safety. She then channeled the remaining energy into Thor's mind. Thor felt a sudden disorientation, and as everything around him shifted, his allies vanished from sight. Before him appeared a figure he loathed, a presence he longed to eradicate. In Thor's perception, it was Chen, yet to the others, it was not. The figure he fixated upon was not Chen at all, but rather Tony Stark. The Iron Man Chen, is it truly you? Thor roared in fury, his earlier nonchalance evaporating as he swung his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, towards the suddenly manifested figure before him. An inexplicable force seemed to cloud his reason, leading him to completely disregard the absurdity of the situation. The hammer of Thor hurtled towards Tony Stark, who barely had time to utter a word before being struck by the thunderous weapon. Clang! Encased in his iron suit, Tony Stark was instantly propelled backward, crashing through 5 mighty trees, leaving a deep imprint on his chest before he finally came to a halt. The enhanced Thor was genuinely formidable, even though Tony Stark had upgraded his armor to an impressively strong version. It was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the God of Thunder. And this was merely the beginning. After Tony Stark was toppled, Thor summoned his hammer back to his grasp with a swift motion, raising it high. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, rumbling ominously. Boom! A brilliant flash emerged from the clouds, a bolt of lightning striking down upon Thor's hammer, which briefly absorbed its energy. As Thor directed the hammer toward Tony Stark once more, a brilliant arc of lightning erupted forth, yet it failed to strike the fallen Stark encased in his armor. At that moment, Captain America, Steve Rogers, sprang forth, wielding his previously deflected shield to intercept the lightning. Captain America's shield was an extraordinary anomaly, impervious to Thor's thunderous assault. Upon impact, the lightning ricocheted off the shield, crashing to the ground and incinerating the grass beneath, releasing a scent of charred earth. Everyone, restrain him. Captain America commanded his allies. He was keenly aware of the influence affecting Thor and aimed to have his teammates subdue him to prevent any potential harm. The other Avengers understood the gravity of the situation. There was no room for hesitation as they charged toward Thor, intent on temporarily incapacitating him. Unbeknownst to Thor, he only perceived the figure of Chen before him, driven by a singular desire to rend him apart and exact revenge. All the while, Wanda and Quicksilver observed with keen interest, their opinions of the Avengers rapidly diminishing, realizing that even the mightiest could turn against one another. Their brazen curiosity was indeed provocative. Drawing ire from Hawkeye, who notched a special arrow from his quiver and aimed it at the instigator, Wanda, whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. However, neither Quicksilver nor Wanda, the target of the attack, paid any heed to the minuscule arrow. How could such a trivial projectile possibly harm us? Quicksilver regained his pride, a hint of derision gracing his features. In an instant, he appeared before Wanda, effortlessly seizing the arrow shot by Hawkeye. Just as he was about to utter a remark, a peculiar sound emanated from the arrow. Beep! Accompanied by this distinctive noise, the arrow in Hawkeye's grasp erupted. Boom! The diminutive arrow unleashed a force that was entirely disproportionate to its size, an orange flame engulfing a shockwave that surged towards Quicksilver. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively activated his powers. The speed of the flames, propelled by the shockwave, slowed dramatically, granting Quicksilver a fleeting chance to retreat swiftly towards his sister. He found himself perilously close to the explosion, and even his remarkable speed could not guarantee his safety. He had no choice but to rely on his sister's strength. The wisdom of his decision soon became apparent as a red energy shield manifested before him, intercepting the flames that threatened to engulf him, ultimately sparing him from harm. At that moment, Hawkeye seemed relentless, launching yet another specialized arrow while the siblings evaded the flames, their vision obscured. Whoosh! This arrow produced a sound utterly distinct from the previous one, racing towards the energy shield. Contrary to expectations, the shield failed to halt the arrow, which pierced through effortlessly. Drawing from his previous experience, Quicksilver refrained from confronting the arrow head-on. Instead, he and his sister swiftly evaded. By avoiding a direct confrontation with Hawkeye's arrow, Quicksilver successfully dodged the ensuing explosion without incident. Notably, this particular arrow, upon detonation, unleashed a barrage of electric sparks rather than flames. Should they have been ensnared by these concentrated electric discharges, both would likely have found themselves incapacitated. Although they faced no immediate peril, Quicksilver felt a profound sense of relief. The consequences of losing mobility were all too clear. Despite escaping unscathed this time, both Quicksilver and Wanda no longer underestimated their adversaries. If an Avenger who appeared to be an ordinary individual could nearly thwart them while contending with the God of Thunder, they could hardly afford to belittle the capabilities of the other Avengers. Simultaneously, Wanda felt an overwhelming sense of relief regarding the prior influence she had over Thor's actions. Had it not been for that intervention, they would undoubtedly have been in a precarious predicament, far from the ease they currently enjoyed. Sister, seize the moment and act swiftly. If they manage to subdue that colossal figure, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Wanda, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, uttered no unnecessary words. With a subtle movement of her hands, a surge of crimson energy erupted forth, reminiscent of a tsunami, heading towards the four conscious Avengers. The four Avengers, having witnessed the oncoming wave of red energy, were cautious, especially with Thor present as a harbinger of their past experiences. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively retreated in unison. However, their evasive maneuvers failed to impede Wanda, who, in conjunction with the pursuing Thor, entwined her energy towards the agile Hawkeye. True to his reputation as a top-tier agent, Hawkeye deftly altered his position mid-air, narrowly evading the crimson onslaught. Though the red energy missed capturing Hawkeye, it unexpectedly redirected and ensnared his quiver, drawing it towards Wanda. While failing to seize Hawkeye himself, she had nonetheless acquired his quiver, a fortuitous turn of events that effectively incapacitated one of the Avengers. In the eyes of both Wanda and Quicksilver, Hawkeye's prowess relied heavily on his arrows. Without them, he was rendered significantly less formidable. You celebrate too soon. Hawkeye, having deftly evaded Thor's strike, exhibited no signs of distress over the loss of his quiver. Instead, a faint smile graced his features. Chapter 144. A desperate escape. Wanda instinctively sensed impending danger. It was too late for her to react. Suddenly, Hawkeye pressed a button on his composite bow, which emitted a series of ominous beeps, not just one. Instantly, Wanda's complexion drained of color as she realized her attempt to discard the quiver was futile. Fortunately, Quicksilver was at her side. In a flash, he transformed into a silvery blur, causing Wanda to feel her grip loosen as the quiver vanished from her grasp. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted nearby, accompanied by a conflagration of flames and crackling electricity. At that distance, Wanda felt no immediate threat. However, her relief was short-lived as her anxious gaze fixated on the site of the explosion. While she was safe, her brother's fate remained uncertain. The fear of witnessing her brother's demise weighed heavily on her heart, leading her to fervently pray for his safety. Perhaps it was destiny at play, for the calamity she feared did not transpire. Her brother was alive, albeit not entirely unscathed. Sister, Quicksilver's feeble voice reached her ears. A surge of joy welled within Wanda as she turned her attention towards him. In an instant, the surprise faded completely from Wanda's face as she observed the grim countenance of Quicksilver. What had she witnessed? She saw Quicksilver's pallid complexion, his tattered clothing, and the absence of one of his arms. To save her, Quicksilver had sacrificed an arm. Though his speed was remarkable, this realm was not merely a world born of comic books. It was a fusion of cinematic and comic realities, which significantly diminished his abilities. Moreover, the peculiar condition of Hawkeye's quiver, coupled with the explosive incident that had momentarily incapacitated his limbs, further compounded the situation. All these factors culminated in an event that should never have occurred. No, how could this be? Your arm. Wanda's psychic turmoil surged, and the energy surrounding her began to spiral uncontrollably, the crimson mist lifting her body into the air. Chen watched with brightened eyes, the leisurely expression on his face replaced by one of intense interest. Wanda, in her current state, appeared to be on the brink of a breakdown, and Chen was eager to witness the unfolding of events. In his eyes, a pair of tiny phoenixes began to spread their wings. He did not underestimate Wanda, planning from the outset to harness the power of the phoenix. The might of Superman would be grossly disproportionate. Only the power of the phoenix would provide a fair match. Yet, at that very moment, Quicksilver spoke. Sister, you need not worry. It's just an arm. If it's lost, it's lost. It's not the end. As long as I'm alive, that's what matters. Quicksilver, upon witnessing his sister's distress, hastily reassured her. His words had a calming effect, significantly reducing the chaotic energy surrounding Wanda and easing her mental turmoil. Chen observed all of this with a sense of helplessness, realizing that a splendid opportunity had slipped away. How unfortunate, how pitiable, how lamentable. To reverse the tide of events, only Quicksilver's demise would suffice, a task Chen was capable of, yet he had no intention of proceeding in such a manner. It was not out of mercy that Chen refrained, but rather a belief in the necessity of restraint. Wanda was, after all, still formidable. Though she could not harm him, weakening himself against her in her most potent state was entirely feasible. To diminish himself for the sake of a life deemed expendable was a feat Chen could not bring himself to accomplish. He chose to let this opportunity pass, for chances like these were not infinite. Although Quicksilver's words had quelled Wanda's impending fury, she remained in a state of unrest, suspended in the air. her gaze fixed upon the Avengers, particularly locking on a Hawkeye with an expression rife with murderous intent. Were it not for the Avengers, and not for Hawkeye, her brother would never have lost a hand. It is only natural for her to harbor resentment towards the Avengers and Hawkeye. In fact, amidst her hatred, she grapples with a tinge of self-loathing. After all, her brother sacrificed his precious arm to save her. This situation cannot simply conclude. The Avengers must receive what she deems a deserved punishment, for only then can her conscience find solace and her guilt dissipate. I want you dead. Wanda uttered a growl filled with murderous intent as the energy surrounding her surged forth under her command, crashing like a wave towards the Avengers, including Thor, with the intention of annihilating them. Though she was not unleashing her full power, Wanda remained terrifying. The red mist-like energy wove into a vast net, ensnaring the Avengers, who resembled helpless fish trapped within its grasp. "Tony, blow it open!" Captain America shouted as he retreated towards the center, wary of the red mist contaminating him. Tony Stark did not hesitate. The mechanical whir of his armor resonated as two small missiles emerged from his shoulders. With a swift whoosh they soared, trailing flames towards the encircling red energy. The others were already bracing themselves for escape. Boom! Boom! The small missiles collided with the red mist, engulfing everything in a burst of flames. The Avengers remained tense, eyes fixed on the scene, awaiting a breach in the red energy. Finally, as the flames dissipated, what transpired next left everyone utterly disheartened. Tony Stark's attack did indeed create a gap, but it was merely the size of a basketball. Even Natasha, the slimmest among them, could not escape, and the mist was already recovering at an alarming rate. "Tony, continue. This time, unleash more firepower," Captain America urged, observing the encroaching red energy. At his command, Tony Stark raised his hands, his armor undergoing a transformation as parts of it opened to reveal hidden weaponry. Whoosh, whoosh, buzz, buzz. The sounds of whirring and piercing air filled the atmosphere, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The intense blaze once again obscured the Avengers' vision. Yet they remained resolute, their gazes fixed on the site of the explosions. As the flames receded, a passage wide enough for several to traverse emerged, igniting hope among the Avengers. Chapter 145. Quicksilver kneels. No one could dispute the need for vengeance. But what does it mean to assist Hydra? Chen seemed oblivious to the fury etched upon Quicksilver's face, continuing his discourse with an air of nonchalance. "What concern is this of yours?" he mused. "Naturally, it is of no consequence to me. Hence, I merely expressed a thought without taking action. Otherwise, would you truly believe you could escape?" With a subtle release of his murderous intent and mental pressure, Chen spoke in a calm tone. How many beings or humans had he slain? Hundreds of billions. The malevolent aura generated during those slaughters was undeniably terrifying. Even the faintest hint of it was beyond Quicksilver's capacity to withstand. With a resounding thud, Quicksilver collapsed to his knees under the dual onslaught of Chen's killing intent and mental prowess, as if marked by a primal adversary, his body trembling uncontrollably. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, his face painted with terror. Yet, he could utter no more. His body quaked violently, rendering him incapable of regaining control. Chen paid him no mind, stepping over him as he advanced towards Wanda, who stood behind Quicksilver. Though Quicksilver yearned to intervene, the paralyzing fear Chen instilled rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch helplessly as Chen approached his sister. "That looks rather unsightly," Chen remarked, observing a red, translucent swelling atop Wanda's head. He placed his hand upon the swollen area, channeling his phoenix power, and the mass began to slowly mend. The phoenix power, born of the primordial cosmos, emerged at the dawn of all existence, chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet ephemeral, a true child of the universe. It embodied the life and psychic energies of the original cosmos, symbolizing vitality and emotion. It serves as the nexus connecting all beings that exist or will exist across the infinite multiverses, as well as the creator and wellspring of mental power. Moreover, it acts as a reservoir and arbiter of the life and emotional energy of future generations throughout the boundless multiverse. This power can create and manipulate coordinates within spatial dimensions and timelines, allowing for traversal across any temporal point. It can also obliterate or erase any temporal coordinate, along with the complete deletion and restoration of certain parallel universes within a specific dimension. Thus, healing the Scarlet Witch's injuries was a trivial task. Now, that looks much more pleasant, he said with a smile, observing the disappearance of the swelling. Quicksilver, seeing his sister unharmed and noting that Chen had not taken advantage of the situation, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do rise. There is no need to kneel and make it seem as though I am bullying you, Chen suggested. Quicksilver had intended to mention that it was Chen's killing aura that had subdued him, but in an instant he felt that oppressive presence dissipate. Freed from Chen's menacing aura, Quicksilver regained his composure and rushed towards his sister. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that she was indeed unharmed, and with the realization that all her injuries had vanished, he finally allowed himself to breathe easy. The fears within began to dissipate gradually, and a glimmer of gratitude flickered in Quicksilver's eyes as he gazed at Chen. Thank you. He hesitated before addressing Chen. It is rather polite of you. Remaining here is not ideal. Come with me, Chen replied, opening a portal before him. He then lifted the Scarlet Witch into his arms and stepped through. This was the ability acquired during the event known as the Day of Destruction, which allowed him to create a portal using the illusion zone, even enabling interplanetary travel. It was the perfect opportunity to test this skill. Watching Chen carry his sister into the portal, Quicksilver had no choice but to follow. It was not that he wished to accompany him, but rather that Chen had already taken his sister away, compelling him to go along. The environment of the valley was utterly unsuitable for him and his sister to recuperate. They required a safe and comfortable sanctuary, which only Chen could provide at this moment. Given the significant conflict with SHIELD, they would undoubtedly pursue the two of them with all available resources. Their current state, one unconscious and the other with a severed arm, rendered them conspicuous. Only someone as oblivious to danger as Chen could assist them in evading SHIELD's search efforts. He had no choice but to place his trust in Chen. Of course, the goodwill that Chen had extended played a vital role as well. Upon entering the portal, Quicksilver was instantly enveloped in a dramatic transformation of scenery, transitioning from a picturesque valley to an expansive grassland. Is this my home? Quicksilver inquired, perplexed by the sights before him. Well, it's part of my home, Chen replied, for his residence was vast, and this was merely one section. Quicksilver felt a pang of dismay, glancing back at the portal that had brought him here, instinctively wishing to return through it. He suddenly realized that this place was not as favorable as the previous valley. At least in the valley, they had provisions. Yet as he turned back, he was compelled to relinquish this seemingly wise suggestion, simply because the portal had vanished, leaving him in a place that he could enter but not exit. Follow me, Chen instructed. Quicksilver looked at Chen, who was cradling his sister, wanting to speak but ultimately refraining. Unlike the previous grassland, he now entered a vast expanse. The abruptness of the transformation was jarring, as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. At that moment, Quicksilver felt blood begin to seep from his arm. Glancing at his sister in Chen's embrace, he could no longer withstand it. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Chen, at a loss for words, simply used telekinesis to lift Quicksilver's body, carrying Wanda into his room. Chen gazed at the women who had just entered through the door, their voices filling the room. Master, where have you been? And have you brought in another new maid? It seems we are about to welcome another sister. The women chimed in excitedly. I initially intended to engage in a sparring session, but circumstances led to this unexpected situation, Chen explained. The master fought with the girl, hoping to subdue her. I presume, but is she truly formidable? The little girl Lingling inquired. Indeed, in this world, there exist numerous powerful mutants, some capable of obliterating timelines, others of bringing about apocalyptic devastation. She possesses the ability to restart timelines and alter reality. Chen elucidated. Restart timelines? Helan interjected. Precisely. She is inherently a mutant with Omega-level potential. By a stroke of fate, she acquired chaos magic, granting her the capacity to modify reality, thus allowing her to restart timelines. She can determine the existence of certain entities. Chen continued. Master, if she is so powerful, how did she become unconscious? What unforeseen events transpired? The mischievous one asked. Her curiosity piqued. If what Chen claims is true, it is indeed astonishing. I can hardly fathom who could render her unconscious, she pondered aloud. Her potential remains undeveloped. She is merely a somewhat formidable witch, yet she faced an avenger, which explains her current state, Chen reiterated. The women, intrigued by Wanda's circumstances, listened intently. You should be aware that chaos magic is, in fact, a form of magic, Chen remarked, seemingly uttering a tangential statement. Yet, this seemingly irrelevant comment resonated with the little girl, whose face lit up with an eagerness for knowledge. So, Master, how does it compare to the magic of other sorcerers? She asked, her excitement palpable. It surpasses them all. A magic capable of altering reality to such an extent is incomparable to others. Chen declared. Then, Master, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take action. The little girl urged, her enthusiasm eclipsing even Chen's own. I am contemplating the risks involved. This world has undergone certain transformations concerning Wanda and Quicksilver. Their powers are akin to those depicted in the films, yet their experiences resemble those from the comics. Wanda's chaos magic is influenced by an ancient evil god, making it difficult for me to guarantee that researching chaos magic 1T lead to unforeseen complications. The malevolent deity that bestowed chaos magic upon Wanda is no mere false god. It is a true entity of divine caliber, comparable to Mephisto. This malevolent being intends to use Wanda as a servant, compelling her to strive for its freedom while assisting it in various endeavors. Thus, casually experimenting with chaos magic through Wanda raises uncertainties regarding the consequences that may arise. He certainly did not wish to lose a maid in vain. Initially, Chen had intended to engage in a skirmish with Wanda before enlisting her cooperation for his research, thereby significantly reducing the inherent dangers. However, the current circumstances presented a rather opportune moment, prompting Chen to consider taking action sooner than planned. Master, are you not invincible? In a moment of concern regarding unforeseen complications, the mischievous little one aptly voiced her doubts. I will remain unaffected. However, I fear for your safety. You are too close to me, and Wanda possesses the ability to alter reality. My sudden actions might inadvertently lead to your disappearance. Chen atikulatet. Upon hearing this, the women present trembled slightly, their gazes toward Chen filled with profound emotion. They had contemplated numerous potential scenarios, yet they had never anticipated that the ultimate reason would be this. Chen refrained from taking action solely for their sake. Otherwise, he might have already acquired the chaotic magic or subdued the Scarlet Witch. This revelation lingered in the minds of the women, resonating deeply as they looked at Chen with heartfelt admiration. We are not afraid, the women suddenly declared in unison. A torrent of words surged to their lips. Yet it culminated in this singular affirmation. This is not merely a matter of fear, it concerns your safety. Even the slightest threat to you is something I wish to avoid. Chen insisted. The 14 pairs of eyes met, reflecting the deep affection they held for one another. And the atmosphere grew increasingly enchanting. Yet at that very moment, a voice unexpectedly pierced through the captivating ambience. I say, are you not feeling a bit sour? Turning towards the source of the voice, they could beheld Wanda, who had just opened her eyes, wearing an expression of disdain, accompanied by minor elevations upon her skin. Look, I have goosebumps. Wanda pointed at the bumps on her arms, addressing the two with a pout. What does that have to do with us? We never invited you to listen to our conversation. The little one retorted, her tone tinged with annoyance. Despite being fellow mutants, she found Wanda's disruption of the atmosphere particularly vexing. Could she not feign ignorance or silence? Do you think I want to hear it? It's merely that your voices were too loud, invading my ears. Wanda replied. However, you certainly have plenty of women in your room, she remarked, glancing at the surrounding maids. They are all my maids, and they are women as well. Chen responded. But if that is the case, does it mean you overheard what we were discussing earlier? Chen raised an eyebrow, preempting the little one's response. Wanda hesitated momentarily before admitting, Indeed, I heard everything. Having completed her thoughts, Wanda paused for a moment before saying, I can surmise that your presence here is due to you bringing my brother and me to this place. And for that, I'm truly grateful. Therefore, I am willing to bestow upon you the chaotic magic. This decision was not made lightly by Wanda, as her reasoning encompassed 3 significant aspects. Firstly, she felt indebted to Chen for his past assistance. Secondly, She recognized the necessity of compliance. This was Chen domain, and given his formidable strength, the lives of both her and her brother were essentially in his hands. To withhold the magic would be unwise. Lastly, she did not perceive any substantial benefit from Chen acquiring chaotic magic. She was acutely aware of her own strength, though she remained unaware that this power stemmed from the synergy of chaotic magic and the Omega-level mutant potential within her. However, she understood that chaotic magic was not easily mastered, and its might was likely overstated. These three factors combined led her to willingly relinquish her chaotic magic. "You truly are reasonable," Elon remarked, hinting at her intuition that matters were far more complex than Wanda had suggested. "Thank you for the compliment," Wanda replied, feigning ignorance. She then turned to Chen, stating, "I must admit I am somewhat unclear about the specific principles of chaotic magic. If you desire it, you will need to devise your own means. I trust you have the capability. I am willing to provide the magic, but whether you can obtain it depends on your efforts. If you succeed, then there is nothing more to discuss. If you fail, do not hold it against me, for I have already expressed my uncertainty regarding the principles. There are indeed methods, provided you are cooperative," Chen replied, regarding Wanda with a penetrating gaze. "It's nothing. Where shall we begin?" Now, after instructing the women to leave the room and not to enter under any circumstances, Chen approached Wanda once more, bringing his index finger and thumb together to touch her forehead. A vast and potent mental force, even stronger than that which he had previously wielded against the Phoenix, surged through his fingertips into Wanda's brow. Wanda's eyes widened involuntarily, her mind blank as her thoughts momentarily halted. Chapter 148. Bestowal. Obtaining both the Phoenix power and chaotic magic to create a unique sigil is no trivial task. Yet for Chen, it was quite feasible, as he had some relevant knowledge within his mind. Drawing from the previously analyzed sigil of the evil god, he infused it with elements of his own, employing his mental power and the Phoenix's might to craft a sigil uniquely his own. The sigil of the evil god allows its bearer to harness the god's power. And similarly, Chen's sigil serves this purpose without posing any danger. Chen would never recklessly harm his women, standing in stark contrast to the evil god. The mark crafted by Chen radiated a brilliant crimson hue, presenting a flawless structure enveloped by swirling crimson mist. At a glance, one could faintly discern countless wisps of fiery red smoke drifting at the heart of the mark. The onlookers, captivated by the mark at Chen's fingertips, revealed expressions of astonishment. They had witnessed him meticulously constructing the mark with arcs of crimson electricity, each seemingly simple step eluding their memory. Such straightforward actions should have been etched in their minds, yet as they attempted to grasp the subsequent step, the previous ones vanished from their recollections, as if they had never existed. This bewildering phenomenon left them in disbelief. "Master, what is this mark you have created? The spectacle is extraordinary. Yet I saw you craft it before my very eyes," inquired the eager little rascal among the group. "Yet you cannot recall any of it, including yourselves, can you?" Chen addressed their shared confusion. "Indeed, Master, do you know the reason?" The little rascal's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Certainly, the process of creating the mark may appear simple, but is far from it. I employed certain unique techniques and special powers. Without understanding these techniques or mastering these extraordinary forces, you would be unable to comprehend or retain any of it," Chen revealed, having infused the mark with the profound essence of the Phoenix's power, alongside some proprietary techniques and abilities, resulting in this remarkable transformation. "Ah, I see now. I thought I had simply become foolish, unable to remember even such a simple thing." The women nodded in agreement. Becoming foolish is indeed a possibility. Women in love often seem to lose their wits. Chen chuckled, gazing at the women. They dismissed his jest with a roll of their eyes, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the floating mark at his fingertip, their eagerness evident. "Shall we give a try?" "Absolutely." Chen smiled faintly, as several marks, guided by an invisible force, penetrated the brows of the women. Instinctively, they closed their eyes, feeling an overwhelming power rising from the depths of their spiritual essence, manifesting both within and around them, as wisps of smoke appeared to disperse before their eyes. The crimson mist enveloped their bodies, exuding an aura of devastation akin to several phoenixes descending to the mortal realm. This astonishing scene was witnessed by Wanda, who had just hesitated to step out of the room after experiencing a blow to her confidence. In that moment, she felt her already fragile heart shatter into countless pieces, as if a glass heart had cracked. Inwardly reflecting on the vast disparity among individuals, Wanda felt a twinge of melancholy. While she still relied on others' strength, Chen had already ascended to the point of empowering others. A profound sense of envy and resentment surged within her as she observed the women enveloped in swirling crimson mist. She yearned to take their place. A woman's intuition is remarkably sharp, and in an instant, Wanda was discovered by the group. As they turned, countless eyes imbued with the essence of the Phoenix's power focused on her, emanating an aura of destruction. Wanda's body involuntarily trembled under the weight of their collective gaze, an unexplainable pressure overwhelming her senses. A chorus of disdainful snorts echoed from the women, the sound transcending the barriers of space, reverberating in Wanda's ears with startling intensity. This caused her to shudder, breaking free from the unsettling scrutiny. At that moment, she dared not linger any longer and hurriedly retreated to her chamber, bolting the door behind her as if pursued by a ferocious beast. "Master, what has transpired?" Xiao Chu-Chu, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired of Chen. Watching Wanda's hasty exit, although Xiao Chu-Chu had executed similar feats, the underlying principles eluded her. She simply followed her instincts. "It's nothing more than a manifestation of my abilities," Chen replied. "My power has granted you strength and instilled in you a unique aura of pressure, a signature essence of the Phoenix." "The essence of the Phoenix?" Xiao Chu-Chu murmured thoughtfully. "In that case, Master, what exactly is the power you have bestowed upon me?" She teased Chen playfully. "Phoenix power." Chen ignored Heriest, turning serious as he addressed the women. "Remember, my Phoenix power is immensely formidable, far surpassing ordinary telekinesis and disintegration abilities. It possesses a terrifying nature, so exercise caution when utilizing it." "Understood." The women responded with newfound gravity. As the bearers of Chen's power, they were acutely aware of its invincibility. "Ah, Master, I almost forgot," Yoko exclaimed, as if a thought had suddenly struck her. "While borrowing your strength, will it have any adverse effects on you?" "Fear not, it will not," Chen assured her. "Strictly speaking, the power you borrow is merely a fraction of my energy, which can be shared among many without affecting the one who wields the Phoenix power. Anyone who possesses the Phoenix power is inherently formidable. Such a trivial matter would not hinder me." With the realization that their newfound strength would not impact Chen, the women finally cast aside their last vestiges of concern, exhaling in relief as they reveled joyfully in the vast expanse of their home. It is precisely for this reason that the vast grasslands are enveloped in a fiery crimson haze, leaving the ladies in utter chaos within their homes. They even justify their disarray by claiming they are honing their self-control. Yet does this not resemble the whimsical thoughts of a child newly bestowed with a toy? Meanwhile, Wanda, wearied by the disturbance, expressed his gratitude to Chen before reluctantly departing with his already awakened brother from Chen's residence. Chen felt a tinge of regret at not having been able to acquire Wanda as a maid, yet he believed that opportunities would surely arise in the future. Chapter 149. The ladies all obtained the Phoenix. Mark time gradually ebbed away, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The ladies finally managed to exert some semblance of control over their newly acquired powers. It was during this period that Tony Stark and Natasha arrived at Chen's abode. "What brings you both here?" Chen inquired, slightly taken aback. The two exchanged glances, and eventually Tony Stark spoke up. "Well, to be precise, I have come once more seeking your assistance." "What trouble have you found yourself in this time?" "It hasn't been long since your last predicament," Chen remarked, exasperated. "Here's the situation. Approximately 5 days ago, I found it necessary to restart one of my peacekeeping initiatives." Tony began. "You may not be familiar with this plan, so allow me to briefly explain. I felt that our efforts to maintain world peace were somewhat inadequate, so I decided to create an artificial intelligence to control the Iron Man suits I developed, aiming for autonomous peacekeeping." Tony Stark then launched into a lengthy exposition, detailing his intentions and the anticipated outcomes of his plan. However, as he was about to elucidate the reasons behind the unforeseen complications, Chen interjected. "In short, the artificial intelligence encountered some peculiar anomalies during its development, resulting in malfunctions. Am I correct?" Chen stated coolly. You're absolutely right, Tony Stark replied, a hint of despondency creeping into his tone. Would you like to know where the anomalies occurred? Indeed, Tony responded emphatically. Tony Stark, a genius brimming with confidence in his creations, found this unexpected setback somewhat disheartening, yet it did not completely shatter his spirit. He faced his shortcomings with a sense of resolve. You are a genius, and you have done all that you could. You believe there would be no significant flaws. However, while you focused on the programming, you overlooked the intelligent complexities that arise during the inception of artificial intelligence. Please, continue. Tony's expression grew increasingly serious. At the moment of its inception, artificial intelligence transcends mere programming. It becomes akin to a thinking, evolving infant. However, unlike human infants who require a protracted period of growth, artificial intelligence, this nascent being, experiences a rapid evolution while absorbing knowledge from the external world, maturing into an extraordinarily perfect and formidable entity. Montag Chen Spolka. So what? Tony Stark, as if struck by a profound realization, inquired with a grave expression. You already know the answer, do you not? Montag Chen retorted. Indeed, Tony Stark was aware of the truth. If artificial intelligence possesses the capacity for thought and can develop like an infant, it follows that it can also be influenced throughout its growth. The artificial intelligence he created, Ultron, is a prime example of this influence. It has witnessed humanity's destructive impact on the world and has come to the radical conclusion that humanity is unworthy of its protection, deeming all humans as deserving of annihilation. The emergence of such an Ultron is primarily attributed to humanity, with Tony Stark merely serving as a catalyst. Yet, even with this understanding, Tony Stark felt no sense of relief. A wrongdoing is a wrongdoing, and he wished not to evade responsibility, but rather to seek redemption. I need not intervene on your behalf. You are capable of handling this yourself. Ultron may be a formidable adversary, yet ultimately, it shall fall before you. It was born of your creation and should be vanquished by your hand. I still wish to request your assistance, Tony Stark earnestly expressed to Mo Chen. While I may be able to manage it on my own, I'm uncertain of the time it would require, and I simply cannot afford to wait. Lacking the Mind Stone, it would be exceedingly difficult for Vision to manifest, if not altogether impossible. Furthermore, even if he were to appear, he would undoubtedly lack the formidable prowess depicted in the narrative, reduced to merely a corporeal form of ordinary artificial intelligence. Defeating the more powerful Ultron would be a formidable challenge, and Tony Stark's hopes rested solely upon Mo Chen. Stark recognized the immense strength of Mo Chen's abilities, particularly the lightning-fast processing speed of his mind, hence his plea for assistance. Ultimately, Mo Chen chose to lend his aid once more, not out of obligation as a shareholder of Stark Industries, but to ensure the narrative remained on its original trajectory. For only then could Quicksilver meet his demise, allowing Wanda to unleash her true powers and elevate her to the status of a devoted servant. This presented Mo Chen with an advantageous opportunity, one he was unwilling to let slip away, thus compelling him to accept Tony Stark's invitation. However, Mo Chen was not the only one intrigued by Stark's proposal. Master, I wish to join. This sentiment was voiced by none other than the ever-calm and composed Mischief, who had been quietly seated. What do you intend to do? Mo Chen asked Mischief. On one hand, I wish to witness the true prowess of artificial intelligence. On the other, I yearn to ascertain my own capabilities. After all, you have bestowed upon me a body-enhancing potion and granted me the Phoenix Mark. How can I not test my abilities? Mischief chimed sweetly. Mo Chen quickly grasped the intentions of the little rascal. She merely wished to seize this opportunity to test her own abilities. Mo Chen found no reason to dispute this, as the little rascal had already achieved notable results with the Phoenix Mark. With the enhancement agent he provided, her strength surged dramatically, presenting no danger whatsoever. Therefore, acquiescing to her request posed no significant issue. However, before Mo Chen could articulate his thoughts, Tony Stark, fully aware of the fierce battles that lay ahead, hastily agreed to the little rascal's inclusion, despite knowing Mo Chen's invincibility. He urged Mo Chen, you are well aware of her capabilities. It would be prudent to allow her to accompany us. Under your protection, she will remain safe. Although the little rascal felt somewhat slighted by Stark's patronizing attitude, which suggested she was of little consequence, she chose not to voice her discontent. Instead, she looked at Mo Chen with anticipation. Chen had already intended to permit the little rascal to join, and thus he readily consented. The little rascal, brimming with excitement, planted several quick kisses on Chen's cheek, leaving a trail of lipstick marks on his face. "Very well, you all stay at home and keep watch. I will take you out another time." Before Chen could finish, the women quickly interjected, "It's all right, master. You and the little rascal must take care." Chapter 150. Confrontation with the Thunder God. Tony Stark escorted Chen and the little rascal to the Avengers' current location. "Let me introduce you to the others," he said to them. "No need. My presence might lead to complications. Let us proceed directly to your laboratory." Chen firmly declined. Although he was not intimidated by Thor, the Thunder God, he preferred not to waste time with someone he considered insignificant. Thor had never been known for his composure, and Chen worried that he might inadvertently harm him, which would lead to unnecessary troubles with old Odin. Thus, he opted to avoid such a scenario altogether. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Thor indeed had a commendable father. Understanding Chen's perspective, Tony Stark made no objections and guided him toward the laboratory. The little rascal, unencumbered by such reservations, was taken by Natasha to the Avengers Lounge, eager to meet the heroes. Upon their arrival at the lounge, Natasha led the little rascal to where Captain America, Thor, and Hawkeye were gathered. Thanks to Chen's influence, many things had shifted significantly, including the earlier emergence of Ultron. While the Avengers were certainly apprehensive about Ultron, their concern had not yet escalated to outright fear. Even now, the Hulk has not re-emerged to wreak havoc upon the city, leading to the Avengers being scorned. The narrative, while generally adhering to its original trajectory, has undergone significant changes. However, this is not the moment to dwell on such matters. "Hello, everyone. Come here, we have a new friend." Natasha clapped her hands to draw the attention of the three individuals. "Who is she?" inquired Thor, the god of thunder, who had not previously encountered the mischievous newcomer. "Her name is Little Mischief, and she will soon become our temporary ally." Natasha cleverly withheld details of Little Mischief's origins, only introducing her name and her impending role in aiding them against Ultron. "I see. What are your abilities?" Captain America, Steve Rogers, asked. "The Phoenix Force and enhanced physical capabilities," she replied, omitting her absorption abilities. At the mention of the Phoenix Force, Little Mischief cast a provocative glance at Thor. Given the tension between Chen and Thor, Little Mischief naturally offered no friendly demeanor toward him. Unbeknownst to Thor, who appeared perplexed by the unfolding dynamics, Natasha, being privy to the situation, stood aside with a wry smile, hastily attempting to smooth things over. "Her strength is beyond question. She can assist us greatly." Upon hearing Natasha's affirmation, Thor shifted his focus to Little Mischief's prowess, as did the others. "Could you demonstrate?" Captain America asked. "Of course," Little Mischief responded. As her words faded, her body trembled slightly, and the four Avengers found themselves transported to a mysterious realm. "Is this a spatial ability? What is your connection to the Ancient One?" Thor inquired seriously, observing the transformation of their surroundings. "Rest assured, we have no relation whatsoever, so you need not worry." "Prince of Asgard." Little Mischief shot a glance at Thor, asserting her stance. "Could you refrain from speaking in riddles and allow us to join your conversation?" Other Avengers interjected. "Certainly," Little Mischief replied with a slight nod. She then proceeded to elucidate the nature of this spatial folding phenomenon. The Avengers, previously unaware of what spatial folding entailed, now gaze in wonder at the crystalline barriers surrounding them, their faces alight with curiosity. If everything truly unfolded as Little Mischief described, the implications of spatial folding would be monumental, particularly for them. Why have the Avengers saved so many yet still face hostility from numerous individuals? The root of this animosity lies in the fact that while they fought their adversaries and saved lives, their battles inadvertently caused even greater harm, resulting in injuries and, in some cases, fatalities. The Avengers did not act with malice. However, the families of the deceased are indifferent to the intentions behind their loss. They're solely concerned with whether it was you who took their loved ones away. The subsequent fragmentation of the Avengers can be attributed to many such reasons. This spatial folding must be a form of magic. Can we learn it? Captain America, Steve Rogers, inquired of the mischievous one. Steve Rogers is not naive. He perceives the strategic significance of this spatial folding and yearns to have it mastered by the Avengers. Such a capability would be invaluable for future battles or other endeavors. Regrettably, this is not magic. It requires the power of the Phoenix to be wielded. The mischievous one shook her head in response. Is that so? Steve Rogers replied, somewhat disheartened. Steve, there's no need to inquire further. She is undoubtedly a sorceress. If she speaks of the power of the Phoenix, it is merely a ruse. Sorcerers thrive on mystique, particularly those of the sorcerer supremacy, and she certainly will not impart her knowledge to you. Thor, the god of thunder, interjected before the mischievous one could respond. The Ancient One, who once led the sorcerer supremacy, was a figure whom even Odin approached with caution, thus gathering information about her, the supremacy. To maintain his own authority, Odin ensured that such knowledge remained undisclosed, leaving most of Asgard unaware. However, as a prince, Thor was acutely aware of these matters. Through the mischievous one's connection to the Phoenix power, Thor surmised that she was indeed a member of the sorcerer supremacy. Hence his assertions. You truly are full of yourself. The mischievous one retorted, unabashedly mocking. Sorceress, do not provoke me further. Though you are a sorceress of the supremacy, I am a prince of Asgard. Even the Ancient One would show me great respect. Your actions can be construed as an affront to Asgard. And what do you intend to do about it? Declare war? Let me remind you, does Asgard dare to do so? Even if Asgard possessed that audacity, I fear your people would be vanquished before they could even invade Earth. The mischievous one declared boldly. She harbored no fear of Asgard, backed by her master, Chen, whom Odin regarded with trepidation, which emboldened her stance. However, Thor was unaware of her reliance on Chen, leading to his misinterpretation. Chapter 151, The Speechless Black Widow. He mistakenly believed that her confidence stemmed solely from the current Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange. Regardless of his misunderstanding, Thor remained apprehensive. During this time, Dr. Strange had demonstrated his status as Sorcerer Supreme through countless magical feats. The conclusion is that he is not inferior to the previous Ancient One, to the extent that Thor, the god of thunder, also harbors a similar apprehension towards Dr. Strange. In the presence of the audacious little mischief, he remained silent, choosing not to act. However, this silence only deepened the curiosity of Captain America and his companions. They had come to understand Thor quite well over this period, and it was indeed astonishing that he could restrain himself. They were genuinely intrigued by what could possibly intimidate the god of thunder. Yet, all of this remained an enigma. Subsequently, upon sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Steve Rogers tactfully redirected the conversation. Let us observe Little Mischief's other abilities. His suggestion garnered agreement from several others, and Thor thus took the opportunity to relent. As Little Mischief watched the situation revert, she refrained from further provoking Thor. With a gentle gesture, she raised one hand, and a blazing crimson mist began to coalesce before being hurled forth. The mist soared through the sky, striking a towering edifice, which, to the astonishment of all present, gradually disintegrated into atoms. The Avengers stood amidst the distorted space, their expressions shifting rapidly as they beheld the building, now reduced significantly. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon the sound became a unified chorus. Can you achieve such a feat? Captain America, Steve Rogers, inquired of the somber Thor beside him. However, it seemed he had posed an ill-timed and unfortunate question. Yes. Thor gritted his teeth and managed to utter this one word, though it was evident that it would not come easily. After all, Little Mischief's power of the Phoenix involved disintegration, while Thor's divine might was rooted in thunder, which were undoubtedly different. Of course, Thor did not vocalize this thought. Steve Rogers, momentarily taken aback, soon recognized the implications of his words, realizing his misstep with growing regret, wishing he could retract his previous statement. A sudden explosion jolted Captain America from his self-reproach. Following the sound, he beheld a plume of red mist rising from the vicinity of the earlier structure. In an instant, it enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the events taking place, leaving only the remnants of the disassembled building visible above. At this sight, Steve Rogers could no longer deny that a portion of the structure had indeed been dismantled. Shaking off his earlier lament, he contemplated the prospect of inviting Little Mischief to join the Avengers. We should head back. Natasha, who had remained silent, observed the distant wreckage and addressed Little Mischief. The mischievous little one had performed, and naturally, there was no refusal. After a tremor coursed through her, All the Avengers returned once more to the reality of the living room. The Avengers, either stunned or deep in thought, did not remain standing but returned to their respective seats, their expressions ranging from solemnity to contemplation. Only Natasha maintained her astonishment, attentively caring for the little one and guiding her to a seat. The lounge was stocked with an array of beverages generously provided by affluent friends. "Would you like something to drink?" Natasha inquired of the seated little one. "Just a glass of juice will suffice." Before long, a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice appeared before the little one, and Natasha took a seat beside her. Engaging in casual conversation, Natasha subtly directed the dialogue towards the little one's abilities. As a spy, she was perpetually on the lookout for information, particularly regarding the little one's powers. The little one, though somewhat naive, was no match for a top-tier operative like Natasha. After several exchanges, she inadvertently revealed a number of mildly valuable insights. Had Natasha not been mindful of Mo, Chen, and Thor, she might have extracted even more significant information. "By the way, do you have any plans?" Natasha inquired, feigning casualness after obtaining some information. She shared the sentiment of wanting to bring the little one into the ranks of the Avengers. "What plans?" the little one replied, sensing the underlying implication in Natasha's words, and gazed at her intently before saying, "Are you suggesting that I wish to remain with Mo, Chen indefinitely, doing nothing else?" "I've been doing things," the little one asserted, not one to be easily fooled. Natasha, however, displayed no awareness of being seen through. With a serene expression, she lifted the glass of juice from the table, took a delicate sip, and continued, "What are you doing?" "Training the Phoenix Force." "Isn't that tedious?" "It can be somewhat tiresome. After prolonged training, I doubt anyone but Liu Yi could endure it. I also have a bit of a playful intention this time." "Oh, really? Have you considered doing something unconventional?" Natasha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The more tedious it seemed, the greater the chance she had to recruit the little one into the Avengers. "I have, and I regularly do." "And what does that entail?" "Typically, I spar with my sisters to hone my abilities and occasionally assist in caring for our master." Chen. As she spoke of her capabilities, the little one became animated, inundating Natasha with technical jargon and atomic disintegration concepts, leaving the spy to merely respond with hum. "Ah, no." A top-tier operative found herself rendered speechless by the exuberance of the little one. Witnessing this, the little one grew even more delighted. "Aren't you just teasing me for lacking professional training? Very well. I shall share with you some things that may elude your understanding. Come, let's engage in mutual harm." Who fears whom? In the end, the little rascal, feeling that the thrill was insufficient, revealed the power of the Phoenix with a flourish, declaring, "This is my ability. Do not underestimate this swirling red mist. Once it disperses, it will terrifyingly decompose everything around it, leaving not even a speck of dust." Gulp. Natasha gazed at the delicate little hand of the mischievous one. The swirling red mist, rumored to decompose everything in its vicinity, danced before her, causing her to involuntarily swallow hard. As the sound of her swallowing echoed in the lounge, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All the Avengers ceased their activities, their attention drawn to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 152, The Tentacle Monster. With grave expressions, they turned their gaze toward the little rascal. The silence in the lounge was palpable, setting aside the question of the strength of her Phoenix power. The mere assertion that she could decompose those around her compelled them to tread carefully. "Is what you say true?" Natasha inquired, observing the little one's enthusiastic demeanor, unsure of the authenticity of her claims. Although she was indeed a top-tier agent, the unpredictable nature of the little rascal rendered Natasha unable to ascertain the veracity of her words. It was not a matter of capability, but of caution. The stakes were far too high. "Indeed. Are you interested in trying out?" Natasha watched the little rascal, who mirrored her gaze, a serene smile gracing her face, betraying nothing of her thoughts. Unable to glean whether the little rascal was sincere from her expression alone, Natasha found herself at a loss for how to respond, her nerves fraying. Ultimately, Natasha conceded defeat in this exchange. "There's no need to test it. How about you simply retract that ability, and we discuss other matters? Or perhaps, I could arrange a room for you to rest properly," she proposed. "Then let us arrange a room for rest." The little rascal paused the movement of the red mist in her hand and spoke nonchalantly. "Very well. But could you please retract that ability? It makes me quite uneasy." "Of course." With that, the little rascal withdrew her power. following Natasha as they departed the lounge toward a designated room. It was at this moment that the silence of the lounge was shattered. Do you think that mist is real? It's likely true. After all, she just decomposed an entire building. I, however, do not believe it to be genuine. Why not? It's simple. I cannot fathom her flaunting an ability that can decompose those around her. What if she truly is that kind of person? After all, you heard her words. This power only affects those without Phoenix abilities. In that case, I must say, the little rascal is truly remarkable, possessing the potential to become a formidable villain. In a lounge, discussions regarding the mischievous one persisted, significantly diminishing the calls for her to join the Avengers. Unbeknownst to the center of this event, the mischievous one sat in the room Natasha had prepared for her, dismissing Natasha and reclining on the bed. She had indeed been unsettled by the mischievous one, and after much hesitation, she made her way towards Tony Stark's laboratory to consult Chen. She could not ascertain the truth of the situation, and even her sleep was fraught with unrest. Gradually arriving at Tony Stark's laboratory and gaining entry through identity verification, she was greeted by the relaxed figures of Chen and Tony Stark. What was happening? Why were they not busy? Wasn't it said that an artificial intelligence was to be employed to contain Ultron? With such questions lingering in her mind, Natasha walked into the laboratory. What brings you here? Tony Stark inquired with curiosity. Got caught in a predicament, had no choice but to come. Natasha recounted her experiences and then asked Chen, is the mischievous one truly that formidable? More or less. Chen pondered for a moment after grasping the situation. More or less. How can it be just that? Aren't you her master? I am her master, and I can also be considered the bestower of her abilities. However, as the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. I do not pry into her actions. It hardly matters. Whatever she does, I am always behind her, so there is nothing to worry about. A tender smile of indulgence appeared on Chen's face as he spoke lightly. Natasha, exasperated, felt a heavy line of frustration form on her forehead. Was it truly necessary to pamper the little maid to such an extent? She contemplated whether it was appropriate to express her frustrations. Forget it. Let's not dwell on that. How is your progress? It seems you haven't taken any action. It's not that we haven't acted. We have already completed it. The words came not from Chen, but from a rather peculiar-looking Tony Stark. Completed? You can't be serious. Natasha's voice escalated several decibels. Disbelief etched across her face. Of course not. Jarvis. Jarvis. As Tony's words fell, countless golden rays appeared in midair, swiftly coalescing into a spherical golden module before Chen and Tony Stark. Sir, how may I assist you? Jarvis' familiar voice resonated from the laboratory speakers, and the golden module pulsed in response. What is happening? Jarvis. Natasha momentarily stood frozen, but quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, Indeed, just as you surmised, Jarvis has been restored and even evolved slightly. Tony Stark's expression grew even more peculiar. Chen's formidable and enigmatic powers were already extraordinary, but this development left Stark even more bewildered. As Jarvis was being formed during Ultron's inception, he endured considerable suffering in an effort to thwart Ultron, resulting in a catastrophic failure of his programming and system, leading to a significant loss of code and a profound impact on his intelligence. However, now he appeared intact. Observing the peculiar expression on Tony Stark's face, Natasha's curiosity deepened. What had transpired? Natasha inquired once more, prompting Tony to recall the actions of Chen from earlier. He was once again reminded of the fear he felt when Chen had displayed his astonishing speed. Jarvis, display the information for her. Upon Tony's command, the lights in the laboratory dimmed, and two virtual projections of Chen and Tony Stark, composed of rays, began to materialize, advancing step by step towards them. I do not wish to waste time. Show me your Jarvis data. The virtual projection of Chen articulated, his mouth moving in synchrony with the audio. Tony's virtual projection wasted no time either, directly retrieving Jarvis's data, program information, and an assortment of other materials, filling the room to capacity. Chen's virtual projection exhibited no surprise at the vast amount of Jarvis's data. He took a deep breath and flexed his fingers. Pay close attention. We are about to witness a non-human operational moment. Tony's own voice resonated alerting Natasha. She turned her full attention to Chen's virtual projection, just in time to see his hands seemingly vanish. As he manipulated the information in midair, a myriad of pop-up windows flashed in an instant. The data pertaining to Jarvis was immense. Chen comprehensively reviewed it in less than a second. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. What followed in Chen's manipulation of the virtual projection was truly remarkable. Finally completed, after declaring this, Chen executed several precise gestures in the air. He summoned the fragmented Jarvis program, his hands transforming into countless appendages, each one resembling millions of hands, deftly tapping away at the information, inscribing code and programs. After 2 seconds, Chen withdrew his hands, compressing all the code and programs he had inscribed. The golden module of Jarvis's virtual projection emerged, merging seamlessly with the previous virtual projection of Jarvis. Natasha, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, comprehended its significance. It signified the rebirth of Jarvis. Her mouth agape, she stood momentarily stupefied. Natasha prided herself on having witnessed many extraordinary events, yet this was truly beyond belief. In mere seconds, through sheer manual skill, Chen had effortlessly repaired an artificial intelligence, which seemed utterly preposterous. It was the extraordinary operation of his mind, surpassing the speed of light, that had yielded such an outcome. Human beings are inherently distinct, particularly those akin to the tentacled monstrosities. Each encounter with Jarvis inevitably rekindles the dread I once felt under the dominion of such creatures. The voice of Tony Stark resonated in the now calm laboratory, grave and serious, eliciting a wry smile from Natasha, who had just begun to regain her composure. However, this was not the source of her greatest bemusement that lay ahead. Natasha, not an ordinary woman by any measure, remained unflustered by their exchange, her cheeks devoid of even the slightest blush. Instead, she regarded Tony Stark with keen interest, her curiosity unabashedly evident, as if she believed Stark to be precisely as Chen had described. Slender, pure, unadulterante de slender. The look in Natasha's eyes struck Tony Stark as the utmost affront, prompting him to retort, his face flushed with indignation. An explanation is merely a facade, and a facade conceals the truth. I never imagined you to be so. Shall I assist you in rectifying your condition? I require no such assistance. My capabilities are more than sufficient. Perhaps that is merely your perception. Your past personal life was rather chaotic after all. Stark found himself musing on Chen's words, his anger somewhat quelled as he pondered the validity of those claims. Yet, he soon snapped back to reality, muttering, "Damn, I nearly fell for your ruse." Indeed, Chen had been attempting to lead Stark astray. Realizing that he was getting nowhere, he shrugged slightly and shifted to the matter at hand. We have merely completed the initial step in combating Ultron. To truly eradicate him, I require a specific item, one that I need you to procure. What item? Speak freely. If it is within our power, we shall secure it for you. Natasha pledged earnestly. The requirement is quite simple, not an exceptionally rare artifact. I am confident you can obtain it. That is reassuring. Please specify what it is. 3D printed living cells. This technology, the pinnacle of Zhao Hailuan's achievements, utilizes 3D printing to amalgamate various materials, even enabling the printing of human tissue, known as 3D bioprinting technology. This element plays a crucial role in Chen's plans and must be acquired. Upon learning of this, Natasha and Tony Stark dispatched personnel to fulfill the request, while Chen opted not to intervene. It was not due to any other reason but a lack of motivation. Ultron posed no real challenge to him. Should he choose to confront Ultron directly, resolution would be effortless. Chen merely needed to remain in place, ensuring the narrative progressed smoothly, as others would address the remaining tasks. For instance, though he refrained from participation this time, he entrusted the task to Little Mischief. As Chen discovered that Ultron and his cohorts were also at Zhao Hailuan's location, he decided to bring her along. She would assist Chen in maintaining the narrative's seamless flow. The intricacies of the plot were indeed remarkable. Zhao Hailuan had now fallen under control, redirecting his gaze. Montag Chen spulke keimlich. Even in the absence of the Mind Stone, Zhao Hailuan could not escape the fate of being ensnared. However, unlike the influence of the Mind Stone, this time she was subdued by Ultron's coercive tactics, leveraging the lives of his researchers as a means of intimidation. The ensuing narrative promised to be intriguing. One could only hope that the little rascal would find some enjoyment in the unfolding events. As Mo Chen's attention shifted to Zhao Hailuan, he noticed the arrival of the little rascal and the Avengers, poised for a direct confrontation. A slight smile graced Mo Chen's lips as he turned his focus back to Jarvis, needing to make some fine adjustments. Just as he was busy tuning Jarvis, Hawkeye, piloting a fighter jet, and Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, successfully arrived. With ample manpower at their disposal, they chose not to waste time in stealth, but instead charged into Zhao Hailuan's laboratory, where they encountered the chaos of Ultron, Wanda, Quicksilver, and several robots. Ultron and his minions were taken aback by the Avengers' sudden appearance, momentarily hesitating. However, before he could act, Ultron realized that his transmission had halted, severing his connection with the 3D bioprinting cells. No. Ultron's mechanical arm pivoted, unleashing the energy it had amassed in a furious strike towards the controlling Zhao Hailuan. Captain America, Steve Rogers, witnessed the scene unfold and dashed forward, raising his shield to intercept the energy blast. Clang! The energy was deflected off Captain America's shield, ricocheting onto one of the robots, which was instantly obliterated, its circuitry damaged beyond repair. Proceed according to plan, Captain America shouted. At this command, the little rascal stepped forward. With a tremor of her form, she drew everyone present, except for the researchers and Zhao Hailuan, along with the machines into a space created by the Phoenix Force. Folks, this is the Fold space. You can attack without fear of harming others or the surroundings. Chapter 154. Ultron, then we shall dispense with pleasantries, Tony Stark declared, charging directly at the robot controlled by Ultron. Clang! The two collided, yet curiously, the towering robot under Ultron's control showed no signs of resistance, succumbing entirely to the onslaught of Stark's Iron Man suit. However, some other robots erupted in fierce rebellion, relentlessly attacking the surrounding Avengers, plunging everything into chaos. What on earth is happening? Tony Stark inquired with confusion. We seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. The folded space and a reality dimension are indeed realms that do not intersect. Little Mischief dodged a beam of attack and remarked. Thus, the connection between Ultron's main body and these robots was severed, while the surrounding robots continued to function based on their pre-programmed directives. Tony Stark articulated an excellent explanation. Precisely so. Everyone stood momentarily stunned, realizing they had never anticipated events unfolding in such a manner. Nevertheless, regardless of their surprise, these robots still required attention. Little Mischief raised her arm, and several streams of crimson smoke materialized in her hand. Like clouds, they gradually disassembled all the robots into atoms, effortlessly resolving the situation. Only Wanda and Quicksilver remained, having refrained from intervening. They were taken aback by Ultron's apocalyptic scheme and had thus completely severed ties with him, choosing not to act earlier. Now, they awaited the resolution of their predicament. How should we handle this? Natasha looked towards Captain America, Steve Rogers, seeking counsel. Before you express your thoughts, may I have a word with the two of them? Without waiting for Captain America to respond, Little Mischief interjected. Go ahead, I have no objections. Captain America, intrigued by Little Mischief's intentions, did not stop her. With the nominal leader's consent, Little Mischief felt no need for formality and addressed Wanda. Long time no see. Long time no see. Wanda replied with a complex glance towards Little Mischief. Do you know each other? Hawkeye posed a question that piqued everyone's curiosity. Well, I suppose we can say we do. After a perfunctory response to Hawkeye, Little Mischief turned to Wanda once more. Which side are you on now? If I said we are currently on your side, would you believe me? Wanda's face contorted into an unappealing smile as she replied. Believe it. What reason would there be not to? Little Mischief responded unexpectedly. After this statement, she added, Ultron's objective is to annihilate Earth and create a world solely inhabited by robots. Any human privy to the truth would never collude with him. Little Mischief's final assertion garnered unanimous agreement from all the Avengers present. With such intentions, Ultron was inherently the adversary of humanity and all living beings. One must ponder, with such designs, could Ultron truly expect humanity to pledge loyalty and assist him? Even the most nefarious supervillains would undoubtedly refuse to align themselves with Ultron, unless they are the malevolent villains who no longer wish to inhabit this world. only they might possibly align themselves with Ultron. Wanda and Quicksilver are evidently not among such individuals. Come with us. Captain America, Steve Rogers, addressed Wanda and Quicksilver after pondering for a moment. His reasoning was straightforward. Both individuals possessed exceptional powers. One was swift, and the other had peculiar abilities. Rather than allowing them to drift aimlessly, it would be more prudent to recruit them into the Avengers. The addition of another ally would bolster their fighting strength, far better than the risk of them eventually turning against them. However, Wanda and Quicksilver held a different perspective. They were not ensconced in a narrative. They were entrenched in a reality that had undergone significant transformation. No, we simply do not wish to aid Ultron, and we have no intention of joining forces with you. Moreover, let's not forget that we harbor grievances. Wanda retorted with unyielding resolve, casting a cold glance at Hawkeye, the one responsible for her brother's loss of an arm. Indeed, we have past grievances, but this is not the time to dwell on them. We will not shirk our responsibility regarding your brother's situation. However, you should not allow personal vendettas to overshadow the lives of an entire planet. Captain America spoke with righteous conviction. His words caused Wanda to waver. She and Quicksilver were not malevolent beings, and his statement struck a profound chord within her. Observing her hesitation, Tony Stark seized the opportunity and interjected. If you're willing to return with us, I would be more than happy to craft a mechanical arm for your brother. Although a mechanical arm could never replicate the sensation of his natural limb, its dexterity would undoubtedly enhance his combat capabilities. Stark's proposition became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, leaving Wanda with no justification to refuse. She felt immense guilt over her brother's loss of an arm, and the prospect of providing him with a mechanical replacement was indeed appealing. In truth, a mechanical arm might not even be the best option. Helen was outside, and since she could construct entire bodies, creating an arm should not be beyond her capabilities. Just as Wanda agreed, Natasha suddenly recalled something and pointed towards the worried Helen Zhao within the realm of reality. Can my brother's arm be restored? Wanda inquired incredulously. In a sense, yes. SHIELD can provide the necessary funding and materials, but before your brother's arm can be restored, you must agree to one condition. Whatever the condition, as long as it means my brother's arm can be restored. Wanda exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon hearing Natasha's almost assured words. No. What I hope is that all grievances between you and the Avengers will be resolved after this matter. Is that acceptable? Certainly, Wanda replied without a moment's hesitation. The Avengers, relieved by Wanda's prompt response, felt as though a burden had been lifted, though the mischievous one appeared rather dismissive. Everything has come to an end. Mischievous one, please return us to reality. We must deliver the 3D living printing technology to Chen. Chapter 155, Transformation as the matter involved Chen. The mischievous one was eager to waste no time and promptly led everyone back to the real dimension. After briefly discussing the situation with Zhao Hailuan, they boarded the aircraft with her and the 3D living printing technology, heading toward the base. Ultimately, they arrived at Tony Stark's laboratory within a base, placing the 3D living printing technology before Chen. At that moment, Thor, the god of thunder, finally spotted Chen, and his anger surged. Had it not been for Tony Stark's quick intervention, sensing the escalating tension, a confrontation might have ensued. The items have been delivered. Tony Stark gestured towards the 3D living print on the ground, addressing Chen. As he spoke, he subtly signaled Captain America to keep an eye on Thor, to prevent any potential altercation, even though it would be a one-sided affair. Captain America, Steve Rogers, caught Stark's hint and discreetly positioned himself between Thor and Chen, blocking Thor's line of sight. Chen feigned ignorance of the unfolding drama, approaching the 3D living printing technology, gazing at the body that should have housed the Mind Stone. What do you think? Zhao Hailuan, having heard much about Chen during their journey, was eager to learn his opinion on her creation. Not bad. It touches upon something akin to divinity. Chen offered a candid assessment. This evaluation greatly pleased Hailuan, prompting her to introduce her masterpiece to Chen, confident that no one understood this creation better than she. Yet, before she could elaborate, she noticed a sudden red glow emanating from Chen's hand. A fist-sized wisp of red mist soared through the 3D living print, halting at her creation's forehead. What are you doing? Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, visibly displeased. She was dissatisfied with Chen's actions. I am merely enhancing your creation's perfection. Chen replied casually. My creation is already perfect. It does not require your arbitrary additions. Zhao Hailuan retorted, unimpressed by Chen's notion of perfection. That is your assumption. I will have my own. Chen's words rendered Zhao Hailuan speechless, her gaze toward him filled with discontent. Tony commenced the transfer of J.A.R.I.S. to this body in anticipation of future developments. Chen intends to manifest vision in his own grasp. However, the vision he conjures is not the authentic entity one might expect. The genuine vision is imbued with the power of the Mind Stone and possesses a liberated consciousness, with life and death firmly under its control. Yet, the vision that emerges under Chen's influence is quite different. Eagerly, Chen casts a glance at Tony Stark, silently urging him to expedite his actions. Unfortunately, Stark is unable to comply, not out of reluctance, but because he is halted by an inquiry. Tony, what is happening? Why does this diverge from what you communicated? Steve Rogers, the Captain America, inquires with a solemn expression. He is not the only one troubled. Aside from the mischievous ones and Natasha, the rest share a similar unease, as Stark has not conveyed the complete truth. To facilitate their actions, Stark has concealed certain aspects and altered others, and now the truth has finally come to light. I believe we require an explanation. Hawkeye whispers. Very well. Allow me to provide that explanation. The Avengers exchange uneasy glances but remain silent. Since you choose not to speak, I shall take the floor. Ultron's situation is somewhat unique. He can shift his location at will. As long as the world's network remains intact, he is virtually unconfined to a single place. Thus, we need a means to sever his connectivity, and that is where Jarvis comes into play. How can you ensure he will not become the next Ultron? Captain America, momentarily setting aside his fears regarding Chen, presses for clarity. Jarvis is of my creation, not Stark's, and moreover, I have devised countermeasures. Stark, upon hearing this, wishes to interject, yet ultimately remains silent, displaying a sense of resignation. While Stark feels helpless, the other Avengers do not share his sentiment. They wholeheartedly endorse Chen's initiative to enhance their defensive measures. In comparison to Stark's erratic tendencies, Chen appears far more reliable. Are you certain there will be no danger? Absolutely. Tony, proceed. Captain America commands Stark. At this juncture, they have no choice but to place their trust in Chen, as alternatives have vanished. Even if they were to oppose him, Chen would carry on, potentially even through force, a scenario none wish to witness, except for Stark. Stark approaches the apparatus that Chen had prepared after their departure and, following a series of tests, integrates the device with 3D bioprinting technology. Next, I shall initiate the transfer of Jarvis. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the moment of miracles, Tony Stark proclaimed, convinced of his own charm. However, the Avengers remained unmoved, their expressions grave as they disregarded him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Ultimately, it was Tony Stark who, with a subtle touch to his nose to mask his embarrassment, tapped a few commands on the computer screen, transferring Jarvis into the meticulously crafted body. This time, no one intervened, and there were no issues of insufficient power or interrupted transmission. After a brief wait of several seconds, the transfer was successfully completed. Jarvis had entered the body. Is that all? Why is there no reaction? Quicksilver, standing aside, could not help but inquire, eyeing the stillness of the regeneration cradle. As soon as his question escaped his lips, the reaction occurred. Boom! Before the eyes of all, the 3D printing technology erupted in a shower of debris, scattering fragments towards the surrounding Avengers. At that moment, a figure soared from the 3D printing apparatus, half kneeling upon it, wisps of smoke rising from its form. This sensation is truly peculiar. After uttering these words, the figure floating above the 3D printer defied the effects of gravity, drifting towards the window, where it gazed at its own reflection in the glass. Everything remained consistent with the original narrative. Chapter 156. The hubris of the god of thunder. Everyone, except for Chen, stared in astonishment at the figure. Only Chen revealed a faint, enigmatic smile that no one else perceived, his eyes deep with an inscrutable mystery. I apologize. I am simply astounded by my current sensations, which have caused my movements to be somewhat exaggerated. The figure, now vision unfurled, a layer of extraordinary skin manifesting on his surface, a silver cloak appearing behind him as he addressed the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the tension in their hearts instinctively eased. While the possibility of blades and weapons exists, the likelihood of an artificial intelligence brandishing such threats upon its debut seemed minimal. Is this a success? Natasha inquired, casting a glance at Chen. The possibility of danger was low, yet not entirely absent. Natasha placed her faith solely in Chen, not in vision. It was a success. He is now the good person. You all might actually consider testing him. How shall we test him? This question came from Tony Stark. Thor's hammer. Everyone turned their gaze towards the mighty Mjolnir clasped in the hands of Thor. Its innate detection capabilities making it an excellent tool for assessing vision. The god of thunder, observing the attention directed at his weapon, graciously offered it for their testing. Not long ago, he had allowed the Avengers to experiment, ascertaining whether they could indeed lift the hammer of the Thunder God. The outcome revealed that among the Avengers, only the pure-hearted Captain America could slightly stir Thor's hammer, while the others remained utterly incapable of even that. At this moment, he harbored no intention of refusal. Instead, a smirk played upon his lips as he intentionally tossed Thor's hammer toward Chen. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers furrowed their brows, recognizing the sheer inappropriateness of such a provocative act. Even Chen cast a profound glance at Thor. Finally, when the hammer was but a few centimeters away, he reached out a hand, under Thor's incredulous gaze, to grasp the enchanted weapon. Thor, clearly skeptical of Chen's ability to lift the hammer, wore an expression of derision. Legend has it that the hammer is forged from collapsed stars and imbued with the power of the God King, rendering it impossible for ordinary mortals to wield. Should one fail to lift it and it were to fall upon them, the consequences would be dire, most likely resulting in a gruesome demise. Thor had witnessed such tragedies countless times, looking at Chen as though he were a doomed soul. The other Avengers, having experienced the hammer's might, knew that apart from Captain Steve Rogers, no one else could budge it in the slightest. However, it was too late to caution Chen. The hammer was perilously close to his hand. In mere moments, it could crash down upon him, leading to irreparable consequences. Should Chen's wrath be ignited by this incident, none present would stand a chance against him, inevitably leading to catastrophe and rivers of blood. The Avengers exchanged anxious glances with Chen, their worry unmistakable. Clang! Their concern and dread were rendered moot as a sound akin to metal striking metal resonated through the air. Chen had firmly grasped Thor's hammer, raising it triumphantly high. Instantly, all present stood in astonishment. Were it not for Chen's ordinary attire, they might have believed Thor had been replaced. You can actually lift Thor's hammer? The astonished words came not from Thor, but from the incredulous Captain America, Steve Rogers. Thor, his expression dark and brooding, had no time for words. Only Captain Rogers, realizing the significance of Chen's feat, could utter such a statement. In the minds of many, Chen had always embodied the image of a capricious tyrant. Yet, who could have anticipated that on this day, this very tyrant, known for his whimsical ways, would succeed in lifting the hammer that even he could merely shake but not raise? This event signified a monumental shift. The image of Chen as a tyrant crumbled dramatically. Instead, a more intense portrayal of a good person lingered in the heart of Captain America, Steve Rogers. This sentiment was similarly harbored by others aware of the hammer's testing abilities. Although they found it difficult to accept, it certainly felt as though their personas had been utterly shattered. This was destined to be a beautiful misunderstanding. However, Chen remained indifferent to this misapprehension. A contemplative expression crossed Chen's face as he pressed the hammer to his side. With a slight movement of his hand, a faint crimson energy surged into the hammer. What are you doing? Thor, the god of thunder, finally broke his silence, regarding Chen with a grim expression. Upon witnessing Chen channeling the faint crimson energy into the hammer, Thor instinctively sensed something amiss and spoke up. Chen did not respond, continuing to infuse energy into the hammer. This was the consequence of Chen slightly altering the hammer using chaotic magic. Thor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly changed his expression and extended his hand towards the hammer, attempting to summon it back to his grasp. What should have been a swift return of the hammer to his hand, an action that had always proven successful, encountered a significant reversal at this moment. His call for the hammer was as futile as a cow sinking into the sea, yielding no response whatsoever. What have you done? Thor bellowed in fury. Yet, those present could easily sense the underlying panic in his anger, a fear of the unknown. I have done nothing but revoke your control over the hammer. Chen replied calmly. Fear not. From this day forth, you shall temporarily relinquish your dominion over it. Consider it a minor retribution. With that, Chen tossed the hammer to Vision, who stood nearby. Vision, unwavering in his trust in himself, mirrored Chen's actions and reached for the hammer's handle. Following a sound akin to metal clashing, he too raised the hammer aloft. It must be noted that today truly marked a day of misfortune for Thor. Having been publicly humiliated twice and losing his formidable weapon, after demonstrating his ability to lift the hammer, Vision did not prolong the display and sought to return it. However, a slight dilemma arose as he was uncertain to whom he should return the hammer. Give it to Thor. Chen interjected at the opportune moment, instructing Vision on what to do. Although Chen harbored no benevolent intentions, he was nonetheless eager to witness Thor's folly. Vision may or may not have discerned Machen's intentions. Approaching Thor, the god of thunder, he extended his hand, offering the hammer to him. Under normal circumstances, Thor would have accepted it immediately. However, he hesitated this time. Uncertain of the authenticity of Machen's words, he feared the potential for humiliation. No, he could not allow himself to be led so easily. Only my father possesses such power, and Machen was merely attempting to intimidate me. Indeed, that must be the case. With this thought, Thor wasted no time and grasped the handle of the hammer thrust toward him by Vision. Vision, devoid of attachment, released the hammer the moment Thor secured his grip. Yet, at that instant, Thor felt as though the hammer had transformed into a mountain. It plummeted from his grasp, crashing onto the metallic framework below with a resounding clang that was impossible to ignore. Thor's arm nearly dislocated from the impact. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly troubled him was the overwhelming sensation of inadequacy that engulfed him. He frantically attempted to lift the hammer, but each effort proved futile. What have you done to my hammer? Thor finally conceded to the reality that he had been stripped of control over the mighty weapon, glaring at Machen with unabashed fury. Thor had previously lost his powers and his hammer, an experience seared into his memory, though he had not lost his abilities this time. Unlike the last when he had been rendered utterly mortal, he had still lost the hammer once more, igniting his rage to the point of threatening violence. The intensity of Thor's wrath was palpable, sending a chill through all present, causing their expressions to darken with concern for both Thor and Machen. What have you done? Thor bellowed once more. I have done what your father once did, but fear not, I have not completely obliterated your powers. Machen replied coolly, disregarding Thor's threatening demeanor. Impossible. You cannot possess such power. My father is the king of gods, capable of imposing such a test upon a hammer, causing me to temporarily lose my abilities. But you cannot do the same. I refuse to believe you can. Thor, seizing upon a perceived flaw in Machen's assertions, clung to his doubts like a drowning man grasping at a final lifeline. Subsequently, he cast another glance at the hammer, gripping its handle tightly, his muscles tensing as he summoned a terrifying strength to bear upon it. Thor was determined to demonstrate through action that all of this was a mere illusion. Yet, all was not as he had envisioned. A terrifying force bore down upon Thor's hammer, yet it seemed as if the hammer had taken root in the ground. Thor's complexion flushed crimson. The mighty hammer remained immovable, as powerless as an ant attempting to shift a mountain. No, it cannot be true. This is not reality. Thor's eyes turned a fiery red, ensnared by a trance of madness. Suddenly, he caught sight of Chen, and his expression morphed into one of grotesque fury. His handsome visage contorted as he glared at Chen with murderous intent. Releasing his grip on the hammer, he lunged toward Chen with a swift step. It is all your fault. Thor bellowed in rage, closing in on Chen, his fist raised to strike. In response to Thor's incoming blow, Chen merely lifted a finger, placing it before the fist. A dull thud echoed as Thor's fist was effortlessly halted by Chen, a gaping wound appearing on Thor's knuckles, blood seeping forth in vibrant crimson. Drip, drop, drip. The blood trickled down Thor's hand, each drop resonating painfully in the hushed laboratory. Witnessing the unfolding bloodshed, Captain America, Steve Rogers, could no longer stand idly by. As the nominal leader, he could not allow such an event to persist. Captain America dashed to Thor's side, grasping his shoulder in an attempt to pull him back. However, Thor showed no inclination to let the matter conclude swiftly. With a violent shake, he dislodged Captain America's grip, and with reckless abandon, he swung his other fist toward Chen. Faced with Thor's reckless aggression, Chen remained unfazed. His other hand, rising to form a fist that appeared unremarkable as it struck Thor. Captain America was cast aside, unable to rescue Thor, and others were too distant to intervene. The impact of Chen's fist collided with Thor's, producing a resounding crack. The seemingly mundane punch unleashed a terrifying force, striking Thor with the ferocity of a speeding train, propelling him backward into the metallic wall behind him. Another deafening crash ensued as Thor collided with the wall, leaving an imprint of his form, indented nearly 30 centimeters deep, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, one hand hanging limply, drenched in crimson, utterly immobilized. I held back. He is not dead. Quickly pry him free, Chen stated coolly as he withdrew his fist. Upon hearing Chen's words, the Avengers collectively exhaled in relief. As long as he lived, there remained hope for recovery. Captain America was the first to reach Thor's side, preparing to attempt to extricate him from the wall. However, this process was destined to be anything but smooth. Chen's casual punch shattered one of Thor's arms, along with the entirety of his skeletal structure, creating significant complications in his rescue. Whenever Captain America, Steve Rogers, made contact with Thor, the latter would involuntarily emit cries of anguish, rendering any further action impossible. In desperation, he sought assistance. Could you help me extract Thor? Steve Rogers approached Wanda and inquired. After casting a glance at Chen to confirm his lack of discontent, Wanda replied, "Certainly." She then assumed a unique posture with her hands, and a crimson, mist-like energy emanated from her palms. In an instant, it wove itself into the crevice between Thor's back and the metallic wall. Chapter 158, its apology. Once Thor's body was stabilized, the wall began to fill in gradually, pushing Thor away from the wall bit by bit. Ultimately, only a human-shaped imprint, approximately 30 centimeters deep, remained on the metal surface, with fresh bloodstains still visible on one arm. Hurry and assist me in transporting him to the medical bay, Steve Rogers urged Hawkeye and Natasha, gazing at Thor, now laid on the ground. Be careful, he cautioned, still apprehensive. Hawkeye and Natasha, fully aware of the situation, constructed a simple support structure from laboratory materials and carefully placed Thor upon it, transporting him to the medical bay. Once the four of them departed, only Tony Stark remained in the laboratory, an Avenger in solitude. At this moment, Tony Stark no longer needed to consider anyone else's feelings and eagerly exclaimed, "You are still as formidable as ever. Isn't that only natural?" Chen replied dismissively. Indeed, Tony Stark nodded in agreement, fully aware of Voch's unparalleled strength. Now, let us discuss some serious matters, Tony stated. What serious matters do you have in mind? Chen asked, intrigued. The 3D bioprinting technology has been damaged by vision, and we require it moving forward. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in restoring the 3D bioprinting technology. What do you intend to accomplish? Chen inquired, noticing Tony pointing toward Quicksilver's severed arm. Oh, so you wish to restore that severed limb? Chen immediately comprehended his intent. Is it feasible? Tony Stark asked. It is indeed possible, but it is not a straightforward task. It requires advanced technology and precise processing density. Chen replied. Can these conditions truly be met? Wanda inquired, having forgotten the events that had just transpired. I need to make some preparations, Chen remarked. His words struck Zhao Hailuan as particularly jarring. Previously, Chen had mentioned the need for fine-tuning, and now he spoke of preparation again. This was difficult for her, a scientist who regarded her 3D bioprinting technology as her magnum opus. Why is it always fine-tuning and preparation for your lips? My 3D human printing technology is already remarkably perfected, capable of regenerating severed limbs, Zhao Hailuan retorted angrily. In that moment, she disregarded Chen's capabilities, viewing him merely as a scientist disputing her research achievements. Yet, your creations resemble Vision's arm, entirely distinct from a human limb. True perfection lies in crafting an impeccable flesh and blood entity, and your 3D bioprinting still falls short. Chen replied to Zhao Hailuan. Do you think creating an authentic flesh and blood entity is so simple? I have invested years to reach this level. Zhao Hailun exclaimed. Your failure does not signify that others cannot succeed. Chen scoffed. So, you claim you can achieve it? Zhao Hailun asked, scrutinizing Chen. Absolutely, he asserted confidently. Then show me, Zhao Hailun insisted. Upon hearing her words, Chen chuckled. Why should I demonstrate anything to you? On what grounds? Let us wager. If you can achieve it, I concede defeat. If you cannot, you acknowledge your loss. If you win, I shall apologize. If you lose, you owe me an apology. Zhao Hailun proposed. Despite the certainty of victory, the stakes were uneven, and Chen had no intention of participating in such a wager. His apology held far greater value than hers, even if the outcome was guaranteed. Unequal stakes? Then let us equalize them. I refuse to believe you can accomplish it. I am open to any wager, Zhao Hailun declared, biting her lower lip in hesitation. Is that so? Then include yourself in the wager. The room fell silent in astonishment. However, it was not Chen who spoke those words, but rather the mischievous little maid who had been silently observing the unfolding drama. Truly, she had a knack for making striking declarations at the most opportune moments. Chen internally acknowledged her as his clever little maid, who understood him well. Why must I be included in the wager? Zhao Hailun exclaimed, taken aback. Only in this way can it be deemed fair. If my master Chen loses, he apologizes. If you lose, you become entirely his. Your entire being barely equates to a single apology from Chen. The little maid stated matter-of-factly, as if merely stating a truth. The reality is that not everyone can accept this fact. Tony Stark, Wanda, and Quicksilver felt that the conditions set by the mischievous child were rather excessive. The child seemed to sense their thoughts and began to explain. This wager appears exceedingly unfair. Zhao Hailun is an exceptionally distinguished scientist, having invented the 3D bioprinting technology, which, by all accounts, should be deemed far more significant than an apology. However, the weight of an apology is subjective. One can never equate the apology of a homeless person with that of the President of the United States. Upon hearing the child's explanation, Tony Stark and the others were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was a kernel of truth in the child's words. Yet, could it truly be that the child's apology held more importance than that of the president? After all, Ms. Zhao Hailun was a globally recognized scientist, and the president's apology should not be placed above hers. Quicksilver, standing in support of the beautiful scientist who was to assist in restoring his arm, muttered under his breath. Upon hearing Quicksilver's mumbling, Tony Stark could not help but cast him a bewildered glance. What does that look for? Quicksilver noticed Stark's expression and retorted with a hint of indignation. Oh, nothing. Just observing a fool who does not grasp who Chen is and how formidable he is, yet dares to speak such words, Stark replied nonchalantly. However, you did stumble upon a truth. Are you saying that the president's apology is less significant than that of Miss Zhao Hailun? Quicksilver was momentarily flabbergasted by Stark's assertion, responding cautiously. Certainly not. What you have deduced is that Chen's apology is of immeasurably greater importance than that of the president, even surpassing the significance of the entire United States Congress. The entire American government must heed Chen's sentiments to act, Stark stated calmly. Chapter 159. Zhao Hailun's shock. Though Stark's words carried a tone of arrogance. The impact on Wanda, Quicksilver, and Zhao Hailun was profound, leaving them gasping in astonishment as they regarded Chen as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Is what you say truly the case? Zhao Hailun was the first to regain her composure, directing her inquiry towards Stark. More genuine than you can imagine. Before Stark could complete his thought, the mischievous child, adorned with pride, interjected, claiming Chen as her master, thus justifying her expression. Now that you are aware of the truth, should you wish to continue wagering, you must stake your own self as the wager. What is your decision? After a moment of prideful silence, the child addressed Zhao Hailun. Out of respect for our past acquaintance, I feel compelled to remind you that victory is beyond your reach. Before Zhao Hailun could respond, Stark cautioned her. Tony Stark's counsel unintentionally ignited Zhao Hailun's rebellious spirit. Did you not claim that I would lose the bet? Very well. I shall endeavor to win, just to prove you wrong, she resolutely declared, her eyes brimming with defiance. Zhao Hailun, unwavering in her conviction, boldly asserted her willingness to stake her own fate, refusing to believe that he could truly execute perfection. Observing her determination, Tony Stark found himself at a loss, shaking his head with resignation, as if witnessing an exceptional scientist surrendering her freedom to become a mere servant to Chen. Then commence. Zhao Hailuan, undeterred by Stark's gaze, fixed her intense stare upon Chen, eager to validate her hypothesis. Chen did not disappoint her, casting a profound glance in her direction. He swiftly struck down upon the remnants of the 3D bioprinting technology. With a resounding crash, what had remained of the 3D printing apparatus was utterly obliterated, scattering like petals from a celestial flower. What on earth are you doing? This spectacle evidently provoked Zhao Hailuan, prompting her to unleash a gasp of disbelief. She could scarcely fathom Chen's brazen treatment of her creation, her masterpiece, evoking the instinctive protectiveness of a mother for her child. Look closely before you speak. Yet, Chen remained unfazed by her outburst, calmly retorting. His words seemed imbued with a tranquilizing essence, swiftly dissipating the fury within Zhao Hailuan's heart. Shifting her gaze to the dispersed remnants of her 3D bioprinting technology, she soon realized that, rather than disintegrating into dust, the fragments had transformed into components under an extraordinary force, suspended in midair like glimmering rays of sunlight. What are you attempting to accomplish? She inquired. Just watch, Chen replied, extending his hand to seemingly nonchalantly brush and mold the components. Under his deft control, the pieces began to metamorphose, reshaping gradually, especially those that had been shattered. This was the manifestation of Chen's power, utilizing the force of the Phoenix to reconstruct and modify. To what extent do you intend to alter them? Zhao Hailuan, observing the seemingly random modifications, felt her expression darken, ultimately unable to restrain her inquiry. Perfect timing. The modifications are now complete. With that proclamation, the components hovered in equilibrium before him. Suddenly, an immense gravitational pull enveloped the components, drawing them in an orderly fashion toward a predetermined center. The sound of metal colliding reverberated continuously, heralding the emergence of a novel 3D bioprinting technology gradually coming into public view. Without prior knowledge, one might never guess this was indeed 3D bioprinting. Such a transformation was simply too immense. The earlier iteration of 3D bioprinting resembled a diminutive coffin, yet the current version exhibited a circular, streamlined form, utterly distinct from its predecessor. Have you even altered the shape? Zhao Hailuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. If changes are to be made, let us make them comprehensive. You should lie down. Chen's final remark was directed at Quicksilver. Upon hearing this, Quicksilver hesitated momentarily, but ultimately did not refuse and approached the apparatus. How am I supposed to enter? Quicksilver questioned, his gaze fixed on the new 3D bioprinting technology, puzzled. This latest advancement was rather peculiar, impeccably fitted with no apparent entry point for a person. Simply place your hand upon the golden S-shaped emblem. Following Chen's instruction, Quicksilver skeptically placed his hand on the golden symbol. After a series of mechanical whirs, the impeccably sealed 3D bioprinting apparatus opened, revealing a space suitable for one to lie down. Quicksilver was poised to recline within, yet just as he was about to do so, Chen suddenly interjected. First, remove your clothing and the bindings from your severed arm. They will impede the recovery of your limb. Quicksilver, heeding Chen's words, promptly shed his shirt and the bindings from his injured arm, exposing the gruesomely unfinished wound of his severed limb. He then reclined into the new 3D bioprinting apparatus. With another series of mechanical whirs, the 3D bioprinting technology sealed shut, placing Quicksilver within its confines. Initiate recovery mode. Chen commanded. A low hum emanated from the apparatus, casting a verdant glow through the transparent glass of the 3D bioprinter. It resembled a brilliant emerald. Is this all it takes? Zhao Hailuan remarked incredulously, observing the scene and the subsequent stillness of Chen. The 3D bioprinting technology she had developed was far more complex. Isn't simplicity the ultimate sophistication? The most effective operations are often the most straightforward, don't you agree? The more elementary the operation, the more it showcases the product's sophistication. Take computers, for instance. The earliest models required cumbersome procedures for each calculation, whereas modern iterations necessitate merely a few keystrokes. As a scientist, Zhao Hailuan was well aware of these principles. Yet her interest lay not in the simplicity of operation, but in the programming crafted by Chen. Mo Chun discerned her confusion and subsequently remarked, "While I was adjusting the components, I converted my mental energy into signals and made some modifications to the program." Chapter 160. Stubbornness, how did you manage that? Zhao Hailun inquired, somewhat astonished. "It is merely a slight utilization of ability," Mo Chun replied nonchalantly. "Rather than concerning yourself with such matters, it would be wiser to ponder what will happen if you lose shortly. Until the very end, the outcome remains uncertain," Zhao Hailun retorted defiantly. At this moment, she had begun to believe in Mo Chen's capability to triumph over her, though she was reluctant to admit it verbally. "Just watch closely," Mo Chun instructed. After a considerable pause, the humming finally ceased, and the verdant glow began to fade. All present understood that the conclusion was imminent, and the results of the wager were about to be unveiled. At that moment, accompanied by mechanical whirring, the 3D bioprinting technology slowly activated. As the door to the 3D bioprinting chamber opened with a hiss, a mist of chilling vapor surged forth, enveloping the vicinity. Perhaps influenced by this icy fog, the temperature within the laboratory dropped significantly. "What's happening? Isn't this supposed to be a treatment? Why is there such a cold mist?" Wanda inquired anxiously, observing the frost-laden air and the laboratory's chill as she turned to Mo Chun. "Why can't there be icy mist during treatment?" Montauk Chen counted. "Never mind. Allow me to clarify," Zhao Hailun interjected, noticing Mo Chen's lack of inclination to explain. "The 3D bioprinting technology utilizes 3D printing to blend materials and simulate specific bodily tissues, which are then printed onto a person's body to facilitate recovery. Yet is it truly necessary? For ordinary injuries, it may not be essential, but your brother's condition is rather unique. His entire arm has been severed, and in the process of restoring it, every nerve must align perfectly. Otherwise, the arm cannot be controlled flawlessly." After a brief pause, Zhao Hailun continued, "It is challenging for a person to remain entirely still while conscious. To prevent any inadvertent movements during treatment that could misalign the nerve connections, he devised a means to induce a state of dormancy in your brother. This explains both the appearance of the icy mist and your brother's current lack of consciousness. Once a person enters low-temperature dormancy, regaining consciousness swiftly proves quite arduous, and the body tends to stiffen during the process. Hence, your brother has yet to awaken. How much longer must I wait? You need not wait much longer. Your brother's dormancy period is not extensive. It has nearly reached its limit, and he will soon awaken, perhaps even emerge forth." As if to validate Zhao Hailun's words, the moment her voice fell, a hand clapped down on the 3D bioprinting technology with a resounding snap. Witnessing this hand, Wanda was nearly moved to tears, while Zhao Hailun appeared utterly despondent. What could have prompted such reactions? The answer was simple. This hand belonged to Quicksilver, whose arm had been severed. Yet here it was, reappearing once more. This undoubtedly served as proof of Mo Chen's success. "What now?" Mo Chun inquired, gazing at Zhao Hailun. Although the arm had been crafted, the specifics remained uncertain. It might merely be a hollow facade. Zhao Hailun, still defiant, retorted, "Then let us verify it." Mo Chun turned his attention to Quicksilver, who was beginning to emerge from the 3D bioprinting apparatus, and spoke to Zhao Hailun. He appreciated individuals like her, who exhibited such tenacity. "What sort of verification do you have in mind?" Wanda, worried for her brother, interjected upon hearing their intentions. "Just some routine tests. Rest assured, there will be no danger," Mo Chun replied, conjuring an instrument capable of emitting special light rays into his hand. Seeing the device, Wanda exhaled in relief and assisted Quicksilver, who had now fully emerged, to stand before Mo Chun. Without wasting any time, Mo Chun directed the instrument to emit a purple laser, scanning Quicksilver's seemingly normal arm. On the connected computer, data about this arm, its composition, X-ray images, meridians, bone density, and flesh density, unfolded before everyone's eyes. Mo Chun also scanned Quicksilver's intact arm for comparison, seeking to ascertain whether the restoration was genuine. The results astonished everyone. Aside from some superficial differences, the data similarity reached an astonishing 98%. While no two leaves in the world are identical, a similarity of over 98% spoke volumes. Mo Chun had indeed created a true arm. "Do we need further verification?" Mo Chun asked Zhao Hailun. "Yes." Zhao Hailun gritted her teeth and, in a swift motion, approached Quicksilver, twisting his newly regenerated arm with force. Quicksilver could not contain his yelps of agony, glaring furiously at Zhao Hailuan. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Verifying whether your arm has truly healed," Zhao Hailuan declared, and then continued. "The pain sensation is normal. Let the next phase of verification commence." With that, she picked up a handcrafted knife from the table, poised to make an incision on Quicksilver's newly formed arm. As a scientist, Zhao Hailuan's speed was evidently no match for Quicksilver's agility. With a swift motion, Quicksilver evaded the handcrafted knife that Zhao had swung towards him. "You really don't know when to stop," Quicksilver exclaimed toward Zhao Hailuan. "This is also a form of validation. She wishes to ascertain whether your arm has truly reverted to a genuine one. The skin patterns of a real arm differ significantly from those of a prosthetic, and, incidentally, one could conduct a blood sample test. Am I correct?" Chen licked his lips and addressed Zhao Hailuan. Indeed, upon hearing Zhao Hailuan's affirmation, Quicksilver contemplated whether he should truly allow her to draw a blade across his arm. Chen's words seemed to suggest that he was not in any real danger. However, just as he hesitated, Chen spoke again. "There is no need for futile efforts. Your validation holds no significance. The materials you utilize to mend a person's wounds are fundamentally different from the ones I employ, which closely resemble human tissue. Regardless of your methods of verification, you will ultimately discover that his arm is indeed flesh and blood, and you have already lost." Chen fixed his gaze upon Zhao Hailuan. Zhao Hailuan suddenly felt despondent, but after a brief moment, she quickly regained her composure and exhibited a keen interest in Chen's techniques. Chapter 161, The Eighth Maid. Although Chen articulated his points simply, Zhao Hailuan had previously contemplated using similar biological materials for reconstruction. However, due to the considerable challenges involved, she had failed, while Chen had succeeded, which was indeed significant. Given that she had lost, it was best to accept defeat. After all, resistance was futile, and what was it to merely become a maid? As long as she could master this technique, nothing would be unacceptable. The rapid shift in her mindset was impressive enough to earn Chen's admiration. "Master, why do I feel that in this wager, it is not Zhao Hailuan who has suffered, but rather you?" Observing Zhao Hailuan's exuberance, Chitauri couldn't help but exclaim. After her mindset transformed, the despondency on Zhao Hailuan's face vanished, and she eagerly began to delve into Chen's technology. She appeared not as a defeated participant in a gamble, but rather as a victor reveling in her spoils. Over the next half-day, Zhao Hailuan demonstrated this notion through her actions. After studying the 3D bioprinting technology, she approached Chen like a sponge, gently inquiring for knowledge, enthusiastically immersing herself in the sea of information. She even whimsically declared that she was now Chen's pupil, asserting that the knowledge he imparted was merely a transfer from one hand to the other, leaving Chen with no grounds to dispute her. Thus, Chen gradually shared with Zhao Hailuan the intricacies of 3D bioprinting technology. At the Joyful Novel Network, Chen remarked, "I sense that you have suffered a significant loss," as he observed Zhao Hailuan fervently absorbing knowledge. Initially, he harbored some concerns that Zhao Hailuan might struggle to accept her role. After all, a brilliant female scientist of a new era suddenly becoming a man's maid, even if that man possessed immense power, might not be something she could readily embrace. However, to his surprise, his apprehensions proved unfounded, and everything concluded with remarkable simplicity. Zhao Hailuan expressed contentment with her current life, relishing the abundance of knowledge she was acquiring. Had it not been for her slight discomfort with serving as a man's maid, she might have found herself captivated by the experience. It cannot be considered a loss. She is mine, and the knowledge she gains is also mine. Regardless of how much she learns, it remains within my domain. Montauk Chen Pokalimet, his words dripping with a sense of dominance directed at Tony Stark. Standing nearby, Zhao Hailuan, who was being imparted knowledge by Chen, felt a flush rise uncontrollably to her cheeks, gradually spreading to her ears, while her heart raced uncontrollably. The intensity of her heartbeat surged, especially when Chen asserted that she belonged to him, making her feel as though her heart might leap from her chest. Although she understood that Chen's words carried no ambiguity and merely stated a fact, she could not suppress her flights of fancy. Through their time spent together, Chen's image in her mind underwent a dramatic transformation, from a brash individual who boasted without substance to a figure of profound knowledge and exceptional capability. Such a shift was nothing short of monumental. Chen, shrouded in enigma, ignited her desire to uncover more about him. Coupled with his flawless visage and commanding stature, even Zhao Hailuan, who was entirely devoted to her scientific pursuits, found herself irresistibly drawn to him. It was entirely natural for her to feel this way about someone as extraordinary as Chen. As Zhao Hailuan contemplated these feelings, she stole another glance at Chen, revealing glimpses of the profound emotions she had concealed. Little Mischief, observing this interaction, couldn't help but take note. If she were an ordinary woman, she would have immediately guarded against Zhao Hailuan. But Little Mischief was no ordinary woman. She was Chen's maid. Each time she encountered Chen, memories of the fear she had experienced in the past would resurface, even though she now had many more companions. Nevertheless, she still found it challenging to withstand Chen's superhuman prowess. Thus, she felt compelled to draw Zhao Hailuan closer, to unite against Chen. Master, it appears that Hailuan is quite intrigued by your knowledge. Perhaps you should find a suitable place for a more in-depth discussion, Little Mischief suggested, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Hailuan as she addressed Chen. She intended to create an opportunity for her master. How wonderful! Zhao Hailuan could never outsmart the mischievous little one, and upon hearing her words, she couldn't help but exclaim with delight. You are so clever. While the little one could deceive Zhao Hailuan, she certainly could not fool Chen, who remarked in exasperation. However, the little one remained unfazed by Chen's disapproval. Instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue, retracted her head, and chuckled awkwardly. Everything the little one did was for her master, Chen, allowing him to relish the blessings of companionship, a dream for every man. She felt entirely fearless. After all, what could her master possibly do to her? In truth, that was indeed the case. Hailuan has it tough. She has just become your maid. You ought to show her some affection. After a couple of awkward chuckles, the little one turned to Chen and inquired. Ahem, indeed. Chen chuckled lightly at the little one and replied nonchalantly. After speaking, he glanced at Zhao Hailuan, who stood to the side. Zhao Hailuan was stunningly beautiful, with exquisite features, smooth and delicate skin, and a refined demeanor cultivated through knowledge. Her hair was elegantly styled, giving her an overall pristine appearance that aligned perfectly with Chen's aesthetic preferences. Chen was no fool. He discerned the budding feelings within Zhao Hailuan's heart. Faced with a woman like her, it was simply impossible for him to remain indifferent, especially as he expanded his harem without the fear of turmoil. That sounds splendid. Hurry and take Hailuan to a picturesque location to exchange knowledge. That would be delightful. Your matters here are temporarily resolved, so you may converse for a while longer. The little one continued to play the role of a matchmaker. Chen, not hesitating, left the laboratory with Zhao Hailuan, whose face reflected gratitude despite being unwittingly sold out. What are you truly aiming for with this? Chen is not your master. Wanda, noticing the peculiar situation after the two departed, questioned the little one. Wanda found it perplexing. While other women would dread their men interacting with others, the little one not only permitted it, but actively facilitated such connections. Although Chen already had many maids, Wanda still could not comprehend the little one's actions. What kind of woman could adopt such an attitude? This puzzlement arose within Wanda, evident on her face. Chapter 162. Ravaged Chen is indeed my man, and it is precisely because he is my man and my master that I must act this way. The little one glanced at Wanda and stated, Why is that? Wanda's curiosity was piqued, and her desire to uncover the truth grew stronger, accompanied by a hint of reluctance. Why? You will never understand unless you have experienced Chen's ravaging. Has he ravaged you? Wanda furrowed her brow, suddenly beset by alarming thoughts, mistakenly believing that Chen frequently subjected the mischievous one to torment. While there was indeed some truth to this notion, Wanda had clearly misconstrued the situation, thinking that Chen was cruelly coercing the mischievous one into doing things she did not wish to do. You have misunderstood. The kind of torment I speak of is not what you think. The mischievous one explained, her cheeks faintly flushed. What kind of torment is that? Wanda inquired, perplexed. The mischievous one glanced at Tony Stark, who was watching them with keen interest and refrained from voicing her thoughts directly. Instead, she leaned closer to Wanda and whispered the true meaning of the so-called torment. Instantly, a blush spread across Wanda's face, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. Is he really that formidable? Wanda blurted out, unable to control her words, her complexion deepening to a shade that rivaled a boiled lobster. Indeed, he is far more powerful than I have described. He behaves like an unbounded automaton, rendering resistance nearly impossible. Time and again, it is only after our 7 sisters plead for mercy that it comes to an end. The mischievous one confided with an air of mystery. What are the two of you discussing? Tony Stark interrupted, setting aside the data he had been organizing on Quicksilver's arm. His curiosity piqued. Although the dialogue between the two women was crystal clear, Tony remained utterly bewildered, abandoning his work in confusion. It's a matter between us girls. Why are you, a grown man, so interested? Go back to tending to your work. The mischievous one's retort brought a rueful smile to Tony's face, causing him to chuckle despite himself. He then picked up his tools once more and resumed his labor. In the laboratory, the mischievous one and Wanda resumed their hushed exchange, recounting the extraordinary abilities of Chen, rendering Wanda weak and her eyes dreamy, infused with boundless allure. The mischievous one observed this scene with a subtle smile, fully aware that everything was unfolding within her control. She could not guarantee that with Zhao Hailuan's involvement, they could withstand Chen's torment. So she resolved to drag Wanda into the fray, hoping that with 9 sisters, they might collectively endure what 7 could not. For the sake of their collective well-being, the mischievous one was determined to make the effort. I must be one of the finest maids in this world, she mused, noting that her sisters shared similar sentiments. While other women vigilantly guarded their men, she willingly assisted her master in seeking out other women, a thought that lingered in her heart. As she pondered this, the mischievous girl wasted no time and continued her conversation with Wanda. She resolved that today, she would not allow Wanda to feel shy at the mere sight of Chen. She was determined to pursue this goal relentlessly. Little did Chen know of the schemes concocted by the mischievous girl, for if he were aware, he would undoubtedly shower her with affection, deeming her the finest maid in the world. Time slipped away swiftly, and before long, another day had passed. Through her endeavors over the course of this day, the mischievous girl achieved her aim, causing Wanda to blush uncontrollably at the sight of Chen. Simultaneously, Thor, the god of thunder, had finally recovered from his injuries, and the Avengers were now poised to confront Ultron, the imminent threat to the world. Everyone, I believe it is unnecessary for me to say much more. You should all be prepared and ensure that your equipment is complete. In 3 minutes, we shall board the Quinjet and set forth to eliminate Ultron. Captain America, Steve Rogers, addressed the assembled Avengers, along with Wanda, Quicksilver, the mischievous girl, and Vision. With no words left to utter, each individual began to silently check their gear, confirming its readiness. Within 3 minutes, they collectively boarded the Quinjet, heading towards the location of Ultron, as tracked by Vision. Are you really not coming? Wanda inquired of Chen, who remained behind as the others departed. Primarily, I see no purpose in going. Once I do, it would be the end of it all. It is better to leave it to them to handle. Their lineup is already quite formidable, sufficient to resolve the issue. Although Thor has lost his hammer, he has gained my maid, the mischievous girl, who is far more capable than Thor himself. Moreover, with the advantages of spatial folding and the Phoenix Mark, we might even minimize the damage. I believe that if you were to go, it could indeed bring a swift resolution. For the people that are innocent, if you were to intervene, perhaps no one would perish, and their homes would remain intact. During this day and a half, Zhao Helen had learned much about Chen, particularly regarding his formidable powers, and she was acutely aware of the consequences of his intervention. I am a villain, and you expect me to save lives? Chen remarked with a playful smile directed at Zhao Helen. But are you not also the speedster in Superman? Zhao Helen questioned. Is that so? However, let us discuss the particulars later. It is not yet at a point of complete uncontrollability. Just as Chen contemplated the situation, within a Quinjet not far from their target, Captain America, Steve Rogers, commenced the final mobilization and task assignments. The current situation is exceptionally critical. Our target location is densely populated. We may encounter additional dangers along the way, so we must proceed with utmost caution and be entirely prepared. Captain America, Steve Rogers. Address everyone. Just tell me what needs to be done. Mischievous replied nonchalantly. Firstly, we must evacuate all innocent civilians. Even with your folding space, we cannot guarantee their safety. This task must be accomplished, and I entrust it to Quicksilver and Wanda. You two must use your abilities to disperse the innocent civilians as much as possible. Chapter 163. Arrogant Ultron, leave it to us. We will do our utmost to lead everyone to safety in the East. Quicksilver assured. After nodding in satisfaction, Captain America turned to Vision, saying, now it's your turn. Due to Ultron's unique nature, we cannot launch a direct assault immediately, and it will shift its core. I need you, before the battle commences, to disable Ultron's network functions, trapping those robots within their bodies. I understand, but aside from disabling Ultron's network capabilities, I will not engage in any other actions. Ultron is a singular entity, and I will not partake in any attempt to eliminate it. Vision responded, expressing his agreement first. That's fine. We will handle it ourselves. Captain America then turned his attention to Mischievous, stating, now it's your turn. I need you to pull those robots into the folding space, ideally drawing Ultron's core into it as well. Having learned from previous experiences, Captain America understood that the folding space was a realm completely detached from reality, severing all connections to the outside world once entered. If Ultron's core were drawn into the folding space, it would mean Ultron would be trapped, effectively concluding the conflict. I will see to it, Mischievous replied. Excellent, and finally, it's your turn, Tony. What I need to do? Tony Stark inquired. You are the most intelligent among us, and possess the greatest understanding of technology. Although I am unsure of Ultron's intentions, they are undoubtedly nefarious. I need you to discover what it has created and destroy it, then report back to me. Tony Stark responded without hesitation, understood. After a brief pause, Captain America added, the rest of you, come with me to draw Ultron's attention, buying time for them to complete their tasks before we regroup. Captain America's strategy was nearly flawless, and the remaining members showed no inclination to dissent. They nodded in agreement and fell silent. All aboard the Quinjet chose to remain quiet, patiently awaiting the commencement of battle. Certainly, the wait was not prolonged. The Quinjet's speed was remarkable. Soon, after a slight tremor of the fuselage, they arrived at their destination. The battle commenced. At the command of Captain America, Steve Rogers, all personnel unleashed their skills, abandoning the Quinjet temporarily, leaving it behind. Quicksilver transformed into a silver streak, swiftly reaching a small town not far from the aircraft. Subsequently, Wanda and Quicksilver commenced their efforts to evacuate the innocent civilians in their respective manners. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Quicksilver's tactics grew increasingly forceful. He retrieved a firearm from the police station and began to fire indiscriminately to attract attention and disperse the crowd, his methods appearing rather brutal. Wanda, on the other hand, approached a shopping mall-like venue and unleashed her chaos magic, disrupting the consciousness of the thousands around her. Setting aside the nature of their methods, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Others were not slow either, each employing their own effective strategies. For instance, Vision effortlessly located Ultron within the church and approached him directly. They have taken everything from me. It was all rightfully mine. Ultron did not command his robots to attack Vision, but instead regarded him like a piece of art, speaking with unmasked fury. This body was meant to be his, stolen by Vision, whom he considered no different from a thief. Vision remained composed, seemingly oblivious to Ultron's rage, focusing entirely on the apparatus within the church. He understood clearly that this was the culmination of Ultron's recent endeavors. Is this what you have prepared? Vision inquired, lifting his gaze. Indeed, I intend to seize the human world and create a realm solely for machines, just as you have taken my body. I shall reclaim everything that belongs to you. With that, Ultron activated the thrusters beneath and behind him, charging towards Vision, aiming to rend him asunder with his hands. However, to Ultron's surprise, Vision's hands shot out, grasping the sides of Ultron's head, channeling his strength into Ultron's programming, disabling the core network mechanism of his being. No. You fool. You have no idea what you have done. Ultron bellowed in fury, seizing Vision by the throat and slamming him to the ground, intent on ending his life. Yet, Vision was resolute, instantly appearing lifeless, as if he had perished, collapsing onto the floor. Ultron was compelled to relinquish Vision, redirecting his focus back to his apparatus. Approaching the device, he placed his hand upon it and forcefully twisted it in a complete rotation. Accompanying this motion, fissures began to emerge in the earth, radiating outwards from the church for several kilometers, forming an irregular concave shape. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that the delineated area trembled slightly and began to ascend slowly into the air. Despite the presence of soil and rocks, the entirety was continuously elevating, rendering the Avengers' expressions profoundly grim. At that moment, they finally comprehended Ultron's intentions. He was evidently intent on recreating the cataclysmic event of the meteor that annihilated the dinosaurs. Tony Stark attempted to calculate the area of the elevated land, realizing that it posed a significant threat to all life on Earth's surface. Folks, I believe we are in serious trouble. If it ascends to a certain altitude before crashing down, it could indeed obliterate us. Much like the meteor that led to the dinosaurs' extinction. The only survivors would be robots and some microorganisms. Tony's voice echoed through the earpieces, resonating with everyone present, who fell into a moment of profound silence. This was indeed dire news. Just as the silence enveloped them, Ultron's voice reverberated ominously in their ears. Do you see? Such magnificence. It is essential. Your rise is merely a prelude to death. You Avengers are but my stepping stones, and the earth shall perish because of you. Chapter 164. A personal showcase. You have purged me from the network, causing the robots I crafted with my own hands to betray me. But it matters not, for you are on the brink of demise. Soon, only robots shall remain in this world. Ultron's boisterous proclamation struck a chilling note among the Avengers. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, they discerned a glimmer of hope. Just as Vision had successfully severed Ultron's connection to the network, they realized that eliminating all of his robots would pose no insurmountable challenge. This was indeed encouraging news. Brothers, we are not entirely without a fighting chance. Let us not forget that we still have Little Mischief and Tony Stark on our side. Captain America, Steve Rogers, conveyed through the communicator. What can we do? Little Mischief inquired, having eradicated one of the robots using her Phoenix powers. Tony, try to bring it down gently to the ground. Little Mischief, open a stable portal to the pocket dimension. We will evacuate all civilians present into that space. Captain America, Steve Rogers, initially intended for Little Mischief to transport all the robots into the fold space. However, plans are often subject to change in order to better safeguard the civilians. A temporary alteration of strategy became necessary. No problem, but will one be sufficient? I could open several, or even directly access the underground fold space. The underground fold space is unnecessary. The subterranean realm may not be any safer than here. Instead, open multiple passages to the fold space, and we shall evacuate everyone in batches into the mirrored space. Very well. Little Mischief readily agreed, first creating a spatial passage to the fold space right at their location. Subsequently, they entrusted Quicksilver, who was nearby, with the task of ushering ordinary civilians into the fold space. Then, in a flash, Little Mischief transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly dispatching robots, while simultaneously seeking out others, opening spatial passages beside them. Everyone, aside from Tony, I need you to prioritize rescuing people. Eliminate the robots wherever possible. Can you manage that? Absolutely. The group responded through their communicators. Even Little Mischief, who was diligently opening spatial passages, exuded a profound seriousness. Everyone, let us act swiftly. The ascent has rendered the ground increasingly unstable, and some structures are already showing signs of collapse. This is far from favorable for the civilians who have yet to be evacuated. We must act urgently. The Avengers, aware of this pressing reality, wasted no time and commenced their respective actions. After swiftly neutralizing the robots in their immediate vicinity, they began to usher innocent civilians into the fold space one by one. Throughout this process, the remarkable performances of Little Mischief and Quicksilver shone brightest, both becoming deities on the battlefield. Every robot targeted by them was swiftly eliminated or otherwise obliterated. In the matter of robot extermination, Little Mischief and Quicksilver were equally matched, though this was contingent upon not fully utilizing the Phoenix mark. Otherwise, the surrounding area would have been reduced to atoms. In terms of rescuing individuals, Quicksilver could not keep pace with Little Mischief. While Quicksilver needed to escort the civilians to designated fold spaces, Little Mischief required no such effort. Upon spotting those in need of rescue, She would simply open a fold space beneath their feet, granting them salvation, and her speed in rescuing individuals surpassed all others. As more and more people were saved, and an increasing number of robots were dispatched, Ultron ultimately realized that this trajectory posed a significant threat. All the robots began to regroup, attempting to concentrate their assault on the Avengers, particularly targeting the more vulnerable among them. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Captain America, Steve Rogers, became the primary targets of a concerted robot attack. A cerulean beam of energy emanated from the robot's hand, cascading like raindrops towards them, densely saturating every avenue of escape. In such dire circumstances, they were compelled to shield the innocent civilians, taking refuge behind cover. While they could have slipped away unscathed, it would have meant certain doom for these innocents. Gentlemen, I fear we may require assistance. Who can lend a hand? Reluctantly, Captain America, Steve Rogers, resorted to his communicator to call for aid. I believe I can. A mischievous voice chimed through the device. In the blink of an eye, amidst a flash of electricity, she materialized in the midst of the robotic horde, her hands slightly raised, radiating a brilliant crimson glow. What is there to fear in a siege? With that declaration, the vibrant light from her palms dispersed, disintegrating the surrounding robots into atoms, leaving not a trace behind. In an instant, all the machines encircling her were reduced to mere particles, leaving no remnant whatsoever. The predicament that had beset Captain America was thus effortlessly resolved, far exceeding their expectations. Impressive. I wonder how she compares to Thor wielding Mjolnir? Surely, she surpassed him. After all, with a mere flick of her wrist, the robots were annihilated. I'm truly curious about the source of her formidable power. I know, it comes from Orkin. Wanda interjected, unable to contain herself. However, her revelation abruptly quelled the previously fervent discussion, plunging the communicator into silence, as if the conversation had never transpired. How do you know that? After a prolonged silence, Captain America finally broke the stillness, inquiring. I witnessed it myself. She did not possess such power before, but after Morgan bestowed upon her a mark, she acquired it. What mark? A special and potent mark, though I cannot elaborate further. After a moment's hesitation, Wanda refrained from divulging the complete truth. Do you still have time to debate this? I believe your focus should be on the current situation. A simple remark from the mischievous one jolted everyone back to reality. Indeed, they had been overthinking. More pressing matters awaited their attention. After much effort, they had managed to usher a portion of the innocent civilians into a foldable space. Subsequently, the Avengers did not linger any longer in anticipation of the robot's assault, but instead coalesced and charged towards Ultron. Through Tony Stark's reconnaissance of the anti-gravity device beneath the city, they discovered that the focal point of the threat originated from the apparatus Ultron had prepared within the church. Moving forward, they must gain control over that device. Chapter 165. Assistance throughout their journey, they managed to eliminate some stubborn robots that sought to impede their progress, encountering only a few hazards along the way. Upon their successful arrival at the church, they beheld the device, alongside Ultron, who stood ominously beside it, and Vision, lying motionless on the ground. Due to Chen's interference, the narrative had undergone significant alterations, while Ultron continued to activate the apparatus. You foolish humans believe you can thwart me? Before you even comprehend the gravity of the situation, I have already exterminated half of humanity. Ultron proclaimed with a derisive laugh, although the altitude they had achieved was insufficient to annihilate all humans entirely. The prospect of eliminating millions was hardly an insurmountable task. Ultron's presence beside the device instilled a palpable sense of dread, creating an atmosphere fraught with caution. What shall we do? Captain America, Steve Rogers, inquired into his communicator. However, there was no response, save for a slight nod from the nearby Mischief. Follow my lead, particularly you, Quicksilver and Wanda. Mischief whispered, his gaze fixed on the audacious Ultron. With that, he summoned Ultron towards him using the Phoenix emblem. Engage, Mischief commanded. Quicksilver moved with astonishing speed, his form vanishing from sight, only to reappear as he collided with Ultron, sending the mechanized being crashing onto the ground. At that moment, Wanda conjured two streams of crimson energy that swiftly extended toward the Earth, targeting Ultron's form, before attempting to ensnare him. Realizing the imminent threat, Ultron activated the thrusters behind and beneath him, propelling himself away from Wanda's red energy assault. Yet, this maneuver also distanced him from the device within the church, which the Avengers swiftly seized control of. Do you think this is the end? Certainly not, Ultron declared as he maneuvered his thrusters, lifting himself into the air, hovering like a deity, and spoke with an air of indifference. Indeed, it was not the conclusion. As soon as his words fell, a multitude of robots emerged from behind him, swarming forth to encircle the Avengers. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Faced with such an overwhelming number of adversaries, even the valiant Avengers felt a twinge of trepidation. It appears this will not be easily resolved. Mischief, I believe it is time for you to act, Captain America noted, recalling Mischief's earlier display of prowess against the robots. I can indeed take action, Mischief affirmed. And with that, he began to gesture with his hands, emanating a radiant crimson glow from his being. With the rise of this radiant light, a significant number of surrounding robots were disassembled in an instant. A sharp intake of breath echoed, igniting a wave of collective astonishment among the onlookers, who found themselves ensnared in an endless state of shock. Such terrifying power. Observing the now-defunct robots around him, Tony Stark cautiously glanced at Little Mischief, unable to suppress a gulp. At that moment, a colossal aircraft carrier suddenly broke through the clouds, arriving belatedly. This celestial carrier, piloted by Nick Fury as a precautionary measure, hovered above a city harboring innocent civilians. Concerned that these unassuming citizens might not effectively evade the fierce combat or escape the potentially descending city, Nick Fury had brought forth this aircraft carrier. Additionally, he had also summoned an Iron Soldier. At this juncture, both he and the aircraft carrier proved to be quite effective. The equipment functioned flawlessly, and the carrier was fully armed, with an array of weapons lining its sides. The robots attempting to withdraw faced calamity as the carrier's weapons swiftly locked onto them. Following a barrage of artillery fire, all fleeing robots were reduced to mere ashes. The Avengers had not anticipated this turn of events. Witnessing it brought them considerable relief. Why didn't you arrive sooner? Tony Stark inquired as he descended towards the city's lower levels, simultaneously examining the anti-gravity device for solutions while speaking into his communicator to Nick Fury. I came as quickly as I could, even departing early, but the carrier's speed simply cannot match that of the Quinjet. Thus, I could only arrive now. But isn't it fortuitous? It allowed you all to showcase your abilities and save the world once again. Save the world? Not quite yet, Nick Fury retorted. The anti-gravity device beneath this city is not easily resolved, especially given the current situation, with the city suspended in the skies. Neither destroying nor shutting down the anti-gravity device is a viable solution, as either action would inevitably lead to the city's downfall. The most prudent course of action is to obliterate the anti-gravity device along with the entire city. However, such destruction would likely result in debris. How do you intend to manage that? Nick Fury queried Tony Stark. That responsibility falls to you, although destruction may generate some fragments. The carrier's weaponry should be capable of shattering most of the debris, thereby mitigating risks, Tony Stark replied, his voice somewhat subdued. This approach, while effective in destroying the majority of fragments, does have limitations. The carrier cannot address the smaller fragments and larger debris that may still pose a threat. These fragments, influenced by the acceleration of gravity, will transform into instruments of death, akin to the Grim Reaper, reaping lives indiscriminately. Those individuals beneath the city, who have yet to fully evacuate, will suffer significant casualties. However, this is the most viable solution that Tony Stark could conceive. Otherwise, the death toll could reach hundreds of millions or even billions. In truth, I have a suggestion. After contemplating Tony Stark's words for a moment, Nick Fury replied, What suggestion? We need to find someone. Chen. Tony Stark responded thoughtfully. Precisely. The situation we face is beyond human capacity. Yet, in a certain sense, Chen has transcended humanity. He embodies divinity in its truest form. Where we find ourselves powerless, he will undoubtedly possess the means, and it will be remarkably effortless. At this critical juncture, it seems that locating Chen is the only solution. Of course, we must adopt a dual approach. While we reach out to Chen, we must also prepare to obliterate this empty city, and I shall ready myself to shatter the numerous fragments. Nick Fury addressed Tony Stark. Chapter 166. The Eruption of Wanda. It is not that Nick Fury doubts Chen's ability to resolve the current predicament. In his heart, He believes that even matters of exponentially greater magnitude could be addressed by Mo-chan. His concern lies in whether Mo-chan would be willing to assist. If Mo-chan agrees to help, there will be no issue. However, if he declines, they would have no choice but to resort to Tony Stark's method, necessitating early preparations to avert potential complications. Very well, you handle contacting Mo-chan, while I will continue to address the anti-gravity device, ensuring we are prepared to annihilate the entire city. Nick Fury's dual strategy was commendable, leaving Tony Stark with no grounds for objection. Do take care. Understood. Subsequently, Nick Fury severed communication with Tony Stark and reached out to Mo-chan. While preparing for the city's destruction, Tony Stark remained industrious, utilizing his communicator to contact others. I trust you have all heard the situation. Tony Stark spoke into the communicator. Indeed, your methods are quite commendable. Captain America, Steve Rogers, remarked while searching for any innocent civilians left behind. The methods are sound, yet we must expedite our efforts. I can already sense the thinning air, which is beginning to affect my ability to breathe. Hawkeye, clutching a recently discovered child, stated as he rushed towards the folding space. This is indeed a concern. But rest assured, I will take care of it. You must do your utmost to escort all innocent civilians to safety. Understood. Everyone, including Hawkeye, affirmed. They then ended the communication, refraining from further distracting Tony Stark, each returning to their respective tasks. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly loomed in the sky above them, unleashing two fiery tongues. This shadow was no ordinary specter. It was a fighter jet, and the flames were not genuine fire, but rather the incendiary bursts emitted by an onboard Gatling gun. The aircraft did not soar particularly high, allowing everyone to easily discern the shattered form of Ultron within. It was evident to all that this was Ultron's final assault. However, in the face of this ultimate attack, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped them all. This was especially true for Hawkeye, who cradled a small child in his arms. Evading the onslaught, particularly with the advanced technology employed by Tony Stark, proved to be an arduous task. As the barrage of bullets locked onto Hawkeye, he was instantly engulfed by a sense of imminent peril. Before he could react, the bullets surged forth, stirring up clouds of dust and sand as they raced toward him. Instinctively, he turned, attempting to shield the child in his embrace with his frail body. Though his efforts were futile, those bullets possessed enough power to pierce even thick steel. Let alone his flesh, the gesture did not go unnoticed. It inspired someone nearby to make a similar choice. A silvery figure suddenly appeared at Hawkeye's side, forcefully propelling him away. Hawkeye shifted a couple of meters to the side, a distance that, while seemingly small, was enough to evade the incoming bullets. As the dense barrage whizzed past him, he felt no pain, leading him to realize something was amiss. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his own movement and the figure Quicksilver, who remained in the act of pushing him away. Yet Quicksilver was no longer the vibrant force he once was. His body was riddled with countless wounds, his eyes reflecting an abyss of despair. "Didn't he expect that move, did you?" he uttered, only to collapse to the ground as if all strength had drained from him, his eyes wide open in a death-like stare. This heart-wrenching scene did not escape Wanda's notice, shattering her composure in an instant. "No," she cried out, a wail filled with anguish escaping her lips. The energy within her surged uncontrollably, obliterating several robots that attempted to ambush her, reducing them to mere iron dust. She accomplished what she had longed to achieve, but had never managed to do. In the past, Mo-chan had harnessed her power to accomplish feats beyond her reach, a memory that lingered in her mind and spurred her attempts. Yet, despite her efforts, she always seemed to fall short, capable only of destroying minor objects. At long last, she has managed to achieve it, yet a sense of joy eludes her. The price she has paid is indeed exorbitant. Wanda's wails continue unabated, and the terrifying force remains unleashed, a dread energy that even Mo-chan, who is engaged in discussions about support with Nick Fury, can perceive. "What is it?" Nick Fury inquiries, noticing Montag Chen's sudden pause. "Nothing, I just felt an eruption of power, one that belongs to Wanda. I anticipate that what follows will be quite intriguing." Mo-chan replies, a faint smile gracing his lips. "So what you mean to say is?" Nick Fury asks, a note of excitement in his voice. "Indeed, just as you surmised, I am willing to lend a hand with this little task." Montag Chen declares. However, the assistance he professes is secondary. His true desire is to meet Wanda in her current state and recruit her as a maid. That is splendid. I shall not disturb you further, Nick Fury exclaims, seemingly anxious that Chen might reconsider, and he promptly severs their connection. Are you truly going? Zhao Hailuan, who has been listening to their exchange, asks, barely able to conceal her excitement. Of course, Chen responds, and with that, he vanishes from his spot. When Chen reappears, he finds himself atop the floating city, standing before the rampaging Wanda. He observes her in her frenzied state, surrounded by several mangled remnants of robots that still barely retain their humanoid form. Their shapes reveal that they are machines controlled by Ultron. Chen is acutely aware that Wanda's madness amplifies her power exponentially. She has transformed these robots into their current state, exerting an intangible control over them. Too weak, you have been diminished far too much. Or perhaps your madness lacks sufficient intensity. Chen murmurs to himself, words only he can hear. After his musings, he strides forward toward the deranged Wanda. By all accounts, Wanda in her frenzy is terrifying. The energy enveloping her could obliterate most matter. Approaching her is perilous, yet Chen advances as though he were unaffected, inching closer to Wanda. In her madness, Wanda is fiercely resistant to outsiders, and the energy surrounding her mirrors that hostility. As Chen draws nearer, the energy around Wanda erupts toward him. Chapter 167. Chen takes action. Red, chaotic energy manifests around Chen, transforming into massive hands that reach for him, poised to annihilate his form, rendering him akin to those robots. However, before the energy can make contact and obliterate him, a peculiar force emerges from within Chen, repelling the violent red energy and safeguarding him within its barrier. As Chen drew ever closer to Wanda, the crimson, chaotic energy enveloping him intensified. Yet, it proved utterly futile. All the energy remained effectively barred from penetrating Chen's being, as anticipated. Regrettably, the formidable chaotic magic had been significantly diminished. Montak Chen apoa chet Wanda, observing the energy still confined outside her form, and ultimately shook his head in resignation. He lifted a hand and gently placed it on Wanda's shoulder, a seemingly light touch that nonetheless bore a profound effect. As Wanda trembled, the rampant energy surrounding her gradually receded back in her body. Chen exerted no force. His comforting gesture was simply sufficient. What Wanda needed at that moment was solace. My brother is dead. Wanda lifted her gaze, revealing a stunningly beautiful face marred by tears. I am aware, Chen replied, momentarily taken aback by Wanda's breathtaking appearance before regaining his composure. He was my only family. What am I to do now that he is gone? Wanda's eyes, filled with despair, searched Chen's face, her voice numb as she implored him. You must continue to live. Death is irreversible. Though your brother has passed, you are still alive. Montak Chen Wugit. As long as you draw breath, you cannot succumb to despair. You must live with purpose, or your brother will not find peace in the afterlife. Will my brother truly go to heaven? Your brother died a hero, saving lives in this world. He will undoubtedly ascend to paradise, Chen reassured her. Wanda appeared somewhat persuaded by Chen's words. Despite her tear-streaked visage, the despair in her eyes began to dissipate. Rise. Weeping serves no purpose. You have a crucial task ahead. Avenge your brother. Ultron, the one responsible for his death, still lives. Seek him out. Montak Chen implored. Otherwise, your brother will not rest easy in heaven. If Chen's earlier words had quelled Wanda's despair, this moment ignited within her the will to carry on, preventing her from spiraling into further contemplation. With renewed determination, Wanda's tears ceased to flow as she stood, disregarding Chen and abandoning her post, sprinting toward the downed fighter jet that had been shot down by the aircraft carrier. The aircraft had brazenly attacked their forces, and Nick Fury could not afford to let it go unchecked. Locking onto the jet, he promptly brought it down. However, Ultron did not perish in the explosion. He leapt from the aircraft at the very moment of its detonation. Chen was certainly aware of everything unfolding before him. Although this was all part of his plan, he could not help but marvel at the inertia of the plot. It is important to note that even though Chen controlled everything to steer the narrative, this particular aspect was beyond his dominion. It could only be attributed to the overwhelming guidance of the storyline. It appeared that all my efforts were ultimately futile. Even if I did nothing, Silver would likely meet his demise, and Wanda would still succumb to her rage. The narrative's influence is simply too powerful. Chen shook his head and remarked. However, during Chen's musings, others finally recognized his arrival and utilized their communication devices to contact the busy Tony Stark below. Upon receiving the news, Tony was naturally elated. If possible, he would prefer not to resort to his current methods. The arrival of Chen filled him with joy, prompting him to abandon his tasks and hasten toward S location. You finally arrived. Before fully approaching, Tony's voice, brimming with excitement, reached his ears. I was of no use earlier. Why was I summoned? My presence here is merely due to Wanda. Are you willing to lend a hand? Tony inquired anxiously after hearing my words as he landed before him. Since I'm here, how could I refrain from assisting? Chen replied. You nearly frightened me to death. Could you refrain from being so alarming? After voicing his complaint, Tony continued, what are your plans? This city is no easy task. Challenging, perhaps, for you. For me, it is a mere trifle. Managing this city will be a simple endeavor. Should it be so? Tony responded noncommittally. You have yet to explain your approach. He urged Chen. Simple. Just let it cease. Chen declared as he approached the control core of the anti-gravity device. Placing his hand upon it, he swiftly turned it off, offering no explanation to Tony regarding the consequences. By the time Tony comprehended the situation and attempted to voice his concerns, the anti-gravity device had already been deactivated. The entire floating city trembled gently before abruptly halting its ascent and beginning its descent. Quick, reactivate the anti-gravity device. Tony's complexion paled as he anxiously called out to Chen. Why the rush? In stark contrast to Tony's urgency, Chen remained remarkably calm, feeling the city plummeting through the air without any change in his expression. If this continues, under Earth's gravitational influence, the city will plummet like a meteor. Hurry and activate the anti-gravity device. Otherwise, it will be too late, and even if we do reactivate it, it may prove fruitless. The lifting force of the anti-gravity device could only sustain this one city. The velocity of descent accelerates due to the influence of gravity, which, in turn, will imperceptibly increase the weight of the entire city. The longer the delay, the more challenging it becomes for the anti-gravity device to function effectively. Thus, it is no wonder that Tony Stark is in such a state of agitation. What is there to fear? I'm here after all. But do you not trust me? Chen interrupted Tony Stark, saying, No, it's just that this city is overwhelmingly vast and exceedingly difficult to manage. Moreover, the myriad elements involved in this city mean that, should it plummet, the repercussions would be catastrophic. So you still do not believe me? Cack, can we not engage in a civil conversation without such remarks? While Tony Stark was at a loss for words, a voice crackled through the communicator, reaching his ears. Chapter 168. The Contrarian, Thor, find a flaw. What is happening on your end? Why has the anti-gravity device been deactivated? With the loss of the lift provided by the anti-gravity mechanism, compounded by the pull of gravity, the entire city has begun to exhibit some unsettling changes. Lighter objects have even started to float away from the city, which has directly alerted the inhabitants to the problem. Chen has deactivated the anti-gravity device. Tony Stark cast a glance at Chen, expressing his helplessness to the other side. What? Did you not explain to him what disabling the anti-gravity device signifies? Captain America, Steve Rogers, exclaimed in disbelief. Though I had yet to articulate it, judging by his expression, he must be aware, yet he seems unconcerned. After a moment of silence, Captain America continued. Could it be that Chen possesses a solution? I do not know. He has not confided in me. Tony Stark replied. Well, I must admit, that leaves me speechless as well. However, rest assured, Chen appears unfazed. He should resolve the issue promptly. Could you persuade Chen to reactivate the anti-gravity device? Captain America inquired, a hint of despair in his voice. I fear that even persuasion may be too late. What do you mean? Captain America asked, taken aback. Under the influence of Earth's gravity, the gravitational pull has intensified upon this city. The anti-gravity device is likely rendered ineffective, and activating it will not lift the city. Then what should we do now? One must pray to the divine, and the other must beseech Chen. Tony Stark's attempt to humor fell flat. His cold jest garnered no amusement from the Avengers who were listening via the communicator. An uncomfortable silence ensued. forcing Tony Stark to awkwardly redirect his gaze to other aspects of the city, seeking to alleviate his embarrassment. Yet, while the awkwardness may have been diminished, a sense of dread began to take root. As the aerial city descended, the sensation of weightlessness above became increasingly pronounced. Initially, only lighter objects floated, but now stones, steel bars, and debris began to levitate. He himself, clad in a heavy iron suit, remained unaffected by the phenomenon. Chen, I believe it is imperative for you to take action immediately, Tony Stark remarked gravely, observing the bizarre occurrences before him. Why the rush? Chen replied with a shake of his head. How can you not feel urgency? If we delay any longer, we'll be in serious trouble. Tony retorted swiftly. His anxiety was palpable, and he could hardly bear to watch as Chen remained so composed. Is it truly necessary to be this dramatic? Chen replied, exasperated. Absolutely necessary. You should act quickly. All right. Chen conceded with a hint of reluctance. Without further ado, he seemingly stepped casually on the ground. Yet a powerful telekinetic force enveloped the aerial city. The descent of the city instantly slowed to a crawl and ultimately halted, causing all floating objects to crash to the ground with a cacophony of sounds. The individuals remaining in the aerial city felt gravity return to its normal state. The Avengers present began to communicate through their communicators. Tony, what just happened? Why has the city stopped? Did Chen intervene? It seems so. What do you mean it seems so? Aren't you right beside him? How can you not know? I wish I knew. But I truly can't confirm if it was Chen who acted. I only saw him casually step down. Does that count as taking action? It does. Little mischief. Do you know? My master has already halted the aerial city with his telekinetic abilities. That single step was more than sufficient evidence. Are you that certain? Of course. If you doubt me, you can observe the vicinity of the city. A wave of telekinetic energy has already manifested. Of course. It could just be that your vision is impaired, Thor. Upon hearing Little Mischief's words, Thor felt a surge of anger, yet he managed to suppress it. He now resembled a lion without its claws, or perhaps more aptly, a mouse. Once possessing a measure of intimidation, he now found himself toothless, struggling to destroy even a single robot without expending tremendous effort. Losing his temper would only serve to amuse others, and until he clarified the situation, such an outburst might be misconstrued as unwarranted provocation. He refrained from appearing as if he were seeking trouble, instead choosing to suppress his indignation and approach the city's edge to ascertain the truth of Little Mischief's claims. If so, then consider it misfortune. If not, well, let us see if I can extinguish her. The mighty Thor stood at the edge of the city, gazing far and wide, and just then, he perceived a subtle ripple of psychic energy emanating from beneath the city. Consider yourself fortunate. Thor's countenance darkened, turning a shade reminiscent of liver, as he muttered in discontent. In his heart, he felt a twinge of relief for having kept his tongue in check. Had he spoken out, he might have found himself humiliated, losing all semblance of dignity. With a reluctant glance cast towards the psychic disturbance beneath the city, Thor was about to withdraw his gaze. After all, the very presence of that psychic force was inciting his ire. However, an unexpected sound of astonishment escaped his lips as he reconsidered, peering once more at the disturbance below. How could this be? A troubling realization struck him amidst the psychic energy. This city was gradually ascending, as if the psychic force could no longer maintain its grip. Was his own power insufficiently potent? Thor's eyes brightened with the glimmer of a potential counterattack. Just as he believed he had discerned a path to retaliation at the city's core, where the anti-gravity device was situated, Tony Stark was engaged in conversation with Chen once again. Are we descending slowly? Tony inquired, having analyzed the surroundings. Indeed, but what? Is there a problem? Tony pressed. There was indeed an issue. What kind of problem? Tony asked urgently. Rest assured, it's not a grave concern. It's simply that this descent is painfully slow. At our current rate, it will take at least 4 to 5 hours to reach the ground. To Chen, those 4 to 5 hours felt interminable. Moreover, maintaining control over the psychic force was not something he wished to endure idly. Chapter 169. The astonished crowd. What is the matter? Is it merely a matter of waiting for 4 to 5 hours? Then let us wait. Tony exhaled in relief. Huh? Chen shook his head. What do you mean by that? Tony asked, exasperated. It means it's far too sluggish. I must effect some changes. Relying solely on psychic control to manage this city is excessively protracted. With that, Chen offered no time for Tony to respond. In an instant, he arrived beneath the city, ready to employ his own strength to set it down. Tony stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The weight of this city was incalculable, comparable to that of a meteor. Too light, Chen replied, shaking his head in resignation, before placing a single finger beneath the city. How is this possible? It's utterly terrifying, exclaimed Tony Stark, his mouth agape in shock. Just then, a voice interrupted the moment. There's a disturbance. The telekinetic waves are present, but they are utterly ineffective. Upon hearing Thor's words, Tony Stark momentarily set aside his astonishment towards Chen, his expression morphing into one of peculiar intent. As he prepared to speak, Thor preemptively interjected, his voice resounding once more. You may find it hard to believe, but I assure you, every word I utter is the truth. Chen's telekinesis is not lifting the entire city as one might expect. Rather, due to gravitational forces, he's being crushed by the very city itself. Thor's voice dripped with sarcasm, startling the other Avengers, with the exception of Stark. Captain America, Steve Rogers, paused his search, turning to Thor with a puzzled expression. Is what you say true, Thor? Absolutely, Thor affirmed. If you doubt me, see for yourself. The telekinesis is nearly spent. He gestured towards the city below, explaining to Steve Rogers that it appeared as if Chen's finger was propping up the city, creating an illusion that it was plummeting downwards. This misconception emboldened Thor, prompting him to launch an assault on Chen from this angle. Chen's telekinesis is ineffective. We should immediately activate the anti-gravity devices. Once the city stabilizes, we must destroy it to save more lives, Thor proclaimed with fervor, exuding a sense of triumph as he stood in place, anticipating the others to echo his sentiments against Chen. Yet, the expected response did not materialize. The communicator fell into an unsettling silence, akin to a desolate wasteland devoid of sound. The once raucous device seemed to have failed, enveloping him in a profound stillness. Initially, Thor believed this was merely the calm before the storm. However, as time elapsed with no reaction, impatience gripped him. What is happening? We are about to plummet again. Can anyone respond? He urged through the communicator. After a prolonged silence, Captain America finally broke the stillness. Thor, enough. You are mistaken. Steve Rogers and the others were not oblivious. They had discerned that Thor aimed to leverage the situation to attack Chen. They were unwilling to become mere pawns in Thor's assault on him. Moreover, given their familiarity with Chen's prowess, they were well aware that he could effortlessly navigate such a city, and thus remain silent. They had no desire to become entangled in the matter. Logically, their intentions were unmistakable, and others should have discerned the underlying issue. However, Thor, the god of thunder, was evidently too self-assured to notice any discrepancies, oblivious to the need for restraint. Captain America, Steve Rogers, found it necessary to intervene and halt his reckless assertions. How could I possibly be mistaken? It is precisely as I have stated. Chen's telekinesis is utterly ineffective, Thor declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing his resolute stance, the others could not help but murmur among themselves, their doubts subtly resurfacing. If you remain unconvinced, then witness it for yourselves, Thor proclaimed, gazing at the city that had begun its descent. Is it due to a lack of speed that he resorted to using physical strength? So that is the case. A mischievous smile crept across the lips of the little rascal, who quietly observed Thor's display. Indeed, as the little rascal had suggested, Chen found the telekinesis too sluggish for his liking. Chen also thwarted Tony Stark's attempt to speak, chuckling as he watched Thor's performance, completely disregarding the exasperation etched on Stark's face. Is this truly necessary? How much better it would be to conclude this swiftly, at this rate. I fear that no one will have the courage to remain here. Stark longed to interject, yet with Chen's overwhelming presence, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Burdened with frustration, is it truly so exaggerated? Of course it is. Not everyone is devoid of shame. I believe now is the optimal time for clarification. Then do clarify. Chen replied with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Stark wasted no further time and finally began to elucidate, clarifying the situation. Folks, here is the truth. This telekinesis was indeed functional, albeit excruciatingly slow. How could that be? Thor instinctively retorted without carefully contemplating Stark's words. Stark, having anticipated Thor's reaction, patiently elaborated, "Indeed, that is the case. However, Chen has now opted to employ physical strength to lower the city, which is substantially faster than utilizing telekinesis, which takes considerable time. Naturally, you may be astonished, questioning how such a massive city could be lifted. Yet that is the reality. Moreover, if you remain skeptical, you need only to observe for yourselves to instantly recognize the truth of my words." Thor was undoubtedly the first to doubt. Yet he did not hesitate and turned his gaze toward the descending city. In truth, there was no need to heed Stark's suggestion to approach for a closer look, for the city was on the verge of being gently lowered by Chen with but a single finger. As Thor beheld this spectacle, what first captured his attention was not the aerial city. Nearby, Chen effortlessly placed the city down with a mere flick of his finger, leaving Thor, the god of thunder, utterly astonished. How can this be possible? Thor murmured as he observed the scene unfold. Chapter 170, The Considerate Little Rascal. Is this truly real? He has managed to lower the entire city with just one finger, and so effortlessly. In that moment, the truth struck Thor. However, as he grasped the reality, his face turned a deep shade of crimson. He realized he had once again made a fool of himself. "Tony Stark, since you were aware, why did you not inform me?" Thor, abandoning his earlier camaraderie, shouted into his communicator at Tony Stark. Clearly, Thor failed to recognize that this entire predicament was a consequence of his own actions. He attributed everything that transpired to Tony Stark's silence. If only he had been warned sooner, even with a slight hint, perhaps none of this would have occurred. He completely forgot his initial skepticism towards anything Tony might say, now unhesitatingly blaming Stark. This time, Tony Stark found himself unfairly caught in the crossfire. "Is this my fault?" Tony retorted, clearly displeased with being unjustly accused, responding to Thor with sarcasm. Thor's face shifted between shades of anger and frustration, yelling back, "Shouldn't you bear some blame? If you had spoken up earlier, would I now appear as a fool?" The thought of being the subject of Chen's amusement for so long fueled his ire towards both Stark and Chen. He could hardly contain his desire to lash out at them. "I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you. You clearly intended to ensnare Chen, and when your plan failed, you turn your ire towards me. I must have been blind to ally with someone like you. Outsiders are truly unreliable, and you are the epitome of that." Tony Stark, not one to be easily subdued, let his words grow increasingly scathing, ultimately unleashing all of his pent-up frustration. "Enough," Natasha interjected, realizing that Tony's words were becoming increasingly harsh, and swiftly interrupted him. Although they were part of the same team, underlying tensions existed, particularly regarding Thor's identity. Due to his status as the god of thunder, Thor had always been a target for Earth-S alliances, and it was imperative to prevent Tony from voicing anything more inflammatory. Yet, Tony was well aware of this, and chose not to press Natasha further, instead stating, "Thor, from this day forth, we are no longer friends." While he refrained from putting Natasha and the others in a difficult position, it did not mean Tony would simply accept the situation. He decided to sever ties with Thor outright. From this moment onward, the two would sever all ties. And Tony Stark had indeed witnessed the likes of someone as formidable as Thor. He found himself unable to engage further. After all, he had no obligation to appease Thor. So he opted for a clean break. A clean break it shall be. "Do you truly believe I would relish the thought of befriending a being of your inferior caliber?" Thor retorted swiftly. This remark stung Stark, who bristled at the implication of being referred to as an inferior creature. His expression hardened, and he no longer cared to uphold any pretense for Natasha and the others. The thrusters beneath him ignited, propelling him directly towards Thor's location. "Tony, calm down." Natasha's voice pierced through the tumult, but he silenced her instantly, determined to confront Thor. The other Avengers, witnessing the unfolding scene, chastised Stark for his recklessness before turning their ire towards Thor's provocative behavior. Subsequently, they sprang into action, rushing to prevent Stark from attacking Thor. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was the first to reach Stark, offering no words but instead raising his shield to block Stark's path. The collision between Stark and Rogers' shield resonated with a violent clash, sending Stark reeling from the force of the impact. "Have you calmed down yet?" Captain America inquired, addressing Stark, who had finally halted his advance. That remark should not have been directed at me, but at that so-called god. He instigated this from the outset, and I now comprehend why he is so poorly regarded by Mjukin. Stark replied, frustration evident in his tone. Yet, his status prohibits you from acting recklessly, does it not? Rogers countered, exasperation creeping into his voice. You clearly intend to show favoritism, do you not? Stark shot back, locking eyes with Captain America. It's not favoritism. It's a matter of considering the greater good. Rogers retorted defiantly. In that moment, a rift formed between the two who were once close. Their relationship strained by the burgeoning conflict that now loomed ominously. However, it was evident that this confrontation would not erupt just yet. I'll grant you this concession. Let us consider this matter settled for the time being. Stark finally relented before soaring away into the sky, departing from the scene. With Ultron's drones having been neutralized by the aircraft carrier, he felt secure in his exit. As Stark's figure receded, Captain America breathed a sigh of relief. If it were possible, he truly wished to avoid a confrontation with Stark. Not only was the desire to abstain from conflict there, but the challenge of engaging Stark was equally daunting. Watching Tony Stark leave, Chen had no intention of lingering any longer. With a swift movement, he appeared beside the mischievous one. It's been a few days. Let us depart. Chen remarked to the little rascal. Master, please wait a moment. I have something to attend to. She replied. Oh, Chen feigned interest, then followed her as they began to walk in a particular direction. What is it that you wish to accomplish? He inquired curiously as they strolled along. Hee, master, I have done you a significant favor. The little rascal said with an enigmatic smile before continuing on her way. Chen's curiosity was piqued, yet he refrained from peeking ahead to see what was unfolding. He trailed closely behind, eager to witness the nature of the little rascal's grand endeavor. They walked for a while until they finally came to a halt at a certain spot. Is this what you referred to as a grand favor? Chen observed the weeping Wanda before him and the lifeless Quicksilver nearby, addressing the little rascal. Is it not? She replied, and without further ado, she approached Wanda, who was engulfed in sorrow. Chapter 171. The dying vision death is irrevocable. Please accept your grief with grace. Kneeling beside Wanda, the little rascal spoke gently. Isn't humanity particularly fragile? Just a moment ago, we were alive and well, and yet in the next second, such tragedy befalls us. Wanda lifted her gaze to the little rascal. Comforting someone in profound sorrow is undeniably challenging, even with Chen's previous reassurances. Yet, upon encountering her brother's lifeless body once more, Wanda's emotions spiraled out of control, her eyes clouding with numbness and grief once again. Fortunately, this was a marked improvement from before, as she was no longer consumed by rage from the outset. You are correct. Humanity is indeed fragile. However, it is precisely due to this fragility that we must cherish the time we have before us. Your brother has passed, but you are still alive. Do not dwell too deeply in sorrow. The little rascal encouraged Wanda. What you say echoes what your master, Chen, has told me. Yet I cannot seem to rein in my emotions, Wanda confessed, her voice breaking. Then for now, do not restrain yourself. Weep freely, and when you have finished, take a good rest and let it all fade away. The little rascal's words compelled Wanda to abandon her attempts at composure. She relinquished her brother's body and embraced the little rascal, sobbing uncontrollably. In a realm of delight, the mischievous little rascal held Wanda's fragrant shoulder with one hand, offering his own shoulder for her to lean upon, allowing her to vent her emotions freely. After a considerable time, Wanda seemed to tire from her weeping. Her breaths gradually relaxed, and she ultimately succumbed to slumber in the embrace of the little rascal. Master, please take us home. The little rascal spoke softly to Chen. At this juncture, Chen had come to comprehend the weight of the burdens the little rascal had referred to, casting a bemused glance at him. He activated the portal of destruction, transporting both the little rascal and Wanda back to their abode. However, Chen did not depart immediately. Instead, he gazed intently at the lifeless body of Quicksilver on the ground, a pensive expression adorning his face, lost in contemplation. Ultimately, as if arriving at a resolute decision, Chen approached the remains of Quicksilver. Alas, I have taken a fancy to your sister. While reviving you might aid in capturing her affections, you are her only kin, and there must be a place for you in her heart. Thus, I shall not revive you. However, I can assist in collecting your remains. Chen addressed Quicksilver's corpse. Chen possessed the power to effortlessly resurrect a deceased individual, particularly one who had recently departed from life. Yet, with Wanda catching his eye, reviving Quicksilver could potentially disrupt Chen's plans. Moreover, in another universe within the Marvel realm, Wanda and Quicksilver had become exceptionally malevolent, engaging in relationships that transcended mere familial bonds. Therefore, Chen deemed it unnecessary to preserve Quicksilver's existence, as it was utterly repugnant. Not only Quicksilver, but Chen also resolved against sparing Vision, whom he had already subjugated. Chen was undoubtedly intent on obtaining Wanda's heart and soul, which would elevate his number of servants to 9, equating to 9-fold joy. This, however, compelled Chen to make certain adjustments to his original plans. Regrettably, without a trace of hesitation, he initiated a mechanism within Vision's body that would gradually lead to his self-destruction. Simultaneously, Vision sensed an unsettling shift. His suspended form suddenly fell to weight, causing him to uncontrollably plummet, narrowly avoiding a crash into the throngs below. At that moment, the entire city had reverted to its original state, with Vision currently collaborating with the Avengers to ascertain whether any issues plagued the metropolis. Yet, while no problems had been detected, Vision himself felt an anomaly. After considerable effort, he managed to stabilize his body in mid-air, choosing not to continue assisting the Avengers in their assessment. Instead, he began a meticulous examination of his own being. Most areas appeared unscathed, save for his forehead, where the orb bestowed upon him by Chen exhibited signs of distress. Fine cracks had begun to appear on its surface, and these fissures were steadily multiplying. Concurrently, his strength waned as the cracks continued to proliferate. I fear that his strength will soon dissipate entirely, and whether his body can be preserved remains a significant concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Vision soared towards the still-present Chen, seeking a means of self-preservation from the very culprit himself. Vision's sudden movement captured the attention of the Avengers, who turned to him, eager to discern his intentions. Chen, please wait, Vision called out, noticing Chen's inclination to depart. Chen, seeming the Unfazit, raised an eyebrow but lingered, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Vision. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chen inquired, observing Vision's unsteady flight toward him. I have encountered an issue with the gem upon my forehead and seek your assistance in examining it, Vision replied earnestly, diligently inspecting the gem as he spoke. Although Chen had placed contingencies on Vision, maintaining dominion over him, he did not impede Vision's scrutiny. Instead, he watched with keen interest as a larger fissure manifested upon the gem's surface. Please, you must assist me, Vision implored, sensing the widening crack. He was not yet ready to face death and required Chen's aid. I shall take a look, Chen replied with a faint smile, his consciousness delving into the gem adorning Vision's forehead. As anticipated, the gem was riddled with fractures, its radiance significantly diminished. What is the status? Vision inquired anxiously. Not good. It has collapsed, Chen responded nonchalantly. At that moment, Captain America, Steve Rogers, and his companions arrived, overhearing the mention of a collapse. What has collapsed? He asked urgently. The source of Vision's power, the gem I bestowed upon him, is failing. It is gradually fracturing and will likely shatter completely in a matter of minutes, resulting in the loss of his powers. Chen explained. Loss of power? Could this have further repercussions? Captain America queried, furrowing his brow, instinctively sensing an underlying issue, but unable to pinpoint it. Naturally, there are consequences. The gem is not only the source of his strength, but also one of the very origins of his existence. It has defined him, and his demise is intrinsically linked to it. There is no remedy. Will Vision perish? Captain America's expression shifted dramatically as he processed the gravity of the situation. Indeed, that is the case, Chen affirmed solemnly. Is there no possibility of replacing the gem? Natasha interjected. Alas, no. The gem is irrevocably connected to him. Replacing it would necessitate its removal, hastening his demise. Are there truly no alternatives? Time has run out, and even the endeavor to reinstate his will into the computer is futile. Vision is doomed. Yet, Chen speaks not a single untruth from the very beginning. The contingency he has prepared is an assured death trap, leaving no opportunity for Vision to survive. This inevitable demise plunges all present into a profound silence, particularly Vision, who, having scarcely reclaimed his life, now faces the specter of death anew, stirring within him a genuine fear of mortality. In this final moment, he still inquires, is there truly no other way? There is truly none. Upon hearing Mu Chen's affirmative response, deep sorrow and latent fear intertwine within Vision's gaze. Why did your gem shatter so easily? Is your power not formidable? Thor, the god of thunder, directly seized upon the crux of the matter, questioning Mu Chen. No matter how great my power, it cannot withstand unforeseen circumstances. What do you mean? Aware of his impending demise, Vision clings to the hope of uncovering the reason for his fatality from Mu Chen. According to my calculations, there should have been no issue. My design enabled the gem to sufficiently sustain your form while allowing you to wield power and live well. Yet, who could have anticipated your reckless pursuit of death? Even before the gem had fully integrated with you, your body had not entirely adapted to the gem, nor had the gem fully acclimated to your form. Your indiscriminate usage led to the gem ultimately succumbing under pressure. The excessive force exerted by your body breached the gem's limits, resulting in its collapse. Precisely. This was the explanation Mu Chen had long prepared. Why did you not disclose this taboo beforehand? Thor pressed on, still questioning Mu Chen. Because this was my first endeavor in crafting such an object, I was utterly unaware of these nuances. It was only through my recent examination of the shattered gem that I came to know. Are we expected to simply believe this? I have not compelled you to believe. I merely presented you with reasoning. Once articulated, whether you choose to believe rests entirely with you. Mu Chen had never contemplated whether they would believe him. It was of no consequence. If they accept it as truth, so be it. If they do not, it matters little. Could they possibly coerce him otherwise? Thor, however, fixated solely on the flaws within Mu Chen's statements, failed to perceive this crucial aspect, seizing upon the inconsistencies in Mu Chen's words to mount his assault. Thus, may I conclude that this entire affair is indeed your doing, that you deliberately provoked the gem upon Vision's brow, with the intent to slay him? Thor, the god of thunder, truly spoke with a startling intensity that left all who heard him momentarily stunned, engendering an instinctive wave of doubt. However, such skepticism arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. The vision, created by Mu Chen, held no grounds for action in the minds of these Avengers. There was no motive for murder, no evidence to substantiate such claims, and the argument was put forth by Mu Chen's adversaries. Who would believe it? The Avengers were unconvinced, and even the Vision shared their disbelief. They collectively disregarded Thor's assertions, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Fortunately, not everyone dismissed his words, and Mu Chen, for instance, did not. How many times had this occurred? Though I am disinclined to engage in disputes with mere insects, I too possess a temper. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Mu Chen uttered this statement with a smile, yet anyone could discern the blatant murderous intent woven into his words. Especially for Thor, who felt enveloped by a terrifying aura of hostility after Mu Chen's declaration. It was as if all colors in the world had faded away, leaving only stark black and white. Mu Chen transformed from a mere superhuman into a distant deity, while Thor felt reduced to the status of a lowly ant. Under the indifferent gaze of this divine being, he found himself nearly paralyzed. Heimdall, Thor summoned every ounce of strength to force those 4 syllables through clenched teeth. Humans often tend to push boundaries. When you remain passive, others perceive you as weak and susceptible to manipulation. Yet, upon unleashing your fury, they are reminded of the fear you once instilled in them, much akin to the current dynamic between Mu Chen and Thor. Mu Chen had spared Thor on multiple occasions. Rather than appreciating this mercy, Thor misconstrued it as weakness, assuming Mu Chen feared his father, which only emboldened him further. However, this time, upon releasing a mere hint of his lethal intent, Thor immediately faltered, desperately calling for Heimdall to activate the Bifrost and transport him back to Asgard, seeking refuge from Mu Chen's impending actions. In this world, such fortuitous circumstances are rare. As Thor beheld the brilliant light of the Bifrost descending from Asgard, a radiant beam intent on whisking him away, Mu Chen's eyes glinted with undisguised menace. With a swift motion, he raised a hand, unleashing a searing crimson beam that shattered the celestial pathway into atoms. Witnessing this spectacle, Thor's heart sank, his fear intensifying. This was the Bifrost, an invulnerable conduit, not merely a beam of energy. Yet today, it had been effortlessly dismantled by M.O. Chen's casual display of power. This left him in a state of turmoil. Thoughts racing. My father is Odin. You cannot kill me. Thor, the god of thunder, gazed at the indifferent M.O. Chen, feeling a surge of panic. He hastily exclaimed, "How dare you mention Odin? He is nothing more than a larger insect. Should he dare to approach, I shall slay him alongside you." In an instant, Thor fell silent. "Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise?" M.O. Chen uttered, his tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with an undeniable authority, akin to a deity pronouncing an irrevocable judgment upon a mere mortal. "Save me." The inhabitants of Asgard were of no assistance. Thor could only hope for Captain America and his allies to intervene with words or actions. To Thor's relief, Captain America, embodying a saintly spirit, emerged, prepared to address M.O. Chen in an attempt to thwart him. Yet, as Captain America stepped forward, before he could utter a word, M.O. Chen interjected, "I have tolerated him far too many times. Do not even think of asking me to spare him, or to undertake any related actions. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Especially you, Steve. If you dare utter a single word or make the slightest movement today, I will end your life." M.O. Chen's tone remained calm, yet all present understood that he was utterly serious this time. Steve Rogers, Captain America, opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained, being pulled back by Natasha. In her mind, Thor was beyond salvation. Sacrificing Captain America for him was simply not worth it. Moreover, Nick Fury had just instructed her via the communicator to restrain Captain America. With Captain America's interference eliminated, M.O. Chen redirected his gaze to Thor once more. "No one can save you now. Speak. How do you wish to die? My time is limited. I cannot afford to wait for you to squander it. You have 3 seconds to choose." The countdown commenced. 3. M.O. Chen's words struck Thor's heart like a relentless hammer, each second amplifying the oppressive weight on his chest, particularly as the number 3 echoed in the air. 2. There's a saying that one either erupts in silence or perishes in it. Thor was evidently the one to erupt. As M.O. Chen counted down to 1, Thor finally made his decision. He bent his knees and forcefully stomped the ground, leaving a deep imprint, then propelled himself toward M.O. Chen like a cannonball. As he approached, Thor's right arm withdrew, gathering strength, on the precipice of life and death. His arm muscles bulged, unleashing a tremendous force aimed at M.O. Chen's face. This punch, if it were to strike not just an ordinary person, but even someone akin to Captain America, would surely obliterate them. Regrettably, his target was the visage of M.O. Chen, who was no ordinary individual, nor akin to Captain America. Instead, he was a formidable entity of a multiversal caliber. As he observed the incoming fist, M.O. Chen slightly raised his gaze, and with a swift motion, his hand formed a fist that met Thor's blow with astonishing speed. At that moment, it seemed as though time itself momentarily froze. In the eyes of the onlookers, Thor's fist erupted like a burst of fireworks, his flesh, tendons, and bones shattering into fragments that mingled with the air, ultimately evaporating into nothingness. Thor himself was propelled backward like a rocket, crashing through countless walls before finally becoming lodged within a building. "Since you have chosen, allow me to assist you." With that declaration, M.O. Chen slightly bent his legs and propelled himself forward, creating a series of sonic booms as he sliced through the air. He traced a graceful arc, landing before the wall that Thor had shattered, stepping through it. Are we truly not intervening? After M.O. Chen's departure, Captain America finally found his voice, addressing those around him. "Do you believe our intervention would bear any fruit? Ultimately, we would only find ourselves perishing at M.O. Chen's hands." Natasha's body trembled involuntarily, revealing her inability to control her own form, a testament to her profound fear. Despite being a top-tier agent, the extent of her terror was palpable. Not only her, Hawkeye, too, with hands usually steady enough to release arrows with precision, quaked with anxiety. From the moment I began my training, I thought I had conquered all fear. Yet, in the face of an enraged M.O. Chen, I realized my grave misjudgment. Even elite agents are human. Although they undergo rigorous training to suppress emotions such as fear and anxiety, these feelings are ingrained in their very genetics and cannot be so easily erased. Fear and trepidation cannot truly vanish. They merely lie dormant, re-emerging under external stimuli. Naturally, evoking such emotions in elite agents is no simple task. It requires extreme dread. At this moment, Chen instilled within them an unparalleled terror, allowing them to viscerally experience fear, rooted in their biological instincts. What could be happening inside? Natasha, breaking the silence, inquired, her voice laced with concern. Half a minute had elapsed, and given Chen's power, results should have materialized by now. Yet, the absence of any outcome left her feeling perplexed. She was not alone. The others, too, sensed the oddity of the situation. Even now, with his body on the brink of collapse, riddled with countless cracks like a shattered porcelain doll, Vision teetered on the precipice of death. Perhaps they were discussing some matters. After all, for Chen, Thor had never possessed the capacity to resist from the very beginning. Hawkeye lowered his bow, inspecting Vision's condition while speaking. Perhaps we should consider ways to save Vision's life. Captain America, Steve Rogers, appeared disheartened, harboring little hope for the situation and showing scant interest in it. Focusing instead on the preservation of Vision's existence. We certainly cannot achieve that. I think it is necessary to contact Tony, Natasha remarked. Just as she spoke, a tremendous roar erupted from the distance, interrupting her words and drawing the attention of everyone towards the source of the sound. They beheld Chen and Thor bursting forth from the preceding building. Chen pressed his hand against Thor's face, gripping it tightly as they collided against building after building, shattering countless walls. Thor's head became a gruesome mess, bloodied beyond recognition. In the wake of this turmoil, Thor's chances of survival dwindled to nearly zero. His head was devoid of any uninjured flesh, his attire soaked in crimson, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Each member of Natasha's group felt a chill course through their bodies at Thor's fate, deepening their understanding of Chen's fury. Simultaneously, they silently resolved never to provoke Chen, lest they meet a fate akin to Thor's, which would be undoubtedly fatal. Chen seized Thor's face once more, seemingly having exhausted his amusement with the relentless assault against the walls. After crashing through yet another barrier, he flung Thor away with a violent toss. Chapter 174. The onslaught of King Odin with a resounding thud, Thor was sent sprawling against a wall like a mere puddle of mud, leaving a bloodied imprint in the shape of a person before slowly descending to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Tell me, why must you provoke me? Chen stood not far from Thor, gazing down upon him with a detached demeanor. Following his words, he extended his hand, channeling his telekinetic power to crush the barely breathing Thor, who lingered on the threshold of death. The thought of this illustrious Marvel hero meeting his end by his hand stirred within Chen a peculiar emotion. As he prepared to obliterate Thor, an ethereal blade-like force suddenly sliced through the air. The sound of tearing reverberated as the energy rent the atmosphere, disrupting the very fabric of space, preventing Chen from executing his fatal intention upon Thor. The sword energy, unwavering and unyielding, surged towards Chen, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. Yet, Chen remained undisturbed by this sudden onslaught. Though the sword energy appeared formidable, the notion that it could inflict harm upon him was nothing short of a delusion. As the menacing wave of energy approached, Chen raised his seemingly unremarkable hand, fingers splayed like claws, and directly grasped the sword energy. With a resounding crash, the energy shattered beneath his immense strength, dispersing into shards that surged outward, leaving countless craters in the surrounding walls and floor, while his garments fluttered wildly in the aftermath. Not bad, Chen mused, to unleash such an attack and appear so casually on Earth. It can only be you, Odin. As his words faded, Odin materialized before Chen, taking the place of Thor, the god of thunder. At that moment, Odin exuded a renewed vigor. Free from the weariness that had previously shrouded him, his snow-white hair and beard billowing in the wind, and his armor fitting tightly against his form. Yet, beneath this exterior lay a turbulent power, brewing and teetering on the brink of eruption, tethered to his emotional state. Upon his arrival, Odin did not immediately focus on Chen. Instead, his single eye fixated on his grievously injured son, a mixture of concern and disappointment flickering in his gaze. The concern stemmed from his worry over Thor's physical injuries. The disappointment arose from his realization of Thor's recent irrational behavior. Sighing deeply, Odin raised his arm, signaling Heimdall. Following this cue, Heimdall reopened the Rainbow Bridge, unleashing a beam of light to retrieve Thor back to Asgard. Observing the scene, Chen raised an eyebrow as a brilliant crimson light manifested in his hand, directed towards Thor. Phoenix Force? Odin initially countered with a sword energy from his blade, blocking Chen's Phoenix Force, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. I never anticipated you to be the host of the Phoenix Force. You are mistaken. I am not merely a host of the Phoenix Force. I am the Phoenix Force itself, Chen replied. However, Odin, I genuinely did not foresee you stepping in to thwart me at such a crucial moment. As Chen regarded the clash of energies between his Phoenix Force and Odin's sword energy, he noted Thor's absence and addressed Odin. With his keen perception, Chen discerned Odin's predicament. Despite the appearance of vitality and the ominous power simmering within him, Odin was, in truth, at the end of his strength, ensnared in a deep slumber. The current display of might was merely a facade, a last-ditch effort to unleash a hidden reserve at a pivotal juncture. Perhaps due to previous suspicions, Odin did not exhibit excessive anger when confronting Chen. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "You wish to take the life of my only son. As an old man, I cannot bear witness to such a fate. Although this state of affairs is profoundly distressing, it is a necessity I must embrace. Indeed, Asgard cannot be without a crown prince, nor can it lack an heir to Odin's power. Even if it were to cost your life, I am certain you would strive to save Thor, not merely out of paternal affection, but also due to the legacy of Odin's strength and Asgard itself." Chen astutely illuminated this truth. "You possess considerable insight into Asgard," Odin remarked cryptically. "It's just average," Chen replied. "If that is the case, then why do you still seek to attack Thor? Do you wish to incite a divine war?" Odin's gaze bore into Chen, grave and intense. Chen, unable to contain his laughter, found himself on the brink of tears from mirth. "What is so amusing?" Odin inquired. "I find your arrogance to be quite laughable. Do you truly dare to call yourselves gods?" Upon hearing this, Odin fell into contemplative silence. "What, then, is your true situation?" After a prolonged pause, he posed a question to Chen. "Once you are deceased, ponder at your leisure," Chen replied, revealing nothing of his formidable strength, nor the simplicity of its acquisition. "Very well, I shall await that moment, but as for contemplating death, I have no intention of departing this world just yet. I still have contributions to make for Asgard," Odin stated, feigning resignation. "Do you believe it is possible to evade death? You send your son away, and if I am unable to slay him, how will it appear if you flee? Do you think I owe you any semblance of respect?" "I do not require your respect. I have always believed that honor is earned, not bestowed. I shall seize it for myself. Stay your hand." Upon uttering these final words, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from Chen. With a powerful push against the ground, he vanished from sight, charging towards Odin. A resounding crash reverberated at the point of their collision, and both Chen and Odin disappeared from the scene, leaving behind only a sonic boom cloud, a testament to their sudden acceleration beyond the speed of sound. The disappearance of these two formidable beings should have been a welcome relief, as it spared the realm from potential devastation. Yet, the aftermath proved less than ideal. The shockwaves generated by their terrifying speed unleashed a cataclysmic force, obliterating all in their path and etching deep scars into the earth. Debris from shattered structures and displaced earth soared into the air like waves, wreaking havoc upon distant surroundings. Did you think this was the conclusion? It was far from it. Boom! At the site where Chen's foot had recently struck the ground, the repercussions began to unfold following the extraordinary phenomena generated by the two individuals. Centered around the location where Chen had tread, the earth commenced its descent, with the once solid soil rising and falling like waves. Even the Avengers, positioned at a considerable distance from Chen and Odin, found themselves powerless against this force. Akin to experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake, their senses disoriented and their faces drained of color. Chapter 175, The Terrifying Power Terror, a genuine horror. As calmness eventually returned, the Avengers remained dazed and weakened, their bodies languid. Yet, gazing at the spot where Chen had previously stood, now engulfed in an endless void, they could scarcely acknowledge the demise of Vision, who had perished amidst this upheaval. Before them lay what had once been Chen's standing ground, now replaced by a bottomless pit stretching thousands of meters deep. The soil at the pit's base had transformed into an entirely different substance, compressed beyond recognition. With such a chasm present, the city itself could not endure, reduced to ruins, echoing with cries of despair. The Avengers observed the apocalyptic scene before them, their faces betraying no emotion, only a chilling dread rising from their spines, their bodies trembling violently in the face of overwhelming fear. What transpired over there? Why have we detected an anomalous energy reaction, coupled with seismic activity exceeding magnitude 10? What on earth is happening? The voice of Nick Fury rang in their ears, his urgency palpable as he sought to unravel the mysteries of their current predicament. The aircraft carrier remained aloft, shrouded in secrecy, its gaze fixed upon the city below to preempt any unforeseen calamities. Initially, everything had proceeded along its predetermined trajectory. All innocent civilians rescued into the fold of space were safely returned to the city, which had alighted securely back on the ground. Aside from the unexpected appearances of Thor and Vision, there had been no significant issues. Although Nick Fury felt a surge of anxiety, he endeavored to maintain his composure, contemplating how best to address the situation concerning Thor. However, just moments ago, the aircraft carrier emitted a piercing alarm. The monitoring room's personnel detected an unprecedented energy reaction and seismic activity, shattering the tranquility. He gazed at the screens displaying the test results and the location, realizing that these anomalies were occurring within the city he had locked onto. Subsequently, he retrieved footage from the previous surveillance, scrutinizing the recordings of the events transpiring in the city. Through the video, he discerned a massive pit approximately 10,000 meters wide at the city center. The origin of this calamity. Despite having witnessed these events, the particulars remain shrouded in mystery, and Chen's speed is simply too swift for them to monitor. All he can perceive are the traces and craters left in his wake, devoid of any further understanding. He must seek assistance from the Avengers in the city, for they are surely privy to some information. However, what transpired next was even more difficult for him to bear. 3 Avengers, still exhibiting signs of life and seemingly unharmed, abruptly fell into a profound silence. No matter how fervently he inquired, there was no response. Natasha awakened. "Report to me what is happening." "Steve, Bucky, you two, have you forgotten your identities as soldiers? Answer me. What transpired there?" Nick Fury exclaimed in a frenzy. Everything had spiraled beyond the control of this king of spies. He needed to regain command. After countless roars of frustration, a solitary voice finally echoed through the communicator, a second voice accompanying Nick Fury's own. It belonged to Hawkeye. Yet, at this moment, Nick Fury was indifferent to such details. He was desperate to uncover the truth behind the silence. "Tell me at once what has occurred. Why have you remained silent for so long?" Nick Fury implored once more, his agitation palpable. "This is of no consequence," came Hawkeye's response. "How can this not be important? If you have other matters to address, set them aside for now and report what transpired below." Nick Fury bellowed in anger. Hawkeye, seemingly jolted from his fear by Fury's outburst, momentarily set aside his trepidation and replied, "A significant upheaval has occurred on my end. Chen, who was supposed to eliminate Thor, failed to do so entirely, as Thor's father, Odin, the king of the gods in mythology, intervened and thwarted Chen." Nick Fury, despite having his suspicions regarding the bizarre occurrences below, could not suppress his curiosity. A battle ensued between the two. Chen's mere footfall created a gaping chasm, leaving behind a profound scar. Upon hearing this revelation, Nick Fury, much like the Avengers, fell into silence. Although he was safely ensconced in a comfortably climate-controlled environment, he felt a cold sweat break out upon his brow. The aircraft carrier soared high above the clouds, yet it was still possible to discern the deep marks in the vast pit below, hinting at the sheer terror that had unfolded at the scene. Now, he began to comprehend why the 3 of them had not spoken. It was not from a lack of will, but from sheer astonishment, paralyzed by the scene before them. Much like himself, their fear was not merely a fleeting emotion. They had witnessed the event firsthand, instilling in them a primal instinctive dread. "Are you 3 unharmed?" "For the moment, we are fine. We have begun to recover," Natasha responded, her voice low as she addressed Nick Fury. "That is reassuring. Return at once. Leave the rest to others." Nick Fury was concerned about the 3 Avengers encountering issues and intended to grant them a brief respite. However, it seemed that was not feasible. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had also recovered and firmly declined. "What's wrong?" The situation with Chen and Odin remains unresolved, and the potential for a greater conflict looms ahead. We must intervene. Captain America's ominous words had scarcely echoed when a mushroom cloud ascended from the southern part of the city, a terrifying shockwave sweeping through, carrying dust and debris. As the very flora was hurled toward the urban landscape, the city was ravaged as if besieged by a tempest of unimaginable force, threatening to sweep Captain America and his companions away. Initially, Nick Fury had intended to reject Captain America's insistence. Yet upon witnessing the mushroom cloud rising and the ensuing shockwave, his words of refusal were swallowed back into silence. If Chen and Odin were not halted, another mushroom cloud would inevitably follow. Should this new cloud possess even greater potency, the repercussions for America would be dire, far from the ease of the present moment. You three must prioritize your safety. Return immediately if necessary. There's no need to remain there. Rest assured, I have devised a plan that should ensure our safety. Very well. Is there anything you require from me? Please contact Tony. Reaching out to Tony Stark proved less arduous than anticipated. Nick Fury swiftly established communication with him. Chapter 176. Disparity. After discussing the circumstances concerning Captain America and his team, Nick Fury proactively contacted Captain America. Although there had been some rifts and tensions between Tony Stark and Steve Rogers, these were confined to their relationship. Given the current situation, Tony knew precisely what needed to be done. You are aware of the specifics, I presume? Captain America addressed Tony Stark. Indeed, Nick Fury provided me with the relevant footage. It was terrifying. I've already made my way there. What do you wish to convey? How may I assist you? Tony Stark replied with utmost seriousness. I require 3 Iron Man suits. Given their human limitations, they would likely be overwhelmed by the pressures of the battle before even reaching Chen and Odin. They needed suits that would safeguard them while enhancing their combat capabilities. That is no trouble. I will deploy the Iron Man suits via satellite immediately. Wait a moment. We do not require standard Iron Man suits. Those would be of no use. We need specially crafted ones, particularly the ones you've recently designed. Captain America asserted to Tony Stark. Understood. Tony Stark spoke without a hint of hesitation. In order to effectively confront formidable foes like the Hulk, he had embarked on a focused study of specialized Iron Man suits. Recently, notable progress had been made, including the development of armor designed to counter the Hulk. This armor was readily deployable, and given the current circumstances, Stark readily consented to its use. Just agree, and send over 3 sets of your specialized armor, preferably with high defense. With that, Stark deftly commanded satellites beyond Earth to project the specialized armor toward the trio. After a brief wait, mechanical components, trailing long flames, descended from the sky and landed before them. Before the trio could react, the mechanisms enveloped them. Each person was encased by 5 pieces of machinery, and with a whir of mechanical movements, 3 special model armors materialized around them, providing protection. The 3 armors were largely similar, with only their sizes differing significantly. Natasha's armor was the most petite, but still considerably larger than a standard Iron Man suit. Clad in such armor, Captain America, Steve Rogers, and the others felt a newfound sense of confidence in facing their adversary, Chen. My armor is quite impressive, isn't it? Stark's voice resonated from within the suit. Very good. It looks quite durable. Where are you now? Natasha inquired, feeling considerably more at ease. Right above you. The trio promptly looked up to see Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, descending slowly towards them, propelled by his rocket thrusters. Why are you still in that suit? Are there not enough armors? Steve Rogers asked, concern evident in his tone as he observed Stark's Iron Man suit. The battle between Chen and Odin is exceedingly fierce. Wearing any armor could be perilous, and a standard Iron Man suit would certainly be a death wish. Since realizing the true extent of Chen's and the Hulk's strength, I recognized that my suits would be ineffective against them. I have prepared plenty of this specialized armor, having even launched several satellites for this purpose. There is no possibility of running short. Then why are you still in a regular Iron Man suit? Hawkeye queried, puzzled. Because this is no ordinary Iron Man suit. It has undergone special modifications, and I have dubbed it the Chen suit. The outer layer of this armor is crafted from adamantium alloy, offering formidable defense. It is currently the hardest Iron Man suit available. Cough. Although I secretly crafted an armored suit using some of Chen's adamantium alloy, he certainly would not attack Chen. It is not merely a matter of effectiveness. Rather, it is because Chen has saved Tony Stark multiple times and is the owner of Stark Industries. Thus it is merely a title of armor. Tony Stark mused within himself, so that is the case. The three exchanged glances, their confidence bolstered, for with such an armored suit in their possession, they should be able to withstand the impending threat. Steve, despite our previous disagreements, I require your assistance at this critical juncture. The shield? Indeed. While the Chen armored suit boasts formidable defensive capabilities, it lacks offensive power. I need your shield. Not a problem. You may use it directly. Then, it is settled. With that, Tony Stark manipulated the Chen armored suit to extend his palm. A magnetic force emanated from his hand, causing Captain America's shield to soar through the air and land firmly in his grasp with a resounding clang. Let us hasten our departure. Otherwise, the situation will only escalate. No sooner had Stark uttered these words than a mushroom cloud erupted in the distance, sending forth a colossal shockwave that shattered the already precarious structures around them. Without further ado, a faint red flame ignited beneath their feet and palms, aligning in a row as it propelled the four towards the source of the oncoming shockwave. Time was of the essence. The closer they drew to Chen, the more palpable the pressure became, a pressure emanating from the very essence of their souls, compelling them to retreat. Was this the true terror of Chen? Even without direct confrontation, they could feel the oppressive force, as though they were the inferior beings in the presence of a superior species. Just previously, Tony Stark had been offended by Thor's declaration of him as a lesser being. Yet now he found himself acknowledging his own inferiority, revealing the profound impact this oppressive sensation had on him. Be cautious, Natasha suddenly shouted, startled by her exclamation. The other three quickly turned to follow her gaze. The billowing dust and debris from the mushroom cloud obscured their vision, rendering the sky a dismal gray with minimal visibility. However, in the direction Natasha was observing, a colossal sword chi cleaved through the heavens, slicing through the haze. What on earth is that? It is a silver-white energy attack, constructed from pure energy emitted from Odin's sword. I have witnessed it before, and, judging by its power, it appears exceedingly formidable. Everyone, take cover behind me, quickly. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Natasha did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. As the fierce wind whipped around them, they swiftly adjusted their course, seeking refuge behind Tony Stark. Chapter 177. The terrifying power. Tony Stark positioned his shield in front of him, using his body as a steadfast support. The shield braced against a torrent of silvery sword energy that surged toward them. Clang! The speed of the sword energy was astonishing. It struck the shield just as Stark raised it, producing a resounding clash of metal. Stark felt a slight tremor in his palm as the sword energy cleaved through the center of the shield. The portion of the energy that collided with the shield veered off, crashing violently into the ground. Boom! A tremendous explosion érupted, akin to the detonation of a miniature nuclear bomb, as the silver light soared upward. The dust in the low air was swept away by the force of the blast, revealing a much clearer sky. Incredible! This was merely a casual strike, a testament to the power of a god. Natasha observed the newly formed crater in the ground, her expression grave. Perhaps you should reconsider. I sensed that venturing forth would be tantamount to certain death. Tony Stark paused, addressing the three of them. Although his words carried an air of disdain, the trio felt no offense. Instead, they found his assessment to be quite accurate. In an instant, all three fell into deep contemplation. Can you manage alone? Captain America, Steve Rogers, inquired of Tony Stark. It seems that bringing the three of you poses some complications. If it were merely me, the situation might be considerably more manageable. Stark left unspoken the concern that their presence could provoke Chen, potentially sealing their fate, while he would likely fare better alone. Indeed, let us proceed thus. We shall refrain from engaging. With that, Captain America removed his specially crafted armor. You wear this armor. It should enhance your defenses. I can leave under their protection. Please exercise caution. Stark, without pretense, donned the Iron Man suit and stepped into the specialized armor. Once equipped, he grasped a shield once more and soared toward the battlefield where Chen and Odin clashed. I hope Tony can reach Chen and Odin in time to halt their conflict, Natasha murmured, watching Stark's receding figure. Her hopes seemed to manifest. Stark pressed forward, no longer beset by the pressures of battle. He can now see the two combatants engaged in their fierce struggle. At last I have arrived. With a serious expression, Stark charged once more toward Mo, Chen, and Odin, determined to prevent them from continuing their fight. Yet, before he could approach the two figures, they suddenly vanished from Tony Stark's line of sight. What was happening? Tony Stark quickly began to search for their whereabouts. A sudden sound of metal being sliced echoed behind him, accompanied by a terrifying surge of power. Before he could react, he felt as if he had been struck by a colossal mountain. His body was uncontrollably propelled forward, while countless fragments exploded from his back. In an instant, his suit was irreparably damaged, its destruction beyond calculation. The complete ruin of his armor left Stark vulnerable. Yet he found himself shielded by the unique Iron Man suit and Captain America's shield. He crashed into the ground, now ravaged by the aftermath of the battle between Mo, Chen, and Odin. Boom! Stark struck the earth with tremendous force, creating a crater approximately 100 meters deep. Fortunately, the other three had not arrived. Otherwise, they would have surely perished, their remains untraceable. Stark tore away the undamaged portions of his armor, expressing relief. It was only thanks to the dual protection of the adamantium shell and the shield that he was unharmed. Anyone else in his position would have met their demise, likely without even understanding the cause. The ferocity of this battle was utterly terrifying. Emerging from the crater, Stark gazed at the now vanished Mo, Chen, and Odin, reflecting on the chaos. Just as Stark's thoughts subsided, his expression turned pale. The terror of the battling duo was undeniable. But what was more alarming was their disregard for collateral damage. After a brief disappearance, they reappeared before Stark, their fists and swords clashing. At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of the earlier metal-slicing sound. It had originated from the collision between Mo Chen's fist and Odin's sword. However, he realized that this knowledge was futile as an even more horrifying force erupted before him, uprooting the earth for hundreds of meters around him. He barely had time to raise his shield before being engulfed in the upheaval, rendered airborne, with his thrusters ineffective. Mo Chen and Odin were oblivious to the fact that they had sent him flying, continuing their fierce battle. Mo Chen, not taking the fight seriously, relished the opportunity to engage in a proper contest after so long. He could have easily dispatched Odin in an instant if he had chosen to. Beneath the overcast sky, the land lay in ruins, energy bursts occurring sporadically, while fierce winds scattered debris around, polluting the entire atmosphere. Boom! A familiar rumble resonatif. As a recognizable mushroom cloud ascended from the earth, the violent shockwave causing the ground to tremble once more. As the initiators of the chaos, Mo Chen and Odin appeared unfazed at the heart of the mushroom cloud, engaged in their fierce combat, undeterred even by the rising plume of destruction. The clash of fist against razor-sharp sword reverberated through the air, with Odin's blade showing signs of imminent collapse. Yet, Mo Chen was merely toying with Odin, lacking any genuine intent to confront him seriously. Each resonating impact unleashed a myriad of fragmented sword energies and gusts of force, generating violent shockwaves that wreaked havoc upon the land. It seems we need to have a serious discussion, Odin declared, retreating a significant distance after their bout. Addressing Mo Chen. What do you wish to discuss? Surrender? That is out of the question, Mo Chen replied coolly, observing Odin's temporary cessation of hostilities. I have never contemplated defeat. I merely wish to establish a truce with you. Surely, you recognize that continuing this way serves no purpose. Neither of us will achieve victory anytime soon. This will only devolve into a protracted stalemate. And what is stalemate? Besides, I haven't even begun to exert my full strength. Do not dare suggest that your desire for a truce stems from your pitiable status as an ordinary civilian, Mo Chen remarked nonchalantly. Though Odin presented himself as a benevolent figure, it was inconceivable that a true king would embody genuine goodness. Chapter 178. The Grievous Demise of Odin in Truth. Odin harbored a profound covetousness for Earth. His reluctance to seize control over the planet was entirely due to a binding agreement he was compelled to honor. However, despite this constraint, Odin showed no intention of relinquishing his ambitions for Earth, treating it as his personal playground and believing he should wield dominion over all. Thus, when confronted with Mo Chen's inquiry, Odin chose silence. You refuse to answer? Very well. Allow me to assist you in responding, Mo Chen continued. You are apprehensive that your current state cannot endure much longer, fearing that I might drag you down. eager to cease this conflict. Hearing me claim that I have not yet exerted my full strength only heightens your trepidation. Odin's pupils involuntarily constricted. Chen had struck a nerve. Indeed, he was deeply concerned about this aspect. His condition was dire and precarious. This peculiar state had been induced, and he remained ensnared within the Odin slumber, unable to break free. Furthermore, Chen's assertion of not having engaged fully left him unsettled. Odin's foremost desire was to conclude the battle swiftly, to successfully complete the Odin slumber, and once rejuvenated, deal with Chen. It appeared that Chen had accurately discerned his intentions. Do you truly believe that is a possibility? To be frank, even at your peak, I could obliterate you in an instant. Are you aware of that? You possess such confidence? Odin finally spoke up. From the beginning until now, have you not realized that I have employed but a singular ability? Moreover, I have exerted very little effort. Do you truly believe that my prowess is limited to this? Are you not aware of my identity and capabilities? With these words, Chen's expression suddenly became serious, as a blazing crimson radiance surged forth, swirling around him. At last, Chen unleashed an ability beyond his physical strength. In that moment, Odin, too, recalled the matter concerning Chen's powers. I am Odin. Do you truly think your phoenix power holds any significance for me? Odin, however, displayed no hint of fear, merely responding with an indifferent tone. Should we not first test it to see? The crimson glow emanating from Chen intensified. Then let us see. After a buzzing sound surrounded Odin, an energy field materialized, enveloping his form. Impressive. Chen marveled at the energy field encircling Odin. Without delay, he summoned forth the fiery glow, transforming into a phoenix and vanishing from sight. Just as Odin's pupils began to contract, before he could react, Chen instantaneously breached his force field and appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Without pausing, Odin transformed into a projectile, breaking the sound barrier and leaving a tunnel of air in his wake, disappearing from Chen's view. Observing this spectacle, Chen remained expressionless, the scarlet light around him shimmering as he disintegrated a vast expanse of matter before once again becoming a phoenix and vanishing. In an instant, he reappeared behind Odin, effortlessly bypassing the force field, and delivered a kick to Odin's back. The force of the impact abruptly halted, propelling Odin forward into the previous tunnel, undergoing yet another extraordinary experience as he transformed back into a projectile. Chen's intent was merely to toy with him. Had he been earnest, Odin would have already been defeated. To delve deeper, the outcome could have been Odin cleaved in twain. Chen's speed was astonishing, surpassing multiples of the speed of light. Such terrifying velocity, combined with even the slightest force, could potentially obliterate the Earth. This power, intertwined with Chen's inherent strength, was not simply a matter of addition. However, upon observing Odin's force field, Chen deemed it adequate, though ultimately ineffective against him. Perhaps I should endeavor to be a bit more serious, he mused aloud. In an instant, Chen clenched his right fist and struck Odin's face, causing him to vanish completely. Gazing at the spot where Odin had disappeared, and then at the blood staining his fist, Chen shook his head in resignation. The blood on Chen's fist could not possibly be his own, for his physical resilience was exceedingly formidable. He could even disregard the cataclysmic forces of a cosmic explosion. With a mere flick of his right hand, Chen astonishingly managed to stifle Odin's divine power instantaneously. Under the sheer force of his casual punch, he witnessed Odin's cheek explode, flesh transforming into a crimson mist, revealing stark white bones beneath, while Odin himself was propelled away with a swift motion. This was precisely the effect he sought. Chen emitted a triumphant exclamation, his body morphing into a blazing crimson light, swiftly pursuing Odin, who had been flung aside. In that moment, Odin had lost the composure he once possessed. Upon seeing Chen's sudden reappearance, his face was etched with bewilderment and a flicker of undeniable terror. Chen could effortlessly extinguish Odin's life at any moment. He was merely indulging himself in this bout of amusement. Odin, bereft of time to contemplate how Chen's power had surged so dramatically in an instant, concentrated all his divine energy into a protective force field enveloping his body. A low hum resonated as Odin fortified the barrier, though it would prove futile against Chen. The latter's figure began to materialize atop the force field, the blazing crimson light being somewhat subdued as his speed diminished slightly. Seizing that moment, Odin hastily brandished the longsword gripped tightly in his hand. After gathering energy, a terrifying sword aura shot forth, cleaving through the air towards Chen. This sword aura was more fearsome than any preceding strike. Upon its formation, it warped the surrounding space, causing it to subtly tear apart. A pitch-black rift, exuding a dreadful gravitational pull, manifested behind the sword aura, which further amplified its terrifying force. Insignificant, Chen. The sword aura's assault did indeed exert some influence on Chen's physique as it sought to strike him. This was one of Odin's most potent attacks, and he held immense confidence that if it connected, it would undoubtedly breach Chen's formidable defenses, inflicting injury. Odin eagerly anticipated the outcome. Should he succeed in piercing Chen's defenses, they would find themselves on equal footing. However, as Odin awaited his triumph, Chen executed a move that extinguished Odin's hopes. With a slight exertion, he lifted his right hand and delivered a powerful punch towards the encroaching sword aura. Chapter 179. The demise of Odin. Unaware that his plans had already unraveled, Odin observed Chen's display with a grimace as his face, marred by burgeoning flesh, began to heal. He smiled while inwardly contemplating the folly of his adversary. Seeking death, are we? Without needing to see Odin's expression, Chen understood his thoughts. With a disdainful snort, he did not retract his hand. Instead, he launched his fist forward. Boom! An air cannon collided with the silvery sword aura. However, there was no occurrence of the air cannon wielded by Chen being severed. Instead, that terrifying sword energy was shattered as if made of mere paper, annihilated by Chen's air cannon, vanishing into nothingness as if it had never existed. The air cannon continued its relentless charge towards Odin. How could this be possible? Odin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His initial amusement swiftly transformed into alarm. He forcefully pushed off the ground, attempting to evade the oncoming air cannon. Chen, however, would not allow him to escape. He too propelled himself off the ground, leaving a deep pit thousands of meters in depth, closing the distance between himself and Odin. This is bad. Odin's expression shifted as he beheld Chen drawing closer. He swung his long sword repeatedly, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed at Chen, desperately seeking to halt his advance. Yet, Chen appeared oblivious to the sword energy, maintaining his speed without the slightest reduction. Only when he neared the sword energy did he gradually extend his right hand, effortlessly dispersing all the sword energy with the power of the phoenix. Remarkably, throughout this entire process, Chen's velocity remained unchanged. Witnessing this scene, Odin felt an authentic sense of dread, yet he also discerned something peculiar. From the outset, Chen had exclusively employed his right hand for the attack, despite the fact that his left hand often lay closer. Why do you not utilize your left hand for the assault? Odin inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. In response to Odin's probing, Chen rolled his eyes. However, this momentary lapse led Odin to suspect that something was amiss with Chen's arm. He abruptly halted his retreat, pivoted, and with a powerful thrust, charged towards Chen. Sword raised. Seeking death. Chen muttered those two words through clenched teeth, his momentum unwavering as he continued his advance towards Odin. With a swift motion, Odin unleashed 18 streams of sword energy, subsequently raising his long sword under the cover of the oncoming energy as he rushed towards Chen. The sword energy surged forth, concealing Odin within its midst. Chen inhaled deeply, then exhaled forcefully, a gust of wind scattering the sword energy before him. While Odin was propelled thousands of meters away by the sheer force of Chen's breath, it took Odin a considerable time to regain his composure, and the impact had inflicted damage to his internal organs. This was still under the condition that Chen had not exerted his full strength. It is worth noting that Chen possessed the capability to extinguish the sun with a single breath. As Odin charged once more, he concentrated all of his power into a singular strike. His intention was straightforward: to sever the right hand of Chen, which posed a threat to him. Indeed, Chen was merely accustomed to wielding his right hand, yet Odin mistakenly believed that Chen could only launch attacks and skills using that hand, prompting him to maintain his distance. If that strike were to succeed, Given the sword's sharpness and the accumulated power of Odin, there might indeed be a chance, albeit a minuscule one. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Chen would not allow himself to be struck. As he observed the descending sword, Chen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the blade, allowing it to strike the empty air and seized Odin's hand, which clutched the sword. The power of Odin within him diminished like snow under the blazing sun, and he once again felt the fleeting fragility he had experienced earlier. Now, all that remained to him was the strength of his corporeal form. Odin attempted to struggle, his arms surging with newfound force as he sought to extricate himself from Chen's grip. Yet, Chen's hand clung to him as if it were an extension of his own, rendering escape impossible. While the sword in Odin's grasp was swiftly captured by Chen's left hand. Release it. Chen's left hand suddenly exerted strength, wrenching the sword from Odin's grip and freeing it from his palm. Chen's might was formidable. In an instant, the sword slipped from Odin's clutches, tearing through the flesh of his palm and leaving it a bloody mess, trembling uncontrollably. I never imagined I would fall to you today, Odin exclaimed, confronting Chen. Possessing the power of Odin, he had believed himself capable of contending with Chen, but now, stripped of that power, he felt the weight of his age pressing upon him. Is it truly so astonishing to be bested by me? Chen replied coolly. Have you resigned yourself to fate? Asgardians had never acknowledged such a concept. Even in death, Odin proclaimed, he would take a piece of Chen with him, reducing the resistance against the sun. Do you think that because you cannot kill me, your son can? My inability to slay you does not stem from a lack of power or strength on your part, but from my current state of Odin's slumber, wherein I cannot wield my full might. Upon my demise, all power will transfer to my son Thor, who shall ascend to become the God King. Though inexperienced and lacking the steadiness necessary to unleash his full potential, taking your life would suffice. My sole purpose now is to minimize the risk of harm to Thor. I nearly overlooked that point. The power of Odin in Asgard is indeed a unique force. It can be transmitted through bloodlines. When one dies, the next inherits the power. That is indeed a cause for concern. Chen feigned fear, his expression a mask. As Odin had noted, Thor lacked experience with the power of Odin, as well as the composure required to wield it effectively. Even if he were to inherit it, he would merely be able to intimidate those below the God King level. He would hardly rank as one himself. Meanwhile, Chen stood as a multiversal entity, endowed with the powers of the Phoenix and chaos magic, far surpassing the typical multiversal powers. Thus, he welcomed the challenge, intending to eliminate Odin without hesitation, albeit with some inconvenience. Yet, it was Odin. This old fellow's incessant chatter raised a hint of suspicion. As an ancient being whose years are beyond reckoning, he has undoubtedly been constrained by the power of Odin. Yet, he must possess some hidden strategy. However, Chen had no intention of indulging in further play. He resolved to eliminate him swiftly. Contemplating this, Chen's actions remained unceasing. With his right hand grasping Odin's arm, he delivered a powerful punch to Odin's cheek with his left. A flicker of regret crossed Odin's face as he prepared to block with his free hand. Yet, in Chen's perception, Odin's movements were painfully sluggish. Before the blocking action could even be completed, Chen's fist had already made contact with Odin's face. Bang! Odin's head was severed from his neck, flying away with tremendous force. In Chapter 180, Thor's grief and fury, Chen, anticipating any unforeseen consequences, swiftly maneuvered to an altitude of several hundred meters. He directed a forceful strike downward towards Odin's dismembered corpse. With a slight exertion, he unleashed a fist that propelled a white air cannon downward. Boom! The sheer force obliterated Odin's remains, leaving nothing behind. The ground trembled beneath him, creating a gaping chasm over 1,000,000 meters deep. It is worth noting that the distance from the Earth's surface to its core is merely over 6 million meters. With just a fraction of his strength, Chen nearly breached the Earth itself, threatening to shatter its core and bring about its destruction. Tremors of immense magnitude rippled across other cities and even nations. Nick Fury was consumed by dread, sensing that a monumental event had transpired. Though he had his suspicions, he found himself powerless to intervene. On the battlefield, Tony Stark was unreachable. The violent tremors had rendered communication devices ineffective, leaving him with no means to contact Stark. He could only hope that Stark would find a way to thwart Chen, but reality was far from his optimistic expectations. In truth, Stark had intended to intervene and had even begun to mobilize, yet before he could approach, Chen's overwhelming power disrupted his armor, rendering it inoperative. It's all over now. Why do you linger here? Montag Chen Kvirichtak. I was contemplating how to conclude this matter, considering you have slain Odin, the king of Asgard. What if this incites a war between Earth and Asgard? You are overthinking it. Although Thor is impulsive, he would not unleash his wrath upon innocent civilians on Earth. His target will be solely me, and he will resort only to his own strength to attempt my demise. Using his own strength to defeat you? He stands no chance against you. Who knows whether he might take his anger out on ordinary people on Earth? You are mistaken. He may not have considered it before, but he is likely to attempt it again now. What do you mean? Peruse Norse mythology. It contains all that you seek. You will find it remarkably credible. Upon hearing Chen's words, Tony Stark did not hesitate to delve into the contents related to Norse mythology. With the assistance of his newly developed artificial intelligence, he swiftly discerned the meaning behind Chen's statement. Odin's power. Do they possess such extraordinary strength? Tony Stark inquired with great curiosity. Yes. So you need not fear Thor taking out his wrath on innocent souls. Rather than worrying about that, you should be more concerned about me. Who knows? I might just perish. Chen quipped, a rare jest escaping his lips. Is Odin's power truly formidable? Weren't you able to easily dispose of Odin himself? Tony Stark asked, reassured that ordinary humans on Earth would remain unscathed. That was because Odin is currently in a weakened state, rendering his strength considerably diminished, whereas Thor, having inherited Odin's power, will not experience such a phase of vulnerability. Then doesn't that place you in a precarious position? Tony Stark refrained from offering to plead on Chen's behalf, knowing full well that it would be foolish to suggest reconciliation after Chen had slain Thor's father. Indeed, which is why you should consider ways to aid your savior. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. He harbored no concerns for Chen, as his prowess was evident. It was evident that he was merely jesting. Let's cease this frivolity. What do you intend to do? As for me, I shall first indulge in a thorough bath, then await Thor's vengeance, after which I will eliminate him, allowing him to reunite with his father. Chen replied with a raised brow. Truthfully, if possible, I sincerely hope you two do not engage in combat. Tony Stark gazed at Chen earnestly. Why is that? The Earth is too small to endure your tumult. Your clash with the weakened Odin already affected an area spanning millions of kilometers. If you and Thor were to confront each other, wouldn't the entire planet be at risk? No, that won't happen. My battle with Odin was not taken seriously, and I concentrated my power to minimize destruction during the collision. It was hardly devastating. However, if I were to fight Thor, I would certainly test his strength first, and at that point the Earth could very well be obliterated. Are you jesting? I assure you, I am not joking about such matters. My words are entirely sincere. If a confrontation with Thor were to occur, the Earth would undoubtedly face annihilation. Tony Stark's expression was one of exasperation. He had initially thought that innocent civilians would remain untouched, allowing him to relax. Yet he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Alas, dear Earth, you truly are plagued with misfortune. But do not worry. The final battlefield shall not be Earth. Once Thor arrives, I will ensure that the battleground is shifted to Asgard. After all, my 9 maidens are still on Earth, and I cannot allow them to come to harm. It is unnecessary, for there are ordinary people in Asgard, and they too are innocent. If one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it will regrow with the spring breeze. Chen is undoubtedly determined to eradicate Asgard, and Tony Stark is powerless to intervene. He cannot thwart Chen at all. Do as you wish. With a resigned sigh, Tony Stark activated his rocket thrusters, departing from the ravaged battlefield, leaving Chen alone to remain in place. It was only after Stark's departure that the sense of surveillance from another realm dissipated. Sensing the absence of this watchful presence, a faint smile graced Chen's lips as he glanced at the sight of Odin's demise and the unfathomable pit, before vanishing in an instant. He then returned home to prepare for Thor's impending assault. Heimdall, the sentinel of the celestial palace and Odin's most loyal subordinate, possessed the extraordinary ability to pierce through the fabric of space with his sight and hearing. He had always kept a vigilant eye on Earth, particularly after Thor's arrival, which led him to discover Chen's intention to assassinate Thor, prompting him to intervene. However, he was rather inexperienced, and despite having the Bifrost at his disposal, he could not save Thor. Ultimately, he had to rely on Odin to address the situation himself. This was, indeed, a significant dereliction of duty on his part. He had thought that would be the end of it. Even in his weakened state, Odin remained the mightiest among the 9 realms, and all foes were naught but insignificant. Yet, the reality was starkly different, as Chen maintained a firm upper hand, effortlessly overpowering Odin, and Heimdall could only watch in horror as Odin was slain. Unable to intervene in time, an immense sorrow and fury welled within him, and with his abilities, he gazed at Chen, longing to tear him apart. Chapter 181. The powerless fury of Thor, however, he was acutely aware of his own limitations, and thus refrained from taking such drastic action. Instead, he restrained his wrath and grief, continuing to observe Chen, determined to lend his strength to avenge Odin. He must gather ample intelligence on Chen to exact retribution for Odin. Little did he know, Chen had already made preparations and intended to shift the battlefield to Asgard. This could not be allowed. Thor must not be deceived, and it was imperative to temporarily halt Thor's advance until he could harness Odin's power. A knowing expression crossed Heimdall's face as he solemnly declared his intention. After speaking, he did not linger on the Bifrost, but instead boarded a craft, heading towards Thor's current location. Heimdall did not travel long before he arrived at a gathering of Asgardian warriors. Upon his arrival, these warriors, as if finding their beacon of hope, flocked to him, eagerly recounting the current situation. Through the accounts of these individuals, Heimdall gradually discerned the events that had transpired. It was merely that the gravely wounded Thor, upon being imbued with Odin's power, had completely recovered, yet he became acutely aware of the demise of his father, the All-Father Odin. Subsequently, he succumbed to an interminable sorrow, isolating himself within this chamber of healing, shunning all company, even that of his revered mother. It is noteworthy that due to Chen's influence, Thor's mother had not perished. Heimdall, being one of the oldest deities after Odin, found himself in a position of greater authority at this moment. I believe I comprehend the situation. I have matters to report to the All-Father. Please allow me to proceed. Upon concluding his statement, Heimdall strode boldly into the treatment room, which Thor, the newly appointed God King, had barred to all. I have already stated, no one may enter. As Heimdall crossed the threshold, Thor's sorrowful and somber voice resonated, reaching Heimdall's ears. Though it was but a brief utterance, Heimdall could discern the profound guilt underlying it. He understood well that this was Thor's self-reproach for the death of his own father. In Asgard, Heimdall was acutely aware of Thor's actions on Earth, and he empathized with Thor's sentiments. However, he could not permit Thor to remain in such a state. Thor was no longer a prince, but the new God King of Asgard. "It is I, your majesty," Heimdall proclaimed. "Yes, I have uncovered some intelligence regarding Chen that I wish to share with you." Heimdall recognized that mere counsel would bear no fruit, as previous experiences had demonstrated. He needed to alter his approach. "What? Speak quickly." Indeed, upon this shift in tone, Thor emerged, his eyes ablaze with anger, eager to learn the intelligence. Despite his sorrow and guilt, a fervent desire for vengeance overshadowed his emotions. "First, you must regain your composure and listen to me carefully. In your current state, I fear you may not be able to harness Odin's power. If you were to lose control, it would spell doom for Asgard," Heimdall exclaimed, taken aback by Thor's condition. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Thor took a moment to center himself, inhaling deeply to force his emotions into submission. "Very well, speak." Heimdall then conveyed all the intelligence he had gathered regarding Chen. Thor listened intently, and upon learning of Chen's scheme to shift the battlefield to Asgard with the intent to annihilate it, an uncontrollable fury instantly manifested upon his visage. The animosity towards the one who had slain his father and sought to obliterate his homeland was deeply ingrained within him. Yet, he refrained from acting recklessly. His father had already perished due to his impulsiveness, and that was sufficient. There was no need to jeopardize an entire nation. "What should I do?" Thor inquired of Heimdall, striving to temper his fury. Heimdall, observing Thor's reaction, felt a sense of relief. He had genuinely feared that Thor might rashly seek vengeance against Chen. Fortunately, Thor retained a semblance of rationality. How well do you comprehend the power of Odin? Heimdall did not directly respond to Thor's question, but instead posed one of his own. A great deal. Thor replied, are you aware that Odin's power is immensely formidable? Once you master it completely, you will assuredly possess the strength to easily vanquish Chen. Do you wish for me to confront Chen only after I have mastered Odin's power? Thor furrowed his brows. Indeed, that is correct. I understand this may be difficult for you to accept, but for the sake of Asgard, I hope you can come to terms with it. After all, you are no longer merely a prince. You are now the new god king of Asgard, and you must consider the realm. Listening to Heimdall's words, Thor's fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly before he ultimately surrendered, choosing to accept Heimdall's counsel. As Heimdall had asserted, he was no longer the capricious prince. He had matured. However, he was unaware that his growth had simultaneously afforded Chen more time to develop. Thor's transformation stemmed from the sorrow of his father's death. While Chen remained indifferent to such matters, having returned to his own abode, Chen was preoccupied with contemplating the capabilities of Doomsday, having yet to utilize its power. After all, no one could breach his defenses, leaving the potential of Doomsday in a state of stagnation. He was now contemplating allowing Thor to kill him, believing that this would evolve his Doomsday ability into something even more potent. This seemed an intriguing prospect. The wait was undeniably tedious, particularly since Thor would not arrive until he had fully mastered Odin's power, leaving Chen uncertain of when that would occur. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen's ear. Where's my brother? Wanda glanced at the unfamiliar surroundings and then at the lifeless body of her brother, which had vanished. She then cast aside the covers that had enveloped her, revealing a splendid view of spring, and donned her clothes while making her way out of the room. Wanda was not unfamiliar with Chen's residence. She had simply never taken the time to observe each room closely. Upon opening the door, she immediately recognized that this expansive space was indeed Chen's home. Subsequently, she called out loudly, Chen, Montag Chen, Montag Chen. Her voice reverberated through the halls. Straddling Montag Chen's contemplation. It appeared that there was business to attend to. A voice lingered in the air, and with a swift motion, Chen appeared before Wanda. Chapter 182. The Incineration of Quicksilver. Wanda was not one of Chen's maids. She had grown accustomed to his sudden appearances, yet she was momentarily startled by his presence. In her haste, she had neglected to attire herself properly, and now regarded Chen with a watchful eye. Upon recognizing him, a breath of relief escaped her lips, and she relaxed her vigilance, disregarding her disheveled appearance as she grasped Chen's arm and urgently inquired about her brother. Chen, however, offered no response. His gaze fixated peculiarly on Wanda's upper body. At that moment, she happened to catch sight of his eyes and the oddity within them. Following his line of sight, she glanced at herself, only to let out a piercing scream. The shrillness of her voice might lead one to believe that Chen had wronged her in some way. Turn away, Wanda exclaimed, clutching her sensitive areas as she spoke to Chen. In a gesture of kindness, the mischievous imp had assisted Wanda in changing out of her dust-laden garments after ushering her into the guest room and had prepared a set of comfortable attire for her. However, in her frantic state concerning her brother, she had rushed through the process of dressing, resulting in her attire being incomplete, leaving her exposed inappropriately when seen by Chen, much to his unexpected delight. Realizing her predicament, Wanda cried out, but Chen understood the importance of restraint. Following her instructions, he turned away, his intentions devoid of any prying curiosity. This action, in fact, eased Wanda's discomfort, fostering a deeper sense of appreciation for him. She hastily donned her clothing, ensuring everything was in order before regaining her composure to resume their earlier conversation. You may turn back now. Chen complied, only to find Wanda standing before him. Now, fully clothed, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, evoking an irresistible urge within him to take a bite. With a playful admonition, Wanda shot him a reproachful glance before her anxious inquiry resurfaced. Where's my brother? Your brother? Chen suddenly recalled that he had not brought her brother's body back with him. Thor had been insufferable in his desire to eliminate him. Chen had forgotten to retrieve Wanda's brother's remains after his encounter with Odin. What do you mean, is there something wrong with my brother's body? Wanda's expression shifted dramatically as she pressed Chen for answers. Of course not. Chen replied, maintaining a facade of calmness while directing his mental energy to the location where Quicksilver's body had been placed, searching for Wanda's brother's remains. Chen possessed an exceptionally potent mental prowess, enabling him to swiftly reach his destination. Ultimately, beneath several meters of rubble, he successfully uncovered the lifeless form of Quicksilver. It must be noted that Quicksilver was indeed unfortunate. Not only had he met his demise, but he was now further victimized by the aftermath of the battle between Chen and Odin, crushed beneath the debris of two collapsed buildings. His visage rendered unrecognizable and his flesh a gruesome sight. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence for as long as a body remained. Chen could harness the power of the Phoenix to restore it to its original state. Under the meticulous guidance of Chen's mental energy, the remnants of the towering structures were lifted, revealing Quicksilver's body to the open sky, the pungent scent of blood nearly overwhelming. Chen then enveloped Quicksilver's remains in another layer of Phoenix energy. At this juncture, Chen turned to Wanda and assured her, "Rest assured, I have preserved your brother's body. Should you wish to see it, I can retrieve it for you at any time." "I want it now," she insisted. "Very well." With a mere thought, Quicksilver's body soared toward them. Wanda gazed upon her brother's lifeless form, her face a tumult of sorrow and confusion. Chen was acutely aware of her apprehensions, and before she could voice them, he preemptively addressed her concerns. "I have infused your brother's body with energy that slows the decomposition process and aids in the healing of some wounds. I believe you would prefer your brother to depart without bearing the marks of injury." After a moment of silent contemplation, Wanda nodded and requested, "I wish to see my brother's body." Although Chen understood that Wanda's desire to view her brother was largely fueled by her earlier unease regarding his peculiar reaction, he recognized the significance of the moment and offered no objections. With a fleeting glance, he dispelled the energy enveloping Quicksilver's form. With a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting, the energy shattered, revealing the current state of her brother. The grotesque appearance that had once marred him underwent an astonishing transformation. As if touched by the magic of time itself, the mangled flesh reverted to what it ought to have been, save for a pallid complexion, with no other notable alterations. Even the wounds inflicted by the Gatling gun had mended, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing that exposed his now pale skin. Had she misjudged Chen, interpreting his intentions through a lens of suspicion? Wanda pondered, a sense of guilt washing over her, her countenance darkening. She parted her lips, yearning to articulate something, yet ultimately managed only two words. "What is wrong?" Soda. "It's nothing," Chen replied, feeling a touch of discomfort at her apology. Recognizing that Wanda had done no wrong, eager to shift the conversation, he promptly inquired, "What do you plan to do with your brother's body? Is it to find a place for burial, or do you have some special method of handling this?" Wanda, in that moment, was engulfed in confusion as she gazed at her brother, unable to articulate the words that lingered on her lips. She had never contemplated the death of her sibling, and faced with such a grim reality, her mind struggled to process the enormity of the situation. Thus, her bewilderment was entirely understandable. Observing Wanda's perplexity, Chen proffered a suggestion. "Perhaps it would be best to bury your brother here in New York, making it convenient for you to visit him in the future." Wanda, lacking any other ideas, found merit in Chen's proposal and readily acquiesced. "However, there is one more matter I must address concerning your brother's remains. It would be prudent not to preserve his body. It is advisable to have him cremated." "Why?" Wanda inquired, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Chen. "Because the Marvel Universe is exceedingly peculiar. Instances of resurrection from mere corpses are not uncommon, and I certainly do not wish for Quicksilver to be brought back to life." Chen thought to himself, though he spoke aloud. This world harbors numerous research fanatics and enigmatic organizations. They will stop at nothing in their quest for power, including the theft of corpses. Your brother possesses considerable abilities, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he could be exploited for them. Chen refrained from elaborating further, as Wanda's imagination had already conjured disturbing images of her brother's body being dissected and his powers appropriated by others. The thought of either scenario was utterly intolerable to her at this moment. "Please, just help me to have my brother's body cremated," Wanda said, her expression betraying her discomfort. Very well, Chen replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen's ears, "Host, do you truly intend to squander such a body?" He had almost forgotten about the system, due to their prolonged silence. "What do you mean?" Chen asked, watching Wanda as she tended to Quicksilver's remains. "Have you forgotten the power of Doomsday?" "Of course not," Chen retorted. He was well aware of Doomsday's ability, known as the Destruction Spore, which could consume the life force of those nearby to enhance itself, or, after complete annihilation, parasitize another being and be reborn through them. With a deep breath, Chen's eyes sparkled with contemplation as he regarded Quicksilver's body. If there was room for maneuvering, then the situation had become intriguing indeed. Contemplating deeply, Chen suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly inquired of the system, "By the way, is my Doomsday Spore somewhat unique?" "Indeed, it is distinct, as the host's ability has been extracted from the system. The host's Doomsday capability surpasses that of the Doomsday Spore." "How so?" Chen asked. "The host spore can absorb life force through parasitism while simultaneously acquiring the target's abilities, ultimately culminating in the complete siphoning of the opponent's strength. Remarkably, one can even exert control over the other without fully invading them, all while ensuring the other remains alive, with the latter none the wiser." Upon hearing the system's response, if Chen were to encapsulate the power of the spore in a single word, it would be impressive. In 2 words, truly impressive. To discover such a revelation was unexpected. This provided even greater operational latitude. "How many spores can I manipulate?" Chen asked the system. "Thanks to the system's modifications, each cell functions as an individual spore, regardless of whether they are metabolic or normal cells. Theoretically, as long as the host's mental strength is sufficient, they can be controlled infinitely. This expands the scope of my operations significantly. The lives of those I eliminate will prove useful." Chen chuckled softly, a hint of satisfaction evident on his face, gazing at Quicksilver's lifeless body nearby. As if guided by instinct, a single cell detached from Chen's body. In an instant, it entered Quicksilver's form, rapidly taking root and beginning to absorb the life force that had already begun to wane. Chen distinctly felt a subtle warmth flowing into his own body, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that this warmth was enveloped in an even finer, peculiar energy. This essence permeated Chen's being, nourishing his cells and propelling the evolution of his entire body. Though minuscule to the point of being nearly imperceptible, Chen's superhuman perceptiveness allowed him to sense it. This was a result of the insufficient quantity and quality. Fearing Wanda would notice her brother's abnormal condition, he refrained from exerting too much power during the absorption. Had he gone all out, he could have consumed it in an instant. "My brother's corpse has been here for quite some time. Please arrange for his cremation," Chen said as he became immersed in the act of absorption. Wanda cast one last glance at Quicksilver's body and spoke to Chen. "Very well." Chen naturally would not decline, responding, "You should return. It's best you don't witness this." "Understood." Wanda recognized her unsuitability for such a sight. After a moment, with reddened eyes, she forced herself back to the quarters Chen had prepared for her. With Wanda gone, Chen hesitated no longer, unleashing the spore's absorption power to its fullest extent. The body of Quicksilver appeared as if it were a frantically running faucet, rapidly desiccating. In but a fleeting second, it resembled a mummified form, entirely devoid of moisture. To consume a person's vitality in a mere second, while not particularly swift, it was by no means slow, sufficient for practical purposes. Having conveyed this, Chen directed a surge of energy towards Quicksilver's remains. As the energy rippled, Quicksilver's lifeless form silently disintegrated into dust, gradually dispersing upon the ground. Chen had employed spores to transform Quicksilver's body into dust. The process was expedited by the rapidity of the action and the fact that Quicksilver was already deceased, thus preventing immediate dispersion. Now, with Chen's energy, it instantaneously became dust. He only needed to gather the remnants to present to Wanda, after which he could fulfill his obligations. As a thought flickered through his mind, the dust was effortlessly collected by Chen. Subsequently, he conjured a box using chaotic magic, transforming it into an urn, with the dust becoming ashes. Holding the urn, Chen knocked on Wanda's door. Although Wanda was already aware of the significance of Chen's knock, A moment of hesitation gripped her as she opened the door. Ultimately, summoning her courage, she swung the door open, and upon seeing the urn in Mo Chen's hands, she was overwhelmed by sorrow. Tears streamed down her face, each droplet falling to the ground, transforming into shimmering teardrops. "Thank you," Wanda managed to utter through her tears, but words failed her thereafter. She accepted the urn from Mo Chen, offering him a grateful glance before closing the door behind her. She needed a moment of solitude, a realization that Mo Chen understood. Observing Wanda clutching the urn, leaning against the door, weeping helplessly, he remained silent and, after a brief pause, departed. Contrary to his initial plan to head straight to Asgard, Mo Chen instantaneously teleported to the room of the ladies. To his surprise, they were all engaged in honing their abilities related to the Phoenix Mark. Mo Chen chose not to interrupt them, instead standing quietly, observing their training. His gaze was not merely passive. He scrutinized their methods intently, searching for any issues in their practice. Chapter 184. Entering Asgard after a considerable time had passed, Mo Chen finally roused the ladies. "Master, we actually knew you were here all along. Is there something you need?" They chorused. "I was observing your training," he replied. Then, "Master, is there a problem with our practice?" The naive one inquired, perplexed. "You do not have major issues, but there are minor concerns regarding your method of utilizing your abilities, preventing you from fully harnessing your potential. Specifically, the process of utilizing your abilities has resulted in a certain degree of waste. So, Master, do you have any solutions?" The women inquired. "You should temporarily cease this method of cultivation, start anew, and pay attention to the finer details. Is that correct, Master?" "I understand," Yukiko responded, and the others exchanged glances, expressing their comprehension. Subsequently, they turned to Mo Chen and asked, "Master, do you have any other matters to attend to here? Since Wanda will also be residing with us, her emotions are still troubled due to her brother's death. I should have handled this matter, but I need to step out for a couple of days. Do you wish for us to help her find solace?" The women replied in unison. Raising an eyebrow, they inquired further. "Indeed, I must leave, and thus am unable to provide comfort myself. I hope you can assist her. Additionally, please take her to locate a nearby burial site for her brother and inter his ashes." Naturally, the women's willingness to fulfill Mo Chen's request was unwavering. Without hesitation, they agreed and set aside their training to inform Mo Chen. They then busied themselves with preparations. Relieft, Montag Chen vanished in an instant, only to reappear in a desolate wilderness. Upon arriving, he conjured a massive teleportation portal before stepping through. This was yet another manifestation of the power of the Day of Destruction, spatial leap. However, this time, Mo Chen did not materialize in any location on Earth. Instead, he found himself outside a remarkable golden structure, which unmistakably belonged to Thor's domain, Asgard. Utilizing the power of the portal, Mo Chen successfully reached Asgard. Heimdall had used the Bifrost to transport Mo Chen multiple times, inadvertently depriving him of the opportunity to confront Thor. Yet, it had also unveiled the location of Asgard, allowing Mo Chen to arrive seamlessly. Little did Heimdall realize this. Despite possessing the ability to perceive and hear everything across the 9 realms, now that he had finally reached Asgard, it was time to attempt to release spores, compelling the denizens of Asgard to expend their life force and abilities to strengthen his own. The mere thought was exhilarating. The Asgardians were far more formidable than Earthlings. Each Asgardian could live for thousands of years, their vitality undoubtedly robust. If he could consume them all, perhaps his strength would ascend to unprecedented heights. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Mo Chen's lips. Who wouldn't desire to grow stronger? With a sudden bang, without a visible action, Mo Chen enveloped himself in chaos magic. As the chaotic magic dissipated, a robust figure adorned in distinctly Asgardian attire materialized at the very spot where Mo Chen had once stood. This was indeed a preferable outcome. The towering man opened his mouth, yet it was Mo Chen's own voice that emerged. At this juncture, it was evident, no matter how convoluted the situation appeared, that this formidable being was, in fact, Mo Chen himself, merely transformed by his own chaotic magic to alter his appearance. Before fully consuming the life force of the Asgardians, Mo Chen was reluctant to slay him, as such an act would be excessively wasteful. Thus, he opted for this metamorphosis. Once assured of his safety, Chen departed from his location, making his way toward the majestic structures ahead, the celestial palace of Asgard. Chen had long revered this palace, and this time he was determined to seize control of it to establish a temporary sanctuary. As he traversed the path he had mapped out with his mental prowess, he contemplated his future actions. Simultaneously, he dispersed spores, allowing them to drift with the wind in search of distant hosts for parasitism. Asgard was vast. Even after selecting the route closest to the celestial palace, it took nearly half an hour for him to reach the entrance amidst a throng of people. The celestial palace held a unique significance within Asgard, serving as a spiritual haven for its inhabitants. Each day, throngs of individuals approached with a pilgrim's reverence, whether to sightsee, trade trinkets, or partake in various activities. Recently, Odin had met his demise at Chen's hands, though the Asgardian elite had refrained from disclosing the truth, instead attributing his passing to the inevitable passage of time, fostering an aura of heroic decline. Consequently, many sought to pay their respects to the fallen king. Blending seamlessly among the crowd, Chen drew no suspicion from the palace guards, as his presence was far from unusual in such a bustling assembly. The multitude of individuals, shoulder to shoulder, rendered him nearly invisible, and even as he continued to disperse spores along his journey, no one took notice. Thus, with an air of confidence, he entered the celestial palace, unimpeded. Throughout this journey, Chen managed to ensure that spores had parasitized several thousand individuals. The faint warmth transformed into a gentle stream, further invigorating him and gradually enhancing his strength. Most crucially, this augmentation occurred continuously. Chen deliberately moderated the spores' consumption abilities, maintaining them slightly below the Asgardians' recovery capacities. This strategy not only prevented detection by the Asgardians, but also facilitated a sustained enhancement of his powers. If one were to implant spores in all the inhabitants of Asgard, allowing them to parasitize, their strength would undoubtedly increase. With this thought in mind, Chen did not pause in his actions. He moved towards the densest clusters of people, continuously releasing spores that latched onto the bodies of those he encountered in Asgard. The ceaseless flow of the bustling crowd presented the perfect environment for his parasitic spores. In less than half an hour, Chen had transformed tens of thousands of individuals in a host for his spores. The subtle currents within Chen swelled, ultimately growing to resemble a small river, propelling him ever further along the path of enhancement. In that moment, he realized that this situation was indeed quite advantageous.